The boy originally just wanted to climb a mountain, bask in the sun, and take some scenery photos to post on his social media. But a sudden mountain rain made him slip and fall unconscious. When he opened his eyes, he saw a bloody mess around him. A girl covered in blood was hugging him and crying loudly. Several corpses beside her were not yet cold, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. He traveled through time and space and became a young man named Yi Bin, a skinny, malnourished primitive man who belonged to a small tribe on the verge of extinction, the Lost Water. This tribe lacks everything: people, food, weapons, and even light. Due to long-term lack of nutrition and salt, the tribe members suffer from night blindness and basically become blind at night. The worst thing is that the Luoshui tribe is being hunted by the surrounding wolf tribe, and the hope of survival is almost zero. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. But Yi Bin was different. He was once a wilderness survival enthusiast who liked to study ancient technology. He even did a project on fireless primitive pottery making in college. He knew that his only way out was to lead this group of primitive people to survive and become stronger. So he began to fight back against fate. The first step was for him to lead his people to drill wood to make fire, thus solving the most basic problem of light and heat. Then he used stones to carve sharp edges, made simple weapons and defensive traps, and successfully repelled the first attack of the wolf pack at night. The first victory gave the originally lifeless tribe hope. Yi Bin struck while the iron was hot and organized everyone to build walls, dig trenches, dry salt, hunt, and make pottery. He taught the tribesmen how to make pottery, water storage tanks, and pickled meat, and even tried to use mud to burn bricks and build a primitive version of a brick and stone house. What's even more shocking is that he also made primitive versions of spear throwers and compound bows. These dimensionality reduction strikes of modern knowledge instantly changed the production efficiency and combat effectiveness of the fallen tribe. But he knew that he could not wait for the future by relying on defense alone. So he first incorporated the endangered mountain tribe and then exchanged supplies for the surrender of the goat tribe. Through repeated battles and transactions, he integrated the scattered tribes into a new alliance. He made rules, allocated resources, established hunting teams, craftsman groups, and medical clinics, and even tried enlightenment education, allowing children to learn to count and remember. While other tribes were still relying on hunting for a living, Yi Bin had already led his people to open up wasteland and cultivate fields, growing corn, wheat, rice, cotton, and hemp ropes. While some tribes were still chewing tree bark, he had already started brewing wine, making clothes, storing grain, and making alcohol weapons. But the wolf tribe, python tribe, and warbear tribe were unwilling to give up and started wars again and again. Yi Bin did not back down. He used ambush tactics, terrain mines, and even used strong liquor to create fire traps. He defeated the strong with the weak time and time again, and even recruited their leader as his own. But greater challenges are yet to come. The Firebird tribe is caught in a confrontation with the Tautai Alliance over a dispute over a salt mine, and the female leader of the Blue Luan tribe comes to ask for help despite being injured. Yi Bin personally stepped into the desert and planned a drainage trap, salt marsh encirclement and annihilation, and fuel ambush with very few troops, shocking more than a dozen tribes in the south in one battle. Behind all this was the civilization system he silently reshaped. He established marriage laws to prohibit inbreeding among close relatives within the tribe. He formulated criminal laws to punish theft, desertion, and deception. He promoted literacy education, recorded history, and created the rudiments of language and writing. He encouraged commerce, using salt, cloth, and pottery to exchange for metals, camels, livestock, and other resources from other tribes. From a dying tribe being hunted down to a powerful civilization that has unified multiple forces and has city walls, farmland, workshops, writing, systems, and armies, Yi Bin is using knowledge to change the entire era. But the story of this boy is not over yet. How will he rise step by step in this primitive and barbaric world with the help of modern knowledge? How will he lead this wasteland to the dawn of civilization? Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today I will bring you the second part of the video. Boy travels back 1,000 years and uses advanced knowledge to create a new civilizational empire. The story will start from Chapter 201. Chapter 201, the Oiran returns to Dragon City. On the outskirts of Dragon City, the Oiran heard a strange sound from afar. Dong dong ta, dong dong dong. The courtesan had a curious expression on her face, thinking to herself, I have only been away for 5 or 6 days, and many new and interesting things have appeared in the tribe. The courtesan knew that this must have been made by the city lord. After all, only the city lord could create something strange, and everyone knew this. The tribesmen were used to it. Every time the city lord made something, it always had a unique purpose. The courtesan couldn't figure out what new thing he made this time. On the way to the stone tribe this time, she met 5 to 10 wandering tribes. Now, there are many new faces in her team. When she arrived at the gate of Dragon City, she immediately started to shout. Today, the people guarding the city were a group of newcomers, and many of them did not know the Oiran. The courtesan's team was very large, and almost everyone was leading a blue ox. The soldiers guarding the city saw the courtesan's team from afar and immediately blew the ox horns, and the whole Dragon City was shaken by the loud horn sound. Different from the sound of sheep horns in the past, the sound of bull horns this time is both deep and powerful, and during battle, the bull horns can also boost morale. These strange things do not belong to this world. If Yibin had not arrived and directly changed the development of the times, the people of Longsheng would not have had the opportunity to hear such sounds. After hearing the sound of the ox horns, the soldiers on the city wall immediately gathered at the training ground, and Heinyo quickly led the team to the city wall. After confirming that everything was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the courtesan and his group standing at the gate, Heinyo immediately instructed warriors guarding the city quickly open the gate and lower the drawbridge. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately opened the city gate and lowered the drawbridge. The people standing under the city gate were all surprised, especially the wandering primitive people. The courtesan brought these people back on the way. Although it was said brought back, it was more like picked up. As for why she brought so many people, the courtesan had heard from some vagrants that the enemies attacking them seemed to come from the Million Mountains. Most of those people were able to tame beasts, and they brought many wild beasts with them every time they attacked. Some people can command cheetahs, others can command wolves. Each beast man has a different beast. According to an old primitive man, not everyone can control the beast. At this moment, a soldier walked in hurriedly. City Lord, there are a lot of people outside. The soldier almost ran out of breath after he said this. When Yibin heard this, he thought it was the Tao Tai Alliance attacking and immediately rushed out of the Ministry of Works. At this time, Black Panther also rushed over. After hearing the sound of the horn, Li Wang brought his personal guards and more than 2,000 female soldiers and quickly rushed towards Yibin. If anything happened to Yibin, as the captain of the personal guard, Li Wang knew that he had to get there as soon as possible. Li Wang's loyalty to Yibin is like Su Chu's loyalty to Cao Cao. He only has Yibin in his heart, and it is his duty to protect the leader. Even if others call Li Wang City Lord, in Li Wang's eyes, Yibin is always the leader. This is also the special favor Yibin gives to Li Wang. Similarly, in Yibin's heart, Li Wang is not only the captain of the personal guard, but also a brother in life and death and a trustworthy friend. Seeing the soldiers standing upright on the training ground, Yibin noticed that none of them was carrying weapons. Black Panther immediately said, City Lord, you said before that in Dragon City, soldiers are not allowed to carry weapons unless approved by their superiors. Yibin was speechless when he heard what Black Panther said. The enemy was almost at the doorstep, but the soldiers had no weapons. If the army attacked, wouldn't Longsheng be at a disadvantage? Yibin ordered solemnly, from now on, if someone attacks the city, you should go directly to the armory to get weapons. There is no need to ask your superiors for instructions in special circumstances. Black Panther immediately took the order. Yes, City Lord. From now on, the armory will be under your management. When any tribe is in danger, you can open the armory at any time and distribute weapons to the warriors. Yibin said, these things can be dealt with flexibly and special situations can be treated specially. The purpose of confiscating weapons is to ensure the safety of Dragon City. The only purpose is to protect Dragon City. Black Panther responded, don't worry, City Lord. If we encounter such a situation in the future, I will definitely distribute weapons as soon as possible to ensure the safety of Dragon City. Yibin nodded, satisfied with Black Panther's attitude. At this moment, Black Bull came down from the city wall and saw Yibin standing on the training ground, where the soldiers were lined up neatly. Hey Nyo shouted loudly, City Lord, City Lord. The Oiran and her team are back, and she brought a lot of people with her. When Yibin heard Hey Nyo shout, he immediately turned to look at him and said, is the Oiran back? It seems that she brought many people back with her. Yibin couldn't help but wonder What was the purpose of the courtesan going to the stone tribe? Did she go there to attack other tribes? But this was obviously impossible. The Oiran's team was not large, and there was no reason for her to attack the small tribe. If she didn't go to fight, then why did she bring these people back? After a while, the city gate finally opened. Eben immediately stopped Black Panther. Since the courtesan is back, there is no need to distribute weapons. When the warriors heard that the courtesan had returned, they all showed joy on their faces. Everyone knew that the courtesan had gone to the stone tribe to do some work. The people in the tribe knew it very well, and the newcomers were full of curiosity about the Oiran. For primitive people, a tall, strong, and powerful woman like the Oiran is definitely a beautiful goddess in their eyes. In Yibin's mind, the Oiran was just a powerful warrior, comparable to the black whirlwind Li Kuei. Although she looked like a Barbie doll, she had fair skin and strong muscles, especially a pair of powerful thighs, which often made men feel in awe. Not long after, the courtesan and her female warriors walked in unison. They were wearing bamboo armor, holding spears, carrying bows and arrows on their backs, and quivers filled with iron arrows hung around their waists. Although they were women, their momentum was no less than that of men. The courtesan's team led more than 1,000 blue cows, each of which was loaded with iron ore. Assuming that each cow weighs 500 kilograms, the total amount of iron ore brought back by the courtesan this time reached 500,000 kilograms. This batch of ore will enable the tribe to achieve iron freedom, which is definitely exciting good news. Chapter 202, Beast Tribe. Walking in the middle of the team was a group of dirty people with disheveled hair and ragged clothes, looking like real savages. Everyone had a sallow complexion, obviously malnourished and weak. At the end of the team was Yi Bin's personal guard, more than 100 soldiers, each wearing black armor and holding a strange bow and arrow. Those who know the business can tell at a glance that these bows are the most advanced repeating compound bows, a type of compound bow that can fire 7 arrows at a time, with the interval between each arrow being only a few tenths of a second. For people of this era, this is undoubtedly a divine weapon among divine weapons. When the guards displayed these compound bows, the wandering savages who were watching were stunned. Seeing the courtesan coming back, Eben immediately went up to her and said to her with a smile, "You have worked hard. How was your harvest this time?" When the courtesan saw the city lord coming to pick her up in person, she couldn't help feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. It was like drinking honey, and her heart was filled with satisfaction. The city lord personally took her back, and this recognition was extremely important to her. As a woman, being able to let her beloved see her contribution to the tribe is a great comfort in itself. The courtesan then said, "City lord, I have something to tell you." Eben looked at the courtesan curiously and asked, "What is it? Tell me now." The courtesan immediately pointed to the people and said, "This is our Huaxia's city lord. In the entire tribe, the city lord is the most powerful." After hearing the words of the courtesan, the wandering primitive people who had been lowering their heads immediately knelt down. If the courtesan hadn't taken them in, many of them would have died. During their escape, they ate everything they could, even things that were inedible. Seeing them suddenly kneeling, Yibin immediately said, "In our China, there is no such etiquette. You all stand up and speak." He looked at them and continued, "Can you tell me what happened?" An old primitive man stood up and said, "Lord City Lord, our tribe is in the Million Mountains. Recently, for some unknown reason, some strange people suddenly came. They had patterns painted on their faces, and each of them carried a bird of prey. We don't know why. Our tribe leader wanted to go up and say hello, but he was eaten by the beasts they brought. Those people are very cruel. They let wild beasts kill the elderly and children they see, and kidnap the women in the tribe. Some of their tribesmen died, and some were injured. We had no choice but to flee all the way here, and we happened to meet her on the way." The old primitive man pointed at the courtesan. The courtesan nodded and said, "Yes, we met them on the way." After hearing this, Yibin fell into deep thought, and then muttered to himself, "I have seen primitive people with wild beasts in primitive novels. These people described in the book are animal trainers." He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that real animal trainers appeared in primitive society? This is unlikely. Primitive people can hardly even get enough food, so how can they train animals? This is totally against common sense. Then Yibin asked again, "You just said that each of them brought a beast, and more than one. Why is it several instead of a group?" The old primitive man immediately replied, "Yes, Each of them did bring a few wild animals. Eben interrupted him and continued to ask, "Wait a minute, you said how many beasts each person brought?" The old primitive man nodded. "However, only those with patterns on their faces carry wild beasts, while the others carry weapons," the old primitive man added. Eben asked again, "How many heads do you mean?" The old primitive man thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, gestured carefully, and then said cautiously, "I saw a man who could command 5 wild beasts." Eben understood immediately and asked, "So, you mean that primitive man can command 5 beasts? How'd he do it?" He was really curious and wanted to know how these primitive people tamed these beasts. The old primitive man replied, "Only one person can command 5 beasts, and no one else can." Eben breathed a sigh of relief. It would be unreasonable if everyone could command 5 beasts. The old primitive man continued, "I heard those people say that they were from the beast tribe, and that they came here just to rob women. Our 5 tribes usually live at the foot of the same mountain and usually do not invade each other. If there are external enemies, the 5 tribes will unite to fight them. Only in this way can we survive. But this time, there are too many enemies and we can't handle it all. Most of those with painted faces have wolves with them," the old primitive added. Eben continued to ask, "So how many people did they bring with them? And how many of them have battle pets?" The old primitive looked at the courtesan, pointed at her and the female warriors behind her, and then pointed at the blue bulls transporting iron ore and explained, "There are about this many people coming, and the war pets they brought are probably similar to our blue bulls." Eben nodded, having already made a judgment in his mind. Then, Eben continued to ask, "How many people are there in your 5 tribes?" The old primitive looked around, pointed at the chained slaves, and said, "There are about the same number of people in our 5 tribes. The number of people in each tribe is about the same." He pointed at the more than 500 slaves again, and Eben immediately understood. "You mean the total number of your 5 tribes is about 2,500? The old primitive man nodded. Eben sighed his heart. It was really a pity that these 2,500 people were easily defeated by more than 1,000 enemies and more than 1,000 beasts. Eben asked himself, these primitive people living in the mountains cannot be bad at fighting. After all, in primitive society, who can survive to this day can be a weakling. Chapter 203, Knowledge Blind Spot. Eben took a quick look at these people and roughly estimated that there were about 1,000 of them, of which about 300 were women and the rest were all men. The oldest one was the primitive man who was talking to Eben. He looked about 40 years old, and his face looked particularly old. This might be related to their extremely difficult living conditions. Long-term malnutrition caused people to age very quickly. Eben was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you willing to join the Huaxia tribe?" As soon as the words fell, everyone began to nod almost immediately. For them, being able to survive was the most important thing, and everything else didn't matter. Today, their lives are like those of stray dogs, with no fixed residence at all. The days of hunger and cold leave them with almost no choice, and starving to death on the road is a possibility that may happen at any time. As for their future destination, they themselves didn't even know. When Eben asked them if they were willing to join the Huaxia tribe, they nodded and agreed immediately without any hesitation. Seeing this, Eben made up his mind and continued, "If you join the Huaxia tribe, your previous tribe will completely disappear, and you can only belong to Huaxia. Our totem is the dragon. The dragon is the head of all things, and all life is closely related to the dragon." After he finished speaking, everyone seemed a little hesitant. They didn't seem to fully understand the meaning of the totem, but soon realized that life was already so difficult that joining a powerful tribe became the only option. They had no other choice. In order to survive, they finally decided to accept the offer. After joining the Huaxia tribe, we are considered a big family. Eben continued, his tone firm. The first rule of the tribe is equality between men and women. Whether men or women, everyone has the same status. These words surprised everyone. After all, in many primitive tribes, the differences between men and women are insurmountable. But in Yi Bin's tribe, equal rules must be implemented. Yi Bin herself comes from a previous life world where the laws protect women, but the status of women and men is always unequal. In that world, capital controls women, and women possess considerable power in the family and society. As the backbone of the family, men often have to make many compromises based on the wishes of women, and this is not uncommon. Eben knows very well that in such a society, men often face tremendous pressure and powerlessness. In my previous life, I saw too many people abandon their responsibilities because of the breakdown of marriage and family, especially men, Yibin recalled. Many men not only fail to fulfill their filial duties after getting married, but instead blame their parents for all their misfortunes and forget the grace of their upbringing. However, there's a bigger problem in society, and that is women, Yibin continued. Women's status is not properly protected, and society only encourages women to control men. I believe that only reform can change this situation. I came to this world to prevent history from repeating itself. If women continue to dominate everything, this society will stagnate forever. Yibin's tone became firm. Gender equality is not just a slogan. It needs to be achieved through labor. Only by working hard can you truly experience the hard work. When the People's Republic of China was founded, the power and faith of the farmers enabled the country to be reborn. Now, we must also have this faith and let everyone understand that the core of the family is not only the parents, but also let everyone understand how to carry and take on responsibilities. At this time, the older primitive man spoke cautiously. Lord City Lord, after joining the Huaxia tribe, what do we need to do every day? We saw those slaves with their hands and feet chained. Will we suffer the same fate? After hearing this, Yibin immediately understood their concerns and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Don't worry, those slaves are our enemies. They were captured after the defeat. Now they're just doing some labor for the tribe. We don't deliberately abuse them. After hearing Yibin's words, the old primitive man and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They were now a group of wandering savages with no fighting power at all, while the Huaxia tribe was extremely powerful. Seeing the city and high technology just now, they simply couldn't believe that this was created by humans. When they entered this huge city, they were shocked by the buildings they saw. They were even bigger than a mountain. In the primitive people's cognition, buildings like this could never have been built by humans. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed something that was beyond their understanding. What kind of building is this? One of them couldn't help but ask in a low voice. This is the power of the Huaxia tribe. He looked at these primitive people and said to them, everything here is to give everyone a better life. For these primitive people, everything before their eyes was beyond their comprehension. The weapons, equipment, and even buildings in the hands of the warriors of the Huaxia tribe shocked them. Such high technology was something they had never seen before and was beyond their knowledge, making them feel both surprised and impressed. Chapter 204. Unexpected Surprise. After joining the Huaxia tribe, the primitive people felt obviously much more relaxed. Everyone felt that after joining Huaxia, they were no longer wanderers, but members of the tribe and could enjoy the same treatment as Huaxia people. Such treatment was a godsend for them. From wandering to having food and shelter, this change made them feel extremely satisfied. For these primitive people, being able to have a full meal and a place to rest at night is the greatest happiness. All of this was something that almost everyone took for granted in the previous world of Earth. But here, these seemingly simple wishes are their lifelong dreams. Therefore, Yibin often reminds himself to live in the present and cherish every meal and every piece of bread. Life really cannot waste food. Yibin thought to himself. After a brief conversation, Yibin decided to let the courtesan take these people to rest first. These primitive people were dirty and had messy hair, and they must have a lot of lice. In order to prevent the disease from spreading to other people, Yibin asked them to cut their hair and take a bath before arranging accommodation for them. However, the rooms in Huaxia tribe are very tight at the moment, and it is not easy to free up a room. Yibin felt a little helpless. In the afternoon, Luoshui and his team came back. There were about 100 people sent to the market this time, and Yibin was always worried that they would encounter some danger on the way. Seeing Yibin, Luoshui said excitedly, City Lord, we missed you so much. Then he quickly added, when we came back, the White Tiger leader mentioned you and said that you hadn't been to the market for so long. He asked you to go and have a look when you have time. Okay, I'll definitely go when I have time. Yibin smiled slightly, feeling a little amused. Thinking of Baihu knowing that the new market was opened by the Huaxia tribe, he couldn't help but imagine Baihu's reaction. Setting up a market by yourself is almost like competing with others for business. This kind of situation would be considered a hostile relationship even in primitive society. Yibin thought to himself, no matter what era it is, as long as interests are involved, there will be conflicts. In primitive society, problems between people were mostly solved by force, and those with bigger fists could get more cake. Seeing Luoshui's excitement, Yi Bin continued to ask, "Did you encounter any trouble on your way back? Also, how did you know that the Taotai alliance would attack the Huaxia tribe last time? And how did you send the news back in time by carrier pigeon?" Luoshui answered seriously. "That day, we were helping merchants build wooden houses in the market. We were busy working when we suddenly heard someone talking. I didn't pay attention at first, but when I heard the words Huaxia tribe, I immediately paid attention and heard them say that the Taotai alliance was preparing to attack the Huaxia tribe." Luoshui immediately tied the message to the pigeon's leg and released it. He paused and added, "Later, I was afraid that the pigeons might encounter danger on the road, so I released a few more to ensure that the message could be transmitted back in time." After hearing this, Yi Bin was very happy. With such a loyal tribesman, the Huaxia tribe will surely become stronger and stronger. Luoshui came from the Luoshui tribe. He followed Yi Bin, and the tribe grew from dozens of people to tens of thousands of people. His contribution can be said to be the most important part of the tribe. Luoshui continued, "In fact, at the market, every wooden house we build can be exchanged for more than 50 goats. Even so, there are still many people coming to repair houses every day." After hearing this, Yi Bin couldn't help but take a breath. "You dare to ask for more than 50 goats to build a wooden house? You are really not afraid of death." He suddenly felt it was a little unbelievable that they dared to offer such a high price. Luoshui smiled a little embarrassedly. In fact, everyone knows that people in the market especially need these wooden houses, especially when it rains or blows. The original simple sheds will leak water and wind, and everyone wants a better house. And those business people, how can they miss such a good opportunity? Yi Bin was surprised and relieved when he heard this. Primitive people may seem simple, but they are not stupid. They just have relatively little experience. If they can see more things, they will definitely do better. Yi Bin asked curiously, "How many sheep did you bring back this time? This is what I care about most." He had been thinking about how strong the people sent by the Huaxia tribe were. "Oh, we brought back a lot of sheep this time." Luoshui's face was full of pride, as if he was proud of the results this time. "The goats we earned were exchanged for slaves, and now they are all in the training ground waiting for the city lord's orders," he said excitedly. Hearing this, Yi Bin was shocked. "So you actually exchanged so many slaves? It seems that our tribe will have a backup force in the future." Seeing Luoshui so excited, he couldn't help but feel happy. Over the years, the elders of Luoshui tribe have helped him get to where he is today. Their contributions are indelible, and Yi Bin also attaches great importance to them. "Let's go to the training ground and show me your results," Yi Bin said excitedly, looking forward to seeing the performance of his fellow tribesmen on the training ground. Luoshui was also very excited. For him, this was an opportunity to show off his and the tribe's strength in front of the city lord. For every member of the tribe, this opportunity was extremely important. In fact, Yi Bin knew in his heart that every elder of the Luoshui tribe was his most important benefactor. Regardless of whether they needed to show off or not, in Yi Bin's heart, they were all his most cherished supporters. Chapter 205. Luoshui's ability. When everyone arrived at the training ground, the scene in front of them shocked Yi Bin and the others. Luoshui is truly an absolute talent. Seeing the slaves on the training ground, Yi Bin was also shocked. It took such a short time. How did Luoshui and the others do it? There are at least 2,300 slaves in front of him. According to the cheapest market price, each goat could be exchanged for 2 male slaves. In addition, many tribes did not need slaves at all, and they would bring the captured slaves to the market to exchange for the necessary supplies. Many large tribes do this. Primitive people naturally like to do this kind of business that is sure to make money. They go out to capture people every day in exchange for a large amount of food. Faced with such temptation, which tribe can withstand the test? But these slaves are not only huge in number, but also involve huge economic costs. Even if 2 people were to get 1 sheep, these slaves alone were worth more than 1,000 sheep, plus the food they consumed along the way. For an ordinary tribe, it is simply impossible to exchange 50 sheep for such a business. Some people may think that catching more than 1,000 sheep is not a problem, but they overlooked an important fact. Luoshui and his group were only 10 people, and with these 10 people, they could earn more than 1,000 sheep at the market. A tribe of 40 or 50 people might not catch a goat in a whole day. If the trend of wooden houses had not been set off in the market, who would be willing to pay more than 50 goats to build a wooden house? Of course, some people may not be convinced and think that it is so easy for Luoshui and his team to cut down trees and build wooden houses. Do they break the trees by biting, kicking, or smashing them with stones? In response, Yi Bin smiled and explained, "Our Huaxia tribe is an iron tribe. Luoshui and his men all carry iron knives. Some people might ask, can we borrow money from Luoshui?" Yi Bin smiled and said, "If you have a sports car and someone buys something from you every time, and suddenly one day he comes to borrow your car, would you be willing to lend it to him?" In the eyes of Luoshui and his friends, iron knives are more precious than sports cars on Earth. What does it mean to own an iron knife in this Stone Age? Just like in modern society, owning a gun represents a huge advantage, not just being able to chop down trees, but also the ability to protect one's own life. Moreover, the Huaxia tribe had very strict management of iron knives. If an iron knife was lost or dropped, the user would be held responsible, and in serious cases, the user would be reduced to a slave. Because of this, Luoshui and his tribe were able to continue this trade and maintain their competitive advantage. Apart from them, no other tribe in the market had iron knives. The members of other tribes simply could not complete the task of felling those tall trees. No matter how much they envied them or wanted to make money from sheep, they could not do it. Only Luoshui and his people could do it. Yi Bin was full of admiration for Luoshui. The changes that this old tribal member had brought to the tribe could not be ignored. In Yi Bin's mind, Luoshui is already a rare business talent. After Shenwu City opens, he will definitely arrange an important position for him. After all, how could Yi Bin miss such a talent? Yi Bin was in a very good mood at this time, and his mouth opened unconsciously, revealing a happy smile. Seeing Luoshui and his companions working so hard, Yi Bin felt extremely gratified. For them, they were willing to do anything to make the Huaxia tribe stronger. "You did a great job this time," Yi Bin said to Luoshui and the others. "After the new market is built, I will transfer you to work there. At that time, Luoshui will be in charge of management, and the 9 of you will be responsible for assisting him." The 9 people nodded when they heard Yi Bin's words, their gratitude overflowing with words. "The city lord has entrusted us with such an important task. We will definitely go all out and not let the city lord down," they responded. Yi Bin looked at these people with full trust in his heart. The market played a vital role for the tribe, like a wallet of the tribe, and could bring great wealth to the Huaxia tribe. Handing it over to Luoshui for management was enough to show Yi Bin's great trust in him and his partners. Luoshui was also full of gratitude, with tears in his eyes. "The city lord is so kind to me. I will definitely not let you down. I will do my best to earn more sheep for the tribe at the new market." "Okay." Yi Bin agreed happily, already having a plan in mind. "You must work hard and strive to be the best. However, there are more urgent matters to deal with. Previously, the courtesan brought back more than 1,000 slaves, and now Luoshui brought back more than 2,000. The training ground is already packed. There are more and more people in the Huaxia tribe, and the space is becoming increasingly tight. Yi Bin knows that it is urgent to solve these problems." Standing on a high platform, Yi Bin shouted loudly, "From now on, I will give you a chance to join the Huaxia tribe. No matter what your previous identity was, since you have come a Huaxia, you are considered our people. After joining, you must abide by the rules of Huaxia and abide by our laws." Everyone heard Yi Bin's words and was filled with anticipation. For many wandering tribesmen, joining the Huaxia tribe was the key to changing their fate. Yi Bin's words gave them a glimmer of hope, and they finally had a place to belong. Chapter 206. Don't commit suicide and you won't die. After listening to Yi Bin's speech, the slaves were so excited that they almost burst out. Being able to join such a powerful tribe was something they had always dreamed of. Since they were captured and made slaves, they not only had not enough to eat every day, but also had to suffer from cold and hunger at night. The tribesmen around them could die of hunger at any time, and the food in the primitive tribe was very limited, and there was no extra food to share with them. People in the tribe often gave the slaves leftover food or some fruits and leftovers, which were extremely precious delicacies for the slaves. Many slaves were so hungry that they began to eat weeds on the ground and drink dirty water from mud pits. As long as they could survive, it didn't matter what they ate or drank. At this time, the slaves didn't care about the rules. As long as they could join the Huaxia tribe, they would agree without hesitation, even if they were asked to go to war right now. In fact, for the slaves, Yi Bin asked them to go to war, and they knew they would be cannon fodder. But as long as they could have enough food, hope, and hear some exciting words, the slaves would still fight for these hopes even though they knew it was a dead end. At this time, Yi Bin was using this strategy, first saying some sweet words, and then giving them hope. As long as they joined China, they would have someone to rely on and hope to survive. Yi Bin pressed down with his big hand, and his voice came like thunder. Quiet down. The training ground was originally very noisy, but after hearing Yi Bin shouting, everyone gradually quieted down. After all, most of these slaves were already starving, and after a long journey, their physical strength was almost exhausted. Many of them had begun to look a little weak after being excited. Luoshui exchanged these slaves on the last day. They only gave the slaves food once during the journey. Although it was just a meal, it was already a great gift for these extremely hungry people. The slaves were able to persist in walking to the Huaxia tribe, almost to the limit of their physical strength. If it weren't for Luoshui's words, as long as you join Huaxia, you can enjoy the treatment of Huaxia people. You can eat what we eat. They might have given up long ago. With such hope, the slaves gritted their teeth and persevered. Even when they were about to die, they still did not give up because they knew that staying alive was the most important thing. Once a person faces death, their body will burst out with infinite potential. Although it seems impossible, in despair, all efforts become the driving force to support their survival. It wasn't that Luoshui and his men were stingy. They had already exchanged the goats they had obtained when they built the wooden house for slaves. On the way back, they only brought some dry food. The soldiers who went to pick them up didn't bring much dry food. The soldiers never dreamed that Luoshui would exchange so many slaves. If they hadn't all brought weapons, they would have starved to death on the way. Although they killed a lot of wild animals along the way, many slaves still couldn't eat a bite of meat, not even soup. Many of them were so hungry that they could only eat wild grass on the ground and drink stream water. In this way, they moved forward step by step and finally arrived at the Huaxia tribe. In order to live a better life, the slaves tried their best just to enter Huaxia and get a glimmer of hope. Seeing the miserable state of these people, Yi Bin immediately ordered, "Notify the canteen to cook some fish soup for them and slaughter some goats so that they can have a good meal." When the slaves heard the word eat, they almost burst into tears. For them, being able to eat food was already an extremely happy thing. What moved them even more was that the city lord actually killed sheep for them to eat. How could they not be grateful for such treatment? This was truly a city lord who treated them as human beings. The slaves felt that they had finally found their home. After Yi Bin finished giving the order, he said again, "From now on, you are all Chinese people." He continued, "I will now organize you into teams. Most of these slaves are men. You have more than 2,000 people here, plus the wanderers brought back by the courtesan, a total of about 3,000 people." Yi Bin made a simple estimate. According to China's military model, every 1,500 people can form a regiment, and this group of people can just form 2 regiments. He thought about it and decided who would be the leader. At this time, Yi Bin was really having a hard time making a decision. He looked at the others and finally thought of Black Panther and Luoshui. "Black Panther, Luoshui," Yi Bin shouted to the 2 men, "You each lead a regiment. Black Panther, you pick a regiment, and Luoshui will lead the remaining 1,500 plus people. Starting tomorrow morning, you'll lead your own teams to train." Luoshui hesitated after hearing this and immediately said, "City Lord, I really can't lead so many people." Yi Bin smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you will train with Black Panther tomorrow. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask Black Panther or Black Bull. If that doesn't work, you can ask me." Luoshui nodded, knowing that Yi Bin was cultivating him and giving him the opportunity to train himself. Although Luoshui had never led a large team, he was willing to learn, especially Hei Nyo and Hei Bao, who were people he was familiar with and old acquaintances of. After Yi Bin finished arranging this matter, he handed over the other work to Black Panther and went to the Ministry of Industry. More than 20 days had passed since the new market. Yi Bin brought more than 1,000 people. Zhuai Feng led 1,200 people, and Mu Zhan escorted 1,500 slaves. Now, there are about 3,700 people in Xinwu City. With such a large team, it won't be slow to build the city together. Yi Bin's instructions to Zhuai Feng were, first, build the surrounding walls, and then slowly build the houses in the city. Xinwu City is in a special location, located in the Python Plain. Without a solid city, it is difficult to survive here. The Python tribe was able to gain a firm foothold because of the support of the Taotai Alliance. But the emergence of Yi Bin and the Huaxia tribe completely destroyed their stability. The failure of the Python tribe also taught all tribes a profound lesson. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Chapter 207, New Canteen. As for the construction of Xinwu City, Yi Bin had already made his own plans. However, the Huaxia tribe had problems even protecting itself before, so how could they have the spare energy to build a market? If you don't have enough strength, even if you open a market, the result can only be to make wedding clothes for others. Behind every market, there is a strong tribe to support it. Without a strong background, even if you open a market, it will not last more than a day. A market without a sense of security is doomed to fail. The Firebird tribe does not open a market because they have a large salt mine with rich resources. Although the Firebird tribe is a super large tribe, their military strength is limited. If they open a market, they simply cannot spare the manpower to manage it, nor do they have the energy to ensure the stable operation of the market. Moreover, the Firebird tribe was fighting every day, so how could they have time to take care of the market? Moreover, if the market started, the warriors would have to deal with the invasion of the enemy, and people who came to the market might face the risk of being killed or robbed. Without protection, who would dare to go to such a market? What primitive people fear most is a place without security, especially in primitive society. Except for those who died in battle, few people could die happily. Those captured primitive people might be tortured to death, sold as slaves, or even starved to death or beaten to death while being slaves. This kind of thing is very common in tribes. As for the Tao-Tai Alliance, they were notorious. Even if they opened a market, others would not dare to go. The Tao-Tai Alliance was best at robbing other tribes, stealing women, and killing men. They would not let go of anything they could steal, even leaving some feathers behind from wild geese flying by. If you want to go to the Tao-Tai Alliance's market, you must do so because your life is too comfortable. Going to their market is basically like going to die. This is why Yibin was able to defeat the Tao-Tai Alliance. The last time he attacked the Blood Wolf tribe, Yibin seized their greed and attacked the Tao-Tai Alliance unexpectedly, successfully capturing the Blood Wolf tribe's base camp. In that battle, the Huaxia tribe paid a very small price. In this area, the Xuanwu tribe has the most markets, and their subordinate tribes also have their own markets. For example, Xian'er's caravan and Baihu's market are both dependent on the Xuanwu tribe. The market is only safe with strong support behind it. No matter where they go, no one dares to touch them, because almost all those who touch them are already dead. Yibin had his own considerations for choosing to open the market now. The Firebird tribe and the Tao-Tai Alliance had just experienced a war, and the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe had already been incorporated by him. This is the best time to set up a market. If we open the market now, no one will pay attention to the Huaxia tribe. By the time they react, the opportunity will have passed. Once Shenwu City is built, Yibin will not be afraid even if the Tao-Tai Alliance unites. The Huaxia tribe has Dragon City as a backup and the Old City as a base. No matter how long the enemy fights, the Huaxia tribe will stay with them to the end. Longcheng and Laocheng have already reclaimed a lot of land. By June and July, the crops will be ripe, and food will no longer be a problem. Recently, Luoshui school has been on track. At night, Luoshui and other teachers will study with Yibin, and during the day, they will train teachers in the school. At present, there are already hundreds of teachers in the school, but there are not many teachers who can teach senior grades. Most teachers can only teach first grade, and there is not even a qualified second grade teacher. After the school opens, Luoshui will be the teacher for the second and third grades, as Yu's teaching ability is not enough to teach the second grade. Luoshui and Yu study every night, and Yibin teaches them personally. Yibin particularly emphasized Luoshui's learning ability, which had a lot to do with Yibin's personal teaching. The school's desks and chairs had all been put in place. Yibin meant that Luoshui and the others should wait a few more days. Teachers should first reach a certain level of knowledge in order to teach students. Otherwise, how can they teach others? A few days passed, and Yibin got up as usual in the morning, washed up, and breakfast was brought by Luoshui. The two chatted briefly during breakfast and then went about their own business. Yibin brought Li Wang and several other people to the Ministry of Industry. This area is the most important department of the Huaxia tribe. Next to the Ministry of Industry is Taishan's Ministry of Justice. Next to the Ministry of Justice is the hospital, and next to the hospital is the school. Directly opposite the school is the cafeteria, which is very different from before. During these 10 days, the canteen has been demolished and rebuilt. The new canteen is much larger than the previous one and has 3 floors. The canteen also adopts an open counter design. The canteen is about 200 square meters in size. Some areas in the canteen are built with long chopping boards made of red bricks and cement. On the chopping boards are canteen staff who are responsible for cutting vegetables and cooking. There are 4 rows of long tables outside the chopping board, just like Yibin's Zhuanzhuan hot pot in his previous life. Each row of long tables can accommodate hundreds of people for dining. The canteen is also equipped with long benches to facilitate the soldiers' meals. The second and third floors of the canteen also have dining areas, which are designed similarly to the first floor, with long tables and long benches to provide convenience for the soldiers. The previous canteen could not accommodate so many soldiers, and every time the soldiers ate, they had to wait in line. Now, the renovated canteen can accommodate more than 1,000 people at each mealtime. Many soldiers eat quickly, and some people behind them sit down immediately after the people in front finish eating. Chapter 208, China's Population. Yibin set a rule in the cafeteria. All soldiers must take their garbage away after eating. There will be patrols in the cafeteria, and anyone found wasting food or littering will be punished. There were two options for punishment. The first option was not to eat for 2 days. The second option was to be sent to the slave area to do hard labor for 10 days. During this period, they would eat the food of the slaves and enjoy the same treatment as the slaves. Now, there are tens of thousands of people eating in the canteen. Although the tribe has regulations that only important people in the tribe can enter the canteen, such as doctors, soldiers, school teachers, workers, criminals, foundry personnel, etc., these people add up to tens of thousands of people. There are a total of 6 groups in the Huaxia tribe. The courtesan brought back more than 1,000 people a few days ago, and later Luoshui brought back more than 2,000 people. These people formed 2 groups. There are now 8 groups in the tribe and a female reinforcement group. The total number of the Oiran reinforcement group is about 3,000 people. A normal group has about 1,500 people. In other words, the Huaxia tribe currently has 10 regiments, plus Yibin's personal guards and Li Wang's battalion. With such a large number of people, the daily food consumption is almost astronomical. In addition to Yibin and his group's meals, the food supply for everyone else was served in a large ceramic jar, which contained fish soup and mutton soup, as well as some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and other foods. Yibin was very particular about the food distribution requirements. People could drink more broth, but they could not eat too much. It was still some time before the crops matured, so the food supply in the tribe was still tight. Now, the total population of the Huaxia tribe has reached an astonishing number. Together with the slaves, there are more than 27,000 people. Excluding the number of slaves, the actual number is 24,000. If each person needs 5 caddies of food per day, then 24,000 people consume 120,000 caddies of food per day. And the slaves consume 3 caddies of food per day, so the total food consumption is 129,000 caddies. An adult goat weighs about 300 kilograms. Most of the goats in the tribe are meat sheep, and their weight usually ranges from 280 to 350 kilograms. Assuming 300 kilograms, each goat can provide 300 kilograms of meat, which means that the tribe's daily food consumption requires about 400 sheep, plus the big fish caught by the fishing team every day, all of which can slow down the consumption of pasture. Huaxia's ranch currently has nearly 90,000 goats, and other animals such as blue cattle are not considered. With the help of these goats, wild fish, rabbits, chickens, wild boars, and other animals, the food supply of the Huaxia tribe is still guaranteed. The population of the tribe was not all concentrated in one place. In the old city, including the slaves, there were more than 2,100 people in total, and they had their own fishing teams and farms. On the Xinwu city side, Zhuifeng initially led 1,200 people, and Muzhan led another 1,000 people and escorted 1,500 slaves. Now, the population of Xinwu city is about 3,700 people. The rest of the clansmen stayed in Longcheng, which now has more than 20,000 people, which is quite crowded for a city of neither size. Yibin had his own plan in mind. After the old city was completed, he could build more than 1,000 houses. If each house had 2 floors, there would be more than 2,000 houses in total. If we calculate that 10 people share a room, the old town alone can accommodate more than 20,000 people. Of course, this is a simple estimate. Yibin's idea is to give each couple a room. Building a city is only the first step. Right now, this area is too chaotic. The existence of the Firebird tribe and the Taotai alliance, as well as the attack from a beast tribe, make Yibin feel insecure. After these areas are cleared, the members of the Huaxia tribe will no longer need to live in the city, but can build houses around the city. By then, the Huaxia tribe will have its own map, and every inch of land on the entire map will be Huaxia's territory. The ultimate goal of all this is to establish a real country, a powerful Chinese tribe. Yibin then told Li Wang and the others to move the cowhide drum they had made some time ago to the training ground. Yi Bin led Li Wang and several others to the training ground. At this time, Hanyo was holding a green military flag in his hand, and the soldiers were holding wooden spears and moving forward step by step. With every step they took, they would shout in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The entire training ground was filled with the shouts of the soldiers. It had been more than 10 days since these people came to the Huaxia tribe, and the tasks Yi Bin assigned to them were nothing but training. He wanted to train an elite force in a short period of time, and the Huaxia tribe now had such conditions. Many tribes could not even get enough food, let alone training. The Huaxia tribe is different. There is plenty of food here, and the warriors never have to worry about going hungry. Only when they are full can they have the strength to do other things. Although Yi Bin's requirements seemed harsh, he knew very well that if a tribe was content with the status quo and did not strive for progress, destruction would surely await them in the end. Yi Bin knew in his heart that he must seize every minute and every second and let the soldiers train more so that they could be prepared for future battles. Muscle memory is the key to training. When the soldiers' bodies remember the movements, they will not panic on the battlefield. The Huaxia tribe now seems to have a lot of people, but in fact, only a part of them have been on the battlefield. Most of them were slaves or wanderers before, and although they joined the Huaxia tribe, they have only been there for more than 10 days. Although the food has improved, their bodies cannot recover to their best condition in just 10 days. They have to wait until their bodies gradually adapt to it before they can become stronger. Chapter 209, Display of War Drums. The most important thing now is not the physical reason, but to allow the soldiers to form muscle memory as quickly as possible. Only when muscle memory is formed can they exert strong combat effectiveness in battle. Yi Bin walked through the crowd and slowly approached Hanyo. Seeing the city lord coming, Hanyo immediately made way. Yi Bin noticed this subtle movement and was very satisfied. From ancient times to the present, leaders have always liked subordinates who have good sense. If the leader comes and the subordinates stay like a piece of wood, how can they be reused? Yi Bin said to Hanyo, "Let the soldiers stop their training for now. I have something important to announce to everyone." "Yes, City Lord." Hanyo immediately raised the red flag in his hand. The soldiers stopped immediately when they saw the red flag. The flags of China are divided into several colors: green, red, black, and white. Each color represents a different combat command: green for advance, red for stop, black for retreat, and white for cavalry. The soldiers have learned these flags, so during training, the instructions are transmitted clearly and in an orderly manner. In the past, when there were fewer people, combat orders could be conveyed verbally, but now China's troops have grown to about 10 regiments, each with more than 1,500 people. 10 regiments together have more than 15,000 soldiers. If all the soldiers are together on the battlefield, it is impossible to effectively command them by shouting orders. If there are command flags, there will be no obstacles to the transmission of orders. The flag soldiers are divided into multiple regional levels. When the soldiers go to the battlefield, Yi Bin will arrange a dedicated flag soldier to be by his side, and all commands will be transmitted through the flag soldiers. On the battlefield, there will be a dozen flag bearers behind the soldiers to ensure that the command is delivered quickly and accurately. The last flag bearer will follow Yi Bin closely, and no matter where he goes, the flag bearers will follow him. In this way, there is no need to worry about the failure of command delivery on the battlefield, and avoid the disaster caused by wrong commands. A good commander is crucial on the battlefield. A wrong order may cost the lives of most people. Those incompetent senior officials often only talk nonsense. If they really go to the battlefield, they will not only harm others and themselves, but also cost many soldiers their lives. The top brass often take these deaths for granted. They will never admit their mistakes and believe that the deaths are the soldiers' misfortune rather than the result of their own command errors. People in primitive society worship the strong, and their way of fighting is usually to fight alone, with no coordination at all. Hanyo raised the red flag and held it in the air. After a period of training, the soldiers were familiar with the instructions of the flag. When they saw the red flag, they immediately stopped their actions. During the training, Hanyo was very strict. Every time the fighters made a mistake, Hanyo would catch them on the stage and whip them severely. At the beginning, a large number of fighters were beaten every day for doing something wrong. When Yi Bin was away, Hanyo was the boss here. He equipped himself with more than 50 guards, while He Bao had more than 30. He Bao and Hanyo were the first to follow Yi Bin and were the ones he trusted the most. Black Panther once saved Yi Bin's life when he was in danger. It was one night when they first arrived in the Yellow River Valley, and the Wolf King led his wolf pack to attack the Huasha tribe. At that time, Yibin was completely unaware of the danger. If it weren't for the Black Panther's quick eyes and hands, the Wolf King would have bitten Yibin long ago. At the critical moment, the Black Panther stabbed the Wolf King with a stone spear. Although the stone spear was bitten by the Wolf King, it also bought Yibin precious reaction time. In the end, the Wolf King was stabbed by Yibin, and the wolf pack was successfully repelled. From then on, Black Panther became Yibin's confidant, and Yibin's trust in him became even deeper. Seeing the war drum brought by the city lord, everyone was full of curiosity. Black Panther couldn't help asking, "City lord, what is this thing? It looks so big. Why doesn't it look like a powerful weapon?" Hainyo also walked forward, looked at the cowhide drum, then looked at Yibin, and asked curiously, "City lord, what is the function of this strange thing?" Everyone stared at the cowhide drum in Yibin's hand, and everyone was wondering in their hearts what special abilities this thing had. Black Bull and Black Panther looked at each other at the same time. Although they couldn't guess the purpose of the cowhide drum, they both knew that this thing was not simple. Yibin smiled and stopped keeping the secret and began to explain, "This thing in front of me is called a war drum. As the name suggests, it has something to do with the battlefield. The reason why it is called a war drum is because it has a special ability." When everyone heard this, they became even more curious. Black Bull and Black Panther exchanged glances, and they became even more confused. What special abilities does this war drum have? Is the city lord joking? Yibin then ordered Li Wang, come and hit this cowhide drum. Li Wang also learned about what happened not long ago. If Yibin hadn't asked him to go over and demonstrate, he would still be confused. When Li Wang gently struck the cowhide drum, a loud sound came out immediately. This sound was louder than the horn of a cow, and when the sound sounded, everyone who heard it felt their blood boiling. Everyone was shocked by the sound. It turned out that this was not only a musical instrument, but also a magical tool to inspire morale and encourage fighting. Chapter 210, Special Forces Training. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the war drums rang out, and everyone on the training ground instantly fell silent. The sound of the war drums became faster and faster, and the sound of the war drums reached everyone's ears, and the soldiers' blood instantly boiled. The soldiers seemed to be on the battlefield all of a sudden. The scene before them was constantly changing. Everyone seemed to be wearing heavy iron mail, holding a several-meter-long iron spear in their hands. The spearhead emitted a cold light, which made people shudder. The other side was also a million-level army. The two sides were facing each other, and the sound of war drums continued to ring in their ears. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone was brought into another world by the sound of the war drums. In this world, there are not only millions of troops, but also piles of bones. Countless greedy crows are flying in the sky, sniffing the blood on the battlefield, preparing for the upcoming battle. The soldiers cannot move on this battlefield, as if they were cast into a spell, and can only feel everything with their hearts and feel the despair before death. Just as both sides were about to charge, the drumbeats suddenly stopped. All the soldiers woke up at this moment. After waking up, the soldiers looked around and found that they were still standing on the training ground. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. The soldiers exclaimed, "City Lord, you really didn't lie to us. This war drum really has special powers." At first, they thought that the war drum might be just an ordinary weapon, but after the experience just now, they realized that the war drum could not only stimulate their physical potential, but also stimulate their desire to fight. Even some timid warriors would be aroused with a strong desire to fight after hearing the drum sound. Yibin was very satisfied when he saw all this. From the moment King Li beat the drum, a strong fighting spirit immediately emanated from the soldiers' bodies. This fighting spirit was stronger than any time before. If the soldiers could not release their fighting spirit, then this army would be almost useless. They were useless except for having more people. Yibin shouted loudly, "This war drum can enhance your fighting spirit. With the blessing of fighting spirit, no matter where you are, you can burst out the maximum potential of your body. The war drum can make you invincible and overcome fear. In short, whether on the battlefield or in training, it can inspire your limits. What do you think of this war drum?" Yibin shouted again. The soldiers immediately responded in unison. "Good, good, good." This voice echoed throughout the training ground. Listening to this loud response, Yibin knew that the soldiers had completely accepted the power of this war drum, especially Li Wang and his team. Although they were the captains of the personal guards, they led the fewest people. The team led by Li Wang were all elites in the tribe. Although they were few in number, they were the strongest in the entire tribe in terms of combat power. Even if they faced an opponent of 1,000 or 2,000 people, the team led by King Li was definitely no match for the opponent. Some people might think, King Li only had 150 people. How could he defeat more than 2,000 people? But they didn't know that the guards led by King Li had the advantage of riding horses and were equipped with compound bows. With this weapon and war horses, almost no one could stop them in this primitive society. Even if there were 2,000 people chasing them, Li Wang and his men could run and shoot at the same time. When chasing, their cavalry could always maintain sufficient speed. Moreover, cavalry was best at chasing, especially cavalry with compound bows. Almost no enemy could escape when chasing. In such a situation, infantry could not compete with cavalry at all, especially elite troops like Li Wang and his men, who could easily crush the pursuit of 2,000 people. Not only could the enemy not catch up with them, they didn't even have a chance to counterattack. More and more people came to the training ground. Li Wang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the number of Huaxia tribe members had increased from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Black Bull and Black Panther had already adapted to these changes. The training time was getting longer and longer, and the amount of training for the warriors was increasing. They gradually went from being unfamiliar at the beginning to being proficient now. Some of the soldiers standing on the training ground looked like they had just joined the group. They were wearing Chinese equipment and had completely different temperaments. The regiment leaders stood at the front, while Black Bull and Black Panther stood beside them. The soldiers around them were all elites who had been strictly screened. The atmosphere in the entire training ground was tense and orderly, and everyone was preparing for the final battle. Eben had no reaction to this. After all, in the earth of his previous life, which country had not gathered hundreds of thousands or even millions of people for a military parade? Such scenes of tens of thousands of people were commonplace for Yibin. At this moment, Hainyo suddenly asked, "City Lord, do we have to take this war drum with us when we go to war?" Yes, Yibin answered decisively. Not only should we bring it during battle, but also during training. The assistance of war drums can make the soldiers' training more efficient. The sound of war drums can make your fighting spirit more intense. With training, the effect of war drums will be more obvious. The soldiers immediately began to shout, "The city lord is mighty. The city lord is domineering." With the assistance of war drums, the soldiers' training enthusiasm was higher. For these primitive people, the war drum is like a magical toy. Although they have never seen such a thing before, they are full of curiosity and interest in it. Each warrior is like a blank sheet of paper, eager to learn and master new things. In the Huaxia tribe, the warriors have almost no other entertainment activities except training. Because the tribe is not short of food now, this is also the reason why the warriors can devote themselves to training. After the Old City and Shinwu City are built, a large number of warriors will be needed to guard these cities. The purpose of training is to prepare for future wars. Although the discipline of the warriors needs to be further cultivated, once these elite troops mature, they will become a powerful fighting force for the Huaxia tribe. Chapter 2:11 Large-Scale Troop Training. For the newcomers now, Eben has to train from morning to night. Since the tribe provides food, he has to obey the arrangements of the tribe. There is no free lunch in the world. Even children know this truth. Don't these primitive people understand anything at all? Of course they understand. In the first few days, many people couldn't adapt, but when they thought about being hungry, they felt that it was still acceptable. These people did not have enough to eat a full meal before, but since they came to the Huaxia tribe, they can eat a full meal every day. As for daily training, that is a small problem. The warriors also know that only if they train every day will the tribe provide food. It's like you don't work at home, but still expect others to cook for you. Is it because you haven't woken up from your dream yet, or your pillow is too high, so you haven't fallen asleep yet? Yibin, this is the way to treat them. The tribe provides you with food, and you train to protect the tribe. Although the training is hard, having no food to eat will be more miserable than training. People in every era are different. Just like Yibin's hometown, that country, have an army of several million. The country pays you a salary, and you, the soldiers, have to protect the country. This is a complete system. These soldiers are the army of the Huaxia tribe. Although Yibin did not pay them wages, in such a society, being able to eat and dress warmly is more important than anything else. Every piece of food the warriors eat is the salary of the Huaxia tribe. Many people here would have problems with food once they left the Huasha tribe. They might even be captured by other tribes and taken to the market to be exchanged with other tribes. For the slaves, being able to eat enough every day is already a blessing. There's another reason. If you are alone, you'll be bullied. If you are together, who dares to bully you? From an outsider's perspective, they're a very large group. But from their perspective, they were all scattered individuals. And in the end, Yibin put them all together to form the current Huasha tribe. If they are separated, they will fight on their own. Yibin is the magnet, and the soldiers are a group of broken iron pieces. Only he, this powerful magnet, can attract these people. Only with Yibin and the Huasha tribe can they be considered a whole. Without a leader, it is useless no matter how many people are together. From now on, you need to train some drummers. Drummers are used to play drums. Their daily task is to accompany the soldiers in training. The longer the soldiers train, the longer the drummers have to beat the drums. People who can be drummers are not ordinary people. Only those who have good physical fitness and are full of strength can take on the position of drummer. Black Bull and Black Panther also agreed immediately. Don't worry, City Lord. As soon as the training is finished, we will select the drummer immediately. Yibi nodded with satisfaction. Then he said again, you have been training for more than 10 days. Now let me see the results of your training. Hanyo agreed immediately. Yibin, when he was not here, he was the highest commander. Now Yibin is here. He is the second in command here. Hanyo took over Yibin's orders. He immediately stood on the platform, with a flag bearer beside him. Hanyo began to shout loudly to everyone. Now all the teams step out. Langya, Black Snake, Eagle, Golden Fire, Heichin, Oiran, Luoshui, Black Panther, except Mujan, all the other captains are here. Black Panther is currently the acting captain, and his actual position is brigade commander. Now, all the group leaders obey my orders. Black Panther and Heichin obey orders. The two responded in unison. Black Panther is here. Heichin is here. You two regiments, as the sword and shield soldiers of the entire regiment, will be at the front of the team. The two agreed immediately. Yes. One regiment has more than 1,500 people, two regiments have more than 3,000 people, and now the two regiments added together have more than 3,000 people. After receiving the order from their superiors, Black Panther and Black Chin immediately took command of the troops. In a short while, the two regiments were merged together. Black Bull shouted again. Wolf Fong, Black Snake, Eagle, you three regiments, as the spearmen of the entire regiment, gather now immediately and stand by behind the sword and shield soldiers. The three of them agreed in unison. Yes. The three men immediately commanded their teams to walk behind the sword and shield soldiers. After a short while, the three groups were integrated into the group. Yibin on the platform was also very satisfied. Black Bull shouted again. Jinhua, Luoshui, your two teams, as the archers of the entire regiment, immediately go behind the spearmen and wait for orders. The two agreed immediately. Yes. Afterwards, they immediately began to mobilize the troops. In about the time it took to complete a meal, the two teams had been commanded and all the archers were in place. Black Bull shouted to the courtesan again. Oiran, your reinforced group, as the largest group in the whole group, you should now take your positions. The reinforced group led by the Oiran has more than 3,000 people, which is the largest group among all the groups. Their daily task is to protect the safety of Dragon City. Oiran, after receiving the order, he immediately commanded the entire group to walk towards the sword and shield soldiers. The Oiran's team included soldiers holding swords, shields, guns, and bows and arrows. As a patrol group, their main purpose was not to go out to fight. However, the Oiran still likes to participate in this kind of collective training. This kind of collective training has very strict requirements for the warriors. Once someone goes haywire, the entire team will be disrupted. So it is said that the more people there are, the more difficult it is to train. This kind of training of tens of thousands of people is really not something that ordinary people can do. If Yibin hadn't invented the command flag, it would have been impossible to train with so many people together. If there is no command from the flag, well, I can only shout with my mouth. How far can a person's voice travel? In a situation like this, with an army of tens of thousands, if the people in the front hear it, what about the people behind? If the soldiers behind cannot receive orders from their superiors. So when they are fighting, no matter how you tell them to fight, the worst result is that they will attack anyone they see. Especially when retreating. Those who heard the order retreated, but those who didn't hear it stayed on the battlefield. They had already retreated, but now they were abandoned? Now, all the soldiers who received the order have withdrawn. What should be done with the remaining soldiers? Then they have only one way to go, which is the gate to hell. Like this, a large-scale military operation. The command flag is very important, as it carries instructions. Soldiers, you will no longer be afraid of being alone. Under normal circumstances, the distance between the flag bearer and the soldiers is no more than 200 meters. Primitive people don't look at their mobile phones, and they are not nearsighted. For them, a distance of 200 or 300 meters is a piece of cake. Besides, there's more than one flag bearer. Generally speaking, there are more than a dozen flag bearers, and with so many people holding the same color, it is impossible not to see it unless you are blind. Chapter 2:12 Large-Scale Troop Training Results. All teams, when you are ready. Heinyo, waving the green flag in his hand, the flag bearer in the middle, saw the flag next to the division commander. Immediately, the green flag was also waved, and the soldiers saw the order and rushed in like a big car. The soldiers all walked forward. Every time they took a step forward, they would swing their weapons. The sword and shield soldiers would slash while raising their shields to block, and the spearmen would launch a fierce attack at the air in front of them. As for the archers at the back, they will pull the bowstring in their hands, and some people will ask, why pull the bowstring in the air? The purpose of training them is to let the soldiers form a kind of muscle memory so that when they're on the real battlefield, it will not be just empty pulling of the bowstring. At this moment, the sound of war drums began. When the soldiers heard this voice, they all became energized and swung their weapons more vigorously. Every movement of the soldiers was filled with murderous intent. The war drums were constantly being beaten, and the sound they made affected the soldiers' emotions, and they slowly entered a state of ecstasy. Everyone had a feeling that they were born to be on the battlefield. Why do we need training? It's for the mobility of the soldiers. There's a reason for this. Primitive people don't fight like ancient people. When they can't win, they will start to run away. Once the enemy escapes, the archers behind the formation will be useless. In this way, the two archery teams can only launch 2 rounds of attacks, and after the enemy suffers heavy casualties, they will immediately start to escape. If it is a mobile formation, it will be completely different. When the enemy is fleeing, the 2 archer teams can pass through the sword and shield soldiers and spearmen until they reach the front. If the enemy starts to counterattack, the sword and shield soldiers and spearmen can immediately step forward to resist, and the 2 archery regiments can be at the end of the formation. What is needed for large-scale military operations is flexibility. When fighting, you must never stick to the rules. A highly mobile army can adapt to any battlefield. Otherwise, once the enemy figures out your tactics, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Archers still use actual combat shooting during training. Only when they participate in large-scale military training will they pull the bowstring without any support. This kind of training of pulling the bowstring in the air is also for the purpose of improving the proficiency of the warriors. For a qualified archery team, quickly pulling the bow and shooting arrows is their most basic skill. On the battlefield, every time an archer shoots an extra round of arrows, the enemy will suffer many more casualties. The outcome of a battle is determined by many factors. To achieve victory on the battlefield, you need the coordination of multiple arms and the courage to forge ahead. Untrained soldiers have no teamwork and even less discipline on the battlefield. Training like China is already a luxury. In this world, there is no tribe that does nothing all day long and keeps its soldiers training on the training ground every day. For an army of tens of thousands of people, the amount of food consumed every day is not something that an ordinary tribe can afford. The Chinese tribe has several sources of food. The most important thing is that there is a food acquisition model, which is the Chinese fishing team. They could catch a large number of fish every day. A dozen big fish, plus a pot of fish soup, could feed 50 or 60 soldiers. The pasture of the Luoshui tribe. Only a small amount of pork and mutton is needed every day to feed everyone. In primitive society, fish resources are very abundant. Such a large river can feed not only tens of thousands of people, but even hundreds of thousands of people. In ancient times, a department composed of the fishing industry, they can feed so many ordinary people and the army and the court in a day. Don't underestimate the fish resources. It is these inconspicuous industries that can feed an army of tens of thousands of people. In other tribes, women's daily work, in addition to going out to collect fruits, is to herd cattle for the tribe. The food they get every day is the least in the tribe. The women in the gathering group are slightly better off than the other women. They can also secretly eat some of the fruits they gather. In primitive society, as long as you collect resources, they belong to the tribe. Another reason is that people in primitive society don't have so many schemes, and they generally won't steal fruits. Unless you are really hungry and can't stand it anymore. They're all in a group. If you're caught stealing food, then congratulations. When you return to the tribe, you will face a different fate. The worst outcome is death. Women in primitive society had no status at all. This behavior could be said to be a disregard for the rights of the patriarch. What is the most important thing for the tribal leader? Of course, it is the power in your hands. Otherwise, why would the tribesmen listen to him? If no one in a tribe obeys orders, then what prestige does he have as the tribe leader? Probably 2 hours later. Black Bull, waving the red flag in his hand. The soldiers received the order to stop, and all stopped. A very strange problem appeared on the training ground. Many people were looking for their original teams. In the training, just now, the soldiers performed several switching movements. Yes, to simulate a real war, the archers of the two teams directly passed through the two arms and came to the front of the formation. The content of this training was to simulate the enemy running away on the battlefield. At first, I didn't feel anything. In the following simulated battles, the soldiers and the entire troop could not find any signs of the team. If you get separated from your team on the battlefield, then basically the only outcome that awaits you is death, because everyone in your team has its own independent formation. At this time, you just happen to get lost again. No matter which formation you join, no one will want you. You'll have to make others pay for your mistakes. The best outcome is that you won't be able to leave the battlefield alive. Every regiment has its own formation, and every team's soldiers are different. If you, a bow and arrow soldier, are among the sword and shield soldiers, how can you expect them to cooperate with you? This kind of behavior of the soldiers not only disrupted the formation of other teams, but was also extremely irresponsible to their own formation. Don't think that these are just small details. On the battlefield, every small detail will affect the direction of the battle. At this time, there were many soldiers on the training ground looking for their own small teams. After the large-scale training mission just now, the entire corps now looks shaky and may collapse at any time. You've been said to Hey Nyo beside him. What do you think of this training? How could Hey Nyo, a genuine primitive man, see that in Hey Nyo's eyes, this training mission was completed very well? Black Bull, haven't noticed anything yet. City Lord, what do you think of the results of this training? After Hey Nyo finished speaking, a happy smile appeared on his face. In his heart, he was very satisfied with the result of this training. The extraordinary performance of the soldiers added some glory to the face of him as the division commander. Chapter 213, Making a Banner. Train like this. How can you, a man who is a teacher, be so happy? Even said slowly, a face that was almost pulled to the ground. Heinyo finally sensed something was wrong, and he walked steadily and carefully. City Lord, is there something that did not do well? Please tell me. At least let me know where the problem is. Eben did not keep the secret any longer. Heinyo was a primitive man. To be able to achieve this step, he had already surpassed 99% of the people. At least in primitive society, apart from Heinyo and his men, no one could command such a large army to fight, especially an army of this size. Look carefully. What is the current formation of the warriors? Heinyo looked around suspiciously. There were many soldiers on the training ground, all looking for their teams. There were even some people who stood there in a daze. Once a team of more than 10,000 people was disrupted, finding their own team would be harder than climbing to the sky. Black Panther at this time also noticed some problems. City Lord, the warriors' formation seems to have been disrupted. If this happened on the battlefield, the consequences would be very serious. After listening to Black Panther's analysis, Black Bull's whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yibin, when he was away, Heinyo had the highest position. And now such a big thing happened. As a division commander, he had an unshirkable responsibility. When he thought of this, Heinyo's heart began to pound. What if this really happened on the battlefield? Warriors, what will be the price? Yibin also noticed Heinyo's worry, and he said to Heinyo and Hey Bao, I'm already very happy that you can see some problems. As the leader of the army, you must learn to find problems and then solve them. Besides, this is the first time you encounter these things. Black Bull and Black Panther both asked at the same time, City Lord, how should we solve this problem? For them, as primitive people, They simply did not know how to solve the problem. The first is a problem of cognition. The reason why people are powerful is that they have their own cognition about something. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot solve things beyond his cognition. Some people are beginning to feel dissatisfied. What you said means you are incapable. Let me give you a simple example. If you ask a group of farmers to solve the problem of aircraft carriers, do you think they can solve it? For the Black Bull, what is an army? What is a formation? What are the uses of these formations? And what kind of troops each corresponding formation is aimed at? These advanced things, they have never heard of them. I dare not even think about it. You've thought about it carefully. He suddenly said excitedly, "Got it. What's up?" Several people on the side were surprised, especially Hein Yo, as the commander of China. His responsibility is much greater than anyone else. If a commander cannot command, how should the other soldiers respond? Soldiers just obey orders. Soldiers don't know how to do other things, right? Why do they say that it is easy to get money, but hard to find a good general? A good general not only needs to have good talent, but actual combat experience is also essential. Only when he experiences more battles will his command ability be stronger. A qualified general must know how to mobilize soldiers. Just like Hein Yo now, he is good at commanding on the training ground, but once on the battlefield, you are asked to command tens of thousands of people and tell which place needs to be defended and which place needs to be attacked. How the army should attack, which one to attack first and which one to attack later, and when is the best time to attack are all very important questions. Black Bull, as a human being, is a primitive man. He learned all these things from Yibin, but there is one thing that cannot be learned, and that is a person's insights and knowledge reserves. Yibin, things in your head. They're all round, whether it is in life, military, medicine, or school. As a modern person who doesn't understand a little common sense, even if you're not very proficient in it, these basic things are the ceiling of this world. And the people around Yibin, no matter what Yibin is doing, they have to learn from Yibin every moment. For example, iron can be used to make weapons and protective gear. In addition to these things, what else can iron be used for? Of course Yibin knows about it, but do other people in China know about it? This is the question of knowledge reserve. Why is he always the master? It is because he has a lot of experience and has gone through a lot of things. Those things can be taught to you. Those things cannot be taught to you. This is all one person's experience. If they fail, will he also teach you his experience of failure? Hein Yo, please help me find some drier animal skins. Come back soon. They will be of great use to me. Yibin said to Hein Yo anxiously. Hein Yo thought to himself, the army is in chaos now. What does this have to do with animal skins? No matter how hard he thought about it, he just couldn't figure it out. But he quickly agreed. "Ok, City Lord, I will go find the animal skins right away." After Hein Yo finished speaking, he strode away from here. For him now, the development of the Luoshui tribe was already a surprise. This has exceeded his expectations, from 10 people before to more than 20,000 people now. Black Bull, I never thought about it in my dreams. Now, he can command so many people. Let's not talk about Hein Yo's abilities first. Being able to command an army of tens of thousands of people is already very impressive. In this world, 99% of people don't know what a large army is. Apart from the City Lord, he is the only one left who can command an army of tens of thousands. There are tens of thousands of people in each super tribe, but there is no such thing as training in their tribes. Primitive people, when they reach a certain age, they will follow the tribesmen out hunting. This is also their adulthood. A qualified adult must capture a prey alone to prove your status in the hearts of the tribesmen. In other words, from this moment on, you're no longer a child, and the tribe has recognized your identity as a warrior. For a primitive man, the most important thing is the rite of passage. Hein Yo came to the Ministry of Industry in a hurry. After a while, he found Old Bear. After a conversation between the two, Hein Yo took a few pieces of animal skins and walked quickly to the training ground. At this time, Yibin was talking to several group leaders, and no one knew what he was saying. These team leaders were nodding their heads continuously, looking as if they had learned something. As for what they said specifically, one would have to ask them themselves. Seeing Hein Yo coming over with a few people, each of them holding a few pieces of animal skins in their hands, waiting for everyone to come up to them. Yibin immediately took a piece of animal skin, picked it up, and then looked left and right. A plan suddenly came to his mind. Yibin took out the iron knife from his body and started trimming the animal skin on the ground. After being destroyed by the iron knife, the animal skin immediately turned into an animal flag. That's right, it was made by Yibin. That's right. Every regiment commander has his own flag. With the flag, the soldiers of each regiment will no longer mistake their own regiment. Like this, a large-scale combat mission. In the days to come, anything can happen at any time. In every group, everyone has his own flag. To give a simple example, in the Mujian group, there's a word Mu on the flag. Chapter 214, The Banner of China. After some trimming by Yibin, there are already more than a dozen neatly arranged large flags, and each flag is the same size. Yibin placed all the cut flags on the ground. He also wrote different names on each flag. On the Black Panther flag, there was a big word leopard written on it, and on the other side of the flag, there were the words China written on it. Yibin found a long wooden stick, used an iron knife to make a small hole at one end of the flag, and then passed the rope through the small hole. Just tie it to the wooden stick and then tie it up. Yibin raised the flag. After all, the flag was made of animal skin and was not very flexible. At first glance, it felt a bit hard, and Yibin sighed in his heart. How beautiful it would be if there was woven cloth. Why? Still, it will take some time to develop. The current Chinese tribes are still too weak in foundation. Ever since Yibin traveled through time, he has been developing the army every day and has no extra time to study matters of life. Let Yibin speak for himself. Only if you can survive, well, can you have time to develop the tribe. If you can't even survive tonight, how can you talk about developing the economy? Just like the Xuanwu tribe, they are powerful and strong. So why don't they participate in the war? This can only mean one thing, that there are masters in the Xuanwu tribe. Moreover, he is not an ordinary master. Do you know where this is? This is a primitive world. To be able to have such knowledge in a primitive society shows one thing. The strength of the Xuanwu tribe cannot be seen on the surface. This is truly a hidden business tribe. Could it be that the Xuanwu tribe is the same as him? Yibin was so frightened by his own guess that he broke out in a cold sweat. If it is said that there is a time traveler in the Xuanwu tribe, no. This is absolutely impossible. Yibin, although he didn't know them well, he had heard about their general situation from others. If there really was a time traveler in the Xuanwu tribe, then why are their weapons so backward? The most important point is that the clothes they wore, like those of other primitive people, were all made of animal skins. Of course, it is not ruled out that the time traveler is the same as Yibin. Yibin's idea is to develop the tribe's military first. If a tribe does not even have its own army, what future development can it have? Thinking of this, Yibin gave up the idea. This Xuanwu tribe, apart from commercial development, didn't seem to have any other technology. For example, ironware and bronzeware are indispensable for a time traveler. It's impossible that a fool came here from another time traveler, right? Even if he is a fool, can a fool do business? Yibin, after figuring this out, suddenly felt a light bulb in his mind. Why didn't I think of that? I am too smart. Why can the Xuanwu tribe develop peacefully while those primitive people have to fight to the death? Is there something fishy going on? If the Xuanwu tribe is very powerful, isn't the Firebird tribe powerful? No. Like them, they're all super tribes. If you want to say which one is stronger, in Yibin's heart, the Firebird tribe is stronger. I heard from Xian Air before that there are only more than 20,000 people in the Xuanwu tribe. Both the Firebird tribe and the Taotai tribe are super tribes with tens of thousands of people. If that's the case, why can the Xuanwu tribe stay out of it, while the Taotai Alliance and the Firebird tribe are fighting almost every day? It's a bit ridiculous to say that these two tribes have a life-and-death feud. Qingwan had told him before that the Taotai Alliance might have set their eyes on the salt mine of their Firebird tribe, and then a conflict broke out between the two sides, even though everyone was fighting for the salt mine. It doesn't have to be that way. Can we let the soldiers go to war every day? If the fight goes on like this for a long time, both sides will suffer losses sooner or later. Don't they understand this problem? Impossible. No matter whether it is Qingwan's father or the patriarch of the Taotai Alliance, they are both patriarchs and should understand this. Since they understand it, why do they require the warriors to go to war every day? Then, there's only one possibility. That means there are people who don't want them to stop. As long as the two sides stop fighting, will this large area still be as peaceful as it is now? According to Yibin's inference, isn't the Xuanwu tribe the one that benefits the most? Oh my god, I guessed right. The Xuanwu tribe is not a fuel-efficient tribe. In their plan, as long as the two tribes keep fighting, they will have no time to take care of them. Over time, the Xuanwu tribe will become stronger and stronger. On the other hand, those two super tribes. Today, for a trivial matter, he immediately called the tribesmen to fight. Tomorrow, for a trivial matter, he called the tribesmen to fight again. Fighting once is nothing. Fighting twice is nothing. So what about fighting 9 times or 10 times? How many people will be left in the entire tribe by then? When that day really comes, no matter whether it is the Firebird tribe or the Taotai Alliance, they will be eaten by the Xuanwu tribe without leaving anything. This Xuanwu tribe is really too insidious. Something Yibin didn't know. Shuya exchanged 50 bronze knives with the Xuanwu tribe. Why did the Xuanwu tribe choose this time to exchange the knives with Shuya and others? Is there no trick involved? This can only mean one thing. The Taotai Alliance, its every move, and the Firebird tribe's every move are all controlled by the Xuanwu tribe. I'm afraid, even the Huaxia tribe. It was also within the calculations of the Xuanwu tribe. The reason why they did not come to deal with them was because China was too weak. In the eyes of the Xuanwu tribe, China was just a small ant and was not to be feared at all. Their biggest enemy was the Firebird tribe and the Taotai Alliance. Yibin found himself distracted. Wait until he comes to his senses. He sighed softly again. What's the use of thinking more? It will be useless except scaring yourself. As the old saying goes, only when you become strong, all conspiracies and tricks will be powerless against you. Soon, he made more than 10 large flags. These include the flag of wood, the flag of black diligence, the flag of wolf teeth, wolf, the flag of black snake, the flag of eagle, the flag of black panther, leopard, the flag of black cow, the flag of chasing wind, the flag of the courtesan, flower, the flag of gold, fire, the flag of water. Each big flag has a front and a back. The front side has the word leader on it, and the back side has the word Huaxia on it. In this way, no matter which regiment it is, when they go out to fight, people can tell at a glance that this is the army of the Huaxia tribe. In this world, there is no such thing as a national flag. For these primitive people, I can't even get enough food to eat every day, but you want me to study the flag. I can't even guarantee that I can survive today. I will either starve to death, be bitten to death by wild beasts, or be killed by others. Living in this primitive society, no one dares to guarantee you what tomorrow will be like, or what the day after tomorrow will be like. Because in this world, there are no laws, no national armies, and even less peace. There's only violence, blood, cruelty, hunger, and cannibalism. Chapter 215, Training Ends. Yibin put up the Finnish flag. One flag was issued to each regiment. Except for Zhuifeng and Mujan, all other regiment leaders received one. The regiment leaders raised the flags. Now there were a total of 9 flags on the training ground. They are ox, leopard, flower, diligence, snake, eagle, wolf, water, and fire. Each character represents a regiment commander. When Heinyo is present, all the senior leaders of the regiment must obey Heinyo. When Heinyo is not present, all the senior leaders of the regiment must obey Heibao. If both of them are not here, all the team leaders fight on their own. No matter which team leader they are, their job levels are the same. Generally speaking, team leaders will not be arranged together. The courtesan held up a large banner. He asked in confusion, "City Lord, we can't fight with this thing in our hands." At this moment, the other captains also immediately followed suit. "Yes, City Lord, this big flag requires a waste of manpower. The person holding up the big flag can only hold up this big flag. This person can't do other things at all?" Here, everyone's discussion. Yibin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. For them, it would be better to waste this person's fighting power. It would be better if he killed a few more enemies. You guys don't rush to deny it. Just listen to what I have to say. First of all, the effect of the Avenue flag cannot be compared with the combat effectiveness of a single person. On the battlefield, one person can be missing at any time, but the Avenue flag cannot be missing. This banner is for you. It is a kind of honor. Let me give you an example. The Jinhua team, no matter who they go out to fight with, you can defeat your opponents every time. After a while, your name, Jinhua, will spread. When you go out to fight next time, others will know that you are Jinhua from the Huaxia tribe as soon as they see your flag. Another point is that you are not holding up a big banner. It is an identity, this flag. It represents your honor when you raise this flag. It means that behind you stands our Chinese tribe. No matter who wants to touch you, they have to consider our Chinese revenge. Each of these big flags represents the entire regiment. This is your honor. When you go to the battlefield in the future, each big flag will have its own honor, and this honor requires you to fight for it. Do you all have confidence? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, everyone became excited. The big flag in the commander's hand represented the honor of the entire regiment. No matter how many enemies they killed in the future, it would all be related to this flag. Ibn pressed down with his big hand. Everyone all fell silent. This avenue flag has one last function. From now on, every avenue flag must be held by a strong man. This person is called the flag bearer. The flag bearer has only one function, that is to lead the army. Wherever the commander and his men go, the flag bearer must follow and must not leave the commander's side for even a step. The flag bearer, the flag in his hand, represents the position of the regiment commander. Its function is to tell the soldiers the specific location of your regiment commander. The battlefield is too complicated, and you may fall behind if you are not careful. What will you do at that time? On the battlefield, if you lose your team, it means you lose your life. At this time, there's a big flag leading the way. The soldiers just need to follow the flag of their captain, and they will not fall behind. The soldiers listened to Yi Bin's explanation. The smart people immediately reacted and realized that what the city lord meant was to follow the flag. Wherever the flag went, the leader would be there. This means that a reorganized team is all around the leader. Yi Bin shouted to everyone. Is there anyone who hasn't understood yet? Many people didn't understand what was said yet. Just as they were about to walk out, they were stopped by their companions. Those who understood immediately started to explain. Yi Bin, watching everything in the audience. A hint of happiness flashed through my heart. It seems that there are still some smart people among these people. It took about 10 minutes or so. The entire training ground immediately fell silent. Yi Bin asked again, did everyone understand? The soldiers responded immediately. I understand. I understand. Okay, let's train again. Yi Bin waved the green flag in his hand. When the soldiers saw the green flag, they immediately advanced forward. Yi Bin kept changing the command flags. The soldiers cooperated very well. With the big flag, the soldiers would not get lost. For example, the Langya group. No matter where Langya went, the flag bearer followed closely. When the soldiers behind saw the commander's flag, they all followed. The same is true for all other groups. Wherever the regiment commander goes, the soldiers follow. The regiment commander's flag is the soul of the entire regiment. As long as the commander's flag does not fall, the soldiers will not fall behind. No matter where the commander goes, the soldiers will follow closely behind. Commander, I will not fall until the flag falls, and I will not fall until the commander falls. Yi Bin was very satisfied with this training. None of the soldiers fell behind or got separated. The soldiers of every regiment were looking at the regiment commander's flag. As long as their eyes were not blind, they would not lose the team. Yi Bin waved the red flag in his hand. The soldiers, receiving the order from the flag, all stopped. Everyone's face was wet with sweat. The current season was around March. This kind of weather, under normal circumstances. The weather is cool all the time, and even if the sun comes out, it won't be too scorching. The current special training is also for the soldiers so that they can integrate into the Chinese environment as soon as possible. Now, the entire Huaxia tribe is in dire need of troops and men. After the two cities are built, these people in the Huaxia tribe will be divided into 3 groups to be stationed there. Whether it is the old city, the current dragon city, or the Xinwu city in the market. All of them require a large number of soldiers to guard them. In the future, no matter which city is in danger, the 3 cities can reinforce each other. In the days to come, every city will have its own independent system, and every city will have a city lord. After the area is thoroughly cleared, factories can be built. At that time, the Chinese tribes will break away from the entire collective model and eventually move toward a family model. In other words, China's army, which was composed of countless families and supported by taxation, entered a new era. That is, that kind of dynastic era. These things are still a bit too far away from the current Chinese tribes. After the soldiers stopped, Yi Bin said to everyone, I am very satisfied with your training mission this time. Some people may have questions in their minds. City Lord, why do you want to train us? There are also some people who are thinking in their hearts that we could defeat the enemy even without any training. People who have this kind of thinking are very stupid. The times are progressing and technology is developing. If you don't make progress, sooner or later you will be replaced by others. At that time, you women, as well as your loved ones, will become playthings of others, and you'll be killed by others. Living off the land is the most terrifying behavior. I know that many people in my tribe are thinking about one thing. We Chinese are very powerful, and we are not afraid of any tribe at all. In fact, it's not wrong to have this idea. But I want to tell you all that humans are the smartest beings. Everyone's brain can be used to invent and create, and can also be used to do research. You must remember this. Power is not permanent, but wisdom is absolutely invincible. Chapter 2:16. Peace and Prosperity in the Heart. After Yibin finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop on the entire training ground, and the soldiers' heads were filled with a bunch of question marks. What the city lord said makes a lot of sense. However, no one can understand. Isn't it like talking about ideals to a group of primitive people, like playing the lute to a cow? Yibin carries the memories of his past life. He also has his own opinion that the last dynasty in his previous life was due to a series of reasons, such as backward economy, political corruption, etc., which led to the country's army having no combat effectiveness. When faced with foreign invasion, they could only be beaten and could not fire any shells. It is truly a tragedy for a nation that a country can be so corrupt. I tell you all this because I want to tell you one thing. No matter it is a tribe or a powerful country, the members must be motivated. Don't think that training is useless just because the tribe is strong. You all should remember this. The stronger the tribe, the more it needs to move upwards. The army is the tribe's body. Ideas are the tribe's soul. You generals are the tribe's skeleton, and the warriors are the tribe's flesh and blood. It is because of your existence that the tribe is formed. Only then can we form a strong tribe. This is why we need to train. Only when we become stronger today and stronger tomorrow, the Chinese tribe will become stronger and stronger. Black Bull and a series of generals all shouted loudly, "City Lord, mighty." The Chinese tribes are mighty. We must strengthen training to protect our Chinese tribe, our loved ones, and our brothers and sisters. The soldiers at this time all had red eyes from excitement. The city lord let them know the significance of their training, why they had to undergo training, and what they would do after completing the training. The tribes in this world are all large collective models, unlike individual families. In this collective society, everything in the tribe belongs to the entire tribe. Yibin's purpose of training them, it is to protect the tribe and to protect everyone's home. Most of these Chinese warriors are slaves. They have lost their homes once. Now everyone can have enough food and warm clothes. This is a huge blessing for these soldiers. If the Huaxia tribe was destroyed because of training, the soldiers will never forgive themselves. Yibin stood on the high platform, looking at everyone below. Seeing the excited looks of the soldiers, Yibin knew that every word he said touched the scars in the soldiers' hearts. Many people here had their tribes destroyed and their relatives killed, and they became slaves. For the soldiers, this is a pain that they will never be able to erase. Now, the city lord has given them a second chance to survive. Although the training is very hard for the soldiers, this little hardship is nothing compared to protecting the Huaxia tribe. Yibin said loudly again, "Starting from tomorrow, we will send a regiment out for patrol every day. This is our territory. If we find any outsiders invading, we must blow the horn immediately. When the patrol soldiers on the city wall hear the horn, they will immediately notify their superiors." The soldiers all agreed. "Yes, City Lord." The group leaders also agreed in unison. "Yes, City Lord." Yibin remembered something and continued. "Black Bull, after the training is over, the soldiers must be notified and everyone must go to school and study for an hour. Let the warriors go to school in batches, as the number of people in the Huaxia tribe is too large. If all of them went there, the school would have no room to accommodate them. After the soldiers finish their studies and go back, each dormitory will elect a representative who will then give a 1-hour lecture. In short, just one sentence. Let the soldiers become familiar with the Chinese language as soon as possible. They will need to be able to read and write for many things in the future, otherwise they will not be able to do anything. Schools are now free. In the future, the tribe will no longer be a collective, but will be divided into several levels. At that time, if a peasant family wants to go to school, they will have to pay a certain amount of remuneration to the school. Heinyo seemed to understand what he said, but not quite. "City Lord, why won't the tribes in the future be collective? Also, why do we have to pay for going to school, and what is the compensation?" Black Bull's words. The question has revealed the thoughts of all the top executives. Everyone is curious. Why is the collective gone, and why is there still compensation, and what is it? Everyone was discussing in private. "City Lord, what did you just say?" "I don't understand." "Yes, I didn't understand either." Listening to the discussions of these group leaders, Yibin said to everyone with a smile, "Everybody please be quiet. As for the things I just said, they're still very far away from us. What we have to do now is the most important thing. As for the collective ethnic group, no matter in which era, it will come to an end." Black Panther said, "Mayor, I don't quite understand what you said, but I believe that the city lord will lead us to become stronger. As long as the city lord does something, we will follow him. Yes, we must follow. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions. They said that China is as strong as it is today because of the city lord. We all believe in the city lord's decisions. As long as we follow the city lord, there will be endless food and no one will dare to bully us anymore. Looking at his men, each of them is full of confidence in themselves. How can I let them down? Eben suddenly became full of heroic spirit. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, my fellow tribesmen. I will definitely lead you to a clear and bright road. By then, no one will starve to death, and no one will freeze to death. I will lead all of you to create a peaceful and prosperous era, so that all the people in the tribe can have enough food and warm clothes, the children can go to school, and the elderly can have a place to live in their old age." Those who were closer to Eben felt their blood burning. What they wanted was actually very simple. They can eat and drink enough every day and go out without worrying about safety. No matter where they go, they can see peace. This kind of scene can only be found in Eben's hometown. The people there can eat and drink enough every day. Not only can they eat their fill, but they can also waste a lot of food. None of them needs to worry about being killed when they go out, except for some hateful human traffickers. That country is indeed safe. How does the saying go? It is the safest country in the world. No matter where you are, there is no country that is that safe. Even if children go out, they don't have to worry about being killed. On the other hand, in primitive society, if you go too far away and happen to encounter other tribes, those tribes that are easy to talk to will not bother with you. If you encounter the Tao-Tai Alliance, you will probably have no choice but to become a slave. "City Lord, we all believe in you." Langyu said, "City Lord, I really hope that day will come sooner. Langyu's tribe will be destroyed, and all the tribesmen will be captured. If he hadn't met Eben, he might have died long ago." The high priest had already made up his mind. No matter what happens this time, as long as Langyu returns to the tribe, he will kill Langyu. Chapter 217, Black Bull and the Others' Worries. Everyone was imagining in their minds what the peaceful and prosperous era that the city lord talked about would look like. "Soldiers, your training today was really excellent. It is an honor for everyone in the tribe to have you. I hope that you will not be afraid of hardship or fatigue during training. Your sweat today will be rewarded doubly on the battlefield in the future. Train more in peacetime and bleed less in war. Everyone remember, the stronger you become, the safer the Chinese tribe will be." Okay. "City Lord, don't worry. We must train well for the tribe and for ourselves." The soldiers in the training ground were all very excited. Speaking from their true feelings, they said all kinds of things, all for the Huaxia tribe and for this hard-earned life. Just when Eben was about to disband, suddenly, he remembered something and said to the people around him, "When you are training, do you have to read the military regulations every morning and evening?" The team leaders all looked at each other, and Black Panther said to Black Bull, "City Lord, we follow your instructions and read out the military regulations every morning and evening." Now almost all the soldiers have memorized them, and several regiment commanders have all nodded repeatedly. Black Panther wanted to say something. "This morning, when we came for training, the military regulations were not read out. It just so happened that Hein Yo was doing other things this morning. The highest-ranking people in the entire training ground were him and these regiment commanders." Since Hein Yo has answered, the others naturally nodded as well. If the city lord knew about this, he would definitely scold them to death. "All right," Eben shouted to everyone. "I declare that today's training is over and everyone is now dismissed." When they heard the city lord say to disband, the soldiers were like students on the training ground, just like students finishing school. After each training session, it was time for the tribe to have dinner. This was also designed in advance by Eben. Eben stopped Hein Yo, Hei Bao, and Hua Kuei and told them that the soldiers must be equipped with cowhide drums in their future training, and that the regiment commanders and soldiers who went out on patrol every day must carry their own flags. Several people nodded quickly. City Lord, during training tomorrow, I will make sure to arrange all the tasks assigned by the City Lord," Hein Yo said. He continued, "City Lord, it has been more than 10 days since we last came back. Veterans like Hein Yo can still easily grasp some basic numbers. Eben's requirements for them were also very strict. No matter in the past or now, he required the tribesmen to learn writing from Luoshui after completing their training. Even a rough guy like Hein Yo can do some simple math and write a few Chinese characters of the Huaxia tribe. What's wrong?" Eben looked at Hein Yo and asked, "City Lord, we have so many warriors in our tribe, and they stay in the tribe to train every day. If this continues for a long time, won't our food consumption be a bit too high? So I suggest that the tribe send a group out hunting every day. This way, the tribe's food consumption can be reduced. He used to be a leader, and his biggest headache every day was the food problem. There are at least more than 20,000 people in the entire Longxing now. With so many people staying in the tribe to train every day, if this goes on for a long time, the tribe will be bankrupt. This is also the problem that Hainyo is most worried about. After hearing Hainyo's concerns, Yibin smiled. He had carefully thought about this matter before he came back. For a tribe of more than 20,000 people, the food consumption is indeed terrifying. But he had already anticipated all this. The current consumption would be repaid by Shenwu City in the future. If he wanted to defend Shenwu City, he needed a strong army. Otherwise, let alone defending the city, even a market can't be opened. These are all unknowns. What Hainyo sees is completely on a different level from what he sees. Hainyo was worried about the present situation. If his fellow tribesmen ate all the sheep, how would they survive in the future? Hainyo was almost dying of anxiety about this problem. As the commander of the tribe, he had to consider the tribe. If that day really came, he would take his warriors to rob other people's tribes. After listening to Hainyo's words, Black Panther and the Oiran showed a trace of worry on their faces. The current Huaxia tribe is no longer the Huaxia tribe of the past. All the people added together are a huge number. But now, the total number of people in the Huaxia tribe is so large that they can't even count it. As for how many people there are, no one knows at all. In their eyes, the Huaxia tribe now has as many people as ants. These people still have something to say. Yibin stretched out a hand, interrupted them directly, and then spoke to the three of them. I'd already figured out what you guys were worried about before I came back. The food of our Huaxia tribe is different from that of other tribes. Most of their food is barbecue. Suppose everyone eats barbecue. How many people can be fed by a goat weighing several hundred kilograms? Have you ever thought about this question? Freshly slaughtered mutton will lose a lot of water after being roasted at high temperature. 10 kilograms of mutton will only be 6 or 7 kilograms at most after being roasted. An adult can finish even a small amount. As a result, the amount of food consumed every day is an astronomical figure. Even if we have more cattle and sheep, it is not enough for those people to eat. But our Chinese tribe is completely different from them. We have several sources of food, one of the most important of which is our fishing team. There are more than 500 people in the fishing team every day, and the big fish they catch every day can feed many people. Also, our gathering team members can collect fruits every day and bring back several ox carts of fruits. In the primitive people's diet, fruits can be a staple food. Although they cannot eat their fill, at least they will not starve to death. For primitive people, being able to have something to eat is already a great happiness. As for whether you can eat enough, it is not important at all. If you want to feed the tribesmen, you need to eat a lot of food. For a tribe, it is good enough to survive. Yibin continued. In addition, there are nearly 100,000 sheep on our Chinese ranches. Every time we slaughter goats, we pick the old ones, the ones with health problems, then the rams, and finally keep some for breeding. Those ewes will be kept by you and his men, and they will give birth to many lambs in the next year. They can also eat wild boars, chickens, rabbits, etc., and give them to the tribesmen in appropriate amounts. None of these are the most important. For people were walking along the road, and suddenly the three courtesans asked, "What is important?" The three of them spoke at the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Yibin was amused by the looks of them. He uttered a few words softly. Chapter 2:18 Potential Danger. Clay pot and stew. A lot. Large tribes also have clay pots, but the food they cook is completely different from that of the Chinese. Some people will say, they all use water to cook food. So what's the difference? Although they all use clay pots to stew the meat, the methods were different. In the big tribes, they did add a lot of water when stewing the meat. However, how much water should be added, how much salt should be put in each pot of meat, how much wild vegetables should be added, and what is the approximate proportion of the meat? Many people would say that. They are all primitive people. As long as they have food to eat, they are happy. Could they be picky about food? Our ancestors left us an old saying. Soup without salt is worse than water. A normal person would rather drink water than soup without salt. Even if they are primitive people, they would not drink soup without salt. Moreover, in primitive tribes, even if you're a large tribe, salt is very precious. The reason why the Huaxia tribe dares to weigh salt so much is because Yi Bin and his people have their own channels to get salt. Under normal circumstances. 1. how much water should be added to the large ceramic pot, how much ingredients and meat should be added, and how much white salt should be added. Yibin had discussed these things with Hong in private. Why? The warriors of the Huaxia tribe would be very happy even if they were drinking broth, because the broth was added with very precious white salt, some wild vegetables, and a few large pieces of mutton. The soldiers all ate with their mouths full of oil. In the canteen of the Huaxia tribe, there are professional tribesmen who serve meals. The amount of meat each person gets is planned in advance. It is impossible to eat more or steal food. Inside the cafeteria, just like the pharmacy where Chinese medicine is boiled, there are a long row of stoves, and on top of each stove there is a huge clay pot. These huge clay pots were all designed by Yibin himself. The raw materials used in each stove are processed large pieces of coal. Every time when cooking was done in the canteen, the long row of stoves would be burned red by the fire, and the huge clay pots on the stoves were filled with stewed fish soup, mutton soup, and pork soup. When the soldiers went to eat, the women in the canteen would serve the rice from the clay pot. Everyone who came to get the rice had to bring their own bowls and chopsticks, otherwise they could not eat. This model is just like the canteen on Earth. The people in the front line are responsible for getting meals, and the canteen staff are responsible for serving meals to those in the line. Of course, that kind of situation where your hands shake and the food is poured out, you use a big spoonful, but when you pour it into your bowl, only a little bit is left. The meals that Hong and the others get are all exactly the same. The first soldier gets a few pieces of meat, and the ones that follow get the same. There's no more or less. The broth in the cafeteria is free and can be continued for a long time. As long as you can finish it, no matter how you drink it, the women will help you hit it for free. Until you can't drink anymore, the meals in the cafeteria are also nutritious. Soldiers can receive a fruit every time they eat. Along the way, Yibin explained the diversity of food and how to use the least amount of food to feed the soldiers. As for achieving meat freedom, that will take some time. Although the current Huaxia tribe is not short of food, Yibin will not eat as much as he wants. Maybe one day in the future, there will be tens of thousands more people. When there are a lot of people, it means that food will be consumed quickly. As the lord of the Huaxia tribe, he must think long-term. No matter what, it's just one sentence. Only with food can we support the army. If there is not enough food, no matter how many people you have, they will all starve to death. Only with food can we have people. Not only with people can we have food. How much food does the Huaxia tribe consume every day, and how much food can it harvest every day? Yibin remembered all of them in his heart. As for the fact that He Nio could still think of these things, he was also very pleased. This at least proved one thing, that he was not the only one who contributed to the Huaxia tribe. A strong tribe not only needs a powerful army, but also a group of like-minded brothers. In Yibin's heart, He Nio and his group are his brothers in life and death. Yibin, after you have sorted out your thoughts, said to the people around him, "Our food problem is not the most important issue at the moment. What we need now is a well-trained army. After the market opens, there will be many people watching our market. Especially for the Xuanwu tribe, we know too little about their situation. When the news of us opening the market reaches them, we don't know what will happen." The Oiran said curiously, "City Lord, we open our own market. What does it have to do with the Xuanwu tribe? They open their market and we open our market. There is no conflict between our two tribes." At this time, Black Bull said to Black Panther, "Yes, City Lord, we open our own market. What does it have to do with the Xuanwu tribe? We have never had any conflicts with their tribe, and they won't make things difficult for our Huaxia tribe, right?" Yibin smiled bitterly. Then he looked towards the distant sky and said lightly, "In this world, once you touch upon someone else's interests, there is no need to meet them at all. From a moment we open the market, we in the Xuanwu tribe are destined to be enemies. Our current situation is even more dangerous than the Firebird tribe. We only had one enemy before, but now we have two, and both are very powerful enemies." The three people were confused after hearing this. He Nio said anxiously, "City Lord, there's another enemy there. Isn't our enemy the Tao Tai Alliance?" To He Nio, "I have never offended you. You and I are not enemies at all. Primitive people have very simple thinking, and they don't have any scheming minds. In their hearts, as long as they can eat their fill every day and have children at night, they are already satisfied. As for how to scheme against others, that is something that only the wise people in the tribe do. This is also the reason why super tribes will become stronger and stronger, while small tribes will find it difficult to survive. In every super tribe, there will be some powerful people, and the wisdom of those people is very advanced. For example, the Huaxia tribe was almost extinct before Yibin came. Even if it had not been destroyed by the wolf tribe, it would have been destroyed by other tribes in the end. In primitive society, being weak is your fault. If you are weak, I can beat you, steal your women, and steal your food. Hanyo, after listening to Yi Bin's explanation, I was thinking along the way, the Huaxia tribe obviously did not offend Xuanwu tribe, but why did the city lord say that we are destined to be enemies? Yi Bin's words. Success shifted the three people's attention to the issue of tribal safety. For them, nothing was more important than the safety of the tribe. They were all elders of the tribe. They were chased all the way by the wolf tribe. Finally, under the leadership of Yi Bin, they successfully arrived at the Yellow River Valley. In this place, another city was built and the first ranch of their own was established. He also had his own team, which eventually grew to several hundred people and then to several thousand people. Even now, the tribe has tens of thousands of people. Chapter 219, Rainy Season. The next morning, it started to drizzle outside. Hanyo came to Yi Bin early in the morning and there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yi Bin said vaguely. City Lord, will you continue training today? Hanyo stood outside the door, his body already wet by the rain. Morning is the coldest time of the day, and it is drizzling outside. I heard it. It was the voice of Black Bull. Yi Bin immediately got out of bed, put on his animal leather shoes, and walked quickly to the door. The moment he opened the door, Yi Bin was dumbfounded. Hanyo, what are you doing? Outside. It was drizzling, and he just stood outside his own door, his animal skin clothes all soaked by the rain. Yi Bin said hurriedly, come in first and talk about it. In the future, when there is a situation like this, you can make your own decision. You are now a division commander, and you can make decisions on matters within the tribe. You don't need to report everything to me. Yi Bin sighed. While pulling the Black Bull, he walked quickly towards the stove. Nowadays, almost all the Chinese tribes are burning coal. Whether it is Yi Bin or other high-level people in the tribe, their stoves are burning coal. Hanyo said with a smile. City Lord, don't worry, it was much worse back then. At that time, there was no food in the tribe. Even if it was raining heavily outside, I would leave my tribesmen to hunt in the mountains. Hanyo, talking about the past, had a smile on his face. Maybe in his heart, although he didn't have enough to eat at that time, he could be with his people every day. Maybe at that time, Luoshui's mother had not died yet. Yi Bin Sudendi Sait, have you ever thought about finding another woman? Hanyo was a little confused by the question. Hanyo had thought about this problem before, but the Luoshui tribe at that time was either short of food or on the way to find food every day. As the leader of the tribe, he had to put his people first no matter what he did. Temporary. Return. I haven't thought about this yet. Yi Bin also asked curiously. Why? Hanyo looked deeply at Yi Bin in front of him and then spoke word by word. I wanted to see what the city lord was talking about, that peaceful and prosperous era, what it was like. In Hanyo's heart, what Yi Bin said directly gave him fantasy. He didn't expect Hanyo to say that. I laughed in my heart. Hanyo is a rough guy, but he's also a staunch believer. Don't worry. As long as we become strong, that day will not be too far away. Hanyo nodded firmly. Just then, Luoshui walked in with a bowl of broth. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Black Bull roasting by the fire. Father, why are you here? Your clothes are all wet by the rain. It's raining so hard outside. Why did you come to Brother Yi Bin's place? Burotsuri Yi Bin? Hanyo repeated softly. Luoshui looked at Hanyo curiously, and then spoke to the two of them. Yes, it was Brother Yi Bin who asked me to call him that. I think there is no problem, so I just keep shouting. What's wrong? Father, Yi Bin also said awkwardly. I'm a little older than Luoshui. Let her call me Brother Yi Bin. There seems to be nothing wrong with that, right? Although Hanyo did not object. But calling his daughter like that in front of the girl's father is indeed a bit too much, right? For primitive people, they had never heard of words like brother and sister, let alone the word brother, which were only used by couples when they were together. No matter how thick-skinned Yi Bin is. I also feel a little embarrassed. After all, Hanyo is Luoshui's father. Conversations like this between brother and sister are only appropriate when there is no one around. Hanyo said quickly, Nothing. There is nothing. Yi Bin felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. So, he immediately said to Hanyo, You haven't had breakfast yet. How about eating something together? Yi Bin quickly took the food and put it on the table. Luoshui also sat down. During this period, she had breakfast with Yi Bin. Hanyo immediately waved his hand and said, I have something else to do, and then I turned and walked out the door. Women in primitive society. No, there is no such thing as shyness. For them, As long as the man is one they like, having a meal together is a very normal thing. As for the relationship between father and daughter, it is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Only in super tribes can there be the kind of affection between father and daughter. The bigger the tribe, the higher the level of civilization. Eben took out a spoon. He served Luoshui another breakfast, and then served himself a bowl. As for, why is meat for breakfast? For primitive people, being able to eat meat is already good enough, no matter whether it is in the morning or in the evening. The current Chinese tribes do not have their own millet, and the rice in the fields are still green seedlings. I want to eat porridge in the morning. We have to wait until the rice is ripe. The rice ripening season is generally around June and July. So, if Eben really wants to drink porridge, he has to wait until around June or July. Now Eben can only adapt to the local customs. How is your school going? Speaking of school, Luoshui immediately perked up. The school was set up for her by Eben, and she also liked this job very much. She didn't know how to read before, so she couldn't feel the joy that words brought her. That feeling of teaching and educating people. It's really beautiful. Every time she gave lectures to those female teachers, she had a sense of accomplishment. Luoshui couldn't put it into words, but she just felt very impressive. All good. These days, we have trained a lot of teachers, and some talented teachers are now able to teach second grade. Yu has also made great progress, and now she can teach third grade. Eben was also surprised. Such great progress in a month? Luoshui said immediately. Of course, Yu goes home every night and studies until very late. Eben seemed to have discovered something. Do you also study until very late at night? Luoshui said hesitantly. Eben, you don't have to think about it to know that after they go back home at night, they all study hard. One is the principal of the school, and the other is the vice principal. If they can't learn well themselves, how can they teach other teachers? Eben didn't blame them either. After all, everyone is doing this for the tribe. No matter how capable each person is, as long as they have a heart to contribute to the tribe, Eben will be very happy. But he still had something to say. At night, don't stay up too late, study, and rest properly. Seeing Luoshui didn't reply. Eben askit in afake, unhapitone. Did you hear that? Seeing that Brother Eben was angry, Luoshui immediately nodded and agreed. No, I must go to bed earlier next time. Eben finally smiled and soon finished his breakfast. Eben and Luoshui had a brief chat again. I'll go to Old Man Xiong first. You should go and take care of your business early. Ok. Buroturi Yebinu. Eben remembered something else and immediately told Luoshui. Yesterday afternoon, while at the training ground, I issued an order. Luoshui asked with a curious look on his face. What command? Chapter 2, 20 Chicken Soup from Primitive Society. Eben said with a smile. From now on, all the Chinese people will go to school in the afternoon. Luoshui was startled. Everyone? Luoshui started to stutter. Although she couldn't count how many people there were in the Huasha tribe, she knew the specific data clearly. So many people coming to one school at the same time? She didn't even dare to think about it. How could so many people fit in? Yibin so hanori. So he said with a smile, you guys can do this first and see how many people can fit in one class. The class time will be decided by you, as the principal. Each class will last about an hour, which is the time for 2 meals. The first group of people after they finish their studies. Then arrange the second group of people, and then the third and fourth groups, and finally all the members of the tribesmen have finished learning. At the end of each get out of class, your teacher will select the students with the best academic performance from each dormitory. Then they will go to the dormitory and explain for an hour. I will arrange people to patrol. Anyone who does not follow the requirements will be starved for 2 days. Luoshui let out a sweet laugh. Giggle. Soldiers, training is hard enough, and you still ask them to study. Forget about studying. After they go back, they still have to study in the dormitory. When he said this, Luoshui rolled his eyes at Yibin. I thought to myself, you are really a scoundrel. Yibin smiled but didn't say anything. Then, walking out the door, Yibin left his room and went directly to the Ministry of Industry, although it was drizzling outside. But Yibin's room had the best location in launching. After a while, they arrived at the high priest's place and saw Yibin coming. The high priest burst into tears and said with a look of grievance, City Lord, I thought you had abandoned us, and I actually burst into tears after saying that. Woo woo woo. This was the first time for Yibin to encounter such a thing. Seeing the high priest crying so sadly, he was completely stunned. Yibin thought, you are a grown man. Why are you acting like a little woman? I was too busy recently, but I really haven't forgotten you. After saying this, I secretly glanced at the high priest. Hearing Yibin's words, The high priest immediately became happy, and he said excitedly, "As long as the city lord has not forgotten us, I, an old man, will be very happy." As he said this, the high priest was about to cry again. Eben stopped him immediately. "High priest, I have something important to tell you. Do you remember the position I gave you? What's the big deal?" "Position? City lord, you are right. I am the director of the founder department, but I have asked other people, and they all said that there is no such department." After saying this, the high priest was about to cry again. "Etc." Eben interrupted him immediately. "Just because I didn't have it before doesn't mean I don't have it now. I'll take you to a place now." The high priest immediately perked up. "Where to go?" Eben grabbed the high priest, and the two of them walked towards the Ministry of War. After about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the gate of the Ministry of War, one in front of the other. The tribesmen outside, seeing that it was the city lord coming, immediately reported to Old Man Xiong. After a while, Old Man Xiong came out and saw Yibin walking towards the Ministry of War. Old Man Xiong said with a smile, "City lord, it's raining so hard. Why did you come here?" As he said this, he was about to walk towards Yibin. Seeing what Old Man Xiong was doing, Yibin immediately stopped him. "Old bear, it's raining heavily outside, so don't come over. Hear the words of the city lord." Old Man Xiong felt as happy as if he had eaten honey, but he still said this. "The city lord is not afraid of heavy rain, so what is there for an old man like me to be afraid of?" Although he said so, but Old Man Bear still stood there without moving, holding a piece of animal skin in his hand. When Yibin came over, Old Man Bear immediately put on Yibin. The high priest on the side looked at the Old Man Bear with disdain. "I thought to myself, this old man is really good at flattering people. He says no with his mouth, but is his body still honest?" What the high priest couldn't stand the most was people like Old Bear, who had completely forgotten about himself. He himself was still crying in front of Yibin. The high priest would never admit this matter, even if he was beaten to death. The two old men looked at each other. Old Bear looked at the high priest with disdain. The high priest also looked at the Old Bear with disgust, although it was the first time for the two to meet. But it did not affect them competing for favor in front of the city lord. Yibin glanced at the two people. "I was very curious and wondered if they knew each other, so I asked them, 'Do you two know each other?' 'Don't know. Don't know,' the two old men said immediately. Yibin introduced with a smile, pointing to Old Man Xiong standing beside him, saying, 'This is the minister of the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War, and also my elder.' When Old Man Xiong heard Yibin say that he was his elder, he felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. Yibin pointed to the high priest again. This was the high priest of the Golden Wing tribe, and now he is the director of our huaxia. The two old men responded, Is this considered a greeting?" Yibin felt that his introduction was completely unnecessary, and he coughed lightly. "So, we gather here today because of something very important?" Hear Yibin say something important. The two old men immediately put on smiling faces. After the two looked at each other, their expressions immediately darkened. "Good job. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't go to act. You had a smiling face just now, but now you have a horse face. You really can control yourself so well." Yibin kept complaining about the two old men in his heart, but his hands did not stop at all. Yibin pulled the two old men and walked directly into the gate of the Ministry of War. This matter was related to the future of our Chinese tribe. They both heard it was so serious. Immediately, they put aside their dissatisfaction with each other, and Old Man Bear said anxiously, "City Lord, what's so serious?" The high priest also said anxiously, "Yes, City Lord, what's so serious? Come on, let's go to the iron smelting room first, and I will tell you in detail then." When he heard about the iron forge, Old Man Xiong immediately looked at the high priest with a wary look on his face. Only a few people were qualified to enter the iron forge of the huaxia tribe. Seeing the meaning in Old Man Xiong's eyes, Yibin said to him with a smile, "Don't worry, the high priest is one of our own." Hearing Yibin's words, "We are one of them," the high priest wanted to cry out loud. Yibin was thinking, "You have lost your high priest tribe, and now you have betrayed the Tao Tai alliance. Even if I let you go back, where can you go back to?" But Yibin spoke words of great righteousness, which made the old man beside him very excited. The high priest immediately came out to show his loyalty. "City Lord, I am willing to sacrifice my life for China. Even if you ask me to die immediately, I won't frown." Yibin stepped forward and supported the high priest. Seeing how excited he is, what if he loses his balance and falls? I just said something toxic. I didn't expect that there would be such a big reaction. The high priest in primitive society also liked to drink chicken soup. Yibin was laughing wildly in his heart. Ah! Chapter 221, China's Iron Coin. 3 people came to the iron smelting room. Yibin said to Old Man Xiang, I am now making a special model, and only the things produced by this model could be used in the market. What? The 2 old men asked anxiously. Yibin explained to the 2 of them. This thing is called iron coin, and its other name is coin. What is money? Looking at the 2 people's surprised expressions, Yibin couldn't help but laugh. Money is currency. It is a product of the future. Let me give you an example. Old Bear wants to buy something now, and you, the high priest, are the seller. Under normal circumstances, Old Bear will take the supplies to your stall to exchange them. Yes or no? No. Yes. Yibin's words confused the 2 old men, and in the end they both said yes. What I'm going to say next is the key point. If Old Bear wanted to exchange 100 blue cows, according to the market price, 40 goats were exchanged for 1 blue cow. So to exchange 100 blue cows, he would need 4,000 goats. Yes or no? No. Yes, yes. The 2 old guys don't know how to count at all, and whatever Yibin says is what they do. Old Bear, when you go to exchange for the blue cow, you need to bring 4,000 goats. Isn't it very inconvenient to bring such a large group of goats? This time, both of them turn around at the same time. Now, I am here. I have several kinds of iron coins here. The first kind of iron coin is number 1. They're the same size as the end of chopsticks. Then, there is the second type of iron coin, followed by the third type of iron coin, and the fourth and fifth types of iron coins. The fifth type of iron coin is the largest, about the size of a thumb. Iron coin, what is its function? The high priest couldn't help but ask. Yibin smiled and said that this question hit the nail on the head. Iron coin number 1 represents 1 goat. Iron coin number 2 represents 10 goats, and iron coin number 3 represents 20 goats. The number 4 iron coin represents 30 goats, and the number 5 iron coin represents 40 goats. Now, here comes the crux of the matter. After our market opens, we will set up a bank. The functions of the bank are as follows. It can exchange iron coins for customers. Let me give you a simple example. Old Bear comes to the bank to exchange iron coins. At this time, you brought 1,000 goats. If you exchange them for number 1 iron coins, Old Bear could get 1,000 of them. If you exchange them for number 5 iron coins, you could get 25 of them. In other words, the iron coin in Old Bear's hand represents 1,000 goats. From now on, you can use this iron coin to buy things of equal value in any market in China. If you are worried that the iron coin will be useless, you can go to the bank to exchange it for the corresponding goats before leaving. The 2 old men pondered for a long time. Finally, Old Bear said, What if they don't exchange? Yibin said with a smile, This is too easy. We will arrange some of our own people. Let them go to each stall to exchange things and use iron coins. When they discover the benefits of iron coins, they will naturally follow suit. At that time, we will just sit back and wait to collect the money. Yibin didn't say anything else. In the future, all iron coins will be used. To withdraw 25 large iron coins, 1 smallest iron coin, which is a goat, will be charged, which can be considered as a handling fee. As for some other things, they all have to wait for the iron coins to be issued. There's no need to rush these things. The top priority now is to quickly make the iron coins. The requirement for the iron coins are that they must be thin and small. Iron is a very precious thing for this primitive society. Yibin, we will not use too much iron to make a large number of iron coins. One day in the future, the iron coins will still be replaced, perhaps by paper money. These things depend on China's technology. After listening to Yibin's explanation, the 2 old men were full of admiration. City Lord, you are too. Yibin said unhappily. If you can't find the words, don't say it. The 2 old men were smiling awkwardly. Our iron coins will have the word huaxia on them. I will also leave some secret codes, which I'll tell you later. You must remember that what we said today must not be known to a 4th person. Don't worry. Ok. The 2 old men immediately agreed. High Priest, as the director of the foundry, every time you issue an iron coin, you need to take back the corresponding chips. What are the corresponding chips? The High Priest began to feel dizzy. Yibin said directly. That is to say, if you send the bank 1 number 5 iron coin, you need to collect 40 goats or something of equal value. The High Priest understood immediately. Ok. City Lord, Old Bear, you manage it together with the High Priest. Those materials that are exchanged need to be agreed upon by both of you before they can be put into the warehouse. If the tribe needs it, I will send someone to get it. Every time the warehouse is opened, both of you need to be present in person. As for the animals that were exchanged, They will all be sent to the ranch and handed over to you for unified management. Do you understand what I say? I understand. City Lord. The two of them looked at each other without any other emotions this time. The task assigned to them by the City Lord was too important. The high priest never dreamed that the City Lord would trust him so much. His whole body was shaking with excitement. This is really a big deal. Yibin thought of another thing and said to the high priest, the 100 people I assigned to you are to escort the iron coins. You can only tell one person each time, and that person will deliver them to the bank. 20 people are needed together, and no one can act alone. Once discovered by me, you will be taken directly to the Ministry of Justice and beheaded. The two old men were so frightened by Yibin's words that they broke out in cold sweats. It's no wonder Yibin is too cautious. This is the bank of the Luoshui tribe. I don't know how much profit this department will make in the future. If we relax at the beginning, there will be no need to open the bank in the future. Also, each iron coin issued needs to be matched with the same materials. Once I find out that you are cheating me, you will realize that I have just described the consequences and you have heard with your own ears. Military law will be ruthless then. Although this task was difficult, it was also very dangerous. Both of them smiled helplessly and then quickly agreed. Ugh. City Lord. This time, the iron coin mold used was different from the previous ones. Yibin and his two colleagues designed it for a long time and finally decided to use black mud and wood ash to burn a special mold. With the current technology, even after 400 or 500 years, no one will be able to weave it. The most important thing is the refining of iron, a high-tech product. Yibin would not let it spread. Even if it gets out, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Either you all surrender to me, or I will wipe out your entire clan. This concerns the life and death of the Luoshui tribe. No matter who he is, Yibin will not agree. The method of refining iron must be mastered by the Chinese people. There are some things that have to be unique. If you can't be unique, then let them disappear forever. Chapter 222, Issuing Iron Coins. Yibin directly made 5 iron coin molds, and each iron coin mold was completely different. Among them, some very small details were told to the two old men. This is also a way to prevent counterfeit currency. Although it is a little bit redundant, it is still necessary to keep an eye on it. Each iron coin mold leaves a small mark that is invisible to ordinary people. The 3 people worked together for a whole day, and by the evening, they finally made hundreds of samples. Yibin picked up a number 5 iron coin and looked at it back and forth in his hand. Yes, it is a bit like the 1 yuan coin on Earth, but it is thinner. Such a small piece of iron coin can be exchanged for 40 goats in the future. In this primitive society, a kind of currency suddenly appeared. For the people in this world, this is a brand new transaction model. Once this model is promoted, it will be enough to subvert the entire primitive society. Once the function of iron coins becomes known, it will definitely be very popular. Yibin made several more iron hourglasses. Each iron hourglass is made with an iron cover. When you need to use it, cover the bottom of the hourglass with the iron cover. When all the fine sand on top has drained out, it is equivalent to 1 hour. Old Man Xiong and the high priest looked at Yibin in shock. Everything the city lord made was surprising. The appearance of these things was enough to change the entire primitive society. The high priest stammered. City lord, what is the use of this thing? It looks weird in shape. The high priest holds one in each hand, and Old Bear also holds one and looks at it. Old Bear said curiously, City lord, why does this thing have a small eye in the middle? Is this for drinking water? Yibin was speechless for a moment. What a weirdo these two people were. But then again, this iron hourglass did look a bit like a wine cup. It was big at the top and bottom, but very small in the middle. The most important detail is that the upper and lower ends of the hourglass can be covered with iron lids. After all the fine sand on top has leaked out, turn the iron hourglass over and cover the other end of the hourglass with the iron lid. This way, you can use it repeatedly. Every time the hourglass ends, it means the class is over. This thing is called an hourglass. It has many uses, such as in schools, hospitals, and military training. It is a timer, and each time the hourglass ends, it means an hour has passed. As for how to judge an hour, Yibin also relied on some feelings. Although there would be a difference in time, it would not be too big. Yibin's next step was to start making a sundial. With a sundial, we can get the exact time. Now, the function of the hourglass is mainly psychological, and can also serve as a timing function. After listening to Yibin's explanation, the two old men stared at each other. What Yibin said was too profound. They only understood one time. As for the other times, the two old men had no concept of them at all. What is time? Yes. City Lord. What is time? The two old men were like curious babies, their eyes full of desire. This. For a moment, Yibin didn't know how to answer. Time? It is a kind of multidimensionality. For example, when we speak now, every time we speak, it is a component of time. That is to say, from the last second when I started speaking to now, a total of 3 seconds have passed. The few seconds in between. It is a form of time, and like everything in life, it can be analyzed using time. The two old men were dizzy after hearing what they heard. Old Bear said immediately, City Lord, let's not talk about time for now. I feel a little dizzy listening to it. The high priest also said, Right. Not to mention the time, I also feel a little dizzy after listening to it. This thing is too complicated. For two old men, it is more tiring than working a whole day. Okay. Let's not talk about time. Old Bear, please help me pack up all these iron hourglasses. I want to take them to school. The school in Luoshui has 3 floors. Each floor has 6 rooms, and the rooms are divided into front and back. Each room can teach 70 to 80 people at the same time. Their study is not like on Earth, where everyone has a desk and a bench. But in the Huaxia tribe, there's only a long row of benches in each classroom. All the tribesmen sat down below. The teachers held a piece of animal skin covered with words, and in their hands, they held a piece of white chalk. They wrote all the content that needed to be taught on the entire blackboard. Then, teach word by word. The entire classroom was filled with densely packed figures. The teachers did not have a fixed number of people. As long as you could squeeze in, you could sit down and study. At the most crowded times, there could be over 100 people. There are more than 100 people in one room, and there are about 2,000 people in the 18 rooms. All the people in Longsheng added up, there are exactly more than 20,000 people. The school was already packed with people at this time. Since Yibin personally gave the order yesterday afternoon, all the tribesmen must receive cultural training starting from this afternoon. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you are a member of the Huaxia tribe, you all must receive training. Those who do not come to study, once they are caught by the patrol, then, congratulations, you will get a slave medal. And it's lifelong. In a Huaxia tribe, as for those who disobey orders, Yibin's dictionary is to eliminate them one by one. This kind of people will only affect everyone, so once they are caught, they will never be tolerated. What happened last time is still vivid in my mind. This incident happened on the battlefield. All of his tribesmen disobeyed his orders. As the city lord, he might as well just lie down. Therefore, he was very disgusted with people who disobeyed orders. Generally, Yibin would catch and deal with such people one by one. If he left them alone, the entire Huaxia tribe will be corrupted by this evil trend. By then, not to mention managing the tribe, no one around you will obey you. Therefore, education must start from childhood, and development must start from the root. If this is not okay, then it is okay. Once a long time has passed, and you want to discipline them, it will be too late to say anything by then. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules. Why is today's society so orderly? It is because the country has laws. What are laws? Laws are the rules of a country. If you don't comply, the police will definitely give you a pair of platinum bracelets and provide you with free meals. So, no matter which world you are in, you must follow the above rules. Yibin brought a few people and went straight to the school gate. When the female teachers of the school saw them, they immediately went in to inform Luoshui. Everyone knew that Luoshui was the city lord's woman. Luoshui received the news and immediately walked out of the school. When she saw brother Yibin coming from afar, a happy smile appeared on her face. Brother Yibin, why are you here? Chapter 223, Iron Hourglass. I brought you something good, Yibin said with a smile. What good stuff? Show to me quickly. Luoshui looked anxious, just like a mouse seeing rice. His beautiful eyes were full of greed for good things. Yibin took Luoshui's hand and walked directly into the school. Li Wang followed closely behind them. The soldiers in the school kept greeting Yibin. City Lord, you are here. Jinhua, seeing Yibin coming over, immediately stepped forward to greet him. City Lord, are you here to study too? Everyone's eyes were all turned to Jinhua. Everyone in the tribe knew that the culture they were learning was taught by the city chief. Jinhua, I feel like I said something wrong. Yibin kept grinning foolishly and said, City Lord, that's not what I meant. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. I saw Jinhua's embarrassment. Yibin said to Jinhua with a smile, Come and help me, and give some affirmative responses to the soldiers around you. Hello. Everyone, you must study hard. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask the teacher. City Lord. The people around nodded in response, saying, Don't worry, city lord, we will study hard. Yibin said to everyone with a smile. Let's go to the classroom and study first. Black Snake, Eagle, and a few others immediately nodded and said with a smile. City lord, let's go and study now. Go. Don't make trouble in class, otherwise I will punish you severely later, Yibin said with a smile, and kicked Black Snake before leaving. Black Snake was kicked by Yibin, but he was not angry. Instead, he was smiling. Don't worry, city lord. We will definitely not cause trouble. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I, Black Snake, will be the first to deal with him. Yibin was amused by the appearance of the Black Snake. Ok. I will teach you how to maintain school security in the future. If there are any problems in the school, I will come directly to you. Black Snake, his chest was thumping. Don't worry, city lord. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the school, I will chop him to death with one knife. When Black Snake spoke, there was a murderous aura on his body. Yibin would never doubt that if someone caused trouble in the school, Black Snake would really kill him. Yibin said, seriously. Remember, don't kill people indiscriminately. If anything happens, arrest them first. Then, it will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for handling. Even if the soldiers made mistakes, there are military regulations to deal with them. In the Chinese tribe, it is forbidden to kill people indiscriminately. The tribe has its own rules and corresponding criminal laws to deal with those who made mistakes. After being educated by Yibin, the Black Snake immediately became obedient in the Huasha tribe. These people are all new members of the tribe who joined later. What they fear most is the city lord. Although the city lord is not very old, his methods are very powerful. Luoshui saw that Yibin became serious. She immediately shook her little hand, which was still held by Yibin. Suddenly, there was movement in my hand. Luoshui must have felt that he was being a little too ferocious, so he shook his little hands to remind himself to stay calm. Yibin's expression softened, and he tried to persuade Black Snake. We are all one family. If a clan member makes a mistake, a simple education will suffice. As for kicking them a few times, these are all acceptable. If the circumstances are more serious, they will be arrested and sent directly to the Ministry of Justice. City Lord, I will do as you say. Yibin's behavior just now really scared him. No one in the entire Chinese tribe dared to offend the majesty of the city lord. Haish naturally noticed Luoshui's little movements just now. After all, he was the patriarch of a large tribe. This kind of basic ability to read people's expressions was his basic skill. Black Snake looked at Luoshui and nodded to her gratefully. Luoshui saw the look in Black Snake's eyes and gave a kind smile. Yibin naturally saw all of this. The soldiers all saw how Luoshui rescued them just now, and they instantly developed a great liking for the city lord's wife. This is the character of the soldiers. They will remember those who have helped them. The warriors will remember those who have hurt them, and if there is a chance in the future, they will definitely kill all the enemy's tribesmen. Okay, everyone go study. After Yibin finished speaking, everyone left. As for the little man who was still holding Luoshui's hand, no one paid any attention to them. In Luoshui's heart, as long as Brother Yibin was happy, everything else was not a problem. Li Wang and 6 or 7 of his personal guards have always been following Yibin. Li Wang has long been accustomed to the leader's behavior. He has even seen the leader secretly kissing Luoshui several times. At this moment, Yu came down from the second floor. The first thing she saw when she came down was Luoshui and Yibin. Yu walked over quickly and hugged Luoshui's other arm tightly with both hands. As for the fact that they were holding hands, Yu saw it at the stairs on the second floor. Yu was already used to things like this. Seeing the two girls being so close, Yibin also smiled and then began to speak to Yu. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to hug our Luoshui like this? Luoshui and Yu looked at each other, and the two girls giggled happily. Yu said with a smile, I do. Chuck. Yu smiled for a while, then looked at Yibin unhappily and said, I want to hold your Luoshui in my arms, and Sister Luoshui is willing to let me hold her in my arms. What's it to you? After Yu finished speaking, her cherry lips almost turned up to the sky. Luoshui was afraid that Yibin would get angry, so he immediately spoke between the two of them. Okay, how old are you two? Then he turned to look at Yibin and said, Didn't you say you had something good for me? Brother Yibin, what good thing is this? Hearing that there was something good, Yu immediately came to Yibin. Then he said to Yibin in a wrong tone, City Lord, what good thing is that? Can you please take it out and show it to me? Looking at the two girls in front of me, they looked pitiful. Yibin stopped teasing them and immediately ordered Li Wang to take out all the things in the bamboo basket. Hearing the leader's order, Li Wang asked someone to take out the things. Yibin picked up an iron hourglass from the bamboo basket and handed it to Luoshui. The two girls took the iron hourglass and looked at it with great curiosity. Luoshui asked in confusion, "Brother Yibin, what is this thing used for? Why does it look weird? Is this for drinking water?" Yibin's face was covered in cold sweat. I thought to myself, how do you know it is something for drinking water? Does this thing really look like a kettle? You also said, yes. City Lord, is this for drinking water? Even if it is used for drinking water, why is there a small hole in the middle? Could it be that this thing is broken? When Luoshui heard that something was wrong, she immediately looked at her brother Yibin and said nervously, "Brother Yibin, is this thing broken?" Yibin was sweating in his heart, but he smiled and said, "How could this thing be broken? It is just like this. It has a nice name. It is called the hourglass of the passing of time." Luoshui said to himself, "The hourglass of time passing. This name is indeed quite nice. But why is it called an hourglass of the passing of time?" Chapter 224. The Ringtone of Primitive Society. Because it is a timer. Timer? What is this thing? No one, including Li Wang and his friends, could understand it. Everyone was wondering, what is this timer for? Yibin took out the sifted fine sand from pottery jar, covered the bottom of the iron hourglass with a tin cover, and then placed the iron hourglass on a table. Then all the prepared fine sand was poured in. This fine sand was slowly sifted out using a bamboo woven winnowing basket. Finally, after another round of baking and shaking back and forth with animal skins, all the slightly larger fine sand is cleaned out, and the remaining fine sand is the same size as dust. Some people may be curious, do the current Chinese tribes have the technology to make iron hourglasses? All I can say is that Yibin really knows how to make this thing. To make an iron hourglass, you can use mud as a mold and first make an hourglass with wood. Then, saw the wooden hourglass in the middle, and then slowly carve it with a small iron knife. In this way, the wooden hourglass is completed. Prepare another piece of mud, then put the separated wooden hourglasses directly into the mud. Then merge the wooden hourglasses together, and finally wrap another layer of mud around the outside of the wooden hourglasses. After the mold is slightly dry, prepare a thin blade. Use the blade to cut the mold, take out the wooden hourglass, and then close the mold. Finally, start pouring molten iron on the top of the mold. After the molten iron cools down, open the mold, and a complete iron hourglass is made. As for the thin blade, no further explanation is needed, right? Even if you use a hammer to hit it, you can still break off a very thin blade. Yibin, after pouring the fine sand in, the fine sand began to flow down. As time passed, the fine sand also slowly flowed away. Everyone saw it for the first time. Luoshui, Li Wang, and you were also staring at it seriously. It was the first time for them to see it, and they all had a strong interest in this hourglass. Luoshui asked first, "Brother Yibin, what on earth is this iron hourglass used for?" Yibin said in a very cocky tone, "This iron hourglass is used for your classes. Every time the hourglass runs out, it means a class is over. During this period, you teachers can take a 20-minute break." Yibin took out another hourglass. This iron hourglass was not as big as the previous one. According to Yibin's estimation, it would last about 20 minutes. After Yibin finished speaking, he took out another large iron plate and a long iron rod. Everyone looked confused. He was suddenly startled. Luoshui was just a little curious. She didn't believe that Yibin would hit anyone. In Luoshui's heart, Brother Yibin loved her very much. Li Wang, who had been to the battlefield, had no reaction at all to such a small iron rod. As for the leader hitting him with the iron rod, Li Wang didn't have to worry at all. He followed the leader and went through life and death together on the battlefield. The two of them were friends who had risked their lives for each other. Even if Yibin wanted to hit him, Li Wang would not dodge. As long as the leader was happy fighting, it didn't matter if he got beaten. Yibin said with both anger and laughter, "What are you all thinking about? This is a bell for the start and end of get out of class. It rings 5 times during class. Each knock is 5 times. And at the end of get out of class, there are 5 knocks and each knock is 3 times. Let me show you how to do it." Yibin hung up the iron plate. There was a chopstick-sized hole in one corner of the iron plate with a rope hanging in the middle. After the iron plate was hung up, Yibin took a small iron rod and started knocking it directly. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. This is the bell for class, and then the bell for the end of get out of class. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. This was the bell for the end of get out of class. The sound made by the iron plate was very loud. Everyone in the classroom poked their heads out. They were all very curious about the sound just now. Yibin glanced at them, and everyone immediately retracted their heads. The city lord's majesty cannot be offended, and no one dared to offend him. Yibin continued, "When you go to class, You must tell your tribesmen that the iron plate will be struck 5 times, with each strike being 5 times. This sound is the beginning of the class. The iron plate will be struck 5 times, with each strike being 3 times. This is the bell for the end of get out of class. Both girls look surprised. With this thing, it is much more convenient for them to go to and from get out of class. As for Luoshui and you, why don't they go to the classroom to teach? Because they teach 2nd and 3rd grades, and none of the current members of the tribe can reach 2nd and 3rd grades. As for teaching 1st grade, there are naturally other female teachers. You have to eat 1 bite at a time and learn 1 word at a time. If you teach the people directly, they won't even know the knowledge of 2nd and 3rd grade. It's the same way when learning something. Start with those with fewer strokes, and then move on to the complex ones. It's the same with mathematics. Start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only when you have mastered the previous knowledge well, can you better learn the later knowledge. It is impossible to eat a big fat man in 1 bite, unless you are a genius among millions. Luoshui and you both took an iron rod to try it out. The 2 girls had a lot of fun. For them, no matter what Yibin invented, it was something they had never seen before. Just like this piece of iron plate in the hands of 2 girls, they're having fun playing with it. No matter whether it is Luoshui or you, they are both girls around 14 or 15 years old. A girl of this age on Earth is still a junior high school girl. Yibin couldn't stand it anymore. So, I reminded the 2 of them that they were both very old. One was the principal and the other was the vice principal, and they should take the lead and be steady and not act like children. You said unhappily, I am just a child, and your Luoshui is also a child. After saying this, he put down the iron rod with an unhappy look on his face. A sound came out his mouth. Snort. When you are not around, I will go and hit you with an iron rod every day. Let's see what you can do to me then. Luoshui couldn't bear it any longer, so he gently touched you with his arm and gave her a wink. Yibin saw all of this. He sighed helplessly. As for these 2 girls, he really couldn't scold them, let alone hit them. Not to mention Luoshui, she was his future woman, and you couldn't beat her either. Not to mention the relationship between her and Luoshui. Yu's father is a regiment leader. If he beats someone's daughter, Heichin will be heartbroken. As for this relative, he can only turn a blind eye. Seeing that Yibin was not happy, Luoshui immediately took his big hand. His eyes were like peach blossoms, just like Luoshi's current appearance. Yibin was no longer angry. Li Wang stood not far away and watched the show from beginning to end. He didn't want to get involved in the chief's private affairs at all, because every time he did so, he would ruin the chief's good deeds and make the chief angry. I'm sorry for disturbing the chief and Luoshi's good time last time. In the end, he was disliked by the leader for several days. Li Wang himself knew that if others disturbed the leader, I guess Yibin had already thrown him into coal mining. Chapter 225, Making Candles. After dinner in the evening, Yibin returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, the room was dark. Yibin was very familiar with his room. He walked in as usual. The little wolf cub in the dark saw that it was his master who came back. So, he immediately went forward to greet him. Yibin didn't think too much about it and walked forward. Since the little wolf cub could see at night, it quickly walked to Yibin's feet. Yibin was in a very happy mood today. Not only did he make iron coins, he also made an hourglass for the school and solved the problem of going to and from school. In this day, he accomplished 3 important things. This is definitely great news for Yibin himself. In the past, Yibin was only thinking about how to develop the tribe and never paid attention to the affairs within the tribe. In addition, the conditions of the tribe at that time did not allow him to develop the internal culture of the tribe. Suddenly, there was something under my feet. Yibin didn't pay attention and fell directly to the ground. For a moment, his whole body fell directly into the darkness. The little wolf cubs on the ground screamed, "Woo woo woo woo." Oh, it hurt so much. The whole room was filled with the screams of people and wolf cubs. Yibin was in pain all over his body from the fall. He kept cursing. What the hell made me fall? After Yibin brought the little wolf cub back home, he never fed it. He would only stay in this room at night when he went to bed. Normally, Luoshui would help him feed it. The little wolf cubs are also very human-like. Although their owner does not feed them, in the hearts of the little wolf cubs, Yibin is their owner because Yibin is the only one who sleeps in this room. The little wolf cubs cried out with a look of grievance on their faces. They thought to themselves, "We came here with good intentions to welcome you, Master, but you stepped on us when you came back." There was also a little wolf cub who was pinned down by Yibin and almost died. Hearing the sound of the wolf cubs below him, Yibin reached out to touch them. Only then did he remember that he had 3 or 4 little wolf cubs in his room. Yibin immediately took out a tinder, opened the lid, and blew at the tinder. After a while, a beam of fire lit up in the room. I give up. It would be better if I had a candle or a light. Oh, candles? How could I have forgotten about this candle? Now the entire tribe is pitch dark at night. In addition, there is a fireplace in every room. There is still a little fire. Yibin is busy all day long, and things like the stove going out are common. Every time Luoshui comes, she helps him light the stove, and Li Wang and the others do the same. Suddenly, a large group of people came running over in a hurry. They heard the leader's screams and thought that the leader was in danger. Li Wang was walking at the front of the crowd with a pair of hammers in his hands. Chief, are you okay? Chief, where are you? There was a hint of crying in Li Wang's voice. In Li Wang's heart, the leader was the most important person in the world. In this world, the person who treated him the best was the leader. Li Wang had just returned to the room. Then a scream was heard coming from Yi Bin's room. Li Wang didn't think twice, picked up a pair of big hammers, and walked towards Yi Bin's room. The people who came here together, as well as some high-level officials in the surrounding area, had their rooms closest to Yi Bin. Yi Bin let out a scream just now, and they also heard it. Hey Nyo and the others all had weapons in their hands. If something really happened to Yi Bin, then they simply couldn't imagine what the future of the Huaxia tribe would be. Everyone shouted together, City Lord, City Lord. The courtesan immediately lit the alcohol torch. When the firelight illuminated, a surprising scene happened. Yi Bin was holding a little wolf cub, and his big mouth was kissing the little wolf cub directly on the forehead. Yi Bin was very angry about what had just happened. But as soon as he touched the little wolf cub under his body, the anger in his heart disappeared immediately, and the little wolf cub came over to greet his master. As a result, he stepped on his own foot and found a little wolf cub under his body. Even though the little wolf cubs were being pressed down by him like this, they had no intention of attacking him, which showed them the little wolf cubs' hearts. Yi Bin was their real master. These canines will attack immediately if someone approaches unless they truly recognize their owner. Li Wang, Hei Nyo, and their group walked up quickly. They helped Yi Bin up and made him sit on the bed. They saw that blood was still flowing from Yi Bin's forehead. This scared everyone. The loud noise outside immediately alerted all the senior officials. When they learned that the city lord was injured, Dean Wu took the disinfection tools and walked over quickly. In everyone's mind, the safety of the city lord is more important than anything else. The courtesan looked at Yi Bin's room and found it was pitch black. She immediately guessed the reason. It must be because the room was too dark and the city lord stepped on the little wolf cub again. As a result, he accidentally fell to the ground. This happened in every room in Dragon City. Everything is built with cement paint. Even the floor of the room is built with cement. Yi Bin swore secretly in his heart, tomorrow we must make candles. There are many materials for making candles, such as paraffin wax, rosin wax, and vegetable wax. There are many varieties of plant wax. The most common ones are soybean wax and tung oil tree. Many things can be extracted from its fruits, and the tung oil tree is also easy to find. There's also the birch tree. The bark of the birch tree can also be used to extract wax oil. In a word, there are really too many materials that can be used to extract wax oil. Yi Bin will not introduce them one by one here. As for how to make wax oil, it is very simple. For example, just peel the bark of the birch tree and then boil out all the molecules in the bark. Finally, set the boiled wax oil aside for later use. Prepare some small bamboos. Then, saw the bamboo into sections. After sawing the bamboo, put them all into the water. There is an important point here. The water cannot submerge the bamboo. The water here only plays a role in cooling down. To make candles, you also need cotton wicks. Prepare some cotton, then make the cotton into cotton thread. After the cotton thread is ready, then put in the wax oil and start soaking it. After soaking is completed, take out all the soaked cotton threads. The last step is to pour the prepared wax oil in one by one. There's one more thing to do as a prerequisite, which is to put all the cotton threads into the bamboo tube one by one. Once the wax in the bamboo tube takes shape, you can split the bamboo tube. At that time, take out all the candles inside. When you need to use it next time, just light it with a fire starter and the candle will burn. It will be a very ordinary candle. It can probably burn for 4 or 5 hours. Of course, this needs to be determined based on the size of the candle. Generally, a larger candle will burn longer, while a smaller candle will burn shorter. Chapter 226. Finding materials to make wax oil. What happened tonight shocked everyone. Yi Bin did not blame anyone. He was helped to the bed by everyone. It was Dean Wu who applied the medicine personally. After disinfection, he gave him a simple bandage. You all go back. I'm fine. Seeing that everyone had no intention of leaving, Yi Bin could only continue speaking. We still have training tomorrow, so go back and rest early. Everyone nodded in agreement. City Lord, we will go back first. You should also rest early. If you need us for anything, just shout outside. Seeing everyone's concerned look, in Yi Bin's heart, there was a warm current flowing from head to toe, throughout his whole body. This feeling of being cared for was really comfortable. Wait until everyone leaves. Yi Bin looked at Li Wang, who was standing in the room, motionless. He knew Li Wang's little thoughts very well. It must be Li Wang himself who felt that way as the captain of the personal guard. The stove in the room was not checked properly, which caused the leader to fall and hurt his head when he came back. For Yi Bin, these were all small matters. Li Wang, why did he go back? I stayed to protect the leader. If it weren't for my carelessness, you wouldn't have been hurt. This is all my fault, King Li. Yi Bin was also helpless. Isn't it just a fall? Li Wang is too stubborn. He actually blames himself for such a small matter. This also directly illustrates one point, that Li Wang's loyalty to him can stand the test of time, unlike those other villains who say one thing in public and another in private. Okay. You go back first. I have something to do tomorrow, so come with me and take a walk in the forest outside. I will make something good for you tomorrow. What good stuff? Li Wang said with a curious look on his face. Since the leader said so, it must be a good thing. Li Wang still has great faith in his leader's abilities. No matter what the chief made, they had never seen anything like it before. Everything in the Huaxia tribe was thought up by the chief, from the iron tools in the past to the large cities in the future. All of this refreshed the cognition of everyone in the tribe. In the end, he really said all the good things he could. Li Wang slowly returned to his room. When he was leaving, Yi Bin was still trying his best to comfort him, telling Li Wang not to blame himself too much. When Yi Bin woke up, it was already the next morning. The sunlight shone directly onto Yi Bin's bed through the crack in the door. He touched his forehead and suddenly felt a pain. Yi Bin took it. It hurts so much. Today I must make candles. Once I have candles, I can make some money at the new market. I am such a money grubber. Now, I'm still thinking about how to make money, Yi Bin said to himself and smiled helplessly. He has been in this world for so long, but this is the first time he has been injured. He really fell to death last night. Yi Bin, the first thing to do when you get up. When I wash my face and brush my teeth, there's a big wound on my forehead, so I dare not wet the wound when washing my face for fear that the wound will come into contact with raw water, which will be troublesome if it gets infected. As soon as Yi Bin opened the door, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Many people were standing at the door with concerned eyes, and they all wanted to look at him from head to toe. I just found out about Luoshui this morning. When she heard that Yi Bin was injured, Luoshui's eyes were swollen from crying. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Yi Bin's rest, she would have wanted to go in immediately. The moment the door of the room was opened, Luoshui was the first to rush in. Before Yi Bin could react, there was someone in his arms, a woman. When he heard the crying sound coming from his arms, he knew who the girl was. Could it be anyone else besides his Luoshui? What's wrong, silly girl? Am I okay? Look at me, I'm fine all over. Yi Bin turned around steadily to show that he was fine, and then used his big hands to touch Luoshui's hair. A not very smooth feeling was transmitted to Yi Bin's hands. Yi Bin was thinking that he must make the soap in a few days and then give Luoshui a surprise. Girls will definitely like this kind of high-tech. Yi Bin was reserved with everyone for a while, ate the breakfast brought by Luoshui, and then teased Luoshui a few words. Finally, the girl's face turned red, and she said to Yi Bin, "You should be careful at night next time. Also, I come to help you take care of the stove in your room every day." After Luoshui finished speaking, he walked straight into the school. Seeing the little girl disappear, Yi Bin felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. "Li Wang, let's go to the mountains now." "Ok, leader." Li Wang agreed. He then said to the dozens of people around him, "Go and notify the guards and ask them to bring all their equipment." The guards immediately nodded in agreement. Li Wang spent the entire night thinking about what happened last night. From now on, we must protect the leader closely and never let him get hurt again. Looking at Li Wang, who looked like he was troubled, Yi Bin said jokingly, "Are you thinking about women? Tell me who you like. Chief, I'll help you get her." Listening to the leader's speech, Li Wang's old face turned red. Could it be that the leader and others knew that he liked bamboo? This is impossible. You didn't tell anyone? Moreover, he only had a secret crush on Zhu, and he never said anything extra to Zhu. Zhu is a tall and thin girl. Perhaps because she has been with the leader for a long time, Li Wang's own aesthetic views have also changed. Seeing that Li Wang didn't say anything and his face was still a little flushed, It must be that what he said came true. Yi Bin, it was like he had discovered a new continent. Li Wang, you actually have someone you like? Yi Bin immediately began to ask, tell me about it. I will definitely help you marry her. If someone else gets her first, you will have no place to cry. Tell me quickly, which girl in the tribe is it? Upon hearing that it was going to be snatched away, Li Wang immediately became nervous and spoke hesitantly. Yes. Yes. Who is it? You better speak up quickly. I was so anxious that I almost died. At this moment, a group of guards came over, and each of them was fully equipped. Chief, he was injured last night. These bodyguards all felt very guilty. As the leader's personal guards, they failed to protect the leader. Even their captain did not sleep the whole night. Leader. The guards shouted respectfully to Yi Bin. Now that everyone was here, Yi Bin put away his playful intention and spoke loudly to everyone. Walk. Set off. When leaving the city, Yi Bin rode on his phantom cloud. Li Wang also rode on his war horse, and every member of the royal guard rode a black war horse. After Yi Bin left the city, then he said loudly, our goal this time is the mountains in the distance. Yi Bin gently whipped phantom clouds, but with the whip and phantom cloud ran away quickly. Li Wang, with his personal guards, quickly chased after Yi Bin. This time he must protect his leader well. Chapter 227 Quarrel. The war horses galloped all the way, and wherever they passed, a cloud of dust rose up on the ground. Looking from a distance, it gives people the feeling of a huge army. The dust floating in the sky alone is shocking. Li Wang, riding his war horse, quickly came to Yi Bin. Leader, what are we going to look for this time? Yi Bin said with a smile. Find some materials that can be used to refine wax oil, such as birch, razor wax, paraffin, and some other materials that can be used to refine wax oil. As long as they can be used to refine wax oil, bring them all back to me. Li Wang pondered for a moment. Chief, I don't recognize any of these things you mentioned. Yi Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As soon as I see it, I will tell you immediately. Now we have to hurry and try to get into the mountains as early as possible so that we can find those materials. Yi Bin gave up the nearby hill and walked directly towards the distant mountains. Yi Bin still had an impression of the appearance of the birch trees. The birch trees were white in color, and their juice was said to be drinkable. Of course, this is only what Yi Bin saw in the videos he watched every day when he was on Earth. It also said that there were only a dozen days of collection time in a year. Yi Bin had no interest in the sap of the birch tree. What he wanted was the bark of the birch tree, paraffin wax, beeswax, and a kind of tongue tree, which could also be boiled in a wax oil. The fruit of the Chinese tallow tree is white, covered with a layer of black skin on the outside. When the fruit is fully ripe, the black skin on the outside will automatically explode, revealing the white fruit inside. The fruit of this plant is also very easy to identify. As for whether you will make a mistake, this question is even simpler. As long as they look a bit similar, pack them all up and take them home. When the time comes, try them one by one. Can it be produced yet? The goal this time is not only to extract wax oil. There's another thing that is also very important in Yi Bin's mind, and that is the tongue oil tree. The fruit of the tongue oil tree can be used to extract tongue oil, which has many uses. One of its biggest functions is that it can prevent corrosion and moisture, and it can also prevent insect bites. Especially for wooden products, it has a very big effect. Yi Bin, if he wants to build a navy, he needs warships. To build large warships, he needs to use a large number of trees. For wood, what they fear most is corrosion, rot, and being bitten by insects. After tongue oil is refined, this series of problems will no longer be a problem. Tongue oil has another function. As long as you apply it on wood, it will have a good waterproof effect. This kind of waterproofing is not like glue. It only plays an auxiliary role. Suddenly, a group of people came from the front. City Lord. Among the group of people, there was a burly leader who walked straight towards Yi Bin. This person is the team leader Xiaoying. It just so happened that their regiment was out on patrol today. Xiaoying was already tall and fat, which was even more scary. In primitive society, if one could eat to become a fat man, he would at least be a commander. Ordinary members of the tribe do not have such living conditions. Those who can eat to such a good figure are people with certain status and power in the tribe. For these regiment leaders, Yi Bin's food arrangements were much better than those for ordinary soldiers. After all, they were at the regiment leader level, and no matter how poor the Huaxia tribe was, they would not lack this little food. Yi Bin, leading the guards, stopped not far from the eagle. Look, there's a flag next to the eagle, and on the front of the flag, there's a big word eagle written on it. That word is so majestic and domineering. Just at this moment, Zhu, when she heard Yibin's voice, she immediately ran over and said somewhat embarrassedly, "City Lord, I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" Yibin asked in confusion. Zhu hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. The city lord said, "We have already picked all the fruits in the Yellow River Valley. I want to take the women of the tribe to go outside the city to pick fruits." In the past, Yibin had told them that this area was too dangerous and asked the collection team not to go out to collect and could only collect in the Yellow River Valley. At that time, the total number of the Huaxia tribe, both men and women, did not exceed 1,000 people. At that time, there was a large area of fruit trees in this valley, and the fruits from these trees were enough for the people in the tribe to eat. But now it is different. The population in the tribe has increased to a terrifying number. These people consume a lot of food every day and also need to brew some fruit wine. These fruit wines are used to make alcohol bombs, which are military supplies of the Huaxia tribe. Now, all the fruit trees in the Yellow River Valley have been harvested by Zhu and his women. The women have certain feelings for their tribe, and they also want to contribute their own strength to the tribe. After listening to Zhu's explanation of the whole process, Yibin felt a headache. He really didn't want to agree to Zhu and the others' request. The situation outside Longsheng was still a little uneasy. Suddenly, Li Wang said anxiously, "No, you cannot go out to collect." Everyone looked at Li Wang strangely. The city lord hasn't said anything yet. What can you, a captain of the personal guard, do? Zhu and the others all looked at Li Wang with anger on their faces. They also wanted to contribute to the tribe. As a result, it was destroyed by this bald man. For Zhu and the others, it was just that you, a bald man, not only did not help, but also made sarcastic remarks. Zhu's not-so-high chest rose and fell with anger. She stared straight at Li Wang with a pair of angry eyes. The city lord had said before that in the Chinese tribe, there was no distinction between men and women, and everyone had equal status. The women in the collection team regarded Li Wang's previous behavior as a provocation. Zhu said to Li Wang on his warhorse, "I am speaking to the city lord. As a captain of the personal guard, what right do you have to order me around?" Regarding the position division of the Huaxia tribe, Yibin also talked about it in the tribe. For example, Zhu's position is similar to Li Wang's. They are both at the captain level, and those group leaders are all at the captain level, but there are some changes in the titles. Li Wang was speechless after hearing what Zhu said. He talked for a long time, but didn't say a word. What do you mean by me? We don't need your guards to interfere in the affairs of our collection team." Yibin also had a face full of cold sweat. Zhu is usually very gentle, but I didn't expect that he has such a fierce side. He immediately stopped Zhu and Li Wang and asked, "What are you two doing?" "Everyone is here for the Huaxia tribe. If there is anything, you could discuss it nicely. Don't quarrel at every turn. You're all captains of one side. You don't have to be afraid of being laughed at by your tribesmen if you quarrel in front of the crowd." The eagle immediately turned its head away. He thought to himself, "Your quarrel has nothing to do with our group." Xiaoming acted as if it had nothing to do with him. For the warriors below, the captain and the others were arguing, but we, the team members, didn't dare to go over and wipe their mouths. Whether it was the guards or their collection team, the members on both sides all looked at each other. Yibin, he really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Both of you just be quiet. We are all from the same tribe. Is there anything that cannot be talked about calmly?" Chapter 228, Encountering a Python. Li Wang originally wanted to care about bamboo. As a result, because of his straightforward personality, he offended Zhu. Yibin also noticed something. He didn't expect that a man as big as Li Wang would like a thin woman. A woman with a figure like Zhu would be considered a pretty beauty in today's society. Yibin said to Zhu, "You can go out to collect, but only within the range of the patrol group. If you exceed this distance, once I find you, you will not be allowed to leave Longsheng." After listening to what the city lord said, Zhu was also very happy. In the girl's heart, the city lord was the most powerful man. That woman didn't like strong men. The city lord said such words to her, which meant that she was still very important in the city lord's heart. In Zhu's heart, she had already determined that Yi Bin had taken a fancy to her. Otherwise, why would he care about her? In fact, in Yi Bin's heart, he would care very much about any woman in the tribe. Because women are a vulnerable group, they cannot be treated roughly. As for the men in the tribe, Yi Bin does not have such good patience. Zhu wanted to argue a few more words, but when she saw the city lord's serious expression, she immediately gave up the idea. She was able to become the captain of the collection team, which showed that she was not stupid at all. For something like this, The most basic observation of words and expressions, Zhu can still make the distinction. All right, we only collect data within the patrol range of the patrol team to ensure that we do not go too far. Hear Bamboo's assurance. Yi Bin and Li Wang both breathed a sigh of relief. If they went too far and encountered danger, this group of women would probably be wiped out, and by then it would be too late for Yi Bin to regret. Yi Bin took out a cow horn and put it directly in Zhu's hand. He then gave Zhu some instructions, saying that if he encountered danger, he should blow the horn in his hand immediately. Zhu happily took the cow horn and put it in his mouth to blow it, and the cow horn made a dull sound. Woo woo woo. Yi Bin didn't expect that bamboo could be used to blow a cow horn. This was really unexpected. Women in primitive society were really not a good person. Eagle, when you patrol, try to expand the range as much as possible. As long as you hear the sound of the bull horn, immediately bring reinforcements. No matter how many enemies are on the opposite side, you must ensure the safety of the collection team. Yes, City Lord, we will definitely protect the safety of the collection team. Eagle's chest was pounding. This is an opportunity to show his ability in front of the City Lord. He must not let the City Lord down. This is related to his future. As long as he performs well in front of the City Lord, he will definitely be valued by the City Lord in the future. Very good. Then you continue to patrol. Yi Bin gave Zhu a few more instructions, telling them not to go too far, to put their own safety first, and to blow the cow horn immediately if they met a stranger. Zhu nodded obediently. Zhu felt as if she had eaten honey in her heart. She was very touched by the City Lord's concern. To her, there had never been a man who cared about her as much as Yi Bin. City Lord, let's go collect nearby. After Zhu finished speaking to Yi Bin, he led a collection team of more than 500 people and walked into the forest. Li Wang's eyes were fixed on Zhu, who was walking away. Yi Bin turned around and happened to see this scene. Now he was sure that Li Wang liked Zhu 100. He felt that the look of love in his eyes could not deceive anyone. Cough, cough. Yi Bin coughed twice. After hearing the leader's voice, Li Wang came back to his senses. Seeing that the leader was staring at him, Li Wang panicked immediately. He thought that the leader must have discovered his behavior just now. As long as he denied it to death, even the leader could not do anything to him. Li Wang looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. No matter how you ask me, I just say I don't know. Seeing Li Wang's expression, Yi Bin knew that it was useless to ask. Yi Bin shouted to the guards, "Set off." Yi Bin took the lead, and Li Wang and the others followed closely behind. About 4 hours later, Yi Bin and the others arrived at a big mountain. There were an astonishing number of big trees here and countless plants growing on the ground. Yi Bin himself didn't recognize many of the plants. His main purpose this time was to find materials for making wax oil. No matter whether it was dense wax or other waxes, as long as the plants could be used to extract wax oil, he would pack them all up and take them back. The primeval forest here has more resources than anything on Earth, and every tree here is as big as a bucket. The royal guards advanced along the way, and whenever they encountered a branch blocking their way, they would simply cut it down with an iron knife. Wherever the royal guards passed, a large path was cut out. Suddenly, a python rushed out. Since the guards were wearing armor, the python opened its mouth wide and bit one of the guards directly. The guard next to him picked up a knife and chopped at it. That huge python weighed about 200 or 300 kilograms. If a person encountered it, he would probably be in trouble today. However, the royal guards had more than 100 people, and they were all battlefield veterans. The royal guards did not take ordinary dangers seriously at all. When everyone's attention was focused on the python, deep in the forest, there was a larger python. Its eyes were fixed on the guards. Seeing that his younger brother was injured, Li Wang picked up a pair of hammers and rushed directly towards the python. The team members attacked the python crazily, as the python's scales were very hard. This kind of python is not like the pythons on Earth. The pythons here have a big mouth with 2 sharp fangs. They are very scary at first glance. The scales on the python's body are like mirrors and look shiny black at first glance. Every time the iron knife hit it, it would make a crisp sound. Ding, 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 ding. Bite. There were crisp sounds coming from the python's scales. Every time the members of the royal guard launched an attack, a crisp sound would be heard. The member of the personal guard who was bitten let out a scream. The sharp fangs of the python had penetrated the armor, and a trickle of blood flowed from the shoulder of the personal guard. The bite force of the python was beyond Yi Bin's imagination. He didn't expect that a python would bite through the armor he invented. This had never happened before, and today was the first time such a thing happened. This made Yi Bin, who was not far away, almost pop his eyes out his head in shock. The destructive power of this python was really too terrifying. Yibin immediately took out the compound bow and started shooting at the giant python in front of him. As soon as the first arrow was shot, the second and third arrows followed. The iron arrows were very fast and hit the python's head in the blink of an eye. The python let out a scream. For this python, the head is its weakest part because it has eyes on it. Now this big python still has a person in its mouth. To this python, what it is biting is actually as hard as iron. Of course, it was biting iron. The arrows made several crisp sounds. Ding, ding, ding. Something unexpected happened. The iron arrowhead was actually bounced off. Yibin uttered a curse word. Oh my God. Chapter 229, Giant Python. Suddenly, the grass behind Yibin moved. A pair of cold eyes stared at Yibin not far away. Super giant pythons like these living in primitive society are all masters of hunting. At this time, all the guards were attacking the python, and no one noticed the giant python in the grass behind them. Its cold eyes shot directly at Yibin's back. I suddenly feel so cold. Yibin shuddered and felt like he had fallen into an ice storage. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sun in the sky was scorching the earth like a flame, but Yibin felt that his body was as if frozen by ice. Just when everyone was at a loss, Li Wang walked quickly to the python. He held an iron hammer in one hand. Li Wang's iron hammer was like a meteor hammer with iron spikes on it. The python also noticed this bald man. The aura of Li Wang was so terrifying that even this powerful python showed a hint of fear. Seeing that the iron arrowheads were useless, the royal guards drew out their iron swords and rushed directly towards the python. The python weighed only about 300 pounds, and each royal guard weighed 100 to 200 pounds. Hundreds of people surrounded it together. Although the python scales are hard, they cannot withstand a large number of people. When the guard saw that the iron knife could not hurt the python, some of them immediately used the back of the knife. Although the back of the knife was not sharp, it made the python suffer terribly when it hit it. The python opened its mouth in pain, and the injured guard was immediately pulled out by his teammates. Yibin stood at the end of the crowd. This was also for the guards to protect him. Li Wang quickly squeezed through the crowd and smashed down with a sledgehammer. Bang! The scales on the python's head were directly broken by Li Wang's iron hammer. The iron spikes on the hammer directly penetrated the python's scales. The python was hit so badly by the hammer that it could no longer tell east from west, south from north. Yibin sighed in his heart. Li Wang is indeed Li Wang. There is no ferocious beast that cannot be dealt with by his iron hammer. And the veterans brought by Li Wang are all fearless and brave. Even though they know that the python is very powerful, no one retreats. Even the injured guard, after escaping from the python's mouth, simply sprinkled some medicine powder and immediately joined the battle with an iron knife. When Li Wang struck the python with his first hammer, the python knew it was no match for its opponent and it instinctively wanted to escape. But Li Wang would not give it a chance, and he kept striking it down with the big hammer in his hand, one hammer after another. The guards around held the pythons tightly. The pythons were held by 30 or 40 people and could not move at all. The weight of an adult is about 130 to 150 kilograms. As for the personal guards, they're the elites of the tribe, and they are all selected by King Li himself. Weaker warriors are not in King Li's eyes at all. The personal guards he selected are all tall, mighty, and domineering. The average weight of each person is about 200 kilograms. 30 or 40 people gathered together like a small mountain. The python was pressed down so tightly by the crowd that it didn't even have the strength to move. Li Wang seized the opportunity and smashed the python down with the hammer in his hand again and again. The python's head was beaten into a bloody mess. Li Wang had no intention of stopping, and everyone was attacking the python. Yibin was standing behind the crowd, completely unaware that the danger was approaching. In the eyes of the giant python, Yibin was like an ant. The weight of this python was probably more than 700 to 800 kilograms. It was twice as big as the python that everyone was attacking. Its two sharp fangs were fully opened, and it slowly crawled out of the grass. Yibin touched the back of his neck, and the cold feeling became stronger and stronger. At this time, the giant python has completely stood up, and the tongue in its mouth is shaking rapidly. Friends who know snakes know that this means the python is about to launch an attack. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Yibin. The snake head on the shadow was still spitting blood. Yibin's first reaction was to hide quickly. He was no longer the rookie he used to be. Having been in this world for such a long time, Yi Bin has experienced battles of all sizes and is quite sensitive to danger. Not far from him, there was a big and sturdy tree. Without thinking, Yi Bin rushed over and quickly hid behind a tree. At this time, the giant python also launched an attack. Although it was huge in size, its speed was not slow at all. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and bit Yi Bin's back directly. When Yi Bin saw the shadow of the giant python, he didn't dare to stay for a second. In that 1 or 2 seconds, he pounced forward and the giant python bit him. If Yi Bin had been 1 or 2 seconds slower, he would have been eaten by the giant python. The commotion behind them was very loud, and King Li and his guards all reacted quickly. At the same time, they all thought of the same question. Oh no, the city lord is in danger behind. Li Wang smashed down the last hammer and walked quickly towards the position where Yi Bin was just now. He was cursing himself to death in his heart. Why didn't I leave a few personal guard for the city lord? Li Wang looked back, but there was no sign of Yi Bin. It's over. This was what Li Wang was thinking. No wonder the leader was eaten by the giant python. The eyes of Li Wang and his men turned blood red in an instant. The guards went straight to the giant python. If this giant python dared to eat our city lord, then don't blame us for fighting to the death. Li Wang was extremely fast. He held a pair of hammers in his hands and rushed towards the giant python quickly. At this time, the giant python was just a small snake in the eyes of Li Wang and his men, and they did not take it seriously at all. For the royal guards, if the city lord is dead, what is the point of them going back? How will the tribesmen of the tribe view them? In the eyes of the royal guards, they had already forgotten about the danger. King Li didn't even think about it, and just threw an iron hammer over. His iron was solid, and the weight of the hammer was about more than 100 pounds. In addition, the force of the hammer when it was thrown out weighed more than 1,000 pounds. The giant python saw Yi Bin hiding and was about to launch an attack again when Li Wang's big hammer flew directly over. The giant python was quite sensitive to danger. When it saw the big hammer flying towards it, it tried to dodge immediately, staring at the flying hammer with its huge snake eyes. The iron hammer left Li Wang's big hand and spun quickly in the air. It was about to hit the giant python. The giant python immediately crawled to the side, and the iron hammer hit it with a bang. A big tree behind the giant python was directly broken by Li Wang's hammer, and the tree broke with a loud bang. Bang! The big tree was smashed, and wood chips flew everywhere, especially the middle part, which was directly blown up by the hammer. The power of Li Wang's hammer was enough to seriously injure the giant python. Chapter 230, Battle with the Giant Python. Li Wang's eyes were already red. He doesn't care about the giant python. As long as you dare to hurt the leader, no matter what kind of monster you are, Li Wang and his personal guards will fight with you for your life. Although the giant python was very ferocious, it was alone. The python just now had been beaten to death by Li Wang and his men. Even the brains of that python had been smashed out by the hammer. The scales on its head were broken into pieces and could not be broken any further. It was impossible to tell whether the blood or the flesh on its head was flesh or blood. It looked like a pile of mud. Li Wang arrived in front of the giant python in a few breaths. He had a big iron hammer in his hand, which he was swinging vigorously. When the giant python saw Li Wang coming, it hit him directly with its tail. When Li Wang saw a tail coming towards him, he picked up the hammer in his hand without saying a word and smashed it directly. The tail and the hammer collided with each other, and both sides were pushed back more than 10 meters. The scales on the giant python's tail were directly cracked by the hammer. The giant python let out a cry of pain. Li Wang also felt uncomfortable. The recoil force just now made his hands numb and his body was shaking slightly. However, there was no fear in Li Wang's eyes. He even also calmed down. He saw the scene just now. Li Wang fought with the giant python, and neither side gained any advantage. The royal guards also surrounded them, and hundreds of people surrounded the giant python. Yi Bin shouted, "Rude to Li Wang. Li Wang, I'm fine. Don't fight it head on. This beast is too ferocious. If we attack it forcefully, we will definitely suffer casualties." Everyone heard Yi Bin's voice. Li Wang and his guards all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the city lord was not injured, other things would not be a problem. Li Wang walked over quickly. "Chief, I'm so glad you're okay." There was a slight tremor in Li Wang's voice when he spoke. He was so glad that the leader was okay. He would never dare to leave the leader again. His mission was to protect the leader. If the leader was gone, Li Wang would not have the face to live on. "City Lord, are you okay? Chief, are you okay?" Those veterans on the battlefield all called Li Wang the leader. As for the newcomers who joined later, they all called Yibin the city lord. At this moment in the battlefield, everyone's eyes were looking at Yibin. The guard said they were everywhere. It's great that the leader is okay. As long as the city lord is fine, I will agree immediately even if it costs my life. Listening to the concerned voices of the guards, Yibin was really touched. These people were his personal guards. They were really not afraid of death at the critical moment. It was absolutely impossible for the personal guards to say they were not afraid of a giant python weighing more than 800 kilograms. Although the guards were all afraid, no one backed down. In the hearts of the guards, their own safety was above everything else. As long as they were injured, they would dare to fight you to the death. Yibin quickly responded to everyone. Don't worry, everyone. I just spotted this giant python and quickly dodged it. The giant python was very aggressive. The scales on its tail were directly broken by Li Wang. The python's eyes immediately turned red. It wanted to kill these humans. For this giant python, eating a few people was nothing. In primitive society, ordinary people did not dare to go into the mountains, and it was easy to encounter wild beasts in the mountains. Unlike Yibin's hometown, there is nothing in the mountains there. At most, there are some wild boars or something. It is impossible to see tigers, leopards, and black bears. In addition to some virgin forests, there are also some places protected by humans where you can see some ferocious beasts. As for those famous mountains, there are some high mountains where even the shadow of ferocious beasts cannot be seen. But it was different in primitive society. As long as you went out, not to mention in the mountains, even at the foot of some mountains, you might encounter wild beasts. For the ferocious beasts in primitive society, everywhere is their battlefield, and primitive people and the like are their prey. The giant python was surrounded by people, but it didn't show any fear. This giant python had eaten humans before, and it had a very clear understanding of humans. Whenever it encountered humans before, as soon as the giant python crawled out, the humans would flee everywhere. In the eyes of the giant python, these humans are all the same. No matter how many people there are, they will not be its opponents. Except for the bald man with a hammer, no one else is to be feared. The giant python twisted its body, looking for some weak humans to attack. The python looked around and saw that they were all tall people. Except for the weak human Yibin, the others were not easy to mess with. Yibin was far away from it, and the bald man was right next to the weak man. The giant python was still a little afraid of Li Wang's hammer. The previous blow had broken all the scales on its tail. The python's tail still hurts a little. The royal guards were all wearing iron armor, which emitted some dazzling light under the sunlight, causing the giant python surrounding them to almost forget to attack for a moment. At this moment, the giant python stared at Yibin with its huge eyes, as if the two had a life-and-death feud. Yibin was also wondering why the giant python treated him as a soft persimmon. Yibin had a good idea in his mind. That is the only part of the python's entire body that is the most vulnerable. That's right. The giant python's eyes just attack its eyes first, and when the giant python becomes blind, it will be slaughtered by people like us. Yibin shouted, attack its eyes first. Some of the guards heard the city lord's call and immediately took out the compound bows on their backs. Yibin had shot several arrows before, and the iron arrowheads hit the giant python's scales, but all of them were bounced back. After seeing this, all the team members gave up using the continuous compound bows and switched to fighting with iron swords, especially Li Wang's big iron hammer. Every time he hit the python twitched in pain. Hear the weak human shouting. The giant python also launched an attack, biting the nearest guard next to it. These guards had been prepared, and at the moment the giant python attacked, the guards hid behind a big tree. This is in the mountains of primitive society. Old trees like these as big as buckets can be seen everywhere. The guards are standing not far from the trees. As long as the giant python launches an attack, the others will immediately launch an attack as well. The giant python bit nothing. This giant python was not like the ones on TV. The giant pythons on TV were as fast as light. The real giant pythons would only increase their speed to the extreme when launching an attack. Unlike the giant pythons on TV, which can kill people with one slam of their tails or break people into two with one bite. Giant pythons only have 2 sharp teeth, so how can they bite people in half? The way they eat is to swallow people directly. Even if you're bitten by a giant python, there will at most be 2 huge bloody holes. As for biting a person in half, that is absolutely impossible. The python's attack missed, and it quickly swept away with its tail. A giant python like this one already has a hint of intelligence and a certain degree of wisdom. It will be afraid of the strong and can eat the weak. Chapter 231, Killing the Giant Python. The giant python's tail was very big, and it swept out directly, and the guards who were relatively close were knocked away instantly. The guards kept chopping, and the giant python's scales were crackling. Ding, 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 ding. Bang, bang, bang. Some people used big stones to smash the python, and some used the back of iron knives to chop it. Anyway, no matter what method was used to make the giant python suffer, they used that method to hit it. The giant python went crazy and bit one of the guards directly on the thigh. Oh, that bodyguard let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. All the teammates surrounded him and held down the giant python. The python weighed only about 800 kilograms, and the weight of a personal guard was around 180 to 200 kilograms. More than 150 people all surrounded and attacked it together. Each person weighed 180 kilograms, and 100 people weighed 18,000 kilograms. No matter how ferocious the giant python was, it could not resist so many people. The guard were all wearing iron armor, so even if they were bitten by a python, at most 2 bloody holes would be left. The guards at the back took out the compound bows from behind and shot arrows directly. All the arrows were aimed at the giant python's big eyes. The giant python was protected by scales all over its body, but its eyes were its weak point. Kingsley saw that his personal guard were unable to subdue the giant python for a long time. The iron hammer in his hand was creaking as he held it. If he had not been afraid that the leader would be injured again, Kingsley would have gone up and hammered it. At this time, the giant python was held by more than 100 people. It was pressed to the ground and moved back and forth. Some guards kept chopping at the snake's head. The giant python struggled hard because of the pain. The giant pythons here are also made of flesh and blood. They can bleed and are afraid of pain. The giant python bit the guard tightly, and no matter how the guard chopped, the giant python refused to let go. The giant python probably also felt that it would be difficult to escape alive today. The humans it had eaten before would immediately run away when they saw it, but the humans it met today were all fearless of death. The giant python was held down by more than 100 big men. It didn't even have the strength to move at this moment. The fierce battle just now had consumed too much of its energy. When Li Wang saw that the giant python was controlled, he couldn't help but swung the hammer in his hand. "Chief, I'll go and take care of that giant python." Yi Bin nodded and reminded Li Wang again, telling him not to be careless, to be careful of the beast's counterattack before it died, and to take good care of his own safety. Li Wang agreed. "Chief, don't worry. This beast can't hurt me," Li Wang said, and quickly rushed towards the giant python, with the big iron hammer in his hand, making a creaking sound. When the guards saw their captain coming, they immediately made way for him to come in. When the giant python saw Li Wang coming, all the scales on its body stood up. Its fear of Li Wang was already deeply ingrained in its bones. The giant python tried to break free from the control of the guards, but the guards did not give it the chance, as Captain Li Wang came over. The guards used all their might, and the giant python was held tighter by everyone. It was even impossible for it to lift its head. Li Wang was not going to tolerate the giant python. He quickly came to the side of the giant python and raised the big iron hammer in his hand. The hammer emitted a cold light under the sunlight. The hammer was made of pure iron. If the giant python was hit by one of the hammers, it would probably suffer a concussion. The giant python struggled hard, but was still held tightly by the guards. It couldn't escape at all. It was held by more than 100 guards. Even if it was a giant python weighing more than 800 kilograms, it would not be able to escape. These guards are all veterans of the battlefield. Their team combat ability and coordination of skills are first class. Li Wang jumped forward, raised the big iron hammer high, and smashed it hard on the giant python's head. Bump! The giant python was beaten so hard that it was dizzy, which also aroused its ferocity. The strength of its body instantly increased 5 or 6 times. The guards on the python were instantly thrown away by this force. Ah! Those guards who were thrown out fell heavily to the ground, screaming in agony. The giant python hated Li Wang so much that there was endless anger in its eyes. The giant python ignored other people and attacked Li Wang directly. Li Wang's size was 3 or 4 times smaller than that of the giant python, but Li Wang was not afraid at all. Yi Bin was anxiously standing aside. He took out the compound bow behind him and fired a round of shots at the giant python's eyes. The giant python's attention was all on Li Wang at this moment. The giant python would never forgive Li Wang for his behavior. The heavy blow of the hammer just now had stunned the giant python, and its head was still a little dizzy. It is also a flesh and blood body. It was hit by thousands of kilograms of gravity. Even if it was a giant python, it could only barely withstand the damage of the hammer. If it were a human, it would have turned into a pile of meat paste long ago. The arrows hit the giant python's face, making a series of impact sounds, but no arrow hit the giant python's eyes. Yibin's action completely angered the giant python. The giant python stared at Yibin. His body was crawling quickly, and all the guard beside the giant python were knocked away by the giant python. Luoshui jumped and directly avoided the giant python's tail. As soon as the giant python's tail missed, it wanted to break out quickly. The guard around also quickly pulled the bowstrings and shot arrows one after another with the compound bows in their hands. Although the giant python would not be injured, it would still feel a sharp pain when the iron arrows hit its body. The giant python couldn't bear the pain and let out another roar. The giant python was already large in size, and now it opened its bloody mouth. Yibin immediately seized the opportunity, quickly pulled the bowstring of the rapid-fire compound bow in his hand, and shot directly into the giant python's big mouth. The firing rate of the compound bow is more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary bow. There is something like a magazine inside the compound bow, which can hold 7 arrows. Every time the bowstring is pulled, an iron arrow can be shot out. Yibin shot 7 arrows, and each arrow hit the giant python's mouth. Before the python could react, the arrows had already rubbed into its flesh. 3 or 4 arrows hit the giant python's brain. Blood and brain matter flowed out of the giant python's mouth. The giant python was hit by an iron arrow in its mouth, and it rolled on the ground in pain. At this time, King Li and his personal guards all seized the opportunity. King Li swung his tail like a dragon and used his strength to smash the 1,000-gene hammer. The iron hammer in King Li's hand seemed to have life and smashed directly on the crown of the giant python. This time the force was so great that the scales on the python's head were smashed to pieces, and blood splattered on the faces of the people around him. Luoshui's own face was also stained red with blood. The guards held iron knives and kept chopping at the giant python's head. King Li hit it with hammer after hammer. The giant python wanted to struggle one last time, but as the hammers kept falling, the giant python was breathing out more than breathing in. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yibin breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If he had been a second slower, his chest would have been bitten through by the python. The 2 sharp teeth of the python were deeply imprinted in Yibin's heart. Chapter 232, Tongue, Oil, Fruit. All the guards collapsed to the ground. Luoshui picked up his hammer and looked at the injured team members. He was a rough guy and really didn't know how to treat them. At this time, Yibin collected some medicinal herbs. He came to the injured guards and ordered Luoshui and others to remove all the armor of the 2 guards. The 2 were bitten by the giant python and needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Fortunately, there was armor protection. Although the teeth bit through the armor, the wound was not particularly deep. After resting for 10 days or so, it was almost healed. Yibin applied the crushed herbs directly on the wounds of the guards. These herbs were used to stop bleeding. After the herbs were applied, no blood was seen flowing from the wounds of the 2 guards. Luoshui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to Yibin, "Chief, if you hadn't shot the giant python, it would have been ready to escape. The python is too powerful, and if the guard hadn't fought to the death, we would have been unable to stop this big beast." Yibin, he was previously called the giant python beast. As a result, Luoshui learned what he learned. Now he also called it a beast. He felt so happy. This time he killed 2 pythons, one of which was a giant one. The scales of the 2 pythons looked similar. Yibin estimated that they should be together. Although the giant python scales are hard, it is also made of flesh and blood. It is still easy to kill it as long as you start from the inside. It took the guards more than an hour to decompose the 2 giant pythons. As for the 2 giant python skins, Yibin also kept them. This giant python skin is a good thing. If it is made into a set of armor or put on the back of a warhorse, it will be the nightmare of the enemies. Yibin said to several guards, "You guys should pack up these 2 python skins and put them away for me. When we return to the tribe, send them to Old Man Bear. I will then make a set of armor for him." The guards nodded quickly in agreement. City Lord. Yibin made 2 more stretchers. The Chinese tribe never had the habit of abandoning teammates. For Yibin, a modern man, carrying 1 or 2 wounded people was not an easy task. All the cut-up python meat was taken away by the guards. The 2 pythons together weighed more than 1,100 kilograms. For these 150 guards, it's not just a matter of a few pounds of meat per person. After what happened just now, everyone became alert. The two giant pythons were too terrifying. If Yibin hadn't brought so many people with him, they would have become the pythons' lunch long ago. King Li and several bodyguards said, "Chief, this forest is too dangerous. Let's go back first." Yibin said to everyone with a smile. Generally speaking, where such ferocious beasts appear, there will be no danger around. If I am not mistaken, this must be the territory of these two giant pythons. We just accidentally entered the territory of the giant pythons. That's why they targeted us. Now, these two giant pythons have been killed by us. In other words, this area is now very safe. Even if there are other ferocious beasts, they would have been killed by the giant pythons long ago. Everyone listened to Yibin's explanation. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The two giant pythons just now were really too scary. Although only 2 guards were injured, the hearts of the other guards were still pounding. No matter how good the quality of these guards are, they cannot suppress the fear in their hearts. Otherwise, they are all wearing armor. So who would dare to rush forward without caring about their lives? Isn't that thinking your life is too long? Yibin calmed himself down and set off again with his personal guards. This time, Luoshui had learned his lesson and would follow Yibin wherever he went. At the same time, there were 20 or 30 more personal guard around Yibin, who were there to protect him closely. This time, Yibin walked for about an hour. Suddenly, in the woods ahead, I saw many fallen tung oil fruits. The fruits of this tung oil tree usually ripen in August and September. When the tung oil fruits are ripe, they will begin to fall off slowly. After falling off, these tung oil fruits will fall under the tung oil tree. Even after a long time, tung oil can still be extracted. Tung oil fruit looks like a whole garlic. They look a bit like garlic, but only the tung nut inside can be used, and there's a layer of outer shell on the outside that can provide good protection. The leaves of the tung oil tree are like a beautiful peach heart. The tung oil tree, also known as the tung oil tree, is a deciduous tree and a natural preservative with a good bactericidal effect. The tree is somewhat smooth, with gray bark, thick branches without fuzz, and the drupes are round and about 5 to 9 millimeters in size. This kind of tree is basically very common in Yibin's hometown. When Yibin saw the tung oil tree for the first time, he immediately recognized it. This tung oil tree was one of the purposes of his trip this time. The guards all carried a lot of animal skin bags. These animal skin bags were used to store wax and paraffin. Now we haven't found any wax, but we found the tung oil tree first. Under the tung oil tree, there are densely packed tung oil fruits. Most of the fruits that fell from the tung oil tree were corroded. Yibin came under the tung oil tree and picked up another tung oil fruit. Then he squeezed it hard. The outer shell of the tung oil fruit was easily crushed, revealing the black fruit inside. Yibin squeezed it hard with his hands, and a trace of tung oil immediately flowed out of the tung oil fruit. Yibin was immediately overjoyed. He shouted excitedly, "This thing can still be used. This thing can really be used. Great. Now we can finally build a boat." King Li and his personal guards all looked at the crazy Yibin from afar. They didn't know what the leader was holding, but looking at the leader's current appearance, they knew it must be a good thing. Yibin shouted to everyone, "Pick them up quickly. Pack up all these tung oil fruits on the ground and bring them all back to me. Even if there's only one left on the ground, you had to pick it up for me." The guards all responded loudly, "Okay, City Lord." Except for the 2 wounded men, everyone else participated. Yibin took the lead in picking up the trash. There were at least several thousand tung oil trees nearby. This place could be a primitive society, as neither the trees nor anything else has ever been cut down. This area was so big that the guards kept picking fruits. Luoshui followed Yibin all the time. No matter where Yibin picked fruits, Luoshui would follow him too. Yibin really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luoshui was too dedicated to his duties. In fact, in Yibin's heart, Luoshui was the person he trusted the most. The trust he was talking about here was the kind of person whom he could rely on for life and death. Luoshui is his own Su Chu. No matter when, as long as Luoshui is by his side, Yibin will have a sense of security. In a short while, they had picked up 300 or 400 animal skin bags. With more than 100 people picking fruits together, the speed was naturally amazing. Even if one person picked up 2 bags for 148 people, that would be 296 bags. The guards tied all the tung oil fruits they picked up to the backs of their war horses, while they themselves chose to lead the horses forward. It probably took about an hour or 2 to collect the tung oil fruits on the ground. All of them were swept away by the guards. Chapter 233 Birch Tree. Yibin waved his hand. Keep going. The personal guards led their war horses and shuttled through the forest. Li Wang and high-ranking officials, such as Yibin, all walked among the crowd. The personal guards who were leading the way in front each held a large iron knife in their hands. A path was opened up for the people behind to walk on. The forest in primitive society was like this. Because no one had walked here for many years, the branches and countless weeds in it had covered the entire primitive forest. One of the goals this time has already gone into Yi Bin's pocket, and the remaining materials to be found are wax and birch. Of course, paraffin wax, tung oil, and the like can also be refined into wax oil. In the forests of primitive society, there are good treasures everywhere. Yi Bin and his party found a lot of good things along the way. Among them is 9-leaf ginseng. The effect of this 9-leaf ginseng is extremely rare. Its efficacy is made from ginseng. Even in the earth in the previous life, 9-leaf ginseng has never appeared. And someone might ask, how did Yi Bin know about 9-leaf ginseng? Regarding this question, anyone who lives near the mountains knows that ginseng is an extremely precious thing. It is impossible to find wild ginseng without chance. The most easily recognizable part of ginseng is its leaves growing outside. Generally speaking, ginseng has only a few leaves. The most common ginseng leaves are more than 3 or 4. When there are 5 or 6 leaves, it is the limit of ginseng. Most of the leaves grown by ginseng are dark green. As time goes by, the leaves of ginseng will also change. The most important feature is that wild ginseng will not grow together. After harvesting a wild ginseng, Yi Bin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This legendary good thing could have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it cannot be denied that the efficacy of 9-leaf ginseng is a life-saving miracle drug for women who are bleeding heavily during childbirth. Yi Bin wrapped up the 9-leaf ginseng like a treasure and put it in his arms. The group continued to move forward and saw a lot of hornets in the middle. These hornets' nests must contain honey or something, but it was too dangerous. At this moment, a birch forest appeared not far away. Yi Bin's heart was suddenly excited. He urged his guards to hurry up. Yi Bin couldn't wait to see these birch trees. The white birch tree has a characteristic that its trunk is all white. But there is also an interesting phenomenon that almost all the white birch trees have the same roots. There are 2 or 3 trees together, 5 or 6 trees together, and even more exaggeratedly, there are more than 10 trees together. So, birch trees are easy to identify, as they almost all grow in the same area. As long as you can find a tree, you can find a group of birch trees. This is also one of Yi Bin's goals. With these birch trees, there will be no need to grope in the dark in the Chinese tribe in the future. Yi Bin touched his forehead again. Oops, it hurts so much. It's all my own fault. I never took this issue seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen like this. Yi Bin led his guards and walked quickly towards the birch trees. Although there were many birch trees in this area. However, Yi Bin would not do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. This group of birch trees will still be of great use in the future. Li Wang, take some people to peel the bark. Remember, only a small part of each birch tree can be peeled off, otherwise the birch trees will die. If we only peel a small part, the birch trees will not die due to serious injuries. King Li and his personal guards all agreed immediately. Uk, City Lord. Chief, I will take people to collect them right away. Li Wang was as happy as a child. Li Wang and his guards had heard a little about these birch trees from Yi Bin. The bark of these birch trees could be used to extract some kind of wax oil, but Li Wang and his guards did not know the specific method of extraction. In the minds of Li Wang and his men, difficult technical work like this is something that the leaders should worry about. People like them only need to contribute manpower and effort. As for those technical work, even if Yi Bin asked them to do it, they didn't know where to start. It would be better for them to do some physical work. Everyone worked for an afternoon, and everyone carried 2 large bundles of bark on their shoulders. Each person carried at least 400 kilograms. For these guards, carrying something weighing more than 400 kilograms was still bearable. These people were the strongest men in the tribe. Yi Bin originally wanted to rush back to the tribe overnight, but it was too late. There was no moonlight tonight, and the entire forest was pitch black. Yi Bin also instructed Li Wang and the others to start making a fire and cooking on the spot. When the royal guards go out, they carry tinder with them. This is also a tribal custom. No matter who goes on a long journey, they will bring some tinder with them. The materials required to make this kind of fire starter are very simple. You only need some cotton and some other things to make a complete and easy-to-use fire starter. The guards lit more than a dozen bonfires and grilled most of the giant python meat that they had killed in the afternoon. About half an hour later, the aroma of barbecue wafted through the primeval forest. Li Wang tore off a piece of roasted python meat and quickly came to Yibin. The python meat was roasted over a high fire until it was sizzling with oil. The aroma of the meat was wafting in the air, making people's appetite grow at the mere smell of it. The piece of roasted meat in Li Wang's hand was the best piece of meat on the python. Yibin was meditating under a birch tree. He was thinking about how to transplant all these birch trees back to the tribe. Then he wouldn't have to travel far. After all, it was still quite dangerous in the primeval forest. "Chief, please eat something first." After hearing Li Wang's voice, Yibin stopped thinking about this problem for the time being. Transplanting these birch trees is a huge project, and it is still difficult to accomplish with the current strength of the tribe. The first one is the problem of transportation. The second is that it requires a large amount of manpower and material resources. No matter which method is used, it is not something that the current Chinese tribes can do. Spending such a huge amount of money just to make some candles is really a foolish act. Yibin, as the lord of these three cities, has to put the overall interests of the tribe first no matter what he does and not give up on unnecessary things. As a result, the entire tribe was brought down. He took the barbecue from Li Wang's hand, put it in front of his nose, and smelled it. The strong, meaty aroma of the barbecued python meat made Yibin drool. Whether in his previous life or this life, it was the first time for him to eat snake meat. Yibin took a bite of the giant python meat and felt that it tasted quite good. "Li Wang, you should go eat barbecue too." "Ok, leader." Li Wang quickly agreed. After fighting for an entire afternoon and peeling tree bark for several hours, everyone was already starving. If it weren't for the tribe's rules, Li Wang would have started eating long ago. When the guards saw that their leader had eaten, they picked up the python meat on the fire and began to eat it bite by bite. Although they were very hungry, they still put their leader first in the tribe. Chapter 234, Giant Scorpion Tribe. At night, Yibin arranged people to patrol. No matter where you are, patrols are a standard feature of China. This is also a good habit. Patrols can avoid many dangers and are also the last line of defense for the tribesmen. Perhaps this is still the territory of the giant python. There will be no danger at night. The dark primeval forest gives people a feeling that it can swallow everything. If more than 10 bonfires had not been lit, Yibin and his group would not have been seen at all. Anyone who could spend the night in the primeval forest was not an ordinary person. Nothing happened overnight. A ray of morning sunshine shone on everyone's faces. Perhaps it was because of the sunshine that everyone slowly woke up. Yibin rubbed his hazy eyes and felt a ray of sunshine shining on his eyes. At this moment, a voice called in my ear. "Chief, should we set off?" It was Li Wang who called him. Li Wang got up early in the morning. He was worried about Yibin's safety. After all, this was in the primitive wilderness, not in his own tribe. What if he encountered any ferocious beast? That would be really bad luck. Although they're numerous, everyone would be afraid of those ferocious beasts. We can't let the royal guards fight monsters every day just because they have a large number of people, right? After everyone finished breakfast, they returned to the way they came. This road opened up by the iron knife was also very easy to identify. The road was lined with branches cut by the iron knife. As long as everyone followed the road, they could reach the foot of the mountain in a few hours. Looking at the pockets on the backs of the war horses and the bark carried by the guards, Yibin couldn't help but feel excited and happy. From now on, the Chinese tribe will no longer be afraid of the dark at night. The journey back this time was very smooth, and there was no danger. The 2 injured guards also recovered very well. In the morning, Yibin changed their medicine. In primitive society, the most feared thing was wound infection. Once a wound was infected, it was really very dangerous. At the very least, it would cost you half your life, and at worst, you would go to the king of hell. Fortunately, Yibin found the right herbs, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Although the python's teeth are not poisonous, there will still be some bacteria remaining on the teeth. As long as the wound is not infected, everything else will not be a problem. Suddenly, the sound of cow horns was heard in the distance. Yibin ordered his personal guards to put down all their belongings and left a dozen people to guard them. The remaining 100 or so people all rode their war horses and ran in the direction of the horn sound. Yibin rode on the phantom cloud and ran quickly in one direction. Li Wang led more than 100 people and followed Yibin at a very fast speed. Wherever the war horses passed, a cloud of dust was raised on the ground. The patrol group of Longcheng also heard the sound of cow horns in the distance. Today's patrol group was Jinhua. He immediately led all the soldiers of the regiment to reinforce in the direction of the cow horn sound. Jinhua arranged 2 people to return to Longcheng immediately to report the news. In case there were too many enemies, the regiment he led could still resist them temporarily. Zhu brought more than 1,000 women to a dense orchard to collect fruits. She discovered this area yesterday afternoon. Because she brought fewer people yesterday, the fruits she collected were even less. For a tribe of more than 20,000 people, collecting a few hundred baskets of fruit was simply a drop in the bucket. If it hadn't been too late yesterday, she would have brought people back again. Early this morning, Zhu gathered more than 1,000 women, brought more than 100 camels, and more than 300 blue cattle. Finally, the courtesan also sent more than 100 female warriors to protect Zhu's collection team along the way. After the collecting team arrived at the orchard, they began collecting on a large scale. Everything was going well, and the women in the collecting team also got into work mode. The women were still the same as before. While collecting, they chatted about tribal gossip. Suddenly, a group of primitive people rushed out. There were at least several thousand of them, and each of them carried a long stone spear. There were also some tall primitive people, each holding a giant stone axe in their hands. The sudden appearance of this enemy scared Zhu and the others. At this time, a female warrior stood up. She was a deputy general of the Oiran and was trained by the Oiran herself. The woman's name was Hua Yun, and this name was given to her by the Oiran. Hua Yun is also a tomboy, and her physique is no less than that of the Oiran. Her weapon is a spear. After discovering the enemies, she immediately gave orders. Blow the horn quickly. The 2 female warriors agreed. Yes, yes. These 2 female warriors were also the people Hua Yun valued the most. They took off the ox horns from their waists, put them in their mouths, and started to blow, and the ox horns made a huge sound. Woo 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 woo. All the female warriors had arranged their battle formations. As Hua Yun finished speaking, the more than 100 female warriors all stood in a row. This was the Chinese long snake formation, and it was also a formation commonly used by warriors. After the formation was set, Hua Yun said to the members of the collection team, "You all should retreat quickly. We will hold off these enemies." Zhu did not hesitate. She was also a team leader and knew the seriousness of the matter. The collection team had no training and no weapons. Even if all of them stayed, they would be of no use. There was nothing else he could do except to hold back. As for the collected fruits, it was already so late, and saving his life was the most important thing. Zhu shouted to the gathering team. All the members of the gathering team dropped what they were holding and immediately retreated towards the tribe. Then they spoke to Hua Yun. "You must be careful." Hua Yun said to Zhu with a smile, "Don't worry. You go first. Even if we can't defeat them, we can stop them temporarily. I estimate that it won't be long before the reinforcements from the tribe will arrive." Zhu nodded heavily. "We will definitely bring reinforcements." And then he left with the collection team. The group of primitive people on the opposite side immediately became anxious when they saw Zhu and the others were trying to escape. These were a large group of women, and the tribe leader would definitely be very happy if they could capture them all. Suddenly, a primitive man spoke. "Commander, look, that primitive man is pointing at Hua Yun and his group." The commander cursed angrily. "What are you looking at?" The commander's eyes are all on the collection team. There are more than 1,000 people in the collection team, and they are all young women. The leader is named Blood Scorpion. He also comes from a large tribe. His tribe is a large tribe called Giant Scorpion, which is also a large subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe. The purpose of Blood Scorpion's visit this time is to inquire about the Huaxia tribe. Their chief said that recently the Huaxia tribe has a tendency to become bigger. The one from the Xuanwu tribe is already a little restless. Once the Huaxia tribe starts to rise, there will be 4 super tribes. The first is the Firebird tribe. The second is the Taotai tribe. The third one is the Xuanwu tribe. The fourth one is probably the Huaxia tribe. Chapter 235, Hua Yun and others are in danger. This time, the purpose of his visit was to find out about this Chinese tribe. But Blood Scorpion is a man who loves women. In his eyes, the Huaxia tribe was nothing. If the tribe leader had not asked him to come here with Blood Scorpion's character, he would have just ordered 1 or 2 guards to lead people to flatten the Huaxia tribe. However, the patriarch had already given the order, and Blood Scorpion had no choice but to obey. So, I have no choice but to go there in person. Unexpectedly, as soon as we arrived in this area, we ran into Zhu and his collection team. This made Blood Scorpion very happy. His biggest hobby was playing with women, and his way of playing was a little different from that of normal people. Those who understand will naturally understand. The Blood Scorpion originally wanted to launch a sneak attack, but was discovered by Hua Yun's guards, who immediately reported the incident to Hua Yun, which led to the scene that just happened. Hua Yun had already arranged the battle formation and was waiting for the enemy to launch an attack. The female warriors took out the bows and arrows from their backs and were ready to shoot. Hua Yun gave orders to the female warriors. Everyone is ready to shoot. When Blood Scorpion saw the women running away, he suddenly became anxious. These people were his prey, so how could he let them escape like that? This time, Blood Scorpion brought nearly 2,000 people, all of whom were elites in the tribe. Each of them was very tall, and it was obvious that they came from a large tribe. The Blood Scorpion roared angrily. With just such a small number of people, they want to stop so many of us. Blood Scorpion sneered and saw a mighty woman. This woman was none other than Hua Yun, who was commanding the battle. Men in primitive society regard tall and mighty women as goddesses. Even though Blood Scorpion is a little perverted, he still has certain needs for that kind of love in women. He licked the corner of his mouth. Just like looking at prey, he just looked at Hua Yun from afar. Blood Scorpion couldn't wait to have his hands on this top-notch woman, so he said to the guards around him, "Go straight over and grab that tall woman for me. I want to enjoy her." Woman, I must catch you." The Blood Scorpion let out a sinister laugh. He really couldn't wait to see the woman in front of him. The two guards of Blood Scorpion, with more than 2,000 people, went straight to kill Hua Yun and the others. These two guards, one named Dashin and the other named Dashi, were the Blood Scorpion's right-hand men and also the chief's guards. As for why he is next to the Blood Scorpion, it is because the Blood Scorpion has another identity. He is the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Otherwise, why would the Blood Scorpion be so arrogant? Looking at the enemy rushing over, Hua Yun was a little afraid. But as a female warrior of China, the responsibility on her shoulders was to defend her tribe. The enemy was getting closer and closer. Hua Yun was no longer afraid at this time. She thought of a woman in her heart. This woman was also her idol and their immediate superior. She was the most beautiful woman in the Huaxia tribe and the leader of the female warriors. The Oiran teaches them every day that as a warrior of the Huaxia tribe, they have the responsibility to die for the tribe. Even if the enemy is very powerful, we must fight to the last man. Even if we die fighting for the tribesmen will remember us. The greatest honor for a warrior is to die on the battlefield, rather than thinking about how to escape or beg for mercy. Hua Yun also noticed the fear of the female warriors, and she spoke while pretending to be calm. "Fellow warriors, the Huaxia tribe is behind us, and our reinforcements are on the way. As long as we can delay the enemy, I believe it won't be long before our main force arrives." After listening to Hua Yun's encouragement, the female warriors each exuded a strong fighting spirit. Although they were all women, their leader, Hua Kuei, did not pity them and trained them like men every time. Many women cried. They didn't understand why China had warriors but needed a group of women to be trained. The Oiran never answered these questions for the female warriors. She would only repeat this sentence every time she trained. The more you sweat during training, the less you will bleed on the battlefield. This is what you've been taught her. The Oiran has always kept it in mind. She repeats this sentence every time she trains, for fear that one day, even she herself would slack off. Hua Yun was trained by the Oiran under this kind of intensity, and the more than 100 people led by Hua Yun were also trained by the Oiran, the leader, under this kind of intensity. It can also be said that they are the guards of the Oiran. The enemy's army has begun to charge. Blood Scorpion stands at the back of the crowd to supervise the battle. This is his usual style, otherwise he would have been hacked to death. Although Blood Scorpion is a bit arrogant and domineering, he is extremely cautious in what he does. Dashin and Dashi were commanding an army of more than 2,000 people to charge. Usually in a larger battle like this, Dashin and Dashi would be behind the army and personally command them to fight. The commander in primitive society, when directing a battle, played the role of a military supervisor. As long as the superiors ordered him to charge, the soldiers under him had to charge, otherwise they would be killed by the military supervisor's troops. Dashin pointed at Hua Yun and the others and told them to disperse those women. In the eyes of Dashin and Dashi, the more than 100 people, including Hua Yun, were so scared that they could not walk in this primitive society. Not yet. Women have become martyrs on the battlefield. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were getting faster and faster. Hua Yun was also calculating in his mind that the effective killing range of the double blade bow of the Huaxia tribe was about 100 meters. As for whether you can shoot the enemies on the battlefield from 100 meters away, it depends on the enemy's luck. Primitive people don't wear clothes, especially male warriors. They usually wrap themselves with a piece of animal skin. I don't need to introduce which part of their body is covered, right? The arrows of the Huaxia tribe are all equipped with iron arrowheads, and they can basically penetrate the enemy's body as long as the enemy is not thick-skinned. Hua Yun raised his hand, and the female warriors also pulled the bowstrings, waiting for Hua Yun's order. Hua Yun estimated the distance in his mind. As long as the enemies on the opposite side entered the attack range of the bow and arrow, Hua Yun would immediately give the order to shoot. Kill. Catch them. If you catch that tall woman, the commander will reward you handsomely. The person who spoke was Dashi. He was different from Dashin. Dashin was a more cautious person. No matter what he did, he would choose a more stable and safe way. The more than 2,000 people led by Dashi could already see Hua Yun's face clearly. He was a man who liked to show off. Since the commander liked this woman, he would help the commander to capture her back. At that time, as long as the commander is happy, he will reward him with 3 or 4 women. No matter in which society, men are born to like women. Chapter 236. The Oiran's Deputy General Hua Yun. Hua Yun's heart was pounding nonstop. The enemy has arrived at the designated location, and now is the best time. Hua Yun no longer hesitated and waved her hand at a group of female warriors. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. These female warriors immediately released the bowstrings in their hands, and more than 100 arrows were quickly shot at the enemies on the opposite side. The iron arrows cut through the air and shot directly into the crowd on the opposite side. Dashi rushed to the front of the crowd. Because he wanted to be the first to achieve success, as a qualified lackey, he had to learn to please the leader. As long as the leader wanted something, Dashi would try his best. This is also the reason why blood scorpion attaches so much importance to Dashi. The army was also handed over to Dashi for command. Dashi and his men knew nothing about the shooting range of Chinese bows and arrows. In their opinion, as long as they had more people on their side, other things would not be a problem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the arrow fell, there was a scream from the crowd. Dashi's arm was pierced directly by an iron arrow, and the team members around him fell one after another. Ah! Save me. I don't want to die. People in the crowd fell down one after another, and the screams and wails of the warriors continued to echo on the battlefield. For the people of the giant scorpion tribe, this kind of weapon was something they had never seen before. Dashi screamed, It hurts so much. What on earth is this? Hua Yun gave the order again. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. Another round of arrows rained down, flying rapidly in the air. Dashi and his group only saw a dense mass of black spots in the sky, which shot into the crowd in the blink of an eye. There was another scream from the crowd. Another 50 or 60 people fell in this round of arrow rain. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were all dumbfounded. Many of them stood where they were, unable to move forward or backward. Save me. My legs are injured and my stomach is bleeding. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Seeing the enemies on the opposite side were all in disarray. Hua Yun was so excited that she didn't know what to do. For Hua Yun herself, this is her first actual combat. She is very proud of herself for achieving such a record. The blood scorpion was so full of energy when he saw this scene on the battlefield that he almost could fit an egg in his mouth. Dashin came over immediately to report. My Lord Commander, the enemy's weapons are too powerful. I suggest that we retreat temporarily, otherwise there will be heavy casualties. The blood scorpion kicked Dashin in the face. I don't care what method you use. I only want that woman. Looking at the murderous eyes of the blood scorpion, Dashin's heart was pounding with fear. The blood scorpion leader in front of him was really a killer. More than a dozen of his tribesmen had died in his hands. Dashin didn't dare to doubt it at all. He said tremblingly, Don't worry, Commander. I will definitely capture that woman, and then you can play with her as you like. Blood scorpion laughed wildly. Dashin, you are the person I value most and the smartest person I have. So please don't let me down. Listening to blood scorpion's cold laughter, Dashin's scalp felt numb. The happier the commander laughed, the more it showed that he wanted to kill someone in his heart. Dashin didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He took more than 100 generals and walked towards Dashi and his men. Those soldiers who wanted to escape were killed by Dashin's orders. The role of the generals was to intimidate everyone. All those who fled from the battlefield and those who retreated in the face of battle were under the jurisdiction of the governor. As long as the commander gave the order, the warriors of the tribe had to charge forward without fear of death. As long as someone is found retreating, the commander-in-chief will kill you immediately. Otherwise, your retreat will lead to the defeat of the entire battlefield. As the old people often say, one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Hua Yin went from being panicked at the beginning to being calm and composed now. This is how people are. As long as you kill the first person, you won't care about killing the second and third person. Hua Yin is like this. In the past, they were all simulated training, but for actual combat like today, she was the first girl to go to the bridge. The female soldiers fired 6 or 7 rounds, and more than 300 or 400 enemies fell. The enemy's casualties were still increasing. Dashi pulled a soldier over and stood directly in front of him. After the arrow fell, Dashi was not hurt at all. He seemed to have discovered something and started laughing. The tribesmen around him thought that Dashi was scared silly. It was already so late, but Dashi was still grinning foolishly. Because of his behavior just now, many people stayed away from him. The man that Dashi caught had been shot by multiple arrows. In the last round of Rain of Arrows, the giant scorpion tribe lost another 70 to 80 people. The blood scorpion came out this time with a total of more than 2,000 people. After the last round of charge, they have lost 400 to 500 people. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we didn't even touch the other person's clothes, but we lost so many people. Although the giant scorpion tribe is a large tribe, so many people died in just a few minutes. Blood Scorpion, I still feel a little sad. But for the sake of that woman, Blood Scorpion can accept the loss of more people. When a man's hormones are running high, he will lose his normal rationality. This is what Xuexie is like now. There is only Hua Yun in his eyes. As long as he can get the woman opposite him, nothing else matters. No matter which dynasty or generation, there are countless kings who lost their territory for a woman, especially those who have high status, like the current Blood Scorpion. His father is the patriarch of the tribe, and he himself is also a leader. As long as Blood Scorpion takes a fancy to someone, no matter if it is a woman or an object, he has never failed to get it. The soldiers were preparing to retreat, and Dashin quickly joined the crowd and shouted to everyone. You are divided into 3 teams. Each team has this many people. Dashin gestured with his hands. In primitive society, there was no concept of numbers, except for Yi Bin's Huaxia tribe. As for those primitive people in the local tribes, they didn't know anything like numbers. They just gestured with their hands, just like cutting tofu in a supermarket. The mountain directly divided this large group of people into 3 teams. The first team attacked from the left, the second team attacked from the right, and the third team attacked from the middle. After arranging the tactics, Dashin then ordered Dashi, you lead your men to attack from the middle, and I will lead my men to attack for both sides. Dashi was very dissatisfied with Dashin's arrangement, and he cursed at Dashin loudly. Why? You don't attack from the middle yourself, but let me attack from the middle. We both know this. The team in the middle is the most dangerous. Dashin sneered. Commander, I have been given command of the army. If you have any comments, you can give them to the commander. Don't forget that this idea was mine. You now have only 2 choices. The first is to obey, and the second is to refuse. Dashi also sneered. What if I choose the second one? There was a hint of murderous intent in Dashin's eyes, but he still sneered. Refusal is retreat. I can kill you right now. The commander beside Dashin had already clenched his weapon. This scene happened to be seen by Dashi, who immediately said with a smile, I will lead my men and launch the attack from the center. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for updates. It's not that Beicheng is unwilling to write more. Beicheng is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update 1 chapter for my fans as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 237, Circular Battle Formation. Hua Yun has been observing the entire battlefield. He saw more than 100 people rushing into the battlefield on the opposite side. After about a few minutes, the formation on the opposite battlefield changed. The original large group of enemies was divided into 3 large and small squadrons. There are about 400 to 500 people in each squadron. This really stumped Hua Yun. With her first combat experience, she couldn't cope with the current situation at all. Several female warriors shouted, Deputy Captain Hua Yun, the enemy is divided into 3 parts. How should we deal with it next? Hua Yun hesitated for a moment. Finally, he gave the order. Everyone is divided into 3 groups. From now on, you can shoot freely. Free shooting is the most helpless shooting for the Huaxia tribe. Only when the warriors are in desperate situations will they choose this way of shooting. Hua Yun and the others have already reached this point. The enemy already has a large number of people, and now they are divided into 3 formations, which means that the female warriors need to form a formation of 33 people. Moreover, the number of enemies they faced was 15 times more than theirs. Looking at the enemies rushing towards them, Hua Yun gave one last order. All female warriors obey orders. All the female warriors responded. We are all here. When the enemy gets close, he immediately throws away the bow and arrow in his hand and uses the lance to fight instead. Yes, yes. The female warriors responded quickly. At this point, they're no longer scary. Although the warriors are all women, their fighting awareness is no less than that of any group of men. Zhu led the gathering team and walked quickly into the tribe. At this time, Yibin appeared with the cavalry team. When Zhu saw that it was the city lord and his men, he burst into tears in an instant. City lord, please go and rescue Hua Yun and the others as soon as possible. Yibin didn't have time to ask who Hua Yun was. He pulled Zhu onto his warhorse and then spoke to Zhu anxiously. You gave directions on horseback, and Zhu immediately nodded in agreement. Ok, City Lord. The City Lord goes straight from this side. Yibin had no time to hesitate. He shouted to the guards, everyone follow me. Riding on the phantom cloud, Yibin quickly rushed towards Hua Yun and the others. Li Wang followed closely behind Yibin. As a qualified bodyguard, his responsibility was to protect the leader well. As for whether primitive people would be jealous, probably not, right? In primitive society, it was very common for more than a dozen men to be with one woman. The person Li Wang likes is Zhu, and he is the only one who knows this. Although Yibin had guessed it before, he still couldn't confirm it. As for Zhu being on Yibin's horse, Li Wang didn't care at all. If this happened in modern times, Li Wang would have fought with Yibin to the death. The speed of the warhorse was getting faster and faster, and soon a large number of enemies were seen. They were besieging Hua Yun and the others. Yibin said to Li Wang, let the guards use the war horse iron chain formation. The so-called iron chain formation is 2 people, each riding a war horse, and then 2 of them, each pulling one end of the iron chain and then quickly rushing towards the enemy. The movement of the war horses was very loud, and everyone on the battlefield discovered Yibin and his group. At this time, the distance between the enemy and Hua Yun and the others was less than 20 meters. Hua Yun was still there, continuing to command the battle. Suddenly, there was a sound of horse hooves near the orchard. Hua Yun and the female warriors all looked at each other. This was the sound of war horses from the Huaxia tribe. The city lord and his men had come to rescue us. Sure enough, on the leading black horse sat a boy and a woman. The woman was Zhu from the gathering team, and the boy was their city lord Yibin. The female warriors instantly felt hope again. Someone shouted loudly, our reinforcements are coming. Our reinforcements are coming. The sudden appearance of the group of people scared Blood Scorpion, Dashin, and the others, but when they saw the number of people on the opposite side, Blood Scorpion burst into laughter again. There are only so few of you. Are you all here to die? It really makes me laugh to death. There's still more than 1,500 people in Blood Scorpion's group, while Yibin and his group have only more than 140 people. Even if Hua Yun and the others are included, there are only more than 240 people. To Blood Scorpion and his group, these people are just here to die. After listening to Yibin's arrangements, Li Wang personally led the charge. The Warhorse Iron Lock formation was divided into 15 groups, each consisting of 2 people. Their goal was to break up the enemy's formation. After 5 rounds of Iron Lock formation attacks, the enemy was almost dispersed. At this time, the guards began to shoot on the battlefield. Each of them had a continuous compound bow, which could hold 7 arrows. Each shot they make only takes a few tenths of a second. As long as the enemies are dispersed by the iron chain formation, the rest will be left to the guards. Cavalry versus fleeing infantry. Isn't that like an eagle catching a chicken? Killing people is just like a joke. There is no pressure at all. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe didn't take the cavalry team seriously at all. Dashin and his men's goal was to capture Hua Yun and the others first. Then, deal with those who have mounts. Hua Yun immediately shouted loudly. Everyone immediately put on their bows and arrows and switched to using lances to fight. Yes, yes, yes. The female warriors quickly carried out Hua Yun's orders. The first rule of the Huaxia tribe's military regulations was to obey orders. These military regulations have been engraved in the minds of all the warriors. As long as the superior gives an order, the soldier's first reaction will be to obey immediately. No matter when you are, As long as the superior gives an order, the soldiers must obey immediately. Everyone formed a circle, and with Hua Yun's order again, the female warriors immediately formed a circle, like the circular formation, square formation, straight formation, spear formation, sword and shield formation, and bow and arrow formation. Yibin has included them in the training. The formation Hua Yun is using now is the circular formation that Yibin taught them. In the current situation, the circular formation is the best formation. Hua Yun stands in the middle of the circular formation and can command them better. This scene left Dashin and Dashi dumbfounded. What on earth was this? It was Dashin who reacted first. Warriors of the giant scorpion tribe charging. Kill him for me. Following Dashin's order, the 300 or 400 people in the front rushed forward directly. In their minds, they were just dealing with a group of women, and such a small number of women at that. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe never took them seriously. They had only one target, and that was Hua Yun in the circular formation. She was the woman that the commander specifically wanted. No matter what the cost, the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe must capture that woman for me. The mountains screamed desperately. Everyone, rush in and capture that woman. The female warriors were all wearing bamboo armor. They were more eager to fight against the enemies around them. The 400 or 500 people led by Dashi rushed towards the circular formation in an instant. Hua Yun shouted to everyone, "Bayonet!" The circular formation was like a hedgehog, with iron spears stabbing out from it. All the enemies that approached the circular formation fell in a pool of blood. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe never wore animal skins. As primitive people, they only covered the area below the waist with animal skins. The surrounding enemies were unexpected for the sharpness of the iron spear tips. They held stone spears in their hands and were ready to charge toward Hua Yun's circular formation. Regarding this aspect of weapons, the iron spears designed by the Huaxia tribes are all upgraded versions after being lengthened. Their effective killing range is beyond the enemy more than 2 meters away. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for updates. It's not that Beicheng is unwilling to write more. Beicheng is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update 1 chapter for my fans as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 238, News about Jifeng. The stone spears of primitive people were probably about 1.5 meters long. The iron spears of the Huaxia tribes are about 2 meters and 23 meters long, which is a small advantage they can gain when charging into battle. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. At this moment, the enemy can't get close to them. Anyone who came within 2 meters of the circular formation would be mercilessly stabbed to death by the iron spears. The stone spears held by Dashi and the others were really too short. Every time, as long as the soldiers approached, they would be pierced by the iron spears in the circular formation, and blood would spurt out like water. Dashi and his men were so angry that they kept circling around the circular formation. The circular formation was like a tortoise shell. No matter how the people around attacked, they could not break their formation. Hua Yun thought to himself, the city lord did not lie to us. The royal guards were quickly attacking the crowd. Since there was still a certain distance between the two sides, Dashin arranged a squadron to resist the cavalry of the royal guards. In Dashin and his men's minds, the other side only had such a small number of troops, while the number of people they sent to resist was 3 times as many as theirs. As for whether they would win or lose, Dashin was too lazy to think about it. With such an obvious question, the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe had no idea how much they had experienced. Seeing that he could not capture Hua Yun, Dashi immediately became anxious. This group of women was really too difficult to deal with. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe kept attacking the women, and every time they attacked, they were beaten back. Why is Dashin so anxious? I originally thought that I could easily capture the enemy, but it turned out that almost half of the soldiers on my side have died. If the fight continues like this, all the soldiers I led will die here. Blood Scorpion was getting a little restless. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were beaten back time and again. He saw it all. What kind of tribe was this Huaxia tribe? Even their group of women have such strong fighting power. There was a sudden change on the battlefield. The Royal Guard cavalry, led by King Li, rushed to the crowd that was blocking them like lightning. In just a confrontation, the more than 500 people from the giant scorpion tribe were torn to pieces like pieces of paper. The Royal Guards formed 5 groups of war horses and iron chain formations. Each group had 2 members. After the first group of iron chain formations finished charging, a large number of the more than 500 people who were blocking the way fell down. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe let out screams. I was dragged away by something. Save me. There was chaos on the battlefield. The four groups of war horses and iron chains coming from behind pulled over like harvesting wheat. Wherever the rows of iron chains passed, the soldiers fell down one after another. The guard behind the warhorse iron chain formation picked up the rapid-fire compound bows in their hands. Every time they pulled the bowstrings, a giant scorpion warrior would fall down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blood splattered everywhere. There was a lot of wailing. The war horses advanced rapidly, not giving the enemy any chance to breathe. After about 2 minutes, there were less than a dozen people left to block the attack. Anyone who was dragged to the ground by the chain formation was either shot to death by the guards or trampled into a pulp by the galloping war horses. The blood and flesh on the horses' hooves dyed the grass red. No one could survive wherever the war horses passed. In Li Wang's heart, anger has taken over his reason. These people dared to touch the woman he liked, which Li Wang could not tolerate. As for Zhu getting on the leader's warhorse, King Li could still turn a blind eye for the time being. After all, for Li Wang, the leader is the most important man to him. Although he has a secret crush on Zhu, this crush is only in his heart, and the two do not have a substantial relationship yet. Just at this moment, Jinhua came with a reorganized regiment. Jinhua shouted to the warriors, Kill them for me. They dare to come to China to steal women. Then all of them will stay here, right? Anyone who dares to let an enemy go will be skinned alive by me after this battle. Jinhua was also a patriarch before. Ever since he was conquered by Yi Bin, his personality has become a little more restrained, but this is only the case in front of Yi Bin. Jinhua is always very irritable in front of other people. How many men who can sit on the position of patriarch are good men and women? Jinhua had a big bald head, and there were two people standing beside him. One was holding the avenue flag, and the other was a flag bearer. The two of them followed Jinhua, one on his left and one on his right. Yi Bin also saw the golden fire. Gold fire. Suddenly, someone called him, and Jinhua looked around again. I was still cursing in my heart. Who the hell was so bold as to bring people here and cause trouble in our Chinese tribe? City Lord? Mayor, why are you here too? Jinhua walked towards Yi Bin quickly, his mouth looking happy like the word too. City Lord, when did you come back? Yi Bin said with a smile. On the way back to the tribe, we heard the sound of cow horns nearby, and we immediately brought people over. These people are really fearless like newborn calves. I really don't know how to write the word death. If they dare to come to our Chinese territory to cause trouble, then let them all stay. Ugh. City Lord, this is a chance to show off in front of the City Lord, and I must seize this opportunity. The reorganized regiment of Jinhudai is all wearing iron armor, and the weapons in the hands of the soldiers are all iron spears and iron swords. The cavalry on the battlefield is as easy as cutting wheat. The giant scorpion warriors who were so arrogant just have lost more than half of their men. Wherever the cavalry passed, there was no one standing. The ground was already littered with corpses. The blood scorpions finally began to get scared. Zhu said in Yi Bin's ear, City Lord, how many people are there over there? Yi Bin looked in the direction of Zhu's finger and indeed saw several people. One of them was sitting on the back of a deer. The man was very tall and was wearing a bear skin. There was a sinister light in his eyes. Yi Bin said to the guards around him, Capture all those men for me, especially the man on the deer's back. I want you to bring him here alive. Several bodyguards around him immediately nodded in agreement. Leader, rest assured, we must catch him back. The 4 bodyguards, riding on black war horses, quickly charged towards Blood Scorpion and his men. The guard beside the Blood Scorpion said, Sir, someone is coming to kill us. Another guard shouted, Take the commander away quickly. When Blood Scorpion saw the cavalry on the battlefield, they were like demons coming out of hell. Wherever they passed, there was no living person standing up. Blood Scorpion, he was really a little scared. What kind of existence was this Huaxia tribe? Also, why can they control the gale? In the primitive people's cognition, the war horses ridden by the royal guards are the gale on the northern grasslands. The gale in the Blood Scorpion's mouth is the war horse ridden by the royal guards. The Blood Scorpion cursed. This damn Huaxia tribe is actually related to that tribe. The tribe inside the Blood Scorpion's mouth is a big tribe in the northern grassland. Do they all have their own methods? Even if they caught Jifeng, they would rarely be tamed. Many of the Jifeng in the tribe were trained from childhood. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for updates. It's not that Beicheng is unwilling to write more. Beicheng is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update 1 chapter for my fans as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 239 Reinforcements arrived. The guard said anxiously, "Commander, shall we go?" Watching, the giant scorpion warriors on the battlefield were killed by the cavalry of the Huaxia tribe. Wherever the cavalry passed, there was blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Although Blood Scorpion is a little arrogant, he is definitely not a fool. He has certain means to become the leader of the tribe. It was probably too late to withdraw the soldiers at this time. Blood Scorpion bit his black teeth and immediately made up his mind. He said to the guards around him, "You go over and block them." After Blood Scorpion finished speaking, he left riding an animal that looked like a camel or a deer. If Yibin was closer, he would definitely be able to recognize that Blood Scorpion's mount was a moose. Don't underestimate this kind of moose. They weigh about 800 or 900 kilograms. The 4 guards saw Blood Scorpion riding a monster and trying to run away. In the eyes of the guards, the thing that Blood Scorpion was riding was a monster that looked like nothing. If you asked them to name it, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the primitive people? 6 or 7 guards were left behind to block the Blood Scorpion's escape. The 4 guards looked at each other, with a sneer on the corner of each of their mouths. The leading guard gave an order. "Be prepared to shoot them." Hearing the captain's order, the other 3 guards immediately picked up the rapid-fire compound bows hanging on their horses' backs, and their horses galloped forward quickly, causing the 6 or 7 guards who were blocking their way to tremble slightly all over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 arrows were shot at 6 or 7 people. For these guards, the continuous firing of compound bows was too unfamiliar. They had never encountered such a situation in the battles they had experienced before. The sound of breaking wind was heard. Ah! The screams of 5 people rang out simultaneously on the battlefield. Dashin immediately said to the people around him, "Withdraw. Retreat quickly." In fact, there was no need for Dashin to say anything. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe had already begun to flee in all fronts. This was how primitive people fought. When they couldn't win, they would just start running for their lives without any orders from their superiors. For this primitive man, as long as they can survive, other things are not important at all. As for discipline and military regulations, sorry, they have none. In the primitive people's thinking, they will fight hard if they can beat those who can beat them, and if they meet someone they can't beat, they will just run away. As for whether he will sell out his teammates, that is not something this group of people can worry about. As long as they can survive, the life and death of their tribesmen does not seem to be that important. No matter what era it is, the human race as a large group is relatively selfish. A unit wants to form combat effectiveness. It is necessary to enforce discipline, abide by laws, and obey orders. Even if there are 1 or 2 very powerful people, as long as they come to the battlefield, they will eventually become the nourishment of his battlefield. Guan Yu is so powerful, but why did he still lose in Maichen? No matter how powerful and brave a person is, what can he do in the end? Guan Yu's failure had a lot to do with his personality. Guan Yu was arrogant and looked down on all the heroes in the world. He only had eyes for his elder brother Luoshui. But Guan Yu's martial arts skills are definitely those of a top-notch general. The Jingzhou soldiers he led are also a group of fierce and powerful troops. This is also related to Guan Yu's military discipline, which is very strict. The reason why he is arrogant is that he has the capital to be arrogant. Guan Yu himself is very powerful and has 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers under his command. In the society at that time, Jingzhou, guarded by Guan Yu, was the strongest force. Although the troops led by the Blood Scorpion number more than 2,000, they are just a motley crowd. In primitive society, they are a relatively elite fighting force, but in front of the Huaxia tribe, they are just a group of chickens and dogs. Why do you say that about them? The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, except for some advantage in numbers, are not comparable to China in any other aspect. For example, when it comes to weapons, the Huaxia tribe has iron tools, while the giant scorpion tribe uses stone tools. The Huaxia tribe has armor, while the giant scorpion tribe is shirtless. The Huaxia tribe has battle formations, while the giant scorpion tribe fights alone. The gap between the two sides is huge. There's one point there, the advantage in numbers can make up for it, and China also has weapons like bows and arrows. There's also a battlefield meat grinder. China has a highly mobile cavalry squad. Perhaps many people think that it is just a squad of more than 150 people. What decisive role can it play on a real battlefield? Then you're totally wrong. Although China has only more than 150 cavalrymen, these 150 people can decide the outcome of a battle. If both sides have tens of thousands of people fighting, and at this time, a cavalry squad comes out to kill, they all use the iron chain formation of war horses to drag quickly. As long as the cavalry enters the battlefield, it will be a devastating blow. Once the iron chain formation begins to drag, the battlefield on the opposite side will fall down like wheat being cut. The cavalry and the soldiers behind them will also take advantage of the situation to launch an attack. Once the army begins to advance, the outcome of the battlefield will be like a scale and will directly tip towards the other side. The situation between a tribe with cavalry and a tribe without cavalry is completely a dimensionality reduction attack. It's like you're holding a sword and the other person is holding a rifle. With such a gap, the chance of winning is almost zero. Dashi immediately came to Dashin. What should we do now? Dashin is the smartest person in the tribe, which is one of the reasons why he can stay with Blood Scorpion. Otherwise, with Blood Scorpion's personality, he would have chopped Dashin to death long ago. Both Dashin and Dashi have their own advantages. Dashin is timid, but he is born with a good brain. Dashi is brave in combat, but he only has brute force. Huayan saw that the time had come, and she shouted to the female warriors around her. Sisters, the city lord has come to rescue us, and the reinforcements from Captain Jinhua have also arrived. Now everyone must obey my orders. All of them, rush out. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. The female warriors quickly launched a counterattack. Huayan took the lead and rushed out in one step. The female warriors quickly followed. More than 100 female warriors stood in a row. They cooperated with each other, holding the iron spears in their hands, and quickly instigated the enemy crowd. Every time they instigated, a large amount of blood would be drawn. Dashin saw the bravery of the women and immediately shouted to the giant scorpion warriors, "Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" The soldiers of the giant scorpion war tribe don't need Dashin to shout at them. They had already fled long ago, and now the battlefield was filled with giant scorpion warriors. They were like a group of headless flies, and wherever there were no people, there would be giant scorpion warriors. Dashin, Dashi, and others quickly chased in the direction that the blood scorpion fled. When they came, there were more than 2,000 people. Now, as they were fleeing, there were less than 300 or 400 people around Dashin and his men. He even saw that they all fled. He immediately shouted towards the battlefield, "Everyone, start capturing slaves. Anyone who throws away their weapons or surrenders voluntarily should be tied up. If you encounter anyone resisting, immediately draw your weapons and do not give the enemy any chance to survive." After Jinhua received the order, he immediately led his men into the battlefield, Jinhua shouting as he ran, "The city lord has given orders. All enemies who voluntarily lay down their weapons should be tied up. If you encounter enemies who resist, just show your weapons and give your enemies a quick death." After a while, all the soldiers on the battlefield received the order. The soldiers responded immediately. "Receive. We must carry out the mission." Chapter 240. More than 10,000 people come to support. Suddenly, the voices of tens of thousands of people were heard from the surrounding woods. "Kill! Kill all enemies." These people were the ones that Jinhua sent to notify. When she heard that there were enemies, the courtesan could no longer sit still. One of her lieutenants and more than 100 guards were all in the gathering team. She was the only one who felt the most distressed about the soldiers she brought with her. The Oiran immediately summoned the entire regiment and went to Black Panther to collect the equipment. After receiving the news, the other regiment leaders also immediately summoned one of their own regiments and quickly came to Black Panther to collect the equipment. Hainyo, after receiving the news, quickly mobilized his troops and headed directly to the outside of Longqing. "There are a total of 10 regiments in China," Hainyo said to Heibao. "You're inside Dragon City, guarding the city with a regiment of Langya." Black Panther also knew the urgency of the matter, so he immediately agreed. "Ok, Commander. Now, the city lord is not in the city, and Longqing must leave an elder to guard the city. No matter what happens, there must be someone who can calm the situation. Obviously, Black Panther is the best candidate." Black Bull yelled, "Set off." There are 8 regiments together, and beside each regiment leader, there is a person holding the avenue flag. They are the flag bearers of the entire regiment and the soul of the entire regiment. No matter where the avenue flag goes, the position of the regiment leader is there. The Oiran took the lead and set off. The 7 groups, led by He Nio, walked quickly towards the fruit forest. Zhu from the collecting team told He Nio and the others yesterday afternoon that their collecting team had discovered a large fruit forest. Zhu also pointed out the location to He Nio and the others. So the 7 reorganized regiments headed in one direction as soon as they left Longchen. The courtesan was very worried about Huayan. Huayan had no combat experience. If the number of enemies was too large, Huayan would not be able to cope with them at all. Every time she thought of this, the courtesan quickened her pace. While she was hurrying on her way, she spoke to the guards around her. Get the whole team running. Yes, yes. After receiving the order from the courtesan, several female guards around her immediately came to the middle of the team and shouted to all the female warriors. The head of the group has given orders. Hurry up and get on your way. The female warriors all agreed loudly. Yes, yes. Just when the battle was about to end, the Oiran and He Nio's tens of thousands of people all came to the battlefield. The more than 10,000 people led by He Nio were still in the woods, but their voices had spread throughout the battlefield. Hearing the dense shouts of killing all around, Huayan was shaking with excitement. Is this what it feels like to have a backer? Huaxia tribe. This is the Huaxia tribe. Huayan kept repeating in her heart that she had thought she would die today and was determined to die. But even if all of them died in battle, she would tear off a piece of the enemy's flesh. When Huayan was about to despair, the city lord arrived with the cavalry. The cavalry was unstoppable, and no one was left alive wherever they passed. At that time, Huayan was so excited that tears were about to flow down her face. If she hadn't been surrounded by enemies, she really wanted to find a place and have a good cry. She thought that was it. Suddenly, Jinhua led a reorganized regiment and quickly rushed out of the woods. It was not until this moment that Huayan realized that the Huaxia tribe was a whole, and no matter what dangers they encountered, the Huaxia tribe would not abandon you. The city lord will not abandon you. The warriors will not abandon you. And all the people in the Huaxia tribe will not abandon you. This is the confidence from a big tribe. In future battlefields, the soldiers will fight bravely, because the warriors have a common backing, and that backing is called the Huaxia tribe. This is also the confidence of the Chinese people. The personal guards led by Li Wang went straight to chase Dashin and his men. When Dashin and Dashi escaped, they took more than 300 or 400 people with them. This was something that King Li could not tolerate. He knew that the leader liked slaves, so he wanted to capture all the escaped enemies. By then, they will be tortured sooner or later. If you dare to touch the woman he likes, isn't that like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? The remnants of Dashin's defeated troops were no match for the cavalry. About 5 minutes later, the personal guards, led by Li Wang, quickly caught up with them. This time, the guards did not shoot arrows. These people were already scared out of their wits. Now, they only needed one round of attack from the war horses and iron lock formation to basically capture all the remaining defeated soldiers. King Li said to the guards around him, "Use the warhorse iron chain formation to attack," and several guards around him immediately agreed. Yes, team leader. The guard pointed at the people behind and said, "The 4 of you use the iron chain formation to attack and keep these people here. If you let anyone go, you will be punished with 10 military sticks when you return." Hear the guard boss speak. The 4 bodyguards immediately rushed towards the fleeing enemy. They worked in groups of 2, pulling an iron chain and rushing into the crowd. When they saw the cavalry coming, Dashin and his men were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Many warriors of the giant scorpion tribe knelt down on the spot and shouted loudly, "Don't kill us. Please don't kill us. I don't want to die." These people had been frightened by the cavalry on the battlefield just now, and now they were filled with deep fear. The 2 groups of guards saw many people kneeling in front of them, and the 4 of them looked at each other. They directly bypassed the kneeling people and quickly chased after the people in front. Many giant scorpion tribe warriors saw that it was useful for their tribesmen to kneel down. They also knelt down immediately. The giant scorpion tribe is now just a group of remnants. They have lost their will to fight, and all they want is to survive. This is how it is on the battlefield. As long as one side begins to collapse, it will basically suffer heavy losses. If you're lucky, at most 1/3 of the troops will be lost. If you are unlucky, the entire army will probably be wiped out. The Blood Scorpion and his men had no idea about the Huaxia tribe and had never sent anyone to gather any information. Their blind arrogance made them look down on everyone. In all the battles that Blood Scorpion had experienced before, he had directly crushed his opponents, which also developed a habit in him. That is, he was arrogant and refused to listen to other people's advice. Otherwise, if it weren't for his arrogance, these more than 2,000 soldiers would not have ended up like this. As the leader of the tribe, Blood Scorpion has been addicted to women for a long time, and his body is almost hollowed out by women. The giant scorpion's forehead is covered with sweat. He rides on the back of Moose and quickly flees in one direction. After dealing with the blocking enemies, the 4 guards quickly chased after the Blood Scorpion. In the eyes of the cavalry, the running speed of the Moose was like the difference between an adult and a child running. Do you think a child can outrun an adult? For these 4 men, being able to capture a great commander personally is a symbol of honor and also their future military achievements. As for whether the Blood Scorpion will escape, such a great achievement, no matter who it is given to, will make every effort to catch him. This is a great commander, not an ordinary little person. Blood Scorpion, he is not only a commander, but also the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Chapter 241, Capturing Slaves. The Oiran saw Hua Yun and the others counterattacking, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hua Yun did not disappoint her. How could the soldiers trained by her, the courtesan, die so easily? Seeing their heroic scenes, the courtesan felt really proud. She wanted to shout to everyone, "These are the soldiers led by my courtesan. Even if we are outnumbered by the enemy, they can defeat the strong enemy and will never bring shame to the Chinese tribe. Women can also protect the tribe, and women can also go into battle to kill the enemy." At this time, this battlefield was tightly surrounded by 8 reorganized regiments. The giant scorpion warriors in the center of the battlefield all threw away their weapons and looked around nervously. The first one to appear was the otaku, and next to her was a female flag bearer who was holding a large flag with the word written on the front. On the back of the flag, the 2 big words Huaxia are written, and there is a dragon painted next to Huaxia. The second leader to appear was Black Snake. There is also a flag bearer beside him, holding a flag with the word snake written on the front. On the back of the flag, the word Huaxia is also written, and there is a dragon painted next to it. The third leader who appeared was an eagle. There was also a flag bearer beside him, who was also holding a large flag in his hand. The word eagle was written on the front of the flag. On the back of the avenue flag, the 2 big words Huaxia are also written, and there's also a dragon painted next to it. The 4th regiment commander who appeared was Langia. The reorganized regiment he led was the one led by Black Panther. Since this reorganized regiment was formed not long ago, Black Bull asked Langia to lead it out for some practice. The regiment that Langia led before was left in Longcheng by He Nyo, and He Bao was temporarily the regiment leader. As long as He Bin was not in Longcheng, He Nyo was the boss of Longcheng. There was also a flag bearer standing next to Langia, holding a flag in his hand. The word wolf was written on the front of the flag, and the word China was also written on the back of the flag, with a dragon painted next to it. The 5th leader to appear was Luoshui. There was also a flag bearer beside him, holding a flag with the word Sh written on the front. On the back of the avenue flag, the word Huaxia is also written, and a dragon is drawn next to it. The 6th leader to appear was He Qin. There was also a flag bearer beside him, who was also holding a flag with the word Qin written on the front. On the back of the avenue flag, the 2 big characters Huaxia are also written, and there's also a dragon painted next to it. The 7th leader to appear was Jinhua, who arrived first. At this time, Jinhua was capturing slaves on the battlefield. There was also a flag bearer beside him. No matter where Jinhua went, the flag bearer would follow him. Jinhua's flag of the avenue was the most eye-catching on the entire battlefield. The flag of the avenue was flying everywhere on the battlefield. When Hua Yun saw Jinhua's flag of the avenue, she and the 100 guards around her immediately moved over. They came to save us, and now that the war is over, we should go and thank them. After all, we all make a living in the same tribe. Since the regiment led by the Oiran was 2 reorganized regiments combined, of the 8 regiments on the battlefield, the Oiran herself led 2. Now in Longcheng, in addition to the reorganized regiment led by Black Panther, there was also a battalion left by Li Wang. In order to rescue Hua Yun and more than 100 people, the Huaxia tribe actually sent out 8 reorganized regiments. Each reorganized regiment had about 1,500 people. 8 regiments were dispatched at once, which was enough to show one thing, that the Huaxia people attached great importance to them. When He Bin saw 8 groups coming, he suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was the Huaxia tribe that he had created. In the primitive society, his Huaxia tribe was the only tribe with such cohesion. He Bin rode on Phantom Cloud and quickly came to the center of the army. Zhu had never seen such a scene before. She sat on the back of Phantom Cloud, holding tightly onto Yi Bin's animal skin clothes with her small hands. Hanyo and 6 other captains led more than 10,000 warriors and charged in directly from the outskirts of the orchard. The tied-up giant scorpion warriors were so frightened that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. From then on, there was a terrifying tribe in their hearts. Huayan said to Jinhua and the others, "Captain Jinhua, thank you for your timely rescue. Otherwise, we would all die here." The female warriors around her also came over and thanked Jinhua and the others and praised them for their abilities. What men can't stand the most is being praised by a bunch of women. Amid the praises from Hua Yun and the others, the brothers from the Jinhua regiment were almost showing off their muscles. Just at this moment, Yi Bin came over riding on the Phantom Cloud. Jinhua, Hua Yun, and their group hurriedly walked towards Yi Bin. Hua Yun was so excited that her whole body was shaking. When they were in the most dangerous moment, it was the city lord who arrived first with his men. In the hearts of Hua Yun and her friends, the city lord was the most handsome man. Jinhua said excitedly, "City lord, what should the slaves do with these?" Hua Yun also came up immediately and spoke to Yi Bin nervously. City lord, Hua Yun is not like the Oiran. The number of times Hua Yun has seen Yi Bin can be counted on one hand. But it is different for the Oiran. When she wants to see Yi Bin, she can come to Yi Bin at any time. If Yi Bin makes her unhappy, the Oiran will look at him with contempt. Seeing Hua Yun's nervous look, Yi Bin spoke in a gentle tone. "Are you not hurt?" Hua Yun and the other female warriors were all shaking their heads excitedly. To the female warriors, they were very touched that the city lord could bring people to rescue them. No matter which tribe it is, the chief will not come to rescue people personally, let alone a group of women from the tribe. Especially in today's situation, Yi Bin didn't know how many enemies there were, but he still came quickly. In Yi Bin's heart, as long as they were members of the Huaxiao tribe, no matter who was in danger, he would come to support without hesitation. Yi Bin said to Hua Yun with a smile, "What's your name? Did you bring all these people here?" Hua Yun nodded immediately. "My name is Hua Yun." These female warriors were all trained by the regiment commander. "Flower Cloud?" Yi Bin muttered softly. "Who gave you this name?" Hua Yun replied immediately. "It was given by our team leader. She said she was called the Oiran, so she named me Hua Yun. I am now the deputy general of the Oiran team leader." This courtesan can also give names to others. Not only does she call herself the Oiran, she also calls the girl next to her Hua Yun. But really, this name is quite nice. The Oiran, Hua Yun. When you hear these two names, don't they sound like the names of a pair of sisters? It seems that the Oiran's book was not read in vain. Seeing Yi Bin talking to himself there, Hua Yun spoke cautiously. "City lord, is there anything wrong with my name?" After hearing Hua Yun's question, Yi Bin calmed down and said with a smile, "No, I just feel that your two names are like a pair of sisters." Hua Yun said embarrassedly, "Our leader said that from now on in the tribe, the leader and I will be real sisters." Chapter 242, Enemy's Name. When the 7 reorganized regiments gathered together, the orchard was already full of people. They saw Yi Bin standing in the middle of the battlefield, with a large flag with a big word "fire" written on it. They're all members of the Huaxia tribe, and they're all very familiar with this grand flag. In the entire tribe, the only one who has this grand flag is Jinhua. The battlefield was filled with corpses. At a glance, there were at least 800 or 900 people, many of whom were shot to death. Their bodies were still pierced by many arrows. Some of these people were shot dead by Hua Yun and her team, and some were shot dead by the royal guards. In addition to these dead people, more than 300 or 400 people escaped, and the rest were all captured by Jinhua. As for those who escaped, Li Wang and his men have already gone after them. I believe it won't be long before Li Wang brings them back. In Yi Bin's mind, since they're already here, there's no need to rush back. Seeing 6 regiment commanders coming over with more than 10,000 people, the person walking in the front was obviously their division commander Hanyo. As for the people behind Hanyo, Yi Bin knew who they were without even looking. Each of them has a big flag by their side, and on top of each flag there's a big word. On the back of their flags there are the same 2 words. China. City Lord. Mayor, why are you here? When did the City Lord come? The team leaders who came over greeted Yi Bin enthusiastically. Hanyo walked forward even faster and came to Yi Bin's Phantom Cloud. "City Lord, you're not hurt, right?" Yi Bin smiled. He greeted everyone one by one. He let Zhu get down from his arms, and Zhu got down from the back of Phantom Cloud. Just like Hua Yun walked over quickly, Zhu's eyes were immediately wet with tears. "Hua Yun, Thank you so much. If you hadn't stopped the enemy, everyone in our collection team would have been captured by the enemy. Huayan said with a smile. When we went out, the leader told all of us that no matter what danger you encounter, we female warriors will do our best to protect you. After listening to Huayan's words, no matter if it was Zhu, Jinhua, or Yi Bin, everyone's body seemed to be ignited by something, the Oiran said proudly. Huayan, you are all great. It didn't bring shame to our group. Looking at the sweaty courtesan, Huayan felt very uncomfortable. The group leader must have run all the way here in a hurry to save them. With such a captain, Huayan felt it was worth it even if they all died in battle. Listen to the team leader's praise. A line of tears flowed from the corners of Huayan's eyes. No matter where Huayan goes, he will never bring shame to China. Eben felt that he was actually moved by a group of women. He felt that he should say something. Eben took over the conversation. You are all my Chinese people, no matter you are men or women. As long as you are in danger, China will always stand behind you. If you want to steal the women of China, unless all the Chinese men are dead, as long as there is still a man with a penis, he will die before the women. The mission of us, Chinese men, is to protect the tribe and the women behind us. Eben's passionate speech. The women here were so moved that they were crying and sneezing. All the women in the group of Oirans were crying with excitement. It seemed as if something was shrouding their hearts. They didn't know at all that this thing was called a sense of security. It was Yi Bin's words that gave all the women a sense of security. Today, all the warriors of China are mobilized for more than 100 women. Even if you look at any other tribe, there is no such great cohesion. The military discipline of the Huaxia tribe is strict. The warriors train together every day and have long developed deep feelings for each other. The soldiers shouted excitedly. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. As for why they shouted like that, of course it was He Nio and his friends who took the lead. The female warriors also shouted loudly. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Yi Bin knew that his speech was a success, whether modern or primitive. They all like to drink one thing, that is chicken soup for the soul. No matter what era it is, this soup is loved by large numbers of people. Yi Bin, what he just said is not chicken soup for the soul. These words are more of a belief, making everyone believe in China, just like the temples on earth. When a person is at a dead end, the first thing he thinks of is not how to solve the problem, right? The first thing he thought of must be the illusory gods and Buddhas. In fact, this is a kind of belief because when people are most desperate, only the faith in their hearts is their last resort. Yi Bin's words. Many warriors understood one thing. That is, no matter what time it is, the Huaxia tribe will not give up on you. Even if there are only 1 or 2 people, Huaxia will do its best to save you. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. The cavalry is back. Look, the cavalry is really back. The soldiers' excited voices rang out from the crowd. This was the first time that the Chinese army had gone out for a large-scale battle since its establishment. Although 6 regiments did not participate in it, their actions have proved everything, especially the patrol regiment. Their emergency response and temporary combat arrangements were very good. Li Wang walked to the front of the crowd, riding a war horse, with rows of slaves tied up behind him. Among them was a man. Yi Bin had seen him on the battlefield. He was the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Also, a leader of the giant scorpion tribe. After a while, King Li brought a group of slaves and came directly in front of Yi Bin. One of the guards said that the city lord was the commander-in-chief of this group of people. Yi Bin nodded to his guards. Well, you did a great job this time. Thank you, city lord. In the current Huaxia tribe, most people will say thank you. This is also the most basic etiquette. Luoshui will teach these etiquettes in school, which is also what Yi Bin required. Since he wants to develop a civilized tribe, these most basic etiquette are something that every Chinese person must know. Only when a tribe has civilization will it begin to progress slowly. What is your name and what is your position? My name is Li Hu, and I serve as our captain's personal bodyguard. Yi Bin immediately looked at the courtesan and then immediately looked at Huayan. The Oiran said unhappily, City Lord, why are you looking at us? Only the courtesan could be so tough. Huayan beside her wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. The captain was really too tough. He was the city lord of our China. Yi Bin said somewhat embarrassedly. Did you and Li Wang discuss this privately? Li Wang was also confused. Chief, I have never discussed anything with the head of the Oiran group. You must believe me. Shut up. Shut up. Yi Bin and the courtesan actually told Li Wang to shut up at the same time. The Oiran doesn't want to have anything to do with Li Wang. But Yi Bin felt that Li Wang and the courtesan were hiding something. He had previously acted as a matchmaker for the two of them, but was looked down upon by the courtesan. Now the two of them were having an affair in private. How else to explain the two names Hua Yun and Li Hu? King Li said angrily to the Oiran, "Why do you want to shut up?" Chapter 243. Improving the quality of the entire clan. The courtesan looked directly at Li Wang with cold eyes. "I told you shut up, what do you think?" The Oiran is the elder of the tribe, and her status is second only to Hein Yo. When Yi Bin and Hein Yo are not around, many matters of the tribe are handled by the Oiran. In the entire tribe, the courtesan only takes orders from two people. The first one is her old leader Hein Yo, who is also the commander of the Huaxia tribe. The second person is naturally Yi Bin. Yi Bin is their city lord and the man the courtesan admires the most. Since Yi Bin appeared, the Luoshui tribe was renamed the Huaxia tribe. In the past, the tribesmen could not get enough food, and there were only dozens of people in the tribe. Ever since Yi Bin became the leader, the tribesmen no longer lacked food. The tribe has grown from a few dozen people to more than 20,000 people now. All of this was done by the city lord Yi Bin. Therefore, in the heart of the courtesan, apart from these two people, no matter who the others in the tribe are, she doesn't care. Li Wang is just a captain of the personal guards. Compared to her, the courtesan, Li Wang, was just a rookie. The women were all enlightened. It turns out that our team leader is so powerful. King Li also knew that although the Oiran was a woman, she was also a veteran. King of power, the same is true in the tribe. In the entire tribe, the only people who could give him orders were Yi Bin and Hein Yo. In the eyes of outsiders like Yi Bin, the Oiran and Li Wang were like a couple who were angry with each other. In order not to embarrass Li Wang, Yi Bin said to the courtesan with a smile, "You two, the deputy general beside you, Hua Ke, is called Hua Yun, and the guard beside you, Li Wang, is called Li Hu. Tell me, was this discussed privately?" I don't. The two people spoke at the same time. The Oiran, "Let's not talk about this topic anymore," she immediately said to Yi Bin. "City Lord, can I kill all these people?" All the slaves were shocked. How could this unbelievably beautiful woman have such a cruel heart? Oiran, "I know you are angry, but I still have a use for these people, especially the man in Li Hu's hand. He is the escaped blood scorpion. Under the continuous shooting of Li Hu's compound bow, how could blood scorpion have the courage to escape?" After seeing the courtesan, the greed in blood scorpion's eyes could no longer be concealed. The courtesan's figure and body shape seemed to be even stronger than Hua Yun's. For these primitive people, the Oiran is a goddess-like figure. It's a pity that Yi Bin really can't appreciate her, otherwise he would have. Seeing the look in blood scorpion's eyes, the courtesan understood it all too well. When men look at women like this, there are only two purposes. The first purpose is to possess them, and the second purpose is to possess them for a long time. How could the courtesan tolerate him and kicked him directly? The blood scorpion let out a scream. Everyone was terrified, and all the men covered their private parts. This woman was really cruel. Her kick just now had directly broken the blood scorpion into pieces. Yi Bin also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It turned out that the courtesan had such a violent side. No wonder Li Wang was afraid of her. Who would dare to be with such a violent woman in the future? What if she kicks you like this when you're sleeping at night? When the men thought of this scene, they felt that their brothers were not safe. Although the Oiran was their goddess, she had to be treated with respect. Just with that kick she just gave, I don't know how many men's hearts were broken. Yi Bin thought it was almost done. So he said to everyone, "Jinhua, you take your men to take the slaves back first, and the other warriors take back all the fruits left over from the collection. As for the fruits on the trees, leave them to the collection team to digest slowly." Everyone agreed immediately. This was an order from the city lord. In the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin's words were like an imperial decree. To the warriors, although the city lord was not very old, in their hearts, he was the reincarnation of a god. Yi Bin instructed Li Wang Dao again. "You take your men over there and bring back all the tongue oil fruits and white bark." When Yi Bin came to rescue, he asked his bodyguards to abandon all the belongings and only left a dozen people there to guard them. Now that the enemies have been dealt with, it's time to transport those things back. They had worked hard to get them back, and they had experienced life and death. If Yi Bin hadn't reacted a little faster, he would have been digested by now. Li Wang agreed. Then he reacted and said, "Chief, won't you come with us?" Yi Bin shook his head at Li Wang. He looked at the group of slaves again. There were some people among them, especially the one who was kicked by the courtesan. This person must know a lot of things, so he had to interrogate him thoroughly. Wait until everyone returns to the tribe. Even asked the courtesan to bring those people over. They almost killed Hua Yun and the others. It was the best thing to let the courtesan bring those people over now. After the interrogation, Yi Bin would have to give them an explanation. Soon, people were taken to the training ground. Any major events in the Huaxia tribe would be handled on the training ground. This was also to allow everyone to see that no matter whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, the tribesman should have the right to know. Otherwise, he would become a dictator. This method of ruling would not last long, no matter what era it was in. Yi Bin had no intention of establishing a dictatorship. What he wanted was a tribe ruled by law. As long as they are in the tribe, whether men or women, everyone is treated equally. Anything like male dominance over women is not allowed. As long as the tribesmen are in the Huaxia tribe, they must abide by the rules of the Huaxia tribe. Xuexia, Dashin, and a few others were brought to the training ground by the courtesan. They were surrounded by men and women, all of whom were members of the Huaxia tribe. They had heard the news a long time ago that these people wanted to capture the women of the gathering team. As a result, they were blocked by Hua Yun and her group. Finally, the city lord and his men arrived in time, and Captain Jinhua also led his men to kill them. Finally, under the siege of everyone, all these foreign enemies were captured. When Blood Scorpion and the others saw so many people in Dragon City, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. No matter who encountered this situation, they would be trembling with fear. Being watched by more than 20,000 people, the visual impact and the sense of oppression coming from all around would be overwhelming. This is not something a group of prisoners can endure. Dashin and Dashi were both trembling slightly all over, but Xuexia was a little better off. His lower body was broken by the kick. For a normal man, there was no happiness in life anymore. The women looked at Blood Scorpion with eyes full of pity and anger. They thought that since he dared to come to China to capture women, the courtesan was very merciful by not chopping him into pieces. If she hadn't known that Blood Scorpion was still useful, she would have hacked him to death with a single blow. After everyone arrived, Yi Bin stood on the high platform of the training ground. The tribesmen saw that the city lord was about to speak, and the soldiers in the training ground and the women around them all fell silent. Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction. His fellow tribesmen had such awareness. He felt proud to be the city lord of all of them. He said in his heart, "This is me, the Chinese tribe that I brought up, the me from another world. I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Chapter 244. The 9 Mountain Raccoon Snakes. Is something wrong with Master Zhuefeng? Zhuefeng was inspecting the city wall when suddenly a voice shouted, "What's going on? Why are you so nervous?" A guard said hurriedly, "There's a large group of people coming towards our city. How should we respond now?" Zhuefeng said to Mu Zhan, who was not far away, "Captain Mu Zhan, take our people and go to the top of the city wall to take a look." Hearing Zhuefeng shout, Mu Zhan immediately led his men over and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, take up your weapons and follow me to the top of the city wall." At this time, the sound of rams' horns was blown on the city wall. When the soldiers heard this sound, they knew that the enemy was coming. At this moment, Black Shark and Hunyu also heard the sound of the ram's horn. The two old men were no longer unfamiliar with the sound of the ram's horn. In the past month, several groups of people came to attack them. In the end, they were all captured and made slaves. On the 10th day after Zhuefeng arrived here, he had already built the walls around the city. Although it was not a complete wall, it was enough for them to use. The moat outside the city wall was also dug by themselves. Although there was no water in the moat, even if it was a deep pit, it would not be easy for the enemy to break through. Now, more than 500 storefronts have been built in this Shenwu city. All of these storefronts were designed by Yi Bin. As for the drawings of the storefronts, they were also brought by Captain Mu Zhan. When Hainyo got the blueprint, he immediately handed it to Mu Zhan, and then 1,000 people led by Mu Zhan came to the Python Plain. Zhuefeng and Mu Zhan came to the top of the city wall to observe. This month was their 5th attack. The previous attacks were blocked by Zhuefeng and his men, and many of their slaves were captured. There are more than 2,000 slaves in Shenwu City now. Mu Zhan brought 1,000 slaves here before, and then he captured a lot of slaves. These people captured by Zhuefeng were the ones who took the initiative to come to attack the city. Mu Zhan cursed loudly. This tribe of 9 mountain raccoons and snakes is really endless, right? The so-called Mountain Raccoon 9 Snakes tribe. Mountain raccoon refers to a tribe in the mountains. They are also a super large tribe. According to the captured slaves, their entire tribe lives in the Great Baiwan Mountains. There are many ethnic groups there. The ethnic groups in the mountains all consider themselves as ethnic groups, unlike the tribes outside, which all name themselves after animals. Just like the Firebird tribe, their ancestors seem to be an immortal firebird. That's why it was named the Firebird tribe. As for the Taotai tribe, it was also the name of a ferocious beast. And the Xuanwu tribe all named their tribes after ferocious beasts. In addition to the Huaxia tribe, the reason why Huaxia was named Huaxia was because of Yibin. Yibin came from Huaxia on Earth, so he was named Huaxia. Mountain civet refers to a ferocious beast that looks like a cat or a fox. An adult mountain civet is about 1 meter long, with a pointed head, black skin all over, and no hair on its body. The body shape of the mountain beaver is like that of a cheetah. When they run, their speed is twice that of an ordinary cheetah. The mountain beaver also has 4 claws, which are very sharp. Anyone injured by their claws will be disemboweled at best and die on the spot at worst. The mountain beaver has sharp teeth. It is not only a fast beast, but also a natural hunter. The mountain beaver, as a ferocious beast, likes to eat meat the most. No matter it is human flesh or animal meat. As long as it is meat, the mountain beaver likes to eat it. Under normal circumstances, a big black bear cannot beat a mountain raccoon. The big black bear is a power player, and the speed of the mountain raccoon is something that the big black bear cannot understand. Their speed can easily beat the big black bear. Just say it. When a beaver attacks a black bear, it just needs to rush to its back quickly and then bite it with its 2 claws. The black bear's skin is as soft as tofu, and the beaver's mouth is also very powerful. Once it bites, it can easily tear off a piece of meat. Beavers have the same skills as snakes. Once they bite through the skin, no matter whether it is a human or an animal, the whole body will lose consciousness in about 2 minutes, just like being anesthetized. As for the rest, the beaver will eat you bite by bite, just like its big brother in Africa. When they eat their prey, the prey is sentient. Nature is so cruel. No matter what animal it is, they all have their nemesis. Although beavers are very powerful, they have a flaw. A liquid is secreted from their skin. This liquid makes their bodies look like they are covered with wax, giving them a shiny feeling. But it is this kind of liquid. Once it comes into contact with a forest fire, the flames will burn madly on them like glue until no more liquid can be secreted from their bodies. Once beavers run out of liquid, their lives are over. The remaining are the 9 snakes, which refer to 9 subordinate tribes, namely the black snake tribe, the golden snake tribe, the white snake tribe, the poisonous snake tribe, the green snake tribe, the flower snake tribe, the blood snake tribe, the arrow snake tribe, and the water snake tribe. Each of their names represents a large ethnic group, especially the arrow snake tribe. They are good at controlling arrow snakes, a snake that is the size of an arrow. When they attack people, they can shoot out like arrows. The saliva of this snake is highly poisonous. Even if an elephant is bitten by it, it will probably go to heaven. These people's tribes all live in the Million Mountains. These people's tribes all raise a kind of guardian snake, which lives around the tribe. Each of their tribes has its own means of controlling snakes. It doesn't mean that every one of them can control the snake. Only those who can make strange noises can control those different snakes. Another thing is the number of snakes. The number of snakes controlled by those people is limited. Generally speaking, one person can probably control more than 30 snakes. Such a person is like a great witch. There are only a few of them in a tribe. Among the 9 snake tribes, there are only 2 or 3 people in each tribe. As for their other tribesmen, they were no different from ordinary warriors. They all used weapons to attack the enemy. It was not like what everyone thought, that they would release snakes to bite people while fighting. It's like a super tribe with their high priest and great witch. Doesn't it sound intimidating? The great witch can use witchcraft, and the high priest can communicate with gods. These things sound scary, but does the great witch really know witchcraft? High priest, can you really communicate with the gods? These are what the tribesmen think in their hearts. The same is true for the 9 snake tribes. In each of their tribes, there are 1 or 2 great witches or high priests or snake-controlling high priests. Or they may be the snake-controlling wizard. No matter what they are called, they're among the most prestigious people. Generally, in the Million Mountains, people like them who can control snakes are called psychics in their tribe, which roughly means that they can control some living creatures, and this power is bestowed by God. In primitive society, witches were beings who could communicate with gods. As for whether it is really possible to communicate with the gods, or it is just a show in front of the tribesmen, I will not explain this kind of cultural history in detail. Zhuefeng saw a man. He was the psychic wizard of the Black Snake clan. The 2 sides had fought each other last time, and they even used alcohol bombs in the end. That fire burned them back. Chapter 245, Xuanwu Clan. Mu Zhan's heart trembled. He was still very afraid of this old man. I heard from the slaves that this old man is a psychic wizard from the Black Snake clan. The wall of Shinwu City is about 5 meters high. There are 3,700 people in Shinwu City, and more than 1,000 slaves were captured. Currently, there are about 5,000 people in Shinwu City. The first thing Zhuefeng built was the 4 walls of Shinwu City. This was also Yi Bin's request. Zhuefeng always carried out the city lord's requirements 100. It was precisely because of this that they were able to defend Shinwu City. Otherwise, with just these people, they would have been driven back to Longshan long ago. Any single group of the Mountain Raccoon 9 Snake tribe had more people than the Shinwu City. Suddenly, the psychic wizard came forward and shouted to Zhuefeng on the city wall. I have something to tell you. Zhuefeng replied immediately. Why do you want to attack our Huaxia tribe? It seems like we had no hatred between us before. The psychic wizard said unhappily. We don't have any hatred, but you shouldn't hold a market here. Zhuefeng replied with a smile. We are opening a market here, so it seems that there is no conflict or contradiction with the ethnic groups in your mountains, right? The psychic hesitated. As long as you withdraw from here, we will not harm any of you, including those tribesmen you captured. The soldiers around him wanted to say something, but were immediately stopped by the psychic wizard. Mu Zhan said with a look of disdain, This is our Chinese city. Why do you want us to leave? Don't you think we are afraid of you just because you have more people? At this time, another old man came out, holding a few animal skin pictures in his hands. He looked at Mu Zhan and others with a smile and said, As long as you don't open the market, we can leave. Zhuefeng asked with some curiosity. We are holding a market here, so it doesn't seem to conflict with you, right? The old man replied with a smile. I am the great witch of the Xuanwu tribe. As long as you do not open a market here, in the future, if you come to our Xuanwu tribe to trade, we will give you a satisfactory place. It turned out to be the Xuanwu tribe, Zhuefeng muttered softly. The city lord said before that the Xuanwu tribe is also a super tribe. They do not participate in any wars. Their tribe is full of caravans traveling everywhere. But why are they targeting our Huaxia tribe this time? How could Zhuefeng, a primitive man, understand the truth that a business market is like a battlefield? If Huaxia wants to open a new market, won't that cut off other people's source of income? For the Xuanwu tribe, this is intolerable. If the Huaxia tribe's market opens here, how will their Xuanwu tribe support its people? The 2 old men, Black Shark and Hunyu, have sent many people to spread the news of the opening of the new market. These people they sent out will notify each tribe one by one. In primitive society, there was no communication and messages could only be transmitted on foot. This was also the task that Yibin gave to the 2 of them once Shinwu City opened. It is necessary to let all the tribes within a radius of 100 to 200 kilometers know this good news. The 2 old men are both high priest-level figures. In a large tribe, the high priest and the great witch are the most intelligent beings, and their life experiences are also very rich. At this time, the 2 old men, Black Shark and Hunyu, also came to the top of the city wall. They walked quickly to Zhuefeng's side and immediately looked at the old man under the city wall. Black Shark was shocked and pointed at the old man. You? Aren't you the great witch of the Xuanwu clan? Zhuefeng asked curiously. Isn't he from the Xuanwu tribe? What? Another member of the Xuanwu tribe appears? Black Shark quickly explained the matter. The Xuanwu tribe, you know, is actually composed of a large ethnic group and a super tribe, just like our Huaxia tribe. Huaxia has Dragon City and Old City, and now there is a new city here. Outsiders only know that there is the Xuanwu tribe, which is just one of them. Within the Xuanwu tribe, there is another clan, a super tribe, and a Xuanwu caravan. They are the Xuanwu clan, the Xuanwu tribe, and a Xuanwu caravan. Among them, the Xuanwu caravan is the weakest, followed by the Xuanwu tribe. Above the Xuanwu tribe is their Xuanwu clan. It was the first time for Mu Zhan and his friends to hear the word ethnic group. Mu Zhan anxiously asked Haisha what the word ethnic group meant. Even Hunyu and the others on the side looked over with curiosity. Black Shark continued to explain to everyone, I have only heard of this ethnic group. The ethnic group is a name above the super tribe, and it is also an existence above the tribe. Existence above the tribe? Everyone was confused. What on earth was this thing? Are there any other requirements to rise to become an ethnic group? Black Shark thought for a while and decided that if he wanted to rise to a large tribe, the people in the entire tribe must surpass the super tribe. A super tribe would have about this many people. Black Shark pointed at all the people in the city and gestured several more times. Zhuefeng, Mu Zhan, and others all took a deep breath. How many people are there? A picture appeared in everyone's mind. For Zhuifeng and the others, this was something they dared not even think about. With so many people, how much food would be needed? Even an ordinary super tribe could not feed so many people, right? The old man saw that someone recognized him. So he smiled and said to Black Shark and the others, "Since some of you know me, you know the ethnic group behind me. To us, your Chinese tribe is too weak. As long as you promise not to hold a market on this plane and pretend that everything that happened to us before never happened. What do you think?" Black Shark, Han Yu, and the others all looked at Zhuifeng. Even Mu Zhan and the others on the side looked at Zhuifeng nervously. In this city, Zhuifeng held the highest position. Zhuifeng's eyes were determined. This was the task assigned to him by the city lord. If they retreated like this, would the city lord still dare to use him in the future? When the old man saw that no one answered, his face immediately turned ugly. Given his status in the tribe, being able to speak to these people was already a huge honor for them. He didn't expect that these people would be so ungrateful. After figuring out the problem, Zhuifeng shouted to the old man under the city wall, "We will not retreat. As for the market of our Huaxia tribe, that is up to our city lord to decide. As for you, just go back to where you came from." The psychic wizard next to the old man said angrily, "Great wizard Jishuan, just let me lead our men to charge over there." Jishuan directly stopped the psychic wizard. "We brought too few people this time. I look carefully. This thing that looks like a hill, if we want to take them down by force, we need at least this many people." Jishuan made a series of quick gestures to the soldiers behind him. As for what they meant, only the two of them knew. "Hello, brothers and sisters." Beiqing wrote a short story, which has been reviewed in the evening. The theme of the short story is an urban immortality novel. Brothers and sisters who like urban novels can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain. A sword breaks the sky. Chapter 246 ye binstitil tots. Jishuan took a look at the city and said to the guards around him, "Hui ethnic group." Several guards immediately agreed. "Yes, Lord Wizard." The guard walked quickly to the back, shouting loudly as he walked. Everyone returned to their tribe. "Yes, yes, yes." All the warriors around agreed. The order given by the captain of the guard was the order of the wizard. In primitive society, there was a phenomenon that the larger the ethnic group, the more their people feared the gods. Everyone on the city wall looked at each other with curiosity. Mu Zhan was the first one who couldn't help but ask, "What are they doing? Isn't it said that the Xuanwu tribe is more powerful than the super tribe? Why do they just leave like that?" Black Shark let out a long sigh. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Han Yu seemed to have noticed something, and he immediately spoke to Black Shark. "Brother Black Shark, are you worried about them? Will you bring more warriors next time?" Black Shark didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly. Zhuifeng also thought of this problem. This matter was too complicated, and he needed to send a pigeon message to the city lord immediately. Zhuifeng said to the guards around him, "Go send a carrier pigeon to Longsheng and tell the city lord the news here. Remember to release 2 more pigeons. Now is the critical moment. Nothing can go wrong." "Yes, Mr. Wind Chaser." The guard agreed and quickly ran to a room where many pigeons brought by Longsheng were being fed. The guard was the most literate person here. He wrote a line of crooked small words on a piece of animal skin. The general meaning was that there was danger at the market and the city lord needed to come over. "Ah, don't hit me now. I'm going to tell you now. The blood scorpion is tied to a wooden stake and several soldiers are whipping it. With each whip, a blood mark will appear on the blood scorpion's body." Dashin and Dashi were also beaten black and blue, especially Dashin, who was timid and cowardly by nature. Apart from his smart brain, he was really useless for anything else. Dashi was quite brave. He had already been hit by an arrow, and now he was whipped. There were already hundreds of wounds on his body. Blood Scorpion had never suffered such hardship before. He grew up in the giant scorpion tribe. No matter whether it was his fellow tribesmen or the enemies he had met in the past, they all let him slaughter them at will. People like Blood Scorpion are just like a rich second generation. The rich second generation in primitive society are not comparable to the rich second generation on Earth. Although Blood Scorpion is the son of the patriarch, he is still much braver than ordinary members of the tribe when fighting outside. This time he hit a big wall. China was not on the same level either in terms of weapons or the quality of its soldiers. When it comes to weapons, China has bows and arrows for long-range shooting. When it comes to the quality of the soldiers, China's soldiers receive training every day. When the warriors fight, they're like a bulldozer. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, after they go to the battlefield, fight with their individual strength. They have no coordination and no teamwork at all. As for being captured by the Huaxia tribe, this was actually not surprising at all. If he had not encountered the cavalry, he might have had a chance to escape, but there are not so many ifs. What happened has happened. Yibin said with disdain. Speak up. Which tribe are you from, and who sent you here? If you dare to deceive me, I don't mind chopping off your legs. I advise you to think it over before you speak. Yibin didn't believe this blood scorpion at all. He didn't know why, but it was just a hunch that maybe people like Blood Scorpion were too vicious. The Blood Scorpion's mouth was full of blood. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Yibin. His body was trembling slightly. He used to look at others like this, but now it was finally his turn. The severe pain from his lower body made Blood Scorpion's face as pale as paper. He organized his thoughts and told Yibin everything about how he came here. We are from the giant scorpion tribe, a subordinate tribe of the black tortoise tribe. The purpose of our visit to your Huaxia tribe this time is to inquire about your situation. As a result, I encountered your collection team. I couldn't help it and directly ordered to capture them. I didn't expect that your collection team had such powerful means. My father is the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. As long as you can let me go back, I will persuade my father not to attack your tribe again, and I will never be your enemy again. Yibin didn't believe a word of what Blood Scorpion said. As for the name of the tribe he mentioned and the instructions of the Xuanwu tribe, this should be true. When people are most afraid, they will show their backers to the enemy. In this way, the effect of deterring the enemy can be achieved. This may be the plot in many videos. Heinyo and his companions, who were not far away, were also interrogating Dashin and his men. These people were all high-ranking officials of the giant scorpion tribe, and they had been exposed to far more things than ordinary warriors. Soon, the results of their trial came out. Heinyo told Yibin all the results of the trial. After listening to Heinyo's words, Yibin could be sure of one thing. That is, the Xuanwu tribe took action. It seems that the news of the Huaxia tribe opening a market has reached their ears. Yibin has long been prepared for the possibility of touching the Xuanwu tribe's cake. I wonder how Zhuifeng and the others are doing now. When the Oiran saw that all these people had finished interrogating them, she immediately started to have some thoughts. She had always remembered the incident that had hurt Hua Yun and the others. According to her own ideas, since these people were no longer useful, she might as well send them off together. City Lord, can you let me handle them? Yibin originally wanted to agree, but when he remembered that Blood Scorpion was the son of a clan leader, he immediately changed his mind. Instead of letting the courtesan deal with it, it would be better to exchange some necessary supplies with the giant scorpion tribe. For the current Chinese tribes, no matter what supplies they have, such as cattle and sheep, both are fine. We can expand the warehouse of the Huaxia tribe. As the saying goes, no matter how small a fly is still meat. No, the Oiran asked with a puzzled look on her face. Why not? City Lord, haven't you already examined it? Yibin could only patiently tell the courtesan, even if you kill them all now, what benefit can you get? If we use them in exchange, wouldn't the benefits we get be greater than they are now? The courtesan was a primitive person, so how could she understand what exchange was? She only understood one thing. Since you dared to come and rob women, then leave them all here, right? The courtesans were confused. What did the city lord mean by exchange? Who was he going to exchange with? For the courtesans, they had already caught the man, so how could they exchange with him now? Seeing the confused look on the courtesan's face, Yibin guessed that she didn't understand, so he said to the courtesans, "You will know it when the time comes. Yibin vinkit at kingli. You throw them into the slave area first, and let them live with the slaves for a while." Ok. Leader. Hello, brothers and sisters. Beiqing wrote a short story, which has been reviewed in the evening. The theme of the short story is an urban immortality novel. Brothers and sisters who like urban novels can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain. A sword breaks the sky. Chapter 247, Candle succeeded. City Lord, did we succeed? Old Bear said excitedly. Open it quickly and let me see it. Yibin ran over in a hurry. Although the wax oil extracted from birch trees sounds simple, it is not the case at all in actual operation. Just now Yibin thought that he could just boil it in boiling water, but he tried 3 or 4 times and all failed. At the last time, he finally succeeded in extracting the wax oil. If you want to extract wax oil from birch trees, you must understand these steps, otherwise it will be difficult to extract it successfully. Although wax oil can be extracted from the bark of birch trees, you also need to have your own operating methods. This is the same principle as boiling Chinese medicine. If you use ordinary medicinal materials and boil them in a large pot of water, what good effect can the boiled Chinese medicine have? The same goes for the bark of the birch tree. Yibin had boiled it directly in water before, but the boiled birch bark only produced a thin layer of wax on the surface of the water. Later, Yibin finally understood something. Then the whole piece of birch bark cannot achieve that effect at all. The only way is to process the birch bark again and then crush and grind it again. Finally, put the processed birch bark in a large ceramic pot and boil it over high heat. After the wax oil floats up, use a container to scoop up all the wax oil. After the wax oil is boiled, the final step of making it into wax is carried out. Yibin and Old Man Xiong and others prepared many small bamboo tubes. Each small bamboo tube was filled with a cotton thread soaked in wax oil. Then pour the prepared wax oil into the bamboo tube, 1 spoonful at a time. When the wax oil tank is full, place this pile of small bamboo tubes directly in a ceramic pot filled with water. This will have a cooling effect. The wax in the bamboo tube can be quickly solidified, which greatly improves the speed of producing finished products. Only by making candles scientifically can we save time and effort. Old Man Xiong used an iron knife to split a bamboo tube. The moment the bamboo tube was split, a white candle appeared in front of Old Man Xiong. Although he had never seen a candle, he had heard the city lord talking about candles every day in the past few days, so Old Man Xiong was sure that this was the candle that the city lord was talking about. Old Man Xiong was holding the candle and kept saying success in his mouth. Hearing Old Man Xiong's excited voice, Yibin walked over quickly. He also split a small bamboo tube, and a white candle fell directly in front of him. This was the first time Yibin saw candles since he came into this world. It reminded him of his childhood. When there was a power outage at home, his grandparents would light candles. At that time, Yibin was only about 8 or 9 years old. Yibin took out a tinder and blew gently a few times. Immediately, a flame came out of the tinder. At this time, Old Man Xiong also came over, and everyone else in the room also gathered around. Hainyo asked curiously, "City Lord, can this thing in your hand really burn at night?" Others also asked with a look of doubt. Yibin did not answer them. It would be better to let a group of primitive people see it with their own eyes than to reason with them. There's a saying that goes, no matter how good others say it, it is not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Yibin placed the lit tinder directly on the top of the candle, where there was an ignitable cotton thread. The flame continued to burn the cotton thread, and soon the cotton thread on the candle was ignited by the tinder. This can really be ignited, Black Panther said in disbelief. Everyone else in the room seemed to be petrified. To them, the fact that humans could use fire was already a miracle. However, the city lord can not only use fire, but also make fire burn out of thin air. In the perception of the courtesans, fire must be accompanied by wood, otherwise it is impossible to burn. In this way, by not using wood, the fire can be retained. This has exceeded all of their cognition. It's like a rocket on Earth. Before the rocket goes into space, if someone tells you that what I have built can fly directly into the sky, do you think anyone will believe it? Yibin asked everyone to close the door. After the door was closed, the whole room was illuminated by candlelight. In the minds of Hainyo and the others, this thing called a candle would only burn for a short while at most. However, as time passed, the room was still brightly lit and the candle continued to burn. God, this must be a divine intervention. The high priest knelt down and spoke tremblingly about something about the gods. Yibin really wanted to kick him. He risked his life to go to the primeval forest. I finally brought back some tree bark that could be used to make wax oil, but the high priest, this charlatan, said it was a manifestation of God. For Yibin himself, I paid such a huge price, but with just one sentence from you, the credit was attributed to the gods. Everyone listened to the high priest speaking. It turned out that the gods were beginning to appear. Just when Hainyo and the others were about to kneel down, Yibin could not help it. He snuffed out the candle and said to the high priest, "Now, do you want God to show me a divine power?" The room suddenly fell into darkness. How could the high priest make the gods appear? He immediately shouted to Yibin, "City Lord, please make the gods appear. I'm going to show you my big head ghost." Yibin quickly opened the door, kicked the high priest out, and said to the high priest outside the door, "You are still outside looking at the gods." Bang! Yibin slammed the door shut and then lit the candles. Then everyone realized that there were no gods at all, and that all this was done by the city lord. They were almost deceived by the high priest. Li Wang said at this time, "I don't trust anyone else but you, the leader." Everyone else looked at Li Wang with disdain. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. "Since you trust the leader, why didn't you speak just now?" At this moment, Old Man Xiong also stood up with a smile and said a little embarrassedly, In fact, I only trust the city lord. Everyone looked at him with contempt. We have seen shameless people before, but it is the first time we have seen such shameless people like you two. Outside the door, there was a knock from the high priest. City lord, I only trust you. At this moment, everyone in the room burst into laughter. City lord, we only trust you. Hainyo and the Oiran all started to imitate him. The whole room was filled with laughter from everyone. Hello, brothers and sisters. Beicheng wrote a short story, which was approved last night. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain. A sword breaks the sky. Chapter 248, Firing Glass. Hainyo suddenly asked a question. City lord, what is this candle? How should the tribe distribute it in the future? Yes. City lord, it's impossible to give one to each member of the tribe, right? Everyone was talking about how candles were too precious. The current Chinese tribes did not have such luxurious conditions, and the bark they brought back this time could not make many candles. Yubin thought for a moment, then spoke to everyone. How about this? Anyone with a position above the captain can come to the Ministry of Works every day to receive a white candle. As for other people in the tribe, they will be distributed to the tribesmen when there are more candles in the tribe. Old Bear was the first to agree. I agreed with the city lord's opinion, and the others nodded in agreement. For people like them, I didn't know whether others had candles or not. As long as we had candles, it was enough. People are relatively selfish. No matter what era it is, as long as there is something good, the first person they think of is always themselves. Yibin, it's not that we don't want to give it to our tribesmen, it's just that our current tribe doesn't have the conditions to do so. Only about 3,000 candles were made this time. Many people think that 3,000 candles are already a lot, so why not give them to the tribesmen? There are more than 20,000 people in the Huasha tribe. Even if there are more than 3,000 candles, how can everyone use them? If everyone uses it together, they can only last for one night at most. After one night, what should the Huasha tribe do? After everyone had discussed it, it was already dark. The courtesan, Hainyo, and the others all took a candle back home. As for how many candles Yibin took himself, this question should be asked to Old Man Xiong. Anyway, when Yibin came back, he was holding a small bamboo basket in his arms. If I was not mistaken, the small bamboo basket should be full of candles. Old Man Xiong did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with the city lord's behavior. If someone else dared to take so many candles, Old Man Xiong would make the person who took the candles get out of the Ministry of Works, even if it cost him his life. A very strange phenomenon occurred in the tribe tonight. Usually, the tribe was pitch black at night, but tonight the tribe was different from the past. Mainly the rooms of the captains and some group leaders were illuminated by a beam of fire, and each of their rooms was as bright as day. Women like this new thing the most. It is the first time for them to see a candle that can be lit without firewood. It is really curious. You kept looking at the candles on the table. This was really incredible to her. Sister Luoshui, how do you say this candle is made? I really want to open the city lord's head and take a look. Luoshui immediately became anxious and asked, what are you talking about? You finally reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Sister Luoshui, I really didn't mean that. What I meant was, how did the city lord come up with the idea of using tree bark to make candles? In the entire Chinese tribe, I think the city lord is the most powerful. Hearing you praising Yibin, Luoshi's heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Women are all like this. As long as he is a man they like, they will not allow others to say a bad thing about him. If someone says something good about him, she will be happier than if someone praises herself. Tonight, many people went to bed very late. For the new thing called candles, these captains and group leaders were like children who had found a toy. Many of them spent the whole night looking at it. It was not until the next morning that everyone slowly fell asleep. The sound of horns rang out on the training ground. All the captains today had panda-like dark circles under their eyes. Yibin got up early in the morning, had the breakfast brought by Luoshui, and went straight to Old Man Xiong. What he was going to make today was a telescope for use on the battlefield. If he wanted to make a telescope, he had to burn the glass first. To burn glass, you need sand, limestone, and borax. As for obtaining borax, there are several ways to do it. The formation of borax requires the following conditions. For example, natural borax can generally be obtained in salt lakes, especially those that are dried up and contain boron salt lakes, for which a large amount of borax can be obtained. The current Chinese tribes do not have the conditions to obtain borax, so they can only settle for the next best thing. There are too many impurities in the sand, so they can only add some limestone when dissolving the sand. Although the magazine cannot be completely removed, Yibin has his own way. As for removing impurities, the experiment can be carried out in the afternoon. Yibin asked Li Wang and others to transport some sand to the Ministry of War. As for himself and old man Xiong, they were preparing to make glass. City Lord, what is this glass you're talking about? What is its function? Old Bear asked curiously. Yibin smiled. There are so many uses for glass. Glass can be used to make windows, bottles, and other things. The most important thing is that glass can also be used to grind convex lenses and concave lenses. A normal piece of glass can only play a transparent role. If you take two pieces of glass, grind one into a convex lens, and then grind another into a concave lens. Then, make a telescopic barrel. The telescopic barrel can be replaced by a bamboo tube or other things. Its main function is to create a shrinking effect. After the bamboo tube is made, the lens can be installed. Chief, I have brought the sand you requested. Li Wang and his men had not come in yet, but the sound had already come in. Yibin asked old man Xiong to open the smelting furnace and bring the limestone that had been prepared in advance, and wait until everything was done. The next step is to officially start the firing. After Li Wang entered the door, he quickly came to Yibin's side. He was holding a bamboo basket in his hand, which was filled with sand. Li Wang put a spoonful of sand in first. Hearing the leader's order, Li Wang quickly scooped a spoonful of sand and poured it directly into the iron melting pot. The moment the sand was poured in, Yibin quickly covered the furnace and instructed the guards beside him to pull the bellows quickly. If you want to melt the sand, you have to keep heating it. The melting point of sand is 1,500 degrees. Because the furnace was a sealed space with only a few small holes for ventilation, and the bellows under the furnace were whirring as they were pulled by the guards. The flame in the furnace is getting bigger and bigger. It is impossible to make glass in one go. The production of glass requires several steps. If the impurities in the sand cannot be completely removed, even the fired glass will be blurry and completely unusable. Only when all the impurities in the sand are removed can the glass, made in this way, be truly used by the tribesmen. Hello, brothers and sisters. Beicheng wrote a short story, which was approved last night. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain. A sword breaks the sky. Chapter 249 Glass, firing successfully. About half an hour later, Yibin opened the furnace himself. The furnace was red inside. The air waves emitted by the furnace made it impossible to breathe. A terrifying high temperature was emitted around the furnace. Everyone was forced back by the heat wave, and old man Xiong even took several steps back. Old man Xiong was the oldest person in the room, but it was not old man Xiong's fault. It was just that the temperature of the furnace was too high. Yibin ignored them. He took the limestone beside him, scooped a spoonful with a small spoon, and then quickly put it into the iron melting pot. The limestone can lower the melting point of the sand. It can play a very good role in melting sand. When a tribe finds borax in the future, they can refine glass better. After the limestone is put in, use a small iron rod to stir it. This made everyone around stunned. Old man Xiong asked in confusion, Mayor, what is this you put there? Is this what you're talking about? Yibin put the limestone in his hand directly in front of old man Xiong. This is limestone. It can lower the melting point of sand and make the sand melt better. Only the melted sand can be closer to glass. After hearing what the leader said, Li Wang quickly responded, Chief, didn't you say that once the sand melts, it will become real glass? Why is it only closer now? Yibin also patiently answered Li Wang's questions. After the sand melts normally, it looks like a pile of stream mud, but the melted sand will contain a lot of impurities. This impurity will affect the quality of the glass. Only through repeated smelting can pure glass be obtained. Only this high-purity glass can be used to make military telescopes. After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, everyone in the room was confused. What about melting point and purity? For primitive people, isn't this knowledge like talking about heavenly books? Yi Bin was talking so excitedly that everyone in the room felt overwhelmed. Li Wang kept scratching the back of his head to indicate that he didn't understand, and everyone else in the room was no better. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Yi Bin wanted to kick them to death. They were the ones who asked him to explain, and now they were also the ones who didn't understand. It seemed that after saying so much, it was just like talking to a bunch of cows. About half an hour later, Yi Bin opened the iron melting furnace again. This time, a sticky mass appeared in the iron melting pot. Yi Bin picked it up with an iron rod and was able to pull out threads. He remembered that a book in his previous life said that after sand is melted, it will become like this. Yibin immediately took out a convex lens mold and poured the melted sand directly onto an iron plate. At this time, the ball of sand looked like a piece of syrup. Yibin quickly pressed the convex lens mold onto the syrup. The sand at this time was very soft. No matter what kind of mold you take out, as long as the syrup cools down, the glass inside the mold will be the shape you want. While Yibin was operating, he told Li Wang to dig a spoonful of sand into it, and then told his guards to pull the bellows quickly. After the piece of glass cooled down, everyone gathered around curiously, and Yibin was also full of anticipation. Isn't there a saying that goes something like this? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yibin carefully picked up the mold. After it was completely dry, a piece of not very transparent glass appeared in front of everyone. Old Man Xiong and Li Wang and the others all stared at the glass with curiosity. To these primitive people, glass was a sacred object, even if this piece of glass was just an ordinary, semi-finished product. But it does not affect their admiration. It's amazing. This is really amazing, Old Bear said with an incredible look on his face. He saw with his own eyes that the city lord put a spoonful of sand in it, and after it was burned in the iron furnace, what came out was a translucent object. This refreshed everyone's three views. Although they didn't know what this was, it must be related to the glass that the city lord mentioned. A personal guard asked stutteringly, "Chief, is this glass?" "It's really beautiful." Yibin nodded to the guard. "Yes, this thing is a piece of glass, but it is not a complete piece of glass yet. Real glass is transparent. This thing now is at most a semi-finished product." Li Wang asked a little anxiously, "Chief, how can we make a real piece of glass?" Yibin also shook his head and then said to Li Wang, "I don't know whether it will succeed or not. Everything depends on God's will." Soon the sand in the iron melting furnace melted again. Yibin poured out all the paste in the iron melting pot, broke the original piece of glass, and put it back into the iron melting pot. This made Old Man Xiong and others standing by very heartbroken. They were all thinking that the leader was such a spendthrift that he actually smashed such a good piece of glass. Old Man Bear kept muttering in his heart, "Pity. What a pity." Li Wang also said with a look of regret, "Such a beautiful piece of glass turned into pieces just like that." Yibin shook his head helplessly at everyone's reluctance. In today's Chinese tribes, many things are not available ready-made, so Yibin can only burn it twice more to see if he can remove the excess impurities. After all, this is a primitive society, not the earth where Yibin was born. There, a piece of glass only costs a few dollars, but in this world, a piece of transparent glass requires the resources of the entire tribe. During the firing this time, Yibin added some limestone in the middle, and the firing time was also extended by more than an hour. There's a reason why it took so long to fire. Yibin, you want to use this primitive method to improve the purity of the glass. The longer the firing time, the fewer impurities there will be in the glass. Some people will say, why not just fire it for a month? The longer time mentioned here refers to an appropriate time. It does not mean that it has to be fired for a day or a month. The control of time also requires certain experience. Finally, after about 3 or 4 hours, during which there were some other operations, Yibin carefully opened the furnace. The same heat wave hit, forcing everyone back a few steps. Yibin took out the iron melting pot and quickly took out a convex lens mold. Then he poured the paste in the iron melting pot directly onto an iron plate and told Li Wang to press the mold on it. Everyone has experienced this kind of operation more than 10 times. Li Wang was operating it the whole time, and so was Old Man Xiong next to him. If the glass is really made successfully, the task of producing glass will be taken over by Old Man Xiong's factory. Yibin's current task is to teach Old Man Xiong. After the glass cooled down, everyone looked nervous. They had failed many times before, and if they failed again this time, they would have to wait until tomorrow noon. Li Wang shouted loudly, "Chief, come and see, this time the glass is really transparent." Li Wang picked up the glass in the mold and handed it directly to Yibin. At once, everyone in the room gathered around. Yibin turned the glass to the ceiling and a happy smile appeared on his face. I fired the glass." Chapter 250 Finished Telescope. Old Man Xiong said to Yibin, "Can the city lord show it to me?" Yibin handed the piece of glass to Old Man Xiong and ordered his guards to increase the flame. Since the first piece had been burned, the second and third pieces would not be far away. The glass fired here is not the same kind of glass on Earth. If you want to be so clear, the lens needs to be processed and polished. As for how to polish a piece of glass, there is no need to explain further. Even if you make a hand crank tachometer, you can also grind lenses. Yi-bin remembers that when he was on Earth, he needed to use grinding discs to grind glass. As for the polishing disc, you can make it yourself. To make a polishing disc, you need processed wool. Then, place the simple wool sander on a hand crank machine. Just turn the machine quickly and the wool sander will also start to rotate. Maybe the polishing effect is not very good, but the advantage is that there is plenty of time in primitive society. If Yi-bin cannot polish it in one day, he will do it in 2 or 3 days. As long as he can polish the lens, everything else will not be a problem. Everyone worked hard for a whole day and finally made more than 10 pieces of glass. Yi-bin called on old man Xiong to join in, and the two of them worked until late at night. Finally, at around 12 o'clock in the evening, they finished. Yi-bin took out a hand crank grinder. The principle of this grinding is also very simple. It uses 2 hand crank machines and glues the fine wool on one end. The sticking together here refers to the fine wool and the wooden wheels together. In the middle of the 2 wooden wheels, a woven hemp rope is used as a belt, and the end without the wool is made of wood with a wooden handle. As long as someone turns the handle, the 2 wooden wheels will rotate rapidly, and the wooden wool covered with fine wool will also rotate rapidly. At that time, put the lens on it for grinding. It is estimated that it will not take long to grind out a pair of convex and concave lenses. The convex lens and concave lenses made by Yi-bin are all made with grinding tools. After simple polishing, the lenses will be like a water mirror. At noon the next day, Yi-bin, old man Xiong, and others made a telescopic barrel with a bamboo tube. Finally, Yi-bin polished the lenses himself. After the convex and concave lenses were polished, he fixed the 2 convex and concave lenses on the front and back sides of the bamboo tube. After everything was done, Yi-bin took the bamboo tube telescope, placed it on his left eye, and said directly about the quintessence of the Chinese nation. "Oh my God, isn't this too clear?" Afterwards, he adjusted the distance of the bamboo tube. Yi-bin estimated in his mind that this bamboo tube telescope could probably see clearly at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. The normal person's naked eye could only distinguish between male and female at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. It's hard to see clearly if it's farther away. Now you know how powerful this telescope is, right? Being able to distinguish males and females at a distance of more than 1,000 meters was already a divine weapon in the primitive society. When everyone heard the city lord say this, they felt like they were being scratched by a cat's claws. Old Bear couldn't help but say, "City lord, can you let me see this thing?" Yi-bin was very happy. He would certainly not refuse old man Xiong's request. Li Wang and the others also looked eager. Seeing their expressions, Yi-bin couldn't help but laugh. "Want to see it?" Everyone nodded repeatedly. Old man Xiong was even more shrewd. He walked over quickly, took the telescope from Yi-bin's hand, and immediately placed it on his right eye. A clear picture came from the telescope. Old Bear uttered an exclamation. This, how is this so clear?" Hearing what old man Xiong said, Li Wang and his personal guards were pulling the bellows, all came over with anxious looks on their faces. If the leader had not been still here, Li Wang and his men would have probably rushed to snatch it away. After old man Xiong finished looking at it, he passed it to Li Wang and the others to look at. The telescope was passed from one person to another in everyone's hands. After looking at it, the guards were all shocked by this little thing. Li Wang simply couldn't let go of this telescope. With this telescope, he could peek at his little sister. Cough. Everyone in the room wanted to have a telescope of their own. Of course, they didn't really want to go see the little sister. With a telescope, they could seize the initiative in advance whether they were fighting a war or doing other things. Just say it. When you're still a few miles away, others have already discovered you. At this time, others will set up an ambush in advance, and when you come in front of them, they will probably report to the king of hell. Old man Xiong seemed to have thought of something again, and he asked Yi-bin curiously, "City lord, this telescope is indeed very good, but it has no other function except for seeing farther?" Yi-bin explained to them patiently. The greatest use of this telescope is on the battlefield. Just think about it. When 2 sides are fighting in a valley, the side with the telescope can make deployments in advance. The party without the telescope can only slowly walk into the encirclement of others. For you, it is a thing that can see farther, but for those who know how to use it, it is a priceless treasure. After listening to the city lord's explanation, many people thought of themselves holding a telescope on the battlefield. The guard were very excited to think about being able to control other people's life and death at will. No matter what era it was, all men wanted to show their prowess on the battlefield. Men's thinking was very simple. Being able to hold a pen and not die was every man's dream. After everyone had finished watching, Yi Bin said to Li Wang, "Take these guards and stay in the iron smelting room to make glass. You have personally experienced all the processes just now. If you still don't understand something, you can come to the Ministry of Industry to find me and Old Man Xiong." The iron smelting room belongs to the Ministry of War, but now the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Industry are both under the jurisdiction of Old Man Xiong. "Ugh, leader." Li Wang didn't react at first. After Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong were about to leave, Li Wang said to Yi Bin anxiously, "Chief, what are you doing at the Ministry of Industry?" Yi Bin didn't even turn his head and left a message to Li Wang. "Go to the Ministry of Works to build a wooden boat." Li Wang wanted to ask something else, but Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong had already walked far away. Along the way, Yi Bin held a telescope and would look at the mountains or other women in the tribe when he had nothing to do. Cough, cough. Everyone, please don't get me wrong. Yi Bin was really just looking at women. As for things he shouldn't have looked at, Yi Bin definitely didn't even glance at them. Old Man Xiong looked at the telescope in the city lord's hand with envy in his eyes. He secretly made up his mind that after the city lord finished his work, he must make a nice telescope for himself. Right. It must be better looking than the one owned by the city lord. Seeing Old Man Xiong's absent-minded look, Yi Bin knew why. It must be Old Man Xiong who had taken a fancy to his telescope but was too embarrassed to ask for it. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Chapter 251, The First Wooden Boat. After the two men arrived at the Ministry of Works, Yi Bin instructed some of the tribesmen to carry some wood over. This time he would definitely build a few wooden boats. Old Man Xiong didn't understand the city lord's behavior. "City lord, why do you want them to carry the wood here? Build a wooden boat." Yi Bin responded casually and asked Old Man Xiong to take out the saw and other things. "If you want to make a large wooden boat, you must first prepare some main beams. The main beams are indispensable for the making of a wooden boat. The main beams are equivalent to the skeleton of the wooden boat, and the wooden boards are the flesh and blood of the wooden boat." After a while, the tribesmen brought a lot of wood. Yi Bin took out a cotton thread, prepared some lime powder, added some clean water, and stirred it until the lime powder became like stream mud. After all this was done, Yi Bin put the cotton thread in again, and then tied the other end of the cotton thread to an iron nail. After the cotton thread was covered with lime mud, Yi Bin took the cotton thread out. He came to a piece of wood and hammered the end with the nail directly in front of the wood. He then stepped behind the wood. After everything was done, Yi Bin quickly pulled the cotton thread. Boom! Following a slight sound, the cotton thread popped out a straight line. Yi Bin looked at Old Man Xiong and others on the side and said, "Take the saw and follow this white line to saw the wood into pieces." After hearing Yi Bin's instructions, the tribesmen immediately started to act. Yi Bin drew white lines on each piece of wood, and the tribesmen sawed the wood piece by piece. After about an hour, all the wood was sawed into pieces. Old Man Xiong and his group were also exhausted and sweating. Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong and his group to get some nails. Old Man Xiong had prepared a lot of things like these nails because these nails were really useful for carpenters. Things like putting two wooden boards together into one piece is a done deal in front of the big iron nail. In the past, when Old Bear and his friends wanted to put two wooden boards together, they would make a small square hole on the wood. After the small hole is drilled, a small square wooden block will be made and then hammered in, so that the two wooden boards are fixed. But after Yi Bin invented the iron nail, Old Man Xiong initially disliked Yi Bin for wasting iron ore. But after seeing Yi Bin using it, Old Man Xiong completely fell in love with this iron nail. No matter what kind of wood it is, as long as a few iron nails are hammered in, the wood will fit together tightly. For Old Man Xiong and his men, with iron nails in the Ministry of Works, no matter what tools they make, they can be several times more efficient than usual. Old Man Xiong brought his men and brought a bamboo basket of large iron nails. Each nail was as long as a finger and about the same size as disposable chopsticks. "City Lord, why does that wooden boat you were talking about need so many iron nails?" For Old Man Bear, so many iron nails could build hundreds of ox carts. Although he didn't know what this wooden boat was used for, his heart bleeds when he thought of his iron nails. Look at how stingy Old Bear is. Yi Bin was both angry and amused. "Isn't it just a few big iron nails of yours? Is this the expression they all have?" Yi Bin nodded in response, and then said to Old Man Xiong and the others, "This is the first time I've made a wooden boat. Fortunately, I saw my neighbor make one when I was a child. At that time, the wooden boat made by my neighbor was very small. It can seat about 3 people, but Yi Bin has memorized the process of making a wooden boat in his mind. If he wants to make a wooden boat, he has to make the frame of the boat. Only after the frame is made can he nail the wooden boards on. Many people are curious. Since wooden boats are spliced together, won't they leak? In response to this question, of course wooden boats leak. Then someone will ask, why does he even still build wooden boats if they leak? Because this time, Yi Bin and his team found a large number of tung oil fruits in the forest. After taking out the tung oil fruits and boiling them over a high fire, they could get a kind of cooked tung oil. Tung oil, cotton, and hemp are the things that can prevent a wooden boat from leaking. Hemp can be hammered into the gaps in the wooden boat, and the same goes for cotton, until the gaps in the boat are filled. After all the hemp fibers inside the wooden boat have been beaten, mix tung oil and cement, and apply the mixed putty on the outside of the hemp fibers of the wooden boat. Once the putty dries, the wooden boat will no longer leak. Yi Bin called on his clansmen for help. The wooden boat he wanted to make this time could accommodate at least more than 100 people. If Yi Bin's family did not live in the countryside, he really would not know how to make a wooden boat. Yi Bin first spliced the main beams of the wooden boat together. As for how to splice them together, it all depends on the iron nails. With the iron nails, no matter whether you have a female wooden board or a male wooden board, they could be perfectly spliced together. Not even that they are mutually exclusive. After the skeleton of the wooden boat is completed, the wooden boards can be installed on the boat. Some people will start asking questions again. The wooden boards are so hard and thick. How to install them? This question is indeed quite difficult. The front of a wooden boat is different from the back, and the middle of the boat is very large. If you want to fix the wooden board on it, there must be a certain amount of width. Otherwise, the board cannot be installed. Although the wooden board is not very thick, it is absolutely impossible to bend it by brute force. As long as the external force is too great, the board will break in the middle. If you want to bend a wooden board, there is only a primitive way. Yi Bin looked at the wooden boat's frame and nodded with satisfaction. Now the only step left was to put planks on the boat. Putting wooden boards on a boat is a technical job. If you want to force the boards onto a wooden boat, you can only do it by breaking them off piece by piece. Wood is not elastic, and only very thin boards can be slightly bent. But for wooden boats, the planks were too thin and it simply wouldn't work. Yi Bin instructed his tribesmen to heat all the planks at high temperature. Once the planks were heated, they could be temporarily bent. After the planks were bent, a wooden clip was made to clamp them. There are more than hundreds of people in Old Man Xiong's department, and baking wooden boards is not a one-person job. Old Man Xiong followed Yi Bin the whole time, afraid of missing anything. He knew that the city lord was teaching him that when the city lord went out in the future, things like wooden boats would be made by their Ministry of Industry. Those who can watch here are all selected by Old Man Xiong, and these people are also the ones that Old Man Xiong trusts the most. After the tribesmen have baked the wooden boards, they will be sent to the door of the Ministry of Works, and then Old Man Xiong will arrange for people to take the wooden boards inside. Most people have no access to these core things. The wooden board that has just been heated is the most elastic. Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong and the others to hold it down, while he picked up the iron nails and nailed them in one by one. Probably around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the wooden boat was finally completed ahead of schedule. Yi Bin asked someone to bring some tung oil fruits. After the tung oil fruits were brought, Yi Bin began to boil them in the Ministry of Works. Brothers and sisters, more updates added. Chapter 252, Zhui Feng's request for help. Yi Bin asked someone to prepare 2 large iron plates. The prerequisite for boiling tung oil is to press the tung oil first. How can you boil tung oil if you don't press the tung oil out first? Yi Bin instructed Old Man Xiong and the others to open the tung oil fruit and take out all the tung oil seeds inside the tung oil fruit. These tung oil seeds were directly placed between 2 iron plates, and then the tribesmen applied pressure. The liquid that flows out at the end is the tung oil that Yi Bin wants. This kind of tung oil is raw tung oil, and he wants the tung oil to achieve the best effect. It needs to be boiled over high heat. There are also some requirements for boiling tung oil. If the tung oil is boiled too old, it will be very sticky. If the tung oil is boiled too lightly, the effect will not be so good. In fact, this thing is the same as frying steam buns. If the fire is too high, the steam buns will be burnt, and if the fire is too low, the steam buns will not turn yellow. Anyone who knows how to cook can make tung oil. Yi Bin left the task of squeezing tung oil to the tribesmen, and he himself came to the wooden boat. Yi Bin picked up a small hammer and an iron file and evenly stuffed the hemp fibers into the gaps of each wooden board. Then, he continued to beat it in little by little until the gap was filled with hemp and cotton. Old Bear followed suit, and the other tribesmen nearby also started to do it. 20 or 30 people surrounded a wooden boat. With everyone's efforts, The gaps in the wooden boat were finally filled with hemp and cotton. Eben walked around the wooden boat again. He could not be careless about this matter. Eben nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the efficiency of these people. Old man Xiong's vision of people was no worse than that of the courtesan. It was true to the old saying that everyone had his own specialties. The wooden boat is almost ready, and now it is time to boil tung oil. Eben came to the place where tung oil was pressed. The tribesmen were still squeezing the tung oil hard, and lines of oil were constantly flowing under the iron plate. Good. You guys did a great job. Eben gave them affirmation. When these people heard the city lord's praise, their faces flushed with excitement. Old man Xiong was also very happy when he saw Eben praising them. He selected these people one by one, and he put a lot of thought into each of them. If the city lord was not satisfied with them, old man Xiong would immediately replace them all. Since there was a stove in every room, Eben instructed several people around him to lift the tung oil in the ceramic jar directly onto the stove. After about 10 minutes, a clear smoke came out of the tung oil jar. Eben took a long wooden shovel and started to boil the oil in the ceramic jar himself. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, Eben felt that it was almost done. The freshly boiled tung oil cannot be used immediately. Some people may ask, why can't it be used immediately? Eben will quietly tell you that the temperature of freshly boiled tung oil is too high. If you want to use it quickly, you can use cold water to cool it down. The cold water here does not mean pouring cold water into the tung oil. Instead, scoop the very hot tung oil into a small ceramic jar, and then put this small ceramic jar in a cold place. This will have a good cooling effect. Eben asked someone to lift the ceramic jar down, and he scooped out a large spoonful of tung oil. The temperature of the tung oil dropped quickly. After the tung oil was completely cool, Eben started to make putty. The method of making putty is to mix tung oil and cement together until it looks like a paste, and then apply the mixed putty evenly on the outside of every hemp and cotton fiber. After the putty was mixed, Eben applied a layer of putty on each nail hole and the joints of the wooden boards. After all this was done, the entire wooden boat was completed. Finally, the entire wooden boat was repainted with tung oil. Eben always feels like something is missing. That's right, sail. Eben's behavior just now scared Old Man Xiong and the others. City Lord, what is a sail? This sail uses the principle of wind to allow the wooden boat to move on its own, so there is no need for human paddling. What is paddling? After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, Old Bear became even more confused. As for Old Bear's understanding of paddling, Yi Bin did not explain anything further. If you explain to a primitive man, will he understand? Yi Bin thought for a few seconds. Old Bear, go find some large pieces of animal skins. Remember, they must be large and complete. Also, prepare some twine or something. Ugh. City Lord. Old Man Xiong brought a dozen people and walked quickly into the warehouse of the Ministry of Industry. After about 20 minutes, Old Man Xiong and his people, carrying large bundles of animal skins, quickly came to Yi Bin. Yi Bin asked them to spread out the animal skins and asked them to bring some iron needles and thread the hemp thread through them. He wanted to sew all the animal skins into one big piece. After the animal skins were sewn, Yi Bin hung the sail directly on the main beam of the wooden boat and tied many ropes on the sail to adjust the power of the sail. After everything is completed, Yi Bin plans to launch the wooden boat tomorrow. Someone will ask, why not go in the water now? First, it is already dark, and second, the tung oil has just been applied, and the putty at the joints of the wooden boards has not yet completely dried. Suddenly, the courtesan came in hurriedly. All the people in the Ministry of Industry knew the Oiran, so naturally no one dared to stop her arrival. If an ordinary person came in, he would have been blocked by the people outside the door. As soon as the courtesan came into this place, she was stunned. What on earth was this thing in front of her? Why, I never seen it before. City Lord. It? Seeing the courtesan's surprised look, Yi Bin took the initiative to introduce it. This thing is called a wooden boat. It can accommodate about 100 people, and it can sail freely in the river. In the river? Can it go into the river? The Oiran was so shocked that she could hardly utter a complete sentence. Only then did Yi Bin react. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Oh, that's right. The courtesan immediately began to explain that Zhuifeng had sent back 2 small pieces of animal skins, and the contents of both were the same. She must have been worried that something unexpected might happen, so she released 2 pigeons. Show me, Yi Bin said hurriedly. He took the small animal skin from the courtesan's hand. The content on the small animal skin was very simple, saying where there was danger in the new market. There was also a word, xian, written on the small animal skin. There was a knife drawn behind the word xian, which roughly meant that the Xuanwu tribe was going to attack the new market. Yibin didn't quite understand what he saw, but this was the general meaning. Zhuefeng wanted him to send people to reinforce. There was no word urgent on the small animal skin, which meant that the situation was not very serious. Yibin had told the soldiers before that if an emergency occurred, the word urgent must be added on the small animal skin. This also means that this matter is extremely urgent. Chapter 253, Yibin's plan. Seeing that Yibin had finished looking at the small animal skin, the courtesan immediately began to ask questions. City Lord, when should we send reinforcements? Yibin thought for a moment and gave the courtesan some instructions. I have released several members of the blood scorpion we captured. After they go back, they will tell their chieftain the news here. My request is that their chieftain bring 5,000 goats in exchange. The Oiran immediately said anxiously, City Lord, are you really going to let that man go? Yes. Any questions? Yibin replied calmly. The courtesan became angry instantly, with tears in her eyes. This man almost killed Hua Yun, and now the city lord wants to let him go? For the Oiran, the city lord did not treat these female warriors as his own tribe members at all. She bit her lips tightly and looked at Yibin stubbornly. Seeing the courtesan's look, old man Xiong wanted to say something to Yibin immediately. She knew the courtesan's character. If the city lord really did this, the courtesan would really hate him for the rest of her life. Yibin immediately interrupted old man Xiong. Seeing the courtesan's aggrieved look and a hint of anger on her face, Yibin was really angry and amused. He really couldn't bear this female man who was like Li Kuei. Yibin shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you, but not now. I have something to say to you. Make the best use of people and things. After we have used the blood scorpions, we can then give them to... Yibin made a beheading gesture. After hearing what the city lord said, the courtesan, old man Xiong, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. If the city lord insisted on letting them go back, although the courtesan would not dare to stop him, she would be alienated from Yibin from then on. This is what old man Xiong and the others don't want to see. Yibin is not really that stupid to offend his own people for an outsider. He wants to use the blood scorpion to fish and wait for those people to bring the news back. The chief of the giant scorpion tribe will definitely bring people here to take revenge. At that time, they will definitely bring a large number of cattle and sheep, and Yibin will bring a group of people to ambush them halfway in advance. The primitive people had never experienced kidnapping, and Yibin was setting a historic precedent for them in his attitude towards the giant scorpion chief. Yibin didn't even have to think about it. The clan leader would definitely not use sheep to redeem people. Instead, he would bring a large number of men and horses. At that time, he would conquer the Huaxia tribe in one fell swoop and then rescue his son. Yibin had thought about it a long time ago. The leader of the giant scorpion tribe must have no less than 5,000 people. With so many people marching, they must bring a lot of cattle and sheep. Look at Yibin, grinning foolishly there. The courtesan, old man bear, and others were all confused. What happened to the city lord? Could it be that he was possessed by a ghost? City lord, are you okay? The Oiran asked with a worried look on her face. Yibin finally reacted. He coughed lightly to cover up the embarrassment. He then told the courtesan, old man Xiong, and others about his plan. After everyone had finished listening, Yibin smiled and said to the courtesan, as long as the chief of the giant scorpion tribe dares to come over, we will definitely kill them all. Since they can come to us on their own, why should we go to find him in person? The courtesan, old man bear, and others. They all nodded heavily. Yibin suddenly thought of something. He took out a telescope from his arms and handed it directly to the courtesan. Put this thing in front of your eyes and take a look. Old man Xiong looked at Yibin with disdain. He cursed in annoyance and said what was the use of this thing. It turned out to be just to please the courtesan. If he had known this, old man bear would have snatched it away long ago. The courtesan was of course very happy that the city lord could give her something. She quickly took the telescope and put it in front of her eyes. A clear picture came from the telescope. The Oiran screamed in fright. How come his person is so big? It turned out to be the Oiran, who was looking at a member of the Huaxia tribe. The telescope was almost thrown out by the courtesan. Seeing that something was wrong, Yibin immediately caught the telescope that was about to fall to the ground. This scene scared old man Xiong and his companions. This telescope was a valuable item. If it was broken by the courtesan, old man Xiong and his companions would be sad for more than a month. After the courtesan calmed down, Yibin handed the telescope back to her. This thing is called a telescope. It can see clearly people and things thousands of meters away. With this telescope, one can deal with the enemy very well. The Oiran asked curiously, how does this thing deal with the enemy? Yibin was also speechless. The IQ of primitive people is really worrying. Don't you think that with this telescope, you can discover the enemy's route in advance, see the number of enemies clearly and their food and supplies, so that you can prepare for an ambush in advance? After hearing Yi Bin's words, the courtesan's eyes immediately lit up. It turned out that this telescope was so useful. It really is true that listening to your words is worth more than reading for 10 years. The courtesan glanced at Yi Bin, and seeing that he didn't notice her, she snatched the telescope and immediately put it in her arms. Yi Bin, Old Man Xiong, and others were all stunned by the courtesan's behavior. The courtesan wanted to leave here after snatching the telescope. As for the matter of chasing the wind, the city lord would naturally deal with it. As for the matter of the giant scorpion tribe, since the city lord has a plan, they will be responsible for its execution. Itzitiha. Yibin immediately called out to the courtesan. What's wrong, city lord? The courtesan hugged her chest tightly, fearing that Yi Bin would snatch her treasure away. To the courtesan, the telescope belonged to her, and not even the city lord could take it back. Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The two men really had no idea what to do with the courtesan in front of them. For Yi Bin, the courtesan was a very important member of the tribe. The Chinese tribe would still need the courtesan's help in the future. Yi Bin said unhappily, tomorrow you will take 50 people, Heinyo will take 50 people, and Li Wang will take 50 people, and together we will push this wooden boat directly into the river outside. After the wooden boat is launched, I will teach you how to sail the wooden boat. The courtesan and others were stunned. Isn't this wooden boat too big? How can such a big wooden boat be pushed into the water? Yi Bin's words directly made everyone's CPU burn. For Old Man Xiong and others, can this wooden boat that is as big as a big house really be pushed into the water? The Oiran and some people from the Ministry of Works all spoke with a look of doubt on their faces. The city lord's wooden boat, will it really not fall into the water? After all, in the hearts of the courtesans, they had never seen such a big thing that could float on the water. Chapter 254, the first wooden boat, is launched. Early in the morning, Heinyo, the courtesan, and others all gathered at the door of Yi Bin's room. Luoshui came to Yi Bin's door as usual, carrying a bowl of stewed mutton. Seeing Luoshui coming, the courtesan walked forward to greet him with a smile. Luoshui, are you here to deliver breakfast to the city lord again? Luoshui was just about to speak when she heard the voice of the Oiran. She smiled and responded to the Oiran. Oiran sister, why are you all here? Father, why did you bring people here? Li Wang smiled and nodded to Luoshui to show that they had already greeted each other. At this moment, the door of the room opened from the inside. Seeing the people standing outside, Yi Bin remembered something and said to Heinyo and the others, wait a minute, I'll go back and put on my clothes. What Yi Bin called wearing clothes was actually just a piece of animal skin. Luoshui said to the courtesans, why don't you come in first? Okay. Without hesitation, everyone followed Luoshui into Yi Bin's room. The room was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was where Yi Bin rested, and there were almost no people going up the second and third floors. Yi Bin is busy like a top all day long. How can he have the time to tidy up the second and third floors? Many people will say this. Isn't there a great shortage of houses in Longqing now? Why did Yi Bin not share some with others? To answer this question, we have to talk about the Imperial Palace in the previous life. The Imperial Palace at that time was so big, but no emperor had ever allocated some of it for ordinary people to live in. Just like Yi Bin's house, the house can be uninhabited, but cannot be given a clansman to live in casually. The house is not only a house, it also represents the rights of the city lord. After Luoshui put down her breakfast, she shouted towards the room inside. Brother Yi Bin, come out quickly for breakfast. While asking everyone to sit down, she served Yi Bin a bowl of meat soup and asked Heinyo and the others considerately, have you all finished breakfast? Everyone nodded. Have eaten, the Oiran said with concern. Sister Luoshui, you have to take care of the city lord every day and also go to school to manage and teach reading and writing. It is very hard throughout the day. You must also take care of your health. Thank you, Oiran sister. Luoshui was very happy about the courtesan's concern. They used to be from a tribe, which was called Luoshui tribe. After Yi Bin came, the name of the tribe was changed and there were more people in the tribe. Every time they think of this, Luoshui and the others feel filled with emotion. Have you all had breakfast? As soon as Yibin walked out of the bedroom door, he saw everyone in the room. Luoshui saw Yibin coming out and immediately came to Yibin and said, "Brother Yibin, eat something first." Looking at the two portions of food on the wooden table, Yibin knew that they were prepared by Luoshui. He pulled Luoshui to sit down together and talk to everyone while eating breakfast. "I want the people you bring. Have you brought everything?" The Oiran and Hainyo nodded immediately. "Don't worry, City Lord. Those people are outside now, waiting for your order." Li Wang also spoke loudly. "Chief, I have prepared all the 50 men you asked for." Yibin was still very satisfied with the ability of several people to do things. Today was a good day. It was also the day when the first wooden boat of the Huaxia tribe would be launched. After the two finished breakfast, Yibin said hello to Luoshui and took Li Wang and his party to the factory of Old Man Xiong. While walking, Yibin saw Jinhua and others, and Yibin immediately stopped them. Gold fire. Hearing the city lord calling him, Jinhua immediately walked over happily. Seeing Jinhua and the others coming, Yibin said to the people around him that a large number of manpower would be needed when the wooden boat was launched, and everyone should train together then. "City Lord, you called me?" Jinhua had a silly smile on his face. If people who didn't know him saw him, they would think he was very honest. He now looked like a simple-minded fool. "Yibin patit vin huo shulde." "Walk. I'm going to take you to see something good. I guarantee that after you see it, you won't even be able to walk." "What good stuff?" Jinhua and the others' curiosity was completely aroused by Yibin. After everyone arrived at the Ministry of Industry, Jinhua and the other soldiers all stood there in a daze when they saw the big thing in front of them. To Jinhua and the others, the thing in front of them was like a big house. But unlike the house, this thing seems to be able to move, but the house cannot be moved. Just when everyone was in a daze, Yibin said to everyone, "This thing is called a wooden boat. It can sail in the river. The power source of the wooden boat is two ways. The first way is wind propulsion, and the second way is human paddling." After listening to the city lord's explanation, Li Wang and Jinhua immediately asked, "City Lord, what is a wooden boat? Also, what is wind power, and what is this human-powered paddling?" In response to the two people's questions, Yibin made a simple statement. "You will know it when the time comes. Li Wang, take your men to find some big logs. Jinhua, take your men to the warehouse and get more animal skins. Remember to be quick." "Yes." They both agreed and walked quickly into the distance. Suddenly, Old Bear and his friends came over. "Lord, what do you want the big log for?" Yibin smiled mysteriously and said to Old Man Xiong and the others, "You will know in a while." The tribesmen had become accustomed to Yibin's methods. After a while, Li Wang and Jinhua and his group all came back. Yibin also ordered everyone to wrap the big logs with animal skins. The purpose of doing this was to prevent the bottom of the wooden boat from unnecessary collision with the big logs. In order not to damage the bottom of the wooden boat, Yibin asked everyone to wrap the outside of the logs with animal skins. Everyone was curious as to why the city lord used animal skins to wrap the large logs on the ground. Although everyone was very curious, no one asked more questions. After the logs on the ground were wrapped, Yibin asked people to lift the wooden boat up together. After the wooden boat was lifted up, Yibin immediately gave instructions to everyone. Let them push the wooden boat from the back. Every time the boat moved forward a short distance, Yibin would ask people to quickly move the large log at the back of the boat to the front. Since the wooden boat was manufactured in the backyard of the Ministry of Industry, there were no thresholds or anything like that when the boat was pushed out. They moved forward like this, and soon everyone in launching knew about it. After all, it was hard for such a big guy not to be noticed. The soldiers on the training ground all turned their eyes over. Since they had not received any orders from their superiors, the soldiers could only stay where they were and train. Black Panther stood on the high platform in the training ground. He had seen this big guy a long time ago, but they were still training. As a manager, he still understood this little rule. Although the soldiers were very curious, no one ran over to watch. Yibin was still very satisfied with the soldiers' discipline. These soldiers now have been reborn. Wait until the wooden boat arrived at the river. Yibin immediately stopped everyone. He quickly climbed onto the wooden boat and threw down a large bundle of ropes from the top of the boat. The other end of the rope was tied to the beam of the boat. "Brothers, if you have nothing to do, please come and urge me to update more." Chapter 255, Training the Navy. Although everyone didn't understand why the city lord dropped a bundle of ropes, no one asked. At this moment, no one cared about the ropes. The length of the wooden boat is about 35 meters, The width is about 5 meters, and the total height is about 4 or 5 meters. Since there were nearly several thousand people involved in building the wooden boat, Yibin was only responsible for the main process, and he was also supervising everyone at other times. Only after the wooden boat was completed did Yibin return to his room to rest. 3 wooden steps were installed on one side of the big wooden boat to facilitate the soldiers' movement up and down. After Yibin finished all this, he quickly got off the wooden boat. When Hainyo saw Yibin coming down, he immediately came to Yibin's side. "City Lord, what kind of big wooden boat is this? Can it really sail on the water?" The courtesan, Old Man Bear, and the others all looked at Yibin nervously. After all, in the primitive people's cognition, they had never seen anything that could walk on the water. It's like if someone told you that an airplane could fly into the sky. Why did no one believe it at that time? Instead, only when people see it with their own eyes will they believe that airplanes can really fly into the sky. This is the case with today's courtesans, because they have never seen it before. You suddenly told them that wooden boats can travel on the water. Aren't you telling them that in the future world, people can fly to the sky? If Yibin hadn't said this, Hainyo and the others would have beaten them up a long time ago. Aren't they treating them as fools? Seeing everyone's worry, Yibin patted Hainyo's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you will know in a moment. Now everyone listen to my orders and start pushing the wooden boat down." Everyone came to the back of the wooden boat. When the soldiers heard the city lord's order, they all pushed hard, and the wooden boat moved into the water little by little. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The front of the wooden boat was launched into the water, creating a large splash. Everyone continued to exert force, and the wooden boat moved into the water little by little. After all the wooden boats were launched into the water, something surprising happened. The wooden boat really floated up. Yibin asked Li Wang and others to pull the rope. After the wooden boat was pulled over, everyone looked at Yibin. Everyone thought to themselves, "The city lord must not ask us to go up." Yibin didn't care about that. He shouted to Hainyo and the others, "The 3 of you, each of you take 50 people up." Yibin looked at Hainyo, Hua Kuei, and Li Wang. The 3 people who were seen all swallowed their saliva. What kind of wooden boat is this? It doesn't look like a fun thing at first glance. Since the city lord had given the order, the 3 of them still climbed up. Seeing their hesitation, Yibin set an example for them and quickly climbed up the wooden stairs. The 3 of them became a little uneasy when they saw the city lord had gone up. After Yibin came up, the first thing he did was to go to the hold, which was the key to the wooden boat. If the cabin leaked, the wooden boat would be scrapped. The cabin is made up of the keel of a wooden boat. It is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The bottom floor is for the crew to store things. Also, if there's a water leak underneath. The plywood on the second layer can also play a waterproof role, especially the middle plywood, which can be used by crew members for paddling. Without the propulsion of wind, the wooden boat can only rely on manual paddling. On the second layer of the wooden boat, there is a row of small windows on the left and right. They are prepared for the crew. The crew can extend the wooden oars through these small windows so that they can swing up and down. In this way, the wooden boat was powered. The soldiers climbed onto the boat one after another. Hainyo, Hua Kuei, and their group felt their bodies shaking as soon as they got on the boat. Li Wang and the personal guards he brought with him had the same feeling as Hainyo and his men. For primitive people, the fact that something could float on the water was already surprising to them. They were even more surprised that they could sit on it now. After Yibin came up from the deck of the cabin, he saw the people sitting on it, and he was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This cannot be blamed on them. After all, wooden boats are too unfamiliar to Hainyo and the others. It is already great that they can get on the boat. Yibin stood in the middle of the deck and immediately said to everyone, "Now I order you all to stand on the splints." When the soldiers heard the city lord's order, although they were all very scared, they still felt that military regulations were more terrifying than the military regulations of the tribe. The people on the splint also stood up one after another. Hainyo, Li Wang, and others, although feeling a little dizzy, still chose to obey Yibin's orders. In the Huaxia tribe, obeying orders is the first priority. Yibin looked at them. Although he was not quite used to it, he still chose to stand up. Training a navy would take more than a day or 2. Ordinary soldiers would immediately feel dizzy once they got on the wooden boat. It took the soldiers some time to adapt to the wobbly wooden boat, and they couldn't stand at all. Then someone would ask, why could Yibin stand? This is because Yibin's hometown on Earth is next to a large reservoir. So, Yibin could drive a small wooden boat when he was very young. As for whether he would get seasick, I think Yibin would not get seasick. looking at the people who were barely standing up. Yi Bin began his brainwashing. You are all warriors of the Huaxia tribe, and you cannot lie down like a weakling just because of a little fear. This thing under your feet is called a warship. In the future, the Chinese tribes will have their own navy. The Navy's mission is to fight on the water. Naval combat is generally divided into several types. The first is bow and arrow shooting, and the second is landing combat. The Navy has many advantages. They can fish in the rivers and help the tribes transport supplies. Warships can also save a lot of manpower and material resources. With warships and Navy, they can go to farther places. You can also sail along the waterways and trade with different tribes along the way. The Huaxia tribe will have many more warships like this in the future. As the third branch of the Huaxia tribe, the Navy also has strong combat effectiveness. Later, the Navy of the Huaxia tribe was divided into two types. The first was naval warfare, and the second was fishing in the rivers. If a war broke out in the tribe, they would immediately switch to naval warfare. After listening to it, Hainyo and the others felt that this navy was extremely powerful, especially the landing operation, which sounded very powerful. Soldiers, after drinking the chicken blood, everyone wanted to become a navy. This navy sounded a bit high-sounding. Chapter 256 Warship Initial Training. You've been instructed everyone. Now I will teach you how to drive a warship. Li Wang, all of you come here. The people named by Yi Bin quickly came to Yi Bin. Now start pulling the sail. After Yi Bin finished speaking, he found that they all looked confused, so Li Wang and the others asked, Chief, what is a sail? Yi Bin slapped his forehead and said, How could I forget this? Then he preached to a few people. The sail is a large piece of animal skin hung on the main beam of the wooden boat. It is pulled by several ropes. When we pull up the sail will be thrust by the wind direction, thereby propelling the wooden boat. Li Wang and the people around him were all completely confused. To primitive people like Li Wang, what were sails, wind direction, and ropes? It was like listening to a mystery to them. After Yi Bin finished explaining, he found that they were like wooden sticks, and suddenly he had an urge to hit them. He quickly walked to the sail, and then untied the rope of the sail in front of everyone. Li Wang and the others saw that their leader was taking action personally. They also followed suit and untied the ropes. There were 5 ropes on the top of the sail for traction. It was like raising the national flag. As long as someone below pulled the ropes tight, the sail would slowly rise. After the sails are raised, strong winds will blow the sails, and the sails will be fixed in one place under the traction of several ropes. When the strong wind blows into the sails will immediately bulge in one direction. Yi Bin and others pulled up the sail on the wooden boat with force. The moment the sail was raised, a strong wind from the river blew over instantly. The sail was pushed by the wind, and the wooden boat quickly started to move. Hainyo and others on the boat saw that the wooden boat started to move by itself, and the soldiers immediately squatted down. Huakue, Li Wang, and others all held on to the handrails on the splint tightly. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, everyone would be thrown out. Yi Bin immediately came to the cockpit of the wooden boat, which is where the boat is controlled. There is a main pole in the cockpit, which is connected to the shaft of the rudder. There's a movable wooden bearing at the bottom of the pole. The captain can control the direction of the wooden boat by simply swinging the wooden pole left and right. No matter what kind of water it is sailing on, the boat can be controlled well. Then someone will ask, if the wooden boat wants to stop in the middle of the river, how can we prevent the wooden boat from moving around? There's actually a solution to the problem of stopping the boat. If the wooden boat wants to stop in the middle of the river, how can we prevent the wooden boat from moving around? There's an anchor made of an iron hook at the bow. If the crew wants to stop the wooden boat in the middle of the river, they just need to untie the anchor. Then a thick rope is used to pull the anchor. After the anchor falls to the bottom of the water, it will pull the wooden boat to achieve the purpose of stopping the boat. The wooden boat had begun to move forward slowly under the push of the sails. After experiencing the initial panic, the soldiers began to adapt themselves. Many of the braver ones all stood on the planks. The courtesan, Hainyo, and the others walked quickly to the cockpit of the wooden boat. Yi Bin was operating the wooden pole at this time. Seeing Hainyo and the others coming, Yi Bin explained to everyone that this was the cockpit of the wooden boat. The entire wooden boat is steered by this wooden pole. The captain can steer the boat to any place on the river by simply manipulating the wooden pole. The prerequisite is that you can only travel on flat water. You must not approach places like dams or cliffs with flowing water at high altitudes. Once the wooden boat falls down, there will be no trace of the body left. After hearing Yi Bin's words, Hainyo and the others all broke out in cold sweats. It was their first time on a boat, and now the city lord was talking so horrifyingly. Wasn't this going to cost them their lives? The people on the river bank watched the wooden boat slowly go away, and many of them became anxious. The city lord was still on that wooden boat. If something happened, then the entire Chinese tribe? Many people don't dare to think about it anymore. There were even some people who started crying directly on the riverbank. Come on, the city lord has been swallowed by the river. The people on the riverbank began to spread the news in increasingly bizarre forms, and before long, everyone in Longqing knew about it. When Black Panther and his men heard about it, they immediately gathered their warriors and quickly walked towards the river. Now the whole Longqing is spreading the news that the city lord and his men were eaten by the river. Those tribesmen who cared about Yibin burst into tears instantly. City lord, I'm going to save the city lord. The tribesmen said all kinds of things, but no one gloated over other people's misfortunes. The current Chinese tribe is still concerned about the collective interests, and the tribesmen are all very simple. When Black Panther led the soldiers to the river, there was still a small shadow of a wooden boat on the river. At this time, Black Panther and the soldiers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. For Black Panther and his men, they had never seen anything that could walk in the river. Both Black Panther and the warriors believed that the river would eat people. Some of the tribesmen were even so scared that they immediately left the river. The city lord and his men were all swallowed up by the river. If they still stood by the river, they would be swallowed up as well. As long as one person took the lead, others would follow suit. In a short while, everyone had left the river. Hainyo held the wooden pole with both hands and slowly pushed it to the right, but the wooden boat moved to the left. This brings up a problem. If the wooden pole is pushed to the left, the wooden boat will move to the right. This wooden control pole is completely opposite to the direction of the wooden boat's travel. As long as the captain masters this rule, it is very easy to drive a wooden boat. Hua Kuei and Li Wang were watching attentively. Yibin had just told them that they would be asked to operate it themselves soon. In the future, the Chinese tribe would have to train a group of captains. The soldiers on the deck were all lost in thought for a moment as they looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They had never dared to dream of a scene like today's. Many of them came to both sides of the wooden boat. Since there were wooden railings on both sides of the wooden boat, the soldiers held the railings while watching the situation under the boat. If they hadn't looked, they wouldn't have known what was happening. When they saw it, everyone was shocked. I was scared to death. Many soldiers were so frightened that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. For a moment, they dared not look down anymore. Yibin was still very satisfied with Hainyo's talent. He looked at Hua Kuei, Li Wang, and others. After Hainyo has learned it, you too will take over. All the people at the regiment level must learn to drive a wooden boat. From now on, technical work like these will be handled by you senior people. Don't worry, City Lord. We must study hard. Recently, many people have been saying that there were not many people in primitive society, and they also said that what I wrote was too exaggerated. I just want to say one thing. I don't blame you for not reading enough, but can you check it on your mobile phone? When Emperor Xianyuan went to war, the population had already exceeded 20 million. These can be found. If you don't understand, don't leave the discussion. For those who like to read the original books about a dozen people, I advise you to finish reading as soon as possible. It is normal for my book to include hundreds of thousands of people. As for that petty-minded way of writing, I'm sorry that Beijing can't do it. Chapter 257, Yibin travels around the old city. Probably, after more than 2 hours, the soldiers had adapted to the sailing speed of the wooden boat. Li Wang was also driving the boat seriously, while the courtesan next to him was holding a bamboo telescope in his hand. Suddenly, the courtesan let out a cry of surprise. There seemed to be a large tribe at that location. Yibin, Hainyo, and a few others were immediately attracted by the words of the courtesan, especially Yibin himself. He had suspected a long time ago that there must be other tribes on the other side of the river. Show it to me quickly. Yibin snatched the telescope from the courtesan's hand and immediately placed it in front of his left eye. Through the image in the telescope, Yibin could clearly see that there was a large group of people. At this time, the wooden boat had been traveling for more than 2 hours. At its current speed, it was about 60 kilometers per hour. In other words, Yibin and his team have traveled more than 120 kilometers from their current location. If they had walked, it would be equivalent to 30 hours of walking. In other words, the wooden boat had completed the journey in about 2 hours, which is a journey that a human could travel in more than one day. At this speed, it would take about 4 hours to travel from Longqing to the old city. The courtesan asked Yibin, City Lord, what should we do now? After Yi Bin finished looking, he handed the telescope to Hein Yo and said, we still have troubles to deal with now. As for the tribe we just discovered, we will go and visit those people when we have more warships in the future. The Oiran and Hein Yo nodded in agreement, and Li Wang also spoke in agreement. Chief, we have too few people now. I just took a rough look, and the tribe opposite is similar to our Chinese tribe. Our biggest enemy right now is the people from the giant scorpion tribe. As for the Tao Tai Alliance and the Xuanwu tribe, we will deal with them when we have time. I estimate that if we wait another 5 or 6 days, the people from the giant scorpion tribe will be here soon. By then, we can set up an ambush along the way and catch them off guard. I agreed with the city lord's opinion. Li Wang and the Korinha also immediately agreed with Yi Bin's opinion. When it comes to setting up an ambush, as long as the city lord says second, no one dares to say first. One of the soldiers shouted hurriedly, City Lord, it seems we have arrived at the old city. Yi Bin and several others immediately walked out of the cabin. Hein Yo said in surprise, Mayor, we have really arrived at the old city. How come there's such a big city not far from the old city? Li Wang, it was like he saw a new world. Although the warriors were all very surprised, all the tribesmen in Longqing knew about the reconstruction of the old city. Except for those who didn't care, Li Wang happened to be among this group of people. On the wall of the old city, Captain Jixing, a strange thing has come up on the water. The soldiers defending the city shouted anxiously. Some soldiers defending the city even blew the ram horns at their waists. Woo 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 woo. The voice echoed throughout the old city. Jixing quickly gathered his men, and soon a soldier said, Captain Jixing, something bad has happened. The river. Jixing pushed the soldiers away and left 100 soldiers to guard the slaves. The remaining 400 soldiers were all taken away by Jixing. Shan, take 200 people to guard the old city. Mu, you take 100 people to support us at any time. The remaining 100 people all follow me. Yes, yes. Battalion commander. The 2 people named by Jixing immediately agreed. Jixing brought more than 100 people and quickly came to the riverbank. Each of them held a double-blade bow in his hand. Ji was walking at the front of the team, and the soldiers behind him quickly caught up. The wooden boat was about 200 meters away from the riverbank. Yi Bin shouted to the soldiers, Set sail. As Yi Bin finished speaking, the soldiers untied the rope that was pulling the sail, and as the rope was slowly lowered, the sail also slowly fell down. After the sail was completely lowered, Yi Bin ordered the soldiers to get off the deck. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly came to the second-floor deck, which was where the oars were rowed. It was also the only place on the wooden boat that could provide power besides wind propulsion. Everyone, open the small windows on both sides of the wooden boat. The soldiers quickly opened the small windows. They had already received training from Yi Bin when they were on the river. Now, after receiving the order, everyone immediately took up their posts. On the second deck of the wooden boat, rows of small windows were opened by the soldiers, and long oars stretched out directly from the small windows. The soldiers quickly got into the state. The wooden boat lost the propulsion of the sails, and its speed gradually slowed down. Battalion commander, look quickly, what is falling? Jixing also looked confused. It was the first time he saw this thing. Asking them to call it by name? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for the primitive people? Give the order and have all the soldiers get ready. A guard beside him immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, battalion commander. Everyone is ready to start shooting arrows. After receiving the order from the standard-bearer, the soldiers immediately pulled the bowstrings in their hands. Sharp arrows emitted a cold light under the sunlight, and they could pierce the enemy's heart at any time. Jixing and his companions saw from a distance that the wooden boat looked like a large centipede, especially on both sides of the boat, where the oars stretched out by the soldiers were swinging back and forth and up and down. All of Jixing's group on the riverbank turned pale with fright. This ugly thing was really too terrifying. Although Jixing and his group were very scared in their hearts, no one retreated. Yi Bin, seeing that the soldiers were getting into shape, went up to the plank himself. As soon as he came up, he heard Li Wang's loud shout. I am the king of power of the Huaxia tribe. We came from Longqing. Did you all hear that? We are from the Huaxia tribe. The person sitting on the wooden boat is the city lord. Did you all hear that? Battalion commander, it sounds like someone is shouting from above that thing. It's true. I heard that too. Soldiers, there was a chaotic noise. There was a soldier with good hearing, and he spoke to Jixing and the others. Battalion commander, the person sitting on that thing is the city lord. Hearing the soldiers shout, Zhixing immediately ordered the soldiers. Everyone, put down your weapons. Here, the battalion commander's order. The soldiers immediately laid down their weapons. Disobeying orders in the Huaxia tribe would be a very serious crime. At the very least, one would be exiled to a slave pile for a few years. At the worst, one would receive a slave medal, and it would be for life. Once someone received it, they could never take it off in their lifetime. When the wooden boat approached, Zhixing and the others all shouted loudly, "City Lord! He really is the City Lord." The division commander and his men were also there, and the soldiers were dancing with joy. Even shouted to Zhixing and the others, "Soldiers, you have all worked hard. We are not working hard, but the City Lord and the teachers are." After the wooden boat docked, Yibin shouted loudly at the boat, "Get off the boat." Recently, many people have been saying that there were not many people in primitive society, and they also said that what I wrote was too exaggerated. I just want to say one thing. I don't blame you for not reading enough, but can you check it on your mobile phone? When Emperor Xianyuan went to war, the population had already exceeded 20 million. These can be found. If you don't understand, don't leave the discussion. For those who like to read the original books about a dozen people, I advise you to finish reading as soon as possible. It is normal for my book to include hundreds of thousands of people. As for that petty-minded way of writing, I'm sorry that Beijing can't do it. Chapter 258 Navy Base. After He Nyo tied the ropes of the wooden boat, he took the guards back to the old city. At this time, Yibin was visiting this new city. The new city is located not far downstream from the old city. The old city was originally located here because it was the highest piece of land. But now it is different. The new city is built directly not far from the river. Zhixing, you have done a very good job in the past month. The scale of a new city is the same as that of Longsheng and can accommodate more than 1,000 houses. As for the moat, Yibin did not design it at that time. The exit in front of the old city was Longsheng. Even if the enemy attacked, Longsheng had to be destroyed first, otherwise the enemy would not be able to come to the old city. There's a big river behind the old city. With the current level of civilization in today's society, there is no tribe that can attack from the water. Therefore, building a moat in the old city is purely unnecessary. Zhixing brought Yibin to the top of the new city wall. More than 1,000 slaves in the city were working hard at physical labor. They used to be members of the Blood Wolf tribe, but were later captured by Yibin and his men. When the slaves saw the young man coming, they were all trembling with fear. Yibin left a deep impression on them. At that time, when the Blood Wolf tribe was destroyed, this young man didn't even blink. The houses built in the new city were all built according to the model of Dragon City. The houses in the city were all lined up in rows. Zhixing spoke up from the side. "City Lord, the new city will be completed in a few days. So, when can we return to Dragon City? As long as you want, you can return to Dragon City anytime. At that time, I will send other people to take over the shift." Yibin can understand the tribesmen's thoughts. No matter who has been away for a long time, they will miss their original place. That's right. City Lord, what is the name of this new city? Yibin thought about it. Now we already have Longsheng and Shenwu City. What should this new city be called? Yibin thought hard for a long time and finally came up with a nice name. Water City. Let's call it Water City from now on. Everyone was muttering softly. Water City. As soon as the courtesan heard the name, she immediately fell in love with Shuicheng. Yibin named it Shuicheng out of a nostalgic sentiment. Their previous tribe was called the Luoshui tribe, but it was later changed by Yibin and his people. From that day on, there was no longer any Luoshui tribe. From now on, we will call it Water City. The courtesan said happily to everyone. Perhaps only they will understand the meaning of the word water in Water City. At this time, Heinyo and the others also came over and just heard the name Shuicheng. Perhaps they were all from a Luoshui tribe, so they felt that the name Shuicheng was very familiar. Yibin Sudende Askit. Why don't I see any women? Where have they all gone? Zhixing answered immediately. City Lord. The women all went to fertilize the crops. Yibin finally reted. It was almost the same time now. It was already around April, and it had been a month since the last time. Yibin said to Heinyo again, the Water City will be managed by Black Panther in the future, and Old Man Bear and the others will also be transferred here to start building warships. The Water City will be the naval base of our Dragon City in the future. Let Black Panther bring a regiment here, and then let Black Snake's regiment come here as well. After Old Bear and the others arrive, have them build wooden boats quickly, and try to get a few naval corps out for me as soon as possible. Uk, City Lord, when we get back to Longsheng, I'll ask Black Panther and Old Man Bear to come over. I am very confident in leaving this matter to you. From now on, Longsheng will be divided into 3 branches of the military. The first branch is the army, the second branch is the navy, and the third branch is the cavalry. The courtesans asked in confusion, "City Lord, why are there so many types of troops?" Li Wang also has a puzzled look on his face. Heinyo, Ji Xing, and the others were also very confused. Seeing everyone's confusion, I had to explain to them that the biggest advantage of the navy is that it can fight on the sea. When we have artillery in the future, it will be even more powerful. What is a cannon? Everyone has a question mark on their face. Even casually explained that artillery is a very powerful thing, and you will know it when the time comes. In a word, the Navy is more powerful than any other branch of the military. As for the cavalry, I don't need to say much, right? Li Wang is the captain of a cavalry team. You have all witnessed their performance on the battlefield. If a tribe wants to be strong, it must have multiple types of troops to fight. Each branch of the military has its own role. The army is more suitable for fighting on plains and mountain warfare. These are the strengths of land forces. Everyone seemed to understand what was said. In the minds of Hang Nyo and the others, no matter what kind of soldiers they were, as long as they were in the hands of the city lord, they would be very powerful. Zhixing sent a pigeon back to Longsheng immediately and tell Black Panther and the others that we have arrived at Water City. I forgot to tell you that Water City is the original old city. Yes, City Lord. I'll send a letter by carrier pigeon now. After Zhixing answered, he quickly walked toward the room, which should be the place where pigeons were fed. When Black Panther and the others received the news from the old city, everyone couldn't believe it. How much time had passed? The city lord and his men have arrived at the old city? No, it can't be called that now. It should be called Water City. After Yi Bin finished making the arrangements, he prepared to set off back to Longsheng. Before he left, he asked Zhixing and the others for their opinions. Those of you who want to stay, just say hello to Black Panther when the time comes. Uk, City Lord. Zhixing agreed excitedly. I will discuss this with the soldiers. The warriors in Water City were also very happy. Everyone had different ideas. Some people liked to live in Dragon City, while others liked to stay in Water City. Anyway, they were all from the Huaxia tribe, so this requirement could be met. On the return journey, we relied on human power to row the boat, and for a period of time, we even used wind power to propel it. After all, the strong winds on this river don't always blow in one direction. Only when the wind blows in the opposite direction can we use the sails for propulsion. On the waterway back to Longsheng, the wooden boat was driven in turns by Heinyo, Huake, and Li Wang in order to better train them. As for the soldiers on the deck, Yi Bin asked them to practice running to improve their proficiency so that they can get familiar with the warship faster. The soldiers kept running on the deck, and the wooden boat was shaking constantly. Many soldiers were staggering, but none of them gave up. For the warriors, giving up means admitting defeat, and admitting defeat means bringing shame to the Chinese tribe. The Oiran shouted excitedly, "Dragon City! We are back to Dragon City." Chapter 259, Pre-War Deployment. The soldiers of Longsheng have been guarding the bank of the river for almost a whole day. The moment Black Panther, Luoshui, and the others saw the wooden boat, their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Yi Bin and his group disappeared for a whole day, and everyone in Longsheng was like eggplants hit by frost. Many soldiers shouted loudly, "The city lord is back! The city lord and his men are back!" There were also many warriors who all cried with excitement. The city lord was their backbone and their faith. Once the city lord was gone, where would the Huaxia tribe go in the future? After the wooden boat docked, the soldiers hurriedly jumped off. This trip to the Water City was really exhausting for the soldiers. Especially those who were seasick, they all vomited along the way. After all, they were the first men to eat crabs. Luoshui pushed away the people around her and quickly came to Yi Bin's side. Her eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had just cried. "I thought you... Woo woo woo. Why are you crying, silly girl? Am I not fine?" After Yi Bin finished speaking, he turned around arrogantly. Everyone came up to him with concerned looks on their faces, and the soldiers said all kinds of things. "City Lord, I'm so glad that you're okay. City Lord, you scared us to death." Seeing the true feelings expressed by his fellow tribesmen, Yi Bin felt warm at heart. It turned out that there were so many people who cared about him, even in places where they couldn't see him. "Thank you for your concern, my fellow tribesmen. I will never put myself in danger. I have not yet led you out of this chaotic society." Yi Bin shouted to everyone, "Return to Dragon City." Hang Nyo glanced at the wooden boat, then at Yi Bin, who was walking away, and immediately shouted anxiously, "City Lord, what should we do with this wooden boat?" For Hainyo and the others, this was the treasure of the Huaxia tribe. How could they just leave it here? The Oiran and Li Wang also became anxious. Chief, why don't you want this wooden boat? Yibin didn't even turn his head, but just said, just leave it here. After Yibin returned to Longsheng, he began to arrange the work. There were more than a dozen people sitting in an empty room. These people were all high-level officials of Longsheng, including Old Man Xiong and others. I called you all here today because I have something very important to say. The first thing is that there will be a big battle a few days later. The slaves who were released have almost returned to the giant scorpion tribe. The patriarch of the giant scorpion tribe will definitely come to rescue his son. I now make the following arrangements. Jinhua, you and your regiment will ambush around Coal Hill. I will use fire as my order. As soon as you see a big fire rising into the sky, you must stop them immediately. Then I gave everyone a telescope. This is the telescope of our tribe. With it, we can observe the enemy from a distance so that you can prepare in advance. Remember this, you must use your brain more when fighting and don't just rush forward like a reckless man. The team leaders all took the telescopes and touched their heads awkwardly. If anyone else dared to say this, they would have been beaten into meat patties. But the person who spoke was Yibin, who was also the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yibin. Seeing that no one responded, Yibin spoke loudly again. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Yes. City Lord. Black Panther, you lead 2 regiments to Water City. Water City will be handed over to you in the future. You must learn how to use talents, especially those smart tribesmen. You must give them opportunities and let them serve China well. Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely keep your words in mind. Yibin nodded with satisfaction and then spoke to Black Snake and the others. Black Snake, you take a group and go to Water City with Black Panther and the others. Old Bear, you leave a few trustworthy people in Dragon City, and you take some people to Water City yourself. The naval base of our Huaxia tribe will be located in Water City from now on. As for Longsheng, you can arrange for the members of the Ministry of Industry to build a few warships. At that time, we will be able to communicate with the Water City, and it will be very convenient to transport materials by water. Uk, City Lord. Old Man Xiong and Black Snake also agreed immediately. Old Man Xiong and the others would naturally do their best to do whatever the City Lord arranged. Very good. I hope to see the warships of our Water City in a month. Don't worry, City Lord. After a month, I will definitely build 10 warships. Old Bear assured with full confidence. In Old Man Xiong's mind, as long as I have enough manpower, I can build not only 10 warships, but even 100 warships. Old Man Xiong did not disappoint him. This was a very difficult task, but Old Man Xiong and his men did not show any intention of backing down. Now, I will arrange the combat mission. Your group will be responsible for guarding Longsheng. After we all go out to fight, this warship in Longsheng will be handed over to you for training. You can also bring some members of the fishing team to let the tribesmen become familiar with the performance of the warships. When the time is right in the future, you can set up a fishing department and let them take over the fishing team. Uk, City Lord. The courtesan readily agreed. Ever since she boarded the warship, she fell in love with this feeling. The wooden boat that did not require human power to propel it and could run on its own was really exciting. Langya, take your men to ambush on the left side of the canyon. Eagle, take your men to ambush on the right side of the canyon. Ashui, your regiment is responsible for the frontal attack, but you must pretend to fail and lure the enemy into the canyon. When you see a huge fire rising into the sky, you can lead your men to fight back. Yes. Heichin, you take your men and ambush them halfway. After their army passes, your regiment will let them pass. When the herds of cattle and sheep behind them arrive, take them back for me. Uk, City Lord. Heichin immediately stood up and agreed. The current situation is that Hua Kuei leads 2 regiments to guard Longsheng. Mu Zhan leads 1,000 people to the market. Zhixing takes 500 people to Shuicheng, and the Black Panther and Black Snake regiments also go to Shuicheng. The remaining 5 regiments have all been arranged out. China has a total of 10 reorganized regiments. The only troops that can be mobilized now are Li Wang's cavalry team and Li Wang's 1st Battalion. Even spoke to everyone seriously. Groups that are not participating in this mission can take their people and set off now. Yes. Old Bear, Black Panther, and Black Snake all nodded in agreement. Now let me tell you the sequence of the battles. When the giant scorpion tribe marched forward, they would definitely pass by our coal mountain, but a regiment led by Jinhua let them pass directly. Wait for them to take a round of fire first, and then your group will block their retreat. Luoshui and his men will camp at the foot of Coal Mountain. When you discover the people from the giant scorpion tribe, you will pretend to be defeated and then run back in fear, leading the enemy directly into the canyon. When a fire breaks out in the canyon, you will bring your men back to kill them. Eagle and Wolf Fong, your 2 regiments will be responsible for the left and right canyons. When the time comes, I will use fire as my command. When you see the fire in the canyon, start throwing alcohol bombs immediately. He-Chin is leading a regiment to ambush at the mountain pass in front of Coal Hill. We must let their army in. Your task is to move their food. Li Wang, you lead the cavalry and be ready to charge at any time. Then transfer Li Hu to the Royal Guard Battalion and let him be the battalion commander. The Guard Battalion, just stay with me, right? Li Wang and Li Hu, you two have no objections, right? Brothers and sisters who like to read it, please urge for more updates. Chapter 260, Rushing to Coal Hill Canyon. No problem. The 2 of them answered immediately. Eben nodded with satisfaction and asked the other team leaders, "Did you remember all the combat missions I assigned just now?" Everyone immediately stood up and responded, "Don't worry, City Lord. We have remembered everything." A soldier ran in hurriedly, shouting loudly, "Oh no, oh no. City Lord, City Lord." The soldier calmed down after he slowly told what happened. Eben did not blame the soldier. He was doing it for the Huaxia tribe. How could he blame those who put the tribe in their hearts? The soldier took out a small piece of animal skin after receiving the news just now. Eben took it and took a look at it. He immediately took a breath of cold air. There were many numbers written on the small skin and many small black dots drawn on it. The general meaning is that the black dots in a small circle represent a large number of enemies, and there are some numbers on the small circle. Among the spies sent out this time, there's a person with good math grades, and this person was given to him by Luoshui. Seeing Eben's frown, everyone dared not breathe. The Oiran asked curiously, "City Lord, what's wrong?" The latest news is that those people from the giant scorpion tribe have come here with a large group of people. According to the information on the small animal skin, the enemies coming this time are probably not just from the giant scorpion tribe, and the number of people they have brought this time is at least 18 or 19,000. King Li asked, also confused, "Chief, how many are these 19,000 people?" Eben was speechless. "I told you to study hard, but you didn't listen. Now at this time, you don't even know there are 19,000 people. These 19,000 people are more than the 10 regiments of our China." Everyone was surprised. What kind of tribe is this giant scorpion tribe? How can they send out so many people at once? The Oiran asked a little anxiously. "City Lord, should we bring a few more people this time?" Everyone nodded repeatedly. Eben thought about it and decided to proceed according to the plan. After all, a battle involving tens of thousands of people could not be changed easily. Need not. Just act according to my plan just now. Although the enemy is large in numbers, we have the advantage of advanced preparation. No matter how many people they send this time, I will make sure they never return. Langia and Xionging, you go to the Ministry of War now. Each regiment will receive 1,000 cans of alcohol bombs, and each person will receive 30 arrows. Then go to the cafeteria to get 3 days of dry food. After receiving everything, set out for Coal Hill Canyon immediately. Yes. Each of your other regiments will receive 30 arrows. When the canyon fire starts, except for He-Chin's regiment, the other 4 regiments will all use bows and arrows to shoot at the enemy in order to deplete the number of enemies. The team leaders' faces were all flushed with excitement. For them, this was also a large-scale battle. From what the City Lord said, he wanted to annihilate them all here. Don't worry, City Lord. The regiment leaders were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood in order to ensure that the enemy would not return. Even said to everyone with a serious face, "I'm counting on you all." The group leaders all had serious expressions on their faces. For the sake of the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Oh, you're all good men of China. It is because of you that the Chinese tribe has become so powerful today. You are all great. I am here to wish you a great victory in advance. For the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. For the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Eben was also full of heroic spirit. He waved his hand towards everyone. Set off. The group leaders' voices shook the sky, and they all responded excitedly. Yes. After everyone left, Eben came to the Ministry of Justice again. Taishan saw Eben from a distance and came to greet him with excitement. "City Lord, I don't want to stay in the Ministry of Justice anymore." "Why? Aren't you doing well?" Eben knew Taishan's character. He was the same as Li Wang, both men who could not sit still. In the current Huaxia tribe, there were basically no crimes or violations of the law. The tribesmen really cherished this hard-earned life. Taishan stayed in the Ministry of Justice every day, and his sword was almost rusted if hadn't told him before that the sword needed to be wiped with grease. Otherwise, it would have turned into a piece of rusty iron long ago. City Lord, this Ministry of Justice seems to be useless. It has been so long, and only one person has been arrested. We, the people of the Ministry of Justice, have nothing else to do except training every day. You even thought about it. How about this? You guys are going to fight with me this time. As for whether you don't want to be in the Ministry of Justice, we can talk about it after we come back from the war. Taishan has a big mouth, and his smile is like a chrysanthemum. Thank you, City Lord. I will go and gather the members of the Ministry of Justice right now. Taishan has been feeling very frustrated during this period of time. He is a military general, but he has to stay in the Ministry of Justice every day. Isn't this like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider? After Taishan left, Yi Bin smiled helplessly. He was so anxious to set up a school in order to cultivate some talents. The Huaxia tribe had no shortage of warriors, but lacked wise people. As for the candidate for the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Yi Bin already has his own candidate in mind. After the war is over, Taishan will be replaced. Why? There are still too few talents. Seeing the City Lord sighing there, Bijou walked over curiously. City Lord, are you worried about the war? Green Bamboo? Yi Bin said with a smile. Haven't seen you for a long time. He still had a deep impression of this charming woman. Since he gave her the position, Yi Bin rarely saw her. How did you know about the war? Bijou let out a sweet laugh, and everyone in the Huaxia tribe knew about it. Chief Xiong and his men were working overtime to make arrows, and Captain Zhu and his men were also cutting down large amounts of bamboo. You see? Bijou pointed behind her again. These are all the bamboos we brought back. Yi Bin looked over and was shocked. All the more than 100 ox carts were filled with finger-sized bamboos. Who told you to cut this? Seeing Yi Bin's surprised expression, Bijou couldn't help but laugh. This was an order from the head of the Oran group. She said that the war would start in 2 days and asked us women to cut more bamboos for arrows. The head of the Oran group also told us not to hold you back. Yi Bin was deeply touched. The courtesan was truly a good wife. Pity? Never mind. Yi Bin immediately shook his head and asked, what am I thinking about? The top priority now is to prepare for the war. Then you guys go and get busy first. Ugh, City Lord. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the team. Bijou said to the women, these are the materials the Ministry of War needs. So sisters, please hurry up. Watching Bijou and the others going away, Yi Bin felt a little helpless. It turned out that he, the City Lord of China, had less things to take care of than the courtesan. He hadn't even thought of this, but the courtesan had thought of it. One morning, 3 days later, Yi Bin, with Li Wang, Taishan, and his men, quickly rushed to the Coal Mountain Canyon. As for the other 5 regiments, they had already arrived at the designated locations. I heard that urging for more updates is helpful. Brothers and sisters, please help Beicheng with more updates. If the number of updates exceeds 300, Beicheng will definitely add one more chapter tomorrow. Chapter 261, Ambush in Advance. City Lord, are you here? Yebi nodded to Langya. The reason why he came to Langya first was because the terrain here is higher. As long as any enemy appears, they will be able to spot them immediately. How about it? Have you found any trace of the enemy? Langya replied immediately. City Lord, we have been guarding here for a whole day and haven't seen even a bird. The people of the giant scorpion tribe are really too slow in moving. Why don't we take the initiative? Yi Bin was also speechless. There was one thing not so good about the leaders of the Huaxia tribe. That was they did things without thinking, especially the golden fire black snake and others, and now there's also a wolf fawn. In their perception, war is about charging head-on. Things like ambushes and scheming against others are not important. They all have one thing in common. That is, he has strong limbs but a simple mind. You all have to listen to me carefully. Wars involve human lives. Since you have taken on this position, you must consider the people in the tribe. I hope that when you go out, you will still have the same number of people when you come back. Did you understand? Seeing the City Lord's serious face, Langya also became serious. City Lord, don't worry. We will definitely obey your orders. One of the guards shouted in a low voice. City Lord, the enemy is coming. Yi Bin immediately put on the telescope and observed through the telescope that the enemy should be more than 1,000 meters away. The strong man in the lead should be their tribe leader. This man looks somewhat similar to the blood scorpion. Langya also picked up the telescope. Through the image in the telescope, he saw the burly man at a glance. This man was walking at the front of the crowd, and he was obviously a patriarch-level figure. Yibin said to the people around him, "Everybody hide, and when the enemy comes, follow my orders. If anyone disobeys my orders and allows the enemy to be prepared, he will be killed on the spot." "Uk, city lord." Everyone agreed immediately. Taishan asked the soldiers to prepare alcohol bombs, and Lihu asked the Royal Guard Battalion to prepare for battle. Langya asked the soldiers to look at my signal. "Yes, yes, yes." 3 voices agreed at the same time. Yibin roughly calculated that a normal person's walking speed is about 70 meters per minute, which means that it would take about 15 minutes to get from the enemy to the middle of the canyon. "Warriors, the Huaxia tribe is ahead. Once you get there, charge right in, kill their men, rob their women, and take back all their cattle and sheep." The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe all shouted loudly. "Kill men, rob women, and steal cattle and sheep. Kill men, rob women, and steal cattle and sheep." Yibin clearly saw them shouting through the telescope. Although they were still more than 700 to 800 meters away, the shouting of 10 or 20,000 people could still be heard by everyone. Langya on the side said angrily, "City Lord, these people are so arrogant that I can't help it." Yibin let out a small laugh. "Don't worry, no matter how arrogant they are now, they will be in a mess later. They're just a bunch of clowns, but they really think they are human beings." Probably about 10 minutes passed. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe have slowly approached the canyon. When primitive people fought, they fought in groups just like they are now. There is no marching formation at all. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe are all crowded together. Suddenly, a man appeared in everyone's sight. Yibin was surprised. He actually knew this man. He was the leader of the black bear tribe. Yibin remembered his name was White Tiger. How come he came here? Oh, how could I have forgotten this? Baihu's black bear tribe seems to be a subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe. The market they run also has the shadow of the Xuanwu tribe. Baihu came to a strong man and asked him, "Giant scorpion chief, why do you want to attack the Huaxia tribe?" The giant scorpion said indifferently, "Your son has been captured. Won't you seek revenge?" Seeing the giant scorpion with a sour face, Baihu suddenly lost interest in talking. "Since the giant scorpion chief insists, I can only accompany you on this trip." Baihu cursed in his heart. "If the Xuanwu tribe hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have come here to interfere. The Huaxia tribe, it seems, is not someone that is easy to mess with." The giant scorpion leader said sarcastically, "If you are scared, just stand back and watch how we defeat the Huaxia tribe," said a dark-skinned man at this time. "Giant scorpion chief, what are you talking about? We are all subordinate tribes of the Xuanwu tribe. This time, when we come to attack the Huaxia tribe, my Dashan tribe will definitely be at the forefront." The giant scorpion chief immediately laughed. "Brother Mountain Wolf, it has to be your Dashan tribe. If it was Chief White Tiger, he was the same as you, Brother Mountain Wolf. It's just a Chinese tribe, and we can easily defeat it." Baihu didn't say anything. He led his guard team and walked to the back of the team. Although they were an affiliated group, the relationship between them was not so harmonious. This time, when attacking the Huaxia tribe, the giant scorpion tribe asked for help from the Xuanwu tribe. After discussion, the top leaders of the Xuanwu tribe decided to send the Black Bear tribe and the Dashan tribe to reinforce. The giant scorpion leader said, "After passing this mountain, the Huaxia tribe is in front, so let all the warriors hurry up." The captain of the guard immediately agreed and came to the middle of the team and shouted loudly. After the chieftain said this, everyone started walking quickly. Seeing the enemy entering the canyon, Yibin said to the people around him, "Everyone start getting ready." Every soldier holds an alcohol bomb the size of a human head in their hands. Baihu looked around, and he always had a bad feeling. Giant Scorpion was arrogant and would never listen to other people's opinions. If the Xuanwu tribe hadn't spoken, Baihu really didn't want to get involved in this mess. In this attack on the Huaxia tribe, the Black Bear tribe sent out 5,000 people, and the Mountain tribe also sent 5,000 people. This was all requested by the Xuanwu tribe. The giant Scorpion chief led more than 10,000 people and walked at the front of the entire team. The giant Scorpion chief looked around. Although this was a large canyon, for these primitive people, the word ambush was simply unthinkable. Moreover, the giant Scorpion brought more than 20,000 people with him, and there were more than 10,000 people from the giant Scorpion tribe alone. In the heart of the giant Scorpion, the Huaxia tribe is just a small tribe, and he doesn't take it seriously at all. With the thinking and cognition of primitive people, as long as I bring enough people, all the means will be reduced to ashes. In the middle of the canyon, there is a road that is not a highway. In primitive society, the mountains, forests, and canyons are all overgrown with weeds and branches. If the warriors led by the giant scorpion want to pass through the canyon in front of them, they must artificially trample out a path. The canyon was packed with people, and the warriors were advancing slowly forward like ants. Although the giant scorpion tribe had a large number of people, they had no discipline in marching and fighting, and the warriors were talking and laughing in groups of thousands. Yibin raised his hand. His face looked very serious. Prepare. I heard that urging for more updates is helpful. Brothers and sisters, please help Beicheng with more updates. If the number of updates exceeds 300, Beicheng will definitely add one more chapter tomorrow. Chapter 262. Giant Scorpion Chieftain Ambushed. The tinder boxes were lit in rows, and the soldiers only needed an order. Looking at the densely packed figures in the canyon, the soldiers on top of the canyon were all waiting for a signal. At this time, there were almost 20,000 people in the canyon. The giant scorpion chief looked at the team behind him with an evil smile on his face. We are here, Huaxia tribe. How dare you hurt my son? I will kill all your men and take back all your women. Let them give birth to children for the men in our tribe. The giant scorpion was thinking. Suddenly, it burst into wild laughter. The warriors saw the patriarch laughing wildly, and many of them started laughing too. Ha ha! There was laughter in the canyon, and many warriors were shouting, kill the men of the Huaxia tribe, rob the women of the Huaxia tribe, and let the women of the Huaxia tribe give birth to children for the men of our giant scorpion tribe. Langia cursed angrily. I will kill their men and rob their women. I will make the women of their tribe give birth to children for the men of our Huaxia tribe. The hidden warriors immediately followed suit. We will kill their men and rob their women, and let the women from their tribe give birth to children for the men from our Chinese tribe. Yibin also felt a headache from the insults from the soldiers. It turned out that men in primitive society also liked to beat their parents and scold them. At this time, the more than 20,000 people led by the giant scorpion have all entered the canyon. The entire canyon is filled with the roars of enemy soldiers. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yibin immediately lit the alcohol bomb in his hand. The alcohol cotton burned very quickly, and a big fire started in an instant. Yibin seized the opportunity and threw it directly to a crowded place. An alcohol bomb the size of a human head fell directly into the enemy crowd. The pottery jar shattered, and the alcohol exploded instantly with a loud bang. Boom! When the soldiers above the canyon saw the signal sent by the city lord, they immediately ignited the alcohol bombs. After about 10 seconds, densely packed pottery jars appeared on the surface of the canyon, and there was a ball of fire in front of each pottery jar. The moment the alcohol bomb exploded, a huge fire started to shoot up into the sky. The area within a radius of 2 meters was completely covered by the fire. The enemy soldiers screamed in fear. Ah! Fire, fire! What a big fire! The soldiers who were on fire fled everywhere in the crowd. No matter how they tried to beat off the flames, they stuck to their bodies like glue. At the moment when the enemy soldiers were stunned, 1,000 or 2,000 alcohol bombs were dropped over the canyon. The moment all the alcohol jars fell to the ground, the entire canyon seemed to be swallowed by a giant flame monster, especially the low-lying terrain in the middle of the canyon, which was all covered by the flames. Inside the canyon, the screams of tens of thousands of people were heard. This situation was more like a purgatory on Earth. A fire fell from the sky, and tens of thousands of people were reduced to ashes in an instant. Hearing the screams in the canyon, a group led by Luoshui immediately surrounded the front exit of the canyon. According to the plot, the group led by Luoshui was responsible for leading the wolves into the canyon, but the warriors of the enemy tribe did not discover them at all. This is also because the chief of the giant scorpion tribe is too arrogant. In the eyes of the giant scorpion chief, the Chinese tribe is as fragile as a piece of paper. The flames burned for several kilometers long. The entire canyon was in the mouth of the fire monster. The warriors led by the giant scorpion chief were all jumping in the mouth of the fire monster. The soldiers were wrapped in flames. Their flesh and blood were burning and oozing with oil. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Help me. Fire, it's all fire. I'm dying. This is a punishment from the gods. This must be a punishment from God. At this time, the entire canyon was in complete chaos. and the canyon was filled with the soldiers' pleas, screams, and confessions. The giant scorpion chief and the mountain wolf chief were both surrounded by flames. Why is there such a big fire? The mountain wolf was in great pain from the burning, and he roared at the giant scorpion beside him. Didn't you say that the Luoshui tribe is a small tribe? Why would the gods punish us? I want to go out. Where's the exit? Ah, it hurts so much. Someone come and save us. As the canyon caught fire, the 5 regiment leaders received the signal. Jinhua shouted to the guards, "Stop the back of the canyon and don't let anyone escape." The guard agreed immediately. Everyone go block the exit, and those behind should catch up quickly. If anyone lets an enemy escape, I will skin you alive. The people behind should follow up immediately. Hurry up. Enemies kept coming out of the canyon's exit. Luoshui immediately gave the order. 1st Battalion, sword and shield soldiers, press forward. 2nd Battalion, spearmen, press forward. 3rd Battalion, if any enemy comes out, shoot them. Yes, yes, yes. The sword and shield soldiers directly blocked the exit of the canyon. The iron armor on their bodies rattled, and the iron swords in their hands emitted a cold light. The spearmen followed closely behind, with 2-meter-long iron spears pointed directly in front of the sword and shield soldiers. The archers stared at the entrance of the valley and would shoot immediately if any enemy came out. The exit is in front. Everyone rushed forward. A commander-level figure shouted loudly to the soldiers around him. The soldiers in the canyon heard the commander-in-chief screaming desperately. Although the soldiers were in the fire, their desire to survive made them see hope. All of a sudden, thousands of warriors rushed out from the mouth of the canyon. Luoshui immediately began to give orders. All archers, shoot your arrows. Shoot! The archery battalion immediately drew their bows and released arrows, and dense arrows shot towards the valley entrance. After several rounds of arrows were shot, the giant scorpion warriors who had just walked out of the valley entrance were immediately shot to the ground. Ah! Don't kill us. We are all willing to submit to the Luoshui tribe. Hearing that someone was willing to surrender, Luoshui immediately gave orders to the soldiers. Anyone who drops their weapons will be tied up, and those enemies who are unwilling to surrender will be shot to death by archers. Yes, head of group. The tribesmen led by Baihu suffered the least damage in the entire team. When Jinhua saw a large number of troops coming out, he immediately began to give orders. 1st Battalion, sword and shield soldiers, push forward. 2nd Battalion, spearmen, push forward. 3rd Battalion, archers, take turns shooting arrows. Jinhua gave orders in an orderly manner. As soon as Baihu and his men rushed out, they saw a large number of soldiers blocking the exit behind the canyon. The guard around Baihu immediately became anxious. "Chief, someone has blocked the exit ahead. What should we do now?" Baihu is also a decisive person. He looked at the tribesmen behind him and shouted to them again. "Fellow tribesmen, charge out." The more than 2,000 people behind him immediately rushed towards Jinhua and the others. Baihu originally led more than 5,000 people. In the fire just now, Baihu and his men had lost more than 2,000 people. If Baihu had not reacted quickly, the remaining 2,000 people would have also died here. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and urge for more updates. When Eagle saw the fire had started, he immediately gave orders to his guards. "Pass on my order. All the troops throw clay pot alcohol bombs. Whoever delays the city lord's important business, I will skin him fucking dead." The guards immediately began to convey the order. Everyone obeyed the order and threw out the alcohol bombs in their hands immediately. "Whoever delays the city lord's important business, the captain will fucking skin you alive." After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately lit the alcohol bombs in their hands and threw them down. The flames on the bodies of more than 20,000 people in the canyon had not yet been extinguished when another round of clay jar alcohol bombs were thrown down, and a huge fire immediately broke out in the middle of the canyon. Ah! Fire, all fire. Where's the exit? Take us out quickly. There is a fire in here, and we are all going to die. Patriarch, save us. At this time, the chief of the giant scorpion tribe was also surrounded by fire. He kept slapping the flames all over his body, but the flames of the alcohol grew bigger and bigger. The mountain wolf chief next to him was also burned and screamed loudly. What kind of flame is this? Why is the fire getting bigger and bigger? The giant scorpion clan leader cursed. How should I know what kind of flame this is? Let the soldiers rush out quickly. If we don't find a way to rush out, all our soldiers will die here. Shanlang endured the burning pain in his body and immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Everyone, follow me and rush to the canyon entrance ahead. Soldiers, charge forward with me." The mountain wolf and giant scorpion chiefs, both of whom are chief-level figures, simply would not believe that the fire in the canyon was a punishment from God. Words like God can only deceive the tribesmen in the tribe. Tribal leaders like them will never believe in the existence of God. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon are covered with densely packed enemies. Those enemies engulfed by the fire will try every means to save themselves, especially the enemies close to the mountain. The first thing they think of is to climb up the cliffs on both sides. Yibin was the first person to discover it, and he immediately shouted to everyone, "The enemy is climbing up the cliff. Everyone, shoot with bows and arrows." The eagle also heard Yibin's cry. He looked at both sides of the cliff. He was really shocked when he saw it. "Oh my God! Everybody, shoot at the enemies on both sides of the cliff. If anyone lets anyone up, I will skin you alive." Upon hearing the commander's order, the soldiers immediately started drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dense rows of arrows were continuously shot at both sides of the cliff. The enemies clinging to both sides of the cliff fell like dumplings. At this point in the battle, there was no possibility of turnaround. Whether it is the front and back exits of the canyon or the two sides of the cliffs of the canyon, there's a regiment guarding them. If it were normal times, the few people Yibin arranged might not be able to hold on. The fire lasted for more than half an hour, and the warriors in the canyon had stopped making much noise. The chief of the giant scorpion tribe and the chief of the mountain tribe both came to the front entrance of the canyon. At this time, all of them had traces of being burned by alcohol. Alcohol is not as powerful as gunpowder. It takes a large amount of alcohol liquid to burn a person to death, while it only takes a moment for gunpowder to kill a person. Looking at the enemies in front of the valley entrance, the giant scorpion chief and the mountain wolf chief both swallowed their saliva. The enemy's formation was something the giant scorpion had never seen before. The warriors behind the giant scorpion all became anxious. Although they rushed out, the flames in the canyon were still huge. Although the alcohol bombs were burned out, the trees in the middle of the canyon and the deadwood and weeds on the ground were all combustible. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 people behind the giant scorpion leader, and the warriors brought by the mountain wolf are about 2,000 people. If they were the same as before, they would certainly not be afraid of this regiment. When Luoshui saw so many people coming out, he instantly became nervous, but as a regiment commander, he would never show it. If the regiment commander was afraid, then the soldiers under him would surely turn around and run. The two sides stared at each other, and the mountain wolf looked at the giant scorpion leader. "Hey, Scorpion Man, what should we do next?" The giant scorpion leader glanced behind him, gritted his teeth, and shouted to the warriors behind him. "If the warriors want to go home, defeat them. Kill, kill, kill." The mountain wolf chief also gritted his teeth and looked at the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe. He shouted to the warriors of the tribe, "Warriors, rush out with me. Kill, kill, kill." The warriors behind him all rushed towards the valley entrance in front. More than 3,000 people from the giant scorpion tribe and 2,000 people from the big mountain tribe, holding stone spears and axes in their hands, quickly rushed towards the sword and shield soldiers. Ashri shooted ludli. Release. Release. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 or 4 rows of arrows were shot out in an instant. After the archers finished shooting one round of arrows, they immediately drew their bows and shot arrows again. After several rounds of arrows, more than 1,000 corpses were lying at the exit of the canyon. This scene frightened the giant scorpion tribe chief and the mountain tribe chief back. When Yibin saw that no one was climbing the cliff anymore, he immediately shouted to the eagle opposite, "Xiaoying, you take the people to support in front of the valley entrance. Langia, you take the people to support in the back of the valley entrance, and everyone else stay with me." Eagle Langia agreed immediately. "City Lord, we will go to provide reinforcements immediately." The personal guard battalion, led by Li Hu, and the criminal squad, led by Tai Shan, all followed Yibin. Giant Scorpion discussed the matter with Mountain Wolf. He decided to lead his men out first. At this moment, Xiong Ying arrived with a regiment. He immediately asked, "Shui? Ah, Captain Shui, are you all okay?" Shui felt more confident when he saw the reinforcements coming. He immediately responded with a smile, "Captain Xiong Ying, you guys came just in time." The eagle let out a loud laugh. It seems that we are not too late. Eagle immediately said to the guard. Let the sword and shield soldiers hold the front, the spearmen follow behind, and the archers shoot arrows as hard as they can. If you let an enemy go, I will fucking skin you alive. The soldiers were already accustomed to the regiment commander's catchphrases, but no one dared to be careless when they saw another regiment coming from the opposite side. At this moment, the giant scorpion, mountain wolf, and others became anxious. Big scorpion bro, what should we do now? The giant scorpion clan leader cursed. How should I know what to do? The mountain wolf also lost his temper, and he cursed at the giant scorpion tribe leader. If it weren't for your son, how could our mountain tribe become like this? I call you brother, giant scorpion, only out of respect for the Xuanwu tribe. Do you really think of yourself as a human being? Mountain wolf, how dare you speak to me like that? The mountain wolf laughed loudly. It's already this time. Why shouldn't I dare to talk to you like that? Good. After I get out this time, I will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe that you, a small subordinate tribe, dare to speak in front of a large subordinate tribe. The mountain wolf sneered. I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. Look what they have. The giant scorpion leader turned his head and saw a hint of murderous intent in the mountain wolf's eyes. He pulled out a bone knife and stabbed the giant scorpion's heart with one knife. Looking at the bone knife on his chest, the giant scorpion turned his head with difficulty. He pointed at the mountain wolf but could not utter a complete sentence. You should. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and Urge for more updates. Chapter 264, Subduing the White Tiger. Luoshui and the others were all stunned. What is this operation? Aren't they together? Xiaoming was also confused. He had been the clan leader for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. What's going on? Luoshui also has a face full of question marks. I don't know either. When the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe saw their chief being killed, they immediately panicked. Primitive people had no concept of revenge, and besides, in the current situation, they could hardly protect themselves. The mountain wolf shouted at Luoshui and the others. Don't kill us. I am willing to be your subordinate tribe. Luoshui and Xiongxian looked at each other. The eagle said immediately, Don't look at me. I don't know what to do with this kind of thing. Luoshui thought about it and decided to bring them back to the tribe first, and then hand them over to the city lord for processing. You put down your weapons first, and then come over one by one. We regard anyone with a weapon as an enemy. The mountain wolf was delighted. As long as he could get out alive, all other things were no longer important. Ugh. We lay down our weapons immediately. Shanlong's expression changed instantly. He said to the soldiers behind him, If you don't want to die, put down your weapons. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The warriors looked at each other, but no one laid down their weapons. At this moment, the mountain wolf winked at his fellow tribesmen, because the more than 1,000 people who died just now were all warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, and now half of the people in the valley are from the Dashan tribe. Seeing the chief's wink, some smart warriors immediately dropped their weapons. This is how it is on the battlefield. As long as one person takes the lead, others will follow suit. About 10 minutes later, all the soldiers dropped their weapons. Luoshui saw that the situation was almost over, so he immediately waved his hand and tied up all of them. The soldiers took out ropes, rushed into the crowd immediately, and tied them up one by one. Baihu lost hundreds of soldiers after just one round of attack. This was only halfway through, so Baihu ordered a retreat, otherwise the losses would be even greater. At this moment, Langya arrived with a regiment. Jinhua saw that they were reinforcements, and he immediately laughed out loud. Captain Langya came so quickly. Langya also laughed out loud. Thanks to the city lord who was in charge personally, otherwise we would still be in the canyon. What time is this? Are you kidding me? Seeing Yi Bin and his men coming over, Jinhua and Langya immediately stepped forward to greet them. City lord, Mayor, why are you here? Yi Bin smiled and said to them, Why can't I be here? Jinhua smiled foolishly and scratched his hairless head again. I know that person. Yi Bin pointed at the white tiger opposite. At this time, the white tiger also saw Yi Bin, and the two of them just looked at each other. Yi Bin came to the front of the soldiers, and Jinhua, Li Hu, and others all surrounded Yi Bin. Taishan immediately called Yi Bin. City lord, it's too dangerous ahead. Yi Bin smiled and waved his hand. I want to say a few words to the white tiger chief. Seeing that Yi Bin was very persistent, Taishan and the others made way for him. White tiger chief, I really didn't expect that we would meet here. Yes. Chief Yibin, I never thought that we would meet in this way. Why do you want to attack the Huaxia tribe? By whose side? Why? In fact, we didn't want to come here, but the Xuanwu tribe spoke. Our Black Bear tribe is a subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe. We have no other choice. White Tiger Chief, what are your thoughts now? Baihu hesitated and asked, will you kill us all? Yibin smiled and shook his head. I can give you two choices. The first choice is to bring your people and join our Huaxia tribe. The second choice is to become a slave of our Huaxia tribe. Baihu was very angry. Since they were forced to become slaves, was there no other way under the current circumstances? Baihu hesitated for a long time, and Yibin did not urge him. If it is possible to take down an entire tribe without bloodshed, Yibin is still willing to wait. How about it? Has the White Tiger Chief figured it out? The thousands of people behind, you can't even get close to us. I hope that Chief White Tiger can make the most correct choice. Baihu's teeth were chattering as he looked at the corpses on the ground. These soldiers had all died on the way to the charge. Just like Yibin said, they simply couldn't get close to each other. Baihu moved his mouth, but no sound came out. He opened his mouth again with difficulty and said, we are willing to be your subordinate tribe. Yibin waved his hands and said, I don't want you to be a subordinate tribe. I want you to join China. Do you want your entire tribe to join? Baihu roared angrily. The Xuanwu tribe will not let you go. Yibin suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, you come to attack us. Does that mean you're letting us go? Or are you here to make friends? Since the Xuanwu tribe has already taken action, why should I be afraid of him? If it weren't for the fact that Chief White Tiger was a good person, you would have already been our Chinese slaves. Leader of the White Tiger clan, you are the ones who attacked us first, not us who attacked you. Now that things have been done, you have to pay a price for it. Jinhua was really anxious when he saw it. City Lord, with just these few men, I can wipe them out with just one group. Langya refused to do it as soon as he heard it. City Lord, can our group destroy them? Looking at the warriors of the Huaxia tribe, each of them was wearing something strange. Although Baihu didn't know what it was, his feeling told him that this thing must be very powerful. White Tiger Patriarch, have I given you enough time? I was really surprised. I originally thought that the Huaxia tribe was just a small tribe, but I didn't expect that when we met again today, Chief Yibin is no longer the same as before. Baihu's side again. We do. I joined the Huaxia tribe and hoped that the chief would treat my people well. This time we came here with a large number of warriors. There are still many women and children in our tribe, and there are still so many warriors. Baihu pointed behind him, meaning there are probably still so many warriors in the tribe now. Yibin nodded and said to Baihu again, I will send a group back with you, and you bring all your people here. Since you have broken off relations with the Xuanwu tribe, let's fight it out with your own hands. Baihu wanted to say something, but didn't say it in the end. Don't worry, those soldiers behind you from now on, they are my China's people. Thank you. Patriarch, call me City Lord from now on. In our Huaxia tribe, there is no such title as Patriarch. Baihu nodded. Yes, City Lord. Yibin looked at Xiang Jinhua. Jinhua immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, City Lord. I will go back with the White Tiger clan leader. Be careful on the road. Ugh. City Lord. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 265 Judgment of the Blood Scorpion. Drive, drive, drive. The sound of war horses' hooves was so loud and so close that the soldiers knew who it was as soon as they heard it. Langya said with a smile, City Lord, it was Captain Li Wang and his men who returned. Baihu was also shocked. Is this dong, dong, dong sound also coming from the Huaxia tribe? After a while, Li Wang appeared. Seeing the City Lord here, Li Wang immediately jumped off his horse with a pair of big hammers in his hands, which scared Baihu and the others so much that their hearts were beating wildly. This bald man is even more powerful than the bald Jinhua. City Lord, what is this? Baihu stuttered when he spoke. Logically speaking, he had also seen Li Wang, but the Li Wang at that time was not as domineering as he is now. Yibin introduced him with a smile. He is Li Wang, the captain of my personal guard. After introducing Li Wang, I introduced Baihu. He is the chief of the Baihu tribe and will be the leader of our Huaxia tribe in the future. Everyone nodded to each other. Li Wang said happily, Chief, we have a lot of cattle and sheep this time. Captain He Qin and his men were driving back a lot of cattle and sheep, and they had captured more than 1,000 slaves. When Baihu heard this, his legs began to tremble. How come another ball appeared? How many groups are there in this Chinese tribe? When we fought with Jinhua before, Jinhua led a regiment. Afterwards, Langya brought another regiment. And Yi Bin himself also brought 600 or 700 people with him. In front of us, there is also Li Wang's cavalry. For what they said just now, there seems to be another regiment behind them. Bai Hu almost fainted. This regiment is so powerful. So how powerful would so many regiments be? Looking at the deep-thinking Bai Hu, Yi Bin interrupted his thoughts and asked, "Why don't you go back to the tribe with Captain Jinhua now? As for your tribesmen, why don't they come back to Longsheng with us for the time being?" Dragon City? Bai Hu was shocked again. Li Wang said first, "Longsheng is our base camp." Oh, all right. Shall you set off now?" Bai Hu immediately agreed. He looked at the warriors behind him again. "We have joined a Huaxia tribe. You should follow the city lord back now." The soldiers agreed immediately. "Yes, chief." Yi Bin waved his hand at everyone. Return to Dragon City. Captain Jinhua, what exactly does this Dragon City that the city lord is talking about look like? In response to Bai Hu's curiosity, Jinhua also started talking with a smile. Dragon City is our largest city. There are many houses and many soldiers in Longsheng. The walls of Longsheng are very high and are all built with cement. Bai Hu was completely dumbfounded. He immediately interrupted Jinhua and asked, "What city are you talking about? Besides, what is that thing called city wall?" Jinhua was stunned by the question. All the things he knew were from what he heard from his teachers in school. How could he explain this question? Jinhua really couldn't answer this question for a while. Well, once you arrive in Dragon City, you will naturally know everything. In short, it's just one sentence. Our Huaxia tribe is very powerful. As for how powerful we are, you will know after you go to Longsheng. Let's hurry up and get on our way, shall we? On the training ground of Longsheng. On the training ground, more than 4,000 slaves were tied up. These people were brought back by Luoshui and his men. This time, they could be easily captured, thanks to the mountain wolves of the Dashan tribe. Luoshui and his men had certain rules for tying people up. All the slaves of the giant scorpion tribe were tied up tightly. On the contrary, Luoshui and Xiong Ink did not tie up the warriors of the Dashan tribe, but there was a Chinese warrior guarding each of these people. Today is a significant day. Our Huaxia tribe has just experienced a great battle. In this battle, the warriors of our Huaxia tribe have demonstrated amazing combat effectiveness. No matter which group you are in, you have performed very well. I would like to tell you that the Huaxia tribe is honored to have you. You are all the pride of the Huaxia tribe. Hanyo took the lead and shouted, "The city lord is mighty. China is mighty." Hearing Hanyo's shout, the regiment commander and soldiers below immediately started shouting, "The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. I know that our city lord will win." Before the city lord left the city, I knew that he would definitely defeat the enemy. The city lord is God. As long as the city lord is here in the Huaxia tribe, we will become stronger and stronger. The people in the training ground said all kinds of things. No matter what era it is, things like hindsight do exist. Listening to the noise of the tribesmen, Yi Bin kept a smile on his face. Yi Bin was also immortal. If someone praised him, he would let them talk for a while. After about 10 minutes, the training ground gradually became quiet. The tribesmen all knew the city lord. The last time the city lord got angry on the training ground was because the people below were too noisy. Yi Bin cleared his throat and then spoke to everyone. "These tied people are the slaves we captured. As for the people on my left, they used to be from the Black Bear tribe, but from now on, they're all men of China. And there are these people on the right. They're all from the Great Mountain tribe. This time they were able to destroy the giant scorpion chieftain, all thanks to the mountain wolf chieftain. Mountain wolf, come and stand next to me." "Yes, city lord." Shanlang agreed cautiously. For Shanlang, this Huaxia tribe is too terrifying. Although Yi Bin had a smile on his face, he was cursing in his heart. People like Shanlang were cruel and ruthless. They could sacrifice anyone's life to achieve their goals. Yi Bin was extremely cautious towards this kind of person, but he couldn't kill him now. Otherwise, the more than 2,000 people brought by Shanlang would immediately start to rebel. "Mountain Wolf, you have made the greatest contribution this time, and I must reward you well." Yi Bin looked at the Mountain Wolf with a lewd smile on his face. The Mountain Wolf's eyes rolled, and he immediately began his acting skills. "City Lord, Giant Scorpion, what do you think?" "City Lord, the thing is, the Giant Scorpion tribe leader relied on the fact that he was a big tribe and didn't take us seriously at all. Originally, this attack on the Huaxia tribe was the Giant Scorpion tribe's own business. Who knew that bastard giant scorpion would ask the Xuanwu tribe to put pressure on us? And there was nothing we could do. Thank you, City Lord, for giving us a chance to survive. Yibin expressed his full understanding. I have roughly understood what happened. The City Lord will avenge you now. Yibin glanced at the courtesan. Bring all the blood scorpions and the others to me. Yibin even winked at the Oiran. Although the courtesan was a little confused, she still ordered Hua Yun and the others to pick up the person. Go and bring Blood Scorpion and the others over here. Okay, Captain. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 266, Estrangement. Hua Yun took a few people from Shueisha and went straight to the training ground. City Lord, they are coming. Back off. Okay, City Lord. Hua Yun brought the female guards and came behind the courtesan. What was the leader and the City Lord going to do? The Oiran only said one sentence. Have no idea. Looking at the blood scorpion kneeling on the ground, Yibin came up with a plan in his mind. Blood Scorpion, do you know him? Yibin pointed at Shanlang, but he already had an idea in his mind. Shanlang is now the leader of our Huaxia tribe, and your father was also killed by leader Shanlang. This time, we were able to defeat the giant scorpion tribe thanks to Captain Mountain Wolf. The other leaders of the Huaxia tribe were instantly not very happy. This time, the defeat of the giant scorpion tribe was all due to Huaxia. Even if the Mountain Wolf did not take action, the small number of people in the giant scorpion tribe could still be defeated with one round of attack. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the City Lord, Mountain Wolf was the greatest contributor. The faces of the group leaders below instantly became aggrieved. What? My father is dead? No, that's absolutely impossible. Blood Scorpion. His eyes were red. He had never hated someone so much. Mountain Wolf, you kill my father. The Xuanwu tribe will not let you go. The warriors of our giant scorpion tribe will definitely destroy your Dashan tribe. Shanlang, not only did you kill your own people, you also betrayed the Xuanwu tribe. Do you know what the consequences will be? The Mountain Wolf sneered, but he didn't think so in his heart. Only the people of the Huaxia tribe knew about the death of the giant scorpion chief, and the warriors who came this time all became slaves of Huaxia. When he escapes back in the future, no one will know about this anymore. Blood Scorpion? Your father's attack on the Huaxia tribe was against the will of heaven. His actions angered the gods, and that is why the gods are punishing you. Look at your warriors. They are all punished by the gods. Blood Scorpion took a quick look and saw that the hair of the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe was all burned off, and their hides were also burned black by the fire in the canyon. All the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe began to get scared. It turned out that their chief had offended the gods. Primitive people feared the gods the most, especially those ignorant and low-class people. People like Shanling don't believe in gods at all. For those in higher positions who wouldn't make inflammatory remarks. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Shanlang immediately said to the crowd, Warriors, the Huaxia tribe is protected by the gods. Only by joining the Huaxia tribe can you survive. Mountain Wolf shouted loudly to the crowd, Join the Huaxia tribe. Join the Huaxia tribe. When the warriors of the mountain tribe saw that their chief had joined the Huaxia tribe, they immediately shouted loudly, Join the Huaxia tribe. Join the Huaxia tribe. Blood Scorpion spat out a mouthful of blood, and he gnashed his teeth and cursed. Mountain Wolf, I must kill you. Mountain Wolf, I must kill you. Yibin, this is exactly the effect he wants. This can be considered as making the best use of people and things. Shanlang personally brainwashes his tribesmen, which is better than Yibin saying 10,000 words. Shanling wants to survive, so he will do his best. This is exactly what Yibin wants. In this way, the people of the giant scorpion tribe will only hate the great mountain tribe. Someone will ask, the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe have all been captured by the Huaxia tribe. What's the point of them hating the mountain wolves now? Yibin will tell you an anecdote. That is, Zhou Yu fighting Huanggai. One was willing to fight, and the other was willing to be beaten. Sometimes a spy can be as effective as an army of 100,000. Shanlang is a primitive man. No matter how clever he is, he can't beat Yibin who has modern knowledge. The current situation is that one wants to survive well, and the other wants to squeeze out the value of the other. It depends on them who has better skills. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yibin shouted to everyone, Captain Shanlang is right. I can give you a chance. As long as you join the Huaxia tribe, we in the Huaxia tribe will definitely forgive your previous behavior. There is one, the warrior of the giant scorpion tribe shouted. Lord Mayor, can we join us? That man stared at the mountain wolf without blinking, as if he wished he could eat the wolf alive. The other warriors also had murderous looks on their faces as they stared at the mountain wolf on the stage. Eben smiled and nodded. As long as you sincerely want to join the Huaxia tribe, I welcome you on behalf of the Huaxia tribe. If I discover something that I shouldn't have discovered, don't blame me for being cruel. When Yi Bin spoke, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This made Shanlang and his group feel a chill on their backs. City Lord, don't worry. We will be loyal to you and the Huaxia tribe. Shanlang immediately began to show his loyalty, and the other warriors below followed suit. Don't worry, City Lord. We will definitely be loyal to you. Very good. Mountain Wolf, come here. You killed Blood Scorpion's father. Do you still want to keep Blood Scorpion? Yi Bin whispered in the wolf's ear. All right, you can handle the rest yourself. After hearing Yi Bin's words, Mountain Wolf stared at Blood Scorpion. They would not leak the news about these warriors who joined China. As for those who did not join, they all became slaves of the Huaxia tribe. The person who poses the greatest threat to him now is the Blood Scorpion in front of him. Shanlang said to Yi Bin, City Lord, can you give me a weapon? Yi Bin glanced at Li Wang, who immediately understood what the leader meant. He took out an iron knife from his waist and handed it directly to the Mountain Wolf. Captain Mountain Wolf, this is the weapon you want. When Shanlang took the iron knife, he was suddenly shocked. What kind of weapon was this? Why had he never seen it before? The Mountain Wolf made up his mind and decided to deal with the Blood Scorpion first. Seeing the Mountain Wolf approaching step by step, the Blood Scorpion immediately became nervous. What are you going to do, Mountain Wolf Chief? What are you doing? If it weren't for your giant scorpion tribe, how would I have ended up like this? All of this is caused by your giant scorpion tribe. I have already killed your father, so I don't care about having you too. No, don't kill me. Mountain Wolf stabbed the Blood Scorpion's heart with a knife, and blood instantly sprayed on Mountain Wolf's face. The other giant scorpion warriors in the training ground immediately rioted, and the Chinese warriors immediately began to suppress them. Mountain Wolf, we're going to kill you. You killed our chief, and now you have killed our commander-in-chief. Mountain Wolf, we will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe. You did all of this. When the warriors of the Dashan tribe saw someone insulting their leader, they immediately started to fight back, saying, it would be better if all the people from the giant scorpion tribe were killed. Our Mountain Wolf chieftain killed your chieftain. So what? It was all your giant scorpion tribe's fault. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Kill the people of the giant scorpion tribe. Kill them all. Kill them all. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Bin's lips. The fun started from now on. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 267, 36 Strategies to Attack the Heart. Yi Bin pretended to be angry and shouted to everyone again. Separate them all from me. The Langia and Eagle regiments immediately separated the two groups on the field. Although these people were fighting fiercely, they had no weapons in their hands, so the Chinese soldiers separated them easily. Yi Bin's heart was filled with joy at this moment, and he immediately spoke to the crowd. Well, today is a good day for China. Now, I will announce the battle situation to my fellow tribesmen. Last time, we captured more than 1,000 people in the orchard. This time in the Battle of Coal Mountain Canyon, we captured more than 2,000 people. The Bear tribe has joined with more than 2,000 people, and the Mountain tribe has also joined with more than 2,000 people. Chief White Tiger has already migrated back to the tribe. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Black Bear tribe will arrive in Dragon City. By then, our Huaxia tribe will reach another great step forward. The Dragon City warriors immediately shouted excitedly. The City Lord is mighty. The City Lord is mighty. Yi Bin pressed his hands, and the soldiers immediately quieted down. This scene stunned Shanlang and the others. This young and somewhat unbelievable City Lord actually has such a high prestige in the tribe. Shanlang originally thought that this City Lord was just a superficial person. Captain Mountain Wolf, now that you have chosen to join our Huaxia tribe, you must abide by our Huaxia rules, which is the first military regulation of our Huaxia tribe. That's right. Strictly obey the orders of your superiors. Mountain Wolf's forehead was wet with cold sweat. He felt that the City Lord was different. The City Lord just now was humble, but the current City Lord was like a completely different person. We must obey orders. Very good. Yi Bin was very satisfied with Shanlang's current attitude. As for asking him to reuse Shanlang, that was absolutely impossible. Who would dare to trust a man who even killed his own people? From now on, The more than 2,000 people from a Dacian tribe will be divided into groups of 500 and directly assigned to the 4 regiments of Longqing. The warriors of the Dacian tribe immediately became anxious, and Mountain Wolf panicked all of a sudden as he was still counting on these warriors to escape. The Mountain Wolf immediately stood up and said, "City Lord, Eben looked at the Mountain Wolf coldly. Captain Mountain Wolf had forgotten so quickly that the first military rule of the Huaxia tribe was to obey orders. The Mountain Wolf could hardly speak clearly. Seeing that the Mountain Wolf didn't dare to speak, Yibin started speaking loudly again. "Hanyo, I'll leave these people to you. Introduce them to the military regulations and discipline of the Huaxia tribe." "Okay, City Lord." Hanyo agreed and ordered his men to take the people of the Dacian tribe away. If he wanted to completely subdue them, the first step was to disintegrate their troops. Yibin ordered again, and several warriors from the giant Scorpion tribe came up. There were 5 people together, and their eyes never left Mountain Wolf. These giant Scorpion tribe warriors had already hated Mountain Wolf for killing their chief and their commander-in-chief. Everyone was confused by Yi Bin's behavior. Yibin, regardless of what others think, he never needs to explain what he does. "What did you see today?" The 5 men gnashed their teeth and said, "Mountain Wolf, you killed our clan leader and our commander-in-chief. I will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe all the news." The Mountain Wolf's face turned pale. Yibin laughed and asked, "What would you do if I gave you a chance?" The 5 giant Scorpion tribe warriors immediately became excited. "As long as the city lord could let us go back, we would definitely call our tribesmen and go together to destroy the Dacian tribe." "Liwang, please let them go." "All right, chief." After these 5 people left, Yibin talked to himself again. If the people of Xuanwu tribe knew what happened, would the Dacian tribe be destroyed? After hearing Yi Bin's words, the Mountain Wolf lost all his strength. His legs immediately went limp, and his lips trembled constantly. Now, the tribesmen around him have been disbanded by the Huaxia tribe. At this moment, Shanlang is the only one left in the entire training ground. What did Shanlang realize? It seems that he is calculating against others, and others are also calculating against him. "Mountain Wolf, you have no way out. If you want to survive in my Huaxia tribe, don't play any tricks on me. I will give you 2 choices now. The first choice is to bring all your people here. The second choice, the Xuanwu tribe will not let you go, and the members of the giant Scorpion tribe will not let you go either. You only have one way to go now, and that is to bring all your tribesmen here." "That's right. Those 5 people are already on their way back. With their hatred for you, it won't be long before the Xuanwu tribe finds out. But you are the leader of our Huaxia. How do you think the Xuanwu tribe will deal with the traitor?" "City Lord, I don't want to die yet." "City Lord, what should I do now?" The Mountain Wolf finally became afraid. When the Xuanwu tribe found out, they would definitely destroy the Dacian tribe. He also killed the leader of the giant Scorpion tribe. Too many people knew about this. "As long as you submit to me, the Xuanwu tribe cannot harm you. After I destroy the Xuanwu tribe, who can still harm you?" "City Lord, how can I go back alone?" Yibin patted Shanlang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you a regiment. You must bring your tribe here before those people do." Good. Mountain Wolf said several good words in a row. Yibin called Heichin and whispered a few words in a Heichin's ear. "Okay, you guys go and come back quickly, right?" "Yes, City Lord." "Yes, City Lord." Heichin and Shanling both agreed immediately. Heichin said to the Mountain Wolf with a smile, "Captain Mountain Wolf, shall we go and come back quickly?" The Mountain Wolf was so angry in his heart, but he still looked very polite. "Okay, let's go now." The Mountain Wolf looks anxious. How could he not be anxious? If those 5 people returned to the tribe first, then their Dacian tribe would be in danger. The way the Xuanwu tribe deals with traitors is to make them disappear completely. After they all left, Yibin looked at the mountains again. "Are you willing to join our Huaxia tribe?" Dacian nodded immediately. The way the Blood Scorpion was killed just now scared Dacian silly. He was timid and fearful to begin with, and after seeing the Blood Scorpion's tragic death with his own eyes, Dacian's legs had already gone weak. City Lord, what can I do for you?" "There are more than 1,000 people from your giant Scorpion tribe who are willing to join us. I would like to hear your advice on how to get them to join sincerely." Dacian thought about it for a while. "City Lord, I have a solution. Tell me about it." "City Lord, let these newly joined warriors take care of these slaves." Dacian pointed at Dashi and the others, as well as the slaves on the training ground. These were all warriors of the giant Scorpion tribe. "Okay, I'll add one more. Next time, When we go to war with the Xuanwu tribe, these warriors must rush to the front. Only when both sides have shed blood will I treat you with confidence. Okay, City Lord. Do I know what to do? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 268, Digesting New Warriors. City Lord, can you give me a knife? Tarzan, give him a knife. Okay, City Lord. Taishan immediately handed Dashin a knife and said, "This is the weapon you want." Dashin took Taishan's weapon. He knew very well that if he wanted to gain the trust of the City Lord, he had to be like a mountain wolf. Dashi cursed at Dashin. "Dashin, you are a traitor. The giant scorpion tribe will not let you go. You traitor, traitor!" Looking at the tied-up Dashi, Dashin walked over step by step and said, "Dashi, don't blame me. It is better for one person to die than 2 people." Just as Dashi was about to speak, Dashin cut his neck with a knife. A stream of warm blood sprayed directly on Dashin's face. Many people were scolding Dashin, saying that Dashin was a traitor and the giant scorpion tribe would kill him. After about a minute, Dashi had completely died. Dashin threw away the iron knife in his hand and came directly to Yibin, saying, "City Lord, this is my sincerity." Yibin nodded to Dashin, and he liked Dashin more and more in his heart. After Dashin's cut, he could never go back. The tribesmen would not accept someone who killed someone from their tribe with his own hands. "This knife is a token of our loyalty. Oiran, the blood scorpion is dead, and your revenge has been taken. You will send people to escort 1,000 slaves to Shuichang tomorrow, and the remaining 3,000 slaves will go to Shenwu City with me in 2 days." "Okay, City Lord." The courtesan happily agreed. She was very satisfied with the City Lord's arrangement. In this battle, we cut off their sheep flocks and harvested more than 20,000 sheep and more than 500 cattle. When primitive people went out to fight, the food they brought with them were cattle, sheep, and other things, as well as dried meat and the like. However, those things could only last for a day or 2. The most important things were the cattle and sheep, which were their source of food. One person eats 15 kilograms of meat a day, and 20,000 people will eat 300,000 kilograms of meat a day. A sheep weighs about 300 kilograms, and there are more than 20,000 sheep, which means about 6 million kilograms of meat. Add to that 500 blue cattle. An adult blue cattle weighs about 1,500 kilograms, and 500 blue cattle means 750,000 kilograms of meat. The giant scorpion brought 20,000 people with him. Each person ate 15 kilograms of meat a day. Those 20,000 people would eat 300,000 kilograms of meat a day, which means that they brought about 23 or 24 days of rations. With the dried meat carried by the soldiers, it would take at most 25 days. It would take about 7 or 8 days to get from the giant scorpion tribe to the Huaxia tribe. If you fight back and forth, it would take at least 16 days. The remaining 8 or 9 days would be left for the soldiers to fight. You've been called again, you. I will take all the spoils of this battle to Shenwu City, and you should also send 20,000 sheep to Shuicheng. You agreed immediately. Okay, City Lord. Yibin pointed at a warrior. These warriors were all members of the White Tiger tribe. May I have your name? City Lord, they all call me Black Bear. The White Tiger chief is my brother. Yibin said to himself, Black Bear, it's a nice name. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, you must abide by the rules of my Huaxia tribe. Black Bear agreed immediately without any hesitation. City Lord, please arrange it. Yibin was still very satisfied with the Black Bear's attitude. Tomorrow you will take 500 people with the Oiran and go to Water City. You will take over as the leader of the Black Snake, and let the Black Snake lead the 500 people back to Dragon City. For the remaining 1,500 of you, let Black Snake be the leader. Do you have any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Their clan leaders had joined the Huaxia tribe. What qualifications did they have to complain? Yibin estimated in his mind that the previous number of people in the tribe seemed to be more than 27,000, and this time there were more than 5,000 more people. There were more than 2,000 mountain wolves, more than 1,000 big mountains, and more than 2,000 black bears. All these people added together, there are probably more than 32,000 people, and there are also 3,000 slaves who are all not counted. To sum up, the total population of the Huaxia tribe has almost exceeded 40,000. As for the total number of slaves, Yibin estimated in his mind that there were more than 1,000 slaves in Shuicheng, more than 500 slaves in Longsheng, and more than 1,500 slaves in Shenwu City, not including the 1,500 slaves captured by Zhuifeng. Also, in this canyon battle, More than 4,000 people from the giant scorpion tribe were captured, but more than 1,000 of them chose to join the Huaxia tribe. That means there are still more than 3,500 slaves in Dragon City. To sum up, the number of Chinese slaves is about 7,500. Yibin thought of another question. There are twice as many men as women in the Huaxia tribe. Now there are more than 20,000 men in the Huaxia tribe and more than 10,000 women. If this continues for a long time, the yin and yang of the Huaxia tribe will be unbalanced. When it was getting dark in the afternoon, the streets of Longsheng were filled with densely packed shacks. There were no extra rooms left in Longsheng, so the soldiers who joined today had to stay outside for one night. As for being assigned to the other two cities, Yibin had also thought about this issue. These people had just joined China, and they knew nothing about the rules of China. Only after training can they be better allocated. Knowledge about schools and hospitals is all in Dragon City. As for the other two cities, this model has not yet been formed. This is like the difference between first-tier cities and fourth and fifth-tier cities. If you want to develop quickly, you have to deal with these people's problems. Some things can only be done one step at a time. If you move too fast, the Huaxia tribe will fall apart. Only by completely winning over the people's hearts will the Huaxia tribe avoid problems. In the morning, the sound of horns was heard in Longsheng. It was the first time for the newly joined warriors to hear this sound. Many of them were curious. What happened in the Huaxia tribe? Yibin also came to the training ground early. He wanted to use these few days to train these newcomers well. As a modern person, brainwashing is the most important thing. Just like the pyramid schemes on Earth, as long as your pie is big enough, people below will naturally believe it. When the horns sounded, all the Chinese soldiers had arrived. Those soldiers sleeping on the road were all at a loss. After all, people need a process of adaptation when they change their environment. Yibin stood on the high platform and shouted loudly to Hanyo. Hanyo, take a regiment outside and bring all those new recruits in. Starting from tomorrow morning, I want to see them form a formation. If you can't do it, you will receive 50 military sticks tomorrow. Hanyo immediately agreed. Don't worry, City Lord. They will definitely show up at the training ground tomorrow morning. Very good, can you do it now? Yes. Hanyo came to Luoshui. Your group comes with me out of the city, and everyone should run now. Okay, Master. Luoshui agreed. Everyone runs forward, making sure the teams maintain formation. Run quickly. After the soldiers started running, the ground made the sound of orderly footsteps. Tramp, 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 tramp. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 269. If a man does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. About half an hour later, all 4,500 newcomers arrived. Why 4,500 people? Yesterday, Yibin gave the order, asking Black Bear to take 500 people and go to Water City with the people arranged by Hua Kuei. Just when Hang Niu and Shui were leaving the city, Hua Yun, with the guards, found Black Bear directly. Now, they have set out for half an hour. Looking at the newcomers in the training ground, Yibin called the courtesan again. Oren, let's talk about the rules of the tribe first. For Yibin, rules are more important than people. If people are gone, they can be exchanged for slaves, but if the rules are gone, the Huaxia tribe will be over. Okay, City Lord. The courtesan walked onto the stage and immediately began to read out the military regulations. The first rule of the Huaxia tribe was equality between men and women. Regardless of whether they were men or women, everyone had the same status in the tribe. The second rule of the tribe is that men and women under the age of 16 are not allowed to sleep together. Only when they reach the age of 16 can they find a woman as a spouse. As for what is 16 years old, you can ask the Chinese warriors. If someone forces himself to have sex with a woman, it constitutes rape. The punishment for rape is to be demoted to a slave and banned from becoming a Hui citizen for life. Article 3, Article 4. The courtesan spoke for a full hour. Every Chinese warrior knew the rules of the tribe. Yibin had issued an order before that the soldiers had to read out the military rules every morning and evening during training. This is also to reduce the occurrence of crime. This propaganda is like advertising. If you say it every day and every night, even a fool can remember it. If you want to improve the quality of your people, it is necessary to read the military regulations every day. After the courtesan finished saying the last sentence, she came to Yibin. Report to the city lord. The morning military regulations have been read out. Shall we start training next? Back off. Yes. After the courtesan retreated, Yi Bin cleared his throat again and said, "Hello, warriors. It's an honor for you to join the Chinese tribe. Many of you have been brought into this battle without knowing what is happening. Many people have lost their lives because of this. I'm very angry about this. Some people, for their own selfish desires, completely disregard the lives of their fellow tribesmen. They launch a large-scale battle as if it were a game. You are all human beings. What are human beings? People have their own thoughts. People can control wild beasts. People can live in peace. And people can build an orderly and civilized society so that all people in the world can live in peace. However, you need a leader, a wise leader. Only a saint can lead you to the light. Our Chinese tribe has our own civilization and the most advanced technology. And the most important question, China will not let you be cannon fodder. Everyone is equal in the Chinese tribe. Everyone eats the same food and lives in the same houses. As long as you can kill an enemy, Huaxia will give you a wife. In the future, men and women in the Huaxia tribe will live in the same room. As long as you're a member of the Chinese people, no matter how high your position is, as long as you kill the enemy, you can enjoy the best treatment in China. I ask you again, are you really sincere about joining China? The soldiers on the training ground immediately responded loudly. We do. The reason why people are divided into different classes is because there is no fairness. Yi Bin gave him fairness. It is with this kind of fairness that the soldiers feel like a human being, a person like everyone else. Very good. Use all of your actions to prove your own value. An orderly civilization requires our joint efforts. From now on, someone will train you. They will teach you to become stronger, to read and write, and to become a cultured primitive man. The city lord is mighty and domineering. I don't know who took the lead, but the training ground was immediately filled with shouts. People are like this. As long as there is one person taking the lead, others will follow. The idea that Yi Bin instilled in them was that everyone can be equal. Everyone can have enough food to eat, everyone can have a woman, and everyone can have a house of their own. As for what Yi Bin said, only the Huaxia tribe can do it. Not even the Xuanwu tribe can do it. After Yi Bin was brainwashed, he handed this place over to Hein Nyo and the others. As for how does he lead the troops? As for how to train these people, Hein Nyo was already familiar with it. As a division commander, the number of soldiers he had trained, even if not more than 10,000, was almost 5,000. After Yi Bin returned to the room, he went directly to the second floor. In the hall on the second floor, there was a sand table as big as a wooden bed. This is the location of Dragon City. This side is the location of the Old City, and this place is Shenwu City. Yi Bin took a rough look and found that behind Dragon City is Water City, and behind Water City is a big river. As for the area in front of Longcheng, there is currently only one Shenwu City. According to the position analysis on the sand table, Shenwu City is in front of Longcheng, and it is in a straight line. According to Yi Bin's calculations, the Python Plain should be close to the north, and the direction behind Dragon City should be the south, which means that the Taotai Alliance is in the north. The location of the Firebird tribe should be in the east, close to the coastal area where there are rich sea salt resources. Every time I saw Qingluan and the others going back, they were heading east. As for the direction of the Stone tribe, it should be the west. Why do I say that? When the Oiran went mining last time, he brought back several thousand people. According to those people at that time, they were all from Baiwan Dashan. According to theoretical analysis, there are many mountains in the west, and they are all famous mountains. If the inference is true, then Longcheng needs to build 2 more cities. One city in the west is to prevent the millions of mountains. This city in the east can be connected with the Firebird tribe. As the territory expands, the land will become less and less in the future. When everyone has their own territory, they will have to fight for it. At least now, these lands belong to the entire planet. As long as Yi Bin acts fast enough, he can grab enough land. As long as the 5 cities are built, he can form an internal and external cooperation. At that time, no matter which city is at war, Longcheng can provide quick support. There's another very important thing. After the 5 cities are built, we can clean out the small tribes inside. When that time really comes, the territories within the 5 cities will all belong to the Huaxia tribe, and the tribesmen can go out and farm. At that time, the slaves can be given land and a woman. These slaves will have to pay taxes every year, which is a 30 tax, with the slaves getting 70 and the tribe getting 30. As for the taxes collected, they are all used to support the army. In the future, The Chinese tribes will adopt the family model, which is the same as on Earth. Every household will be allocated land and pay taxes once a year. In this way, the slaves can be used to support the tribe's army, and the tribe will have a large number of troops. Then, it can be renamed as a country. Only through such reform can the country afford to support the army and pay the soldier salaries. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 270 Sundial and Soap. The large collective model of primitive society will eventually be destroyed in the long river of history. From ancient times to the present, no tribe has always been strong. This is their problem. A large collective model will never be strong. When they reach a certain level of civilization, they will begin to perish. Then, many small tribes were divided and gradually became stronger. The final outcome was still the same. Unless they broke away from the large collective model, the cycle would continue. In the end, the top tribes all had problems with food. How much food do a top tribe need to consume in a day? Most of the food sources for primitive people are animals. They don't have any breeding technology, and they don't know how to plant on a large scale. This limits their upper limit. Without stable food, the tribe will eventually fall apart. No matter how powerful they are, there will only be 40,000 to 50,000 people. The Huaxia tribe is now having a hard time. The amount of food consumed by the tribe every day is an astronomical figure. Fortunately, they still have a fishing team. If they ate beef and mutton every day, the pastures of the Huaxia tribe would have been eaten up by the tribesmen long ago. Yibin was sure that the same was true for other tribes. After Yibin thought of the plan, he started drawing on a piece of animal skin. About 5 hours later, Yibin had drawn 2 pieces of skin, each with a city drawn on it. There is also the location for the city construction. Yibin has marked all these things. In about 2 months, the crops in Longsheng will be harvested. At that time, the crops in Shuicheng and the farm will also be harvested together. This is also the first batch of grain for the Huaxia tribe. With this batch of grain, it can be planted on a large scale. Longsheng is about 8 days away from the Python Plain. The distance mentioned here is the normal walking distance, not the distance for marching and fighting. To the east is the Firebird tribe, the tribe closest to Dragon City, which is the flying bird tribe that Yibin had seen. That time, in order to help Qingwan, Yibin also deployed an alcohol bomb, but the 2 people behind were just angry with each other. Yibin named the city in the east Sun City. There's a line in a song that goes, "The sun rises in the east and sets in the west." Since the east represents the sun, let's name it Sun City. As for the city in the west, Yibin named it Tianshan City. There are many mountains in the west, and they're all big mountains. Every peak is level with the sky, so Yibin named it Tianshan City. Yibin asked to himself, who should we send? Black Panther went to Water City, Zhuifeng went to Shenwu City, and Hua Kuei has to stay in Dragon City. Got it. Yibin let Ashuei build Tianshan City and Hua Yin build Sun City. He had his own plans for making such arrangements. Tianshan City was more dangerous, but Sun City was close to the Firebird tribe, so there shouldn't be any danger, right? As for his own side, he needs to keep a few regiments. These new warriors must fight a battle with the Xuanwu tribe. Only when the hands of these warriors are stained with the blood of the Xuanwu tribe can they be truly tied together. Yibin will not believe them before blood is seen. If they rebelled on the battlefield, Yibin would decisively order them to be shot to death. It's not that Yibin is suspicious, but one must always be on guard against others. Only when everyone is tied together on the same boat can they be truly digested. Only then can he dare to use them with confidence and boldness. Apart from this, Yibin will keep them by his side. Yibin disrupted their arrangements in order to allow them to integrate faster. By then, each group would be assigned 400 to 500 people. As long as time passed, these newcomers would be able to feel completely at ease. On the 3rd day, Baihu, Heiqin, and others came back. Baihu brought all his tribesmen with him. There were more than 3,000 men and more than 5,000 women. As for the elderly, there are only about 30 or 40 of them. Yibin didn't know why either. There were quite a lot of children, about 300 or so. Baihu also brought 50,000 cattle and sheep, including 2,000 blue cattle and more than 48,000 goats. Baihu's explanation was that the Black Bear tribe ran a market, so having a few cattle and sheep wasn't too much, right? Yibin waited for several more days and made a sundial in the meantime. This was something Yibin had wanted to make for a long time, but he just never had the time. Around the 8th day, Yibin made soap. Making soap is also very simple. The first step is to prepare some animal fats. and the second step is to reduce the amount of water. To make water-reducing agent, you need wood ash and shells. Longsheng is close to a big river, and there are many varieties of shells, as long as they have shells. Wood ash is even simpler, you could just burn the weeds. Some people will ask, how does the Huaxia tribe filter without gauze? Yibin will tell you that he uses cotton to filter it. Grind the burnt wood ash and burnt shells into powder, put them into hot water together, stir for 10 minutes or so, and wait for about an hour. Then you can get a pot of reduced water. In order to add fragrance to the soap, Yibin collected a lot of flower petals. He used 3 clay jars as tools. He added water to the first jar and then used a bamboo tube to connect it to the second jar. Put some collected flower petals into the second clay pot and prepare a small bamboo tube to connect it to the third clay pot. Then, fire the first pottery pot. After the water boils, the steam will come to the second pottery pot. Through the distillation of steam, the essential oil with floral fragrance will flow into the third pottery pot. After the essential oil is extracted, put it in a small ceramic jar and prepare it for use in the next step. Yibin asked Hong to bring a piece of fat. After cutting the fat, he prepared to put it in the pot for refining. After the fat was refined, he put the refined fat in a large basin. The last step is to shape the soap. Yibin called Li Wang and Taishan and asked them to hold a pottery jar each. Li Wang held the purified water reduction agent, while Taishan held the essential oil. Li Wang, you add less water slowly. Taishan, you add a small amount of essential oil. Old Deer, you start stirring now. Old Deer was recommended by Old Bear. Now Old Man Bear has gone to Water City, and Dragon City is temporarily managed by Old Man Deer. Old Man Deer and Li Wang are from the same tribe, and he used to be a witch in the tribe. The 3 people cooperated in this way, and Yibin directed them from the side. After the water was reduced and poured into the lard, some essential oil was added, and the whole basin was filled with fragrance. Old Man Lu stirred it vigorously. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the reduced water and lard underwent a chemical reaction, and the liquid state at the beginning slowly turned into a muddy state. This scene shocked everyone. Li Wang asked curiously, Chief, how did it turn white? Yibin said with a smile, this is the soap I told you about. Taishan, go and prepare the bamboo tube. After the bamboo tube was brought over, the 4 of them started filling it up immediately. About an hour later, the bamboo tube was completely filled. Yibin reminded everyone again that this thing needed to be air-dried for more than 20 hours. Yibin was afraid that they didn't understand, so he added to them that the soap could be used normally by this time tomorrow. Suddenly, a soldier shouted loudly, City Lord, good news. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 271, The Return of the Black Wolf. What news? The soldier smiled and replied, Captain Heichin is back, as is Captain Shanlang. They both brought many people back with them. Forehead. Today is already the 14th day. It seems that the wolves are scared. Under normal circumstances, they need to walk for 16 days. With a modern soul, it would be easy for him to deal with a primitive man. A smile appeared on Yibin's face. He said to the soldier, lead the way, let's go and take a look together. At this time, the mountain wolves were like a group of wandering savages. Each of them carried a few pieces of animal skins on his body. If you got closer, you could smell a bad odor. Primitive people didn't like taking baths. For them, having a full stomach every day was much more comfortable than taking a bath. The most exaggerated thing was that some people lay on the ground catching lice, and there were more than a dozen of them gathered together. As soon as Yibin arrived at the training ground, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Is this person still a human being? The men had disheveled hair, the women were naked, and each of them exuded a foul odor. They did not look like people from a large tribe. They were simply refugees fleeing. The corners of Yibin's mouth twitched. He really wanted to throw all these people out. It was a miracle that so many people could survive in such a living environment. Seeing the city lord coming, Shanlang and Heichin walked over immediately, their eyes full of excitement. Heichin immediately reported, City Lord, on our way back, we encountered pursuers from the Xuanwu tribe. There were so many of them. Heichin gestured with his hands and said that although the Huaxia tribe had a school, the cultural level of each person was still very limited. The soldiers all know the numbers below 500, but very few people know the numbers above 500. Yibin roughly estimated that there should be more than 5,000 people from the Xuanwu tribe. It seems that the Xuanwu tribe is really angry. The people that Yi Bin released were really fast. Yi Bin's original plan was to fight a quick battle and make a quick decision. If the mountain wolves refused to migrate their tribe, the Xuanwu tribe would definitely destroy them. No matter which super tribe it was, it would not tolerate betrayal from its subordinate tribes. He Qin became more and more excited as he spoke. The Xuanwu tribe was beaten back by us. We first shot with bows and arrows to interrupt the enemy's offensive formation. In about 10 minutes, 600 or 700 enemies were killed. Finally, the enemy surrounded us. We used a square battle formation. After several hours of fighting, the enemy was defeated. Yi Bin nodded repeatedly after listening. It seemed that their knowledge was not learned in vain. As the city lord, he would of course be happy for their clansmen's progress. Very good. You did not bring shame to China. He Qin grinned again. City lord, we lost 10 people and more than 50 soldiers were injured. When he said this, He Qin showed a trace of sadness. Those who died in the battle were all soldiers of their regiment. As a regiment commander, he would naturally feel a little sad. The soldiers trained together every day and had already developed deep feelings for each other. He Qin seemed to have remembered something. Don't worry, City Lord, we have already retrieved the bodies of the soldiers. He Qin knew very well that the soldiers were wearing iron armor. If they were snatched away by the enemy, it would definitely bring disaster to the Huaxia tribe. Send the injured to the hospital for treatment first. Those tribesmen who died fighting for the tribe were buried in the mountains near Longcheng so that they could always watch Longcheng. No matter how Longcheng developed, China would never forget them. Okay, City Lord. He Qin agreed immediately. Yi Bin suddenly thought of something, and he immediately asked He Qin, what method did they use to kill our soldiers? He Qin recalled the situation at that time. The city lord and his men have an earth dragon, the same as Princess Qingluan's. It was their earth dragon that broke through our formation. The deaths of these soldiers were caused by the earth dragon. If we hadn't brought alcohol bombs, the earth dragon would have killed more people. City lord, there's one more thing. The earth dragon was very afraid of fire. We used the alcohol bomb to seriously injure the earth dragon. Did you kill the earth dragon? He Qin immediately explained. We didn't kill it. We shot its eyes blind with bows and arrows. Yi Bin, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. How did you do it? After He Qin's explanation, Yi Bin finally understood the reason. It turned out that he took advantage of the characteristics of fire and attacked the earth dragon's eyes when the earth dragon was at a loss, and thus drove away the Xuanwu tribe. It's such a pity that the lives of more than a dozen soldiers were exchanged for a disabled earth dragon. What Yi Bin didn't know was that being able to exchange 10 lives for an earth dragon was already a huge profit. Qingluan's earth dragon killed hundreds of people from the Taotai alliance. In the end, without even a scratch on its skin, after the enemy retreated, the earth dragon was still alive and well. Even in a super tribe, there are only 1 or 2 earth dragons. From this aspect, we can see how important the earth dragon is to a tribe. He Qin and his companions only spent a small number of people to kill an adult earth dragon. For He Qin and his team, this is already a very remarkable achievement. But Yi Bin now looks as if he has suffered a loss to his old family. To Yi Bin himself, the soldiers are his treasures. Even if one person is injured or killed, he will be very heartbroken. This is the first time that so many people from the Huaxia tribe have died in battle. Yi Bin repeated, this will also let the soldiers see how much he loves his people. They must be buried properly. They are all heroes of the Huaxia tribe. Their wives, children, and the elderly will be supported by the tribe for the rest of their lives. After hearing what the city lord said, all the soldiers in the training ground became excited. For the soldiers, the first thing was to be able to eat their fill. The second is one's spouse. No matter what era, both are the most important. What Yi Bin said was a promise to the soldiers. You can die in battle, and the tribe will raise your wives and children. This is the confidence the tribe gives you. Once the warriors have this guarantee, they will fight hard to kill the enemy on the battlefield. After feeling sad, Yi Bin looked at Shanlang and the others again. Seeing them with such a heartless look, Yi Bin was immediately furious. How could these people be so calm? Seeing that Yi Bin was about to get angry, Shanlang immediately said, City Lord, many of our men died too. There were too many people from the Xuanwu tribe. After the mountain wolf finished speaking, he said, You still look so sad. How many of you died? He Qin immediately replied, City Lord, Captain Shanlang and his men, more than 500 people died. Yi Bin got angry again. Are all your soldiers useless? Seeing that the city lord was really angry, Shanlang immediately felt aggrieved. In Shanlang's heart, If you hadn't let those people go back, would so many of us have died? Of course, he could only think about things like this in his heart. If he really said it out loud, Yibin would skin him alive. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiching a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiching and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 272, Rewarding According to Merit. Make them all stand still. Yes, City Lord. Hanyo immediately led his men to reorganize the team. The previous soldiers had already been training for half a month, and they were no longer the same as before. Some people may say, Yibin employed the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, so isn't he afraid that they would rebel? Yibin also had his own thoughts on this issue. Dashin directly killed Dashi of the giant scorpion tribe in front of everyone. In a sense, Dashin had already stood against the tribe members. If Dashin wants to survive, he must rely on Yibin, otherwise the tribesmen will tear him to pieces. There's another important problem. Dashin will gather a group of his own forces to fight against those who have rebellious intentions. If Yibin is really dead, Dashin will not be able to survive. As the saying goes, traitors can better manage traitors. Whether it is from ancient times to the present, or from any dynasty or generation, those who attack their own people are the most cruel. So, Yibin is not afraid of the mountains rebelling at all. Instead, he is worried about the mountain wolves. This person is cruel and ruthless. It's okay when the tribe is in peacetime, but when the danger comes, the mountain wolf is a time bomb. The first step Yibin had to take was to slowly absorb his tribesmen and then arrange Shanlang to a not very important position. As time goes by, the tribesmen like Shanlang will slowly forget their leader, and at this time, they will only accept Yibin as the city lord in their hearts. Yibin would always be wary of unstable people. In ancient times, the failure of every battle was closely related to traitors. Yibin asked them to stand in 4 formations. The men stood in 1 formation, the women stood in 1 formation, the old people stood in 1 formation, and the children stood in 1 formation. Hanyo worked for more than half an hour and finally divided them all up. Hanyo took a piece of animal skin with numbers on it and came directly to Yibin. City Lord, I have counted the number of people. Yibin nodded slightly. He liked Hanyo's ability to do things more and more. Speak up. There are more than 3,000 men, about 5,200 women, only 30 elderly people, and more than 260 children. Yibin is also helpless about the reason why there are few elderly people. This is how primitive society is. Once people lose their abilities, they will be abandoned by the tribe. This is also the sadness of this era. Black Bull, take them to the river to wash. Those who are not washed clean are not allowed to return to the tribe. For those with tangled hair, cut their hair with a knife. Also, wash all the animal skins they wear for me. Stop by the Ministry of Industry to pick up some soap. The City Lord's soap is very precious. How can it be given to them for use? Hanyo really didn't want to obey Yibin's condition. The soap was made in the past few days and is currently only supplied to people above the rank of battalion commander. As soon as the soap came out, Luoshui and the others couldn't put it down. They are also members of the Huaxia tribe. Is there any problem in giving them the power? Although Hanyo was reluctant, he still nodded and agreed. Okay, City Lord, all of you come with me to the river. Hanyo also instructed a few guards to go to the Ministry of Works to get soap. The Ministry of Works is now under the charge of Old Man Liu. After Old Man Xiong left, Old Man Liu was elected. About an hour later, the mountain wolf returned with his tribesmen. Many of them had their hair cut off, their hides were washed, and many of them became fair-skinned. Yibin nodded with satisfaction. Is this what a group of people look like? Hanyo blew the horn and asked everyone to gather at the training ground. Yes, City Lord. Hanyo immediately ordered the guards to blow the horn. Woo 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 woo. After hearing the voice, the soldiers immediately gathered at the training ground. For the new soldiers, they have been here for half a month. During this half month, they have been training and undergoing brainwashing in the school every day. The task that Yibin taught Luoshui was actually very simple. It was to let them talk about the good things about the Huaxia tribe, how everyone was equal in the Huaxia tribe. Everyone could have enough food and clothing, and the tribe could also distribute women. In a word, just say whatever is best. Plus, during training, the soldiers completed tasks together and experienced hardships together, which made them all become one. Many of them have already adapted to life in Dragon City. On the training ground, the soldiers stood in neat rows. Except for Mountain Wolf and his companions. These people had just arrived. The tribesmen led by Mountain Wolf were all trembling with fear at the soldiers' formation. Yi did not make things difficult for them. He said to Shan Lang and the others, "Let the women, children, and the elderly retreat outside the training ground." The mountain wolf took action immediately. It only took Shan Lang a few minutes to evacuate the crowd, which Yi Bin was very satisfied with. Everyone has his strengths. Although Shan Lang is a cruel person, he is really good at doing things. This reminded Yi Bin of a TV series, which was Wei Yin in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Wei Yin killed his master and let Guan Yu and others enter the city. When Zhuge Liang found out, he wanted to kill Wei Yin in his heart, but was stopped by everyone in the end. After Wei Yin returned and trained Liu Bei, he made great contributions to Liu Bei. Zhuge Liang went to Mount Qishan 6 times, and Wei Yin helped him. Wei Yin also proposed a plan, which Zhuge Liang did not adopt at that time. Otherwise, it is hard to say who will unify the 3 kingdoms. Although Shan Lang is ferocious, as long as I am in charge, I believe Shan Lang will not go too far. As long as I make good use of this chess piece, he will definitely show his due value. Didn't Yi Bin often say that people should be put to the best use and things should be put to the best use? No matter whether he is a good guy or a bad guy, he has his due value, and the same goes for Mountain Wolf. Soldiers, we Chinese have many new members joining us. The first rule of China's military regulations is that everyone is equal in the tribe. Here, everyone is treated equally, without any distinction of high or low. The city lord is mighty. The city lord is mighty. All the soldiers were excited. What they liked to listen to most was the city lord preaching. He believed that the city lord would treat them as human beings, feed them well, and would not discriminate against them. Yi Bin pressed it with his hand, and the training ground immediately became quiet. This time, the Huaxia tribe gained a lot of people with more than 10,000 men. Before Baihu was captured, he had more than 2,000 people around him. A few days later, the entire tribe moved here. There were more than 3,000 men and more than 5,000 women, plus more than 1,000 people from Dashan and his group, and 2,000 people from Shan Lang and his group. Now, the Mountain Wolf has brought his tribesmen here as well. There are more than 3,000 men and more than 5,200 women. To sum up, the number of men in the Huaxia tribe has increased by more than 11,000, and the number of women has increased by more than 10,200. Now I will assign you duties. White Tiger. White Tiger stood up immediately. White Tiger here. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 273 Departure for Xinwu City. Yi Bin divided out 1,500 people. These people used to be from the Dashan tribe, but now they are all from the Huaxia tribe. White Tiger. From today on, you will be their leader. Although Baihu was not happy in his heart, he could still guess the purpose of the city lords doing so. The city lord did not want them to stick together. This is also a powerful method. Okay, city lord. Shan Lang, Black Snake, Tai Shan, Huayun, Li Hu, and Dashan. The 6 of you will lead a regiment. Wait until this time tomorrow to go to the Ministry of Works to receive the Avenue flag. The Avenue flag is the symbol of your regiment leaders. This time, more than 11,000 new people have joined. I have arranged 7 regiments for you. As for the remaining 500 people, hand them over to Li Wang's battalion. Zhixing, from now on you will be the Minister of Justice. Zhixing came back with Huayun and the others. The last time Yi Bin went to Shuicheng, Zhixing told Yi Bin that he didn't want to stay in Shuicheng anymore, so Yi Bin agreed. Isn't it just perfect? Taishan doesn't want to work in the Ministry of Justice anymore. So now is the perfect time for Zhixing to take over. Zhixing agreed immediately. He likes to use his brain, and Zhixing is really not very interested in fighting and killing. The other team leaders all happily agreed. The standard Yi Bin gave them was that they could not choose people they knew. That is to say, Baihu and his group must choose Shan Lang and his group, and Shan Lang and his group must choose Dashan and his group. In short, in one sentence, separate and shuffle them, and then separate and shuffle them again. The current Chinese tribes have a total of 17 groups. Yi Bin is assigning tasks now. Huayun, Ashui, you 2 groups, go here and build a city. Yi Bin gave them a piece of animal skin with a location marked on it. Bring another 1,500 slaves with you. If you need anything, let the courtesan cooperate with you. Carry another 1,000 green cattle over. Okay, city lord. Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction. You guys should take your people and set off now. Yes, yes. City lord. After the 2 agreed, they immediately went to prepare things. Yi Bin called out again. Li Hu, Langya, your 2 regiments go to this location. Yibin also took out a piece of animal skin with a location marked on it. You also need to bring 1,500 slaves with you. If there are any problems, let the courtesan cooperate with you. You also bring 1,000 blue cattle. Okay, City Lord, you guys should prepare now. The two nodded and immediately began to prepare. Taishan, the regiment you lead will set off for Shuaicheng this afternoon. After arriving in Shuaicheng, you must listen to Black Panther in everything. Let Black Panther choose someone to replace him as the regiment leader. There are 3 regiments in Shuaicheng. As a brigade commander, Black Panther only needs to be in charge, and you regiment commanders will be in charge. You regiment commanders just need to manage the battalion commanders will manage the company commanders, and the company commanders will manage the soldiers. You must convey to Black Panther what I just said and ask him to quickly train a navy. Our Huaxia tribe needs a navy of our own. Okay, City Lord. You team leaders must also remember what I just said. The leaders immediately nodded and agreed. Taishan, why don't you take your men out now? After Taishan agreed, he immediately set off with his men. Yibin said to the courtesans again, Oiran, you will select another 1,500 people from these women and appoint 3 group leaders yourself. From today on, you are the brigade commander in Dragon City. The courtesan cursed in her heart. You have poached all my deputy generals, and now you want me to appoint 3 more captains. You only know how to take advantage of what is ready. Although the courtesan felt uncomfortable, she agreed immediately. According to what the city lord said just now, after she, the courtesan, becomes the brigade commander, she will directly be in charge of the 3 regiments. The regiment commander will then be in charge of the battalion commander, and the battalion commander will be in charge of the company commander. This is indeed a lot easier. Blacksnake, you lead a regiment to stay in Longsheng. If support is needed in any direction, you will lead people there immediately. You are the reserve regiment of Longsheng. Okay, City Lord. Blacksnake agreed immediately. As long as it was something arranged by the City Lord, he would carry it out immediately. Heinyo, Li Wang, and your remaining 6 regiments. Come with me to Xinji Market tomorrow morning. Li Wang now has 1,150 people under his command. More than 1,000 of them are infantry, and the remaining 150 are cavalry. During this month, together with the stock left by Old Man Xiong, there are almost more than 10,000 sets of bamboo armor. As for why they are not given iron armor, Yibin feels that it is not time yet. Only after they have fought with the Xuanwu tribe will he give these warriors iron armor. Someone will then say, isn't the defense of bamboo armor also very high? Yes, the defense of bamboo armor is indeed very high, and it is soaked in glue, but bamboo armor is afraid of fire. Those who understand will naturally understand that no matter what time it is, people must leave a way out for themselves. After we leave, you must pay more attention to carrier pigeons. Every team going out of Longsheng will bring some pigeons in bird cages. These pigeons are used to deliver messages. This can be considered as leaving a way out for myself. After all, Longsheng still has 4 regiments. No matter which direction they go, Longsheng can also provide quick support. Okay, City Lord, you've been added. Now the sundial has been made. The soldiers trained from 7 a.m. to around 11 p.m. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the training lasted until about 7 o'clock in the evening. Longsheng sent a regiment out for patrol every day. According to the current situation, there should be no danger. After all, Longsheng is in the middle of the 4 cities. No matter from which direction the enemy attacks Longsheng, they need to pass through these 4 cities. Even if they have to fight the enemy, they will attack the 4 surrounding cities first. Longsheng is the safest city among the 5 cities. In a sense, the 4 surrounding cities have important strategic significance. Longsheng is like Jingzhou, and Longsheng has access to all directions. If Longsheng is taken over by others, the 4 surrounding cities will be completely isolated and helpless, and they will be taken down one by one. Therefore, Longsheng must be heavily guarded, and it must be guarded by trustworthy people. In Yi Bin's heart, Hua Kuei and Luoshui are both his most important women. The importance between the two is not what you think. At dawn the next morning, every team that set out brought a fishing team and tens of thousands of sheep, which were the rations for each group. When the Dashin tribe migrated here, they also brought more than 40,000 cattle and sheep. These were all food for the mountain wolves, so they naturally would not leave them for the Xuanwu tribe. They have now completely turned against them. When the mountain wolves were migrating, they had a bloody battle with the Xuanwu tribe, and more than 500 people died. The wounded brought back by He Qin are now recuperating in the hospital. After Yibin finished the breakfast that Luoshui brought him, he kissed the little girl on the mouth. As for why it is on the mouth, it is not convenient to explain in detail. When Yibin arrived at the training ground, it was filled with densely packed figures. These were the 6 regiments of the Huaxia tribe. They were the Golden Fire, Black Diligence, Eagle, White Tiger, Mountain Wolf, and Big Mountain. There are also more than 1,000 people from Hainyo and Liwang. Yibin waved his hand at the soldiers. Set off. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 274 Shenwu City is in danger. Lord Zhuefeng, the enemy is coming to attack the city again? Mu Zhan yelled loudly. I will kill all of these bastards in the mountains. Zhuefeng stopped Mu Zhan immediately. Don't worry. I think the city lord and his men will be here soon. Let the soldiers use bows and arrows to shoot, and when there are more enemies under the city wall, throw a few alcohol bombs at them. Let the soldiers be a little more frugal, and there won't be many alcohol bombs left. Mu Zhan immediately agreed. Don't worry. I will go and command the soldiers to fight back. Be careful. A psychic wizard was directing from behind, constantly giving orders to the soldiers. Fortunately, this was not on the plains, otherwise he could control the poisonous snakes to attack the enemy. The wall of Shenwu City is about 5 or 6 meters high. The soldiers of Baiwan Dashan could not climb up the wall at all. They actually used the most primitive method and pushed the soil up directly. Although the method is a bit stupid, the effect is very good. This time, there are probably more than 20,000 people coming to the Million Mountains. Maybe many people have no idea what 20,000 people are. 20,000 people can fill a football field. In the eyes of Zhuefeng and his friends, the walls of Shenwu City were full of people, and everywhere you looked you could see human figures. When they first came here, they were a little nervous, but now everyone in Shenwu City has already gotten used to it. The psychic wizard kept shouting loudly. Everyone, hurry up, those people at the back, push forward. Looking at the enemies below the city wall, Mu Zhan gave his commands in an orderly manner. Everyone, divide into 2 teams and start taking turns shooting at the enemy. The second team, keep in formation. If there is chaos again, I will skin you alive. Did you hear me? Mu Zhan is cursing on the city wall. Wherever Mu Zhan passed, the soldiers would shoot desperately. Mu Zhan's behavior was telling the soldiers that the commander would always stand by their side. The enemies below the city wall made earth-shaking fighting noises. Their goal this time was to destroy the city. The soldiers on the city wall fired round after round. Each round of arrows made a dense sound of breaking wind. The enemies under the city wall fell down one after another like wheat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It hurts so much, but I don't want to die. Who come save me? Who is blind? You stepped on my wound. It hurts so much. There was a scream from below the city wall. There were also the soldiers' curses. The ground had already been dyed red with blood. Many enemies who were shot dead were directly used as mud mats. Their teammates simply climbed up by stepping on their corpses. The psychic wizard had an evil smile on his face. Their purpose was very simple, which was to use the bodies of the soldiers to push forward so that the people behind could rush forward. Zhuefeng also saw their purpose, but he didn't care at all. At this time, there were already thousands of corpses lying under the city wall, and the blood had dyed the dry moat red. It was estimated that if the fighting continued like this, the moat would be big enough to raise fish. Although it is a little exaggerated, the blood of thousands of people gathered together is indeed terrifying. Looking at the city that has not been conquered for a long time, the psychic wizard is a little anxious. Although there are many people in the Million Mountains, they can't withstand such a way of death. Master Wizard, many of us have already lost many lives. Should we? No. I must destroy this place today. So many people have died. If I start to retreat now, wouldn't all the soldiers have died in vain? Pull up all the remaining soldiers to fight. Looking at the human ladder under the city wall, the psychic wizard gritted his teeth. Today, no matter what the cost, he must take over this market. This was also the death order given by that person. As the psychic wizard's order was issued, the soldiers charged forward desperately. At this time, the area under the city wall was filled with corpses, and the soldiers under Mu Zhan's command were already engaged in close combat with the enemy. Everybody, come over here, and Zhuefeng will personally lead the battle. Wood war. Immediately use the alcohol bomb and push the spearmen in front directly down. The injured soldiers should pay attention to filling in the positions. Everyone should maintain formation. If anyone lets an enemy come forward, get out of the Chinese tribe. As Zhou Feng's voice fell, the soldiers immediately roared. Kill! Kill these snake people! Brothers, the time has come to die for China. The iron spears in the soldiers' hands were pierced with afterimages. Wherever the iron spears passed, the enemies fell down one after another. Blood and screams. The psychic wizard appeared on the battlefield at the same time. His face had flushed red. A quarter of the more than 20,000 people he led had been killed or wounded. But the psychic wizard wasn't sad at all. Instead, a smile of victory appeared on his face. The current number of casualties was predicted in advance by the great wizard Jishuan, and it was also an acceptable result after discussion among the top leaders. Suddenly, the soldiers on the city wall launched a fierce attack. The psychic wizard watched his soldiers fall down one after another. Only then did he notice that the thing on the enemy could withstand the attacks of the soldiers. At this moment, a guard beside him fell down, and as luck would have it, his forehead hit a stone. The guard fainted immediately, and the psychic wizard instantly had an inspiration. Go and inform the soldiers quickly to let them attack the city while holding stones. Iron armor can defend against stone spears, but it cannot defend against flying stones. The guards immediately went to convey the order. At the wizard's order, everyone immediately picked up stones and attacked. Those soldiers who had not yet climbed up the city wall immediately picked up the stones on the ground and quickly walked up, stepping on the corpses, waiting for their comrades in front to fall down. Those people holding stones threw them directly at the soldiers of Shenwu City, and soon a large area was knocked down. This scene stunned Zhou Feng and the others. Mu Zhan saw that things were not going well, so he asked Zhou Feng, "What should we do now?" Zhou Feng was also anxious. He had never experienced this situation before. For a moment, Zhou Feng was at a loss. Seeing that Zhou Feng didn't say anything, Mu Zhan shouted, "Soldiers, beat the enemy back. Kill." My head was hit by a stone, My nose was also hit by a stone. For a while, the two sides were evenly matched in the fight, with soldiers from both sides falling down. The soldiers from Shenwu City were at most seriously injured and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. And every time the enemy soldiers are attacked by iron spears, they will suffer fatal casualties. If the fighting continues like this, Shenwu City will not be able to hold out for long. Although the soldiers are all injured, as time goes by, the number of seriously injured people will increase, and the number of people who can fight will decrease, until the last moment, when Shenwu City will be completely breached. Zhou Feng feels sad inside. City Lord, I tried my best. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 275, The Psychic Wizard Escapes. Mu Zhan stood in front of the crowd. The iron spear in his hand was like a silver snake, shuttling back and forth among the enemies. Anyone pierced by the iron spear would die soon, and blood would splatter everywhere. In a short while, Mu Zhan was hit by several stones, and blood was flowing from his forehead. No matter how powerful the iron armor was, it could not withstand the damage caused by the stones. At this time, Black Shark and Hanyu appeared. They quickly came to Zhou Feng. Lord Zhou Feng said, "Should we retreat first? There are too many enemies. Our people can't hold on any longer." The psychic wizard in the distance looked at the soldiers on the city wall, who were increasing in number. He was extremely happy. The psychic wizard let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you have no chance anymore." The psychic wizard has already determined in his heart that they will win this battle. Just when the people in Shenwu City were about to despair, a cavalry team rushed over. They shot and killed indiscriminately on the battlefield. Behind the cavalry team were 6 flags. There's a large Chinese character written on each flag, and only Chinese people can recognize the Chinese characters on these flags. Lord Zhou Feng, look, it's the city lord and his men who are here to rescue us. We are all saved. Warriors, the city lord and his men are here. Pick up your weapons and drive the enemy away. Kill them all. Mu Zhan shouted with all his might. The city lord and his men are finally here. Everyone here can survive now. The soldiers all shed tears. The feeling of surviving a disaster was truly wonderful. Yi Bin and his group saw from a distance that Shenwu City was being attacked, which made him very angry. The Xuanwu tribe was really too much. Once he had the chance in the future, he would definitely destroy the Xuanwu tribe. Li Wang, you lead the cavalry and charge forward. Kill all who can be killed. Even pointed at the old man again and asked, catch him as well. I want to chop him up with my own hands. All right, chief. Charge forward with me and prepare the warhorse iron lock formation. Group 1, charge this way. Group 2, charge that way. Group 3, Group 4, charge forward with me. And the people behind you prepare to start shooting. Yes. Kill. Charge. The cavalry immediately began to charge, and the horses also ran quickly. Wherever the cavalry passed, the enemies fell one after another. The guard behind them picked up their compound bows and fired bursts of shots. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Uh. The enemies on the battlefield also discovered the existence of the cavalry. Many of them shouted that there were enemies coming and they should kill them first. After receiving the order, the enemy soldiers immediately rushed towards Li Wang and his men. Even gave orders to the people around him. Mountain Wolf, White Tiger, you 2 regiments start charging from the front. Xiangying, Dashin, you 2 regiments follow me to outflank them from behind. Jinhua, Heiqin, you 2 regiments go to the battlefield and capture the lone prisoners. The 6 group leaders all agreed immediately. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Kill. Charge forward from the front. If anyone lets an enemy go, I will fucking skin you alive. Watching the 6 regiments attacking the enemy from the front and back, Yibin immediately took out his telescope. He could clearly see every part of the battlefield. As a leader, he only needed to command the battle. Standing behind Yibin were 2 battalions trained by Li Wang. They were all Yibin's personal guards. It would probably not be long before they became a personal guard regiment. Mountain Wolf and his men ran the fastest, and it took them about 10 minutes to rush into the battlefield. Mountain Wolf's flag was used to charge back and forth on the battlefield. A regiment led by Baihu also joined the battle. His soldiers hacked at the enemy. Baihu was also a fierce general. Every time he hacked, several enemies would fall down. Yibin looked at everything on the battlefield, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. As long as they took action, there would be no room for turning back. The Xuanwu tribe is such a proud tribe that they will not accept traitors. As for Yibin, why should he use them? That's because the Huaxiao tribe is still developing, so why not use the enemy to fight the enemy? This is called making the best use of people and things. Li Wang and his men circled back and forth on the battlefield. Every time the cavalry turned around, a large number of enemy troops fell down, and the psychic wizard's face turned pale with fright. This Huaxiao tribe is really too scary. Why do they have so many people? This Huaxiao tribe is really not simple. The psychic wizard knew that he had been defeated, so without any hesitation, he immediately led his guards and ran towards the plain in the distance. At this time on the battlefield, there were still about 7,000 to 8,000 enemy troops. The psychic wizard took away more than 2,000 to 3,000 people. More than 5,000 to 6,000 people died during the previous siege. There is also Li Wang and his men, charging back and forth on the battlefield. Finally, the soldiers from 6 regiments also killed about 3,000 to 4,000 people. The number of enemies attacking this time was about 20,000. If Yibin had not arrived with his men in time, Shenwu City would have fallen long ago. The Xuanwu tribe is really too narrow-minded. What's wrong with opening 2 big markets in such a big place? Is it necessary to fight a life-and-death battle? The high priest whispered in Yibin's ear, City Lord, is our market a little bit uneasy? Yibin smiled and waved his hands. What's the big deal? Can we also harass the Xuanwu tribe? He makes life difficult for us Chinese, so his Xuanwu tribe won't have an easy life either. Now that, if I can't do business, then no one should do it either. Yibin's idea was very simple. He sent 2 regiments and Li Wang and his men to continuously harass the Xuanwu tribe. As long as they went there a few more times, it was estimated that not many people would dare to go to their place to trade. In this way, both of their markets will not be able to open for business. This is exactly the result Yibin wants. When neither side can do anything to the other, it is time to enter the negotiation stage. About 2 hours later, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. Hei Niu counted the data, then came to Yibin and spoke happily. City Lord, the statistical results are out. We captured more than 4,000 enemies, stone spears and bone weapons, too many to count, and many, many corpses. That's right. The old man ran away with several thousand people. After we defeated them, there was no trace of the people led by the old man. Yibin waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to catch him in the future. First, let these slaves carry all the bodies to a distant mountain, then dig a few large pits and bury the bodies directly in them. Okay, City Lord. Black Shark and Hun Yu came over crying. City Lord. We almost never saw you again. Woo 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 woo. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 276, Huaxia, Wholesale Market. City Lord. City Lord. Zhuefeng and Muzhan also came over covered in blood. They had just led the soldiers to charge out, and the blood on their bodies was all from the enemy. You guys are doing great. I wasn't wrong about you guys. Thank you, City Lord. You've been said to everyone. Let's go. Let's go back to the city first. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison, as if they were one voice. Mountain Wolf, your group will keep an eye on those slaves. After all the bodies are buried, bring them all into the city. Yes, City Lord. As soon as Ibn arrived, he won a great victory. He was already very pleased with himself. I am indeed the man of destiny. After returning to the city, Yibin came to the training ground. The buildings here were the same as those in Longshan. Shenwu City was much larger than Longshan. Yibin wanted to build a commercial city here. Yibin saw another incredible thing, and he pointed at the people tied up in rows. What is going on? Zhuefeng immediately replied, City Lord, they are all slaves. When the war came, I was afraid that they would cause trouble, so I tied them all up. Yibin didn't care about them anymore. He came to the stage of the training ground and looked at the soldiers who had just experienced a great battle. Yibin was really satisfied. The warriors of his Huaxia tribe should have this kind of bloodiness. You all have worked hard. Huaxia will always remember you for everything you have done for the Huaxia tribe. If it weren't for your efforts, this place would have been conquered by the enemy long ago. You are all good warriors of Huaxia. The soldiers immediately shouted loudly. Thank you for your hard work, City Lord. For the Huaxia tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Yibin's blood boiled after hearing this. As long as China has such a group of people, there is no need to worry about the Chinese tribe not becoming stronger and the world not having peace forever. Yibin pressed his hands and started to speak loudly. He said that this place would be Shenwu City in the future, and it would also be the first market in China. The market is a very important thing for a tribe. It can make huge profits from it to feed our people. No matter what troubles we encounter, it can't stop the opening of our market. Jinhua, Baihu, Li Wang, your 2 regiments plus a cavalry team, go to the Xuanwu tribe to cause trouble. But there is one thing you must remember. You must ensure your own safety. If the Xuanwu tribe sends troops, you fight and retreat at the same time. If they don't chase you, you chase them back and continue fighting. If they chase you, you retreat backwards. In short, the Xuanwu tribe must not be allowed to have an easy time. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 of them immediately agreed to come. No one in China dared to disobey as long as it was the city lord's order. Zhuefeng, you will be the brigade commander in the future. A brigade commander can command 3 regiments. If you don't understand anything, you can go ask Hainyo at night. Thank you, City Lord. Everyone else, disband. Zhuefeng, please accompany me for a walk in Shenwu City. The storefronts here are all designed according to the market of the previous life. The storefronts are all 2-story. The houses are also arranged in rows, and there are several intersections in the middle of each row of shops to make it convenient for merchants to select items. Yibin spent more than an hour on the tour and was very satisfied with it. Zhuefeng was very reliable. However, it seemed like something was missing. Yibin couldn't remember what it was for a while. I know what it is. There seems to be no water in Shenwu City. No one of the moat is dry. So this is the reason. How do you get water? Zhuefeng immediately explained the reason. City Lord, we have to walk for several hours to get some water. The water source here is too far away. The soldiers have to walk a long way every day to get water. Yibin called Hainyo over and took out a piece of painted animal skin with some locations marked on it. These were the locations of the wells. Arrange some slaves to dig wells at the locations I have marked. The faster the better, and we should try to get water out of the wells tomorrow. Okay, City Lord. Zhuefeng asked curiously. City Lord, what is the well? What is that well? When Longcheng was digging a well, Zhuefeng and the others were still in Shenwu City. Yibin patiently explained to Zhuefeng that a well is a hole dug in the ground. As long as you dig deep enough, there will be water in the well. After listening to it, Zhuefeng felt that what the city lord said was amazing. What kind of well is this? Can it really produce water from underground? Yi Bin interrupted Zhuai Feng and pointed at the 4 city gates on the animal skin. These 4 storefronts were the best locations in Xinwu City. Convert all these 4 storefronts into banks. What is a bank? This? Let the high priest explain it to you in the evening. In addition, all the storefronts at the intersection are for our own use, and we only sell one kind of item in each storefront. For example, white salt, candles, fire sticks, stone spears, bone tools, cured fish, cured meat, pottery, coal briquettes, soap, hourglass, animal skins, straw sandals, lime powder, single-piece bows, fruit wine, tables, and benches. In addition, each storefront is given a coal stove, which is free to use. Coal briquettes are also free. After a month, 1 goat can be exchanged for 15 coal briquettes. After 1 year, 10 coal briquettes can be exchanged for a goat. Chasing the wind is like listening to a foreign language. What is all this? There is one more thing. Anyone who comes to Xinwu City to do business will be given a storefront to live in for free for a year and can also do business in the storefront. From now on, our Xinwu City will be called Huaxia Wholesale Market. All our storefronts have the word Huaxia hung on them. Also, you need to form a sanitation team and have them guide others to the toilet. Anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will have their business closed down. In the future, the Huaxia Wholesale Market must be clean, tidy, and sanitary. The Huaxia Wholesale Market also provides them with free baths and free toilets. We will build a water conservancy system in a few days. Zhuai was dumbfounded. He hadn't been with the city lord for a while and didn't understand a word the city lord said. Zhuai asked hurriedly, "What is a water system?" By then, you'll all know everything. Zhuai was sweating in his heart. The city lord knows too much, and he still needs to learn well. Okay, city lord, Yi Bin continued. We also need to arrange for soldiers to go on patrol every day. Heavy troops will be stationed to guard the city walls, and a regiment will be arranged to patrol outside the city. Free accommodation will be provided to everyone entering the city. There are already 10,000 question marks in Zhuai heart, but he still remained quiet. The city lord would definitely lead them to carry out the task personally. He just had to write down all of Yi Bin's words. Yi Bin wants to use this model to attract a large number of primitive people. Once they have tasted the sweetness, China's wholesale market will become famous. This model is the same as the one used in Yi Bin's hometown in his previous life, and it is a common tactic used in shopping malls. The shopping mall uses other people's brands to attract people and provides free storefronts. Of course, this storefront also has a time limit. As long as the mall becomes more famous, the cost of this storefront will also increase rapidly. This can be considered a win-win situation. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 277 Renovation Bank. Starting tomorrow, Xinwu City will officially begin decorating its facade. Then let the slaves dig a 2-meter deep sewage channel from Xinwu City to the river. Zhuai wants to ask something else. Yi Bin said it in advance that this canal was used to drain sewage, and they would rely on this canal to conquer Xinwu City in the future. Okay, city lord. Zhuai immediately ordered people to do it. The things arranged by the city lord must be very important, no matter whether he can understand them or not. Obeying orders is the first priority. Yi Bin came to the center of Xinwu City. Looking at the shops around him, Yi Bin felt a lot in his heart. He was too familiar with these things, but this was still a primitive society after all. Looking at the wooden door of the storefront, Yi Bin went forward to try it out personally. The storefront used a long groove wooden door, which means that the wooden board was placed into the slot. This type of door was more commonly used in ancient times. Moreover, they're all commercial doors, which are very convenient. People just need to install the wooden boards one by one, and then remove them one by one when opening the door in the morning. But inside the storefront, the walls were all exposed bricks, which was actually very good. If Yi Bin hadn't been in a soul-transported state, he would have been speechless long ago. Yi Bin walked past a dozen houses and finally chose a row of shops. He said to Zhuai, turn this into a school, a hospital, a factory, or buildings like kills. That is to say, copy everything in Dragon City. Everything in buildings that Dragon City has must also be available in the other cities. We cannot give up the development of the other 4 cities just because Dragon City is the main city. Of course, this does not include ironware. In Yi Bin's heart, no matter which city in China it is, it must be treated equally. The Chinese tribe is a whole, and there can be no discrimination. After Yi Bin finished the arrangements, He then said to Zhuefeng, "The soldiers who were injured this time must be allowed to rest well. We must not let them feel discouraged." "Okay, city lord." Zhuefeng remembered everything Yibin said. He watched the Huaxia tribe grow stronger step by step. Zhuefeng could be considered a half-veteran. Suddenly, a hurried voice called him. "City lord, city lord." Yibin looked back and saw that it was the old man who was the high priest. "High priest, why are you so anxious?" The high priest said a little embarrassedly, "City lord, when do we start building the bank you mentioned?" Yibin felt amuset. This old high priest was too impatient. Before his men even landed, the high priest was already impatient. Seeing that Yibin didn't say anything, the high priest immediately became nervous. Was the city lord lying to him? "City." Just as the high priest was about to speak, Yibin immediately stopped him and asked, "Look how anxious you are. All right, shall we go and see it now?" "Zhuefeng, call 100 slaves over here. Also, call all the craftsmen I brought here, and we will go and renovate the bank now." "Okay." Zhuefeng agreed and immediately took people to prepare. He was also very curious about what this bank was. Yibin brought the high priest and others directly to the east gate. The first storefront here was used as a bank. When foreign merchants wanted to do business, the first thing they had to do when they entered was to pass by the bank door. Bank is a place for them to exchange iron coins. Yibin will give some discounts to those who can come to exchange in the early stage, which is equivalent to doing an event. As long as they are allowed to taste the sweetness, the sales of iron coins will probably be in short supply. For primitive society, iron coins are a completely new thing, and primitive people have never been exposed to currency. In the future, when there are more people in Shenwu City, Yibin will change the policy, and only merchants who have storefronts in the Huaxia wholesale market will be allowed to live in Shenwu City. Those merchants who did not have storefronts either had to stay in hotels in Shenwu City or be driven out directly. If you don't have money to stay in the hotel, the soldiers will kick you out and tell you to wait until tomorrow morning to enter the city. This is also a means of attracting people. Spending the night in Shenwu City is definitely much safer than outside. The hotel that Yibin wants to build is not the same model as the one on Earth. The hotel here only has one bed. It was a very long bed that could accommodate 10 people in one room. Primitive people didn't have any particular requirements for sleeping. They wouldn't mind no matter how many people slept together, as long as there was a place to live. By then, there will be not only hotels, but also restaurants. All the storefronts in Shenwu City will collect rent after 1 year. This is now a benefit for merchants. At the East Gate, after the first storefront is opened, there is nothing inside except 4 walls. If you want the storefront to make it look good, you need to scrape a layer of cement and finally a layer of lime powder. This could be considered a simple kind of decoration. But even this kind of storefront is thousands of times better than a shack for primitive people. Although the storefront is simple, it can at least shelter from wind and rain. After Yibin entered the store, he was holding a piece of animal skin in his left hand and a piece of chalk in his right hand. The chalk here was made of lime. Don't let any stubborn person come and ask, when did the Huaxia tribe have chalk? Yibin took a piece of chalk and started drawing on the animal skin. He designed a cabinet, which was placed across the middle of the bank. Merchants who came to exchange iron coins could only wait outside the cabinet. Every bank is equipped with 2 armed soldiers to prevent people with ulterior motives. This can also be considered a form of security. The high priest walked back and forth in the storefront. For the high priest, this storefront was already very good. They used to live in shacks, but since they came to the Huaxia tribe, they lived in this kind of red brick house. After Yibin finished drawing, he gave the drawings to the people in the Ministry of Industry. These people were brought here by him, and were also old man Xiong's apprentices. They could make simple tables and stools like these. Zhuefeng led his men over, still shouting loudly. City Lord, I have brought all the 100 slaves you asked for. Among these slaves, there are some smarter ones. These houses were built by them. What do you think, City Lord? Very good. For people like them, the treatment could be a little better. Yibin also gave Zhuefeng a wink. Zhuefeng immediately understood that the City Lord meant that slaves with better skills could be trained well. By then, after they have been thoroughly brainwashed, the slaves will immediately join the Huaxia tribe. Yibin pointed at a few slaves and said, mix the cement and then scrape it onto the wall. Yibin even demonstrated to them, fearing that they might not scrape it evenly. These slaves were originally the smartest group of people, and with Yibin's personal guidance, the slaves got the hang of it in no time. Yibin asked them all to try it. After they have learned it, they can decorate the house by themselves. All shops in the Huaxia tribe must use the most high-end decoration. They must not lose the reputation of the Huaxia tribe. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 278, The First Batch of Merchants. Yibin was directing from the side. This place is not scraped flat, so apply some cement and scrape it again. Also, this place is not flat, so apply some cement and fix it. The 4 walls of the bank were quickly scraped by the slaves. The scraped cement walls needed 2 to 3 days to dry before the next step could be taken. Yibin asked the carpenters to make 4 large wooden signs. On each of the signs was written the words Hua Xia Bank. Perhaps someone would ask, could primitive people recognize words? Yibin had already thought of the answer to this question. Primitive people did not know how to read, but they could remember the appearance of those words. As long as they had contact with banks for a long time, they would naturally recognize them. Just like an old lady at a tourist attraction, the old lady had not read much. But in order to make a living, the old lady finally learned English and can communicate with foreign friends without any obstacles. So, I'm not afraid that you don't know each other. I am just afraid that no one will come to exchange iron coins. As long as someone comes to the Huaxia wholesale market, Yibin is sure to make them stay. Since all 4 banks were being renovated, that is, the 4 storefronts in the east, west, south, and north, the counters and advertising signs were also made in the Ministry of Industry. Yibin also ordered the slaves to scrape a layer of cement slurry on each storefront. City Lord! City Lord! A soldier shouted hurriedly. Outside! There are a lot of people outside. They said they came here to do a deal. The soldier wanted to say something, but Yibin had already walked away. City Lord! Wait for me. Yibin was in no mood to care about him. These were the first group of merchants in Shenwu City, and he had to keep them. Yibin quickly walked to the city gate. There were indeed hundreds of primitive people standing. They brought cattle, sheep, animal skins, and women, but they all seemed to be afraid. After all, Shenwu City was too big. It would be abnormal if anyone who came here for the first time was not afraid. On the opposite side, a primitive man shouted loudly, "Is this the market of the Huaxia tribe?" There are people nearby, mumbling something. Could this be some evil tribe? What is this thing? Why does it look like a mountain, and there are so many people on it? What kind of Chinese tribe is this? Will they come to rob us? People said all kinds of things. After all, there were too many people on the city wall. No matter who it was, when they came to a strange place, they would be cautious, and the other side had a large number of people. Yibin smiled and agreed. Yes, we are the Huaxia tribe, and this is our market. No matter what you want to exchange, we can exchange it with you. When the primitive man heard this, he immediately jumped up with joy. This is the market of the Huaxia tribe. We finally found it. Primitive people are very easy to trust others, because in primitive society, there are not so many twists and turns. If someone wants to rob you, they will not say so much nonsense. Those primitive people would still be a little bit afraid. After all, this was someone else's territory. The number of people standing on the city wall alone was more than 30 times theirs. If they said they were not afraid, they would definitely be lying to themselves. Yibin said to the primitive man, "The market is inside. Come in, all of you." Seeing that they were still motionless, Yibin smiled again and said, "You can rest assured, the market of our Huaxia tribe is definitely the safest." The group of primitive people looked at each other, and after about 10 minutes, they slowly walked over. When Yibin saw them coming, he suddenly became excited, because they were their first batch of customers. "Is this really a market?" The primitive man asked with some confidence. After all, this concerns their lives, so it would be a good idea to be careful. Yes, this is the market of the Huaxia tribe. It also has another name, called the Huaxia Wholesale Market, which means that there is everything here. As long as you want to exchange something, you can exchange it all here. When the primitive man heard this, he immediately became happy. He said to Yibin, "My name is Mu." He pointed to the man behind him, and his name is D. "Hello, my name is Yibin. You are the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Huaxia Wholesale Market welcomes you. Let's go inside and take a look." Mu nodded. When they all entered the city, they were all dumbfounded. What on earth was this place? Why did the market look like this? Seeing their confusion, Yibin immediately explained that the closed shops here were all used for exchanging things. "I will open 2 shops now. Please wait for me for a while." Mu and the others agreed readily. This place was indeed a little different. The markets they had visited before were all open air. Many people didn't know what the open air market was. The open air mode is to set up a stall on a flat ground without any buildings, just like the market in the 1980s. You just put the things you want to exchange on the ground. Even called a few soldiers and asked them to open the two storefronts. Mu and the others were shocked and thought that Yi Bin was sending people to arrest them. Seeing their nervousness, Yi Bin gave a gentle smile. Don't worry. We are all legitimate businessmen and will not do anything bad. No matter what era it is, a smile always puts people at ease. City Lord Yi Bin, we all believe in you. Mu said firmly. He thinks that City Lord Yi Bin doesn't look like a bad person. After a while, the storefront was opened and Yi Bin pointed at it and said, "This storefront is your stall. Whatever you want to exchange, just put on the ground. Those storefronts with animal skins on them are all our storefronts. You can go out and choose what you want to exchange. You can live in this room for free for a year." After hearing Yi Bin's words, everyone became happy. The Huaxia tribe was really nice and even gave them houses to live in for free. Dee asked in confusion, "City Lord Yi Bin, what is a year?" Yi Bin's face was full of black lines. These primitive people were too backward, but he still explained with a smile that a year refers to a winter and summer. He smiled and nodded. "City Lord Yi Bin, you are so kind." Yi Bin immediately started to promote his product. "We have a lot of good things in our Huaxia wholesale market. You can ask for yourselves if you encounter any problems. You can go find them directly." Yi Bin pointed at the people on patrol. No matter which market it is, there will be a large number of soldiers guarding it, which also shows the strength of a market. Mu looked around again and asked in confusion, "Why aren't those houses open?" Yi Bin immediately smiled and said, "There are still many people who haven't come yet. Our market is different from other markets. Our market is open every day and you can exchange things in it every day. Wait a minute, I'll have someone send you something." Yi Bin smiled secretly in his heart. "Let you enjoy it first." Yi Bin is going to send them a stove, finished coal briquettes, and a clay pot. When they go back, it will be a perfect advertisement. Yi Bin was very happy just thinking about it. Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and Urge for more updates. Chapter 279, Renovation of All Storefronts. Yi Bin gave them 4 storefronts. These people were composed of 4 tribes. Each of their leaders brought 20 to 30 people with him. In other words, they worked together to do business, as people often say. Yi Bin got to know them better. The Mu tribe exchanged animal skins and some other things. The D tribe exchanged some goats. The remaining 2 tribes also exchanged some animal skins and a few women. For a small tribe to be able to exchange such things is already very remarkable, and it can be considered quite wealthy. In ordinary small tribes, goats are rare. In the afternoon, Yi Bin arranged for someone to bring them a stove and more than 20 coal briquettes. He also taught them how to use the stove and gave them 4 candles. These things amazed them. Finally, they were given a set of pottery, including pottery pots, bowls, basins, and some chopsticks. At night, people from the 4 tribes all squeezed into 4 houses. Although it was a little crowded, they all felt very happy. At least it was not exposed to the wind and rain, and there was a stove at night. They also lit a candle, and many people watched it all night. These things are something they have never seen before. This Huaxia tribe is really too mysterious. In the morning, Yi Bin asked someone to send them breakfast. Yi Bin's idea was to let them stay here to increase popularity so that more outsiders would know about the Huaxia wholesale market. After Yi Bin finished his breakfast, he arranged for the slaves to decorate each storefront. During this period of time, more businessmen would slowly move in. This was exactly the effect he wanted. City Lord, a soldier shouted hurriedly. There are many more people outside the city, and they're carrying a lot of salt stones. When Yi Bin heard this, he disappeared immediately. City Lord, wait for me. It was the same plot as yesterday. After Yi Bin talked with them, he invited them into Shenwu City. After entering the city, those people were all dumbfounded. What on earth was this Huaxia tribe doing? Is this also everyone's question? At this moment, Mu and the others all came over. What Yi Bin didn't expect was that they all knew each other. After Mu explained to them, they finally felt relieved. Yi Bin also allocated 4 storefronts to them. What Yi Bin did not expect was that Mu and his men had already arranged everything. As for their cattle and sheep, they were kept in a livestock house. Huaxia Wholesale Market is a clean and tidy city. Things like feces and urine must be dealt with in the toilet. As long as there are strangers entering Shenwu City, the patrol team will tell them. There are many public toilets in Shenwu City, which are prepared for merchants. In the future, there will be more and more people in the Huaxia Wholesale Market. The high priest walked around the city and found that all the banks that Yi Bin had renovated for him were no longer open. How could the high priest understand that it would take several days to open for business after the renovated walls? Yibin was still talking to them when the high priest immediately shouted anxiously. He had been looking for Yibin all morning and finally saw Yibin here. City Lord, City Lord. Hearing someone calling him, Yibin turned his head and saw that it was the high priest calling him. Yibin knew what he was thinking about. It must be about those 4 banks. Yibin said to Mu and the others, "You guys go ahead and do your work. When you have nothing to do, you can go around the wholesale market." Ugh. Thank you, City Lord Yibin. After expressing their gratitude, they returned to their own shops. What's wrong? Yibin asked with a smile. The high priest came over breathlessly and asked, "When will the City Lord's bank be repaired?" Yibin knew he was going to ask this. So he said to the high priest helplessly, "Bank, you have to wait a few more days. You can go to the Ministry of Industry and see if the counters have been made." When the high priest heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay, City Lord, I'll go to the Ministry of Industry now." And then he disappeared in a flash. Yibin wanted to say something, but the high priest had already disappeared. Yibin vas civitin. City Lord, City Lord. Black Shark and Hanyu ran over hurriedly. Seeing the 2 old men panting, Yibin felt amused. What happened today? How come these old antiques are becoming more and more unstable? Yibin has no idea. His massive renovation in Shenwu City has made the 2 old men heartbroken. How much cement and sand are needed to renovate so many storefronts at once? This is the Python Plain, not inside those mountains. Materials like this for making cement have to be brought back from far away. The 2 old men could be said to be the stewards of Shenwu City. They had managed to save up some cement, but it was immediately spent by Yibin. Do you think they will be anxious? What happened to you 2? City Lord, those storefronts are already very good. Why are we wasting cement? Yibin was also confused by the questions asked by the 2 old men. It seemed that these 2 were heartbroken. Yibin sorted out his thoughts and immediately said to the 2 old men, "Our Huaxia wholesale market has its own style, which is completely different from the markets of other tribes. As you can all see, the decoration of Huaxia wholesale market meets the requirements of the market. Only if we are willing to invest can we make more money." Both old men have question marks on their faces. What are the market requirements, and what does it mean to be willing to invest? The 2 of them immediately looked at each other, both in a state of confusion. Black Shark was the first to react. He thought of the cement and immediately became anxious again. "Lord, our market is already very good compared to theirs. We are." For a moment, Black Shark was at a loss for words, and Hanyu immediately added that what Black Shark meant was that it couldn't be any better. Yibin comforted the 2 of them, saying that we can still make more products with cement, and as long as the Chinese wholesale market is developed, there will be endless profits in the future. By then, we will also open a cement plant that can produce a large amount of cement in a day. Cement plant? City Lord, what is a cement factory? It sounds very impressive. Yibin's words successfully led the 2 old men astray, and he no longer talked about cement when he met the 2 old men. Yibin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Yibin was afraid of them. After all, they were also doing it for the tribe, but everyone had a different perspective. A cement factory is a place where cement is produced. Cement. You can also take it out for exchange, as long as they can afford the price. When they heard that cement could also be exchanged, the 2 old men immediately became nervous. "City Lord, cement cannot be exchanged. This is a good thing for the tribe. If they exchange cement, they can also build their own market." Black Shark also added that cement can also be used to build city walls. Seeing how anxious the 2 were, Yibin had no choice but to use his ultimate move. "You can all rest assured. I have something even more powerful than cement. The most important thing right now is to vigorously develop the wholesale market. Only if we make profits can we make many good things in the future." The 2 old men immediately became happy when they thought about the good stuff. "City Lord, what should we do now?" "Go decorate." Brothers and sisters, please give Beicheng a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beicheng and Urge for more updates. Chapter 280, Doing Business Requires Shouting. Inside Shenwu City, there were sounds of ping pong. Yibin walked on every street with 2 old men. In every storefront, there were 3 or 4 people doing decoration. The decoration here was just a simple scraping of a layer of cement slurry. Outside the city, Zhuifeng was digging a long canal with 5,000 slaves. This was the task assigned to him by Yibin. It would take several hours of walking to reach the nearest river from Shenwu City. Someone will ask, why did Yibin ask them to dig a canal? In fact, this is not a canal, but a sewage channel. Yibin will ask them to build it with bricks and cement, and then fill it back with soil after it is completed. In this way, a complete sewage channel was completely built. Then someone would ask, isn't Yibin going to discharge all his feces into the river? In principle, it is, but not entirely. Yibin will build a large septic tank not far from Xinwu City. The septic tank is divided into 3 stages, that is 2:1:3. The height will not exceed 2 meters. The manure liquid will not exceed 1.7 meters, and the total volume will start from 20 cubic meters. It can be emptied once every 6 months. Generally, the first pool of the septic tank is connected to a pipe, but Yibin doesn't have a pipe here, so he chooses to paint one out with cement, that is to say, build a pipe with cement and then connect it to the pool. The pipe of the first pool is 1/3 of the way to the bottom of the pool. The pipe of the second pool is connected to the first pool and the second pool. The pipes are designed from low to high. When the pipe is in the first pool, it should be lower than the water inlet pipe of the first pool, and the outlet of the second pool should be about 1.7 meters higher. The second pool also has 2 pipes, and the installation of the 2 pipes is the same. Both are low at the bottom and high at the top. After the pipes are installed in the second pool, they can be connected to the second pool and the third pool. After fermentation in the first 2 pools, the feces will remain in the first pool. Even if not all of it is fermented, there is still a second pool where it can be fermented. When the water flows out of the second pool, it will be clean water. When we say clean here, it just means there is no feces in it. Don't be so stubborn and say, didn't you say it's clean? If you want to drink, go ahead, you stubborn people. If you're not stubborn, just pretend I didn't say this. Yibin is still in the city now. He came to a row of storefronts and directed the soldiers to help transport things. This row of storefronts are all shops of the Huaxia tribe. Yibin is asking them to load the goods onto the containers. The so-called container is a rectangular table, which is used to place things. The first shop of the Huaxia tribe is the white salt shop, and the only thing sold in the entire shop is white salt. The second storefront sells all kinds of animal skins. The third storefront sells all kinds of pottery, and the fourth storefront sells finished coal briquettes. In this way, one storefront after another was arranged, and in the end, Yibin occupied more than 40 storefronts. The storefronts here were only 20 square meters in size. In the future, every inch of land in the Huaxia wholesale market will be worth a lot of money. There are about 4,000 storefronts in Xinwu City. If each storefront collects a sheep, then more than 4,000 storefronts will collect more than 4,000 goats, which can be considered a huge profit. In a normal market, one stall would have 1 goat, and it would only be open for 2 or 3 days. The market like the one Baihu had seen before would normally be open once a month, but China's wholesale markets were different. China's wholesale markets are open every day. Not only do they sell things, they also have restaurants, inns, and shops. At that time, Yibin will also build a theater that is to perform some simple programs, but these will require tickets. In the early stage, it will be free for everyone to watch, and after they become addicted to it, he will start charging admission. Yibin's motto can be summed up in one sentence: make money by any means possible. As long as they are formal ways, Yibin will develop them one by one. After everything was done, Yibin, with the high priest, Black Shark, and Hanyu, wandered around the streets. The 3 of them had not walked far before they could no longer move. The row of storefronts in front of them refreshed their cognition. A product was placed on the counter of each storefront. The first storefront displays white salt, which is packed in bamboo tubes, ceramic jars, and cans of various sizes. The first storefront opposite is a saltstone shop, and it is also a shop of the Huaxia tribe. They not only buy salt stones, but also resell them. For example, I bought saltstone for 1 iron coin and sold it for 2 iron coins, while the white salt from the shop opposite cost 10 iron coins a can. No matter what, Yibin made a lot of money. He is definitely a profiteer. In front of every store, there was a soldier shouting that the white salt shop was open for business, and a small can of white salt only cost 10 goats, or a number 2 iron coin. The animal hide shop is open for business. 5 hides can be exchanged for a goat, and 10 hides can be exchanged for 2 goats. Come and have a look. The bow and arrow shop is open for business. 1 bow and arrow can be exchanged for 5 goats, or 5 number 1 iron coins. Don't miss it if you pass by. Opportunities are fleeting. The 3 old men all had black lines on their faces. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. What kind of monsters are these? Yibin looked at the 3 old men and asked in a very arrogant tone, "How about it? I trained them for a whole morning, and this is my latest model." There's a salesperson in front of each store. They're responsible for selling their products. As long as someone wants to buy something, they will naturally run over after hearing the sales calls. The high priest said awkwardly, "City Lord, isn't this a bit? It's a bit too hard to talk about." Seeing the look on the high priest's face, Yibin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is it embarrassing?" The three of them asked suspiciously. "City Lord, what is embarrassment?" Yibin thought for a while. Was this embarrassing? He just felt uncomfortable and embarrassed and wanted to leave here quickly. The high priest nodded immediately and said, "That's the feeling. I feel uncomfortable all over. Is it really possible for the city lord to do this? I think it should work." After hearing what the three of them said, Yi Bin himself was at a loss. After all, his model was indeed a bit too advanced. Yi Bin quickly adjusted his mentality. He said to the three old men, "Maybe you are not used to it. It will be fine once you get used to it in the future. Besides, this is just a trial run. Maybe others can accept it. At the beginning, it will indeed be a little awkward, but as time goes by, everyone will probably get used to it. After all, they are here to sell things, not to experience embarrassment, right?" The three old men rolled their eyes, wondering what nonsense the city lord was talking about. I guess the city lord himself wouldn't believe it, right? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 281, the market starts to operate. Let's go. Shall we go for a walk? The three old men felt hot on their faces. This was really too embarrassing. How dare the city lord do that? Yibin has become very shameless. He experienced this kind of scene in his previous life every day. Every time he went to the vegetable market, there would be people hawking their wares there, and many vendors would ask you what you want to buy. The soldiers also felt embarrassed, but since this was an order from the city lord, they could only obey it. The noise here is very loud. With more than 40 shops hawking their wares at the same time, people far away can hear it. According to Yi Bin himself, this is the way to practice in advance so that there will be no problems when the time comes. Just at this time, Mu, Di, and the others came over. When they first arrived here, they also felt very embarrassed, but they saw 3 people walking around in the shop. Mu and the others also bravely walked over. The white salt shop opened, and a small can of white salt could be exchanged for 10 goats or 1 number 2 iron coin. Hearing these strange words, they all had question marks on their faces. On the ground, suddenly shouted, "Salt?" The people around him looked over at the same time, picked up a little, and put it in their mouths. His eyes suddenly lit up. Is this really salt? Wood also stuck a little in his mouth. His face suddenly became happy. Salt? The bow and arrow shop is now open. 1 bow and arrow can be exchanged for 5 goats. You can shoot and kill animals within 30 meters. You can try it first and then exchange it. Don't miss it if you pass by. Mu, when he heard that he could shoot the animal, he ran over immediately. Can you give it a try? The warrior handed Mu a bow and an arrow, and then taught him how to shoot arrows. These bows and arrows were single-piece bows with an effective killing range of between 30 and 50 meters. The warrior drew his bow and shot, and an arrow shot out quickly. Call out. The arrow was firmly stuck in the wooden target, and the tail was still trembling. Many people said, after seeing the bow and arrow, couldn't they make it themselves? The making of bows and arrows is not as simple as imagined. The single-piece bows sold here are not made of bamboo, and bowstrings are also a technical job. Not really. Any straw rope can be used to make bowstrings. The bowstrings of the Chinese tribes are made of 3 or 4 wool ropes, which are then tightly tied together using a hand-operated machine. Only this kind of tight bowstring can really kill the prey. It is not like what some people say, that you can just hang a straw rope on it and shoot the prey to death. The bow and arrow made by a child can be shot out in a standard way, but is the bow and arrow powerful? So, primitive people could learn to make bows and arrows at a glance, but their attempts were always ineffective. Without professional tools, it is impossible to make a good bow. Don't bother explaining, you stubborn ones. He would say to some people, the bows and arrows I made can also shoot very far. What I want to say is that you are all using modern ropes. Even a woolen rope is 1,000 times better than a straw rope. The most primitive people could do was to weave straw ropes, which are used to make bowstrings. Abnormal people would not do such a thing. Mu looked at the arrow and was completely confused. What kind of bow and arrow is this? He really liked it. Mu said happily, I want this bow and arrow. I'll go back and get the sheep now. The soldier nodded in agreement. Then he added to Mu, you can go to the bank at the city gate and exchange it for 5 number 1 iron coins. Mu nodded and agreed. Dee also tried excitedly. When the arrow was shot out, he also fell in love with the bow and arrow. He said to the warrior, "I want this one too." The soldier nodded and agreed. "Wait for me to go back and bring the sheep over." Then he added to Dee that you can go to the bank at the city gate and exchange it for 5 number 1 iron coins. He hesitated for a moment, but nodded. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Bin and other two. Yi Bin sighed in his heart. This is the benefit of having a market. Moo, the goats they brought are all raised in a sheepfold. Any merchant who comes to Shinwu City can leave their animals here for free. This is also for the sake of hygiene in Shinwu City. Let's go. Yi Bin asked the three to follow him. He wanted to see how the bank exchanged money. The high priest knew what the city lord wanted to see. He trained the people under him almost every day. Since they knew the function of the iron coins, they had been practicing every day. They led 10 goats and came directly to a bank. After all, it was the first shop at the city gate, so it was easy to find. At this time, the bank just put up the counter. After Moo and his friends came in, they said to the people inside, "What is this iron coin? How do we exchange it?" The clerk patiently explained that our iron coins are divided into 5 types. Number 1 iron coin can be exchanged for 1 goat. Number 2 iron coin can be exchanged for 10 goats. Number 3 iron coin can be exchanged for 20 goats. Number 4 iron coin can be exchanged for 30 goats. And number 5 iron coin can be exchanged for 40 goats. Each type of iron coin represents a value. As long as the goat can exchange something, the iron coin can be exchanged. The iron coin must be wiped with animal fat every day. Why wipe it again? The clerk patiently explained, to prevent iron coins from rusting. This knowledge is taught in school. Wood asked another question. What is this iron coin? What should we do if we haven't used it all? If you haven't used iron coins, you can come to our bank to exchange them. The clerk said patiently. Yi Bin was very satisfied watching from the side. He looked at the high priest again and said, "The people you lead are all very good. I will leave the bank to you from now on." The high priest immediately agreed and said, "City Lord, I will never let you down. This is a time to show your loyalty." How could the high priest let it go? I'm still very confident in you doing things. Yi Bin praised the high priest and looked at Black Shark Solyu. From today on, you will be responsible for all the merchants who come to Shinwu City. The future of the Chinese wholesale market will depend entirely on you. When the 3 old men heard this, their blood began to boil. It was an honor for them to be valued so much by the city lord, so they immediately promised. "City Lord, we must complete the mission." Another soldier ran over. There were many people coming outside the city lord. They also brought a lot of cattle and sheep. "Ok, you go down first." Yi Bin agreed and let the soldier go. "Why don't you two go out and greet them?" "Okay, city lord. Outside Shinwu City, is this the market of the Huaxia tribe? Why is it so special?" A man who looked like a leader spoke up. He said, "What kind of Huaxia tribe is this? I've never heard of it before. And why is this strange thing as big as a mountain? This is the first time we have seen this thing, and it is so huge." A lot of people said all kinds of things, and many people were dumbfounded. This mountain is really too big. Just at this moment, 2 old men came out with smiles on their faces. Everyone had worked hard along the way. "I'll take you into the city right now." Hanyu also made a gesture of invitation, and the big man in the lead shouted, "Since everyone is here, why not go in and take a look first?" There was one person taking the lead, and everyone behind followed. Black Shark and Hun, you couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. These people are here to deliver sheep. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 282, Repair of Sewage Channels. What is this? Come take a look. At this time, the shops there were shouting loudly, "Wood Earth," and those people were exchanging something. Suddenly, the patrolling soldiers came over, and the leader said, "Hello. You can keep the cattle and sheep here first." The captain pointed to the cowshed again. Shinwu City has 4 gates, and next to each gate, there is a large cowshed and sheepfold. This is also to prevent cattle and sheep from defecating everywhere. The captain also kindly explained that you can leave a few people here to guard. And if you want to, there are special toilets here. Shinwu City does not allow people to poop randomly. Next to each toilet, there is someone to teach you. A few big men looked unhappy. What kind of Chinese tribe is this? You even interfere with other people's shit. This is the first time I've encountered this. After discussing it, a few people decided to leave a few people here to guard the cattle and sheep. At this moment, Black Shark came over with a smile. He came to these big men and explained these storefronts. When everyone heard that these storefronts were free, they could live in them for free for a whole winter and summer, which means a whole year. Their group formed an alliance of more than a dozen tribes, which also prevented them from encountering danger on the road. Many small tribes chose to travel together. After they checked in, many people couldn't resist their curiosity and came directly to the commercial street of the Huaxia tribe. The warriors in every shop were shouting loudly. The white salt shop opened today. A small can of white salt only costs 10 goats, or could be exchanged for a number 2 iron coin. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone was stunned, and a bearded leader said, "What is going on?" A man was also confused and said, "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it too." Suddenly, the bearded man was shocked. That seemed to be salt. A dozen people walked over quickly, and each of them tasted a little. Very salty. It's really salt. How do they do that? There were hundreds of soldiers patrolling the streets in each team. They were all wearing armor and holding long iron spears in their hands. They looked like people who were not easy to mess with. Some people started chatting in a low voice. This Huaxia tribe seems very strong to me. Look at their warriors. They all wear the same animal skins, but their skins are very strange. And their weapons are all the same length. Even the spear tips are the same size. This is the most powerful tribe I have ever seen. Yes, this Chinese tribe is indeed very strong. The tinder shop is open. One tinder can burn for a whole day. It only takes 5 goats to exchange one. You can also use 5 number 1 iron coins to exchange for a tinder. The soap shop is now open. It only takes 5 goats to make a bar of soap. Your whole body will smell nice after washing. You can also use 5 number 1 iron coins to exchange for a brand new bar of soap. Don't miss it if you pass by. Opportunity never comes again. Come and have a look. There's a soldier standing in front of each stall in the doors of more than 40 shops. These people were all trained by Yubin. At the beginning, the soldiers were also very embarrassed. This is how business is done. Once someone comes to buy, you won't feel embarrassed anymore. At this time, the soldiers are working harder than each other. Those men who came to exchange things directly became shopping experts. Each of them stood in front of a stall, and the whole commercial street immediately became lively. I want this, and I want this thing too. What? You want iron coins? What is an iron coin? You have to go to the bank to exchange iron coins. What is a bank, and what is an iron coin? Why is everything in this Chinese tribe so strange? There are all kinds of things said by the crowd. People are just like this. They will feel scared and terrified when faced with unfamiliar things, especially primitive people like them. The soldiers at the shop counter patiently explained to them that they could exchange iron coins at the bank, and that iron coins could be used to exchange things, and their function was the same as the value of the goat. It's just more convenient to carry. Iron coins allow you to exchange things better. You can also let the patrol team take you to the bank. In the Huaxia wholesale market, you can find the patrol team if you have any questions. After listening to the soldier's explanation, the crowd said many people immediately found the patrol team. We want to go to the bank to exchange iron coins. Can you take us there? The patrol captain smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to serve you. Please come with me to the bank." These warriors were all trained in advance by Yubin. He wanted China's wholesale market to leave a deep impression on all outsiders and primitive people. Yubin stood on the street and watched everything that happened in the Huaxia wholesale market. He was still very satisfied. These soldiers all showed good qualities. Black Shark and his men at the city gate brought in many more merchants. At first glance, these people seemed to be the ones who liked to hang out at the market all year round. They were leading goats, camels, and blue cattle in their hands, and carrying large amounts of salt stones. Black Shark immediately arranged shop fronts for everyone, and then taught them how to display their belongings. He also explained the iron coins to them, and pointed out the direction of the bank. Before leaving, he told the group of people that if they had any problems, they could find the patrol soldiers. The patrol officers of Shenwu City were almost always shuttling back and forth, and patrol officers could be seen everywhere on the streets. Shenwu City has 4 gates. Black Shark is responsible for guarding the east gate. Hunyu is responsible for guarding the south gate. The high priest is responsible for guarding the west gate, and Yubin himself is responsible for guarding the north gate. At this time at the north gate, Zhuifeng was leading more than 10,000 people to dig a sewage channel. The group of merchants who had entered the city before had all entered from the east gate. Besides, it was normal for a large number of slaves to appear in a market. As for making slaves work, it is not surprising at all. A tribe keeps a large number of slaves who are either sent to fight in wars or doing hard labor. They will never let the slaves rest, right? The team of more than 10,000 people was as long as a giant python, and one could not see the end at a glance. Yibin estimated that the sewage channel could be dug in about 3 days. Yibin was watching in a trance when Zhuefeng came running over in a hurry. A large stone was dug out not far in front of the city lord, and the slaves didn't know what to do. Big rock. Yibin muttered to himself, and then he said to Zhuefeng, "Take me over there to have a look." Yibin thought to himself, what kind of big rock is this? Wouldn't it be better to just go around it? When he arrived in front of the long stone, Yibin was stunned. The huge stone in front of him just blocked the sewage channel, and the stone was very long. It is impossible to go around it, because the big rock is too long. The only way to open up this sewage channel is to go through the big rock in front of you. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 283, Fire to Break the Boulder. City Lord, what should we do? Zhuefeng spoke cautiously, fearing that the city lord would say that they were useless and could not even dig a sewage channel. He knew that this sewage channel would be of great use to Xinwu City. Yibin recalled several methods of breaking stones in his previous life. The first method was to use explosives to blast the stones. It is obvious that the current Chinese tribes do not have the conditions for this. The second method is to chisel the stone manually. This method takes a long time and requires iron tools, and the effect is extremely slow. That's right, I have an idea. Zhuefeng, please bring more coal here. You must bring more. That's right. Yibin wanted to burn the stones. He wanted to use this method to evaporate the moisture from the stones quickly. Once the moisture was gone, the stones would begin to crackle and explode, and the rock layers above would fall off layer by layer. Yibin ordered the slaves to continue digging behind the rock. From here to the river is about 12,000 meters away. According to the normal walking speed of a normal person, it will take about 3 hours. This sewage channel is of top importance to Xinwu City. Without this sewage channel, Xinwu City would definitely be stinking. This is not what Yibin wants to see. He also wants to build a civilized city. Yibin planned another location, which is the location of the septic tank. This location is not far from Xinwu City, about 50 meters away. He wants to build a large septic tank here. A septic tank consists of 3 pools, which is 2:1:3. The middle pool is the smallest, and the third pool is the largest. The first pool is the water inlet, which is where the sewage enters. The sewage channel is divided into 2 systems. That is, 2 waterways are built in 1 canal, separated by bricks in the middle and finally finished with cement. There are 2 canals, one connecting to the public toilet in Xinwu City and the other connecting to the drainage system. The 2 canals each have their own functions. Otherwise, when it rains in Xinwu City, one canal will not be able to drain the water. Yibin was personally directing the work from above. The slaves were digging the soil diligently. There was one good thing about primitive society, that is, manpower could be used freely, and as long as they were provided with 2 meals a day, nothing else would be a problem. At this time, Xinwu City was already crowded with people. Perhaps it was because the 2 old men, Black Shark and Soul Yu, had done such a good job in publicity. Before the end of the month, the number of people had exceeded several thousand. There are more than 4,000 storefronts in Xinwu City, and each storefront is closely connected to each other. Haisha and Hanyu are so busy that they have arranged more than 1,000 storefronts in one afternoon. The 2 old men were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. The more people came, the more money they could make. Seeing so many people, the high priest had already returned to his own bank. If anything goes wrong, the city lord will not dare to use him in the future. His task is to supervise the bank and the issuance of iron coins. Every link in the process is very important. Thousands of stalls have been set up in the Huaxia wholesale market. According to Yi Bin's request, as long as they are from a tribe, they will be given a storefront. The learning ability of primitive people is still very terrifying. Many people, seeing that the shops of the Huaxia tribe displayed independent products, immediately followed suit. The current Huaxia wholesale market already has some of the shadow of modern people. Yi Bin didn't know all this yet. He was leading the slaves, digging a pond for grains and cereals. This was a major project. Zhuefeng and his men were also burning the boulders. Everyone in Xinwu City was busy with their own work. This was also a perfect arrangement by Yi Bin. Digging a canal of more than 10,000 meters is not an easy task. The canal requires bricks and large quantities of cement. These are the foundation of a tribe. If it weren't for the capable subordinates, Xinwu City would have stopped operating long ago. Xinwu City has a cement processing point and more than a dozen brick kilns in production. These buildings are all outside the city. Those dozen huge chimneys emitting black smoke are like cigarettes, making the entire sky full of smoke. For the times to develop and technology to advance, these costs are inevitable. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yibin came to the boulder. The boulder made a loud explosion from time to time. Every time there was an explosion, some stones would fly out. There were also soldiers holding shovels nearby who would hit the boulder from time to time. The huge rocks that had been calcined by the fire were as brittle as paper. As long as the soldiers hit them with shovels, the rocks would fall off layer by layer. Yibin looked at the soldiers and then said to Zhuefeng and the others, "That's it for today. Leave some slaves here to forge and arrange some soldiers to patrol." "Okay, City Lord." Everyone nodded in agreement immediately. Yibin then shouted loudly, "Back to the city." Zhuefeng brought his guard team and followed Yibin all the time. The soldiers took their work tools and lined up in a long queue and walked into the city. Now it's time for dinner, and Shenwu City also had a large cafeteria. Shenwu City is several times larger than Longshan. Whether it is the training ground or the houses, they are incomparable to Longshan, especially the cafeteria in Shenwu City, which is built in a high-end and grand manner. Suddenly, a team of ox carts came over, and Zhuefeng whispered in Yibin's ear, "City Lord, this is our Shenwu City's fishing team. They go out every morning and come back in the afternoon." Yibin nodded and agreed. He walked over curiously again, and Zhuefeng and the others followed immediately. When the members of the fishing team saw that it was the City Lord coming, they immediately stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. "City Lord, City Lord." The members called out City Lord one by one, which was also a kind of respect for Yibin. A team leader came over and said, "City Lord, this is the fish we caught today." The team leader opened the animal skin on the ox cart. Suddenly, a cart full of big white silver carp appeared in front of everyone. The silver carp in this world is much larger than those on Earth. A silver carp here weighs at least 30 or 40 kilograms. In the Chinese tribes, people usually eat silver carp and drink fish soup. The way to cook silver carp in the canteen is to remove the gills and scales, clean the internal organs in the silver carp's belly, then cut the silver carp into pieces, and finally put it into a ceramic jar and cook it over high heat. After the fish soup turns white, you need to add edible white salt and some wild vegetables. Then it can be given to the soldiers. In the canteen of the Huaxia tribe, most of the food is fish and soup, which can be considered a staple food. In this primitive society, being able to eat and drink enough every day is already a great happiness. Yibin patted the team leader on the shoulder and asked, "How many fish can your team catch every day?" The team leader immediately replied, "We can fill more than 20 carts like this one a day, and even more if we are lucky." You guys go back to the city first." The team leader agreed and immediately shouted loudly to the team, "Back to the city. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates." Chapter 2, 84 iron coins are successfully issued. In the cafeteria, everyone please make way. A large number of soldiers gathered in front of the cafeteria. Zhuefeng and his guards were leading the way for Yibin. Before, there were only 1,200 people led by Zhuefeng in Shenwu City. Later, Muzhan brought another 1,000 people, together with the 1,500 slaves. Even if they came to the cafeteria to eat, it would not be too crowded. But now it is different. Yibin brought 6 regiments here, each with more than 1,500 people. The 6 regiments plus Li Wang's more than 1,000 people total more than 10,000 people. A few days ago, Yibin sent Jinhua, Baihu, and Li Wang's cavalry to harass the Xuanwu tribe. The Xuanwu tribe had attacked Shenwu City several times, and Yibin had long wanted to teach them a lesson. The current Huaxia tribe is no longer the dozen or so people it once was. Yibin now has 17 regiments. Even if he sends a few regiments out, they will not be without the ability to protect themselves. There are still 6 regiments of troops in Shenwu City. These 6 regiments include Zhuefeng, Muzhan, Heiqin, Dashan, Xiongying, Shanlang, and Li Wang's 2 battalions. All these people together probably have more than 10,000 people. The canteen in Shenwu City can accommodate more than 3,000 people at a time. Many soldiers get their food and then go back to their rooms to eat. Zhuefeng arranged a seat for Yibin. People like them at the team leader level all have an independent small square table, which is considered privilege. Everyone has different abilities, so naturally their treatment will be different. After one batch of soldiers finishes eating, another batch comes. This also ensures that those who come later to eat will have a place to sit. After Yi Bin and the others sat down, the food came up quickly. The food they had today was stewed mutton and boiled fish. Zhu Feng served Yi Bin a bowl of mutton and placed 2 red fruits next to Yi Bin. This is the food for one person. If you can eat meat every day in primitive society, you are considered rich. Even in a super tribe, it is impossible to eat meat every day. Yi Bin took a bite of the mutton and felt that it tasted good. After adding white salt, the mutton immediately became delicious. Seeing Zhu Feng and the others were looking at him, Yi Bin immediately invited them to eat together. You guys eat too? Yi Bin said while eating. Zhu Feng, you arrange some people tomorrow and build a large canteen. I want to open a restaurant in Xinwu City. Zhu Feng was confused by what he heard. He asked in confusion, City Lord, what is a restaurant? Yi Bin slapped his head and thought, how could I forget this? Zhu Feng and the others are primitive people. Telling them the word restaurant is like bullying them. Yi Bin still explained that the restaurant is a place for soldiers to eat. It can not only provide meals for soldiers, but also for merchants outside. Zhu Feng became anxious when he heard this. City Lord, the soldiers are all our own people, so eating and everything is fine, but those merchants outside have nothing to do with us, right? Seeing Zhu Feng's anxious look, Yi Bin knew that he had misunderstood. I opened the restaurant to earn iron coins. If they want to come to eat, they have to pay an iron coin. One person pays 1 iron coin and can have 3 meals in the cafeteria. Every meal was enough to fill them up, and 1 iron coin was worth a sheep. A normal man eats a maximum of 10 kilograms of meat at one time, which means 30 kilograms of meat for 3 meals a day. We put salt and spices in our mutton, and we provide them with bowls and chopsticks when they eat. The main focus is on service. Adding all the above together, 1 iron coin can buy 3 meals. I think it is still acceptable. After hearing what the city lord said, Zhu Feng was dumbfounded. A sheep weighs about 300 kilograms. Even if the internal organs are removed, a sheep would still have more than 200 kilograms of meat, right? The city lord only provides 3 meals and charges them an iron coin. Isn't this bullying the primitive people? How could Zhu Feng know that in Yi Bin's previous life on Earth, people could make 50 times the money from a meal, but a meal like this only made about 7 or 8 times the money? City Lord, will they come over for dinner? Yi Bin said confidently, don't worry, no matter what era it is, there will never be a shortage of wealthy people. Okay, City Lord, early tomorrow morning, I will arrange for people to build a canteen. The scale of the canteen will be based on the standards of this canteen. Do you have any other instructions, City Lord? Starting tomorrow, a regiment will be left in Xinwu City for patrol. Each patrol team will be composed of 100 soldiers. If any situation occurs, the soldiers will immediately blow the horns around their waists. Okay, City Lord. The high priest came over happily. He only found out after asking others that the city lord and the commander of the wind-chasing brigade were eating in the cafeteria. The high priest's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. City Lord, do you know how many sheep we earned today? Yi Bin and Zhu Feng were both very curious, and they stared at the high priest closely. Yi Bin couldn't help but ask, how much did you earn? Don't keep us in suspense. The high priest said excitedly, City Lord, we earned more than 2,000 sheep today. So much? The high priest's face was full of excitement, because he was in charge of the bank. During dinner in the evening, all 4 banks came to him to reconcile their accounts. He didn't know if they were reconciling the accounts, and when he did reconcile the accounts, the high priest was shocked. Zhu Feng immediately said, could your bank have made a mistake in the calculation? Hearing Zhu Feng talking about the bank, the high priest immediately became unhappy. Brigade Commander Zhu Feng, you can doubt that I made a mistake in the calculation, but you absolutely cannot doubt our bank. Yi Bin was relatively reassured about the character of the high priest. The high priest was indeed a bit ambitious, but he was quite reliable in his conduct and would not deliberately say nonsense in order to elevate himself. City Lord, the bank doesn't have many iron coins left. Today, 1,000 number 1 iron coins were issued. More than 100 number 2 iron coins were issued. And as for number 345 iron coins, not a single iron coin was issued. Do you mean that there are not many number 1 iron coins left? Yes, City Lord. Yi Bin thought about it and was about to talk to the high priest. City Lord, the 2 old men, Black Shark and Hun Yu, came over in a hurry. City Lord, let me report the situation to you. City Lord, let me report the situation to you too. Yi Bin interrupted them and said, you 2 come one by one. Black Shark immediately said, City Lord, I'll go first. Brother Hunyu and I will manage the shops separately. He manages the recycling shop, and I manage the selling shop. Yibin looked at them with a high gaze. The two old men were quite smart. They knew to manage the shops separately, otherwise it would be easy to get them mixed up. Black Shark, you go first. Okay, City Lord. Today, the White Salt shop harvested 500 number 1 iron coins. There's also a bow and arrow shop, which harvested more than 50 number 2 iron coins. There are also animal hide shops, fire starter shops, soap shops, pottery shops, bacon shops, candle shops. Black Shark mentioned more than a dozen shops in total. The total revenue of these shops added up to 1,000 number 1 iron coins and more than 100 number 2 iron coins. Yibin nodded inside in his heart. Finally, everything matched up. Not a single iron coin was left in the hands of these merchants. They're just afraid that the iron coins will fall into their hands. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiching a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiching and urge for more updates. Chapter 285, All Good News. Very good. Yibin smiled and praised. Black Shark, you managed the shop very well. From now on, the daily account must be recorded on the animal skin. Okay, City Lord. Oh, by the way, you should hand over those iron coins directly to the bank for management. The bank is almost out of number 1 iron coins now. Zhuifeng, you should send a pigeon back to Longsheng and ask the Ministry of War to forge more iron coins. Yes, City Lord. Hunyu also said excitedly. City Lord, the saltstone shop received 200 bags of saltstone today. I have delivered the saltstone to the cafeteria. Is there anyone in the cafeteria who can refine white salt now? Zhuifeng immediately replied, City Lord, the canteen can refine white salt. This technology is kept secret, and there are only 1 or 2 people who can refine white salt. Very good. You must strictly control these core things of the tribe and select extremely loyal tribesmen. The technology must not be leaked. After Yibin gave everyone instructions, he said to Old Man Hunyu, the shop will collect saltstones and send them directly to the cafeteria. After they're processed, they will be sold by the White Salt shop. The shops recycle iron coins for saltstone, and you can go to the bank to collect them, but you must record the amount of saltstone collected and the number of iron coins issued every day using animal skins. From time to time, I will come and check your account books. If there are any problems, you will be punished. So I said, everyone, you must work hard. The Huaxia tribe will not forget you. Don't worry, City Lord. We will do our best for the Huaxia tribe and for all of us. Seeing how excited they were, Yibin still praised them a few words. High Priest, your bank did a very good job today. Black Shark and Hunyu also performed very well today. Zhuifeng is also worthy of praise. Under your management, Shenwu City is also in good order. Several people were praised by Yibin, and they all had smiles on their faces. Being praised by your superiors is also a kind of recognition of you. After they finished their meal, they all went about their own business. Yibin, with a dozen guards, went straight to the street of shops. Looking at the storefronts, there were some goods displayed in front of each one. When Yibin saw this, he was stunned. There were more than 1,000 shops in the Huaxia wholesale market, but Huaxia only had about 40 or 50 shops. How many people have come in these few days? No wonder the old men were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. It turned out that so many people already lived in the Huaxia wholesale market. The storefronts of the Huaxia tribe were currently being distributed for free. This is also a marketing method used by Yibin. What people fear the most is not the things with a clear price tag, but the things given to you for free. Once you get used to free things, you will never forget them. Yibin wants to make them accustomed to it, let them know the advantages of storefronts, and let them experience a different business model. Only when they are accustomed to it will the Huaxia wholesale market be able to make profits. There is a state-of-the-art canteen, free coal for the stove, and a storefront of their own. Except for the canteen, which costs money to eat, the other two are free. Shenwu City also has free public toilets, free well water to drink, and you can light a few candles at night. It was these things that were enough to keep them here. In primitive society, markets were all open-air stalls where people would exchange goods. If they were provided with a place to stay, they would be willing to stay and set up stalls. Shenwu City is like this. Not only can you set up stalls every day, you can also cook food inside the storefronts. Shenwu City also has free public toilets. Merchants live here and have everything they should have, including things they shouldn't have. Shenwu City will surely become famous overnight. It is estimated that within a few months, merchants from far away will come here in large numbers. In the primitive society, a product that has existed for thousands of years appears. How can it not be attractive? The shop model, the display inside the counter, the temptation of the storefront, plus the bank's iron coin system. The things here are not found in this society, including the houses that are closely connected to each other and the public toilets that can be found everywhere in Shinwu City. These things are not available in this era and are so advanced that no matter who encounters them, they will want to try them out. Shinwu City also has a rule that if you are given a stall space, once you leave on your own, it may be gone when you come back next time. People are selfish. If they give up such a good storefront so easily, they will never forgive themselves. This is called slowly trying to gain a small profit, but suffering a great loss. For those big tribes, that is definitely a good thing, but for small tribes, it is definitely a bad thing. Small tribes have no food support and will have to go back after a long time. But it is different for large tribes. They can form their own transport teams, send the items to be exchanged to Shinwu City, and then the shops will sell each item. Even was thinking about what might happen in the future. The soldiers in the shops along the way kept greeting Yibin. Hello, City Lord. Thank you for your hard work, City Lord. Mayor, why are you here? The warriors in the shops had smiles on their faces like AK that could not be suppressed. Every one of them had very good performance today. The warriors were, of course, indescribably happy to be able to earn iron coins for the tribe. Listening to the greetings from all around, Yibin responded with a smile. He was very happy that the soldiers loved him so much. As the saying goes, a city lord who is respected by others must be a good city lord. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work, too. Your white salt shop is really shining today. The soldiers asked a little embarrassedly. City lord, what is the meaning of shining brightly? Forehead. Brilliant. It means it's very powerful. Do you have enough white salt in your shop? The soldier immediately replied. Enough to sell. We still have some in stock in our warehouse. Very good. Now more and more people are coming to the wholesale market. White salt is an important commodity and must not be out of it. Even doesn't want to open the business today and then have his warehouse empty tomorrow. City Lord. A lot of people came to sell saltstone today. Our Chinese saltstone shops have already collected a lot of them, but Lord Hun, you gave them a bit low price. So many people were unwilling to exchange, and they all chose to set up their own stalls to exchange. Lowering the price? Yes, City Lord. Yibin was dumbfounded. This old man Hun Yu was really a talented person. If Yibin didn't know Hun Yu's background, he would have really thought that he was a time traveler. As for the matter of lowering the price, no matter which society it is, these old men and old ladies all know how to do it on their own. Fine. If there is not enough white salt, just tell me in advance, and I will find a way to solve it. Yibin sighed in his heart, saltstone. I wonder how Qingwan is doing. The Firebird tribe has a salt mine. It would be great if we could cooperate. Otherwise, we will have to find another salt mine. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 286 Construction of Sewage Channels. Early morning. City Lord, the water is out. Yibin was still lying on the bed and vaguely heard something leaking out. There were knocks on the door outside, and Yibin woke up instantly. Hearing the knocks on the door outside, he thought something happened in Shinwu City. What's up? Black Bull replied loudly. City Lord, good news. Our first well has water, and the flow is strong. Water coming out? Yibin muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered something. Oh shit, finally out of water. The well had been empty for 3 or 4 days. If Hainyo hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it long ago. Yibin quickly put on his animal skin clothes, opened the door directly, and looked at Hainyo, who was excited. How many wells are producing water? A well. Yibin couldn't wait to say, take me to see it quickly. This is the first well in Shinwu City. The role it brings is very commemorative. Hainyo quickly agreed. City Lord, please come this way. The two of them ran out in a hurry. When Yibin arrived at the mouth of the well, there was no one down there. The slaves had already come up. Yibin picked up a stone and threw it directly into the well. Boom! There was a clear sound coming from the well. Yibin could judge the depth of the water through this sound. The water in this well was about 1 meter deep. Yes, the water is more than 10 meters deep, and the amount of water is also very large. But this well alone is not enough to feed the people of Shinwu City. Yibin gave orders to Hainyo again. The well is the same as in the old city. The surrounding area must be sealed with cement, and the inside of the well must also be reinforced with cement. There must be no mistakes. The water in the well must be drained out and then covered with a layer of pebbles. Okay, City Lord. Hainyo carried out Yibin's words unconditionally. After agreeing, Heinyo immediately went to find people to reinforce them. At this moment, Zhuefeng ran over quickly. He said excitedly, "City Lord, the slaves have almost burned the huge rock yesterday. What should we do next? It's cooked so quickly? Walk. Let's go over and take a look." The slaves had worked overtime all night. Each time the fire burned for half an hour, the slaves would rub it vigorously with shovels. After the stone layers were calcined by the fire, they were easily broken into pieces. Besides, the sewage channel that Yibin requested was not particularly deep, only about 1 meter. There was still about half a meter of soil on top of the boulder, so the slaves only needed to burn 1 meter. Yibin walked quickly towards the north gate, which was the direction where the sewage channel was being repaired. Zhuefeng and his guards also followed quickly. After about 10 minutes, Yibin and Zhuefeng arrived directly at the location of the boulder. The slaves were still pounding the stones. Yibin looked at the location of the sewage channel, and then at the center of the boulder. The heights of the two were almost the same. The next step was to build a septic tank. Yibin directed the slaves to carry a large number of bricks and divided the large pool dug yesterday into 3 sections. The first pool was a medium size, the second pool was smaller, and the third pool was the largest. The septic tank has been introduced before. The size of the tank is 2:1:3. Zhuefeng asked curiously, "City Lord, why did you dig such a big pit? This is not an ordinary pit. It is the treasure of Shenwu City. If there were no such pit, Shenwu City would be stinking." Zhuefeng took another careful look and saw that it was just a big pit. I couldn't see what was so magical about it. Was this big pit really that powerful? Yibin nodded and explained to Zhuefeng and the others that this big pit is called a septic tank, which can purify human feces. The toilets in Shenwu City will flush the feces into the septic tank through this sewage channel. The first pool of the septic tank can purify feces. When the water flows to the second pool, the feces residue has already stayed in the first pool. When the water in the second pool flows to the third pool, it is basically clean water. This kind of water will not affect the water quality of the river when it flows into the river. If there is no septic tank, the river will be full of feces, and our fishing team will be greatly affected. I still didn't understand what the city lord said. Zhuefeng scratched his head. What the city lord said was too complicated. Zhuefeng listened for most of the day and felt like he was listening to a mystery. Zhuefeng said, "Why can this big pit evolve into that kind of feces? What is the principle behind it? How can a primitive man like him understand it?" Yibin patted Zhuefeng on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "You will all understand this knowledge in the future. Our task today is to dig through this sewage channel and build this septic tank." "Okay, city lord. I will ask the slaves to dig the canal." After Zhuefeng agreed, he immediately mobilized the men and distributed tools to the slaves. As long as they don't encounter any rocks, these 7,000 slaves, plus the 5 Chinese regiments, can complete the construction of a sewage channel in just 1 day. The slaves all wore iron shackles. They were grouped into groups of 10, with each person shackled on 1 foot. Only 5 sets of shackles were needed for 10 people, and when they walked, all 10 had to move together. This is also a means of controlling slaves. The iron shackles of the Huaxia tribe are real iron tools. Even if the slaves escape, they cannot open the shackles with their current means. Some people will say, if the slaves escaped, wouldn't they throw stones at them? What I want to say is that in this primitive society, there are no stones that can break the iron fetters. Unless the slaves chose to cut off their feet, even if they had to cut off their feet, it would be impossible for the slaves to do so without iron tools. So, in primitive society, a pair of iron shackles lock you up for life. Without professional tools, you would never be able to open the shackles. This is also the reason why no matter how many slaves there are, they can be easily controlled. Slaves are mixed with warriors, which is also a means of prevention. Everyone works together, and the long team of tens of thousands of people gives people a strong visual impact. The slaves brought bricks and cement, and Yibin found a few smart people and taught them how to lay bricks. After the cement was mixed, they laid bricks layer by layer. In this way, the 3 pools were slowly built. Yibin stood there watching, giving them some pointers from time to time. Whenever the slaves made mistakes in repairing the pools, Yibin would remind them that for physical work like this, building a few pools would only take a few hours as long as there were enough people. Yibin kept staring at them like this. During lunch, the food was delivered by the canteen. In order to speed up the progress of the canal, the slaves finished their meal and started working quickly again. During this noontime, the 2 old men picked up quite a few people, most of whom were from small tribes. They came to Shinwu City in groups of more than 10 people. When they saw Shinwu City, many of them wandered outside. Finally, a few representatives came in. They walked around the Huaxia wholesale market and then called all the people outside the city in. After everyone came in, it was like a spell was cast, and everyone's mouths were big enough to fit an egg. Is this the market of the Huaxia tribe? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 287 Septic Tank Completion. Exchange it for 10 iron coins for me. And exchange it for 10 iron coins for me. I need 40 iron coins. I came here first, so please exchange them for me first. The bank is full of people, all here to exchange iron coins. The high priest was sweating profusely. He arranged for people to release iron coins and collect cattle and sheep. One number 5 iron coin could be exchanged for 40 sheep. The man just now exchanged more than 10 at a time. Looking at the chaotic crowd, the high priest immediately shouted, "Everyone, line up in a long line." The bank of our Huaxia tribe has its own rules. The bank will not issue iron coins to anyone who does not queue up. When everyone heard this, they all became anxious. If Huaxia Bank did not issue iron coins, they would not be able to exchange things. Several cons immediately cursed. "Get in line, damn it! If anyone dares to cut in line, I will kill you all." The 2 soldiers from the bank also discovered the situation here. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the bank. 2 soldiers came over with weapons in hand. There was no emotion in the soldiers' eyes. They were all veterans of China and were arranged here by Yi Bin to prevent anyone from causing trouble. The crowd who were exchanging iron coins at the bank immediately lined up obediently. Faced with the momentum of the 2 soldiers, the crowd dared not act unruly. After all, this was China's territory, and no one would dare to risk their lives to stand out. Seeing that the crowd was stunned, the high priest immediately tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, if you want to exchange iron coins, please come one by one. This will not only save time, but also will not hurt everyone's harmony." The crowd immediately agreed. The old man was right. Everyone came here to exchange iron coins. There was no need to hurt the harmony. Yes, let's line up first. People are like this. When there are benefits, they flock to it, and when there are no benefits, they all become gentlemen. We can't blame them. This is how primitive people are. Otherwise, they were all traveling merchants. They would have fought in the bank a long time ago. After this incident, order was restored in the bank. Today is the 4th day that the bank has been open. Many merchants have also become accustomed to the iron coins. At the beginning, many people could not accept it. With the popularity of iron coins, every shop in China has to accept iron coins. They will not sell you things without iron coins. And the shops in China are full of things that are not available in this world. Many people fall in love with them after just one look. A slave suddenly shouted, "City Lord, the septic tank has been built, and the cement pipes in the tank have also been completed according to your requirements." As the slave spoke, he asked Yi Bin to come over to check. The septic tank has been under construction for 3 days, and Yi Bin has been impatient for a long time. There are more and more people in Shinwu City, which means there is more feces. The sooner the septic tank is built, the sooner Shinwu City will be clean. Very well done. Yi Bin praised the slave. Although they were all slaves, Yi Bin had never abused them. Apart from making them work, he also served 2 meals a day on time. Yi Bin looked at the septic tank and walked around it. He did not find anything wrong. There was no problem with the cement pipe either. The entire septic tank was considered to be completely completed. Good. Yi Bin was very satisfied with the slave's craftsmanship, and then asked the slave's name. "Your craftsmanship is very good. Are you interested in joining our Huaxia tribe?" The slave said excitedly, "City Lord, I am willing to join the Huaxia tribe. As long as you don't despise me, I will be yours in the future." "My people?" Yi Bin immediately coughed lightly. Why do these words sound so awkward? "By the way, what's your name?" The slave immediately replied, "Lord, I don't have a name yet." "No name?" Yi Bin muttered to himself, and then he smiled at the slave and said, "How about I help you pick a name?" The slave jumped up with joy and said, "The city lord will help me choose a name." Seeing the slave's happy expression, Yi Bin instantly thought of a name. This slave had good skills and was good at mud brickwork, so he called him Niba. "From now on, your name will be Mud." The slaves had no education, so when they heard the word mud, they immediately became excited. "Mud, although not very grand, is it better than having no name at all?" "Okay, I'll be called Niba from now on. I have a name." Primitive people are very easy to satisfy. They don't ask for much. Sometimes even a name can make them happy for several days. "Thank you, City Lord." The slaves have been in Shinwu City for more than a month and have learned some conversations between warriors and words of thanks to each other. Fine. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, it is only right that you be given a name. You must work harder in the future and help me bring more people out. I now appoint you as the team leader, in charge of slave team of 100 people. You can choose these people yourself. Yibin patted Niba's shoulder again and said, do a good job. I have high hopes for you. As long as you can bring out a group of people, I will transfer you to the Ministry of Industry. Niba nodded quickly and said, don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely bring a group of people with me. As long as I can help you relieve your worries, I will go anywhere you want me to go. Yibin was a little surprised. Was Niba so conscious, or was he just too charming that he could conquer Niba with just a few words? Niba asked again, City Lord, what is this septic tank? What should we do next? You asked someone to saw some large wooden boards over, cover the pool with them, and finally cover it with soil. All right. Be sure to leave some marks on the top of the septic tank so that it will be easier to find the location when cleaning the feces in the future. Okay, City Lord. I will definitely leave a mark, and I will tell the City Lord about you when the time comes. Very good. Yibin praised again and went to the front of the sewage channel. Logically speaking, this sewage channel could be completed this afternoon. After all, there are more than 10,000 people involved in the labor, including soldiers and slaves. Except for going back to the city for meals, the rest of the time, they were digging sewage channels here. Yibin walked towards the canal for about an hour. The slaves in front were laying bricks for the sewage canal, and some soldiers were also scraping cement on the bricks. City Lord. Hearing someone calling him, Yibin immediately turned his head and saw that it was Zhuefeng and Mujan. Mujan was still recuperating from his injuries a few days ago, but he sneaked out early this morning. The two of them walked over quickly. Seeing that Mujan was fine, Yibin was relieved, but he still said sternly, Mujan, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you running around again? Mujan smiled foolishly and said, City Lord, I'm fine. I was just hit by a few rocks. Those millions of mountain snake people really hit me hard. Yibin said unhappily, how many times? The armor of our Huaxia tribe can defend against all kinds of weapons, but it can't defend against big rocks. When the big rocks hit my body, all the internal injuries will be caused. When we fight with them in the future, we must prepare shields in advance. We have bows and arrows to suppress them, so even if they want to get close to our bodies, they will pay a heavy price. After hearing what the City Lord said, Zhuefeng and Mujan immediately nodded and agreed. Don't worry, City Lord. Next time I meet them, I will definitely kill them all. Mujan patted his chest loudly. Cough, cough. Yibin immediately asked, Mujan, are you okay with your injuries? City Lord, I'm fine. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching it. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 288, Profligate Merchant. In the morning, Yibin had just finished breakfast. Zhuefeng was the first one to come over. He walked in with a happy look on his face. At this time, Yibin was still at the table, biting a piece of meat in his mouth. Seeing that it was Zhuefeng who came in, Yibin immediately asked him to sit down. Zhuefeng, have you had breakfast? Come and sit down first. Zhuefeng nodded and said, Thank you, City Lord. I have already had breakfast. Mayor, the sewage channel we dug has been completely completed this morning, and the channel has been backfilled with soil. What should we do next? So fast. Yes, City Lord. The slaves were woken up by that mud before daybreak. He was a team leader appointed by the City Lord, and he worked really hard. Zhuefeng was apparently talking about the slave, but his implicit meaning was to praise Niba. Since he had Niba, his work had become much easier, and Niba had shared many things with him. Seeing Zhuefeng praising Niba so much, Yibin smiled and asked, What do you think of Niba as a person? It's pretty good. Niba is a hardworking person and not a cunning one. Especially when it comes to construction, Niba is a rare talent. I plan to let him join the Ministry of Industry. City Lord, Mud is a slave? Forehead. I forgot to tell you that yesterday afternoon, I let Niba join the Huaxia tribe. Now he is no longer a slave, but a member of our Huaxia tribe. The Ministry of Industry is our core. City Lord, have you really thought it through? I have thought it through. If Niba dares to have other ideas. Yiba made a gesture with his hand. Zhuefeng understood instantly. Don't worry, City Lord. I will send someone to keep an eye on him. If Niba dares to have other ideas, I will be the first to do so. Zhuefeng also made a gesture. Now that the sewage channel has been completed, you take people to open the main gate of the public toilet, and then issue an order that no matter who uses the toilet, they must flush it with clean water. Once caught, they will be expelled from Shinwu City. Okay, City Lord, I would like to add one more thing. You can monitor each other when going to the toilet. As long as someone successfully reports it, he or she will be rewarded with a number 1 iron coin. I believe many people will be willing to do this. City Lord, you are so awesome. There's an iron coin as a reward, and there will definitely be a lot of people interested. Zhuefeng was thinking in his heart, why is the City Lord so smart? The City Lord must be the reincarnation of a god. Zhuefeng was sitting there in deep thought, and Yibin immediately woke him up. Zhuefeng, do you have anything else to say? If you have nothing else to say, let's set off immediately. Okay, City Lord. After Zhuefeng left, Yibin called over a dozen guards and walked towards the Huaxia wholesale market. The market had been open for a while, and now there were more and more outsiders coming to the Huaxia wholesale market. Everybody, come and take a look. The live fish shop is open, and the fish are all lively and big. 5 big live fish are only 1 iron coin. Don't miss it if you pass by. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Fish is a relatively rare food for primitive people. They have no way to catch fish, and no one is willing to catch them. Instead of catching fish all day, they might as well collect some fruits. As the shop warriors shouted, the place was soon surrounded by people, many of whom were holding iron coins in their hands and shouting constantly. Give me 10 big fishes. I came here first, so give me 10 big fishes. What are you guys pushing for? I have already paid the iron coins. Hurry up and give me the fishes first. Why should I give you the fish first? We have already paid the iron coins. Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, then fight. Who is afraid of you? The crowd started to make noise, and some people started to fight. What are you all doing? Suddenly, a voice came over. The people coming were the Chinese patrol team. There were more than 100 of them. Each of them held an iron weapon, and the armor on their bodies made a clanging sound when they walked. In the past few days, the patrol team has dealt with a lot of bad guys. Many people were thinking about how to resist at the beginning, but they were beaten by the patrol team. The patrol team of the Huaxia tribe is really too strong. The crowd immediately quieted down, and several businessmen came out quickly. They knew how powerful the patrol team was. The last time a patrol team beat someone up, many people saw it. 2 businessmen said immediately, "We were just exchanging things, and we were not disrupting the rules of the market." So the crowd immediately agreed. Yes. We are just exchanging things and not disrupting the rules of the market. The patrol captain snorted coldly and said, "Next time when you exchange things, everyone line up. If I see you again, I will arrest you." Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. How could they dare to offend the patrol team? These people were all merchants from a small tribe. They just wanted to try something new and were not willing to cause any more trouble. Seeing that the crowd had a good attitude, the patrol team retreated directly. Yibin said to a guard beside him, "Who came up with the idea of setting up this live fish shop?" The guard immediately said, "Mayor, this live fish shop was arranged by Lord Black Shark. He said that we can't finish all the live fish, so why not? Why not just sell it?" "Yes, City Lord." Yibin smiled softly. The guard thought he was angry and immediately continued. 1 fish is only 30 to 40 kilograms. 5 fish are only 175 kilograms. 1 iron coin can be exchanged for mutton. Yibin was shocked. He didn't expect that this guard had such knowledge. It seemed that their reading was not in vain. "How do you know these things?" The guard said honestly, "These are all said by Lord Black Shark. Yesterday at the city gate, the fishing team just came back, and Lord Black Shark found them and said those words just now, which we just happened to hear. So that's how it is. That old guy Black Shark is really a talented guy. Let's go and take a look at the front." The guards immediately nodded in agreement. The current Huaxia wholesale market has already taken shape. There are 4 streets in Shinwu City, and each street has double storefronts. The so-called double storefronts means that there are storefronts on both sides. There are more than 4,000 shops in Shinwu City. There are more than 1,000 shops on each street. If the shops on both sides are added together, there are more than 500 shops on one side. The current Shinwu City is comparable to the county town in the 1980s. What Yibin did not expect was that almost all of the 4,000 storefronts in Shinwu City have been arranged. It seems that the Python Plain is really a good place. Yibin walked around for more than an hour. Most of the shops in the wholesale market were engaged in food exchange, and there were some shops that sold slaves. No matter which market it was, slaves were a must. Yibin came to a saltstone shop and asked the shop owner, "How do you exchange this saltstone?" The shop owner said, "Saltstone, 5 number 1 iron coins per bag. How much do you want to exchange?" 5 number 1 iron coins in a bag? Yes, 5 number 1 iron coins per bag. Eben lifted the bag with his hands. This bag of salt stone weighed about 100 kilograms. According to the normal refining process, 100 kilograms of salt stone can be refined into 15 to 20 kilograms of white salt. It also depends on the concentration of the salt stone. If the concentration of salt stone is not good enough, the amount of white salt extracted will be even less. A small can of white salt from a Chinese shop can be exchanged for 10 sheep, and the weight of the white salt is about 5 kilograms. In other words, one bag of salt stone can be used to extract 10 kilograms of white salt, which is calculated according to the minimum standard. When doing business, one must consider the worst outcome. If more white salt can be produced, everyone will be happy. According to this market price, one bag of salt stone can produce 10 kilograms of white salt, and 10 kilograms of white salt can be packed into 2 small cans. 2 small cans of white salt can be exchanged for 20 sheep at the market price. After deducting the cost of 5 sheep, one bag of salt stone can make 15 sheep. Eben was secretly delighted. This white salt was really violent. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 289, I think I figured it out. Hey, are you going to change it or not? The shop owner looked impatient. Eben didn't care. To these primitive people, since you come here to ask, why don't you exchange? Aren't you just making fun of me? Boss, I forgot to bring my iron coins. Eben wanted to say something else, but the boss started to chase him away. Walk. Why are you asking if you don't have any iron coins? The shop owner didn't give any face at all, which angered the guard next to him. You set up a stall in our Shinwu city and dare to talk to our city lord like that. I think you don't want to live anymore. When the boss heard that it was the mayor of Huaxia City, his attitude immediately became friendly. It turned out that you were the mayor of the Huaxia tribe. I was too anxious just now. I will give this bag of salt stone to you. Eben immediately waved his hand and said, No, we in the Huaxia tribe don't take anything from others. Wait for me to get the iron coins, and then I'll come over to exchange with you. Ok. The shop owner quickly nodded and agreed. This is the city lord of the Huaxia tribe, and I just offended him. The owner regretted it a lot when he thought about it. After Eben left, all the shop owners around him remembered his appearance. Many of them said cautiously, How come the city lord of the Huaxia tribe is so small? You ask me, then who should I ask? Everyone was chatting and gossiping at the same time. When Eben arrived at the bank, the high priest was still issuing iron coins and didn't notice Eben at all. There were 4 staff members in the bank and 2 soldiers at the door. There were 4 long queues inside the bank. Everyone was in order, not as chaotic as Eben had imagined. The soldier was the first to notice Eben, and he immediately came to Eben's side. City Lord, how did you get here? I will go and inform the director right away. The so-called director is the high priest. Eben immediately called him, and I can go in by myself. That's right. Why are banks so neat? The soldier immediately replied, Lord, it's like this. Some people were causing trouble in the bank before, but after we too scolded them, they became completely obedient. Ah! Eben suddenly laughed, and I thought their quality had improved, but it turned out that he was scolded. It's true. No matter what era it is, strength is the most important thing. Eben walked into the bank. The staff of the 4 banks were all issuing iron coins. For every iron coin they issued, the high priest would collect the corresponding cattle and sheep. Next, how many iron coins do you want to exchange? The man at the counter said, I want to exchange for 20 number 1 iron coins. The bank staff pointed to the high priest not far away and said, Go over there first to hand over the cattle and sheep. After the handover, come to me to collect the iron coins. Ugh. The man agreed and immediately arranged for the tribesmen to bring the sheep over. The high priest counted the number and said to the man in front of him, There are 20 sheep in total. Go to the counter and collect 20 number 1 iron coins. Ugh. The man agreed and quickly came to the counter. This was his first time to exchange iron coins. If many people had not said that iron coins could be used as cattle and sheep, he would not come to exchange iron coins even if you beat him to death. What is this iron coin? Can it really be exchanged for things? The bank staff said, Don't worry. As long as you have this iron coin, you can exchange it for anything in that store. The man held the iron coin in his hand and walked out quickly. Next, another voice was heard in the bank, and the staff was working. Several staff members knew Eben, and they immediately stood up straight. Hello, City Lord. The high priest looked up and saw that it was really the City Lord who came, so he walked over immediately. City Lord, There are more people coming to exchange iron coins today than in the previous few days. I have already sent a pigeon back to Longsheng. I estimate that the iron coins from Longsheng should arrive soon. Good. If they don't have enough iron coins, let them exchange them with cattle and sheep first. We must do our best to satisfy them. Only when they're satisfied can we make a profit. Okay, City Lord. The high priest immediately nodded and said, "By the way, City Lord, we have earned tens of thousands of sheep in this period of time. The warriors in our Huaxia tribe shop are too busy every day, especially the white salt shop. Its sales volume is currently the best. And then there's the bow and arrow shop. Now the bows and arrows are almost out of stock." Yibin was very curious. How could this bow and arrow be sold out? It seems that there are a lot of outsiders coming to this Huaxia wholesale market. Okay, I got it. How are your iron coins? If it is not enough, you must tell me in advance so that I can go to the market to get some. Whether the wholesale market can open up depends on this time. This is how business works. If you can't even open your business well, how can you expect anything in the future? If merchants and buyers don't have a good experience, why do you expect them to come back next time? The high priest thought about it. Then he immediately said to Yibin, "City Lord, the number of iron coins has obviously decreased in the past few days. What is the reason for this? Are the iron coins decreasing?" Yibin muttered to himself. He smiled and said to the high priest, "There are several reasons why the iron coins have become less. The first is that people have a sense of security. The second is that the iron coins have been dispersed. As for the third type, iron coins are easier to keep. Many people fall in love with them after using them. Iron coins are convenient to carry and can be exchanged anytime and anywhere." The high priest said anxiously, "City Lord, what should we do then? They took all the iron coins away, so our bank has no iron coins left? How can we exchange them for others? If our bank has no iron coins, how can we exchange them in the future?" Yibin's face was filled with dismay after hearing this. What was the high priest thinking? When people come to exchange iron coins, they use their own cattle and sheep. Even if they take the iron coins away, it is normal. Okay? What if they take the iron coins? The high priest asked in confusion. The iron coins they exchange for cattle and sheep should belong to them. Even if they take them back, there should be no problem, right? Yibin laughed as he spoke, which made the high priest beside him so anxious that he couldn't speak. Yibin decided not to tease him anymore. There will be fewer and fewer iron coins in the future. Each iron coin has its value. After those people take the iron coins away, they will come back next time. At present, except for our Huaxia tribe, other tribes will not recognize iron coins at all. In short, the more iron coins are taken away, the better. Only in this way will the iron coins be recognized. What we have to do is to produce a large number of iron coins. One iron coin represents a mutton sheep. The high priest always feels something is strange, but he also feels that what the city lord said makes sense. It seems like something is missing. What went wrong? For a moment, my brain became a mess. City lord, wait a minute. Let me think about it carefully. Yibin did not disturb him. He came to the counter by himself. Looking at the iron coins in the box on the counter, Yibin also found a pattern. That is, the exchange rate of number 1 iron coin is extremely high, followed by number 2 and number 3. As for number 4 and number 5, almost no one goes to exchange them. This is probably the reason why the amount is relatively large. Many people are still waiting and watching. Once the wholesale market has formed a scale in the future, large amount iron coins like this will also be more popular. City Lord, I think I figured it out. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 290 King Li asks for help. The high priest said excitedly. In other words, they took the iron coins away, but the only place where the iron coins can be used is our Huaxia wholesale market. No one in those other tribes will recognize the iron coins? Sure. High priest, you have become smarter. What you said is indeed correct. After they take away the iron coins, they will come to the Huaxia tribe next time. Only our Huaxia wholesale market will recognize the value of iron coins. This is also a brand new method. We are currently groping forward. If there is anything that is not done well, we still have a chance to remedy it. City Lord, I have an idea. Tell me, what are your ideas? Yibin said casually. It would be great if my subordinates could give me some suggestions. The high priest said immediately. City Lord, we can also build an iron smelting room in Shenwu City so that we don't have to run back and forth. Every time we come back from Longsheng, we waste a lot of time. Yibin thought about it and wondered who should be sent to build an iron smelting room in Shenwu City. Ironware is of utmost importance to China, and there cannot be any mistakes. If it is leaked out, China will face a devastating disaster. Seeing that Yibin didn't say anything, the high priest immediately became anxious. City Lord, are you worried about something? A little bit, Yibin said bluntly. The ironware cannot be leaked out, otherwise there will be huge trouble. It's no wonder that Yibin is cautious. He will leave Shenwu City in the future. Once Shenwu City has an iron smelting house, it will be far away from the emperor. If the people below have any ulterior motives, there must be a great victory in the future. There cannot be an iron smelting room in Shenwu City, and ironware can only be made in Longqing. There are no more than 5 people in the Huaxia tribe who can make iron, and among them are Old Man Bear, Black Bull, Oiran, Black Panther, and King of Power. The high priest looked disappointed. It would have been great if the city lord agreed. From his point of view, the closer the iron smelting room was, the better. But from Yibin's point of view, iron tools were equivalent to nuclear bombs. Who would take out a nuclear bomb to build one? Seeing the high priest's disappointed look, Yibin decided to explain that the most feared thing in the relationship between superiors and subordinates is disunity. It's not that I don't want to, this matter is too important. It concerns everyone's life. If it is not handled properly, the tribe will face a catastrophe. The high priest asked anxiously, City Lord, I don't quite understand. When we return to Longsheng in the future, who should be handed over to the iron smelting room here? What if someone had ulterior motives and used the iron smelting room to make swords and guns? The Huaxia tribe would suffer heavy losses. The high priest broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the city lord suspected that he had ulterior motives? City Lord, I definitely didn't mean that. The high priest was stuttering. This is a capital crime. Yibin looked solemn and patted the high priest on the shoulder again. I didn't doubt your intention. I just told you the seriousness of the matter. The high priest said immediately, the city lord is still thinking long-term. I only thought about the bank's difficulties, but not your difficulties. It is me who has made things difficult for you. Fine, some things can only be found in Longsheng. I absolutely believe in you. I'm also considering the Chinese tribe. High priest, please don't let your imagination run wild. No. The city lord is also doing this for the tribe. I am willing to do anything as long as it can make the Huaxia tribe stronger. City lord, why are you coming here today? Yibin smiled and said, I just came to take a look. Your bank is doing well. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always come to me. Okay, city lord. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside. City lord, Brigade Commander Feng Zhui has something to talk to you about. Ugh. Yibin greeted the high priest and took his men away. City lord, you are finally back. I just received a piece of animal skin with a message for help from Li Wang and others on it. It seems like they are in some trouble. Show it to me quickly. Zhui Feng handed over a small piece of animal skin. Yibin opened the skin and saw 5 words written on it. Xuanwu tribe is urgent. The general meaning was that there were too many people in the Xuanwu tribe, and they were in trouble. Yibin immediately gave the order. Notify all team leaders immediately and have them gather at the training ground immediately. Yes. Zhui Feng agreed. He quickly went to inform all the team leaders, and soon the sound of horns was heard in Shenwu City. Whoa. Yibin said to the guard around him, let's go to the training ground now. Yes, city lord. Wholesale market. The patrolling soldiers are explaining to the people in the market. Don't worry, everyone. This is our Chinese tribe training. You should just do what you should do now. It turned out to be training. What is training? You don't even know how to train? There were all kinds of things being said on the street. One businessman said, I just came to the Huaxia tribe today. Can anyone tell me what training is? You don't even know how to train. Are you from that small tribe? A man from a big tribe said, with a look of disdain. The people around immediately started laughing. It was obvious that they were from a small tribe. They didn't even know how to train. It really made me laugh to death. Training ground. Yibin stood on the high platform. When the soldiers heard the sound of the ox horn, they all ran quickly to the training ground. When the ox horn sounded, it meant that something had happened to the Huaxia tribe. The team leaders all shouted loudly. Hurry. Everybody, hurry up. If you delay the city lord's important business, I will skin you alive today. The soldiers all ran quickly, and the ground of Shenwu City was shaking slightly. The soldiers' steps were not messy at all, and each step was so neat. As the sound of footsteps on the ground began to get louder and louder, the number of soldiers on the training ground gradually increased. After everyone arrived, Yibin began to call the roll. The situation was urgent, and no one knew what had happened to Li Wang and the others. After the team leaders received the news, they immediately became anxious. Dashin and Shanlang, although they have joined the Huaxia tribe not long ago, have also experienced several wars. Besides, people are all made of flesh and blood, and the warriors have slowly developed feelings for each other after being together for a long time. Yibin Shao Lude, Shanlang, Dashin, Xiaoming, and Heiqin, the four of you will set out with me. Zhuifeng, Muzhan, Haisha, Hunyu, and the high priest, the five of you will guard Shenwu City. If any enemy comes to attack the city, Zhuifeng, you will lead everyone to repel the enemy. Yes, 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 yes. The five people agreed in unison. Don't worry, City Lord, we will definitely defend Shenwu City. No matter who comes to attack the city, we will make sure they never return. Everyone patted their chests and promised. Yibin nodded to the five people. Then, he said to the four group leaders, take 10 days' worth of dry food and set off immediately. The four team leaders responded loudly. Yes. After the army received dry food, they immediately set out of the city. Yibin called Shanling over and asked him a few questions. The two of them whispered a few words, and Shanling went to lead the way. Yibin called Heiqin over again. After Heiqin came over, Yibin began to say, keep a close eye on Shanling. If he makes any move, immediately, Yibin made a gesture of wiping his neck. Okay, City Lord. After receiving the order, Heiqin immediately led his men to chase after them. Dashin saw it all. He actually knew in his heart that if he wanted to gain the trust of the City Lord, he had to kill more enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 291, Guerrillas in Danger. The team was divided into three parts. The ones in the front were Shanling and Heiqin. Their two regiments were leading the way, and a regiment led by Dashin was following closely behind them. Yibin also secretly gave Dashin a task, which was to let him keep an eye on Shanling. This was actually a test. If Dashin colluded with Shanling, it meant that Dashin could not be kept. As for Yibin himself, he brought with him a reorganized Eagle Regiment and the two personal guard battalions left behind by Li Wang. Together, they formed a very strong fighting force. Xiongyin came to Yibin and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. What's wrong? Yibin Asket, Jeswali. City Lord, that mountain wolf, why did you give him the position of team leader? He is a scourge. The eagle asked in confusion. Yibin glanced at the wolf in front of him, then looked at the eagle beside him. He said again with great earnestness, in this world, there are no absolutely bad people, nor are there 100 good people. Everything depends on one word. What word? The eagle asked curiously. Prophet. Yibin pretended to be deep and said, as long as someone harms your interests, you have a reason to attack him. The mountain wolf killed the giant scorpion leader because he wanted to survive. The eagle thought for a while and asked, what is the benefit, Lord? Also, what does the mountain wolf killing the giant scorpion leader have to do with his survival? Yibin taft sinjidity. Benefit. It means damaging the interests of others, just like the time when the giant scorpion leader caused the mountain wolves to suffer heavy losses. In the end, he didn't have a good solution. In that situation, if the soldiers want to survive, there can only be one person who can make the decision. Obviously, this person is not Mountain Wolf, but the Mountain Wolf and his men want to survive, so this will create a disagreement. Since Mountain Wolf and the others want to survive, there is only one way, and that is to kill the giant scorpion chief and have Mountain Wolf take his place. In this way, Huaxiao will not be able to make things difficult for him anymore. If they reject their surrender, who will dare to surrender to our Huaxiao tribe in the future? The eagle showed a silly smile. City Lord, what you said is too complicated. Although I didn't fully understand it, I believe that what you said must be correct. Captain Li Wang, your cavalry team goes first. We are surrounded now, and your cavalry still has a chance to break out. When you meet the City Lord, you must tell him in time that there are too many warriors from the Xuanwu tribe. Tell the City Lord and his men not to take risks here. Baihu said worriedly, I think it's too late. The pigeon has been sent back a long time ago. The City Lord and his men must be on their way. Jinhua blamed himself and cursed. It's all my fault for being greedy and reckless and getting you involved. Captain Jinhua, this is not just your fault. If there is any fault, it is all ours. Now is not the time to talk about this. We haven't suffered many casualties. We're just trapped in this low-lying area. As long as we can find a way out, we will be able to return to the tribe safely. Baihu analyzed the situation for the two and told them the current difficulties. Now they were trapped in a low-lying area in a valley. The middle of the valley was blocked by a big river, and the army of Xuanwu tribe was guarding the entrance of the valley. An old man asked, Wizard Ji Xuan, why don't we rush in? The psychic wizard on the side had already been impatient. He had been repelled by the Huaxia tribe before and almost couldn't come back. What he didn't expect was that the Huaxia tribe dared to launch a sneak attack on the Xuanwu tribe. Wizard Zhishuan laughed. Don't be in a hurry. The weapons in their hands and the things they were extremely threatening to us. They can't hold on for long. Oh, why? The psychic wizard asked. Don't you realize that they are a lone army? And the food they brought with them won't last long. If we rush in now, we will definitely pay a heavy price. What does Wizard Zhishuan mean? The old man asked. Are they going to be trapped inside to death? As long as we guard the entrance of the valley, they will have no chance of getting out. If they try to cross the river behind them, it will be their lives. Zhishuan burst into laughter. The other two also laughed. The psychic wizard laughed and said, if it weren't for that bald leader, we really wouldn't have any solution. Yes, they did not choose several roads, but insisted on choosing a dead end. It must be God who was helping us. They, the Huaxia tribe, must have offended the gods. The old man continued. Zhishuan looked at the guard beside him and asked, how are you doing with the things I asked you to do? Wizard Zhishuan, rest assured, we have prepared all the stones. They are all as big as human heads. We guarantee that they will suffer heavy casualties. Okay. Zhishuan said good 3 times in a row. This method of hitting people with stones was taught to him by the psychic wizard. Zhishuan and his friends had already experienced the iron armor of Jinhua and his friends. The iron armor was invulnerable to swords and spears. The swords and spears mentioned here refer to bone knives and stone spears. Many people will say, can't Jinhua and the others shoot with bows and arrows? At the beginning, Jinhua and his group did use long-range bows and arrows for shooting, but after several hours of chasing and shooting, the arrows were almost used up since they only had stone arrowheads. There's nothing to be sad about. In the past few days, we mainly used sneak attacks, and many of the arrows we shot could be recovered. But as time went by, Wizard Zhishuan also discovered this, and in the next few battles, not a single arrow was retrieved. Instead, they were chased and beaten by Zhishuan and his men. Since they lost the advantage of bows and arrows, the two sides had several hand-to-hand combats. At the beginning, Jinhua and his men's regiments still had the advantage in equipment. In addition, the Xuanwu tribe also suffered a lot due to the cavalry team, led by Li Wang, but Zhishuan and his men were not stupid. They knew that the cavalry team was difficult to fight. They wanted to chase them, but couldn't, and they suffered heavy casualties every time. But the Xuanwu tribe is rich. Zhishuan mobilized more than 2,000 camels. Camels have gentle personalities and are not as irritable as blue bulls. When camels arrive on the battlefield, they can be used as cavalry. Moreover, it can also withstand the impact of cavalry. Li Wang and his men had no way to use the iron lock formation of their war horses, which also reduced their own strength. Zhishuan also notified the nearby subordinate tribes. On the other hand, Jinhua and his people knew nothing about this. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already been surrounded by the enemy. So the scene just now happened. Jinhua and Baihu Li Wang and his people dived straight into the bottom of the valley. The old man said, what are these stones used for? The psychic wizard said first, this kind of big stone can seriously injure their warriors. Just seriously injured? Can't kill them? The old man asked unhappily. Zhishuan immediately came out to smooth things over. They said that we really had no way to deal with the things they were wearing, and their weapons were also very powerful. Our soldiers couldn't get close to them at all. Even if we attack them with stones, we will suffer heavy casualties. But this is our own territory, our warriors, and there are so many of them. Zhishuan gestured with his hands. The general meaning is that our warriors are more than 10 times theirs. Even if we exchange 10 people for one, we can still wear them down. Chapter 292, I Am the God. 3 days later. City Lord, we have arrived at the territory of the Xuanwu tribe. If we walk forward for another day, we will see their first subordinate tribe. The mountain wolf said in a flattering tone, very good. Yibin Said, Jaswali. Then he said to Shanlang and the others, send a dozen people out and have them gather information ahead. If they find anything, have them come back and report immediately. Yes, City Lord. There were 2 people, Mountain Wolf and Eagle, and each regiment sent out 10 people. Soon the spies ran away. Now they were fighting deep in the enemy's territory, and they had to be cautious in every step. If they were ambushed by the enemy, it would be a loss. Yibin came to the highest point and took out the telescope in his arms. Through the telescope, Yibin did not see anyone. Why is it so quiet? What's wrong, City Lord? He Qin asked. This is too quiet. It shouldn't be like this, right? Li Wang and his group made such a big noise. The Xuanwu tribe should have been on higher alert. Why didn't I see anyone? How could Yibin know that these subordinate tribes nearby had long been transferred away by Zhishuan and his men? Now, except for some old people and children, the rest of the subordinate tribes are women. Yibin observed for a while, but still found no danger. Send an order. Everybody keep moving forward. Don't stop without my order. Get the soldiers running if you encounter any danger. Rush up and solve it immediately. Yes. He Qin immediately issued an order. Everyone, start running immediately. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately began to quicken their pace. Since this was a green meadow, the soldiers did not make any noise. Yibin rode on the black phantom cloud and walked in the middle of the army, looking through a telescope from time to time. After walking for about 3 or 4 hours, a dozen spies returned from the front. City Lord, a spy said hurriedly. City Lord, there is news. There were so many people gathered in the valley ahead. The spy was afraid that Yibin might not understand, so he gestured a few more times. Yibin also gestured, and the spy nodded repeatedly after watching. Damn, Yibin cursed in his heart. This time, the Xuanwu tribe dispatched about 60,000 people. This is much stronger than the Taotai alliance. The strength of the Xuanwu tribe is indeed terrifying. If there had not been a conflict of interest between the two tribes, the Xuanwu tribe would not have taken action. Everyone, find cover immediately. Yibin, I asked the spy a few more questions. How far are they from us? The spy thought about it. It's probably this far. He gestured to the team, and Yibin thought to himself, isn't this about 4 kilometers? Walk. Take me over to have a look quickly. Yibin ordered He Qin and others to wait for him there, while he took a few spies and went directly to the enemy's valley. The city lord and his men are numerous, so we'd better be careful. The spy kindly reminded, let's find a secret location first and see what the enemy is doing in the valley. They talked as they moved forward quickly. About half an hour later, Yibin and several spies had arrived at the back of the valley. Yibin found a patch of dense grass and several people quickly hid in it. Observing through the telescope, Yibin took a breath of cold air. The other side actually had so many people, and there was also a camel army of several thousand people. Camels are good things. Not only can they be ridden, but they can also be used to fight on the battlefield. Cavalry composed of camels can easily crush infantry. There are at least 50,000 to 60,000 enemies in this valley. Yibin Jur said Lude. Damn it. The Xuanwu tribe is indeed not so easy to deal with. Their strength is the strongest tribe Yibin has ever encountered since he traveled through time. Even those people from the Taotai alliance are no match for the Xuanwu tribe. A spy nearby said, City Lord, what should we do now? There are too many enemies. The entire valley is full of them. Should we fight them first and then lure them out so that the captains can escape directly? No, Yibin immediately denied it. Not to mention whether he could lure them out. As long as his people showed up, they would be immediately besieged by them. At that time, not to mention Li Wang and the others, even the people Yibin brought with him would be in danger. Why? City Lord, it's not the time yet. Yibin talked about his plan again. Let's go now and attack the market of Xuanwu tribe. Their focus is in this valley, so we should do the opposite. City Lord, what do you think we should attack? The spies thought they had heard it wrong, and they asked in disbelief. Yibin smiled and said, attack the market of the Xuanwu tribe. You all should learn from this, right? This tactic is called besiege way to save Zhao. When we attack the market of Xuanwu tribe, and then make a bigger noise so that they will have a feeling that they are going to be destroyed, the patriarch and high-level officials of Xuanwu tribe will definitely send people out to call back the enemies in the valley. By then, the spies were completely confused. They didn't understand a word the city lord had just said. It would have been fine if they didn't understand. The city lord started to retreat halfway through his speech. He even gave orders to several people. Retreat. After hearing the city lord's order to retreat, the spies came to their senses. Although they had many questions, now was really not the time. After Yibin returned to the team, he immediately called several team leaders and told them about his plan. After Dashin heard the plan, he immediately stood up and asked for the order. City Lord, shall we attack the bazaar? I promised to capture the market. City Lord, you just watch from behind. The mountain wolf's eyes turned, and he seemed to have thought of something. City Lord, let's go attack the market, shall we? Looking at the two people fighting, Yibin knew what they wanted. It was nothing more than wanting to gain his trust so that they could have their own place in the tribe in the future. Eben had an idea in his mind. He looked at Shanlang and the others with a smile and asked, "Does anyone know if there is any canyon nearby?" Mountain Wolf immediately replied, "Lord, I know that there's a canyon like this one near the Xuanwu tribe, and it is also the only way they can travel." "Yes, City Lord," Dashin immediately responded. They called this valley the Valley of Gods. It was said that their wizard could communicate with the gods in the Valley of Gods and bring down all kinds of divine punishments. After hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Eben chuckled, and everyone looked at him. Everyone was thinking, could the City Lord be scared silly? But Yibin's next words directly shattered their three views. Do you know what God is? Several people immediately shook their heads. To primitive people, anything that could not be explained was a punishment from the gods. I am a god. I came down from heaven, and my mission is to save you, to give you enough food and warm clothes, to prevent you from having wars, and to prevent any more members of your tribe from freezing to death in winter. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 293, Besiege Wei to Save Zhao. City Lord, are you really a god? Everyone asked immediately. Eben mentioned the animal skin he was wearing and said with an air of a master, "Of course, I came from the sky. As for what the sky looks like, I will explain it to you later when I have time." Several team leaders were all excited. The City Lord was really a god. A god actually appeared in our Chinese tribe. Okay, let's talk about this later. Now let me arrange the plan. Dashin, you lead a regiment to go around the back of the Xuanwu tribe's market. Shanlang, you lead a regiment to attack them on their left and right. As for the main entrance of the market, leave it for them to escape. He Qin asked doubtfully, "City Lord, why should we let them go?" The eagle also asked anxiously, "Yes, why should we let them go? City Lord, why don't you let our group attack the main gate?" "No, I have my own plan, and I can't let such a small profit ruin my entire plan." Xiong Ying wanted to say something else, but Yibin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Dashin, Shanlang, you two can set off now. Remember, after they escape from the market, Dashin, you go to the canyon on the left side of the Valley of Gods, and Shanlang, you go to the canyon on the right side of the Valley of Gods. We are just above the two sides of the Valley of the Gods. At that time, Captain He Qin will teach you what to do. Remember, you must not be greedy. If anyone ruins my plan, you will not have to return to the Huaxia tribe. The two men shuddered immediately. When the City Lord said this, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Dashin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The City Lord's aura was too scary. Mountain Wolf said tremblingly, "Don't worry, City Lord. We will definitely follow your orders." "Very good. I believe in your abilities. Shall we get started now?" "Yes, yes." Jinhua cursed and said, "Why don't these guys from the Xuanwu tribe attack us? What on earth are they trying to do?" Baihu thought about it and expressed his opinion. "I think they want to trap us to death. I don't know what happened to the City Lord. These bastards from the Xuanwu tribe are a bunch of ballless cowards. When I catch them, I will cut them into pieces." As Li Wang spoke, a pair of hammers made banging sounds. "So what should we do now?" Several people asked at the same time. Baihu showed a helpless smile and said to the two people beside him, "The City Lord will definitely come. Let's just wait patiently now, right?" "Uh-huh. It can only be like this. Sooner or later, I will have to deal with that bunch of bird people from the Xuanwu tribe." Baihu started talking about his plan again. "My plan is this. Our two groups will merge into one. The shield and sword soldiers are in the front row to take the damage. The spearmen are in the back to output, and the archers are changed to spearmen. We have no arrows now. I just looked at the enemy's formation. They are at the entrance of the valley and have piled up a lot of big rocks. Although the shield and sword soldiers can block, the enemy can choose to attack from above and below. The shield can only defend one position. If it is raised above the head, the enemy can attack. If the lower body of the warriors is vertically blocked in front of the body, the enemy can throw stones to attack. And their stones are each as big as a warrior's head. Although we can quickly break through their defenses, we will also pay a heavy price if we are surrounded by them. At once, King Li said loudly, "I know what you mean. Once we are surrounded by them, we will never be able to return to the tribe." There was a moment of silence among them. "City Lord, the Valley of the Gods is ahead. Dashin is like a tour guide. He explains to Yibin every good spot along the way." Yes, This Valley of the Gods is indeed dangerous, with cliffs on both sides and only one road leading into it in the middle. It is a natural place for ambushes. The eagle asked doubtfully, "How come I didn't see anyone along the way?" Yibin smiled and said, "It's not that there is no one to be seen, but they have all gone to the valley. They want to trap our 2 regiments to death, so I will burn down their base camp. I want to take a good look and see who suffers greater losses in the end. I want to let the Xuanwu tribe know that the Huaxia tribe is not to be bullied. Yes, yes, yes. We should teach them a lesson. They have been opposing our Huaxia tribe every day, and they really think that our Huaxia tribe is easy to bully." The team leaders said in unison. After walking for about half an hour, everyone finally arrived at the Valley of Gods. There's an old saying that goes, "If you look at the mountain, you will kill the horse if you run too fast." Yi Bin and his group had already seen the Valley of Gods, but it still took them more than half an hour to walk. Big mountains and mountain wolves, you must remember what I told you. Just drive them all away and then set them on fire. As for supplies and food, don't take them all away. After you set the fire, immediately retreat to the Valley of the Gods. We will be waiting for you on the cliffs on both sides. Don't be greedy for what you have gained. Dashin and Shanling nodded heavily at Yibin. They also knew how dangerous the matter was. If even one link was not done well, they would sleep here forever. Don't worry, City Lord. We will complete the mission and try to gather here as early as possible. Let's go. Yibin patted the 2 men on the shoulders and told them to be careful and to cooperate with each other if they encountered any trouble. After Shanlang and the others left, Yibin immediately arranged the task. Xionging, you lead a regiment to the cliff on the right side of the Valley of Gods and tell the soldiers of your regiment to take good care of the alcohol bombs and not let anything go wrong. Okay, City Lord. The eagle agreed and led the soldiers to climb to the right side of the cliff. When Yibin came to Xinwu City this time, he knew that there would be a big battle. When he came, he brought more than 6,000 cans of alcohol bombs. This time when he came to rescue Li Wang and others, he only brought out more than 4,000 cans of alcohol bombs. Heichin, you take a regiment and my 2 personal guard battalions to climb to the left side of the cliff and notify the soldiers in your regiment. We must protect the alcohol bombs on our bodies. The cliff this time is too steep, and we are fighting deep behind enemy lines. The alcohol bombs the soldiers carry are all our assets. Don't worry, City Lord. Even if we have to climb up, we must bring all the alcohol bombs with us. This concerns everyone's life. Very good. Notify the soldiers to climb the mountain. Yes. Heichin shouted to the team. Start climbing the mountain. The soldiers received the order and quickly climbed up the cliff. The alcohol jars on their backs made shaking sounds. Everyone was very careful, fearing that if one of them lost their grip, both the person and the pottery jar would fall down. This was their top secret weapon, and there could be absolutely no mistakes. After everyone climbed up, Yi Bin and Heichin and a few others took out their telescopes. Through observation through the telescopes, they saw that the mountain wolves were already attacking. Dashin also successfully went around to the back of the Xuanwu tribe's market. At this time, there were not many warriors in the city. Yi Bin asked curiously, "Why is there no woman in this Xuanwu tribe?" "City Lord, this is not the Xuanwu tribe. This is just a market of the Xuanwu tribe. The real Xuanwu tribe is still very far away from us." The person who spoke was a soldier. He used to be from the Dashin tribe, but was later separated and dispersed by Yi Bin. He then came to Heichin's regiment. How do you know? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 294, Burning the Xuanwu Market. Kill them. Shanlang was commanding from behind the crowd. The warriors were wearing bamboo armor and holding China's magic weapons in their hands. Wherever they passed, the blood on the ground flowed like streams. There were only a few warriors in the market, and the rest were merchants who came to trade. Mountain Wolves and his men did not kill these ordinary merchants. Seeing that they were still standing there stupidly, Mountain Wolf immediately became annoyed and started cursing at those merchants. Roll. Hearing the wolf's angry curses, the merchants who came to exchange ran faster than rabbits. About 10 minutes later, there was no merchant left in the market. At this time, Dashin and his men launched a fierce attack from the back of the market. Kill them all. Dashin immediately began to give orders. The 1st Battalion of sword and shield soldiers will hold the front line, the 2nd Battalion of spearmen will output damage, and the 3rd Battalion of archers will shoot. Everyone listen to my orders and charge forward. After receiving the orders, the soldiers picked up the iron tools in their hands and started hacking at the soldiers in the market. Wherever the blades passed, the ground was covered with broken limbs. The soldiers who came to block the way were only 400 or 500 in total. When they saw the enemy coming out in front of them, the archers immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. A battalion of archers had more than 500 people. 2 rounds of arrows were shot out, and the sky was instantly covered by a rain of arrows. Each arrow made a sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the sharp arrows fell to the ground, there were no enemies left standing. The sword and shield soldiers immediately stepped forward to finish off the enemies. The arrows that had been shot were also recovered by the warriors. The entire market was dyed red with blood. The warriors took out the tinder they carried with them, and after they were lit, they immediately started setting fires over a large area. The market of the Xuanwu tribe was built with wood, and each of their huts was covered with hay. After a while, a huge fire broke out in the Xuanwu tribe market. Yibin observed through the telescope and saw that Dashin and Shanlang were really trying to kill them. A smile appeared on Yibin's lips. He could finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. Many people came out of the market. There were the most merchants among them, and there were also some warriors in the market. They quickly fled to the Valley of Gods because the only exit of the market was the Valley of Gods. Seeing the people escaping in the middle of the canyon, Heichin immediately asked Yibin, "City Lord, they have all escaped. Should we shoot arrows?" "No, let them all pass." "Let them all pass?" Heichin thought he had heard it wrong. "City Lord, do you want to let them all pass?" "Right? Just let them all go. I want to use them to fish." Yibin let them go so that they can go and get help. When they know their home is gone, they will definitely lead the army back. When they pass by the Valley of Gods, Yibin will definitely treat them to a barbecue. At that time, all old and new accounts will be settled together. Yibin also wants to let them taste what it feels like to have the market attacked by others. About an hour later, Dashin and Shanling came back. The entire market of the Xuanwu tribe was already pitch black. It could be said that this action plan was half completed. The market had become a ruin at this time. The shacks and supplies in the market had all been reduced to ashes. In the distant valley entrance, Wizard Jishuan is discussing something with everyone. I don't think they can hold on for much longer. We can send a team to persuade them to surrender. We're still very interested in the things on them. The psychic wizard laughed and said, "As long as they surrender, will Wizard Jishuan really let them go?" Several people laughed at the same time. For them, the thing the tribe had the most was warriors. No matter whether they were the people from the Baiwan Mountains or those from the Xuanwu tribe, they were not something the Huaxia tribe could resist. The old man said to Wizard Jishuan, "In order to avoid any more trouble, let me lead the others to charge in, okay?" The psychic wizard also nodded and said, "I think that High Priest Wei Xian is right. In order to avoid any more trouble, shall we charge in?" Jishuan hesitated for a moment and looked into the low valley. There was a square-shaped team there. From the perspective of Jishuan and his men, it looked like a Chinese character. Oi. Their shield and sword soldiers stood in the front, while the spearmen were providing damage in the back. Jishuan thought for a while and decided to take them down by force. "Psychic wizard, lead your men to charge." Oh no. The market was burned down by the enemy. "I want to see the great Wizard Jishuan. I want to see the great Wizard Jishuan." A group of dirty and disorderly people shouted, "We want to see the great Wizard Jishuan." Wizard Jishuan was unhappy. He yelled at the noisy crowd, "Who is crying over there? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will kill you on the spot." A commander who escaped from the market quickly passed through the crowd and came directly to the great Wizard Jishuan. "Master Wizard, this is bad. Our market, our bazaar has been burned by the enemy." Jishuan kicked him and asked, "What did you just say? Say it to me again." The commander was kicked and flew away, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction because the person who kicked him away was the great wizard of the Xuanwu tribe. Even the high priest of the Xuanwu tribe didn't dare to come out and talk to him. "Master Wizard, there are too many of them. We really can't defeat them. They have powerful weapons, just like those who attacked our market. But the people who came this time are more brutal than those last time. One of them seems to be..." "Who is it? Why don't you say it quickly?" Wizard Jishuan said angrily. The commander who was speaking was trembling with fear. He immediately told everything he knew. That person was the leader of the Mountain Wolf clan. Jishuan took the scepter in his hand and smashed it directly at the commander. The scepter hit the commander's head and blood instantly flowed all over the ground. The commander had blood on his forehead, but he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it. High Priest Hui Xian on the side wanted to say something, but couldn't. The market of the Xuanwu tribe was managed by High Priest Hui Xian, and the leader who was beaten was also a capable general by his side. Upon seeing this, the psychic wizard immediately came out with a smile to smooth things over. The enemy was really too cunning. They left some people here to tie us down, and they brought a large number of troops to attack our market. This Chinese tribe is really becoming more and more complicated. After hearing this, Wizard Jishuan's expression immediately softened. He cursed angrily. I will definitely destroy this Huaxia tribe with my own hands. High Priest Hui Xian asked, Master Wizard, what should we do now? What else can I do? Wizard Jishuan said dissatisfiedly, Pass on my orders, all soldiers, follow me back to the market. Anyone who hinders the army's advance will be killed on the spot. Yes, Master Wizard. The guards on the side immediately agreed loudly. These guards were Jishuan's personal bodyguards. They were all tall and strong, and the fat on their bodies gave people a great sense of oppression. Chapter 295 Ambush on the Road. So what should they do? The psychic wizard said. The finger is pointing at Jinhua and the others in the low-lying valley. Wizard Jishuan said angrily. Do we have any other choice? Is the market more important to us, or is it more important to them? Seeing the threatening look in Wizard Jishuan's eyes, the psychic wizard immediately shut up. Wizard Jishuan was from a large tribe, and they were all inferior to him in front of him. After a while, Jishuan left in a hurry with a large number of troops. Li Wang and his group in a low-lying valley were all filled with question marks. Li Wang asked curiously. They all seem to have left. Do they know they can't beat us? Baihu said unhappily. You'd better take a good rest. I guess there will be a big battle soon. Jinhua said indifferently. We will fight them sooner or later. As long as they dare to come, I will make them go to the underground to be buried with me, even if I risk my life. Li Wang rubbed his eyes, raised his head, and looked towards the valley entrance. Indeed, he saw that they had all retreated. Li Bang shota aksitavli. They have really gone far away. You two should stand up and take a look. Jinhua thinks Li Wang is joking. Brother Li Wang, sit down and have a rest first. Li Wang was also anxious. He pulled Jinhua and the other man up and pointed to the entrance of the valley in the distance. Look for yourselves. Is there another person there? The two men looked up and were immediately incredulous. They really all retreated. What on earth happened? Li Wang slapped his head suddenly and instantly thought of something. It was the city lord and his men who were coming. It must be the city lord and his men who were coming. Jinhua and Baihu also became excited instantly. The city lord really didn't give up on us. Jinhua immediately asked, What should we do now? Or should we just charge out? The three men were all rough and uncouth, and Baihu was a little stronger. He used to run a market, so when it came to thinking, he was naturally better than Li Wang Jinhua. Baihu pondered for a while and then expressed his opinion. They retreated in such a hurry. They must have encountered some trouble. The ones who could cause them trouble must be the city lord and his men. Let's follow and see. If the city lord is in any danger, we will lead the soldiers and charge towards them directly. Jinhua and Li Wang looked at each other in the air, and they both nodded in tacit understanding. Li Wang said loudly again, Since we have reached a consensus, shall we set off now? Uh-huh. Both of them agreed, and Jinhua shouted to the warriors, Set off. Following Jinhua's order, the soldiers immediately took action, and the sound of armor colliding could be heard throughout the low valley. The warriors were divided into 3 formations. The sword and shield soldiers were always in the front, the spearmen were in the middle of the team, and the cavalry stayed at the end. The next morning, the soldiers were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers rushed over, led by Jishuan and his group. As it was too late yesterday, the soldiers led by Jishuan spent the night outside. As soon as it got light this morning, Jishuan ordered the guards to wake everyone up. After the soldiers finished eating, they quickly rushed to the market. When the army arrived at the Valley of Gods, Jishuan and his men slowly stopped, and High Priest Huixian asked, Master Wizard, what's the situation? Wizard Jishuan did not say anything. He looked around cautiously. About 10 minutes passed. Just when everyone was puzzled, Wizard Jishuan waved his hand, and the guards around him immediately understood. The guards shouted loudly, Everyone, quickly pass through the Valley of Gods. If you let an enemy go, all of you will be severely punished. When the soldiers heard this, they immediately quickened their pace. The wizard was ruthless, and if anyone delayed him, it would not be long before the head on your neck would be moved to another place. Eben breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had been discovered by the old man. As long as the enemy entered the Valley of Gods, Eben would be sure to kill 1/3 of the enemy. Some people will ask why they were not all killed. There are 2 reasons. The first is that Eben brought too few people. The second is that the road in the Valley of Gods is too short. Even if the enemy came in, 20,000 people would have died. The city lord and his men came in, and He-Chin whispered in Eben's ear, "What should we do now? Don't be in a hurry. Let their vanguard go in." Eben showed a wicked smile. He cursed in his heart. "You guys have come to this day? Wait and see how you die." After a while, Dashin became a little anxious. Most of the enemies had already passed. If he didn't take action, almost all of them would have passed. "City Lord, when do we take action?" Dashin asked anxiously. "Wait a moment. Let more people pass through." Looking at the road in the middle of the Valley of Gods, it was already crowded with people. He-Chin looked at Yi-Bin, then looked at the enemies in the middle of the canyon. He-Chin was like an ant on hot pan. He looked at the middle of the canyon again. The enemies had already passed half of the way. Why didn't the city lord take action yet? Yi-Bin has been staring at the canyon. His goal this time is very simple, which is to eliminate about 20,000 enemies. If he cannot kill so many people, Yi-Bin will retreat immediately. The fire can also prevent the enemy from counterattacking. "What a pity," Yi-Bin said to himself. "What a pity, city lord." He-Chin immediately asked. He really wants to know what the city lord said. It was a pity. Yi-Bin explained patiently. "Don't you notice that their camels have already walked out of the canyon, but half of the rear troops of their team have not yet entered?" "Yes." "City lord, why did you let them pass?" He-Chin asked unhappily. In He-Chin's mind, you shouldn't have let their camels pass. Now that the enemy's camels have passed, He-Chin feels that he has suffered a great loss. Yi-Bin was speechless immediately. Why should he let them go? He-Chin really has a pig brain. If we don't let them pass, all of us will die here. Why? He-Chin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Take a close look at the Valley of Gods. This place is not suitable for large-scale ambush. The roads in the Valley of Gods are too short. Even if you throw alcohol bombs, you can't burn those camels to death, and you will alert the enemy in advance. At that time, the more than 50,000 soldiers behind us will attack us. Do you think our 4 regiments can repel them? I don't know. He-Chin, like a child who had done something wrong. Although he was brave in battle, he didn't take his brains with him at all. "City Lord, what do you mean? We should just fight their last wave?" When Dashin asked this question, he was still a little uneasy. This is a battle with the Xuanwu tribe, and they have several subordinate tribes. If they are besieged by them, the few people the city lord brings with him will probably die here. Eben nodded. Then he said to the 2 men, "We did not arrange soldiers to defend the exits on both sides of the canyon. If the road in the middle of the canyon is long enough, we can arrange 4 regiments in advance to guard the exits on both sides of the canyon. As for all of them now, none of them can think of getting out, but the reality is just the opposite. As long as there is a fire in the middle of the canyon, the enemies will immediately flee towards the exit. However, there are no soldiers guarding the canyon exits on both sides, so very few people would be burned to death. So we had to wait for the last group of people to enter before we started throwing alcohol bombs. The advantage of this plan is that the enemies in front of the canyon entrance have not all walked out, and the enemies behind the canyon entrance have no way to get through. The archers from several of our regiments can use bows and arrows to cover their retreat. As a result, the road in the Valley of the Gods was filled with nothing but fire and burning men, and their camel army had no chance of coming to support us. By the time the fire was out, we would have already started to retreat. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 296, Burning the Valley of Gods. City Lord, your plan is perfect. Although He-Chin has no brains, he is not a fool who understands nothing. He and Dashin and a few others can still tell whether the City Lord's plan is good or bad. A soldier shouted hurriedly, "City Lord, this is their last group of people, and the warrior wants to say something else." Eben immediately gave the order. Everyone took out their fire starters and immediately started lighting the alcohol bombs and throwing them directly into the canyon. After all the alcohol bombs were thrown, shoot them with bows and arrows. The soldiers agreed immediately. Yes. After a while, one fire starter after another started burning. The soldiers immediately lit the alcohol cotton. When the alcohol cotton touched the flame, a huge fire immediately started to shoot up into the sky. The soldiers threw out the clay pot bombs quickly, and it was like a rain of fire in the middle of the canyon road. The pottery bombs shattered one by one, and alcohol flowed out instantly. The entire canyon was immediately swallowed up by the giant, flaming beast. In the middle of the canyon road, the sound of alcohol exploding was heard. Bang, 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 bang. The warriors in the middle of the canyon instantly turned into firemen. Each of them was stained with alcohol. No matter how they beat the flames could not be extinguished. Aeawiawa. Saveme, saveme, saveme. Fire. Such a big fire. The warriors were burning with a sizzling sound, and the animal skins on their bodies turned to ashes in a short while. The entire middle of the canyon road was in the mouth of the fire monster, and everyone was desperately beating the flames. Inside the canyon, various voices of the soldiers were heard. Some were unwilling, some were desperate, some were afraid, and more were in pain. The entire middle of the canyon road was like a purgatory on earth. A commander-level figure shouted, "Everyone, run to the exits of both canyons, otherwise you will die here. The people in front, please move faster." The fire burned me, and the soldier shouted in pain, but no one paid attention to him. The canyon exit ahead was already crowded with people. So many people were crowded together that the exit of the canyon was blocked. Many soldiers saw that they could not move forward, so they picked up their weapons and attacked their own people. Many people died at the hands of their own people before they could react. Wizard Jishuan and his men didn't know what had happened inside the canyon. After all, they were a team of 60,000 people. The people in front had walked several kilometers, while the soldiers behind were experiencing the calcination of alcohol. The noisy sound of tens of thousands of people is just like a concert. Since Wizard Jishuan and his companions were almost at the market, as for what happened next, how could an old man of about 1.7 meters in height possibly see it, unless he could fly or had a god's perspective? Otherwise, it would be very impressive if you can see behind hundreds of people. Why do stars stand on a high platform during concerts? If they stand below the stage, can those people behind you still see the stars? The answer is no. Now Wizard Jishuan and his companions are still worried about what happened at the market. As for how many people died later, they will talk about it after they are all dead. Yibin was commanding the soldiers to shoot arrows, while a regiment led by the eagle on the opposite side was also throwing alcohol bombs quickly. The sound of alcohol jars exploding could be heard throughout the canyon. Bang, 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 bang. Every time an alcohol jar exploded, a huge fire immediately broke out within a 2-meter radius. As the jars fell one after another, a raging fire started in the canyon. Those who were still alive were burned to death by the new round of flames. At this time, Jinhua and Baihu also arrived. Li Wang's cavalry had no place to use their skills. It's impossible to let Li Wang and his cavalry rush into the fire, right? The first group shot arrows at me, and the second group began to prepare. Yibin was directing in an orderly manner. As soon as the first group shot the sharp arrows, the soldiers of the second group immediately followed up. If you want to shoot arrows well, tacit cooperation is essential. Behind the canyon entrance, there were deafening shouts of killing. A regiment led by Jinhua and another regiment led by Baihu directly blocked the rear exit. Anyone who came out of the fire would be killed by Jinhua and his men. "City Lord, it's Captain Jinhua and his men," He Qin said happily at the side. "Captain Baihu and Captain Li Wang's cavalry are also here." "Captain, they are all here." Yibin looked down and saw that it was indeed Li Wang and his group. The eagle on the opposite side also shouted loudly, "Brother Li Wang, Brother Jinhua, Brother Baihu, why are you all here?" Jinhua smiled and replied, "These weeds and bird people, I don't know what happened, they brought people back. According to the guess of the White Tiger brothers, it should be you, the city lord, who have come, so we followed them from a distance. We didn't expect that you ambushed them here. It really makes us happy. Kill them all, don't let any enemy out." Jinhua issued orders one by one, and the soldiers carried them out in an orderly manner. Baihu was also giving orders. The 3 weapons of the Huaxia tribe were: send the sword and shield soldiers forward, the spearmen output damage from the back, and the archers shoot at the enemy. However, the archers had run out of arrows. Yibin shouted loudly to everyone, "No one of you was hurt, right? City Lord, none of us were injured. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have all been dead by now. Jinhua and his men's equipment is indeed the most advanced, but they can't withstand the enemy's large numbers. It's good that everything's fine. We will start to retreat now. Jinhua and the others thought they had heard it wrong. The soldiers were having the upper hand, but the city lord was actually going to retreat. What was going on? Yi shouted to the people on the opposite side. Xiangying, Shanlang, the two of you lead the warriors in retreat to the bottom of the Valley of Gods. The faster the better. The two agreed immediately. Yes, yes. Xiangying and Shanlang immediately gave the order, and everyone started to go down the mountain. After receiving the order, the soldiers lined up in 2 rows and walked towards the bottom of the canyon. Yi said to the people around him, "Everyone, go down the mountain immediately. Make sure the soldiers pay attention to safety. The canyon is steep, so have the soldiers pull each other." "Okay, city lord." After everyone came down, there's already a mountain of corpses at the entrance of the canyon. The soldiers were still guarding the entrance of the canyon. If any enemy ran out, they would be put to death there immediately. "City lord." Levant came to Yibino. He was most moved to see the city lord here. As long as the city lord was there, the Huaxia tribe would not abandon anyone. Yi patted Li Wang on the shoulder. Although it looked a bit funny, no one felt it was wrong. Yi is the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Even though he looks like a child, no one really treats him as a child. You all have worked hard. Yi is really grateful to them. If it weren't for everyone's efforts, Shenwu City would not have been open for business until now. For the sake of the Huaxia tribe, we are willing to die in battle, the soldiers shouted loudly. Yi waved his hand. Back to the city. As for how many people died, Yi estimated that it would not be less than 10,000, right? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 297, Discussing Countermeasures. After a few days, more and more people came to Shenwu City. Some foreign merchants also had their own shops, and most people knew the use of iron coins. "City Lord, will the Xuanwu tribe come again? What should we do next?" Baihu asked worriedly. This time, the Xuanwu tribe suffered such a big loss, they will definitely send people to retaliate. Even thought about it, and felt that what Baihu said made sense. If China suffered such a huge loss, Yi would definitely bring people to destroy them. Is this right? You should send a regiment out for patrol every day. The patrol area must be large. Every patrolling regiment must bring a few bird cages. If they discover the enemy in advance, they must send a pigeon message back immediately. "Okay, city lord." Baihu agreed and immediately turned around to make arrangements. He found that although the city lord was young, he was the wisest person he had ever met in these years. Yi discovered that after Li Wang came back this time, he became a little worried. He didn't know what had upset him. Could it be that he was blocked in a low-lying area by the enemy and felt that he had lost face? "Li Wang, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the city lord calling him, Li Wang finally reacted and said, "No, nothing happened." "City lord, is our cavalry too useless?" "Why do you ask?" King Li didn't say anything. Yi became even more curious. He just stared at Li Wang. Li Wang couldn't stand being stared at, so he decided to speak out all his thoughts. "City lord, are cavalry really that powerful?" Yi didn't even think about it. He answered casually, "Of course. Cavalry can be said to be the most powerful military force in the world." "What's wrong? Why do you ask?" This time our cavalry team was a drag on Captain Jinhua and his men. At the beginning of the battle, our cavalry team had no rivals, and we even repelled the enemy many times. "Isn't that great?" Li Wang laughed naively and narrated what happened next. After we had shot all our arrows, we switched to using war horses and iron chain formations to attack. But before long, they sent out a lot of camels. When we charged again, the war horses were blocked by the camels. No matter which direction we attacked from, their camel army would quickly appear in front of the crowd. After Li Wang finished speaking, he fell into deep thought again. He couldn't understand why his war horse, which had been invincible before, would be defeated so miserably this time. Are you wondering why this happens? Libang Nuda Afabili. In his mind, it was the cavalry that did not perform well. Li Wang had no idea that everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. Although the cavalry was very powerful and their compound bows were also very powerful, they had no backup supplements. A rapid-fire compound bow without arrows is just garbage. When cavalry meets cavalry, it all comes down to hard power. Maybe someone will say that Li Wang Jinhua and his men have iron armor and the most advanced iron tools in their hands. Yes, they do have powerful equipment, but you can't defeat them in numbers, right? There are more than 60,000 soldiers led by Ji Xuan, and they also have a camel cavalry team. No matter how powerful the iron weapons are, can they withstand the impact of camels? Because you're an isolated army without any backup supplies, and both sides have cavalry, which is a fatal flaw, as the number of the enemy is simply too large. Li Wang immediately grasped the key point and asked, Chief, what are supplements? Supplements are support, or they can be said to be a kind of foundation of the tribe. In fact, what is fought for is the support. The so-called support is food, weapons, armor, and a large number of warriors. As long as you have backup supplements, you will have endless arrows. With the continuous compound bow that can fire arrows, you can easily defeat the enemy, including their camel cavalry. Li Wang immediately became happy. No wonder the cavalry team he led could not defeat the enemy. It turned out that there was no backup supply. The task I originally gave you was to harass them. So why did you run into a blind spot? Li Wang grabbed the bald man and recalled the situation at that time. City Lord, what happened was this. We sneaked in the market of Xuanwu tribe. We were targeted by an old man. The old man was very smart. He notified many subordinate tribes and waited for us to launch a surprise attack again. They had surrounded us long ago, so I immediately led the cavalry team and rushed out of the gap. Captain Jinhua and Captain Baihu also immediately ran out with their soldiers. Wait, you said there was an old man? Yes, Chief. It was all because of that old man. In his hand, he was holding a strange thing with a weird shape, which looked like a black stick. Yibin Said Unhapidi. That thing is called a scepter, and it represents a person's rights in the tribe. Yibin had read a book before. In the distant ancient times, wizards and high priests all wore their own scepters in the tribe. What's the use of the scepter? Is it used for hitting people? Li Wang asked with a silly look on his face. For baby Li Wang, these things were his blind spots in knowledge. The scepter represents power. With the scepter, you can mobilize the warriors, and those who see the scepter will immediately express their obedience. City Lord, many more merchants came outside. They brought a large number of cattle, sheep, and camels. Zhuifeng said breathlessly. Oh, a smile appeared on Yi Bin's lips. You should have guessed the reason. It must be that the market of Xuanwu tribe was destroyed, and they had nowhere to go, so they chose to come to the market of Huaxia tribe. Chasing the wind. Call all the team leaders to come to my room for a meeting, and call the high priest and Black Shark Solyu. And you, Li Wang, come along too. Yes, yes. The two of them agreed immediately. The city lord's room. Everyone, I believe you all know about the trouble we encountered this time. The people of Xuanwu tribe have gone too far. They have suffered such a big loss this time. They will definitely come back to take revenge. Now, I want to hear your opinions. Everyone thought for a while, and Black Shark spoke first. The Xuanwu tribe is actually not scary. What is scary is the ethnic group behind them. Ethnic group? Yibin Said in surprise. What is that? This was the first time that Jinhua and the others had heard of this ethnic group. What was this ethnic group? Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Black Shark told them everything he knew. The clan was a larger tribe, which had surpassed the super tribe. Generally, people in large clans possess some powerful things. What? Everyone asked. For example, a powerful weapon like this. Black Shark pointed at the iron knife of the Wind Chaser. Yibin instantly lost his composure and asked, Are you saying they also have iron knives? It was not an iron knife, but a weapon made of another material. When all the people from the Taotai Alliance gathered before, the chief of the Blood Wolf tribe took out that kind of weapon. He also demonstrated the power of the knife in front of everyone. Later, they went to attack the Firebird tribe. Yibin also led his men to destroy the Blood Wolf tribe. Unfortunately, at that time, the chief of the Blood Wolf tribe was still on the road and had not returned. I guess he would break down and cry on the spot when he returns, right? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 298, Discussing Countermeasures, Part 2. You mean bronze? Black Shark was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that the city lord actually knew about bronzeware. City lord, how did you know? Yibin said unhappily. Isn't it just a bronze artifact? This is the natural law of social development. No matter which primitive tribe it is, it will eventually go through this process. Everyone asked curiously, City Lord, what is social development? And what is the law of nature? Yibin waved to everyone and said that they could talk about those things later. The most urgent task now was how to figure out how to deal with the Xuanwu tribe. Let me first tell you my opinion. The Xuanwu tribe will not come here in the short term. They must be busy building a market now. Shanlang, you lead a regiment and are responsible for patrolling the area around Xinwu City. If you encounter an enemy attack, you must blow the horn in time. Yes, City Lord. Ever since Shanlang joined the Huaxia tribe and fought several battles, Yibin's feelings about him can only be said to be okay for the time being. Shanlang has no way out now. If he wants to live well, he can only stand with Huaxia. Dashan, Baihu, Muzhan, and Zhuifeng, your 4 regiments are responsible for the protection and security of Xinwu City. Zhuifeng, you are now the brigade commander. You should choose a commander to take over the regiment you originally led. Your job is to be in charge of several regiments in Xinwu City. All the regiment leaders are under your command. Your superiors are me and Heinyo. Your current position is the same as that of He Bao. Zhuifeng stood up and accepted the order, saying, "Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely lead the captains to protect Xinwu City." Sit down. After Zhuifeng sat down, Yibin continued to speak to everyone. Jinhua, take a group back to Longsheng and go to the Ministry of War to get more alcohol bombs. Bring all the slaves from Xinwu City back to Longsheng, and then ask the courtesan to arrange to send the slaves to the 2 new cities and let them build new cities. Jinhua agreed immediately. Okay, City Lord. Haisha and Hanyu, I appoint you 2 as directors of the marketing department. Haisha, you as the director, and Hanyu as the deputy director. The matters in the marketing will be discussed by the 2 of you yourselves. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Yes. The 2 old men happily agreed. This was the first time Yibin gave them a position. The last time Yibin arranged for them to come was just to assist Zhuifeng, and another reason was to test their abilities. Obviously, these 2 old men did not disappoint Yibin, otherwise they would not have been valued. High Priest, you're also the director of the mint, and you also supervise 4 banks. Every iron coin you issue must be registered for me. If the number of iron coins does not match the number of sheep, all the people in your bank will become my slaves. High Priest, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was the second time the City Lord said this. This also showed how important the bank was to the City Lord. It was no wonder that Yibin was nagging. If you didn't warn them for a long time, your subordinates would have their own ideas. Okay, City Lord, I will personally supervise the 4 banks. If I find anyone playing tricks, I will hand them over to you, the City Lord, for handling. Very good. Heiqin, Xiaoying, and the 2 of you come back to Longsheng with me. We have been in Xinwu City for almost a month, and it is time to go back. Yes. The 2 of them agreed immediately. The City Lord wanted to keep them by his side, which meant he definitely trusted them. It took Yibin and his team 6 or 7 days to come here, and they stayed in Xinwu City for such a long time. And in the middle, they also went to the market of Xuanwu tribe. A satisfying ambush was fought inside the Valley of Gods. Although it is not known how many enemy casualties were suffered, Yibin's conservative estimate is that it would not be less than about 10,000 or 20,000 people. Li Wang, will you come back to Longsheng with me? All right, Chief. The development of Xinwu City rests in your hands. Yibin bowed to everyone, which is also a kind of etiquette. For the sake of the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Very good. You're all great. Huaxia tribe is honored to have you. After Yibin finished speaking, he said to Heinyo, who was standing beside him, Heinyo, you stay in Xinwu City this time and lead Zhuifeng and his groups to reclaim all the vacant land around Xinwu City for me. When I come next time, I will bring sweet potato seeds. Don't worry, City Lord. We must do our best to cultivate the fields. Heinyo knows the role of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are a high-yield food that can feed many people. He heard all this knowledge from Yibin. As long as the City Lord said it, Heinyo and the others would believe it unconditionally. The City Lord was their god and the god of the Huaxia tribe. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Everyone shook their heads. When Yibin saw everyone shaking their heads, he immediately stood up from his seat. Disband. As soon as Yibin finished speaking, everyone walked towards the door. Each of them received his own task. At this moment, Zhuifeng came over from behind. City Lord, why are you in such a hurry to return to Dragon City? Yibin turned around and took a look, and the person who spoke was Zhuifeng. Yibin said with a smile, the crops planted around Longsheng are almost ripe. After we go back, you and Heinyo and the others must protect Xinwu City. Don't worry, City Lord. No matter how many enemies come, We will make sure they never return. I believe in you. Yi Bin patted Zhue Feng's shoulder again. In the afternoon, Yi Bin took Li Wang and others on a tour of the Huaxia wholesale market. The current wholesale market has already formed a certain scale, and many businessmen have also entered into their own roles. In the wholesale market, the best-selling product is white salt, followed by single-piece bows and arrows. This weapon is very popular, especially among people in small tribes. Since bowstrings are difficult to make, many people have tried to make them themselves, but all ended in failure. For primitive people, bowstrings are their Achilles heel. Don't talk about things like bark and hemp rope. If primitive people knew these things, they wouldn't have such a backward civilization. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Bin and his team's last stop was the cement factory and the red brick processing factory, which was simply a big building where the soldiers were mixing materials. As for the red brick factories, they were all built outside Xinwu City. Those rows of red kilns and those chimneys emitting black smoke, what did they prove? Maybe this is the progress of civilization. Very good. These cements and red bricks are all fired very well. The cement must not come into contact with water, and the fired lime must not come into contact with raw water either. The team leaders of the cement factory and the red brick factory immediately nodded and agreed. The person who spoke was the city lord, so they dared not be careless at all. Before Yi Bin left, he patted the two men on the shoulders. After being patted, the two men felt that they were valued by the city lord. The corners of their mouths were as difficult to suppress as a case. When Yi Bin arrived at the Ministry of Industry, everyone in the Ministry of Industry was busy. Not long after, an old man came over. Yi Bin immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old man who? Are you used to being here?" "Fine." Old man who replied with a smile. Old man Tiger is also a veteran. There were 4 old men in the Luoshui tribe before. Among them were Old Man Tiger and Old Man Bear. As for the other 2 old men, they are still in Dragon City. When Old Man Tiger was young, he accidentally picked up a tiger tail. Since then, his tribesmen called him Tiger. Primitive people had little culture, so they usually named people after animals. His physical injuries were also caused in the battle with the Wolf tribe. In the battle with the Wolf tribe, several people from the Fallen Water tribe were injured. If they had not fought for their lives, Heinyo would have died there long ago. He even said a few more words casually. How is the Ministry of Industry doing now? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 299 Sweet potatoes and rice are mature. At dawn in the morning, Yi Bin led several regiments back to Longsheng. Li Wang whispered in Yi Bin's ear, "City Lord, why are we in such a hurry to go back?" Yi Bin yawned and looked at the morning glow in the sky again. At this moment, he was riding on Phantom Cloud. It has been almost a month since we came out, and the crops in Longsheng are almost ripe. If the Huaxia tribe wants to rise to the next level, it must have sufficient food. The current situation of our tribe has reached a bottleneck. If it continues to develop like this, many people will die in winter. Xiong Ying, He Qin, and Li Wang were all frightened. Why did the city lord say that? Chief, are you lying? Li Wang simply didn't believe that no one in the tribe had ever starved to death. The chief must be trying to scare him. In Li Wang's mind, as long as the chief was there, no one would starve to death. Don't you believe it? Everyone shook their heads. It was not that they did not believe it, but the Huaxia tribe had a city lord. As long as the city lord was there, the Huaxia tribe would only become more and more powerful. Do you know how long a winter is? Several people looked at each other, but no one answered. Yi Bin went on to say, a winter lasts for 3 months, which is more than 90 days. During this time, there's no way to go out and look for food. Our Huaxia tribe has more than 10,000 slaves and more than 40,000 tribesmen. The amount of food consumed every day is an astronomical figure. If winter comes, what will so many people eat? Xiong Ying continued. The city lord is right. Many people die every winter. Even the Xuanwu tribe, many people die every winter. Generally, the food in the tribe will be distributed to the warriors first. This is also why there are not many elderly people in the tribe. Most of those elderly people starve to death in the winter. So that's how it is, Yi Bin said to himself. After hearing what Xiong Ying said, everyone started to take it seriously. He Qin immediately asked Yi Bin, City Lord, what should we do next? Reclaim wasteland and farm. Only by reclaiming large areas of land can we feed more people. Sweet potatoes can be planted twice a year. If it were in the north, sweet potatoes could only be planted once a year. Fortunately, here in the south, sweet potatoes can be planted twice. Sweet potatoes are divided into spring sweet potatoes and summer sweet potatoes. Spring sweet potatoes generally take about 180 days to fully mature, while summer sweet potatoes only take about 100 days to fully mature. The sweet potatoes harvested in Longsheng this time are this year's spring sweet potatoes. In addition to sweet potatoes, rice can also be planted 3 times. However, there are local restrictions. Only in the southern region with high temperatures can rice be planted 3 times. Early rice is planted around March to May and matures around June to July. When Yibin went back, it was around June. As for the planting of medium-season rice, it is generally sown in May and June and matures around August or September. Late-season rice is sown around July and matures around October to November. In other words, after Yibin and his team return, they can harvest immediately, and after harvesting, they can sow seeds immediately. As long as they can grasp the time, there will be no problem in planting one more time. After planting rice, you can then plant sweet potatoes. The cultivation method of sweet potatoes is also very simple. Just put the sweet potatoes in the soil, and then cover the sweet potatoes with a layer of moist soil. Finally, cover the moist soil with a layer of hay and water it every few days. It won't be long before the sweet potatoes sprout. This also has to do with temperature. The higher the temperature, the faster they will sprout. Generally speaking, it will take about 7 to 10 days for the sweet potatoes to sprout. After they sprout, they can be planted. Now is the right time to go back and cultivate sweet potato seedlings. Everyone was confused. The city lord said a lot, but they didn't understand a word he said. The general meaning was to plant more sweet potatoes and rice. The journey was very smooth, and we didn't encounter any danger. We did encounter a few small tribes. The number of people in these tribes ranged from a few dozen to hundreds. They all saw that the Huaxia tribe's team had 3 flags. On the first flag was written the word eagle. On the second flag was written the word diligence. And on the third flag was written the word king. It was not the first time that the people from these small tribes had seen this kind of flag, but they did not dare to get close. To those small tribes, their Huaxia tribe was already a super tribe. To become a super tribe, the following conditions must be met. The first condition is that the tribe itself has 30,000 to 40,000 people. The second condition is that it must have more than 5 subordinate tribes. Moreover, they all need to be large tribes. It is obvious that the current Huaxia tribe does not have such conditions. If one day it has them, the Huaxia tribe can also become a super tribe. Noon 6 days later, the Oiran Brigadier General, the city lord, and the others are back. The Oiran is still on the training ground, training her female warriors. When she heard the soldiers' shouts, she immediately ran quickly to the city wall. Open the city gate quickly. When the female guard heard the brigade commander's order, she immediately directed several female soldiers to quickly turn the large log of the city gate. As the large log turned, the iron chain slowly tightened and the city gate was pulled up little by little. Before Yibin arrived at the city gate, the gate of Longsheng had already been opened. The female soldiers guarding the city were now equipped with bamboo tube telescopes, so that the soldiers could detect the enemy's whereabouts in advance. It can also allow the soldiers defending the city to prepare for battle early. The courtesan took out a telescope and looked carefully into the distance. After confirming that it was Yi Bin and the others, the courtesan smiled. Those people on the city wall were all talking about something. Look, it's really the city lord and his men who have returned. I haven't seen the city lord for a long time. I really miss him. A female warrior snorted coldly. The city lord already has Principal Luoshui, so don't have any other ideas. Just guard your city gates well. The courtesan didn't take the gossip of the people around her to heart. Women are born to love gossip. No matter what era or society, women's pleasure is to talk about powerful men. Looking at the dense crowds on the city wall, Yibin was also excited. The people he brought with him had been out for a month. Longsheng was the base camp of China, and it was also a very meaningful city. City Lord, the Oiran captain is here to pick us up. He Qin on the side said loudly. For these people, Dragon City is their real home. Their relatives still live here, and many soldier spouses also live in Dragon City. Yibin agreed casually and shouted to the soldiers behind him. Go into the city. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 300 Great Harvest. City Lord, you're finally back. I was planning to send someone to the market to find you. The Oiran said happily. For an Oiran, the City Lord is the most important. What's wrong? What happened in Dragon City? The courtesan said unhappily. When you left, didn't you tell me to send someone to notify you to come back when the crops in the fields turned yellow? Eben slapped his head. When he left, he did tell the courtesan to send someone to notify him as soon as the crops in the fields turned yellow. What did the Oiran remember? City Lord, on the 10th day after you left, people from the Firebird tribe came and asked us, why build such a big city not far from the Fanio tribe? Eben asked doubtfully, is that the territory of the Firebird tribe? Why can't we build a city there? Seeing that the City Lord was a little unhappy, the courtesan immediately explained that the people from the Firebird tribe said that as long as we don't attack the Flying Bird tribe, there will be no problem in building the city. Oh, so where are they? The Oiran immediately replied. They left the next day after they arrived, and those who were injured were also taken back by their people. By the way, they also sent a lot of salt rocks. We have refined all the salt rocks and are now storing them in the cafeteria's warehouse, temporarily being kept by the cafeteria's home. Eben nodded and asked the courtesan another question. Qingwan, did she come this time? The Oiran answered immediately. No, Princess Qingwan did not come. I heard from the tribesmen who came this time that the chief of the Firebird tribe was injured, and Qingwan is taking care of her father. Qingwan also brought a message for you. She asks you, when are you going to the Firebird tribe? A smile appeared on Yibin's lips. Qingwan was still thinking about himself, but it was not the right time yet. His biggest task, now, was to harvest the crops in the fields. Food was the most important thing. Don't worry about this for now. Shall we go to the field and take a look first? Everyone agreed, and Yibin remembered something. He asked the courtesan again, why didn't Black Snake come over? Did something happen? The courtesan rolled her eyes at Yibin, but she was thinking, if something happened in Longsheng, wouldn't you be the first person to know? The courtesan said again, Captain Black Snake is training the Navy. There are 5 wooden boats in Longsheng now. We will take turns to train every day. Our fishing team will also fish on the wooden boats. If any war breaks out, the members of the fishing team can also fight on the water. Yeah, very good. Can you take me to the farmland first? The rice and sweet potatoes there should be almost ripe. After Yibin finished speaking, his face was full of excitement. This is the first batch of food for the Huasha tribe, which is also related to the 3 meals a day in the future. Yibin is a southerner, and his favorite staple food is white rice. Yibin's mouth was watering just thinking about rice with some stir-fry dishes. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Everyone around him looked at him, and there was a look of disgust on everyone's face. Yibin remembered something again and asked the courtesans, why didn't Luoshui come over? Who are these people around you? Yibin has definitely never seen these people before. Sister Luoshui is still in school. The 3 people next to me are all the leaders of my subordinates. The Oiran pointed at a tall woman. Her name is Shiryu, and she is the leader of my first group. The Oiran pointed to the second woman. This is my second group leader. Her name is Sui. Don't underestimate her. Even the Black Snake group leader can't beat her. Yibin was very surprised. This Sui is so powerful that even the Black Snake can't beat her. Yibin looked at Sui a few more times. The woman was tall and had wheat-colored skin. She was obviously a power-type athlete. The Oiran continued, the last one is called Huanyo, and she is also the leader of my third group. Huanyo is incredibly strong. She and Sui are both my capable men. After the courtesan finished speaking, she looked like she was going to praise me. Yibin couldn't help but laugh and said, you are so amazing, Oiran. In such a short time, you actually found 3 group leaders. You are worthy of being the person I have my eyes on. The corners of the courtesan's mouth twitched. If Yibin wasn't the city lord, she would have gone up to teach him a lesson. She had seen narcissistic people before, but this was the first time the courtesan had seen someone as narcissistic as Yibin. Seeing the strange looks from the women, Yibin's face turned red. He looked into the distance and coughed lightly a few times to hide his embarrassment. Cough, cough, cough. Shall we go to the fields first? After Yibin finished speaking, everyone followed him to the fields. When Yibin arrived at the fields, golden ears of rice, like grains of gold, hung all over the rice field, and every grain of rice was so heavy. Yibin picked a grain of rice and put it directly into his mouth. As his teeth moved up and down, the fragrance of rice entered his nose directly. This feeling was so familiar. Yibin was enjoying it so much that he closed his eyes. It had been almost a year since he came to this world, just like the many rice ears in front of him. It was the first time Yibin had seen this. He had collected rice seeds before, but they were all scattered. The golden patches like these today were really pleasing to the eye. Yes, the rice is ripe. Yibin muttered to himself. He walked to the sweet potato field again, then pulled out a few sweet potatoes. Yibin quickly cleaned them up and rubbed the dirt on the sweet potatoes on his clothes on his chest. After the sweet potatoes were cleaned, Yibin started eating them immediately. The sweet potatoes tasted crispy and had a sweet potato flavor. Yibin took a few more bites and felt that the sweet potatoes tasted great. Maybe this is the reason why Yibin eats meat every day. Everyone looked at the city lord and saw how delicious the food was. Many people started to eat. Li Wang also wiped a sweet potato clean and put it directly into his mouth and started eating. The courtesans also pulled out a few sweet potatoes and everyone wiped them with animal skins. After the sweet potatoes were clean, the courtesans started eating them immediately. Many people said, happily, so sweet. This sweet potato is so delicious that some people around said, do you think this sweet potato tastes sweet and has a unique fragrance? Everyone smelled it and chewed it carefully for a while. They found that the sweet potato did have a sweet taste and a fragrance when eaten. Even pulled out a few more sweet potatoes. These sweet potatoes were as big as fists. This was all thanks to the women of China. If it weren't for them, who fertilized and watered the plants, these sweet potatoes wouldn't have grown so big. Even took a few sweet potatoes and said to the courtesans, go back and gather the tribesmen. Ask everyone to bring tools and come to the field to pull sweet potatoes together. The courtesan agreed immediately. This is the first batch of food for Dragon City, and everyone must participate. Dragon City also has farms in the old city. No, it should be Water City. The total area of these three places combined is more than 700 acres of land, of which sweet potato fields account for more than 600 acres, and the most commonly planted crop in the remaining 100 acres is rice. Besides, pumpkin, cotton, ginger, pepper, and hemp can also be found in the wild, so Yibin didn't plant more. King of Power, go and pull all the ox carts over here. Bring all the things that can be loaded to the field for me. After Yibin gave Li Wang the instructions, he walked towards the middle of the field. This is definitely a great harvest. Yibin's laughter lingered in the farmland for a long time. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3:01 Blood-Sucking Leeches. Yibin would pull out a few sweet potatoes at regular intervals. It took him about an hour, and all the sweet potatoes were about the same size. Yibin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the sweet potatoes in the front field were good, while those in the back field were not, so he pulled sweet potatoes everywhere. Soon, more than 10,000 people walked out of Longsheng. Most of them were women. The two women walking in the front were Luoshui and Yu, who were also the principal and vice president of Longsheng. Luoshui and the others saw Yibin in the field from afar, and Luoshui walked over quickly. She hadn't seen Yibin for a month, and every time Yibin went out, it would take a long time. Brotu Yibin. Brotu Yibin. The voice had already reached them before the people from Luoshui came over. Yibin happily walked over, and soon the two met in the field. Do you miss me? Yibin asked shamelessly. He was already an old man. The entire Chinese tribe knew that the city lord was the most shameless. I think about it every day. Luoshui is not shy at all. She has a very open and frank personality. Primitive people are like this. If they like something, they like it. If they don't like something, they don't like it. They will not hide their thoughts. Brother Yibin, how is the new market going? Luoshui asked with concern. If the new market was too dangerous, she would not let Brother Yibin go there. In Luoshui's heart, Brother Yibin was the most important. The new market has been renamed Shenwu City. Now Shenwu City has completely gotten on a right track. The daily trading volume is also very huge. I estimate that within a few months, the reputation of Shenwu City will be completely established. Brother Yibin, you are so awesome. After Luoshui finished speaking, her eyes smiled into crescents. In the girl's eyes, there was only the Brother Yibin she loved. Yibin was not pretentious and hugged the girl in his arms. I don't know if it's because of the soap, but Luoshui's 3,000 black hair feels extra soft to the touch. There's also a very pleasant smell on the girl's 3,000 black hair. Yibin couldn't help but hug the girl tighter. To Yibin, Luoshui was the first woman he recognized. Although they were from the same tribe, Yi Bin's soul was not the owner of this body. After a while, tens of thousands of people came quickly towards Yi Bin with tools. Looking at the man and woman in the field, the men and women of Longcheng acted as if they didn't see anything. For the people of Longcheng, this was no longer a strange thing. The courtesan and several other leaders couldn't bear to watch anymore. Li Wang turned his head and looked into the distance. He didn't want to disturb the leader. Li Wang still remembered the last incident clearly. City Lord, all the people you want to hear, what should we do next? Tens of thousands of people on the road just looked at the two people in the field. If Yi Bin was not their city lord, they would have been beaten into meat patties. Although the tribesmen don't care, you can't show off your love in public, right? After hearing the courtesan's speech, Yi Bin finally let go of Luoshui. When he looked back, he saw tens of thousands of people looking at him. No matter how thick-skinned Yi Bin was, he couldn't stand the gazes of so many people. Yi Bin hurried de made arrangements. He didn't want his tribesmen to keep staring at him and Luoshui like this. Being stared at by so many people, Yi Bin's old face still turned slightly red. The courtesan, take your tribesmen with you and have them use hoes to dig sweet potatoes. Then, transport the dug sweet potatoes directly back to Longcheng by ox cart. As for the storage place of the sweet potatoes, just put them in the training ground first. Okay, city lord. As the courtesan's orders were given, the soldiers and women all began their busy farming work. More than tens of thousands of people worked together. This kind of scene could only be seen in ancient times. Since Longcheng had no shortage of ironware, Yi Bin also strongly supported agriculture. There were many farm tools made of iron in Longcheng's military department. The women picked up hoes and dug row by row. After the sweet potatoes are dug out, the women at the back will clean the soil. After the soil is cleaned, other people will load them into the ox cart. Don't think that 700 acres of land is a lot. As long as there are enough people, the busy farming season will be over in a few days. Yi Bin found the courtesan again and asked her to send a pigeon message to Shuicheng and the farm between the two cities, asking them to start digging sweet potatoes. As for the plant rice, it was only grown in Longcheng. Shuicheng grows 4 kinds of food, the most grown of which is sweet potato. The others are pumpkin, ginger, pepper, cotton, and hemp. The last 2 plants are used to make other things. Yi Bin said to the courtesan, send a pigeon to notify Shuicheng and the farms, asking them to go dig up the sweet potatoes in the fields as well. Try to dig up all the sweet potatoes in the fields for me within the next few days. Okay, I'll arrange someone right away. The courtesan took 2 steps and then quickly walked back. City Lord, after the sweet potatoes are dug, should we have them all delivered to Dragon City? Yi Bin almost forgot that he must be fair in the later arrangements for sweet potato. China now has 5 cities. Longcheng is the main city of China, and Shuicheng is the naval base of China. As for Xinwu City, it is China's purse. The future military expenses and the livelihood security of the tribesmen all depend on the wholesale market. Many people think this is an exaggeration. The Huaxia tribes have so much food, including high-yield foods like sweet potatoes. Plus, with the emergence of rice, China should not be short of food. Yi Bin also has his own thoughts on this issue. There is no shortage of food in our country today. Why is there no one to guarantee your quality of life? By the same token, no matter how powerful the motherland is, there must be people to work, and the same goes for the Chinese tribe. No matter how powerful the tribe is, there must be people to do the work. In the future, there will be some tribal factories in Dragon City. The lowest level tribesmen and captured slaves will be put to work in order to exchange them for tribal currency. As for the role of the Sun City, the first is to increase the strength of the tribe. The second is to expand the population, and the third is to occupy more territories. The same goes for Tianshan City. Yi Bin led the 2 battalions of Li Wang and walked directly into the rice fields. Li Wang and Yi Bin had collected this kind of rice a long time ago. As for how to collect rice, Yi Bin must participate personally, and the soldiers following him all hold a sickle in their hands. When everyone arrived near the paddy field, Yi Bin shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Everyone, come with me to harvest rice." Li Wang was the first to take the lead. He quickly came to the paddy field, picked up the sickle in his hand, and attacked the rice in the field like crazy. Under the sickles of everyone, a large area of rice was soon cut down. The soldiers piled all the harvested rice on the paddy fields. Yi Bin even took part in the harvest personally. With every cut he made, a few golden grains of rice would inadvertently fall into the paddy fields. Suddenly, several soldiers shouted loudly, "Help! Ah! I was bitten by something, and something was crawling on my legs." Many soldiers became scared and kept looking at the water surface, fearing that something would swim over and bite them. Looking at the panicked soldiers, Yibin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was just a blood-sucking leech. Is it worth making such a fuss? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 302. Large-scale sweet potato planting. Yibin shao tu lude. Don't panic, everyone. The things in the water are called leeches. Apart from sucking blood, they are harmless. You can remove them and throw them directly onto the shore. After hearing this, many of the soldiers were still a little scared. They would check their calves from time to time, and if they saw leeches, they would throw them away immediately. Some brave people are not afraid of leeches at all. They cut leeches in the water while cutting rice. Yibin saw all of this and shook his head helplessly. The soldiers were just like children who wanted to cut something strange with a sickle. Even after the leeches were cut off, they still swam around in the water. By the afternoon, more than 300 acres of sweet potatoes had been harvested, and all the rice had been harvested. The number of people mobilized this time was about 20,000 people. Those people who went out to collect in the morning, as well as those who were training as Navy soldiers, all came to help around noon. In other words, the number of people participating in this busy farming season probably reached nearly 30,000 people. After everyone returned to Longsheng, Yibin gathered all the tribesmen and went directly to the training ground. The sweet potatoes, they were piled like a hill. These sweet potatoes were all dug out today. Heichin and the others were very surprised. How many sweet potatoes were there? In the cafeteria before, we only ate sweet potatoes in large quantities once. That time, it was arranged by the courtesan. There were too many sweet potatoes, and the ground was full of sweet potato seedlings. If the sweet potatoes were not eaten, they would easily rot over time. The city lord has so many sweet potatoes. Can our Huaxia tribe eat them all? The eagle asked a question that everyone wanted to ask. There were so many sweet potatoes, like a small hill, and each sweet potato was as big as an adult's fist. With so many sweet potatoes, our Chinese tribe will no longer suffer from hunger in the future. I eat sweet potatoes every day. This sweet potato is so sweet. I want to eat too. No, I want sweet potatoes too. There were more than 20,000 to 30,000 people on the training ground, all talking about how to eat sweet potatoes, and the women also said all kinds of things. Listening to the crowd's voices, Yibin was also very happy. There were so many sweet potatoes. Yibin used to think that every acre of sweet potato field could produce 5 or 6,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. But judging from today's harvest, there are probably more than 3,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes in 1 acre of sweet potato field. This is also thanks to Yibin. If he didn't know how to make fertilizer, he would have arranged for the tribesmen to regularly clear the weeds, loosen the soil in the sweet potato fields, and water the sweet potato fields every once in a while. This is the reason for today's bumper harvest. 1 acre of land produces more than 3,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and more than 300 acres of land means more than 900,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. With so many sweet potatoes, we can plant them on a large scale. Yibin calculated in his mind that the Huaxia tribe had more than 700 acres of land, and sweet potato fields accounted for more than 650 acres of the land. Based on the calculation of 3,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes per acre, 650 acres of land would be 1.95 million kilograms of sweet potatoes. During the Great Famine, if a person ate 2 sweet potatoes a day, 2 sweet potatoes would weigh about 2 kilograms. According to the number on the training ground, 970,000 people could survive at one time. With this batch of grain, Yibin no longer had any worries. It wasn't that this batch of grain could feed the soldiers for a long time, but with this batch of sweet potatoes, he could plant sweet potatoes on a large scale in the middle of the 5 cities. Tianshan City and Sun City have been under construction for a month. I don't know how they're doing now. At the normal speed, the cities will be almost completed in a few months. Yibin assigned 2 regiments to them and equipped them with 1,500 slaves. Later, after Xinwu City was completed, Yibin sent more than 7,000 slaves there. In other words, every city will add more than 3,500 people. Now, the slaves in the 2 cities combined have more than 10,000 people, plus there are 4 regiments, so there are about 8,000 people in each city. These 2 cities are about the same size as Dragon City, and many of the construction materials were brought in from Dragon City, which greatly shortened the construction speed of the 2 cities. After Yibin thought it through, he immediately asked everyone to be quiet. He looked at the people in Longsheng again and found that everyone had an excited look on their faces. Yi Bin really wanted to tell them that this batch of grain was still not enough. The people of the Huaxia tribe would have to eat it for a month, and the grain harvested this time could only be used as seeds at most. "Everybody be quiet," Yi Bin shouted loudly on the training ground. When the tribesmen heard the city lord's call, they immediately quieted down. Yi Bin started calling to roll again. "Black Snake, send these sweet potatoes to Sun City, and let Hua Yun, Luoshui, and others reclaim 1,000 acres of land. If we calculate 1 acre per person, 1,000 acres of land would mean 1,000 people. This should not be a difficult task, right?" Black Snake agreed immediately. "Okay, City Lord, I'll tell them the message." Yi Bin divided the sweet potatoes into 4 portions, each portion weighing about 400,000 kilograms. Many people were curious about how Yi Bin divided the sweet potatoes. To this question, Yi Bin answered like cutting tofu. The Huaxia tribe didn't have any, so they could only use this primitive method. Black Snake immediately arranged for people to install them. The Huaxia tribe had more than 4,000 blue cattle, and most of these blue cattle were seized. In addition, there are the cattle and sheep brought by the White Tiger Mountain wolves, and the blue cattle that Yi Bin exchanged himself. Altogether, there are more than 4,000 blue cattle. According to Yi Bin's idea, a green ox can pull about 500 kilograms, so Black Snake and his men only need to bring 1,000 green oxen. Yi Bin also instructed Black Snake to let them set off again in a few days, as he still had some things to arrange. Black Snake agreed immediately. After giving instructions to Black Snake, Yi Bin began to call out names again. "Hey Chin, you receive 1,000 green cattle and pack these sweet potatoes." Yi Bin pointed to a pile of sweet potatoes in the east. "These sweet potatoes are for Tianshan City. Tell Langya and Lihu to also reclaim 1,000 acres of land. These sweet potatoes are seeds for them. As for the remaining sweet potatoes, let them eat them directly." "Okay, City Lord." He Chin also agreed immediately. He dared not be careless about the order given by Yi Bin. Yi Bin shouted to the eagle again. "Eagle, you take 1,000 green cows and pack up all the sweet potatoes." Yi Bin pointed to a pile of sweet potatoes in the west. "These sweet potatoes are for Shenwu City. Tell Zhuifeng and the others to reclaim 2,000 acres of land. The Python Plain is a flat land with relatively loose soil. Shenwu City is also a market where slaves can be exchanged at any time." "Okay, City Lord. I will definitely pass this message on to the wind-chasing brigade commander." "Very good. Now, I want to select 10 or so people." Yi Bin pointed to a dozen people at random, and the dozen or so people he pointed to quickly stood up. "You dozen or so people, come to my room to find me tomorrow morning. I have something very important to tell you, and I need to train you personally." The dozen people agreed immediately. "Yes, City Lord. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 303, Planting Sweet Potatoes in 5 Cities. Yi Bin said loudly again, "Oren, Longsheng, expand another 1,000 acres of sweet potato fields. The farm will also expand the sweet potato fields by 500 acres, and Shuicheng will also expand the sweet potato fields by 1,000 acres. All of these reclaimed lands will be planted with high-yield crops, such as sweet potatoes." "Yes." The courtesan immediately nodded and agreed. For the courtesan herself, everything the city lord says must be right. Her mission is to obey. No one present could understand Yi Bin's arrangement. Li Wang asked the question in his mind. "Chief, we have so much food. Why do we need to cultivate the fields?" Yi Bin still explained Li Wang's question. "Our next goal is to vigorously develop the economy and start stockpiling food. If we want to defeat the enemies around us, we need to prepare more food. As the saying goes, war is all about logistics. If you don't have logistics, what's the point of fighting a war? Aren't you just seeking death?" Yi Bin has another sentence in his mind. "Be a leader first, then a king. Store up food, build high walls, train soldiers in the city, become stronger, sweep all directions, and establish a kingdom. Only with food can we recruit more soldiers and horses, and only with food can we fight a protracted war." Why did Yi Bin dare to return to Longsheng? It is because the Xuanwu tribe has been severely damaged that they are unable to attack Shenwu City in a short period of time. Li Wang then asked, "So how much food should we stockpile?" Yi Bin replied casually, "Of course the more the better. With food, We will have time to do other things. Everyone in the training ground was also confused. The city lord said the more the better. But how much food should be stockpiled to be considered a lot of food? Yes. How much food do we need to stockpile to be considered a lot of food? Many people are whispering. In their opinion, as long as they are not starving to death, it is not a big problem. All right, Li Wang responded softly. He scratched his bald head again. He really doesn't have the talent for this kind of brain-intensive stuff. Wait until Yibin finishes the arrangements. He also asked Heiqin, Xiangying, and Haish to put all the divided sweet potatoes into animal hide bags. After receiving the order, the three men quickly went to the Ministry of Works to collect their equipment. What they called equipment were animal skin bags, woven bamboo baskets, and the 1,000 green cattle. The task that Yibin gave them was to set off again in a few days. As for the rice seeds, Yibin did not plan to send them out. For the current Chinese tribe, as long as they had enough food to eat, it would be enough. Besides, there are requirements for the growth of rice. Growing rice requires sufficient water sources. Places like Tianshan City and Python Plain do not meet the requirements for growing rice. Tianshan City is named for its many mountains, and the terrain is also uneven. If you want to deliver water up there, you must have modern technology such as pumps, submersible pumps, and other high-tech things. The only places where rice can be grown are Longcheng and Shuicheng. It can also be grown on farms, but it will require more manpower. The entire training ground is now bustling with activity. Both men and women are busy packing sweet potatoes, and everyone has a happy smile on their face. City Lord, what should we do with these rice ears? The courtesan knew very little about what rice ears were. Things like sweet potatoes could be eaten directly by biting them. But this is not the case with rice. There's a layer of outer shell on the outside of the rice. If you force yourself to eat it, it will only make you feel more uncomfortable. Rice ears? Yibin thought for a while, but there was no better way, so he had to use the most primitive method, which was to hit the rice ears hard so that the rice grains on them fell off one by one. Fortunately, the training ground in Longcheng is made of cement, so even if the rice grains are flying all over the sky, it does not affect the final sweeping. Oiran, have someone beat the rice ears hard. Just knock all the rice grains on the ears down. As for the rice grains on the ground, just use animal skins to clean them up. Okay, City Lord. After the courtesan agreed, she immediately arranged for people to beat the rice ears. Looking at the courtesan walking into the crowd, Yibin also sighed. Why? When conditions are good in the future, we must make the thresher. Some people will ask, why doesn't Yibin make a thresher now? The first reason is that there is too little rice, and the second reason is that time is too tight. Looking at the people busy on the training ground, Yibin also thought of his hometown in his previous life. When I was a child, during the busy farming season, my grandparents, parents, and parents would go to the fields to work. At that time, Yibin was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. During the busy farming season, Yibin could only pick up some scattered rice ears. Yibin will only go and help with other small chores after the adults have finished their work. For a child of 6 or 7 years old, he can only do some insignificant things. Li Wang picked up the last sweet potato and threw it into the bamboo basket. He also ordered the soldiers around him to deliver the sweet potatoes directly to the warehouse. As for what happened next, he said, let the leader do it. Leader, the sweet potatoes have been delivered to the warehouse. What should we do next? Yibin was still reminiscing about the past when he was suddenly interrupted by Li Wang's voice. What's wrong? Yibin then realized that it was Li Wang calling him. He immediately said to Li Wang, bring me all the people you just selected. I have something to say to them. Go and notify the courtesan and ask her to come as well. All right, chief. Li Wang walked quickly towards the Oiran, and seeing the Oiran still beating the rice ears, Li Wang scratched his bald head, mustered up the courage to say to the Oiran, Captain of the Oiran, the city lord wants to see you. Li Wang's words had just fallen. The person had already walked away. The courtesan looked at Li Wang with disgust, but she put down what she was doing and walked directly towards Yibin. After a while, King Li came over with a dozen people, and the courtesan also walked over from a distance. Yibin looked at them and asked them what kind of feelings they had towards the tribe. After all, the technology that Yibin wanted to teach them was not available anywhere else in the world, and it was unique in this world. After listening to the words of the city lord, several people immediately expressed their attitudes. The leading warrior said, Don't worry, city lord. The Huaxia tribe is our home. No matter what time it is, we will never betray the tribe. Yibin was very satisfied with the soldiers' answers. This was the kind of loyal people he wanted. Only such people would be used by Yibin. Do you have relatives in the tribe? Several soldiers immediately nodded and said, "We all have relatives. They're working over there." And the soldiers pointed to the rice field. Very good. What I'm going to teach you next, if someone else learns it without my permission, you and your family will be dealt with according to military regulations. That's just one word. D. When the soldiers heard the city lord say the last word, they immediately shuddered. They knew that this matter was important, but they didn't expect it to be so important. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 304, Cultivating Talents. Yibin's expression was extremely serious, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. The soldiers didn't dare to breathe, for fear that they would be killed in the next second. They still had their spouses and happy lives in the future, so they were even more unwilling to die at this time. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Yibin stopped threatening them. He took these people and the courtesans into a room and took out a few sweet potatoes from a bamboo basket. King of Power, go find some clay pots, fill them all with soil, and then bring the pots to me. Remember, it must be loose soil. All right, Chief. The courtesan seemed to understand something, but she was not sure. City Lord, do you want to grow sweet potato seedlings? Yibin did not hide it and nodded in agreement. The courtesan had also seen how to cultivate sweet potato seedlings. Yibin had cultivated one once before, and only a few people knew about it at that time, including Hanyo, Li Wang, Hua Kuei, Black Panther, Old Man Bear, Hong, and Luoshui. For a tribe, sweet potatoes are life-saving food. As long as there is plenty of food, why worry that the tribe will not develop? Yibin agreed, right? The method of cultivating sweet potato seedlings can only be mastered by our own people. Yibin also has an idea in his mind. If someone betrays us one day, they do not have this core technology and can only choose to starve to death. In that case, City Lord, why are you still? The courtesan looked at the dozen or so people again. Yibin didn't care at all. He spoke directly to everyone. I will teach you how to cultivate sweet potato seedlings. After you have learned it, I will ask the Oiran captain to arrange some women for you, and then you can form a cultivation team. Your task is to go to the other 4 cities and cultivate large quantities of sweet potato seedlings. After the sweet potato seedlings are cultivated, you will teach them how to plant them. As long as the sweet potato seedlings are planted, you will bring the cultivation team back to Dragon City to live. The dozen or so soldiers immediately nodded and agreed. Yibin naturally considered carefully before choosing them. These people are among the earliest batches, so there will naturally be no problem with their loyalty. At this moment, the door was opened by Li Wang and his men, and the guards were carrying clay pots filled with soil. Yibin pointed out a location for them. After the guards put down the clay pot, they walked out of the door. After the guards had left, King Li closed the door. Yibin thought that everything was almost ready, so he called everyone over and said, "Now I will teach you how to grow sweet potato seedlings. First, we need to dig out the soil in the clay pot, and then put the prepared sweet potatoes into the soil one by one. After putting the sweet potatoes in, cover 2/3 of them with moist soil. After the soil is completely covered, cover them with a layer of dry grass. This ensures that the sweet potatoes have the required temperature, and they will sprout in about 11 or 12 days. Finally, water the sweet potatoes again, and the sweet potato seedlings are cultivated. You only need to wait for a dozen days before you can plant the sweet potato seedlings. There are certain requirements for how to plant sweet potato seedlings. First, you need to dig a ditch. It doesn't need to be too deep. After the ditch is dug, pour some water into it. Put the prepared sweet potato seedlings in at an angle, and finally cover them with soil. During the entire training process, Yibin was explaining and leading everyone to operate it, and the soldiers learned very quickly. The Oiran and Li Wang also started to do it themselves. After Yibin finished his last sentence, he asked everyone in the room, "Have you all learned it? If not, do it again yourself." There are only a few steps to planting sweet potatoes. The soldiers tried it several times. Yibin was very satisfied watching from the side. He still recognized the soldiers' learning ability. Primitive people are not as bad at learning as people imagine. They have intelligent brains, and as long as someone is willing to teach them, their learning ability is still terrifying. Everyone continued to operate several times until the last person learned it. Then Yibin asked them to stop. His goal was to train a group of talents. Very good. You learn quickly, so you'll be responsible for cultivating the sweet potato seedlings in the other cities this time. After the seedlings are cultivated, you will lead people back to Longsheng. Everyone in the room had a look of joy on their faces. The city lord had handed over such a core thing to them. The soldiers wanted to kowtow to the city lord. Some people just reacted at this point, and they immediately agreed loudly. Don't worry, city lord, we will definitely complete the task. I was right about you. If you all work hard, the future of the tribe will definitely belong to you. Hearing the city lord say this, the soldiers became even more excited. Some of them thought to themselves, I am indeed the son of luck. Even the city lord thinks so highly of me. Even looked at the sky outside. It was gradually getting dark. Even said to everyone, today's training ends here. Now everyone go back. Yes, yes. City lord. After everyone left, the courtesan finally asked the doubts in her heart. City lord, why do we need to train them? Instead of just training everyone? Li Wang also nodded and asked, yes, leader, why don't we train everyone? For Li Wang and Hua Kuei, whether it is Shinwu City or the other cities, aren't they all cities of the Huaxia tribe? Since they're all cities of the Huaxia tribe, why do they have to be divided so clearly? Even rolled his eyes at the two of them and then explained to them. First of all, the population of the Huaxia tribe expanded too quickly. As life will gradually get better, many people will have their own ideas. At that time, it will be impossible for us to keep an eye on them all the time. Therefore, weapons, food, and equipment must be controlled by Longsheng. Only by controlling these things can Longsheng be safe. City Lord, what do you mean? Someone will harm the Huaxia tribe? The Oiran asked with a worried look on her face. If anyone really does harm to Longsheng, I, the Oiran, will be the first to kill him. Longsheng is our home, and no one can think of destroying Longsheng. Li Wang also said angrily, if anyone dares to come and hurt Longsheng, I, Li Wang, will be the first to smash him to death. Longsheng is our Longsheng. Seeing the two people's excited expressions, Yi Bin was speechless. He was talking about if. After all, the incident of Shamling Dashin still made Yi Bin alert. If the Tianshan wolf was in dire straits, Yi Bin couldn't guarantee that the wolf would surrender again. If these core technologies were learned by everyone, wouldn't he be helping others? Yi Bin is not that stupid. The most important things for a tribe, besides equipment, are food. With these things in hand, even if someone betrays the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin will not worry at all. Seeing the two men's angry looks, Yi Bin hit them one by one. Fool! I'm talking about if someone betrays China and takes away our technology, think about it yourself. What kind of consequences will it bring to our Chinese tribe at that time? Disaster. Disaster. These two words suddenly came out of the two people's mouths. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 305 Navy Display. Good to know. Why don't you go back and rest first? Okay, City Lord. Li Wang said to Yi Bin, Chief, are you worried about the mountain wolves and the mountains? I'm going to kill them now, Li Wang said, and was about to walk out. Come back to me. Yi Bin shouted loudly. He really wanted to kick Li Wang to death because of this block of wood. If he killed two people for no reason, wouldn't all the leaders who joined before be in danger? Yi Bin doesn't want to see this ending. What's wrong, Chief? If you dare to act recklessly again, just go to the fishing team and fish. When Li Wang heard that they were going fishing, he immediately became obedient. Chief, I don't want to join the fishing team to fish. For Li Wang, isn't it a waste of talent to let a strong man like him go fishing? Li Wang was taught a lesson by Yi Bin again, but Li Wang was not angry at all because the person who taught him was Yi Bin. If it was someone else, Li Wang's hammer would have hit the other person's head long ago. The next morning, after the tribesmen finished their food, they went back to work in the fields. They had only dug up more than 300 acres of sweet potatoes yesterday. This also resulted in more than 100 acres of sweet potato fields remaining. After Yi Bin got up, he went straight to the living room, where Luoshui was serving food. Breakfast was the same as before. There was a big pot of mutton soup. It was indeed not a good idea to eat meat in the morning, but given the current conditions of the tribe, this was the only way. Brother Yi Bin, the food has been prepared for you. Come over and have something to eat? Yi Bin was still brushing his teeth at the door when he heard Luoshui calling him. He quickly brushed his teeth and put the branches into the pottery jar. Looking at the 2 bowls of food on the table, Yi Bin smiled and sat down. Luoshui was very considerate and pushed the food over. Looking at the happiness on the little girl's face, Yi Bin touched her hair with his hand. What's going on in school lately? Luoshui smiled happily. She thought that brother Yi Bin had forgotten about school. The school is great. Now there are more and more people entering the second grade, especially the women in the tribe. They learn very quickly, and the children in the tribe learn even faster. Eben nodded. He was not surprised at all about this. Children's learning ability is the most terrifying. Besides, women have a natural advantage in learning. Eben remembered that when he was in school, most of the students with good academic performance were girls. Luoshui continued, there are not many third-year students, but there are a lot more than before. I estimate that it won't be long before there will be a lot of new people. Very good. Please pay more attention to those people with good academic performance. The future development of the Huaxia tribe depends entirely on them. Okay, Brother Yi Bin, I will definitely keep an eye out for you. Luoshui will never refuse Brother Yi Bin's request. Women are like this. Once they like a man, they will give everything for him. By the afternoon, all the sweet potatoes have been brought back. As for the cultivation of sweet potato seedlings, the courtesans had already started this morning. Now, a large amount of sweet potatoes have been buried in the farmland. At noon, the courtesans also went to water the fields. It takes about 10 days for sweet potatoes to germinate. As long as the sweet potato seedlings grow a little bigger, they can be planted in the field. Even also taught them how to grow sweet potatoes. If there was a problem in any step, the courtesans would send someone to find him. In order to reward everyone, the cafeteria serves sweet potatoes in the afternoon. Don't think that sweet potatoes are cheap. In primitive society, they were still very rare. If Eben had not discovered sweet potatoes, these people would never have been able to eat sweet potatoes in their entire lives. Sweet potatoes can be eaten raw, steamed, or roasted. Anyway, no matter how you eat them, sweet potatoes are very good food. The entire busy farming season lasted about 4 or 5 days, during which time Eben also went to the farm and the water town. When Eben arrived at the water city, he found 10 large wooden boats docked on the bank of the river. When the people of Water City learned that the city lord and his companions were coming, they were all so happy that they couldn't stop smiling, especially Old Man Bear and Black Panther and his companions. They were among the first group of people to follow Eben. City Lord, City Lord. Old Bear and Black Panther quickly came forward to say hello. Looking at the two people walking over, Eben was also very happy. Eben trusted these two people very much. They are all my relatives and the first group of people I come into contact with since I came into this world. Hearing the two people's shouts, Eben smiled and nodded. He looked at the wooden boat not far away and said to Old Man Xiong with a smile, Old Man Xiong, the speed at which you build wooden boats has exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that if you could build 5 wooden boats, it would already be the limit of the Ministry of War. Old Man Xiong said proudly, the city lord has given us a task, and all of us in the military department will definitely not let the city lord down. The two came to Eben's side, and Old Man Xiong continued, City lord, do you want to go to the wooden boat and take a look? Eben did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. He then said to Black Panther beside him, how is the training of our navy going? City lord, the 3 regiments of our water city are all ready to go on board and fight, and are ready to receive your training at any time. City lord, do you need to see it now? Eben thought about it and decided to take a look first. The navy is his secret weapon, if the soldiers fail to meet the requirements. Eben will also double their training. After all, his next goal is to go out and look for volcanoes. Only by finding the volcano can he dig out a large amount of sulfur, and with sulfur, he can prepare black gunpowder. Start training. Okay, City Lord. Black Panther agreed and immediately gave orders to the guards around him. Blow the horn. Yes, Brigadier. After receiving the order, the guard immediately blew the horn in his hand. The horn made a dull sound. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When the soldiers heard the sound of bull horns, they immediately put down what they were doing and looked at the soldiers running everywhere. In a short while, they formed 3 square formations. In front of each square formation, there's a leader. In front of the first square formation is Taishan, in front of the second square formation is Black Bear, and in front of the third square formation is, don't you know him? Seeing the city lord's doubts, Black Panther immediately came out to explain. City Lord, this is my 3rd captain. He has fought for the tribe many times and made great contributions to the tribe. His name is Luoshui. Wood water? It's a very nice name. Eben walked to Luoshui with a smile. Your name is Luoshui? Yes, City Lord. Luoshui immediately replied. The man in front of me is the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Luoshui was so excited to see the city lord so close that he was already trembling. Seeing Luoshui's nervousness, Eben patted Luoshui on the shoulder. How is your training going for surface combat? The three team leaders said loudly. Don't worry, City Lord. We will never let you down. Very good. Get on board. Following Yi Bin's order, the regiment commanders immediately began to give orders. Black Panther also quickly joined the team. While shouting loudly, he directed the soldiers to get on board. Everyone, speed up. Trample, tramp, tramp, tramp. The entire ground was shaking, and the soldiers' footsteps sounded like thousands of horses galloping, shaking the entire grass slightly. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 306, The Foam Clan. After everyone got on the boat, Yibin began to look around. There were a total of 10 wooden boats on the water, and each of them was filled with densely packed soldiers. They stood in a row of 15 people vertically, and there were a total of 10 rows of people standing horizontally on the entire wooden boat. Yibin knew how many people were standing on the boat at a glance. The soldiers were standing in rows, so there was no need to count them. After everyone was on board, Black Panther immediately spoke loudly. Report to the City Lord. All the Navy has assembled. Yibin nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Black Panther's ability to do things. Yibin pointed to the distance. Set off. Following Yibin's order, the flag bearer next to Black Panther immediately waved the green flag. After the soldiers saw the flag, they immediately raised the sail. After the sail was raised, the wooden boat slowly began to move. Looking at the wooden boats moving forward, Yibin seemed to have come to modern society. As the first wooden boat started, the wooden boats behind it followed one by one. On each wooden boat, there were 10 neatly arranged rows of soldiers standing, and each soldier was holding a double-bladed bow, an arrow in his hands. On their backs, the warriors carried a full quiver, and each quiver contained 30 or 40 arrows. At first glance, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. When I think back to when I first came here, there were only about 20 people. In less than a year, the Huaxia tribe had its own warships and navy, as well as an advanced wholesale market. Black Panther asked Yibin again, City Lord, where are we going next? During this period of time, have you discovered other tribes, such as the tribe on the other side of the river? Hearing the City Lord's question, Black Panther immediately remembered something. During their training some time ago, they saw a super tribe. Because there were fewer people at that time, Black Panther did not go over to say hello. After all, if you don't understand other people's tribes and you walk over rashly, it will be a huge disaster for both tribes. In primitive society, if one tribe wanted to visit another tribe, it had to send a member of the tribe to say hello first. You can only go through if the other tribe agrees to let you outsiders pass through. If they do not agree to let you pass through, then you can only resort to war. City Lord, there is a huge super tribe on the other side of the river. We had seen their tribe before during training. When they discovered us, the warriors of that tribe attacked us with stones. Since the two sides were too far apart, the stones they threw couldn't cause any harm to us, but the people from that tribe didn't seem very friendly. Oh, they also attacked you? Black Panther nodded immediately. He certainly didn't dare to hide anything in response to the City Lord's personal questioning. This could be said to be a provocation to the Huaxia tribe. Yes, City Lord. There was something strange about that tribe. The person commanding those warriors was actually a woman. This was the first time I saw such a thing. A woman in command? Yibin asked in surprise. In Yibin's memory, only the Ma clan is commanded by women. Could it be that the tribe opposite is a tribe controlled by women? That's right. The person who was commanding the battle that day was a woman from a tribe. That woman was wearing a large piece of wolf skin, and especially on her head, she had a complete wolf head. After reading Black Panther's description, Yibin felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. A woman wearing a wolf's head. What kind of perverted hobby is this? While the two were talking, the wooden boats had already sailed out. More than a dozen wooden boats were arranged so neatly, like a team of soldiers. Each wooden boat was powered by wind. What happened to the fishing team in Water City? How many fish can you catch in a day? Yibin had wanted to verify this question for a long time. Now that Shuicheng had a large number of wooden boats, fishing will definitely be greatly improved. Black Panther answered honestly. The current fishing team in Water City is much stronger than before. Now our fishing team can easily catch a boatload of fish in a day. So many fish. Yibin was very surprised. Black Panther is like a child who is praised. He can even surprise the City Lord. How can Black Panther not be happy? Yes, City Lord. I have another idea, but I don't know if it will work. Yibin became even more curious. Could it be that Black Panther discovered something? Tell me, what is your idea? Hearing the City Lord's question, Black Panther immediately expressed his thoughts. City Lord, I want to exchange the big fish we caught with the tribe opposite. We can catch a lot of fish every day, and they have a lot of cattle and sheep, so we can exchange some of them. Have you seen their cattle and sheep? Black Panther scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, the last time we were training, we discovered their cattle and sheep. So, Yibin was also speechless. It turned out that you discovered other people's cattle and sheep, so the warriors of that tribe attacked you. So you were attacked? Yes, City Lord. Originally, we wanted to get off the boat to say hello, but as soon as they got on, they attacked us, so we had to return temporarily. After hearing what you said, I am even more curious. So, let's go visit the tribe opposite and send orders to all the wooden boats to head directly to the tribe opposite. Okay, City Lord. After receiving the order, the flag bearer waved the flag in his hand quickly. The wooden boats following behind him saw the flag on the main ship waving continuously. After a while, the 9 wooden boats at the back all responded with command flags. The speed of the wooden boats on the water had reached 60 kilometers per hour, which was almost the same speed as motorcycles. After sailing for about 3 or 4 hours, the wooden boat gradually slowed down. Yibin ordered Black Panther to ask the soldiers to lower the sails. At this time, the wooden boat was less than 400 meters away from the other side of the river. My Lord Wizard, something bad has happened. Then, those people are coming again. What should we do now? Looking at the big guy on the river, the female, which also became nervous. Their Fong clan has lived in this area for a long time. Fong clan is a matriarchal society, and the person in power here is a woman with a very strong figure. As the wooden boat slowly approached, the people on the riverbank also clenched their weapons, and the witch shouted to everyone, "Everyone, take up your weapons and protect the cattle and sheep of our Fong family." The warriors heard the witch's order. They immediately came to the riverbank, and the river water hit the soldiers' feet, making a splashing sound. At this time, everyone on the wooden boat saw the scene on the riverbank. Li Wang observed for a while, and then said to Yibin, "Chief, there are many people standing on the opposite bank of the river. What should we do now?" Yibin smiled faintly. The people on the opposite side didn't seem to be very strong. He then instructed King Li, "Order all the soldiers to dock the wooden boats about 100 meters from the river bank." "All right, Chief." After Li Wang received the order, he immediately walked to Black Panther. Black Panther Brigade Commander, the leader, just gave the order. "Let all the soldiers dock the wooden boats about 100 meters away from the riverbank." "Okay." Black Panther agreed and shouted loudly to the messenger, "Notify the soldiers in the cabin to dock the wooden boat about 100 meters from the riverbank." The messenger agreed and immediately walked into the cabin. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 307. Master Witch. My Lady Witch, they're coming? The soldiers stammered and shouted. The witch also swallowed her saliva. The thing in the river opposite was really too terrifying, especially the 2 sides of the wooden boat. The rows of oars sliding up and down were like a giant centipede. This frightened the Fong family members so much that their legs went weak. The crowd began to panic. Many people looked at the witch, and many others were mumbling something. "What is that? Are we going to die here? I don't want to die yet. What should we do now?" Listening to the noise of the crowd, the witch became annoyed and looked at the people around her with displeasure. When the witch swept through the crowd, many people immediately quieted down. The witch's status in the tribe was at the same level as that of the patriarch. After Yibin stopped the wooden boat, he ordered Black Panther to shout to the primitive people on the opposite side. Yibin himself didn't know whether they could understand what Black Panther said. Black Panther stood in front of the wooden boat and shouted to the crowd on the river bank. "We are from the Huaxia tribe and would like to exchange some things with you. Can you understand what I am saying?" The language of primitive people is different in many ways. Since Yibin traveled through time, he has also integrated the memory of this body. He can understand a lot of things. Except for the man from a million mountains, Yibin seemed to be able to understand the speech of other primitive people. He also didn't know what the reason was. Maybe this is God's arrangement? It came from the other side. The sounds of ah, ah, ah. Every one of them seemed very excited. It seemed that strangers like them were not welcome. Yi Bin was confused after hearing this, and asked the people around him, "Can any of you understand?" Li Wang, Black Panther, and the others all shook their heads at Yi Bin. Looking at their expressions, Yi Bin was speechless. "Keep shouting," Yi Bin said to everyone again. He really didn't believe it. No one on the other side could understand. The crowd on the riverbank seemed to be even more excited than before. What they said was, "Are these people here to provoke us? Kill them. Kill them." Yi Bin and the others didn't understand what they said, but judging from their expressions, they didn't seem very friendly. So Yi Bin decided to shout for a while longer. Many people on the opposite side were throwing stones into the river. Fortunately, their stones could not be thrown far. Looking at their expressions, Yi Bin knew that they were very hostile to outsiders. "Is there anyone among you who can understand what we are saying?" The crowd on the riverbank were still cursing. Yi Bin decided to teach them a lesson. He didn't provoke them, but these primitive people were throwing stones at the wooden boat crazily. Just when Yi Bin was about to teach them a lesson, a woman's voice came from the riverbank. Her voice was very pleasant, and every word was so gentle. Of course, this sounded good. It is only for Yi Bin himself. For the other people on the boat, there was no impact at all. The soldiers looked at the actions of the other side, and many of them became angry. There were even some people who shouted to go over and kill them. The witch spoke in a stiff tone, but Yi Bin and the others still understood her. "We are the Feng family and do not want to make exchanges with outsiders like you. If you dare to come over, we will attack." The Feng family, do they all have the surname Feng? Impossible. Yi Bin immediately killed the thought. Even among the Shenlong clan back then, not everyone had the surname Shenlong. "We really have no ill intentions. We just want to come and visit you. I wonder if your tribe will be willing?" After Yi Bin finished speaking, he just looked at the woman opposite him. The female wizard hesitated for a while and decided to agree to them first. Their Feng family was originally a peaceful race. Recently, the tribe has encountered some troubles again, and the witch doesn't want to cause any more trouble. The witch shouted loudly, "You can't attack us, otherwise we will kill you all." There was a clear lack of confidence in her words. Yi Bin smiled and agreed. "Don't worry, we are here to make a deal, and we promise not to hurt anyone. Then come over here." Yi Bin waved his hand, and the wooden boat started moving soon. The 9 wooden boats following behind also moved slowly. The soldiers on the deck were also ready for battle. Many people hold their double-bladed bows tightly in their hands. They can fight anytime and anywhere. This is also one of the contents of their training. In this society, the Virgin Mary cannot survive. The oars on both sides of the wooden boat were also sliding slowly. The speed of the wooden boat was very slow, and the people on the riverbank became nervous. After all, this was the first time the two tribes met, and both sides were extremely vigilant. Even the witch's palms holding the scepter were covered with sweat. "My lady witch," the warrior was about to say something when he was immediately interrupted by the witch. Since she had made the decision, she would naturally not go back on it at the last minute. In a short while, all 10 wooden boats docked at the riverbank. After the wooden boat came to a complete stop, the soldiers took their weapons and quickly walked to the ground. While getting off the boat, the soldiers quickly formed a formation. Seeing more and more people coming down, the female, which became a little nervous. They didn't know anything about the group of people opposite them. "Master Witch, what should we do now?" Several guards around her were talking to the witch, and she pretended to be calm and said, "Don't act rashly. Let's see what they're going to do." "Yes, Mistress Witch." After the warriors came down, they immediately formed a formation with 500 sword and shield soldiers in the front, 500 spearmen in the middle, and 500 archers at the end of the team. Yi Bin slowly walked down from the wooden boat, followed by Li Wang, 3 regiment commanders, and a brigade commander. After Yi Bin and the others came down, Yi Bin walked straight through the crowd and headed towards the female wizard opposite. Li Wang, Black Panther, and a few others immediately blocked Yi Bin's way. "It's too dangerous in front of the city lord, so you'd better not go over there." The guards around the witch also immediately became nervous. When the witch and her companions came over, the guards immediately picked up their weapons. The female wizards don't want to have conflict. Now the number of people on both sides is almost the same. If a fight really breaks out, they may not be able to defeat the other side. The witch was very surprised. Isn't the man opposite too small? But she had no intention of looking down on them, as the opponent's warriors were too powerful. The witch hesitated for a moment, but decided to walk to the middle. Just as the guards were about to come out to stop her, they were stopped by the witch. Yi Bin was surprised to see a woman with such courage. How could he, a grown man, have the nerve to hide behind the soldiers? just when Black Panther and his group were about to step forward to stop them. He even gave them a look. Seeing that the city lord was really angry, Li Wang, Black Panther, and others all retreated, and even also walked towards the middle position. When both of them came to the middle, Eben looked at the female wizard carefully again, and the witch was also looking at him. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Eben smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. I came to your tribe today and want to exchange something with you. I wonder if you're willing?" Looking at the big hand reaching out to her, the witch was a little at a loss. After hesitating for a few seconds, the witch still stretched out her slender jade hand. "Hello, I am a female wizard from the Phone Clan. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free." Chapter 308, Making a Deal. The two people held hands, and Yibin only felt a softness. At this time, he looked at the other person carefully. The female wizard in front of him had a great figure, fair skin, and a delicate little face. She gave people a very fresh and unworldly feeling. Maybe it's because I'm a wizard, so I don't usually have to go out? The witch's little hand was held, and the man in front of her was still looking at her. She couldn't help but ask, "Lord of the Huaxia tribe, aren't you here to exchange?" Yibin finally reacted. He quickly withdrew his big hand and said a little embarrassedly, Yes. We are here just to exchange things. I wonder if your tribe has anything we can exchange?" The female wizard looked at Yibin, then looked behind Yibin. "Is this really exchange?" Seeing the witch's worry, Yibin asked Black Panther and the others to bring all the things over. After a short while, several animal skins were placed on the ground. Black Panther, Li Wang, and others took all the things to be exchanged. As things were placed, more and more things appeared on the animal skin. Yibin introduced it to the witch again. "This thing is called white salt. When cooking food, just sprinkle a little bit on it, and the whole food will become delicious. There's also this thing." Yibin pointed to a ceramic pot. Its function is to save food. It was originally food for 10 people, but after some operation with it, it can feed 15 people. The witch's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this pottery pot really that powerful? If the Feng family had this kind of thing, all the tribesmen would be able to eat their fill. Seeing that the witch didn't say anything, Yibin thought they didn't believe it, so he decided to demonstrate it on the spot. Yibin shouted to Li Wang behind him, "Li Wang, go down to the boat and get 2 pieces of mutton." When Li Wang heard the leader calling him, he quickly climbed onto the wooden boat. Within a few minutes, he took out 2 pieces of mutton and brought them over. Seeing Li Wang walking towards the center, the people on Feng's side became nervous. Several guards were about to step forward immediately, but the witch stopped them directly. No one is allowed to come over. Upon hearing the order from the Witch Queen, the guards stopped immediately. The orders of the Witch Lady are the same as those of the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Yibin looked up to the woman. In fact, Yibin had no idea that the female wizard was just simple-minded and didn't want to fight. Their Feng family hasn't been very peaceful recently. Yibin took 2 pieces of mutton, skewered one with a branch, and put the other piece directly into the ceramic pot. He handed the shredded mutton to the witch. Although the witch didn't understand, she still took the mutton. Yibin pulled out an iron knife from his waist and cut the mutton in the clay pot with a few strokes. The warriors of the Feng family were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Just when they wanted to rescue people, Yibin immediately started cutting the mutton in the pot, and the warriors of the Feng family finally put their minds at ease. The witch didn't feel anything. She didn't believe that the man in front of her would try to kill her. That would only provoke a fight between the two sides. It was obvious that the other party was not here to fight. Suddenly, the witch discovered a problem. The mutton in the clay pot was as fragile as leaves, especially the weapon in his hand, which stunned the witch. What weapon is this?" The witch stammered. This kind of weapon was the first time she had seen it. Such a sharp weapon must be very valuable, right? "Can you show me your weapon?" Yibin didn't hesitate at all and handed the knife directly to the witch opposite. He believed that this woman would not use his weapon to attack him. No matter who of them started the fight first, there would be a river of blood here today. The witch took the iron knife. A ray of light flashed from the blade, and she cut the mutton in the clay pot easily. Isn't this too sharp? What's its name?" The female wizard stared at Yibin and asked. If the Feng clan had this kind of weapon, those tribes that were against them would be easily dealt with. Yibin picked up some branches and took out the tinderbox. He took off the lid again. The tinderbox emitted a puff of clear smoke. Yibin blew hard at the tinderbox a few more times. Call. A small flame popped up, which scared the witch on the opposite side. This? What is this? Yibin smiled and replied. The weapon in your hand is called iron weapon. It can split mountains and chop rocks without causing any damage. Iron can be said to be invincible. At least in this world, iron can be chopped at will. The witch became more and more excited as she watched, and she said to Yibin, who was lighting the fire, how to exchange ironware. Yibin refused without even thinking about it. Ironware is the lifeblood of China, so how could he possibly trade it? Sorry, we don't exchange our ironware with outsiders, but you can exchange some other things. For example, pottery, white salt, stone tools, bone tools, animal skins, and this kind of bow and arrow. Yibin pointed to a bow and arrow on the animal skin. The witch looked at the things on the ground and suddenly became interested. For people in primitive society, polished stone weapons are also a very important resource. After all, weapons made of stone are very easy to damage. Especially when war breaks out, stone tools are the most important weapons. A sharp weapon can help soldiers survive better. The consumption of stone tools in a war is definitely in short supply. What is this? The witch picked up a monolithic bow, which was a strange thing to the witch herself. Yibin lit the firewood and put the clay pot filled with water on it. Although the witch didn't know what the man in front of her was going to do, she still looked at him patiently. At least, the man in front of her didn't have any ill intentions. After doing all this, Yibin began to explain. The thing in your hand is called a bow and arrow. It can shoot animals within 30 meters. The bow and arrow can also be used as a weapon. Especially when it comes to the word weapon, Yibin's voice becomes a little heavier, which means to tell you that this bow and arrow is very powerful. The witch was also a smart woman. She immediately understood what he meant. She took another look at the bow and arrow in her hand. Could it be that this bow and arrow was really as powerful as he said? The witch said to Yibin, "Can I try it?" "Sure." Yibin happily agreed. The purpose of his visit this time was to deal with the tribe opposite. If their level of explicit language was too high, Yibin will also make preparations in advance. The Huaxia tribe now already has two very strong enemies. If another enemy appears, the Huaxia tribe will be attacked from 3 sides. This is not the result he wants to see. The witch holds the bow and arrow in her hand, but doesn't know what to do next. She looked at Yibin with a little curiosity. Could it be that she had been cheated? The witch decided to ask first. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 309, Making a Deal, Part 2. My name is Feng Ling, and I'm a female wizard from the Feng family. Can you tell me what your name is? Yibin also introduced himself. My name is Yibin, and I'm the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. City Lord Yibin, can you tell me how to use a bow and arrow? Ok. Yibin agreed and picked up a sharp arrow from the ground. The female wizard was even more curious. She was a little puzzled by Yibin's behavior. Yibin seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the confused female wizard, Yibin took a step forward. The female wizard was not afraid at all. Although, she didn't know what Yibin was going to do, but she understood one thing. Her safety was absolutely not a problem. Yibin came behind the witch and installed a sharp arrow on her. With his left hand tightly grasping the bow, the two of them were standing close together. Yibin did not think too much about it. He just simply wanted to teach the female wizard how to shoot arrows. Yibin's right hand was pulling the bowstring, and the witch's little hand was also placed on the bowstring. Seeing that the bowstring was already fully drawn, Yibin immediately released his fingers, and a sharp arrow shot out quickly. Call out! On a big tree not far away, a bamboo arrow was trembling slightly. This scene shocked the witches, especially the warriors of the Feng clan. The moment the witch was hugged, they had already picked up their weapons. When the warriors were about to rush forward, Yibin had already completed his set of moves. Yibin, the person involved, was still promoting his weapon and paid no attention to the atmosphere at the scene. At this moment, the female wizard's attention was all on the bamboo arrow. My lady witch, my lady witch. A guard shouted loudly. If it weren't for the witch being held by that city lord, the guard would have rushed over long ago. Hearing someone calling her, the witch immediately came to her senses. At this moment, she found herself being hugged by someone. The witch didn't say anything and just took 2 steps forward. In primitive society, there was no such thing as shyness. The guards, seeing the witch escape, immediately went forward to help. When the witch saw what the guards were doing, She stopped them immediately. This weapon, called a bow and arrow, is extremely powerful. The Feng family just needs this kind of weapon at this moment. Yibin was still confused. He had no idea what was going on. I just taught the witch how to shoot an arrow. Why did these soldiers on the opposite side suddenly become so excited? Yibin really didn't think of taking advantage of the female wizard. He just simply thought that the female wizard couldn't use a bow and arrow. The female wizard had no dissatisfaction with Yibin's actions just now. She was just eager to exchange for weapons like bows and arrows. If they had such powerful weapons, their Feng family would no longer be afraid of enemy attacks. The witch said urgently, "What is this weapon called bow and arrow? We have to exchange so many of them." The witch pointed to her own people, meaning that each of these people in my tribe must exchange a bow and arrow. Yibin agreed excitedly. "No problem. 1 bow, an arrow in exchange for 10 mutton sheep. I can also teach you how to make sharp arrows. As you can see for yourself, a bow and arrow needs to be paired with sharp arrows to exert its greatest power." The witch hesitated for a moment, and Yibin didn't know what she was thinking, but Yibin didn't disturb her. After all, 10 sheep were not a small number. About 10 minutes later, the witch gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Her eyes were fixed on the bow and arrow in her hand. This is how people are. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. I agree. 10 sheep in exchange for a bow and arrow. When we start trading? The witch said a little anxiously. She was afraid that Yibin would not be willing to exchange with her in the next second. Yibin had no objection, so the two sides started the exchange. Yibin asked Black Panther and his men to fetch more than 1,000 bows and arrows. 1 bow and arrow was exchanged for 10 mutton sheep, and 1,000 bows and arrows were exchanged for 10,000 mutton sheep. After about an hour or two, the bows and arrows were finally exchanged for the sheep. Yibin felt so happy that a bunch of worthless bows and arrows were exchanged for so many mutton. After the exchange of bows and arrows, Yibin gave the witch 2 more bars of soap, which was equivalent to a return gift. Looking at the 2 bars of soap in her hand, the witch was also full of curiosity. For her, who lived in a primitive society, everything Yibin took out was something they had never seen before. "What is this?" "This is called soap. It can be used to wash hands and take a bath. After washing with soap, your whole body will have a floral scent." The witch was very happy to hear that it could be used to wash hands. No matter what era it was, women all liked this kind of scented thing. Even a young female, which could not resist this temptation. "Is this for me?" The witch pointed at herself. "Yes, this is for you." Yibin felt amused. After you use it, you will definitely fall in love with this thing. At that time, you could just quote any price for the soap. As the saying goes, things that are given to you for free are the most expensive things. At this moment, the mutton cooked in the clay pot gave off a meaty aroma. The witch and her tribesmen all sniffed hard. What smelled so good? The crowd immediately started to whisper, and many people were swallowing their saliva. The aroma of the boiled mutton was so attractive. Yibin said to the witch, "The mutton is cooked. Call a dozen tribesmen over. I will show you something. I guarantee you will like it." The female wizard did not hesitate and immediately called over a dozen guards. Li Wang and the others also wanted to step forward to protect Yibin, but were stopped by Yibin with his eyes. The witch smiled and said, "City Lord Yibin, aren't you afraid?" Yibin also smiled slightly. "Witch, you are a smart woman. Isn't the thing we exchanged more important than my life?" Yibin didn't think so in his heart. He was wearing armor, and the dozen people in front of him couldn't hurt him at all. Besides, Li Wang and the others are still behind him. As long as the Feng family takes action, Yibin is sure to destroy them. "I have called all the people here. City Lord Yibin, what else do you want to do?" "I'll be there soon." Yibin put all the prepared wild vegetables into the clay pot. He pointed to the roasted lamb. The guards were all curious. "What does the city lord of the Huaxia tribe want to do?" "All right." Yibin nodded with satisfaction. He served 5 more bowls of mutton soup. After everything was done, Yibin asked the witches to start eating these 2 foods. One was roasted mutton, and the other was boiled mutton. Primitive people have no resistance to eating meat, and the witch didn't say anything. She just spoke to the guards around her. "You ate all this meat?" "Yes, Mistress Witch." The guards responded loudly. No matter which super tribe it is impossible to eat meat every day, right? Even if it is the Feng family, it is impossible for them to let the warriors eat meat every day, right? So boiled lamb is still delicious. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3, 10 News, a volcanic eruption. The guard were eating with their mouths full of oil, and the witch was also eating meat and soup. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Eben also looked at her with a smile, as if to say, "Did you find out?" After the guards finished eating, they even drank up the soup in the clay pot, while the two people who were eating the roasted lamb acted as if they were not full. "Witch, do you understand now?" Eben said with a smile. The witch licked the corner of her mouth, and Eben couldn't help but take another look at her. This female, which was also a stunning beauty. The witch said something to the people around her. The guards all had very satisfied expressions on their faces. It was also the first time for them to eat this kind of food. There was a salty taste in the mutton soup. "It's so delicious. Is this salty thing salt?" The witch said with satisfaction. For a witch, this kind of cooked food is really delicious, especially the mutton soup, which tastes salty. "Yes, I added some white salt to this food. The reason why you think the food tastes good is because of this white salt." The witch picked up a little white salt on her hand, put it in her mouth, and tasted it, and she felt very surprised. So salty. "City Lord Yibin, our Feng family wants both this clay pot and this white salt. I wonder how these two things were exchanged." Yibin thought, "You finally couldn't hold back any longer. It was worth it that I cooked a pot of mutton soup for you." Yibin made up his mind that this Feng family must be a wealthy tribe. A can of white salt can be exchanged for 10 sheep. A clay pot can be exchanged for 20 sheep. A clay bowl can be exchanged for 1 sheep. And we can also give you some chopsticks as a gift. The witch asked curiously, "Chopsticks? What is that?" Yibin pointed at his chopsticks and demonstrated the function of chopsticks. A piece of mutton the size of a finger was picked up by Yibin and put into his mouth. Then he started chewing it with great enjoyment. "These are chopsticks." Yibin even pinched it with his fingers to demonstrate the flexibility of the chopsticks. The two of them quickly discussed the details, and ultimately 200 clay pots were exchanged, and 50 cans of white salt were exchanged. After all the items were traded, Yibin asked about the situation here again. "How many tribes do you have here? Which one is the largest?" The female wizard immediately became alert. She stared at Yibin with her beautiful eyes without blinking. Women are much more sensitive to this kind of thing than men. "Why are you asking this?" Yibin smiled slightly and acted very kindly. "We have never been here before, so I'm a little curious. We don't have any ill intentions. I don't know if it's because Yibin is too handsome or because Yibin's smile is very friendly. But after taking a look at Yibin, the female wizard still told him about the situation here. There are several tribes in this area, among which there are 3 largest tribes. Our Feng clan is one of them. The remaining 2 major tribes are the Jiang clan and the White Tiger clan. The Jiang clan are kind people and do not like to make enemies with other tribes. Even if you meet them, don't worry that they will attack you. In this area, the tribe you should be most careful of is the White Tiger tribe. The people in that tribe are vicious. If you encounter a member of the White Tiger tribe, I advise you to run away." Yibin frowned and said unhappily, "We in the Huaxia tribe don't cause trouble, but we are never afraid of trouble. If they dare to provoke us, I don't mind destroying the White Tiger tribe." The female wizard was surprised. The man spoke too domineeringly. Fortunately, their Feng family did not have any enmity with their Huaxia tribe. The purpose of Yibin's visit this time was to take a look at the tribes outside. "Secondly, I just came out to find some things." "Where are you going?" Yibin asked curiously. "These people in front of us are obviously the backup of a tribe." Perhaps because of the several transactions, the witch did not suspect Yibin and his friends. She told Yibin all about her experiences in the tribe. "Our tribe did something wrong. The gods are punishing our tribe," the witch said with a sad expression on her face. "God? Punish? What is going on?" Yibin was overwhelmed by what he heard. Where in the world is there any god? Even if there is a god, it is Yibin himself. But Yibin continued to ask, "Why would the gods punish you? Can you give me some details? Can you communicate with the gods?" The female wizard stared at Yibin closely. For the female wizard, it was her first time to come into contact with an outsider. The witch would not care about transactions between tribes like this. If Yibin's things were not so good, she would not have done business with Yibin. "No, I don't have the ability to communicate with the gods, but maybe I can help you." In Yibin's heart, these so-called punishment from the gods are all disasters brought about by nature. For example, earthquakes, fires, floods, lightning, mudslides, and so on. The power of nature is so terrible that even the earth where Yibin lived in his previous life could not withstand natural disasters. "Can you help us? Can you really help us?" The witch said excitedly. Many people from their tribe died. Just last night, the mountain suddenly got angry. With a loud bang, the entire forest was on fire. Our tribe was engulfed by the fire. There was a sudden explosion on the mountain, and soon the entire forest was on fire. My people didn't have time to react at all. By the time we reacted, many of them had already died. When the witch said this, a look of horror appeared on her face. Looking at the witch, she was also frightened by the fire. For primitive people, a volcanic eruption is a huge disaster. So that's how it is? Yibin muttered to himself. What is this? The witch asked curiously. This man in front of me is really a bit too strange. Yibin patiently explained. You were not punished by the gods, but encountered a natural disaster. If I am not mistaken, you should have encountered a volcanic eruption. The witch asked in confusion. What? What is a volcanic eruption? When she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. The scene last night was so horrifying. To the ignorant, primitive people, this was undoubtedly the work of God. Yibin also became excited. Volcano? A volcano? Looking at Yibin's crazy appearance, everyone was puzzled, especially the witch and her group. That volcanic eruption was so terrifying that all of them wished they would never experience a volcanic eruption in their lifetime. The scene of people being burned to death is enough to send chills down one's spine. The witch asked cautiously, City Lord Yibin, are you okay? Only then did Yibin calm down. She grabbed the witch's hand and asked anxiously, Can you tell me where the volcano you mentioned is? King. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3:11 Helping the Phone Clan. Can you tell me why you're looking for volcanoes? The witch is not very old, but she is not a little girl who knows nothing. Yibin looked so anxious that you could tell at a glance that he was extremely anxious. Yibin knew that he had lost control. This was the first time he had lost his composure since he came to this world. It couldn't be Yibin's fault. Finding a volcano was like having gunpowder. Everyone on Earth in a previous life knew that the preparation method of black gunpowder was 1 part nitrate, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. The most difficult thing to find was the sulfur in the volcano. Of the remaining 2 materials, charcoal needed to be made better. As for saltpeter, it is not completely without a solution. There are 2 ways to obtain saltpeter. The first is to find natural saltpeter mines. The second method is to use a large amount of reduced soil to boil saltpeter. The so-called reduced soil is the soil that is close to animal feces and has been soaked in feces. It will produce a large amount of reduced properties. As time goes by, the soil on the ground will become reduced soil. Now Yibin has not seen the volcano yet, so it is useless to say more. Only after Yibin sees the volcano in person can he decide how to make gunpowder. Once black gunpowder is produced, it will completely change the fate of the tribe. Black gunpowder is extremely powerful, and Yibin will not use it easily. I've heard about it before, but have never seen it with my own eyes, so I'm very curious. Can you take me to see it? The female wizard immediately pulled out her little hand. She didn't even know when her hand was grabbed by someone. Yibin also looked embarrassed. It was all his fault for being too anxious. If the female wizard was really angry, Yibin would have to work harder again. Fortunately, no one noticed his action. The witch's heart couldn't help but beat faster. After all, Yibin was a stranger and they had known each other for less than a day. The witch was still a little panicked about Yibin's behavior just now. I can take you there, but not now. Why? Yibin asked curiously. Now that he knows about the volcano, he wishes he could grow wings and fly over there. If he can reach the volcano earlier, the black powder can come out earlier. A guard next to him said, The volcanic eruption you mentioned killed many of our people. On our way to escape, we were ambushed by the White Tiger Clan. Our chief is leading the warriors to resist them. White Tiger Clan, why did they attack you? Yibin became even more curious. Aren't the White Tiger Clan afraid of volcanoes? The guard continued, The White Tiger Clan has always coveted our salt mines. This time we were punished by the gods, and they attacked us from behind. Damn it. Salt mine? Isn't this phone family simple? They're truly a wealthy tribe. No matter which society it is, rare resources are the most valuable. Yibin asked tentatively, How many people are left in your tribe? The guard was also a big fool, without any scheming at all. No matter what Yibin asked him, the guard told him everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. The guard said proudly, We still have so many people. The guard hugged the air. Yibin also felt a headache. There was one bad thing about primitive people. None of them knew how to count. If you asked them how many people there were, they would just make random gestures to you. Anyway, Yibin couldn't understand it. He could only make a rough guess. As for the specific number of people, Yibin could only be sure after meeting them. Yibin couldn't understand it anyway, so he simply avoided the topic. He said with a smile, "Is that White Tiger clan very close to the volcano?" The witch nodded. "That's right. The White Tiger clan is right under the volcano, but they're behind the volcano, while our Feng clan is in front of the volcano. In this volcanic eruption, the ones who were injured are all our people." Many tears had already flowed down the little face of the witch. After all, those people burned to death by the volcano were all their people. Yibin cursed in his heart. Why am I so unlucky? We finally found the volcano, but it turned out to be on someone else's territory. What should we do now? Suddenly, Yibin had an idea. He looked at the female wizard with a smile, but he had another idea in his mind. Just when Yibin was about to speak, a voice in the distance interrupted them directly. "My lady witch, the clan leader and his men are in danger. My lady witch, the clan leader and his men." The soldier fainted before he could finish his words. He had multiple injuries and blood was flowing from his body. The witch immediately took out a packet of medicine powder, which was packed in animal skins. The witch quickly opened the skin package and poured the powder directly onto the wound. A surprising scene happened. The bleeding from the wound actually stopped. The witch said to Yibin, "City Lord Yibin, we are going to rescue the clan leader." After saying that, he was ready to leave. Yibin immediately stopped her. If they left like this, it would be even more difficult to go to the volcano in the future. Etc. "City Lord Yibin, do you have anything else to say?" "Here's the thing, I can help you for free, but I have one condition." The witch said, "What conditions?" "My condition is that after we defeat the White Tiger clan, we will go to the top of the volcano and look for some strange things. I wonder if you can agree to this?" The witch looked surprised and agreed without thinking. The volcanic eruption was too scary for primitive people. Not to mention looking for something. Even if the entire volcano was dug away, the witches wouldn't stop it. She even hopes the volcano will disappear. "Okay, I promise you. Not only can you go to the volcano, but you can also take whatever you want from the volcano. I promise not to stop you. If necessary, I can also protect you." After the two men finished discussing, they immediately set off with their men. Yibin led a group, and this time they only had 10 wooden boats from Shuicheng. There were about 150 people on each wooden boat, and 10 wooden boats meant more than 1,500 people. Yibin left a few people on each wooden boat to transport the sheep. They were traveling quickly along the way, and looking at the neat and orderly team, the female witches were all stunned. It turned out that the team could be led in this way. Their own team was crowded together, and the female, which felt a little uncomfortable at the first sight. Why are all of them human, but these soldiers I lead walk like this? Yibin didn't care what she thought. What he wanted was this volcano. As for why he wanted to help the Feng family, it was because he wanted to find a local ally. The current Feng clan should be the strongest of the 3 major clans. Kill! Kill them! The shouts and cries of the people around were one wave louder than the other. The two sides were fighting each other. A female warrior was hacking and killing people everywhere in the crowd. Every time she chopped with her stone axe, 1 or 2 people would fall down. The witch shouted anxiously, "Chief, be careful. There's an enemy behind you." P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 312. Defeat the White Tiger clan. Call out. A sharp arrow flew over. The enemy behind the tomboy was pierced through the chest by a sharp arrow, and a stream of warm blood sprayed on the tomboy's face. It was not until this time that the tomboy realized that someone had saved her. The witch almost fell down. The scene just now was too dangerous. Yibin was quick to support the witch. He asked with concern, "Witch, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The witch said anxiously, "City Lord Yibin, can you help us?" Yibin is not a hesitant person. Now that he has made up his mind, there is no way back. If he wants to go up the mountain to mine sulfur, or he must have an ally. Although we are outnumbered by the enemy right now, this is also an opportunity. As long as we help the Feng family this time, they will take care of us in this area in the future. Don't worry, witch. I'll bring some people over to support you right away. Shield soldiers, push forward, spearmen, attack from behind, archers, start shooting. Yibin gave orders calmly. As for how to distinguish the enemy, the people of the Feng clan only wore animal skins, while the people of the White Tiger clan not only wore animal skins, but also had a few bird feathers stuck in their heads. After the soldiers received the order, the sword and shield soldiers directly slashed at the enemy, and the spearmen also cooperated tacitly, and rows of sharp iron spears stabbed directly at the enemy. Ah! What weapon is this? Save me, save me. I don't want to die yet. The warriors killed a large number of enemies in the first round of attack, and this scene stunned the witches and others. Aren't these warriors from the Chinese tribe a bit too strong? A melee broke out on the battlefield. Yibin said to the witch, "Tell your people to step back. It would be bad if they were injured by mistake." The female wizard was still being supported by Yibin at this time. The scene just now had frightened her completely. It was not until Yibin called her that the female wizard reacted. She immediately spoke to the guards around her. "Windstone, go and ask the tribesmen to retreat." Feng Shi glanced at Yibin and was obviously worried. If he left, there would be no one around the female wizard. In order to reassure them, Yibin left Li Wang alone by his side. The female wizard saw Feng Shi's worry, and she immediately said to Feng Shi, "This is my order. Are you going to disobey me?" Feng Shi gritted his teeth. "My lady wizard, Feng Shi doesn't dare." When Feng Shi entered the battlefield, the witch finally regained some strength. She broke free from Yibin's support and said with an embarrassed look on her face, "City Lord Yibin, you will be a friend of my Feng family from now on." Yibin also smiled and said, "Your Feng clan is also a friend of our Huaxia tribe." In order to better mine sulfur, Yibin had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After the female warrior got rid of her opponent, she looked around the battlefield again. How come these people are so powerful? The female man looked at the witch again, and her face showed even more curiosity. The witch was usually in the tribe. There was no tribe at all, but what about these reinforcements? The female witch also saw the tomboy, and she immediately shouted at her, "Patriarch, are you okay?" The female man, another enemy, was killed with one axe. As the enemy fell, the female man's stone axe also broke into several pieces. "Chief, come here quickly," the witch shouted anxiously. The soldiers at this moment were like a pack of wolves entering a flock of sheep, and a one-sided situation immediately emerged on the battlefield. The archers at the back shot wave after wave of arrows, and the enemies on the opposite side fell one after another. This scene on the battlefield stunned everyone. After the female man approached, the female wizard said to Yibin, "City Lord Yibin, this is the patriarch of our Feng family. Feng Yu." "Ah, what happened, City Lord Yibin?" Yibin exclaimed in surprise. The tomboy in front of him was definitely not inferior to the Oiran in terms of body shape. Yibin felt that he had lost his composure and immediately extended a hand to the female man. "Hello, my name is Yibin. I am a city lord of the Huaxia tribe. I am very happy to meet the patriarch of your tribe." The female man was also confused. What was going on? The witch was afraid that Yibin would be embarrassed, so she immediately said to the female man, "Chief." The witch also winked. "Ah." The female man finally reacted, and she also stretched out a big hand and held Yibin's big hand. The female man also responded by imitating Yibin's words. "Hello, I am the patriarch of the Feng clan. My name is Feng Yu." Although Yibin knew about it, after listening to Feng Yu's introduction again, he still felt a little. After all, such a nice name, coupled with a mighty and domineering figure, is indeed a bit hard to accept. The two men shook hands and parted. After all, Patriarch Feng Yue was too domineering, and Yibin was still a little afraid. The witch laughed secretly on the side. Although Feng Yue was a little confused, she is still confused now. "Chief, where have all our people gone?" "Oh, Feng Yu heard the witch ask. "That's why I just randomly agreed to a few words." "Tribe. The tribesmen have already retreated, and I will lead some people to stay behind to cover their retreat." Feng Yue muttered to herself, "How come I have never seen this way of greeting by shaking hands before?" She is also the leader of a tribe. Who knows how many monsters and demons she has come into contact with. This was the first time Feng Yu had seen such strange behavior. Soon the battle came to an end, and the ground was littered with corpses of the White Tiger clan. The warriors maintained their formation the entire time. This formation was already ingrained in their bones. The soldiers' formation was like a human bulldozer. Wherever the soldiers went, the enemy's bodies would fall there. Those enemies who have not yet died are still wailing on the battlefield. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Save me. I don't want to die." The soldiers didn't care about the enemy's wailing. The sharp iron spears were like the death warrants of the god of death. Wherever the soldiers passed, the corpses were lying neatly on the ground. At this moment, the entire battlefield was like a Jura hell. Blood had dyed the soldiers' armor red, and even the air above the battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood. The strength displayed by the warriors has shocked everyone on the battlefield, including everyone in the Feng family. The witch was also frightened by the warriors. She patted her towering chest and glanced at Yibin secretly. Fortunately, she did not have a conflict with him. Otherwise, the person lying on the ground would be a member of the Feng family. Chief Feng Yue, what should we do with these captured prisoners? Yibin still asked Feng Yue, as he would need her care in the future. After all, in this area, the battlefield belonged to them. If Yibin wants to mine sulfur, he must get the support of a certain force. That's a true saying. Locals can better deal with locals. Many people will ask, the Huaxia tribe is so powerful, don't they have the ability to mine sulfur mines on their own? Of course there are, but China has offended too many people. The Taotai alliance is enough to give the people of the Huaxia tribe a headache. Not to mention that there is also a covetous Xuanwu tribe behind them. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3, 13 News from Another Volcano. Since Yibin asked her, Feng Yu no longer refused. These people were enemies of the tribe, and they had the blood of Feng clan members on their hands. People in primitive society usually kill their enemies directly. There are very few people like Yibin. Slaves only consume food. Not every tribe can afford to raise slaves. City Lord Yibin, have we really dealt with these people? Yibin smiled and nodded. What he was doing was a favor. When he asked them for help in the future, they probably wouldn't be embarrassed to refuse. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yibin did not keep any of the seized weapons and animal skins. These things had no practical value to him. What he wanted was the sulfur on the volcano. Sulfur is usually found near volcano craters. Those yellow things are sulfur. Mining sulfur is also very simple. Just use tools to hit it, and the sulfur will fall off piece by piece. About an hour later, Feng Yue and the others came back. As for what they had done, Yibin knew it without having to guess. The blood on their bodies was still dripping down. Smart people should all know that those captured white tiger people should have reported to the underground. Yibin sighed in his heart. This woman is really cruel. So many prisoners, just kill them all. City Lord Yibin, we're going to the salt mine now. I wonder if you would like to come with us? The female wizard and Feng Yue were both looking at Yibin nervously. If Yibin and the others didn't want to go, Feng Yue wouldn't force them. The Feng family is now like a balloon that is leaking everywhere. The members of the family have been scattered. The female wizard and Feng Yue, and the people they lead together, are less than 5,000 people. How many people are there at your salt mine? Yibin decided to ask first, isn't there a saying that goes? It is said that knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. If you don't even understand the situation and yet foolishly run to help, isn't that pure idiocy? Feng Yue thought about it carefully. Primitive people did not know how to count, and she didn't know how many people there were in the salt mine, but she could gesture to figure it out. Feng Yue pointed at everyone here and expanded the scope a little bit. Yibin guessed in his mind. According to the gesture of Patriarch Feng Yue, there should be about 40,000 people at the salt mine. Why are so many people arranged there? Of course, Yibin was just a little curious, not stupid. Regarding this question, he couldn't ask it. Just like the ironware of the Huaxia tribe, if someone came to ask Yibin, how was the ironware of your Huaxia tribe made? Guess what Yibin's reaction would be? Although they won't fall out directly, they will definitely be on guard against each other. That's how people are. Once there's even a hint of doubt, the level of trust between the two parties will become less and less, or even disappear altogether. Yibin's current behavior just dispelled Feng Yu's doubts. If the leader of a tribe does not consider his tribe members, then there are only the following situations. The first situation is stupid, but it is obvious that Yibin is not stupid. The second situation is that there is a conspiracy. It's obvious that you don't care about anything. So what do you really care about? Isn't it just a salt mine? For the Feng family, their most valuable asset is the salt mine. The most unacceptable thing is that there is only one salt mine in this area. Every year, most of the Feng clan members who die in battle are related to the salt mines. All the tribes in this area, as well as those large tribes, come to the Feng clan to exchange salt ore. This also led to many people in the tribe suffering from conjunctivitis. What do people fear the most? It's jealousy plus concern. Once someone is thinking about you, it means you have to be careful. Several group leaders all stood beside Yibin. After all, the safety of the city lord was related to their future. If the city lord was gone, the future of the Chinese tribe would disappear along with the city lord. Yibin asked a very strange question. Chief Fengyue, are there other volcanoes nearby? What is a volcano? Tribe leader Fengyue was completely confused. It was the first time she heard the new word volcano. The witch was afraid that the clan leader would be embarrassed, so she immediately explained in her ear. Chief, the volcano is... About 10 minutes later, Fengyue nodded. It turned out that thing was a volcano. Suddenly, Fengyue seemed to think of something. Isn't there an island volcano not far from the volcano? She heard this from the previous clan leader. Of course. There seems to be an island volcano not far away, but it has never brought down any punishment. For Fengyue and the others, the magma erupting from the volcano is the punishment from God. Yibin said happily, Can you tell me in detail? What is different about that volcano? Fengyue recalled that the temperature there was very high all year round, and there were flames on the volcano from time to time. That's about all I know. Is the temperature high all year round? Is there a flame from time to time? Isn't this a volcano? The most important point is that volcanic eruptions require time to cool down. Generally speaking, it takes several months to several years for a volcano to erupt completely. How can Yibin have so much time to wait? Now a new volcano has emerged. Doesn't this mean that someone will send you a pillow just because you feel sleepy? The corners of Yibin's mouth were almost stretched to the back of his head. Looking at his current expression, even a fool could see that the volcano is very important to the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. I can't. Just as Chief Fengyue was about to speak, the witch pulled her animal hide. Yibin didn't notice it, he asked happily. What happened to Patriarch Fengyue? No, nothing. Shall we go to the salt mine first? Yibin was very happy now, and he agreed immediately. After the salt mine issue was settled, he asked about the location of Fengyue volcano. As for how he mines sulfur, of course we won't let the soldiers go. Sulfur mining is toxic. If sulfur is mined for a long time, human lifespan will be greatly shortened. Yibin sneered in his heart. Now that he has offended the White Tiger clan, it shouldn't be too much to capture some slaves at that time, right? After discussing it, a few people decided to go to the salt mine first. The female wizard and Fengyue looked at each other. Yibin came here for the volcano. As long as she was told the location of the volcano and the matter of the salt mine, he would definitely help. After walking for most of the day, Yibin's smile at the beginning turned into a bitter face. For people in primitive society, walking for a whole day is a very normal thing. Looking at the female wizard beside him, Yibin asked a little embarrassedly, Witch, how long will we go? The witch smiled and said, It will be here soon. It will probably be here around this time tomorrow. So far? Don't you usually go out? Our salt mine is very close, and it usually only takes 3 suns to get there. 3 suns? Black Panther said immediately. City Lord, 3 suns means 3 days. Oh, I almost forgot that this is a primitive society. What society? The witch asked curiously. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 314 Arrival at the Salt Mine. There is no such thing as society. You must have heard it wrong. Yibin hurriedly replied perfunctorily. The female wizard rolled her eyes. She had clearly heard what Yibin was talking about just now. What kind of society was that? There was nothing else to do on the way except chatting and gossiping. Isn't the saying true that it's not tiring when a man and a woman work together? Yibin felt that this female wizard was not only beautiful, but also very smart. She kept hinting to Yibin along the way, saying that their Feng family was very powerful. Of course, Yibin understood what she meant. What she meant was that although our Feng clan is in trouble temporarily, our foundation is still there, and it will probably not take a few days for all the clansmen to gather together. How could a woman who could become a wizard be a simple woman? The female wizard was friendly before, but that was because she had too few people with her. No matter what time, the strength of the tribe is the bottom line. It doesn't mean that the witch has changed her face. After all, the salt mine is too important. If she can give the other party a friendly reminder, and both parties are sensible, this is naturally the best thing that can happen. The Feng clan just experienced a volcanic eruption and was ambushed by the White Tiger clan. No matter who they are, they will be on guard. Those who can sit in those positions are the ones who change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. Our Feng clan is the most powerful among the three clans. If it weren't for the volcanic eruption you mentioned, their White Tiger clan would not dare to attack us. Yibin smiled and nodded. He still believed in this point. If the Feng family did not have strength, they would have been destroyed by the other two tribes long ago. The fact that the Feng family could mine salt for a long time was also a manifestation of strength. As for why the witch said this, Yibin also roughly guessed that it must be the warriors of the Huaxia tribe who were too brave on the battlefield. The witch and her group should be both afraid and loving such an army, right? What is love? This army can help you. Afraid? Is this army really too dangerous? But no matter what, they're still helping the Feng family. They are friendly to Yibin, the witch, and Feng Yu, and they're all sincerely grateful. The next day at noon, the weather was still so beautiful. The sun hanging high in the sky was like a fireball emitting high temperature. The armor on Yibin and his men had already been soaked with sweat. Feng Yu smiled and said, "Go a little further and you will reach the salt mine of our Feng family." Yibin wiped the sweat from his forehead. I accidentally saw another spring scene. In primitive society, most men and women did not wear animal skins. Some men and women even had basically no covering at all. Feng Yu said in confusion, "City Lord Yibin, you guys." Feng Yu pointed at the sweat on their bodies. Yibin wiped the sweat from his forehead again. He couldn't possibly say, "I'm embarrassed to take off my armor," right? As for the soldiers led by Black Panther, they were also sweating profusely, but the soldiers all knew one thing. This is someone else's home ground. Although the armor is a bit heavy, it can protect their lives. Compared with sweat, life is of course more important. We are used to it. Normally, training is several times harder than it is now. Yibin said while panting. The witch said in disbelief, "You guys are a little hard to believe right now, right?" When the witch said this, a smile as bright as peach blossoms appeared on her face. Yibin was stunned for a moment. This female wizard was exactly his type. City Lord Yibin? City Lord Yibin? Yibin then realized that it was the Feng Yue clan leader who was calling him. "What's wrong?" Feng Yue pointed to a place not far ahead. "That's our salt mine." In the distance, a large group of people walked over from the salt mine. Each of them only had the important parts of their body covered. "Patriarch? Mistress Witch?" There were questioning voices in the crowd. "Patriarch? Mistress Witch?" There was a tribesman with good eyesight who shouted to the tribesmen around him. "The clan leader and the witch are back. It's really the clan leader and the witch are back." Many people in the crowd started crying. They had been fighting with the White Tiger clan every day in the past few days. Feng Yue shouted happily, "Flying spears! Flying spears! Flying spears!" Fei Mao also shouted with joy, "Patriarch, you are finally back." So many things happened in the salt mine in the past few days, and they didn't know what had happened to the Feng family. Although the White Tiger clan was hateful in the past, they had never attacked the Feng clan. This time, they dared to come and attack the salt mine. Something must have happened to the Feng family. It was not until Feng Yu and the others showed up that Fei Mao and the others were completely relieved. Fei Mao is a burly man, about 1.8 meters tall and weighing around 200 kilograms. He is a typical power warrior. Yibin's first comment on him was that his limbs were relatively well-developed. "Chief, has something happened to the tribe?" Feng Yu said sadly, "We were given by the gods." "No, we encountered a volcanic eruption, and many members of the tribe died." "What is a volcanic eruption? What is going on here?" Fei Mao asked anxiously. Such a big thing happened in the tribe, and he, as the commander-in-chief of the tribe, only found out about it now. Fei Mao looked at Feng Yu with a sad face. "Master Patriarch, my woman," Feng Yu said with a sad face. "Commander Fei Mao, we really have tried our best. Why is this happening?" "Ah," the witch said comfortingly. "Captain Fei Mao, many people from the tribe died this time, and coupled with the sneak attack by the White Tiger clan, our Feng clan suffered heavy losses." "White Tiger clan? The White Tiger clan again? I'm going to kill them now." "Fei Mao, come back to me." Feng Yue grabbed Fei Mao. "Go to the White Tiger clan at this time. Wouldn't that be courting death?" The female wizard also said majestically, "The Flying Spear Commander, you are the leader of the Feng clan. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the clan. Your current behavior is irresponsible to the clan. Commander Fei Mao, you must remember that the tribe is the hope of the tribesmen. If the Feng clan is gone, where will the tribesmen go? My lord, which I understand. Eben glanced at the female wizard. This woman was really majestic. It's true. The more beautiful a woman is, the less emotion she speaks. Fortunately, the one who died was not your woman. Oh, that's not right. Fortunately, the one who died was not your man. After everyone left, the female wizard said to Yi Bin, "Do you feel in your heart that I don't have any feelings at all? Right? Absolutely not." Yi Bin didn't react for a moment and actually said what was in his heart. The witch smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that we don't have feelings, but at this moment, the interests of the tribe are above all else. At this moment now, what does it matter if a few people die? Even if I, a witch, die, the interests of the tribe are still above everything else. The most urgent task now is to find all the lost members of the tribe. You are also a tribal lord. I believe your choice will be the same as mine. Why are you looking at me like that? You look good." Ibn Said, Josuali. He couldn't possibly say that there wasn't a single good person among those in power, right? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 315. The human heart is hard to predict. The witch said angrily, "What? Yibin immediately it. It's nothing. I just complimented you on your good looks. For a beautiful woman like you, no matter what you say, it must be right. Ibn thought this is a matter between your tribes and has nothing to do with me. Why do I feel that what you said is not what you really think? Yes, that's the volcano that the patriarch mentioned." The witch pointed to the island opposite the salt mine. White smoke was still coming out of that island, and it was obvious that the temperature was very high. Fei Mao and Feng, you were both surprised. How were Yi Bin and the others going to get through? Are we just going to fly over like this? Feng Yue had just told Fei Mao and the others about Yi Bin and the others. Feng Yue also told everyone in the salt mine about the bows and arrows exchanged from the female wizard. Fei Mao frowned and said to Yi Bin and the others, "City Lord Yi Bin, let's not talk about the volcano opposite for now. I'm just talking about the situation right now. With so many of you here, I really can't imagine how you're going to get through." "Yes. How are you going to get through with so many of you?" Feng Yue also said with a worried look. "City Lord Yi Bin, the witch has told you the location of the volcano. How are you going to get there? That's your business. Is there really no way we can help you get through this?" Yi Bin also saw their worries, so he said to them with a smile, "Don't worry. I have a way to get to the other side, but it will take until tomorrow afternoon at the latest." When Yi Bin and his friends came over, they were almost walking along the riverbank, and the moment they saw the salt mine, Yi Bin had already discovered the volcano on the opposite island. At that time, Yi Bin asked Taishan and the others to go back and mobilize the wooden boats. Those exchanged mutton have almost all been shipped back. It has been almost 2 or 3 days since Yi Bin exchanged the mutton. The soldiers could make 2 round trips a day. One wooden boat could carry an average of more than 300 sheep. 10 wooden boats could carry more than 3,000 sheep at a time. They could make at least 2 round trips a day, which means nearly 20,000 sheep in 3 days. Yi Bin brought Li Wang and a few others directly to the salt mine. When Fei Mao saw that it was Yi Bin and the others, he happily stepped forward to greet them. "City Lord Yi Bin, how did you get here?" Yi Bin also smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen a salt mine. I couldn't help but be curious, so I came to take a look." Fei Mao was also a kind-hearted person. He took Yi Bin to look around. They passed many salt mines on the way. The salt mines here were not a whole. It is a relatively scattered salt mine, and not every stone is salty. Yi Bin picked up a stone. The color of the stone was a little black. He licked it with his tongue again. There was a faint salty taste on the black stone. "Commander Fei Mao, is this black stone salt stone?" Fei Mao nodded. "That's right. This black stone is salt stone. The water soaked with salt stone will have a light salty taste. The water that we, the Feng family, drink is made from this salt stone. As long as you drink this salt stone water, you will feel strong in your body. There are also many small tribes who simply lick the salt rocks to get more salt. You've been sight. Why don't you lick the salt stone?" Fei Mao said, unhappily. "Of course not. Why would we do such a thing? Generally, only small tribes would lick that kind of salt stone. Large tribes like ours use salt stones to make salt water to drink." Yi Bin took out some things and handed them to Fei Mao with a smile. Fei Mao asked curiously, "City Lord Yi Bin, what is this? Put it in your mouth and taste it first." Yi Bin gave Fei Mao a reassuring look. Fei Mao took a bite suspiciously and his eyes suddenly lit up. So salty. Is this also salt stone? Li Wang, Black Panther, and the others all had expressions that said, "You have never seen the world. It is not salt stone, but it is more valuable than salt stone. As you should know, eating too much salt stone can kill people. That's because the salt rock has not been purified. If people eat that kind of salt rock for a long time, their bodies will slowly begin to be poisoned. Many people just slept on it. By the next morning, he was completely dead." Fei Mao's face turned pale when he heard this. They had no idea how many times they had experienced the same thing as had been described. It turned out that the tribesmen who died were because they ate too much salt. "City Lord Yi Bin! City Lord Yi Bin!" A female guard shouted anxiously. "City Lord Yi Bin, our clan leader is looking for you," the female guard said breathlessly. "Chief Fengwei, what does she want from me?" "I don't know," the clan leader didn't say. "She just asked me to invite you over." "Okay, let's go." Yi Bin said hello to Fei Mao and left with the female guard. Yi Bin came to a shack and shouted into the shack. "Chief Fengwei, what do you want to talk to me about?" "City Lord Yi Bin, please come in and speak first." The space of the shack was not very large, and there was a piece of animal skin on the ground. For people in primitive society, the shack was used for sleeping and also for talking. "I discussed it with the witch. We have decided to exchange a large number of bows and arrows, as well as the white salt, pottery pots, and stone tools with you." Fengwei took another look at Yi Bin's armor. "We also want to exchange these things." Feng Yue's finger pointed directly at Yi Bin's armor. Yi Bin said with regret, "I'm sorry, Chief Fengwei, we don't trade our armor with others. You can exchange for something else." "City Lord Yi Bin, us." Needless to say, Chief Fengwei, iron is the sacred weapon of our China. "It is impossible for me to be exchanged, just like your salt mine. It is impossible for me to be exchanged. I hope you can understand, Patriarch Fengwei. City Lord Yi Bin, you have to think it through. Is there really no room for negotiation?" "No." Yi Bin's answer was very straightforward. The atmosphere in the shack had become extremely awkward at this moment. Noticing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, the female wizard immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "City Lord Yi Bin, our clan leader didn't mean that, and hopes that City Lord Yi Bin, you won't be angry." Yi Bin saw Feng Yu's greed. No matter which tribe's chief he was, as long as he saw the existence of ironware, he would not be able to control the greed in his heart. It's like a group of single men suddenly saw a stunning beauty. Do you think they would want to have her for themselves? The current leader of the Fengyue tribe is that single big man, and the iron armor and iron sword on Yi Bin's body are that peerless beauty. Yi Bin said expressionlessly, "I know you have no ill intentions, but I still have something to say to Chief Fengyue." Fengyue said unhappily, "What?" Greed is insatiable. After Yi Bin finished speaking, he turned and left, expressing his gratitude to such an ungrateful person. Yi Bin disdained to associate with them. He originally wanted to find an ally. Now it seems that this Feng family is not the one they are looking for. After Yi Bin walked away, the witch's voice was heard from the shack. "Patriarch, what's wrong with me? I'm also doing this for the Feng clan. So many of us died this time. If we had weapons like the Huaxia tribe, would we still be afraid of the White Tiger clan? And you can't threaten City Lord Yi Bin, right?" The witch said angrily. "City Lord Yi Bin has helped us so much. How can you treat him like this? If he hadn't helped us, I would have taken action against them a long time ago. Didn't you see what they had on them? If we had that kind of thing, who would be a match for our Feng family?" When Feng Yue said this, his eyes turned red. If a person is greed, it is really a terrible thing. The witch wanted to say something else, but she still didn't have the courage to say it out loud. She couldn't possibly say that our Feng family was no match for the Huaxia tribe, right? P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 316, Feng Yu's Greed. Let's go. Yi Bin's face looked very ugly. Feng Yu's attitude was so disheartening. "Yes, City Lord." Black Panther shouted to the soldiers. Everyone started to set off immediately. Although the soldiers didn't know what was going on, they still chose to obey orders. After Yi Bin led his men away, the witch ran out in a hurry and asked the nearby warriors, "Where did City Lord Yi Bin and the others go?" A soldier replied, "My lady witch, City Lord Yi Bin has already taken his men away." "Gone?" "Yes, my lady wizard." "How long have they been gone?" The warrior thought for a while and counted his fingers. Seeing that the warrior could not answer, the witch became annoyed. People in primitive society were like this. Ordinary people at the bottom of the tribe knew almost nothing. The only people with some knowledge in a tribe were the wizard and the tribe leader. Which direction did they leave from? The soldier immediately pointed to the left. City Lord Yi Bin and his group left from this direction. The witch's mood is very complicated. Is the patriarch really blinded by iron? Why? A tribe you can make friends with is always better than having one more enemy, right? City Lord, why are we leaving in such a hurry? Yi Bin's face was extremely gloomy. Feng Yu was as smart as a pig. He said casually to Black Panther, "Let the soldiers stay alert and pay attention to the invading enemies around them." When Yi Bin said this, he also looked behind him. Black Panther also sensed that the atmosphere was not right and knew that now was not the time to be entangled, so he immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Everyone, stay alert. As soon as you find an enemy approaching, attack immediately." After Black Panther gave the order, he left behind a dozen people to follow the team. Black Panther said to a few people again, "You dozen or so people should follow slowly behind the team. As soon as you find someone following you, you must immediately notify the team to get ready." "Yes, Brigadier General." A soldier immediately agreed. He took a dozen people with him and went straight to the back of the team. "City Lord, where are we going now?" Li Wang asked seriously. He didn't know what was going on, but he had a bad feeling. "When we came here, we saw a wide area. We will go there now as soon as the wooden boat of our Huaxia tribe passes by. They will definitely find us." "City Lord, are you talking about the open space at the turn?" Li Wang still has a deep impression of the open space at the turn. "Yes, that's the spot." Taishan couldn't help but say curiously, "City Lord, is that Feng family interested in our ironware?" "How did you know?" Yi Bin was surprised by Taishan's attentiveness. Taishan had a silly smile on his face. Although he was a reckless man, he still had a careful side. "The warriors of the Feng clan. Every time I look into their eyes, I have the urge to rob them. City Lord, don't you know? Every time they look at us, there's a strong possessiveness in their eyes. Especially when they saw our ironware. The greed in their eyes could not be concealed." "I thought, City Lord, you knew?" Taishan said with a resentful look on his face. As soon as Feng Yu walked out of the shack, she wanted to find Yi Bin immediately. She said to the soldiers around her, "City Lord Yi Bin, where are they? Tell them to come and see me." The warrior said with a little stutter, "Leave. City Lord Yi Bin and the others are gone." "What? Are they all gone?" The warrior said with certainty. Yes, chief." Feng Yu cursed with a gloomy face. "Are you all a bunch of trash? Who told you to let them go?" After Feng Yue finished scolding the soldier, she slapped him in the face. Bang! With a loud and crisp slap, the soldier fell directly to the ground, with traces of blood mixed with saliva flowing out of his mouth. "Tribe, clan leader, you didn't say you wouldn't let them leave?" Feng Yue slapped him again. The soldier spat out another mouthful of blood. There was a bright red slap mark on both of his cheeks. The soldier started crying with a look of grievance on his face. Whoa. If you cry again, get out of the Feng family." Feng Yu's words made the soldier dare not utter a word. The two slaps only caused minor injuries, but if he was kicked out of the Feng family, the soldier would have no way out. A voice suddenly said, "Chief Feng Yue, you will kill the Feng clan by doing this. Our biggest enemy now is the White Tiger clan. The Huaxia tribe is very friendly, but what have you done?" Feng Yue said unhappily, "I do this for the Feng family." "Master Wizard, don't forget that you are a female wizard from our Feng family, not a female wizard from the Huaxia tribe. You are eating the food of the Feng family, so don't let your heart become crooked." The witch said aggrievedly, "I'm also doing this for the Feng family members. My heart also belongs to the Feng family. I hope you're like that too. Whatever you do, always put your tribe first." Finished. Feng Yue turned and left. If it weren't for Yi Bin's help, Feng Yue would have taken action against them long ago. There are still more than 40,000 to 50,000 people in the salt mine. Yi Bin also knew this very well. Otherwise, he would not have left in such a hurry. In the afternoon, a large number of wooden boats appeared on the river, and more than 1,000 people led by Yi Bin arrived at the designated location early. Li Wang was patrolling on the river at the bend with several hundred people. A few soldiers with better eyesight immediately shouted loudly, Captain Li Wang, look at those wooden boats on the river. Are they the wooden boats of our Huaxia tribe?" When Li Wang took a look over, he was immediately excited. "The reinforcements of our Huaxia tribe have arrived." Li Wang looked at the river again, and he counted them one by one with his fingers. How come there are 20 wooden boats? Aren't there only 10 wooden boats in Shuicheng? There are only 5 wooden boats in Longcheng. Where did these 5 extra wooden boats come from? If you can't figure out Li Wang, forget about it. His strength is his natural supernatural power. Li Wang led the patrol team and ran quickly towards Yi Bin's location. Leader, the reinforcements of our Huaxia tribe have arrived, Li Wang said while pointing at the river. Everyone looked over there, and Yi Bin also said with a smile on his face. They finally came over, and Yi Bin ordered the soldiers to shout loudly. Everybody, shout for me. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately shouted loudly. The city lord is here. The city lord is here. Oiran Brigadier, it seems like someone is calling us. Wrong. They all seem to be shouting. Is the city lord here? The crowd was saying all kinds of things, and the soldiers also saw the crowd in the distance. Oiran Brigadier, why does the person standing at the front of the crowd look like our city lord? Another person took over the conversation. What does it look like the city lord? He is the city lord of our Huaxia tribe. The courtesan smiled. At this moment, she really looked quite feminine. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3:17, Searching for Sulfur in the Crater. City Lord. City Lord. The soldiers on the warships all responded loudly. Black Panther laughed happily and said, City Lord, the Oiran Brigadier General and the others are here. Why did the Oiran come here in person? You've been asked with a puzzled look. Generally speaking, the Oiran would never leave Dragon City, unless she was afraid that she would encounter some danger. Taishan said in a mean way. The Oiran Brigadier must be worried about the city lord. Otherwise, why would the Oiran Brigadier come here in person? Yi Bin smiled and kicked Taishan, and then he started talking nonsense seriously again. The Oiran captain and I are innocent. What is a clean and innocent person? Li Wang asked foolishly. The soldiers behind him all laughed and asked, City Lord, what does it mean to be innocent? After the soldiers asked this question, many of them laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Yi Bin's face rarely turned red, and he cursed at all the soldiers. You bunch of little bastards. I'll tell the Oiran commander when she gets here. The soldiers shuddered immediately. Last time, the courtesan stepped on the blood scorpion's testicles and burst them. When the warriors thought of that scene, they all felt a chill down their spines. Many soldiers pleaded, City Lord, you must not tell the Oiran Brigadier. City Lord, you must not tell. Li Wang also shuddered. The woman he feared most was the Oiran. Leader, you must never tell that vicious woman, the Oiran. Just when the warriors were joking, the 20 wooden boats, led by the courtesan, have also arrived at the river bank. The courtesan got off the wooden boat with a happy look on her face. Before she even arrived, the voice had already come over. City Lord, I heard the returning soldiers say, Are you in any trouble? Yi Bin nodded. I did encounter some minor troubles, but it doesn't matter now. Have you brought all the tools I asked you to prepare? City Lord, don't worry. We brought all the tools and more than 200 slaves with us. These people were requested by you, City Lord. Very good. Yi Bin praised and shouted to all the soldiers. Get on board. After everyone got on board, Yi Bin noticed something. Don't we only have 15 wooden boats? Why do we have 20 wooden boats this time? The Oiran said very proudly. When you brought the sheep back, Old Bear knew something was going to happen. He ordered the workers in Longcheng and Shuicheng to work day and night. The 5 wooden boats you mentioned were made by Old Man Xiong and his men. In order to prevent you from getting into any accidents, I took the initiative to mobilize all the wooden boats and drove over here at the fastest speed. Yi Bin then asked, Now that you are out, what should we do with Longcheng? Now I have let 3 team leaders take charge of Longcheng. All right. Yi Bin still has great faith in the courtesan's vision. City Lord, where do we go next? Driving along this river, turning into a big bay, and driving forward for a few more hours. Our destination this time is a volcano on an island. The courtesan became even more curious. What kind of a volcano is this? This must be another new word invented by the city lord. What is a volcano? The Oiran asked in confusion. Yi Bin kept it a secret. He smiled and said to the courtesan, When the time comes, you will know it naturally. Everyone was very quiet along the way. The soldiers led by Yi Bin were marching at a forced pace. The fat woman Feng, you had long been eyeing China's ironware. Once a person has conjunctivitis, he or she may do anything. That fat woman Feng you. She just has a serious case of conjunctivitis. There was deafening snoring in the cabin. Just when Yibin was sleeping soundly, a soldier hurried over, shouting as he walked. City Lord! City Lord! We see a smoking volcano. Should we move closer? At this moment, there was no trace of Yibin in the cabin. The moment Yibin heard the voice, he quickly walked out. City Lord? Is that the volcano you mentioned? The courtesan pointed to an island not far away, on top of which was a high peak with green smoke rising from it. That's right. This is the island. Yibin immediately began to give orders. Have all ships begin to dock immediately. The soldiers shouted one after another. All the ships immediately began to dock. All the ships started to dock immediately. The commander-in-chief of the Flying Spear. The Flying Spear commander. One of the soldiers shouted hurriedly. Commander Famau, something bad has happened. A lot of strange things have appeared on the river across the street. Can you please come over and take a look quickly? What's all the fuss about? At this time, there were about a dozen people sitting in a shack. Leading them was the tribe leader Feng Yue, and next to her was the female witch. As for the other people in the shack are all leaders of the Feng family. Chief, can you please come out and take a look? Yi Bin and his companions fled secretly, and her iron tools were taken away. At this moment, Feng Yue was very angry. It had been almost a day. If the witch hadn't stopped her, Feng Yue would have taken people to chase after him. Feng Yue walked over angrily. Just as she was about to curse the warrior, she saw a lot of strange things staying near the island in the distance. I don't know what those things look like. The witch's eyes were complicated. She knew those people were City Lord Yi Bin. Feng Yue seemed to have noticed something, and she asked the witch beside her, "Are they?" The female wizard interrupted Feng Yue directly. "Yes, they are from the Huaxia tribe. This is where they came down from when I first saw them. As for what this thing is called, I still don't know." Yi Bin began to give orders. Everyone stayed on the wooden boats, and each boat could only hold about 5 people. Yi Bin jumped down personally to lead the team, and Li Wang, Black Panther, and a few others all followed. Just when the Oiran was about to go down, Yi Bin immediately called her to stop. It was not that Yi Bin did not want her to come down, but the more people came down, the greater the danger would be. He was also considering the safety of the courtesan. Then why did Yi Bin go there in person? Because Yi Bin was the only one who knew about the sulfur near the crater. If he didn't go up, no one would know about the sulfur. Yi Bin also knew the danger of the volcano. But in order to develop the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin must take this risk. Li Wang, Black Panther, and the others have no idea of the danger of the volcano. Otherwise, even if you beat them to death, they will not agree to let Yi Bin go up. The more than 100 people were already sweating profusely before they had taken a few steps. The more than 200 slaves following behind them, each carried a large bamboo basket on their backs. This large-looking bamboo basket is used to transport sulfur. Yi Bin only led them the way once, and then told the slaves what sulfur looked like. From then on, the task of digging sulfur would be left to these slaves. From now on, even if a volcano erupts, the only people who will die will be these slaves, while the warriors of the Huaxia tribe will all stand on the wooden boats. Even if the lava flows down, it can't damage the wooden boat. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 3:18. Fight for Salt Mine. About 2 hours later, the more than 100 people led by Yi Bin and the more than 200 slaves behind him were all wet with sweat, and everyone was swallowing their saliva. City Lord, what crater is this? How long will it take us to reach it? Black Panther began to ask while swallowing his saliva. What kind of place is this called a volcano? It's really not a place for human beings to stay. The crowd was also swallowing their saliva. They had climbed the volcano for 2 hours and their bodies were almost roasted. What were many people saying? What kind of volcano is this? It's so hot. It's so hot. I really can't hold on any longer. Yi Bin listened to the crowd talking to themselves. He was almost overwhelmed by the heat. Yi Bin didn't even have the energy to answer the question that Black Panther asked him just now. Yi Bin looked up at the crater and said to Black Panther and the others with difficulty, "Almost there. Almost there." About half an hour later, the crowd finally arrived near the crater. Clear smoke was floating in many places around it. If people inhale the smoke for a long time, it'll bring very serious consequences. Yi Bin looked around again and found that there were many yellow sulfur mines near the crater. Yi Bin took the iron rods from the soldiers' hands and smashed them down directly. Immediately, a palm-sized piece of sulfur fell down. Li Wang picked up the sulfur on the ground and immediately handed it to Yi Bin. The sulfur was still a little warm. Ibn put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and a pungent smell emanated. Ibn said with certainty, "That's right. This thing is sulfur, and only sulfur has this smell. Listen up, all you slaves. Your task from now on is to collect this sulfur, or you have to collect food at least twice a day. The food for you slaves will be the same as that for my Chinese tribal warriors. And the most important point is that when you collect sulfur, you must cover your mouth and nose with wet cotton. If anyone doesn't do as I say, once he is discovered by my people, he will be fed to the fish in the water. When the time comes, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless." When Yi Bin said this, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Although he didn't like these slaves, he couldn't kill them indiscriminately. If the slaves could protect themselves better, those who collected sulfur could still live longer. After Yi Bin said this, he took the warriors down the mountain, and the more than 200 slaves stayed near the crater. Their daily task was to mine sulfur here. Li Wang said anxiously, "Leader, shouldn't we leave some warriors behind to watch over them?" Yi Bin smiled and replied, "No need. There is no way to escape from this volcanic island. There is no way to reach the shore except by our wooden boat. Even to the nearest riverbank, our wooden boat would take half an hour to sail. Moreover, the river here is very deep. If the slaves don't want to die, they will be obedient and collect sulfur or—" Black Panther immediately offered a flattery. The city lord was very thoughtful. If the slaves wanted to survive, they had to stay on this island. This was their only chance to survive. Everyone went down the mountain quickly, and the speed of going down the mountain was naturally much faster than the speed of going up the mountain. City Lord! City Lord! The Oiran shouted with joy. The soldiers had already told her what had happened in the past few days. It turned out that the salt mine opposite belonged to the Feng clan. I heard from the soldiers that the city lord also helped the Feng clan, but the clan leader of the Feng clan actually wanted to take the city lord's ironware. What an ungrateful Eastern woman. Looking at the courtesan's happy expression, Yi Bin thought she had won the lottery. "What's wrong, Oiran?" The courtesan pointed her finger at the opposite side, and it seemed that a battle had taken place over there. "City lord, please take out the telescope and have a look." When the courtesan said this, she had a very happy expression on her face. The Feng clan went to war? Yi Bin took out a telescope and immediately looked towards the salt mine opposite. A fierce battle was taking place there. The two fighting clans were naturally the Feng clan and the White Tiger clan. A hint of happiness appeared on Yi Bin's lips. He brought people to help the Feng family. In the end, they are still thinking about their own ironware. They are really a bunch of ungrateful people. This time, the White Tiger clan came prepared, and they seem to have brought a lot of reinforcements. Inside the salt mine, there were 3 groups of people fighting. The people from the first party wore ordinary animal skins. The people from the second party had a black chicken feather on their heads, and the people from the third party had colorful patterns painted on their faces. Yi Bin said to Black Panther, "Black Panther, use the telescope to look. Have you ever seen those people with patterns painted on their faces before?" Black Panther observed for a while and was sure that he had never seen these people before. "City Lord, we have never seen these people with patterns on their faces before." At this time, all the regiment commanders and battalion commanders took out a bamboo telescope. Through their observations, they found that the number of people with patterns painted on their faces was no less than that of people wearing black chicken feathers on their heads. Yi Bin thought for a while, and then he said to the people around him, "If I'm not mistaken, those people with patterns on their faces must be from the Jiang family? Could it be that the 2 tribes have formed an alliance?" As soon as Yi Bin said this, he actually scared himself. This time, the Feng family is going to be in big trouble. Suddenly, an idea came to Yi Bin's mind. What if he waited until they were all defeated, and then led his men to kill them secretly? As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately killed by Yi Bin. If I really did that, then what would be the difference between me and that fat woman Feng Yu? Not to mention offending 3 ethnic groups at the same time. Even if he took over the salt mine, Yi Bin had no confidence that he could keep it. King Li asked, "Chief, what should we do now?" Black Panther also said, "City Lord, this is a good opportunity, right?" Taishan also shouted excitedly, "Yes. City Lord, if we charge over now, we will definitely be able to seize their salt mine." Yi Bin looked at the courtesan beside him and asked, "What do you think we should do now?" The courtesan frowned. She felt that the salt mine opposite was a hot potato. "City Lord, our goal is sulfur ore, and with the current strength of our tribe, it is impossible to defend the salt mine opposite." Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction. "Your analysis makes sense. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. City Lord, what does this mean? You've been patted the courtesan's shoulder. What this means is that no matter how powerful our Huaxia tribe is, we can never dominate the other side of the river. Now, all we have to do is sit back and watch the show. Everyone praised it. The City Lord is right. Even if the lava flows down, it can't damage the wooden boat. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Brothers and sisters, I'll add another chapter for you guys today. Chapter 319, The Feng Clan Escapes. Chief Jiang Lei. This time, we were able to defeat the Feng family thanks to your Jiang family. Jiang Lei also spoke politely. Black Tiger Clan leader, you were joking. This time, we were able to defeat the Feng clan thanks to your White Tiger Clan. The two big men looked at each other and then laughed loudly. From today on, this salt mine belongs to our two tribes. Chief Jiang Lei, don't worry. We have already agreed before that after we take over this salt mine, our two tribes will each have half. Jiang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Among the three tribes, the Jiang clan was the weakest. If Heihu really went back on his word, there was really nothing he, Jiang Lei, could do. There was a glimmer of cunning in Heihu's eyes, and he said to Chief Jiang Lei with a smile, Chief Jiang Lei, this area is given to you. Heihu pointed to the salt mines that had been mined. As for those areas that had not been mined, Heihu directly gave them to himself. Jiang Lei immediately started to speak angrily. Chief Black Tiger, are you afraid that this distribution is not appropriate? The salt and stone mines allocated to our Jiang family have all been mined by the Feng family, and the salt mines allocated to you, the White Tiger Clan, are all unmined ones? Black Tiger Chief, do you think this is fair? Black Tiger sneered and said, the so-called fairness is whichever tribe is stronger. Fairness means that tribe has the final say. Chief Jiang Lei, are you not satisfied? All the salt mines that you allocated can be given to our White Tiger Clan. You? Jiang Lei was so angry that he couldn't speak. In this joint attack on the Feng clan, the Jiang clan suffered heavy casualties. Among the three super tribes, the Jiang clan was the weakest. Two great commanders cursed angrily. Heihu, you don't keep your word. We will kill you now. Stop it all. Jiang Lei roared. The current Jiang clan is no match for the White Tiger Clan. Patriarch? Patriarch? Are they really too bullying? Heihu didn't care about the two of them. He smiled and said to Chief Jiang Lei, Patriarch Jiang Lei is still sensible. Let's go. The Black Tiger tribe leader gave an order. The warriors of the White Tiger Clan also all left with smiles on their faces. Their smiles as they left were so ironic and sarcastic. The female wizard supported Feng Yue, who was covered in blood. In the battle of the salt mine, just now, tens of thousands of Feng family members died, and their clan leader Feng Yue was also seriously injured. Chief, are you okay? Chief Feng Yue, are you okay? The witch shouted anxiously on the side. The people around were also gathering together and shouting Feng Yue. Patriarch, you must hold on. Patriarch, you must not die, okay? People in the crowd said all kinds of things. Some said caring words, while others said sarcastic words. Put me down. Put me down. The witch immediately shouted loudly. The clan leader has given the order. Let him down immediately. Clan leader Feng Yue, how are you now? Chief, where should we go now? The witch immediately scolded the person who asked the question. The clan leader is like this, and you still ask him such a question? Feng Yue said weakly. Female, witch, what you said before was right. We shouldn't be thinking about the iron weapons in the hands of City Lord Yi Bin and his men. If City Lord Yi Bin and his men were still here, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Cough, cough. Feng Yue spat out a mouthful of blood. Chief Feng Yue, Chief Feng Yue. The witch cried out in tears. Although she was a witch of the tribe, she was still a girl of 16 or 17 years old. Chief, you must not die, okay? Chief, what will we do if you die? All the warriors were in a panic. Their former homes had been completely swallowed up by the volcano, and now even the salt mine had been taken away by the other two tribes. Many members of the tribe began to cry. Feng Yue held on to her last breath and said, I am sorry to my people. All of this is my fault. After I die, Mistress Witch, you must lead your people to find a new home and stay away from those two tribes. No, otherwise our people will all die at the hands of their two tribes. You must. Remember, After Feng Yu said the last few words, there was no sign of life at all. Patriarch? Patriarch, wake up. Chief Feng Wei, don't you want to die? The crowd immediately became panicked, and many tribesmen were crying and shouting. The female wizard also had a sad face. If Patriarch Feng Yue had listened to her, she would not have let the Feng family fall into such a miserable end. Several great commanders came over and said in bewilderment, Mistress Wizard, where should we go now? A great commander said, if it weren't for the clan leader. Shut up. The flying spear immediately interrupted the commander. No matter what clan leader Feng Yu did, she did it for our Feng clan. Now that clan leader Feng Yu is dead, we should be more united. The female wizard also stood up and said, Commander Fei Mao is right. The Feng family is no longer the same as before. We are not out of danger yet. The remaining members of the family should unite together. If we want to survive, we must stay away from this place. In this area now, our Feng family no longer has the ability to fight. Fei Mao was the first to stand up. He shouted to the crowd around him, I will be the first to support the witch. If there is a first, there will be a second. Soon the crowd started to shout, we all support the witch. Yes, yes, we also support the witch. The witch raised her scepter, and soon the crowd quieted down. Fellow Feng clan members, I will definitely lead you all to find a suitable new home for us. What we lack most now is food. From now on, everyone, your food will be changed to once a day. And the tribe? No. From now on, it can only be called a tribe. The witch looked at the crowd again. The entire crowd added together was less than 7,000 or 8,000 people. Among them, women and children were the largest, and the number of Feng clan warriors was no more than 3,000 at most. The female wizard regretted so much in her heart that she couldn't regret it anymore. If she had known this would be the result, she would have stopped Chief Feng Yue even if she died. But now, it's too late to say anything. Black Panther said happily, City Lord, the Feng family has been defeated. That Feng Yue tribe leader was also stabbed several times by the spear. I guess even if they escaped, the Feng Yue tribe leader would not survive. Li Wang and several other team leaders also smiled happily. We had just seen it through the telescope. The fat old woman from the Feng family was covered in blood. The soldiers also laughed happily. There were also many soldiers dancing on the wooden boats. Yiba did not try to stop them. The Feng family was ungrateful. It was retribution for them to end up like this, right? Yibin Said softly. I wonder how she is doing. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 320. The Oiran can also act like a coquettish person. A guard shouted anxiously. Chief Black Tiger, are there a lot of strange things over there? What weird stuff? Heihu cursed with an unhappy look on his face. I had just led my men to conquer this salt mine. Could something unexpected have happened? Several commander-level figures also came over. The bearded man who was in the lead said, What happened? White Elephant. How come you guys are here too? Black Tiger said to the people who came over. The bearded man, named by Xiang, is the leader of the White Tiger clan. The position of the commander-in-chief is like the Black Bull in Dragon City. Several commanders responded immediately. We also saw that there were a lot of strange things on the opposite side. These strange things could walk in a river? Walk. Is it so magical? Heihu looked incredulous. Could it be that the gods had appeared? A commander pointed at the moving wooden boat and shouted, Chief, look, those strange things are leaving. City Lord, what should we do with these slaves? Black Panther said anxiously, These slaves were captured by the Huaxia tribe with great effort. Are they just going to be left here like this? Who said we should just throw them here? I left them 3 days' worth of food. From then on, the wooden boats of our Huaxia tribe would come here every 2 days or so. The task of these slaves was to mine large amounts of sulfur ore. If the slaves behaved in a lazy manner, their food supply would be cut off. Whenever such behavior was discovered, they would all be starved for 2 days. This way, the slaves would not dare to be lazy again. Okay, City Lord, I will definitely do as you command. Black Panther always carried out the orders given by the City Lord 100, even though he didn't know what the City Lord wanted to do. But Black Panther believed that the City Lord must have his own reasons. This time, they stayed for about 2 days, and the slaves mined a lot of sulfur ore. The salt mines on the opposite side of the island were as if nothing had happened. Everything is still so peaceful. As soon as it got light in the morning, the Oiran inspected every wooden boat. The Oiran was a very responsible woman. For many things, she didn't need Yi Bin to tell her anything. She had already done them all on her own. Just like this time, Longsheng needs to reclaim more than 1,000 acres of land. The task he'd been assigned to each city was to reclaim 1,000 acres of land. This is also for the tribe's future plans, and the courtesan's request to the tribe members is that Longsheng must reclaim 1,500 acres of land. For the courtesan herself, the more food the better. Only with food can the tribe become strong. This knowledge was told by the city lord. Every time the city lord said something new, the courtesan would remember it firmly in her heart. Although she was a woman from a primitive society, all the knowledge she learned was brought by Yi Bin from Earth. The slaves were carrying baskets of sulfur, ore, and transporting them to each wooden boat. The soldiers were also very cooperative and freed up extra space on the wooden boats. After Black Panther finished the inventory, he walked to the side of the courtesan. After several days of sulfur mining, the wooden boat was now full. Captain Oiran, shall we go and inform the city lord? These wooden boats are now full of sulfur ore. If more sulfur ore comes, our soldiers will really have nowhere to go. Seeing Black Panther's anxious look, the courtesan nodded slightly. Ugh, I'll go find the city lord now. After the courtesan finished speaking, she immediately walked towards Yi Bin's cabin. They had been out for several days already. She wondered how the reclamation around Longsheng was going. The Oiran shouted loudly as she walked. City lord, Yi Bin has been exhausted these days. He has to assign work to the slaves every day, and he even designed a high-altitude cable. All the sulfur ore mined by the slaves can be easily glided down through high-altitude cables, and the sulfur ore that slides down will be stored by the warriors. The slaves would only come down from the mountain once a day at mealtime. After coming down, they would bring a day's worth of food to work. The slaves would also bring a day's worth of clean water up the mountain. After all, mining sulfur ore on a volcano consumes a lot of human body water. If the slaves don't want to die of thirst, they have to carry a lot of clean water up the mountain when they come down in the morning. Yi Bin opened his eyes hazily. He seemed to hear someone calling him. Yi Bin put on the animal skin placed aside and rubbed his blurry eyes. Who is calling me? City lord, our 20 wooden boats have been filled with sulfur, or are we heading back to Water City now? Or continue to mine sulfur, or here? The Oiran told Yi Bin everything about the current situation on the ship. Yi Bin yawned, then slowly walked out of the cabin control room. Oiran, are all the wooden boats full? Yi Bin asket lazidi. In the morning of primitive society, even the air was so sweet. Yes, city lord. Shall we go back to Watertown now? Yi Bin took a look at the volcano, especially near the crater, where there was a lot of smoke. If one inhales this smoke for a long time, there's a high probability of death. The components of this smoke are water vapor, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen chloride, and so on. City lord, which slaves are you worried about? The courtesan saw Yi Bin's worry. Although she didn't know why the city lord was worried about the slaves, the city lord still chose to do so. Yi Bin sighed softly. That should be it. The education I received since childhood was based on peaceful development. I still have some resistance to things like sending people to death, although I killed many enemies on the battlefield. However, those are enemies of our Huaxia tribe. If I don't kill them, they will destroy our tribe. So I don't have any psychological burden in killing people on the battlefield. The courtesan was also confused when she heard this. City lord, didn't he grow up in the Luoshui tribe? But why does the city lord always say strange things? City lord, when did you receive education from childhood? Why didn't we receive education? Didn't you grow up with us? Why don't we see the education from childhood that you mentioned? A series of questions for the Oiran. Yi Bin also smiled and passed it off. It was very stupid and terrible for a person who wanted to become powerful to always have this kind of saintly thinking. When we have the chance in the future, I will slowly tell you that the most important task now is to bring these sulfur ores back. When the time comes, I will make you some more powerful weapons. Upon hearing about the powerful weapons, the courtesan immediately became excited. City lord, what powerful weapon are you going to make? Can you tell me about it quickly? When the Oiran said this, she acted like a little girl. This scene made Yi Bin dumbfounded. It turned out that the courtesan could also act like a spoiled child. It's true. No matter which woman it is, she will use this killer move. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 321, The Escaped Witch. Okay. Stop shaking. Can I tell you now? This time when we go back, the weapon we're going to make is gunpowder. Gunpowder? Is it used to treat diseases? The Oiran is like a cute baby, because the Huaxiao tribe has a lot of medicinal herbs. Gunpowder is not used to cure diseases. Gunpowder is used to kill people. After I have mixed it, you'll know what gunpowder is used for. The courtesan agreed disappointedly. All right, Oiran, you must pass on my order now and have the soldiers raise the sails and return to Water City. The Oiran nodded in agreement and shouted to all the ships. All soldiers, listen up. All wooden boats raise their sails and return to Water City. Raise the sails, raise the sails, raise the sails. Back to Water City, back to Water City, back to Water City. All the soldiers on the wooden boats were shouting one after another. Soon, all the more than 20 wooden boats started moving, with each wooden boat more than 20 meters apart. This is also to prevent a large-scale collective collision of wooden boats. Once an emergency occurs, the wooden boats will at least have a certain amount of reaction time. Commander-in-Chief, are all those strange things gone? A soldier shouted loudly. The Commander-in-Chief asked them to monitor here. If those strange things move, they must report to the higher-ups immediately. Bai Xiong was inside the shack, dealing with a woman from the Feng clan. These captured women were all spoils of the White Tiger clan. This is the rule of primitive society. As long as your tribe is defeated in the war, the men will be killed by the enemy and the women will be captured as sex slaves. As for the animals and food in the tribe, they were all other people's spoils of war. This was the fate of the losers. The captives who were luckier would be tied up as slaves. It is possible that those unlucky captives were eaten by others, especially when food was scarce. Many tribes would practice cannibalism. The white elephant cursed loudly. What strange thing is left? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you will not survive today. Several soldiers said tremblingly. Great commander, it was you who asked us to monitor you? The soldiers began to stutter as they knew the commander-in-chief's methods. If they made the commander-in-chief unhappy, he would definitely kill them. Bai Xiong glanced at the woman, covered her mouth and nose with one hand, picked up a bone knife with the other hand, and rubbed it directly into the woman's chest. Hiss! Blood sprayed on Bai Xiong's face, and he licked the corner of his mouth with enjoyment. For a perverted murderer, blood would only make them more excited. The woman could never understand until her death how the two men who were enjoying themselves just a moment ago drew their knives and killed her in the blink of an eye. The woman was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The woman wanted to say something, but her mouth was full of blood. In the end, without saying a word, the woman just died with her eyes wide open. The white elephant slowly stood up and put on his animal skin again. He licked the blood on the bone knife again, and the white elephant became excited instantly. Very good taste. The white elephant's eyes began to turn red. Many people's eyes would turn red after licking human blood. Someone, drag her out and throw her away. The soldiers heard the commander-in-chief's call. He immediately rushed into the shack and saw a woman's body lying on the ground. Warm blood was still oozing from her chest, and it was obvious that the woman was dead. The white elephant didn't care at all. He walked out with a smile on his face. When he saw the island opposite, the white elephant was also surprised. Originally, they all thought that those strange things would not move. After all, Yi Bin and his team's wooden boat had been stuck there for 2 or 3 days. The white elephant looked at the opposite side, and those strange things slowly disappeared from the eyes of them. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? The white elephant slapped the soldier who was speaking, and a tooth flew out instantly. The soldier trembled and covered his injured face. The white elephant looked at him cursing. How should I know what to do? Where have the patriarch and the others gone? The injured soldier felt very aggrieved, but he still answered the white elephant's question. The Black Tiger tribe leader took some people out, and it seemed that they were from the Zhuifeng clan. When they escaped, there seemed to be a female witch. The patriarch fell in love with her. I heard that the female, which was very powerful. When they broke through, it was the female wizard who led the others to open a gap. Their warriors have some very strange weapons in their hands, and they can cause fatal damage to our warriors from a long distance. Bai Xiong pondered for a while. Although he was a little arrogant and a little perverted, he was not stupid at all. Among those who could sit in this position, how many people did not have any scheming? Are you saying that the Feng family has weapons that can kill at long range? The injured soldier immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. They have a weapon that can hurt us from a long distance. We didn't pay much attention at that time. The people who fought with them were all warriors from the Jiang family. That's right. The weapons of the Feng family seem to need to be paired with something before they can attack other people's bodies. Otherwise, they will have no killing power at all. The white elephant looked at the soldier again. Why didn't he realize before that there was such a powerful person around him? What is your name, and how did you find these things? Replied to the commander. My name is Termite. As for the functions of those weapons, I also saw them by accident. The white elephant patted the termite on the shoulder, and he smiled and said to the termite, From now on, you will be the captain by my side. Your task is to use your brain more. He said excitedly, Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. As long as you need me, I will do my best. Very good, I was right about you. Black Panther is holding a telescope and observing the situation on the riverbank. Sudden, there was a group of people with chicken feathers on their heads, chasing a group of fleeing people. The woman leading them was actually known to Black Panther and the others. Eben was still talking to the Oiran, and the Oiran laughed from time to time. City Lord, is everything you said true? The courtesan at this moment was like a little fangirl. The City Lord had just told her that when the Huaxia tribe was stable in the future, the City Lord would personally make candies for her. When Eben wanted to say something else, he was suddenly interrupted by a hurried voice. The person who interrupted him was Black Panther. City Lord, something's wrong? Is a City Lord in trouble? The courtesan said unhappily. I finally got a chance to talk to the City Lord, but was immediately interrupted by the Black Panther. What went wrong? Black Panther, you are also a brigade commander. Why do you do things the same way as Li Wang? Li Wang immediately became unwilling. What does it mean to be the same as him? Oiran, can you speak? What do you mean by being the same as me? How did I provoke you? The courtesan said with a look of disgust. You didn't provoke me. I just don't like you. Black Panther also got angry. After all, he was a brigade commander. You, the Oiran, are also a brigade commander. The City Lord didn't say anything about us, but a brigade commander from Dragon City is so arrogant. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 322. Give you one more chance. How did I offend you, Oiran? I'm reporting the situation to the City Lord. What does this have to do with you? The Oiran immediately became angry and said, It's bad enough that you, Li Wang, attacked me, but you, Black Panther, also attacked me. It's already very good that I didn't attack you. The situation is about to get out of control. Eben immediately stood between the few people and said, You are all from the same tribe. Are you going to fight each other just for a few words? None of the three spoke anymore. They just looked at each other. Black Panther, what did you just say was wrong? Black Panther then remembered and immediately said to Eben, City Lord, the female wizard from the Feng family is fleeing over there with a group of people. Eben also immediately became alert. He still remembered the female wizard. If it weren't for the fat woman of Feng Yue clan leader, they would still be living in the salt mine now. My lady witch, there are too many of them. If we keep running like this, we will all die in their hands. A guard said sadly, They, the White Tiger clan, have killed many of us. At this moment, the female wizard saw the wooden boat in the river. She knew that the people sitting on it must be City Lord Yi Bin and his companions. But how could she have the nerve to ask for help after seeing what Chief Feng Yue had done? Something surprising happened. The boats of the Huaxia tribe actually approached the riverbank, and each of their wooden boats was filled with densely packed warriors. Fei Mao covered one of his arms, which was now stained with blood. He had just fought with the Black Tiger Chief. He was accidentally injured by the Black Tiger Chief. If it weren't for the guards who risked their lives to save him, Fei Mao would have died before the king of hell long ago. The witch still shouted shamelessly, City Lord Yi Bin, it was our Feng family's fault before. City Lord Yi Bin, please help us again. Yi Bin and his crew's wooden boat was parked not far from the riverbank, and Yi Bin was looking at them with a playful expression. Is it really a coincidence that the witch is so lucky? It seems like your Feng family has offended someone. Yi Bin smiled a bit heartlessly. It couldn't be blamed on Yi Bin and the others. Otherwise, Feng Yu was too greedy. How could the Feng family end up like this? The witch gritted her teeth and shouted at Yi Bin on the wooden boat again. City Lord Yi Bin, can you help me again? I helped you before, but how did you treat me? When Yi Bin said this, there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. No matter who helped others, those people you helped were thinking about how to deal with you. Yi Bin had heard this story of the farmer and the snake when he was a child. At that time, Yibin even asked his mother why the farmer saved the little snake, but in the end, the little snake bit the farmer? My mother's answer at that time was that the thing that this world has the most is ungratefulness. No matter whether it is a person or an animal, if you're nice to others, don't expect anything in return. At this time, the White Tiger clan had already surrounded them. If the Feng clan wanted to escape, everyone would have to have wings. Otherwise, the only option is to escape by water. The witch's face was filled with despair. The Feng family was so powerful before, but in just less than a few days, they experienced a volcano and then a siege by the White Tiger clan. The witch still shouted without giving up. City Lord Yibin, as long as you can save my people, I will lead them all to join your Chinese tribe. After the witch finished speaking, she no longer had any strength left in her body. She also knew the consequences of being caught by the White Tiger clan. Rather than being caught by the White Tiger clan, it would be better for her to take the initiative to join the Huaxia tribe. Yibin did not agree immediately, but said sarcastically, "Witch, do you remember what you said?" "City Lord Yibin, what are you saying?" The female wizard was also confused by the question. She had said so many things. Who knew what City Lord Yibin was asking? "My lady wizard, your memory is not very good at all? Then let me help you recall. Didn't you say that we are a friendly tribe? Then why are you, the Feng family, still interested in friendly tribes?" The female, which then remembered that she had indeed said this before, but she was not the only one who had the final say in the Feng family. Seeing the dilemma of the female wizard, Yibin also knew that this was not what she meant. The Feng family had ideas about him, and this was all Feng Yu's fault. At this time, the chief of the Black Tiger clan had already led his men to charge over. The Feng clan was now like fish on the chopping board, and Black Tiger could eat them however he wanted. As for those things on the river, Hu has already seen clearly that those things have no lethality at all. Besides, if the female which is not afraid, how could he, the chief of a tribe, be afraid? The witch also began to get anxious. She shouted to Yibin again, "City Lord Yibin, can you trust me again?" Suddenly, the courtesan said in Yibin's ear, "City Lord, we can save them." Black Panther, Li Wang and others were not very willing at the time. "City Lord, you can't save them." Yibin was not in a hurry at all. He looked at the courtesan with a smile. "Can you tell me your reasons?" "Yes, City Lord." The courtesan said proudly, "City Lord, our volcano is being mined. It requires a lot of—" The courtesan didn't say anything else. After all, the Feng family chose to join the Huaxia tribe instead of being captured as slaves by Huaxia. Black Panther also laughed immediately. Although the courtesan's words were overbearing, her method really made them feel comfortable. Li Wang also said on the side, "Chief, I think this is a great idea." Several people looked at each other and then laughed at the same time. The courtesans all knew that long-term mining of volcanic sulfur would lead to poisoning and death, but the Feng family didn't know that. Yibin pretended to think about it for a while, and the courtesan even started to persuade him in a fake manner. "City Lord, these people are so pitiful. Should we save them?" Black Panther couldn't help laughing at everyone. Everyone's eyes turned to Black Panther. Black Panther pinched his thigh, and his expression slowly changed from happy to painful. Li Wang saw that Black Panther was in great pain. He immediately asked Black Panther with concern, "Black Panther, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's okay, my legs just hurt a little." "You deserve it," the Oiran said angrily. Yibin looked at the female wizards again and said, "I will trust you one last time. I also believe that my Oiran captain will not make a mistake in choosing someone." When all the members of the Feng family heard that Yibin was willing to save them, they all burst into tears of joy. What they encountered these days was even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Just when Black Tiger and the others were approaching, Yibin said 2 words coldly, "Shoot." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. P.S. After reading this, please give Beicheng a thumbs up. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 323, Being Smart. Shoot the arrow. 20 docked wooden boats were all lined up in a row. When the soldiers heard the order to shoot, thousands of sharp arrows were shot out quickly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sharp arrows flew over everyone's heads, and each arrow made a sound of breaking through the wind. Yibin shouted to the witches and the others, "All of you Feng family members, get down on the ground." Female wizard, you also know the seriousness of the matter. She immediately shouted to her clansmen, everyone of the Feng family, get down on the ground." Sharp arrows were shot out in wave after wave, but the warriors of the White Tiger clan had never seen weapons like bows and arrows. Many warriors of the White Tiger clan showed a disdainful expression. Often ignorance is one's biggest enemy. The warriors of the White Tiger clan have all suffered from this ignorance. Even though Black Tiger did not understand the other party, he still chose to stand behind the crowd. It was precisely because of this caution that he saved his life. Just when the warriors of the White Tiger clan were preparing to kill, dense black dots in the sky shot down at the fastest speed. Sharp arrows pierced through the crowd quickly. The tip of each arrow was made of iron. The sharpness of the iron arrowhead caused a large number of White Tiger clan warriors to fall down. "Ah! It hurts so much. What is this? My stomach hurts so much." The warriors of the White Tiger clan fell one after another, and their blood quickly flowed into the river. This scene made Black Tiger dumbfounded. These people are still on that strange thing, and almost half of their own people have died. How'd they do it? A leader said loudly. "Chief, are they all gods?" He who is a clan leader after all, how could he believe in what the gods said? For the tribe's leaders, there is no such thing as a god. The reason so many of our tribe members died is that the opposing tribe is too powerful. There were many small black dots in the sky, falling down quickly every time. The warriors of the White Tiger clan fell down, and the warriors behind them had no idea what was happening. At this time, the river bank was completely dyed red with blood, and the warriors of the White Tiger clan slowly began to react. When the commander saw that the clan leader didn't say anything, he became even more anxious. In just the past few minutes, many people from the White Tiger clan had died. Black Tiger Chief, Black Tiger Chief. The weapons those people used, have we seen the Feng family use before? Several warriors from the White Tiger clan spoke loudly. Although who didn't believe in gods, the scene that just happened did give him a fright. The reason why he didn't answer the commander was that he was just thinking about a question. Why are the things in those people's hands so powerful? Looking at the retreating soldiers, who immediately shouted to the guards. Anyone who retreats will be killed on the spot. Yes, Patriarch. After receiving the order, the guards immediately picked up their weapons. A few fast-running soldiers happened to pass by the guards. The guards acted quickly, and sharp-boned spears pierced the bodies of the fleeing people. The leading guard, after killing several people, shouted to all those who were running away. The chief has ordered that anyone who runs away from the battlefield be killed on the spot. The warriors of the White Tiger clan immediately stopped running away. Running away on the battlefield was the instinct of the warriors, but the order from the clan leader was a fear engraved in their bones. Many people stopped where they were, looking at the fallen soldiers with bewildered faces. Although the soldiers were terrified in their hearts, the orders from the Patriarch made them even more frightened. Lady Witch, have all the White Tiger clan warriors withdrawn? Several men from the Feng family lay on the ground and laughed happily. The repression they had suffered in the past few days was almost driving them crazy. Many members of the Feng clan raised their heads. When they saw the bloody corpses lying on the ground, they immediately became happy. The warriors of the White Tiger clan really retreated. Before everyone could get excited for long, the warriors of the White Tiger clan were blocked by their own guards. The Feng clan, who had just raised a little hope, were on the verge of collapse again. Black Panther immediately said to Yibin, "City Lord, those people with chicken feathers on their heads are out of our shooting range." Yibin waved his hand casually. He was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, the ones in danger now were not our Huaxia tribe. Instead, the ones who should be anxious were the Feng family on the riverbank. Why are they in a hurry? Taishan asked in confusion. Li Wang's brain finally came online for a while, and he immediately said to Taishan, "Those people from the Feng family will never completely submit to us unless they experience true despair," King Li said, still pretending to look serious. Yibin looked at the two people with a smile, and he discovered a strange problem. Li Wang's IQ would only be officially online when he was with Taishan. Black Panther also said admiringly, "Brother Li Wang, what you said is very sophisticated, isn't it?" This time the Oiran did not refute. She also felt that what Li Wang said made sense. Li Wang and his companions were talking and laughing on the wooden boat, while the White Tiger clan on the riverbank had reorganized themselves. Heihu took a look at the corpses. In just a brief encounter, 1/3 of the soldiers he brought with him had died. If Heihu said that he was not heartbroken, he would definitely be deceiving himself. The guard leader said, "Chief, what should we do now?" These words from the guard leader express the thoughts of all the soldiers. Although they are all tribal warriors, aren't warriors a suicide squad? Heihu looked at the guy on the water again, although he didn't know what it was. But Heihu understood one thing. That strange guy was very dangerous. No, it is very dangerous. Suddenly, Heihu saw the sharp arrow shot on the ground, and he instantly understood something in his heart. It turned out that their attack was limited to a certain distance. Don't know why. Heihu laughed loudly, and the warriors around him wondered what had happened to the tribe leader. The commander on the side asked cautiously, Clan leader, what's wrong with you? Heihu pointed at the sharp arrow on the ground and said to all the warriors, Soldiers, don't be afraid. Their weapons can't hurt us at all. Many soldiers also saw the sharp arrows on the ground, and they immediately understood something in their hearts. It turned out that the enemy's attacks were also limited by distance. Many white tiger warriors flattered Black Tiger, but our chief was so smart that he saw through their tricks at a glance. Call out. Before the soldier could finish his words, a sharp arrow pierced his neck. Blood instantly spurted onto Black Tiger's face. Yibin smiled disdainfully and said, Are you really being too smart? P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 324, Water Battle. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it? Then you all don't want to live anymore? Originally, Yibin's idea was to let the White Tiger clan scare the remaining members of the Phone clan, but he didn't expect that they wanted to attack again. This really means you don't take him seriously? Tell all the wooden boats to start landing, and tell the soldiers to capture as many of them alive as possible. I want to keep them for great use. The Oiran laughed softly. City Lord, do you want to capture them and mine the volcanic ores? After hearing what the courtesans said, Black Panther immediately went to convey the City Lord's order. Everyone, get off the boat and start disembarking now. The City Lord has ordered that you should capture as many people alive as possible. If you cannot capture them alive, you can deal with them on your own. The soldiers immediately became excited. As for the enemies in front of them, they did not take them seriously at all. Kill! Kill! As soon as the wooden boat docked, the soldiers picked up their weapons and rushed down. In the front were the sword and shield soldiers. Behind the sword and shield soldiers were the spearmen. And behind the spearmen were the archers. Looking at the crowd coming down from the wooden boat, Heihu suddenly laughed. These people came down to die on their own accord, so don't blame him for being cruel. Heihu looked at the number of soldiers on his side again. After seeing it, Heihu felt more confident. The soldiers he brought were about 3 times the number of the enemies on the opposite side. Commander Huowu, bring your men and kill them for me now. Yes, Patriarch. After Huowu received the order, he immediately went to make arrangements. Huowu came to the front of the crowd and shouted to all the warriors. The clan leader has ordered that they be killed. When the soldiers heard the commander's order, they immediately began to charge forward. Kill! Kill! They seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Those tribesmen who were shot were still lying on the cold ground, and their blood had already dyed the entire battlefield red. While commanding the battle, Huowu slowly retreated behind the crowd. His heart was still pounding when he saw the scene of the soldier's death just now. The enemy they encountered this time was stronger than ever before. The warriors began to charge and throw stone spears at the same time. Looking at the enemies standing opposite them, the warriors of the White Tiger clan thought that the enemies were scared silly by them. More than thousands of stone spears flew towards the warriors of the Huasha tribe at the same time. The stone spear flew in the air, making a whistling sound as it broke through the wind. Yibin stood behind the soldiers. Looking at the flying stone spears, he was not anxious at all. He wanted to let the enemy on the opposite side understand what a real dimensionality reduction attack is. Just when the enemy's stone spears arrived, Yibin also began to give orders. The sword and shield soldiers took up their shields for defense, and the archers drew their bows and shot arrows for me. The shooting distance of the bows and arrows of the Huasha tribe is about 100 meters, while the throwing distance of the stone spears of the White Tiger tribe is about 40 meters. It's obvious that both sides are not on the same level. The warriors of the White Tiger clan, relying on the fact that they had more people on their side, did not take the other enemies seriously at all. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yibin immediately gave the order to shoot. Shoot! The warriors released the bowstrings in their hands, and the sharp arrows shot towards the crowd on the opposite side like wild horses. The warriors of the White Tiger clan were hit by the sharp arrows before they could even throw their stone spears. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as one round of sharp arrows was fired, the second round of sharp arrows came immediately. As soon as a row of soldiers in the front fell, another row of soldiers behind fell. Ah! I seem to be injured. Commander, can you please save me? I couldn't see, and my arm was... Before the soldier could finish his words, an arrow pierced his neck. Blood spurted out immediately. The entire battlefield was filled with the screams of the White Tiger warriors. Some were blinded by arrows, and some had their hearts pierced by arrows. Even more people died directly. This scene terrified all the members of the Feng family. Their invincible enemies fell down one after another. Female, Mistress Wizard, are they still human? Several people from the Feng family said, they are not human. So are you human? The witch cursed angrily. If only these people of mine were half as powerful as others, they wouldn't be forced to join the Chinese tribe. Seeing that the situation on the other side was almost in chaos, Yi Bin shouted to Black Panther and the others. Black Panther, take your men and charge over there. You must capture that man with a lot of chicken feathers on his head for me. Yes, City Lord. Soldiers, charge with me. Black Panther shouted to the crowd, and he rushed forward again. Kill! 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 More than 1,000 people were shouting on the battlefield at the same time, and the entire battlefield was shaking with shock. When Heihu saw the enemy rushing towards him, he immediately ordered Huowu to go and meet the enemy. Commander Huowu, take your warriors and kill them for me. When Heihu said this, his eyes were full of malice. These people had killed many of their people. If they were not so powerful, Heihu would have rushed forward to kill them himself. Huowu glanced at the enemy opposite him, but still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. At this moment, a soldier happened to be retreating, and Huowu chopped him with a stone axe. A big hole immediately appeared on the soldier's head, and blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Many soldiers around had blood sprayed on their faces. When they saw their companions being killed, they immediately picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Huowu had just killed a man, and his body was already stained red with blood. At this moment, he was like a devil, scaring the surrounding soldiers so much that they didn't dare to get close to him. Soon, the warriors of both sides engaged in battle. The sword and shield soldiers used their shields to form a wooden wall, and any enemy who approached would be stabbed to death by the spearmen behind them. Ah! Help me! Help me! I don't want to die yet, A White Tiger warrior was still begging when he was hacked to death by the sword and shield soldiers. Wherever the blades passed, the ground was littered with broken limbs. Many White Tiger warriors were chopped to the ground and howled. They also had their own relatives and women. How could they be willing to die like this? But the battlefield is so cruel, and there are rules on the battlefield. Since they are all on the battlefield, they must be prepared to be killed in battle. The warriors of the White Tiger clan fell down in rows, and their blood had dyed the land red. The mud on each warrior's feet was also dyed red by the blood, and their feet were covered in blood and mud. Huowu was watching with fear and trepidation. This group of people were simply devils from hell. Every time they launched an attack, many people from the White Tiger clan would fall. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 325, Taking in the Feng Clan. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Huowu immediately said to Heihu, Master Patriarch, shall we leave quickly? Otherwise, all the soldiers we brought here will die here. There was reluctance in Heihu's eyes. He was unwilling to fail like this, and he was unwilling to escape like this, but with everything happening before his eyes, Heihu had no way to do anything. Huowu immediately shouted to the guards, You guys take the clan leader away first. I will stay with the others to stop them. Otherwise it would be too late, and the guards also know the seriousness of the matter. They ignored Heihu's curses and just ran away with Heihu. Heihu was held by the guards, but he kept shouting loudly, No one is allowed to escape. If any of you dare to escape, I will kill you all when I return to the tribe. Kill every one of you. The Black Tiger was still screaming loudly, but he simply didn't understand that once defeated on the battlefield, it would be a complete defeat. The Black Panther was still charging into the crowd when several soldiers suddenly shouted loudly, Oh no! Oh no! Black Panther Brigade Commander, the man with a lot of chicken feathers on his head escaped. Black Panther killed an enemy with one blow, and he immediately looked in the distance. There happened to be a group of people there. Among them was a man with a lot of chicken feathers on his head. He was the man that the city lord had specifically asked for. Black Panther shouted to the people around him again. "Charge forward, everyone. Our target is that man." Black Panther pointed a finger directly at Black Tiger's position. When Huowu saw that Black Panther was trying to break out by force, he immediately shouted to the soldiers around him. In order to protect the tribe leader and retreat, all the warriors of the White Tiger tribe blocked them. When the warriors heard that they had to protect the tribe leader, many of them charged towards the Black Panthers without caring about their lives. For a time, the pressure on Black Panther and his men increased greatly. These people were loyal to Black Tiger, just like Black Panther and his men were loyal to Yibin. The guards led by Black Panther directly charged forward with their shields. After the shield and sword soldiers charged forward, the spearmen behind them quickly thrust their spears. Every time the spearmen attacked, dozens of them would fall down, and those warriors who were not dead would be stabbed again by the shield and sword soldiers. Wherever the Black Panthers passed, the ground was already covered with blood. Several guards immediately said, "Black Panther Brigade Commander, what should we do now?" Black Panther glanced into the distance and saw that they had already gone far away. It was basically impossible to catch up with them again. Black Panther chopped down another enemy with his sword, and looking at these enemies who refused to retreat, Black Panther was really angry. The task assigned to him by the city lord was a complete failure. The Black Panther roared, "Kill! Kill them all! Whoever lets an enemy go will be kicked out of the Huasha tribe." Seeing that the brigade commander was angry, the soldiers swung the iron weapons in their hands even harder. Every time the warriors swung the iron weapons, many of their body parts would fall off, including limbs, heads, and various internal organs. Yibin said to the female wizards, "What are you still doing lying there? The enemies have been almost wiped out by us." "Thanks, thanks." After the witch finished speaking, she immediately asked the tribesmen to stand up. There were more than 5,000 people left in the Feng clan, of which about 4,000 were women. Yibin looked at them with a bit of amusement. "My lady wizard, does what you just said still count?" Yibin had also made up his mind that if they dared to go back on their word, he would make them disappear immediately. He, Yibin, would never be merciful to those who had deceived him. I. Yibin has already clenched the iron knife in his hand. As long as the female wizard says she doesn't want to, Yibin will immediately let Li Wang take action. "We are willing to join the Huaxia tribe. However, we have another request." The female wizard was about to say something when she was immediately interrupted by Yibin. "Needless to say, I know what you want to say. From today on, the Feng family has completely disappeared. From now on, there will no longer be any Feng family." "You." Fei Mao had just said 2 words when he was interrupted by the witch. "We are willing to obey the city lord arrangements and hope that the city lord will not treat us unfairly in the future." After listening to what the female wizard said, Yibin finally let go of the weapon in his hand. This little action of his was seen by the female wizard. Fei Mao wanted to say something, but the witch reminded him, "Do you want all the members of the Feng clan to die here?" Fei Mao is a great commander, and he is not a completely brainless person. The way Yibin looked just now showed that he really had the intention to kill. City Lord, all members of our Feng clan are willing to join the Huaxia tribe. We also hope that you, the city lord, will treat the members of the Feng clan as members of the Huaxia tribe in the future." Fei Mao gritted his teeth and said these words. He was a man who was not good at speaking. If it were not for the Feng family members, he would never surrender to others, even if he died in battle. "Don't worry. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, you are a part of our Huaxia tribe. The treatment you give to our Huaxia tribe members is the same as the treatment you give to your Feng clan." Li Wang Said Ing Yib Bin Sear. "Chief, the battle is over. The Black Panther Brigade commander and his men are capturing prisoners on the battlefield." Yibi nodded with satisfaction. Although the man with chicken feathers on his head ran away, he was able to capture so many of them and killed several thousand of them. This is for Yibin himself. This was already an unexpected gain. He originally wanted to go back to Water City directly, but he didn't expect to meet the witches here again. What is even more surprising is that they also captured more than 1,000 slaves. Originally, Yibin wanted Fei Mao and the others to mine the sulfur or on the volcano. Now that we have these slaves, we can let them do the mining work on the volcano. Yibin thought of another thing. What kind of expression would the White Tiger Clan leader have when he saw his fellow tribesmen mining sulfur or right across from the salt mine. Huh. When Yibin thought of this scene, he laughed happily. In the eyes of the female witches, his current smile made him look like a bad brother who was deceiving little girls. The courtesan was no longer surprised. Whenever the city lord thought of something strange, he would like to smile foolishly by himself. Everyone in Dragon City knew about it, but she still pinched the city lord with her hand. City lord? City lord? The courtesan called Yibin softly while pulling at the corner of Yibin's clothes. Yibin felt someone calling him and someone pulling at the corner of his clothes. What happened? Has the battlefield been cleaned up? Yibin thought it was Black Panther and his friends, but he didn't expect that the person pulling his clothes was the tomboy Hua Kuei. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 326, Take All the Women Back. What battlefield is ready without me? City Lord, stop smiling foolishly. The courtesan was afraid of Yi Bin's behavior, and the rest of the Feng family was scared. Yi Bin also felt that he had lost his composure, so he pretended to be very serious. Who is laughing foolishly? I'm just worried about the safety of the soldiers. Good. I know you're worried about the safety of the soldiers. The courtesan even winked at Yi Bin. City Lord, so what should we do now? The wooden boat is already fully loaded, and now there are so many more people. Is there no way to bring them all back to Water City at once? Is this right? Oiran, take the women of the Feng family back first. And those sulfur ores, let's place them all in the Water City first. Okay, City Lord. The female, which was unwilling when she heard this. If they only took the women away, what would they do with the men of the Feng family? No, if we leave, my people should leave with us. We cannot leave them here. The female wizard looked at those men. These were the last batch of men from the Feng family. If Yi Bin killed them all, would the Feng family be completely gone? I know what you were worried about. When you return to Water City, the Aura Brigade commander will come to pick us up, and then you will be able to see them. Forehead. That's right. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, shall I give you a new name? What's your name? The witch asked in confusion. There is no such profession as wizard in our Huaxia tribe. Will you stay with me from now on? As for your tribesmen, the men will be dispersed to serve as warriors, and the women will marry and have children within the Chinese tribe. The female wizard was confused. She immediately asked Yi Bin, what is marriage and childbirth? Why are there no wizards in the Huaxia tribe? And me, why should I stay by your side? I'll explain this to you later. Oiran, please take them out now. Yi Bin did not give the female wizard another chance to speak. As the city lord of the Huaxia tribe, he did not need to explain anything to anyone. Okay, city lord. The courtesan agreed immediately. She looked at the witch again and felt very uncomfortable. Why didn't the city lord like her? She quickly adjusted her mindset. She believed that one day the city lord would like her. All she had to do was to be the woman behind the city lord. The courtesan gave the order. Let's go back to Water City. Let's go. The Oiran looked at the witches. After everyone got on board, the wooden boat slowly started to move. It was the first time for the women of the Feng family to sail on the water, and they were all screaming with fear. Ah! Help! My lady witch, are we so scared? The women were trembling with fear, and the witch looked pale. The courtesan looked at the female witch and wondered what the city lord liked about her. The witch immediately said, I have only known the city lord for a few days, and our clan leader is still. I know all of this. The city lord helped your Feng clan out of kindness, but your clan leader wanted to take our ironware. The female witch knew that the Feng family was in the wrong, but she said nothing. The courtesan said with a smile, What's wrong? Did I wrong you? Don't worry. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, you are members of our Huaxia tribe. From now on, you only have Huaxia and no Feng family. Good. Ugh. The witch nodded softly. What is your name? Why doesn't the Huaxia tribe have a patriarch? The witch asked the doubts in her heart. My name is Hua Kuei, and I'm a brigade commander of the Huaxia tribe. As for why our Huaxia tribe has no patriarch, you will naturally understand it once you arrive at the Huaxia tribe. The witch whispered in agreement. Okay. After Black Panther finished the battle, he immediately tied up all the prisoners together. Hurry up and tie them all up for me. Black Panther was commanding the soldiers while cleaning up the spoils of war. How's it going? Have you finished counting the spoils? A guard was holding a piece of animal skin with some very small numbers written on it. Each line of numbers on the skin represented a resource. Black Panther Brigade Commander, everything has been accounted for. The guard handed the animal skin to Black Panther, and the other captains also walked towards Black Panther. Their weapons were all stained red with the blood of the enemies. Brigadier, all the enemies have been tied up by us. Very good. You all have performed very well. Bring all the prisoners over to me. Yes, Brigade Commander. After Black Panther finished giving the order, he walked straight towards Yi Bin's position. City Lord, I didn't complete the task you gave me. Are you going to punish me? Black Panther's face was full of self-blame. The City Lord had finally given him a task, but he hadn't completed it. He felt like he was really useless. Yi Bin patted Black Panther on the shoulder and said with concern, Black Panther, you fought very bravely. I saw it all. As long as you're not injured, what does it matter if a patriarch runs away? City. Hearing that the City Lord cared so much about him, Black Panther's voice was choked with sobs. The City Lord was truly sincere to these elders. Fei Mao saw all of this. A City Lord who truly loves his people must be a good City Lord. Forehead. That's right. City Lord, let me report the battle situation to you. 5 of our soldiers were slightly injured. 3 of them were injured by mistake, and 2 were injured in group fighting. Their arms were swollen by the enemy. Fei Mao was listening at the side, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. It turned out that so many people from the White Tiger clan died, and only 5 of you were injured, and 3 of them were injured by yourselves. Yi Bin saw everything on Fei Mao's expression. He wanted to let Fei Mao and the others know how terrifying the strength of our Huaxia tribe is. Yi Bin said to Black Panther, let the injured soldiers treat their wounds with alcohol. Okay, City Lord. Black Panther agreed and began to report the battle situation again. We seized more than 3,200 polished stone tools, more than 1,000 slaves and live sheep, and, together with Yi Bin Salapit Hisfodahat, Black Panther and the others still read too little. Get it to me? Good Lord. Black Panther handed the animal skin over. After Yi Bin took it, he saw a lot of numbers written on it. Each unit was 500. The soldiers, after counting 500 sheep each time, they would not count anymore. After counting 500 sheep, they would count the next 500 sheep. Yi Bin added all these 500 together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yi Bin kon tut altmush times beishuzinju. 60 times 500 added together equals 30,000 sheep. Although Fei Mao didn't understand numbers, he also saw the City Lord's doubts. Does the City Lord wonder why the White Tiger clan brought out so many sheep? Yi Bin looked at Fei Mao with a high opinion of him. He actually had such insight. Yes, I'm indeed curious. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 327, Crisis of the Firebird Tribe. Because Fei Mao is a bit embarrassed to say it. After all, this is not a glorious thing. These mutton sheep are the food for the Feng family. Because these mutton were the food for our Feng clan, but they were snatched away by the White Tiger clan. After Fei Mao finished speaking, he lowered his head. After all, they were the defeated party. Yi Bin Simidet. I see. This can be considered as returning the property to its original owner, right? Fei Mao asked with a puzzled look. Lord City Lord, what is this thing called returning the property to its original owner? Returning the property to its original owner is not a thing. It is just a useful idiom. Fei Mao, I appoint you as the leader. Can you go to the volcano and mine, or for me? City Lord, is it opposite the salt mine? Fei Mao asked excitedly. Yi Bin nodded. He smiled and said to Fei Mao, I know you want revenge, but definitely not now. I transferred you to the volcano for my own plans. City Lord, I am willing to go to the volcano. As long as I can have a chance to take revenge, I will do anything you ask me to do. Very good. I will hand over all these White Tiger slaves to you to manage, but I have one condition. You can't kill them? City Lord, don't worry. I will never kill them. I will let them mine your well. When Fei Mao said this, his eyes were full of hatred. Okay then. I will assign tasks to you now. Fei Mao, you lead 500 people to guard the volcano. Your mission is to supervise the slaves to dig sulfur, or our wooden boats will travel back and forth once a day. When the time comes, I will have someone teach you how to fish. In addition to fishing, we will also send you some meat every day. As for the salt mine opposite the volcano, they have no way of getting over there. When the time comes in the future, I will lead you to counterattack the salt mine. When the City Lord said, we will attack the salt mine in the future, Fei Mao's eyes immediately turned red. The city lord is really a good city lord. We are willing to die for the city lord. The other warriors of the Feng family also shouted loudly. We are willing to die for the city lord. Even thought to himself, could they be bribed by just a few words? If he had known it would be so simple, he would not have beaten around the bush. If Fei Mao was loyal enough, Yi Bin would consider transferring him back. Yi Bin said to Fei Mao and the others again, Fei Mao, take them to dig a big hole. After the big pit is dug, the bodies will be thrown in and buried. Although Fei Mao didn't quite understand, he still did as Yi Bin asked. Okay, city lord. Yi Bin gave Taishan a wink, and Taishan immediately took his men to follow him. Black Panther, can you let the soldiers rest here? Yes, city lord. The shack of the Firebird tribe leader. Father, the Taogawe alliance has united with the Xuanwu tribe. Their two allied tribes have gathered a lot of warriors. According to the prisoners we captured, the Xuanwu tribe had a battle with the Huaxia tribe. It seems that the great wizard of the Xuanwu tribe was ambushed by the Huaxia tribe. I heard that many people from the Xuanwu tribe died in that battle. Huarong said with a smile. Yes, I have also heard this news. That Huaxia tribe has built a large city in the Python Plains. I heard it's called... Oh, now I remember it seemed to be called Shenwu City. Shenwu City also has another name, called Huaxia Wholesale Market. When Qingwan heard the news, a happy smile appeared on her little face. Because these things that my father and the others talked about were built by that man. He is Yi Bin, the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. He is also the man Qingwan likes. Commander Guli, can you tell us about the situation at the salt mine? Guli agreed immediately. Okay, Chief Huarong, we have sent a large number of soldiers to the salt mines. I have also notified 2 subordinate tribes to go for support. They're the Flying Bird tribe and the Blue Bird tribe. The number of people we are going this time will not be much less than theirs. Huarong looked at Qingwan and asked the questions in his mind. Qingwan, why did the Huaxia tribe build a city near the Fainio tribe? It was Qingwan who told them the word city after he came back. The Firebird tribe now grows its own sweet potatoes. Even taught Qingwan these things. After Qingwan returned to the tribe, he arranged for the tribesmen to reclaim farmland. Father, although I don't know why the Huaxia tribe built the city, I can guarantee that the Huaxia tribe will never attack us. Huarong thought for a while and finally sighed. All right, let's just believe the Huaxia tribe for once. I also believe that my daughter will not easily misjudge people. Our next plan is to mobilize all our forces and protect our salt mine at the risk of our lives. An old man spoke. Patriarch? No. If all the warriors are transferred away, what will we use to resist them if they come to attack our tribe? Besides, that Huaxia tribe destroyed the market of the Xuanwu tribe. If we were like the Xuanwu tribe, our own tribe would also be attacked by others. Charles said immediately, Brother, I think what the candle wizard said is right. What if our tribe gets ambushed? Will we be really finished? Didn't you say that, Qingwan girl? That Huaxia tribe wants to form an alliance with our Firebird tribe? Huazhu's eyes suddenly lit up. Charles, what you said makes so much sense. The Huaxia tribe, although it is just a small tribe, their things are very powerful. Chief Huarong, shall we agree to the alliance of the Huaxia tribe? Yes, big brother. Should we just agree to their alliance? An old man said, Now that we have formed an alliance, we must join forces to fight the enemy. Huarong nodded in agreement and said to the old man, High Priest Wukong is right. Now that we have agreed to form an alliance, we must fight the enemy together. After all, the Huaxia tribe is a small tribe, so why not let them send out fewer people? They also have to protect their tribe. Patriarch, you are right. We also agree with the Patriarch. Qingwan, can you take your people to the Huaxia tribe again? Huarong said solemnly. After all, this is related to the alliance of the 2 tribes. In the hearts of Huarong and others, this Huaxia tribe is still the small tribe that Qingwan mentioned. Qingwan immediately became a little unhappy. She knew Yi Bin's character very well. Her father and the tribe's top leaders spoke like orders. With Yi Bin's personality, he would never agree to the alliance. Father, even if we have formed an alliance, you still have to discuss with City Lord Yi Bin and others how to resist the enemy, right? Instead of directly asking the Huaxia tribe to send out a certain number of people, Huazhu said unhappily. Qingwan, what do you mean? The fact that our Firebird tribe can form an alliance with the Huaxia tribe is already an advantage for them. So what if we ask them to send some people? Yes. Qingwan girl, you're the daughter of Chief Huarong. How can you speak to an outsider? P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 328, The Firebird Tribe's Plan. The High Priest Wukong also chimed in. Yes, Qingwan girl, how can you speak for the Huaxia tribe? They did give us a lot of good things, such as bamboo armor, bows and arrows, and sweet potatoes. But our Firebird tribe also gave them a lot of salt stones, and we didn't take advantage of the Chinese tribe? At this moment, Huo Rong said something. Qingwan has already agreed and is marrying into the Huaxia tribe. Patriarch, what did you say? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me about it before? These people in the shack asked Huo Rong questions at the same time. Why? Huo Rong sighed. The last time Qingwan came back, she told me about this. I know you will object, so I didn't tell you. Huozhu said somewhat unhappily. Master, do you still remember? Qingwan has already. Qingwan interrupted immediately. I don't agree. I always regard Brother Fire Dragon as my brother. Huozhu said angrily. Nonsense. Your father and I have already arranged everything for the two of you. You're the hope of our Firebird tribe, and the Fire Dragon is also the hope of our Firebird tribe. You two must be together. Huo Rong suddenly said, I only have one daughter, Qingwan. I hope her significant other is the man she likes. I also hope that the great wizard... Huo Rong did not say any more after that, but the meaning was already very clear. How could my daughter, Huo Rong, be coerced by others? Chief, you... Okay. The High Priest Wukong immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Qingwan is a smart girl, and Huolong is the bravest warrior in the tribe. If you two are together, the future of the Firebird tribe will be even stronger. Huozhu stroked his beard. Huolong was his son and the most powerful warrior in the tribe. If his son married Qingwan, there was a good chance that he would inherit the position of the tribe leader in the future. Huozhu said with a smile. High Priest Wukong still has a long-term vision. At this time, another big man spoke up. Although Huolong was very powerful, he was not as powerful as Qingwan's guards, right? No matter how powerful a person was, he was still a person. Thank you, second uncle. Qingwan thanked the big man happily. Huiqian, what do you mean? Huiqian said with a smile. Wasn't what I said wrong? Last time, the Fire Dragon was defeated by Qingwan's guards. Who among the Firebird tribe doesn't know about this? You. Huozhu was so angry that he almost fainted. Charles, what do you think? Charles is Qingwan's third uncle, and he looks a little different from everyone else. After all, Huo Rong and his friend's father is more than just a woman. Charles said with a smile. Of course I support our Qingwan girl. Charles also winked at Qingwan, meaning, third uncle, I will definitely help you. Huozhu looked at a person who didn't speak. Commander Gu Xiong, do you think Qingwan should marry a foreigner? This. Gu Xiong looked at these people and gave another silly smile. Why, I'm good at is fighting. I'm not good at other things, right? Chuck. Qingwan couldn't help but burst out laughing inside the shack. You. Snort. Huozhu walked out of the shack angrily and secretly swore in his heart that he would never let Qingwan marry a foreigner. It's like two factions. The three brothers Huo Rong represent the military generals, while the wizard and the high priest represent the literary faction. As for Commander Gu Xiong, he naturally represents the middle position. After everyone left, Qingwan immediately rushed into Huo Rong's arms. Father. Qingwan's eyes were already wet. She had not expected that her father and others would dote on her so much. At this moment, Qingwan just wanted to have a good cry. Her father and several uncles were so kind to her. Huo Rong patted Qingwan's head and said, You are my daughter, Huo Rong. No one can force you to do anything. No matter what happens, your father will always protect you. Uh-huh. Qingwan nodded vigorously. Qingwan girl, we uncles will also protect you. Uh-huh. Brother, what should we do next? Yes. Big brother. This time I always feel uneasy. Father, I also think something is fishy. The Taoguay Alliance and the Xuanwu tribe have joined forces. Could it be that they are after our salt mine? Huiqian also nodded. Could it be possible that they deliberately let us out? If we send all the warriors out, what will we use to resist if someone attacks our tribe at this time? Charles shook his head. This is impossible. The people from the Taotai Alliance and the Xuanwu tribe are all over the salt mine. The people from these two tribes combined are as many as the people who came here before. Charles even gestured with his hands. If we don't send more soldiers over there, the salt mine will definitely be taken away by them, right? Huarong also nodded in agreement. Charles is right. If we send fewer people, we will definitely fail at the salt mine. The only way now? That is to agree to the alliance with the Huaxia tribe. I heard from Qingwan before that the city lord of the Huaxia tribe is a very powerful person. Huqian said, Brother, but Qingwan girl said so. That Huaxia tribe is as big as our affiliated tribe, and they only have so few warriors. What kind of help can they provide us? Why? Neither this nor that works, so what do you think we should do now? City Lord, you're finally back? Old Bear said with a happy look on his face. A lot of those strange stones were brought back by wooden boats these 2 days. Old Bear thought it was the same as iron ore, so he threw a few pieces into the fire and burned them. As a result, the yellow stones melted when they came into contact with the fire. Moreover, blue flames were emitted, which scared Old Bear and the others. There were a lot of things to do these days, so I was delayed outside for a few more days. Have you harvested all the crops in Shuicheng? Old Bear said with a smile. Don't worry, City Lord. We have dug up all the crops around Shuicheng in accordance with the instructions of the Oiran Brigade Commander. In the past few days, we have also reclaimed a lot of land around Shuicheng. There's also a team from Longcheng who are already cultivating sweet potato seedlings. It is estimated that it won't be long before we can plant our summer sweet potato seedlings again. Very good. Yibi nodded with satisfaction. He said to Old Man Xiong and the others, in the future, the staple food of the Huaxia tribe will depend entirely on these sweet potatoes. Animals like pigs and sheep can only play a supporting role, and the fishing team of the Huaxia tribe is also one of the most important foods of the tribe. Black Panther and Old Bear immediately nodded and agreed. The entire Water City was managed by Black Panther. What if Black Panther wasn't there? That is Old Man Xiong who is in charge. They are all elders of the Huaxia tribe. Even naturally trust both of them very much. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 329, Etiquette of the Huaxia Tribe. City Lord, people from the Firebird Tribe are coming, and they are now inside the Water City. Forehead, is Qingwan here? The relationship between the City Lord and Qingwan was known to everyone in the Huaxia Tribe. The corner of Old Man Xiong's mouth twitched, and he said with contempt in his heart, You are also a City Lord. Why do you keep talking about Qingwan? But Old Man Xiong still spoke honestly. City Lord, little Princess Qingwan did not come. The people who came this time were their commander-in-chief and captain, Zerk, who came last time. They knew you were not in Longcheng, so they asked us to bring them to Shuicheng. Yibin showed a disappointed expression. This scene was just seen by Feng Ling, who was not far away. Why did the woman named Qingwan cause such a big reaction from the City Lord? Sister Oiran, is that woman named Qingwan the City Lord's woman? No. Maybe later. The courtesan doesn't know how to explain it. You said she is the City Lord's woman? But she hasn't come here for such a long time. You say she is not the City Lord's woman? But everyone knows about this. The witch was also a smart woman. She immediately understood the meaning. This woman, named Qingwan, should have a close relationship with the City Lord, right? Yibin said disappointedly. Why don't we go back to Water City first? Seeing Yibin looking listless, everyone could only follow him. Yibin thought of something again and asked Old Man Xiong, What exactly do the Firebird tribe want when they come here this time? Old Man Xiong told everything he knew. City Lord, here's the thing. They came here to join the alliance, and looking at their looks, they seem a little anxious. In a hurry? Feng Ling said at the side. City Lord, they must have encountered some big trouble, so they came to the alliance. Yibin glanced at Feng Ling. This woman was indeed very smart. She had already heard the problem from the previous sentence. My thought was the same as Feng Ling's, and the Oiran also said something in time. Yibin thought about it, and felt that things should be as Feng Ling said. He had mentioned this alliance matter to Qingwan a long time ago. Why did the Firebird tribe only respond now? Yibin said to Feng Ling, You can call me Yibin from now on, right? We don't have any adults here. Should I just call you City Lord? Feng Ling, she didn't dare to call Yibin's name now, because he was the City Lord of the Huaxia tribe. She only knew this after she came to the Huaxia tribe. There is no wizard high priest here. They're only the City Lord, division commander, brigade commander, regiment commander, battalion commander, company commander, and the smallest platoon leader. A battalion commander leads more than 500 people, A regiment commander leads more than 1,500 people. A brigade commander leads 3 regiment commanders, and a division commander leads 2 or 3 brigade commanders. And all the people in the Huaxia tribe are under the jurisdiction of Yi Bin, the city lord. Like other tribes, they're all managed by patriarchs and wizards. It is completely different from the Chinese tribe, which is managed by the city lord alone. Since you don't want to call me by my name, why don't you call me Brother Yi Bin? Yi Bin thought to himself that if he couldn't use this smart and beautiful woman for his own benefit, then keeping her would be a disaster. Feng Ling, after hesitating for a while, she still called out softly, "Leaf, Brother Yi Bin." Yi Bin nodded in satisfaction, but the courtesan next to him was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She knew what this title of brother was. In the entire Huaxia tribe, only Luoshui had such treatment. Now it's good. Feng Ling also has this kind of treatment. Yi Bin doesn't care about all that. Feng Ling is the woman he likes, and she can only belong to him. Otherwise, there is no need for her to stay in this world. The Oiran said angrily, "So, should we still agree to their alliance?" Yi Bin looked at Feng Ling, meaning, "What do you think?" Feng Ling also understood what Yi Bin meant, and she continued to speak to everyone. "Of course we have to agree to their alliance, and we have to act very weak. Only in this way will they ignore us even more." Black Panther asked in confusion, "Why do we have to act weak?" Li Wang also asked in confusion, "Yes, we are obviously very strong, so why do we act like we are weak? In that case, won't the Firebird tribe look down on us even more?" Feng Ling smiled faintly and said, "We just want them to look down on us. Only in this way can we preserve more strength." Yi Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This Feng Ling is indeed very wise. It seems that when he was in the Feng family, Feng Ling never thought of dealing with him. Otherwise, would the people he brought with him be really in danger? Except for a few smart people, everyone else was confused. Feng Ling also thought it through clearly. Since she came to the Huaxia tribe, she was destined to be Yi Bin's woman. In this case, she might as well assist Yi Bin well. Only in this way will her life get better and better in the future. Yi Bin said to everyone again, "Let's talk about it after we meet them, shall we?" Black Panther, can you arrange it now? "Okay, City Lord." Black Panther agreed and went to prepare the room immediately. After Black Panther and the others left, Yi Bin asked Feng Ling again, "How is it? Are you used to it here?" "Uh-huh." Feng Ling nodded gently. She was more than used to this place. The Water City was like a paradise. The places where they lived before were all built with simple wooden sticks. This was the first time Feng Ling had seen houses like those in the Huaxia tribe. "I sent your people to supervise the volcano, and I threw all the slaves of the White Tiger tribe into the volcano. Their future mission is to mine enough sulfur or for our Huaxia tribe. This is their ultimate value." "Leaf, Brother Yi Bin Da, can I ask about that sulfur, or what is it used for?" Yi Bin took Feng Ling's little hand and walked straight into a room. The courtesan, Li Wang, and the others all followed Yi Bin in. When everyone arrived at the room, there were already several people sitting inside. The big man in the lead, Yi Bin was sure he had never seen him before. This should be the commander-in-chief that old man Xiong mentioned. When Czar saw Yi Bin coming in, he immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, City Lord Yi Bin. I heard from your tribesmen that you went to a very far place." Yi Bin also said with a smile, "Yes, we went to the other side of the river, and I just came back. Look, we came to see you right after we got back." Yi Bin extended a hand to Czar. Although Czar didn't understand what this meant, he still extended his right hand. "Brother Czar, it's great to see you in the Huaxia tribe." Yi Bin held Czar's big hand and shook it gently a few times to express his enthusiasm for the guest. Feng Ling just watched from aside. What kind of etiquette is this from the city lord? When she first met Yi Bin greeted her in the same way. This etiquette of shaking hands with everyone you meet is really very special. "City Lord Yi Bin, can I introduce you to the person behind me?" Chapter 330, Negotiation Alliance between the two parties. Czar pointed at a big man. "This is the commander-in-chief of our Firebird tribe. The purpose of the commander-in-chief's visit this time is to form an alliance with your Huaxia tribe. This is also the intention of our tribe leader." Forehead. It turns out to be the commander-in-chief of the Firebird tribe. Yi Bin stepped forward and greeted enthusiastically. He stretched out his big hand again. Gu Xiong had just observed him shaking hands with Czar, and he also stretched out a big hand to Yi Bin. After all, they came here to discuss the alliance. No matter how weak the Huaxia tribe was, Gu Xiong had to give them some face. Since they came to Longsheng, they were still shocked at first. The city of Longsheng still scared them. But after they entered the city, they saw the group of black snakes. There are no other men in the entire Dragon City, which makes Commander Gu Xiong look down on the Huaxia tribe even more. When they arrived at the Water City again, there was only one regiment in the Water City. What he didn't know was that the courtesan drove 20 wooden boats with 2 regiments on them to the other side of the river. But Commander Gu Xiong didn't know. In Gu Xiong's mind, the strength of the Huaxia tribe was too weak. For such a large tribe, was there only such a small number of warriors? This instead made Gu Xiong and the others look down on the Huaxia tribe even more. Gu Xiong said straight to the point, "I am the commander-in-chief of the Firebird tribe." Ancient Bear. Yibin also said with a smile on his face, "I am the city lord of the Huaxia tribe." Yibin, I'm very happy to meet you in the Huaxia tribe. I wonder how Qingwan is doing now. Gu Xiong smiled disdainfully and said, "Our little princess Qingwan is very good." But Gu Xiong thought to himself, "You are the mayor of a small tribe, and you also want to marry the little princess of our Firebird tribe? Why didn't Qingwan come over?" Yibin still asked the doubts in his heart. If it weren't for Qingwan's sake, he would have thrown Gu Xiong and the others out long ago. Princess Qingwan has to take care of the clan leader, so it is not convenient for her to go to other small tribes. Black Panther immediately became furious. Who do you call a small tribe? Yibin immediately stopped Black Panther. He didn't want Black Panther to ruin his plan. Black Panther, are we originally a small tribe? How did you speak to Commander Gu Xiong? The courtesan winked at Black Panther, and after hearing what the city lord said, Black Panther immediately calmed down. Plus, the courtesan gave him a look, and Black Panther immediately calmed down. When Gu Xiong saw this scene, he looked down upon the Huaxia tribe even more. The city lord of the Huaxia tribe could only show off his power within the tribe. Commander Gu Xiong, I'm sorry to show you the joke of our Huaxia tribe. Our subordinates really don't know the rules. I hope Commander Gu Xiong won't blame them. Never mind. Gu Xiong pretends to be very generous. He didn't mean to look down on the Huaxia tribe, but this Huaxia tribe was really too weak, right? Such a weak tribe is thinking of marrying the little princess of the Firebird tribe. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Firebird tribe? Let me tell you the purpose of our visit this time. Your Huaxia tribe only needs to send out a regiment of soldiers to go with us to guard the salt mine. Yibin's face immediately darkened. I would like to ask Commander Gu Xiong, why do you want our warriors to guard the salt mine of your Firebird tribe? Yibin didn't give Gu Xiong a chance to speak and continued unhappily. Why don't you, Commander Gu Xiong, tell us about your Firebird tribe's plans? Besides, what benefits can our Chinese tribe get if we guard your salt mines? Gu Xiong was also a little angry. City Lord Yibin, what are you talking about? Helping our Firebird tribe to guard the salt mine is also to protect your Huaxia tribe. City Lord Yibin, don't you even understand this? Oh, really? We, the Huaxia tribe, have never guarded your salt mines before, but aren't we doing well now? Since it is an alliance between 2 tribes, it should be an equal relationship, not one where the superior commands the subordinate. Commander Gu Xiong, do you think I am right? Snort. Gu Xiong sneered and said, You said that there should be an equal relationship between our 2 tribes? So City Lord Yibin, do you think that your Huaxia tribe is as powerful as our Firebird tribe? If not, why do you demand an equal relationship? Yibin was also a little angry. Is your Firebird tribe very powerful? What if your Firebird tribe is very powerful? Then why do you want to come and form an alliance with us? I remember that I, Qingwan, have talked about the alliance for a long time. Why did you agree to the alliance only now? Could it be that your Firebird tribe has encountered some big trouble? Then I remembered our Huaxia tribe. Do you want our warriors to be cannon fodder for your Firebird tribe? The whole room suddenly fell into silence. The negotiations between the 2 parties entered into a tense atmosphere, and Gu Xiong's face looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten fly shit. City Lord Yibin, is this the attitude of your Chinese tribe? Without the protection of our Firebird tribe, can your Huaxia tribe survive? I hope City Lord Yibin can think carefully about your people. Yibin was also angry. If you are not a member of the Qingwan tribe, I would have thrown you out long ago. Remember this. Our Huaxia tribe's current status has nothing to do with your Firebird tribe. Okay, I've finished what I want to say. Would you please go back? That's right. Please help me convey a message to Qingwan. If she is still willing to marry into our Huaxia tribe, I will naturally go to the Firebird tribe to marry her in a grand manner. If she is unwilling, just pretend that I never said anything just now. Black Panther, show me the guest. Okay, City Lord. Black Panther came to Gu Xiong and the others. Commander Gu Xiong, why don't you go back? Gu Xiong slapped the large mahogany table and said to Yibin, who was about to leave, City Lord Yibin, I hope you won't regret it in the future. The strength of our Firebird tribe is beyond the imagination of a small tribe like yours. After Gu Xiong finished speaking, he spoke to the soldiers behind him. Let's go back to the Firebird tribe. Zar wanted to persuade him, but his status was too low. He knew a little bit about the strength of the Huaxia tribe. Commander Gu Xiong was too self-righteous. He looked down on the Huaxia tribe. Thinking of the task Qingwan gave him, Zar felt a headache. The task Qingwan gave him was to make an alliance between the two tribes. That's good now. After what Commander Gu Xiong did, it will no longer be possible for the two tribes to form an alliance. Wait until they all go back. How should he explain to Princess Qingwan? When Zar thought about this problem, his head started to hurt. City Lord Yibin. City Lord Yibin. Zar was still shouting from behind. He wanted to persuade Yibin again, but Gu Xiong, who had stood up, was unwilling to do so. Zar, didn't you hear what I said? I just said that we should go back to the Firebird tribe now. When Gu Xiong said this, his teeth were chattering. Yes, Commander Gu Xiong. Zar didn't dare to object, because Gu Xiong was the commander-in-chief of the Firebird tribe, and his status was the same as Hein Yo's. In the entire Firebird tribe, only the clan leader and the great wizard can give orders to the commander-in-chief. Small team leaders like them can only obey the orders of the commander-in-chief. Chapter 331, Artificial Saltpeter Base. After Gu Xiong and the others left, Yibin found Old Man Xiong and the others again. Old Bear, call some more people over here. Let's go out now. Old Bear agreed immediately. Okay, City Lord. I'll go and select someone now. After Old Man Bear left, the courtesan asked a few more questions. City Lord, didn't you say before that you want to go to the Firebird tribe to marry Qingwan? Now that you're in this mess with them, how can you go to the Firebird tribe? Yibin said unhappily, if marrying Qingwan requires our Huaxia tribe to be cannon fodder, then I would rather not marry Qingwan. You have seen their attitude. Even if we send a regiment over there, will they marry Qingwan to me? The courtesan didn't know how to respond for a moment. What the city lord said was indeed right. In the hearts of the Firebird tribe, the Huaxia tribe was a very weak existence. In primitive society, primitive people all like strong people. Only when you are strong enough can you control the fate of others. Brother Yibin is right. That Firebird tribe simply looks down on us. Even if we send people over there, the Firebird tribe won't be grateful to us. Brother Yibin, can I ask you a question? Feng Ling stared at Yibin with her small eyes without blinking. She really wanted to help the Huaxia tribe, but she didn't know the strength of the Huaxia tribe. You ask? Yibin stroked Feng Ling's hair. Since he was going to take Feng Ling in, he would naturally not hide anything from her. How strong is our Huaxia tribe? Compared with their Firebird tribe, how big is the gap between us? Yibin stroked Feng Ling's hair again. Then he smiled and said to Feng Ling, our Huaxia tribe has 5 cities, among which Longsheng is the most important one. 5 cities like this? Feng Ling pointed to the current water city. She was already surprised that there was only one water city, but the Huaxia tribe also had 5 cities. What did this mean? That's right, there are 5 such cities. Shuicheng is China's naval base, and Xinwu City is the wholesale market for Chinese tribes. Seeing Feng Ling's confused look, Yibin explained it again that Huaxia wholesale market means a market. Our Huaxia tribe actually has its own market? The courtesan said proudly, of course, the market in our Xinwu City is the most advanced market in the world. Feng Ling asked again with a confused look on his face. What is the most advanced bazaar? The courtesan didn't know how to respond. She had heard about this advanced market from the city lord. As for how advanced the market was, she had never seen it in person. Seeing the embarrassment of the courtesan, Yibin took the initiative to help her out. Our wholesale market has the most advanced iron coin system, a unique business model, and the cleanest water system. Xinwu City. It is the largest city in the Huaxia tribe, and it is guarded by 6 regiments. 6 regiments guarding a city? Feng Ling learned a lot about the Huaxia tribe from the courtesan, especially the rights of each position. Feng Ling has figured it all out. Yes. Yibin nodded. Xinwu City is the money bag of our Huaxia tribe. From now on, the army of the Huaxia tribe will depend on the profits of Xinwu City. After Yibin finished his introduction, Feng Ling finally realized how powerful the tribe was. Suddenly, she felt a little pity for the Firebird tribe. The Huaxia tribe is such a powerful existence, but their Firebird tribe does not think about how to win them over, but instead thinks about how to use the Huaxia tribe. This is really ridiculous. Feng Ling continued to ask. So, Our next step, should we go and help the Firebird tribe? Yibin said angrily. Why should we help the Firebird tribe? In the eyes of the tribe, we are just cannon fodder. City Lord, City Lord, Old Bear shouted breathlessly. I have brought all the people you want. Each of them has some work tools in their hands. Yibin said to everyone, I will take you to a place, and you all follow me. Li Wang will always be by Yibin's side. His mission is to protect the leader. No matter where the leader goes, Li Wang will follow closely. When everyone arrived at the ranch in Shuicheng, Yibin asked Old Man Xiong and his men to dig the soil soaked in animal feces, and also instructed Old Man Xiong and his men to build many red brick walls in the middle of the ranch. These places have been soaked in manure for many years. If a lot of red brick walls are built, it will probably not take long for a lot of saltpeter to grow. At that time, we just need to let the tribesmen clean up every day and start work in 5 cities at the same time. The amount of saltpeter that can be collected every day is also an astonishing amount. Can you imagine how big a ranch with more than 30,000 to 40,000 animals is? Inside these pastures, Yibin asked them to build rows of red brick walls. From a distance, it looked like a huge maze. The animals only need to defecate in this area every day. After being soaked in the manure, the red brick walls will quickly grow saltpeter. Yibin also calculated that a ranch is about 900 acres, which means that the amount of saltpeter that a ranch can produce is definitely an astonishing amount. If the 5 ranches in China were to cultivate saltpeter at the same time, the amount of gunpowder that could be produced every day would be enough to destroy an entire tribe. Old Bear asked in confusion, City Lord, why are we building this red brick wall? And what are the soldiers going to do with all this manure, mud, and soil? Make gunpowder. Everyone looked confused. City Lord, is gunpowder used to treat diseases? In the minds of Old Man Xiong and his friends, only the hospitals of the Huaxia tribe have this kind of medicine. Who said gunpowder is used to treat diseases? Gunpowder is a strategic resource, and its role is by the way, its effect is just like thunder from heaven. Boom. Everyone was shocked. The kind of thunder that the city lord described would only appear in front of everyone when it rained. Fengling grabbed Yibin's arm tightly. This kind of thunder is more terrifying than a volcano. It takes a certain amount of time for a volcano to burn a person to death, but it only takes a blink of an eye for a thunder to kill a person. Every year, there are quite a few primitive people who are killed by lightning because of their pretentiousness. No matter which society you belong to, try not to act smart. If you're killed by lightning one day, you will have no choice but to start over. Everyone was trembling with fear, except Old Man Xiong, who was extremely happy. He asked Yibin impatiently, City Lord, can you really create thunder? Yibin smiled confidently. It's just a thunderbolt. How difficult can it be? Everyone looked at Yibin with admiration. King Li trembled a little and said, Chief, are you really a god? Black Bear, Chief, can you really still make thunder? Yibin slapped Li Wang on the head and said, Li Wang, don't you believe in this leader? After being slapped, Li Wang became even more excited and thrilled. Believe. I trust you the most, Chief. So when are we going to make the sky thunder? Chapter 332, Making Saltpeter. Yibin said in Li Wang's ear, If you see white stuff on the red brick walls of Shuicheng, use a small wooden stick to scrape them off. All right, Chief. King Li agreed and walked into the city with his guards. Black Panther asked with some confusion, City Lord, where are the Li Wang brothers going? You will know in the evening. Go and call more people to repair the red brick wall. The red brick walls in this ranch should be built in rows for me, and there should be a wider gap in the middle of each red brick wall. Okay, City Lord. Black Panther agreed and immediately went back to the city to call for help. Looking at the soldiers digging manure, Yibin was also recalling the knowledge from his previous life. The stronger the alkaline soil, the purer the saltpeter extracted from it. City Lord, our soil is already dug. What are we going to do now? Yibin was very excited at the moment. He had been in this world for so long, and he could finally see gunpowder. Once gunpowder is developed, it will definitely change the fate of many people. Yibin shouted to Old Man Xiong and the others. Back to the city. Yes, City Lord. The warriors all responded that they also wanted to see the thunder, but they didn't know if the City Lord could make it. If he could, wouldn't the Chinese tribe be invincible? After everyone arrived at the Ministry of War, Old Man Xiong drove everyone out. He looked at Fengling beside Yibin again. In the eyes of Old Man Xiong, except for Hua Kuei, Li Wang, Black Panther, and Taishan, Old Man Xiong didn't trust any of the others. Feng Ling saw that everyone was looking at her, and she couldn't help her curiosity. She stared at Yi Bin with her beautiful eyes. I'm just looking at you. Feng Ling means, I am your Yi Bin's woman. Do you still need to be on guard against me? Old Man Xiong didn't indulge her at all. He said to Feng Ling unhappily, Feng Ling, this is the secret of our Ministry of Industry. Why don't you go outside? Old Man Xiong is unwilling to reveal the secret of making heavenly thunder. Except for the elders of the tribe, no one else is qualified to come in. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is Old Man Xiong so awesome? This is the city lord's woman, and he dares to chase her out? Feng Ling is also a teenage girl, and her Feng family is gone. Now she has finally come to the Huaxia tribe, but Old Man Xiong and his people don't treat her as one of their own. Feng Ling's eyes instantly became moist. This feeling of being excluded made her feel very uncomfortable. She had tried very hard, but still, she could not get recognition from others. Yi Bin held Feng Ling's little hand tightly and gave her a reassuring smile. Old Man Xiong, Feng Ling's Feng family is completely gone. She is now a woman of our Huaxia tribe. Feng Ling will definitely not reveal the secret. City Lord, I have another good idea. Yi Bin asked curiously, what else do you have in mind? So that means letting them all out? The courtesan immediately refused and asked, why should I leave? When I met the city lord, you were still a little old man in the tribe. Black Panther continued, I once saved the city lord's life. When I met the city lord, were you still a member of the tribe's gathering team? Li Wang also became unconvinced and said, I'm the captain of the city lord's personal guard. Taishan also hurriedly said, I am also the city lord's personal guard, but the city lord asked me to come to Water City to be the leader. I'm absolutely loyal to the city lord. What they meant by saying this was that we are all the city lord's confidants and the elders of the Huaxia tribe. You, Feng Ling, are a woman who has just joined the Huaxia tribe. Even if you are the city lord's woman, at least you are not one now. Yi Bin also had a headache. The people below were too loyal, which made it difficult for him as the city lord. Feng Ling also saw Yi Bin's dilemma, and she immediately swore to God. People in primitive society were most afraid of the gods. No one dared to swear to the gods. If they broke their promise, they would be punished by the gods. I, Feng Ling, swear to God that I will never betray the Huaxia tribe in my entire life. If I, Feng Ling, break my oath, I am willing to accept the punishment from God. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Yi Bin said to Old Man Xiong, Don't worry. Old Man Xiong could only nod. Since the city lord had said so, it would be unreasonable for him to insist. City lord, what should we do next? Yi Bin only said 4 words. Making saltpeter. Li Wang, you go and prepare clay pot. Taishan, you go and put the prepared soil into the clay pot. Huakui, you go and dig some wood ash. Then pour the prepared wood ash into the clay pot filled with soil. Finally, add water and stir. These soils are already very alkaline, and with the effect of wood ash, the alkalinity of the two will only be stronger. Only super alkaline soil can produce high concentrations of nitrates. After everything was ready, Yi Bin opened a small hole at the bottom of the ceramic pot. As long as water was added into the ceramic pot, the water would pass through the alkaline soil and flow out from the bottom of the ceramic pot. The alkali water that flows out is then poured into the ceramic pot, and this cycle is repeated more than 3 times. Finally, the high-concentration alkali water is poured into the new ceramic pot for boiling. After the alkali water is boiled dry, all the high-concentration crystals inside are salvaged. There is still 1 step left to go, so Yi Bin asked Feng Ling to go to the cafeteria to get some pork skin. After the pork skin was brought back, he chopped it all into pieces. Then prepare a medium-sized clay pot and boil the cut pork skin. Generally, it will take 2 or 3 hours to boil it. After the pork skin is cooked, you can pour out the skin water. After the skin water is poured out, you can start shaping. Finally, pour the saltpeter powder taken down from the wall directly into a ceramic pot. Add a pot of water to the pot. Put 5 or 6 pieces of meat glue in, and then put in the high-concentration crystal blocks prepared in advance. Finally, what is boiled over fire is saltpeter. After everything was ready, Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong to grind some charcoal powder, and he went to get some sulfur powder. 6 hours later, Yi Bin came directly to the Ministry of War, carrying a few pottery jars. At this time in the Ministry of War, in the innermost room, the 5 people, Huake, Li Wang, Black Panther, Feng Ling, and Taishan, were all boiling saltpeter in their own pots. As soon as Yi Bin pushed the door open, 5 people looked at him with burning eyes. Why are you all looking at me like that? Even looked at them with disdain. They were all people who had never seen the world, nothing more than a bunch of gunpowder. Each of them was like a country bumpkin. Even asked a few more people, "Is Old Bear coming over?" Just at this moment, Old Bear came in holding a clay jar. "City Lord, what do you need me to prepare? Are they all in this pottery jar?" "Very good. Li Wang, can you bring me all the saltpeter blocks?" "All right, Chief." Chapter 333, Experimental Gunpowder Bomb. Everyone gathered around. Yibin placed all the charcoal powder, sulfur powder, and saltpeter powder on a large wooden table, and he mixed them 4 times. The first ratio is 55 saltpeter powder, 20 sulfur powder, and 25 charcoal powder. The second ratio is 50 saltpeter powder, 25 sulfur powder, and 25 charcoal powder. The third ratio is 60 saltpeter powder, 15 charcoal powder, and 25 sulfur powder. The fourth ratio is 60 saltpeter powder, 20 charcoal powder, and 20 sulfur powder. After all the gunpowder was prepared, Yibin used small hollow branches to make a few temporary fuses, and he asked everyone to stay away. Yibin himself made 4 clay pot bombs. Each clay pot bomb contained 4 different proportions of gunpowder. Some people would ask, what's the point of making 4 kinds? They're all bombs made of gunpowder, as long as they can explode. Some smart people will think that the burning speeds of the 4 gunpowder with different proportions are all different. It can be seen from this that some pottery jars have great explosion power, some pottery jars have small explosion power, and finally one pottery jar bomb with the greatest power is selected. This ratio is the formula that Yibin needs. After everything was completed, Yibin asked Li Wang, Taishan, Heinyo, and Old Man Xiong to hold a clay pot bomb each. Each clay pot bomb is filled with soil. Except for the branch fuse, the entire clay pot bomb is sealed. Yibin whispered some details into Li Wang's ear. After Li Wang understood it completely, Yibin asked Li Wang to light the fire. The first clay pot bomb to be ignited was the one that Li Wang himself was holding. Li Wang placed the clay pot bomb in his hand directly under a big tree. Li Wang blew the fire starter in his hand and directly ignited the branch fuse. The branch fuse made a crackling sound. A smell of gunpowder rushed out directly, and Li Wang was so scared that he ran away. Everyone hid behind a big tree. After Li Wang ran more than 30 meters, the clay pot bomb exploded instantly. Boom! Everyone's ears were buzzing. Feng Ling hid tightly in Yi Bin's arms, and Li Wang was so scared that he hid behind a big tree. A huge explosion was heard throughout the water city. What's wrong? Is the god angry? What was that sound just now? It was so scary that I thought I was about to die. Was that the roar of God? People in the entire water city were talking about all kinds of things. After all, the explosion just now was so loud that the entire water city shook. Ah! Taishan and several other courtesans were all so frightened that they screamed. No matter how brave they were still afraid of this advanced weapon. The appearance of gunpowder, a killing weapon, completely dumbfounded them. It took Old Man Xiong and his companions a long time to recover. Feng Ling's whole body was still trembling slightly in Yi Bin's arms. The explosion just now had scared her to death. Old Man Bear said fearfully, "This clay pot bomb is so powerful." When everyone looked over, the tree was blown into 2 pieces. City Lord, this gunpowder clay pot bomb is more powerful than our alcohol bomb," Li Wang said excitedly. This gunpowder clay pot bomb was exploded by him personally. As the person involved, he was more excited than anyone else present. In primitive society, it was such a great honor to be able to detonate a thunderbolt with one's own hands. If other primitive people knew about it, they would kneel down and worship King Li as a god. Yibin was also very excited, as gunpowder had finally been developed. He is the only one who knows the current ratio plan. The charcoal powder was made by Old Man Xiong, the sulfur powder was ground by him personally, and as for the saltpeter, it was boiled by everyone together. If Yibin was unwilling to tell the formula, no one would be able to make gunpowder. The courtesans only knew that the sulfur was in lumps and there was a black powder, but no one knew what it was. Of course, this does not include Old Bear. After everyone calmed down, Taishan said to Yibin again, "City Lord, I also want to light a thunderbolt." Of course, Yibin would not refuse his younger brother's request. "Yes, but you have to be careful." Yibin gave Taishan a few more instructions. "After you light the fire, you must escape from the scene quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up like that big tree." Taishan agreed excitedly. "Okay, City Lord. After I light the fuse, I will definitely escape quickly." City Lord, should I go over and light the thunder now? Yibin nodded and agreed. Go. You must remember what I told you. Don't worry. City Lord. Taishan nodded in agreement and walked towards a big tree. Taishan came to the front of the big tree and did the same thing as Li Wang just did. After lighting the fuse, Taishan quickly walked towards Yi Bin and the others. With the experience learned from the previous experience, Taishan ran even faster than Li Wang. After everyone hid, the gunpowder pottery bomb was still smoking. Several people looked at Yi Bin, and old man Xiong asked curiously, City Lord, what is this gunpowder bomb? Why hasn't it exploded yet? This. Boom. Before Yi Bin could finish his words, the clay pot bomb exploded. However, the power of this explosion did not seem as strong as the first one. These people had the experience of the first bomb explosion, so when the second bomb exploded, everyone covered their ears. So, when the bomb exploded, these people were not as embarrassed as last time. When Yi Bin and his companions looked towards the location of the big tree, they found that it had not been blown into two parts. This was the power of the bomb. Obviously, it's not as powerful as the first clay pot bomb. Yi Bin took note of the gunpowder mixing method in his mind. The mixture of this gunpowder can be used to split mountains and rocks. The fuse burns very slowly, so it can be used to ignite very powerful bombs. In that way, the person who lights the fuse can run far away. The gunpowder prepared in this way is very suitable for mining. Black Panther couldn't wait any longer. He said to Yi Bin while holding the bomb, City Lord, I also want to order a bomb like this. Yi Bin patted Black Panther on the shoulder and gave him a few more instructions. You are just like both of them. After lighting the fuse of the branch, he immediately found a place to hide. Before Yi Bin wanted to say something else, the Black Panther had already arrived under the tree. After Black Panther put down the clay pot bomb, he immediately took out the fire starter he carried with him. And like Black Panther and Li Wang, he lit the fuse of the clay pot bomb, and then he disappeared immediately. Chapter 334. Gunpowder bomb is a success. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the distance, and everyone in the water city fell to the ground. Many people began to panic. They had heard this kind of sound before. Thunder would only fall from the sky when it was windy and rainy. Primitive people feared this kind of divine punishment the most, which usually occurred when it was windy, rainy, and lightning. They all hide in their own huts, and some primitive people live in caves all year round. What's wrong? Is it that the gods are angry? It's not windy or rainy here. Many people started talking about it. They are all terrified to the core about this kind of supernatural phenomenon. As some people from Water City also said, the City Lord is the god. As long as the City Lord is in the Huaxia tribe, the gods will definitely protect us. The clay pot bomb that Black Panther lit is much more powerful than the one that Taishan lit. Whether it is the burning speed of gunpowder or the explosive power of gunpowder, it is a very terrifying existence. Looking at the trembling faces of Feng Ling and the others, you can know how powerful this clay pot bomb is. City Lord, this gunpowder clay pot bomb is much faster than the gunpowder clay pot bomb just now. Look at the tree in the distance. The courtesan pointed to the big tree in the distance. Several people looked over at the same time. They didn't know what happened, but when they looked over again, they got scared. The big tree in the distance had been blown down directly by the gunpowder. Feng Ling patted his chest, looking very scared. Yi Bin stroked Feng Ling's hair and spoke to a few people. There's one last clay pot bomb. Who among you wants to try it? The Oiran immediately jumped out and shouted. Me. Yi Bin said with some concern. You are a woman. This kind of dangerous thing should be left to us men, right? The courtesan instantly became unhappy, and she asked Yi Bin unhappily, City Lord, have you ever said that men and women are equal in the Huaxia tribe? Aye. Oh well. Then you let Li Wang go with you? Otherwise I'd be a little worried. The Oiran looked at Li Wang with disdain and said, I can do it by myself. They can light a clay pot bomb by themselves, and I, the Oiran, can also light a clay pot bomb by myself. Oiran, this clay pot bomb is the most powerful one. Why don't you let Li Wang go with you? Yi Bin continued to persuade the Oiran. He felt that the last method of mixing gunpowder was the most powerful. That was why he was worried about the Oiran. If the Oiran was really injured, who would guard Dragon City? City Lord, do you look down on me? The courtesan said aggrievedly. Why could the three of them light the bomb? And I can't? Yi Bin had no other choice, so he asked the courtesan to light the bomb and run away quickly. Oiran, you lit the fuse and you run away? Remember, run as fast as you can. Okay, City Lord. The courtesan held a clay pot bomb and came directly under a big tree. Like Black Panther and the others, the courtesan took out the fire starter she carried with her and directly ignited the gunpowder clay pot bomb. After the courtesan lit the fuse, she sprinted out at a speed of 100 meters. The fuse burned very quickly, and within 10 seconds, a violent explosion was heard under a big tree in the distance. Boom! The whole earth trembled. The power of this clay pot bomb is the greatest among the 4 bombs. The big tree in the distance has long flown away, and the whole tree has been blown into several sections. Wait until they react. Eben has just selected formula number 4 and will use it every time he makes a clay pot bomb. For the fuse, use formula number 3, and for the bomb, use formula number 4. This combination of formulas is the safest bomb. Old Bear looked at the big tree in the distance and suddenly started crying uncontrollably. Everyone was confused. Could it be that the big tree was planted by Old Bear himself? Eben asked a little uncertainly. What's wrong with you, Old Bear? Isn't it just a big tree? I'll have someone dig a few for you later. Old Man Bear wiped away his tears and said excitedly, City Lord, if we had this kind of weapon at the beginning, our Luoshui tribe wouldn't have lost so many people. In the battle between the Luoshui tribe and the Wolf tribe, many people from our Luoshui tribe died. After Old Man Xiong finished speaking, he cried even more sadly. Maybe he was thinking of someone. The Oiran and Black Panther also had sad faces. Among these people, only the 3 of them knew about the former drowned tribe. Eben's soul traveled through time from later in time. In the battle with the Wolf tribe, Yibin was still a delivery boy. At that time, Yibin was still working hard to deliver food every day. Yibin patted Old Man Xiong on the shoulder. Everything has passed. The dead are sleeping in the ground, and the living must continue to live well. The courtesan said to Old Man Bear, The City Lord is right. Everything is over. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to live. Old Bear wiped his tears and seemed to have thought of something. City Lord, what is this clay pot bomb? You must not let anyone else know about it. This is the secret of our Huaxia tribe. With such a powerful weapon, who would dare to bully our Huaxia tribe? Several people said it very proudly. Now that we in the Huaxia tribe have the heavenly thunder, we will no longer be afraid of anyone. Feng Ling's big eyes, like glowing glass balls, stared at Yi Bin without blinking. Women naturally like strong men, especially this strong man, who is the lord of a tribe. Brother Yi Bin, are you really a god? Feng Ling asked in disbelief. During the few days she has been in the Huaxia tribe, everyone says that the city lord is a god. If the city lord is not a god, then how do we explain these things in the Huaxia tribe? For example, cities, pottery, white salt, bows and arrows, wooden boats, ox carts, ironware, armor, gunpowder, alcohol bombs, and many other things. Feng Ling had never even heard of them before. Ever since coming to the Huaxia tribe, Feng Ling felt like she was dreaming. Everything here is not available anywhere else. Eben smiled and touched Feng Ling's head. Of course I am a god, and my mission is to save you. Feng Ling really enjoyed Eben's touch. Maybe this was love at first sight? Feng Ling said in a very coquettish tone, Then can you tell me what the divine realm is like? The people standing by couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The courtesan pushed Feng Ling away, and Feng Ling lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Eben originally wanted to help Feng Ling, but was dragged directly into the Ministry of War by the courtesan and Old Man Xiong. For Old Man Xiong and the others, what does the wind spirit matter? For a woman, how can gunpowder be as important to her? After a few people arrived at the Ministry of War, Old Man Xiong and a few courtesans immediately pestered Yi Bin, and each of them begged Yi Bin, City Lord, can you please teach us how to make the heavenly thunder? Chapter 335, Making Clay Pot Grenade. Feng Ling looked aggrieved. They actually abandoned her here and left her alone? Feng Ling was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. In the eyes of the courtesans, you, a woman who had just joined for a few days, were flirting with the city lord like this. It was very polite of them not to slap you in the face on the spot. Old Bear, please ask someone to bring some nails. Li Wang, please bring some more pottery jars. Black Panther Oren, I will teach you how to prepare gunpowder. Taishan, please go and chop some more hollow twigs and bring them back. Several people were all very excited. This was the making of a divine weapon for heavenly thunder. Seeing that several people had no reaction, Yibin said somewhat unhappily, How many of you did I talk to? Yes. Several people nodded in agreement. After everyone left, Yibin began to ponder. He wanted to design several bombs. The first one would of course be easy to use and carry, and the second one would naturally be light in weight and not take up other parts of the body. Yibin thought of a magical weapon on the battlefield. Grenade. The principle of grenade is also simple, which is to create a sealed space, load gunpowder into it, and then make a fuse. Then seal the space, and the soldiers just need to light the fuse and throw the grenade out quickly. Within a few seconds, this simple grenade will make a shocking explosion. If you want to make the grenade more powerful, you need to add iron balls into the sealed space. After the gunpowder is put into the sealed space, put some iron balls in. As long as the grenade explodes, everyone within a radius of 5 or 6 meters will be damaged by the iron balls. A smile appeared on Yibin's lips. He said to himself, "Then let's make grenades first." With weapons like grenades, destroying a large tribe would only take a few minutes, right? After everyone had prepared everything, Yibin took a few people to start making it, and Yibin gave instructions to a few people. Li Wang, bring over all the clay pots you prepared. Hearing the leader calling him, Li Wang carried several baskets of pottery jars and went straight to the center of the room, where there were also several baskets of prepared gunpowder. Old Bear, can you all come over here? When several people heard the city lord calling them, they all quickly gathered over. Yibin first took a clay pot and put some gunpowder in it. When the gunpowder was 1/3 filled, he put in some iron nails. He repeated this operation several times. A simple grenade is ready. As for the front part of the pottery jar grenade, Yibin used a hollow branch as the fuse, then padded it with a few dry leaves, and finally compacted it with soil, and a primitive version of the grenade appeared. By the time Feng Ling arrived, all the small clay pot grenades had been made. Feng Ling had an aggrieved expression on her face. She came back a little late and felt as if she had missed a chance to save the world. Yibin counted them carefully again. There were more than 100 small clay pot gunpowder grenades. Although the number was not large, it should be enough to fight a small battle, right? Brother Yibin, what is this little thing? Feng Ling picked up a clay pot grenade and asked curiously. Yibin was about to speak when the courtesan snatched it away and said, "This is a grenade invented by the city lord. As a woman, you'd better not ask." Yibin was also speechless. Why were these two women always against him? Okay, you two, stop making trouble. This thing is called a hand grenade. Its function is to be easy to carry. Even an ordinary soldier can carry a dozen of them. The advantage of a hand grenade is its great lethality. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. Grenades cannot be used at close range, especially when charging on the battlefield. The enemy will have already rushed over while you are still lighting the fuse. Black Panther asked in confusion, "City Lord, how do our soldiers use grenades?" Yibin praised. This is a good question. In what kind of environment should grenades be used? First of all, of course, there is the ambush, then there is the blocking battle, and finally there is the sneak attack. The role of the grenade is to hit the target at a fixed point. For those people and animals that don't move much, the killing effect is even more amazing. When you start actual combat in the future, you will know the power of grenades. The Oiran also asked the question immediately. City Lord, is it true that grenades are most powerful when defending a city? Yes, the Oiran is right. Not only is it powerful when defending a city, it is even more powerful on the battlefield, especially when used by cavalry. The cavalry are running on horseback. They just need to light the grenade and throw it to crowded places. Boom! One explosion can infect a large area. When you primitive people fight, you all like to stand together. For this reason, the clay pot grenade is the perfect choice. So you must remember to throw the grenade to where there are many people. Yibin waited for a while, but no one responded to him. Feng Ling was the first to react, and she immediately asked Yibin, "Brother Yibin, what are you primitive people?" "Yes." "City Lord, Oiran, what are you primitive people?" Li Wang also asked a classic question. "Chief, are we primitive people?" "Who are primitive people?" Yibin was speechless for a moment. He spoke too quickly and didn't catch the door, and now he was stumped by a bunch of primitive people. How to say this? Primitive man is just a name. I'm also a primitive man now, right? Yibin simply stopped explaining and simply admitted that he was also a primitive man. That way, they wouldn't ask any more questions, right? The Oiran suddenly remembered something. "City Lord, didn't you say you were a god? How come you're a primitive man?" The corner of Yibin's mouth twitched. It seemed that he couldn't get over this hurdle of being a primitive man. Yibin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to a few people, "Let's not talk about primitive people for now. Do you guys remember what I just said to you?" "City Lord, we all remember it." "Chief, I remember that too." "Brother Yibin, I remembered it too." "Very good. Next, I will assign some tasks for you. Old Bear, you are responsible for making grenades. Black Panther, you are responsible for collecting materials for gunpowder. And Tarzan, you are responsible for transporting sulfur ore. Oiran, why don't you go back and guard Dragon City? The Firebird tribe didn't know what had happened. If the Firebird tribe was defeated, the enemy would surely come to Sun City, and another war would be inevitable. Oiran, you must be ready to provide support at any time. Okay, City Lord, the Oiran said hesitantly. If Eben was also very curious. Could it be that the courtesan had some difficulties? What's wrong? The Oiran decided to tell all. If that day really comes, will she help them or not? If Qingluan comes to rescue them, should we help them or not? Eben also fell silent for a moment. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 336 Feng Ling's Little Thoughts. This is a dilemma, isn't it? If the Huaxia tribe wants to grow stronger, it must have more territory. If the Firebird tribe is defeated, Yi Bin can conquer the enemy tribe. By then, the Firebird tribe will no longer be the Firebird tribe. Yi Bin is not trying to seize territory, but Qingluan will definitely hate him. If he chooses to help the Firebird tribe, Yi Bin will not be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. The Firebird tribe looks down on the Huaxia tribe at all. Since you all look down on me, why should we, the Huaxia tribe, help you, the Firebird tribe? City Lord? Seeing that Yi Bin didn't say anything, the courtesan probably guessed what Yi Bin was thinking. What's wrong? When Yi Bin found that the courtesan was calling him, he instinctively asked. Old man Xiong couldn't bear it anymore, so he tried to persuade Yi Bin. City Lord, it's not that we don't want to help them, but their Firebird tribe looks down on our Huaxia tribe. I also know that you are in a difficult situation, City Lord. Let's leave this matter to the courtesan, right? Black Panther also spoke up immediately. Yes, City Lord. We also gave them so much equipment. But not only did they not thank us, they also acted condescending. That General Gu Xiong didn't even take you. The City Lord, seriously? Li Wang also said angrily. Yes, leader. I know you like Princess Qingluan, but their Firebird tribe has no intention of forming an alliance with us. They just treat us as cannon fodder. Taishan also expressed his opinion. City Lord, I think since we're going to form an alliance, it should be the chief of the Firebird tribe who comes. And they just sent a commander-in-chief and didn't take the alliance seriously at all? Feng Ling saw that they were all talking and felt that if she didn't say a few words, she would be a little out of place. So she also expressed her own opinion. Brother Yi Bin, that Firebird tribe must have encountered big trouble. Otherwise, with their arrogant character, they would never come to form an alliance. We just need to wait. Besides, if one tribe wants to attack another tribe, then their tribe must be in a state of emptiness. We just need to wait for the opportunity, and we can easily defeat them. Yi Bin smiled bitterly and spoke directly to a few people. We have used this trick before, but I'm afraid it won't work this time. After the last sneak attack on the Bloodwolf tribe, the Taotai Alliance will definitely take precautions in advance. As for the Xuanwu tribe, Yi Bin used the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao and directly burned down their market. The Xuanwu tribe would not be stupid again. Even if they were attacked now, they must have made preparations in advance. Is that so? Feng Ling thought about it and came up with another idea. Brother Yi Bin, don't we have that wooden boat? Feng Ling even winked at Yi Bin. Can we attack from the water? Yi Bin's eyes also lit up. How could I have forgotten this? Yes, this is a good idea. Yi Bin looked at Feng Ling suspiciously again. Do you use a smartphone or a keypad phone? What machine? Feng Ling was completely confused. What was Brother Yi Bin talking about? The other people were also confused. What about this machine or that machine? Yi Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Feng Ling was a time traveler. There is no machine. Yi Bin laughed and said to a few people, what I mean is that Feng Ling's idea is very good. The enemy will never think that we can launch an attack from the water. Old Bear, make more grenades these days. Black Panther, train the soldiers to throw stones these days. When they're on the battlefield, let them throw grenades. Be sure to train them how to ignite. That's right. When soldiers are training, if you give them a grenade, you must make sure they all know the power of the grenade and be sure not to get hurt by it. Yes, City Lord. Black Panther agreed immediately. Oiran, bring 50 grenades back to Dragon City. You must use this thing at the critical moment and make sure you throw it far away. After you return to Dragon City, you must also train the soldiers to throw stones. When the time comes, also give the soldiers a grenade. Yes, City Lord. The courtesan agreed immediately. City Lord, won't you come back to Dragon City with me? No, I have something very important to do. Notify all the team leaders that if they encounter any danger, they must send pigeons as soon as possible. Yeah, okay. The courtesan nodded, and she set off back to Dragon City with some reluctance. In the afternoon, in Old Man Xiong's Ministry of War, saltpeter is already being produced on a large scale. Heinyo and a few other people, including Taishan, were also grinding large quantities of charcoal powder. Li Wang and a few of his personal guards were also working overtime to grind sulfur powder. Everyone was busy, but Yibin returned to his house. He is the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. No matter which city he is in, he will have a city lord's house. This can be regarded as the city lord's right. Feng Ling said beside Yibin, Brother Yibin, do you want our Feng family salt mine? Are you from the Feng family? Yibin knocked her on the head and said, You are a member of our Huaxia tribe now. Your Feng family no longer exists. Oh, so do you want that salt mine? Yibin said unhappily, in no mood. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You want us to avenge the Feng family, right? Feng Ling felt that her little thoughts had been seen through, and she immediately denied it. No, I don't want to take revenge on the Feng family. I just think that our Huaxia tribe is so powerful, especially with that gunpowder bomb. As long as you, Brother Yibin, are willing to take action, we can definitely destroy the White Tiger clan. Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Ling felt a little guilty when Yibin looked at her. The White Tiger clan and the Jiang clan destroyed her Feng clan. She must destroy these two tribes, and the prerequisite for destroying the two tribes is to get Yibin's help. She is alone now, and the tribesmen around her were dispersed and disrupted as soon as they arrived in Water City. Yibin was also speechless. Couldn't he see that it was such an obvious attempt to sow discord? When will your heart turn towards our Chinese tribe? Feng Ling was confused by Yibin's question. Why is this man so sensitive? Feng Ling said immediately, I joined the Huaxia tribe, and my heart belongs to the Huaxia tribe. Brother Yibin, are you doubting me? Yibin ignored Feng Ling and talked to himself. In our world, there's a saying that if you want a woman to be obedient, you must first get her body. Feng Ling was shocked by Yibin's words. She had been trying to please Yibin in every way just to steal the technology of the Huaxia tribe. Feng Ling thought to herself that as long as she waited for a while, she would slowly gather her tribesmen together and then find a suitable opportunity. Then, lead the tribesmen to escape from the Huaxia tribe. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 337 Yibin's First Time. Brother Yibin, what are you going to do? Feng Ling was really a little scared. She immediately said to Yibin, I am a witch. Can I communicate with gods? Then why don't you communicate with me? I just happened to come from heaven. Yibin said jokingly, Do you think you're very smart? In the primitive people's cognition, a wizard is a being who can communicate between heaven and earth. Generally, no one dares to find a wizard as a spouse. Wizards represent disasters, and wizards can also bring down disasters. That's why Feng Ling is not afraid of Yibin. She felt that as long as she reminded Yibin, Yibin would not be able to do anything to her. Yibin picked up Feng Ling. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This woman is too smart and has her mind hidden deep. If she can't be used by me, Yibin can only let her disappear. Feng Ling shouted anxiously. What are you going to do? Put me down quickly. I am the witch chosen by God. Since you were chosen by the gods, why was your Feng family destroyed? You are not allowed to talk about the Feng family. Feng Ling said bitterly. The Feng family is her home, but also a scar in her heart. Yibin threw Feng Ling directly on the bed, and Yibin asked himself in his heart what to do. Feng Ling knows so many things, and the Feng family is the only one in her heart. How could she let an outsider know the secret of gunpowder? Yibin said coldly, I'll give you another chance. Will you choose to be my woman, or take another path? Yibin slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. He had been too good to women in his previous life, and he must not let this life be ruined by a woman. Feng Ling finally woke up. Looking at Yibin's hand holding the knife, she began to feel scared. She's also a smart woman who knows too many secrets. Only when facing death will a person's brain go into overload. Feng Ling figured it out in an instant. The Feng family had not yet been avenged, so she couldn't die now. All the family members were still waiting for her. I could be your woman. But Eben immediately interrupted Feng Ling and said, I gave you a chance so that you can survive, and you didn't give me any room for bargaining. After saying that, Eben walked towards Feng Ling. Their eyes met on the bed, and their breathing became heavier. Eben couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his 2 lifetimes. The air in the entire room became hot, and 2 energetic hearts were beating violently. Suddenly, there was a howling wind outside the room, and a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The entire water city was surrounded by the drizzle. There seemed to be some special sounds coming from the city lord's room. Next morning, Eben got up as usual and found a hand pressing on him. Eben was suddenly startled. Who came into his room? He immediately turned his head to look over. Feng Ling looked at herself with a pair of complicated eyes. In fact, Feng Ling woke up early in the morning. She just didn't know how to face it. Are you awake? Eben asked somewhat embarrassedly. His first time was gone just like that? Feng Ling agreed softly. She seemed like a different person. Is this the difference between a woman and a girl? You must be hungry too, right? Let's get up and brush our teeth first, shall we? What is brushing teeth? Feng Ling asked with a puzzled look. This was the first time she had heard these 2 words in her life. Eben immediately started to explain. Brushing teeth can clean teeth and remove bad breath. People in our Huaxia tribe brush their teeth every morning. Eben handed Feng Ling's animal skin to her again. He also secretly took a look at the animal skin on the bed. There was a trace of bright red blood on the white animal skin. Feng Ling is still a virgin. After the 2 of them put on their clothes, Eben taught Feng Ling how to brush their teeth. After the initial embarrassment, the 2 of them quickly returned to their previous state. Inside the cafeteria in Shuicheng, Eben filled 2 large bowls of mutton and took 2 large sweet potatoes. Maybe it was because they had consumed too much last night, but Yi Bin and Feng Ling finished the whole bowl of mutton. Feng Ling pointed at a sweet potato and asked curiously, Brother Yi Bin, what is this thing? It tastes a bit sweet and sticky. I have never eaten anything like this before. Looking at Feng Ling's happy face, it seemed as if what happened yesterday had never happened. Yi Bin also didn't know whether Feng Ling was pretending or was real, but Yi Bin still smiled and said, This thing is called sweet potato. It could solve the food crisis of many people. If a tribe has sweet potatoes, it can be regarded as having a sufficient source of food. Feng Ling's big eyes immediately lit up. She was also a wizard of a tribe, and she knew the importance of food better than the people of the small tribe. Are there many sweet potatoes like this in our Chinese tribe? Yi Bin said, It's okay for now. In a few months, the Huaxia tribe will have more sweet potatoes than they can eat. Then, the tribesmen can eat them however they want. Just at this moment, Black Panther and Tarzan came over, and Black Panther said happily, City Lord, we have made a lot of grenades. Black Panther looked at Feng Ling again. He always felt that Feng Ling was different from yesterday. But what was different? Black Panther couldn't tell it for a while. Yi Bin said with a smile, Very good, but you must pay attention to safety, especially when making grenades. You must not see any sparks, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Black Panther and Tarzan also knew the seriousness of the matter, and they agreed immediately. Don't worry, City Lord. We will definitely do as you say. Yi Bin looked at Feng Ling again, and then he said to Black Panther and the others, From now on, Feng Ling is your mistress. What is a matron? Taishan asked a little confused. City Lord, is the mistress the spouse of the clan leader? Yi Bin was sweating. What does it mean to be the spouse of the clan leader? Yi Bin could only go along with it. I guess that's what you meant. From now on, we in the Huaxia tribe will not call each other spouses. You can call them Madam. Lady? Several people were surprised at the same time. Yi Bin smiled and nodded. You can call Feng Ling like that. For example, Madam of the City Lord. Black Panther asked again embarrassedly. What should I call my spouse? Just call her the brigade commander's wife. City Lord, what about my spouse? Taishan also asked anxiously. Call the captain's wife. Feng Ling asked a key question. What if several groups are together? Yes. What if they were all together? Taishan immediately asked anxiously. Isn't this a difficult problem to solve? Can't we just call the person by his name? Yi Bin said to Taishan with a smile. Do you have a wife now? P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 338, Opening Feng Ling's Eyes. The City Lord's wife? Old man Xiong also walked over with a smile. He had heard everything Yi Bin and the others had said just now. I think it sounds better to call her mistress, Old Bear said with a smile on his face. As for this mistress, everyone felt that it was nothing. The city lord had already reached adulthood, and it was time for him to find a woman. He even thought about it again. He would have 2 wives in the future. If he called both of them mistress, wouldn't that be a mess? From now on, you can all call Feng Ling the Mistress Feng Ling. Old Man Bear was a very experienced man, and he immediately figured out the key to the problem. The city lord is afraid that there are too many women, and he won't be able to call all the tribesmen over, right? Mistress of the Wind Spirit, from now on, you will be the mistress of our Huaxia tribe. As long as Mistress Feng Ling does not betray the city lord, you will always be the mistress of our Huaxia tribe. Old Man Xiong hinted to Feng Ling that this woman was too smart. He was afraid that Feng Ling would use the city lord to help the Feng family get revenge. Minister Xiong, don't worry. The Feng family no longer exists. I am now the city lord's woman. My heart will only be in the Huaxia tribe, and I will have my own children in the future. I will also educate my child well and let him protect our Chinese tribe. When Feng Ling said this, Yi Bin seemed to have a feeling that she really was like a mother. Feng Ling said with a smile again, Brother Yi Bin, what is our next plan? Yi Bin asked tentatively, Didn't you tell me yesterday that you wanted the Huaxia tribe to attack the White Tiger tribe? I promise you now. Old Man Bear and Black Panther immediately became anxious. Isn't the current Chinese tribe suitable for fighting everywhere? Yi Bin winked at the 2 of them. They had lived together for such a long time that they already had a certain understanding of each other's personalities. Feng Ling thought to herself, could it be that after doing something like that, the city lord has changed his personality? The Feng clan is no longer around, and I can't consume the strength of the Huaxia tribe. This is where I will live from now on. If I have my own children, everything in the Huaxia tribe will belong to my children in the future. Yi Bin had no idea that Feng Ling had already thought of so much. The wisdom of the female wizards was cultivated by old wizards from generation to generation. Brother Yi Bin, it seems that the Huaxia tribe is now full of enemies. The Feng family has already gone there. Should we deal with the enemies in front of us first? Li Wang looked around nervously, but he didn't see any enemy. Mistress Feng Ling, why can't I see the enemy in front of me? Feng Ling said unhappily. The enemy in front of us is the enemy of the Firebird tribe. I have a feeling that as long as the Firebird tribe is destroyed, their next target will definitely be our Huaxia tribe. Black Panther and the others were all confused. What do the enemies of their Firebird tribe have to do with our Huaxia tribe? The vision of primitive people can only see what is in front of them, just like Black Panther and his men. In their eyes, as long as you don't reach my doorstep, you are not my enemy for the time being. But Feng Ling is different. She used to be a female wizard of the tribe. If she didn't have a forward-looking vision, how could the Feng family become powerful? Several people said at the same time, yes. What do the enemies of their Firebird tribe have to do with our Huaxia tribe? Feng Ling cursed angrily. With the IQ of just a few of you, how did the Huaxia tribe become so powerful? Yi Bin laughed heartlessly at the side. Does it feel like you're talking to a cow? Feng Ling, what is playing the lute to a cow? But this sentence is still quite appropriate. Although I don't know what it means, I feel that it makes sense. Feng Ling said to himself. Yi Bin stroked Feng Ling's 3,000 black hair. After what happened last night, Feng Ling found that she didn't hate this man touching her. On the contrary, she felt like she was enjoying it. Feng Ling was shocked by her own thoughts. Feng Ling, would you like to go on a trip with me? What is tourism? Feng Ling felt that she couldn't understand a word this man said. Does traveling mean sailing around in a wooden boat like we did before? Feng Ling chuckled and asked, do you want to familiarize yourself with the waterway? Then we can find a chance to attack them by surprise. Can you guess this? Then how come your Feng family was so vulnerable? Feng Ling looked at Yi Bin unhappily, and she explained the situation of the tribe to Yi Bin. Do you think the Feng clan is the same as your Chinese tribe? You're the only one who has the final say in the Huaxia tribe. Whatever the Feng clan wants to do, I have to pray to the gods and ask for permission. Only when the gods agree will the clan leader and several of us in the upper echelons unite to carry out the tribe's orders. Yi Bin thought about it for a moment, and then he casually said to Feng Ling, you mean it's decided by voting? Actually, you are right. It is difficult for a tribe to become stronger and stronger without a decisive leader. The reason why the Huaxia tribe is so powerful. The first reason is that the tribe has powerful technology, and The second reason is that I can mobilize all the warriors in the tribe by myself. As for the third reason, the tribesmen feel that as long as I am here, the Huaxia tribe will have endless food in the future, and they will also have a very powerful tribe that can always protect them. Feng Ling was stunned when she heard this. Although her IQ was higher than that of an average person, the words Yibin said to her showed that the two of them were completely on different wavelengths. Feng Ling asked with some confusion, "Why has our Feng family come to this point? Then let me ask you a few questions." Feng Ling nodded. "Just ask. The first question is, does your Feng family have enough food? The second question is, can your clan leader convince all the clan members? The third question is, your tribe was destroyed by the volcano. Do you have any other place to stay? The fourth question is, do you have the most advanced equipment and weapons? The fifth question is, do your soldiers receive formal training?" Feng Ling didn't know what to say for a moment. The Feng family had none of the things that you've been told her about, not to mention sufficient food. When winter came every year, who knows how many people in the Feng family would starve to death. But they have no other choice. Food can only be distributed first to the warriors, and then to the young women of the tribe. These two types of people are the hope of the tribe. The warriors can protect the tribe, and the young women can give birth to children. Yibin said with a smile again, "Our Huaxia tribe is different. The Huaxia tribe has 5 cities. Even if one city is breached, the other 4 cities can quickly support each other. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free." Chapter 339, Shocking the Wind Spirit. There is one most important question. There is plenty of food in each of our cities. Even if all the people in several cities escape, the food stored in the cities can allow them to live for a long time. Do you think our enemies have so much food to consume? When primitive people went out to fight, how many days of food could they carry? Even if they come with more people, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to break into a city. Even if they break into the city, won't the people from the other 4 cities come to support them? Feng Ling was completely dumbfounded by what Yibin said to her. She had never heard before that the 5 cities of the Huaxia tribe seemed to be a whole, no matter which city the enemy attacked first. The other 4 cities will quickly send troops to support. When the other people heard this, their hair stood on end. It turned out that the city lord thought so far ahead. Black Panther and the others thought that the city lord just built it randomly. But it turns out that there's such a big connection between cities. Now you should understand, right? You've been explained so much. You just wanted to make Feng Ling, the silly woman, understand that for a tribe to develop and become strong, it needs a forward-looking vision. Brother Yibin, do I understand? Feng Ling's previous idea was to learn more in the Huaxia tribe, find another opportunity, and then take all the tribesmen out. After listening to Yibin's words, Feng Ling finally understood that if a tribe wants to become powerful, it can't just be clever. Yibin said to Black Panther and the others again, "You team leaders, please make good preparations. We will set off early tomorrow morning." Yibin whispered a few more words in Old Man Xiong's ear. Old Bear said excitedly, "City Lord, are you telling the truth? Then why don't you try it, and you will know." Yibin casually joked with Old Man Xiong. He took Feng Ling's hand again and walked straight out of the cafeteria. "You have just arrived at the Huaxia tribe, and there are still many things you don't understand. But as time goes by, you will slowly get used to it." As the two walked along the way, the soldiers passing by would come up to say, "Hello. Hello, City Lord. Hello, City Lord." When the soldiers saw Feng Ling, many of them didn't know how to call out. Yibin also noticed their confusion, so he took the initiative to introduce it. From now on, Feng Ling will be the mistress of the Huaxia tribe. You can all call her the Wind Spirit Mistress. The warriors then understood that Feng Ling was the City Lord's woman. No wonder she was treated so highly in the tribe. "Hello, Mistress Feng Ling. Mistress Feng Ling is so beautiful." Hearing the compliments from people around her, Feng Ling blushed for a rare moment. As for why so many people said she was beautiful, Feng Ling was a little confused. In primitive society, women were considered beautiful if they were tall and strong. Women like Feng Ling were as thin as a bamboo pole. Of course, this skinny girl like a bamboo pole is only in the eyes of primitive people. In Yibin's eyes, Feng Ling is definitely a beauty. Feng Ling also greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello, everyone. You guys are beautiful too." When Feng Ling meets a female tribesman, he will also give her some appropriate compliments. This is what they call not reciprocating, Mistress Feng Ling is so beautiful. Yibin was also speechless. Are women born with this skill? Looking at Feng Ling chatting enthusiastically with several women, Feng Ling curiously asked a woman, "What is this thing of yours?" The woman said with a smile, "Mistress Feng Ling, you don't know? This thing is called a casting fishing net. It can catch big fish in the river." Feng Ling, madam, can I take you fishing? The woman invited sincerely. Can I? Feng Ling looked at the women and said, Of course you can. You are our city lord's woman. The woman looked at Yibin on the side and said to Yibin again, City lord, do you want to go with us? Yibin smiled and nodded. I haven't gone fishing for a long time, so it's a good opportunity for me to go with you guys to take a look. The woman smiled happily. Okay, city lord. The woman thought of something again. She introduced herself to Yibin and the others. City lord, Lady Feng Ling, I am the captain of the fishing team. You could just call me Qing Shui. Okay, clean water. So shall we go fishing now? Feng Ling said a little impatiently. Feng Ling was very interested in everything about the Huaxia tribe. She held Yibin's hand and walked towards the lake excitedly. In Feng Ling's heart, Yibin is her only relative in the Huaxia tribe. Maybe this is how women are? Once two people have a relationship, they will quickly accept the man next to them, right? Seeing how intimate the two were, Qing Shui and the others were envious. What an honor it is to be favored by the city lord. There were more than hundreds of women in the fishing team, and they were talking and laughing all the way. Madam Feng Ling, you may not know that ever since the Huaxia tribe had a city lord, our people have never been hungry again. I heard from the brigade commander of the Oiran that the Huaxia tribe used to be called the Luoshui tribe. At that time, all the people in the Luoshui tribe added up to only about 20 to 30 people. 20 or 30 people. Are you sure there are only so few people? A lot of things Feng Ling knows are passed down from generation to generation by old wizards. Women who can become wizards in primitive society are all talents carefully cultivated by the old wizards. Qing Shui said with certainty. Of course it's true. Does everyone in the Huaxia tribe know about this? Madam Feng Ling, if you don't believe it, why don't you just ask someone? Feng Ling was shocked. Did the Huaxia tribe only have so few people before? So how did you get so many people? Feng Ling looked at Yibin in disbelief. Yibin smiled mysteriously and said two words to Feng Ling. Wisdom. Is it that simple? Feng Ling asked a little unbelievingly. Speaking of wisdom, Feng Ling did have some, but didn't the Feng family still get destroyed? While everyone was talking, the fishing team had already arrived at the riverbank. Qing Shui immediately said to Feng Ling, Madam Feng Ling, I will catch fish for you now. How to catch fish? Feng Ling looked at the women. They had nothing on them. Wrong? Qing Shui and the others all had a very strange thing in their hands. Feng Ling had heard them say before that this thing seemed to be called a fishing net. Qing Shui said to the fishing team with a smile. Sisters started fishing. The women in the fishing team received the order, and they threw out the fishing nets in their hands one by one, and one fishing net after another was thrown out. The women also slowly pulled the fishing net, and after a while, a huge noise came from inside the fishing net. Feng Ling was stunned, watching from the side. When did catching fish become so easy? If their Feng clan also had this magical fishing artifact, then there wouldn't be so many people dying in the Feng clan every year. I must be dreaming? P.S. After reading this, please help Beiqing to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beiqing. Beiqing would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 340. Traveling far away on the river. Yibin tapped Feng Ling on the forehead. It hurts? Feng Ling said with a look of pain on her face. How come this dream is so real? Qing Shui giggled sweetly at the side. The Feng Ling mistress was so adorable. She grabbed a big carp and handed it directly to Feng Ling. Mistress Feng Ling, are you dreaming? As soon as Feng Ling got the big carp in his hand, he suddenly felt a chill on his hands. This was definitely not a dream. This feeling is so real. In about half an hour, the fishing team had caught more than 600 or 700 large silver carp, each of which weighed more than 30 kilograms. There were also some big carp, which weighed more than 10 kilograms. After all, the fish resources in primitive society had never been fished by humans, and this river is so big that fish swim down from upstream every day. This also means that the fishing team can catch a large amount of fish every day. Feng Ling looked at the fish in the bamboo baskets. There were at least 100 bamboo baskets in the rows. There were 6 or 7 big silver carp in each bamboo basket. Feng Ling stuttered and said, "Clean water. Is it so easy to obtain food in your Chinese tribe?" Qing Shui said with a smile, "The wind spirit mistress. Not our Huaxia tribe, but our Huaxia tribe?" In the first sentence, Qing Shui was reminding Feng Ling herself, and in the second sentence, it also includes Feng Ling. Feng Ling's face turned red, and she looked at Yi Bin beside her again. She found that Yi Bin was also looking at her with a smile, and Feng Ling said to Qing Shui and the others, "Uh-huh, it's our Chinese tribe." After that, Feng Ling tried several times, and each time she caught a few big silver carp. Qing Shui and her fishing team also gave her nice words, all praising Feng Ling for being so amazing. In the afternoon, the fishing team all returned with a full load. Yi Bin and Feng Ling were at the back of the crowd, walking hand in hand. "Brother Yi Bin, was this fishing net invented by you?" Feng Ling asked with a smile on her face. Every woman wants her man to be powerful. Feng Ling already had the answer in her heart, but she still wanted to make sure. Looking at Feng Ling's beautiful face, Yi Bin couldn't help but kiss her. Although women in primitive society didn't know what shyness was, the instinct in female genes still made Feng Ling's face slightly blush. "If you guess right, I will tell you," Yi Bin said jokingly. Feng Ling said coquettishly, "Brother Yi Bin, just tell me." Feng Ling's little eyes blinked, and every eyebrow above her eyes was so clear. Yi Bin was stunned for a moment. Feng Ling looked too much like a woman on earth, and a great beauty at that. "That's right." Yi Bin nodded again. "The fishing net you mentioned was invented when I brought my tribesmen here. At that time, the Huaxia tribe was facing a serious food crisis. Ever since I invented the fishing net, the Huaxia tribe no longer lacked food. The tribesmen who used to not have enough to eat now had enough to eat after having fishing nets." Feng Ling looked at Yi Bin with fascination. Women all worship the strong. In primitive society, there are generally 2 types of powerful men. The first one is that he is tall and mighty and has very strong fighting power. The second is that you can catch enough food every day. The former can protect the tribe, while the latter can feed the tribe. No matter how powerful the warriors are, they need to eat enough to have strength, right? Probably in the evening, Yi Bin and Feng Ling came directly to the bustling cafeteria. They both sat at a separate small table. On the table, there was a bowl of fish soup. Feng Ling quickly served 2 more bowls of fish soup. She handed the first bowl of fish soup to Yi Bin and placed the second bowl of fish soup in front of herself. Looking at the fish soup that tasted like milk, Feng Ling could also smell a strong aroma of fish soup. Looking at Feng Ling with her saliva dripping down, Yi Bin wiped her saliva with his hand. After all, she was his wife, so Yi Bin certainly would not despise her. Feng Ling said anxiously, "Should I eat this?" Yi Bin also said with a smile, I'm not stopping you. If you want to eat fish soup, why don't you just take the bowl and eat it yourself?" Although Yi Bin thought so in his heart, he still picked up a large piece of fish in his hand and put it directly into Feng Ling's mouth. Feng Ling was not polite either. In primitive society, women would identify themselves with a man once they established a relationship, especially women in higher positions. In their understanding, a woman can only follow one man. Even in the ancient primitive society, no woman of a clan leader would mate with other men in the clan. Feng Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. This fish meat was so delicious. There was a salty taste in the fish soup. Had the people of the Feng family ever eaten this kind of food before? It's really delicious. Feng Ling ate the fish while praising it for its deliciousness. After she finished the fish in her mouth, she drank another mouthful of the white fish soup. "This is delicious too." All the soldiers around the cafeteria looked at Feng Ling and the others, and many of them greeted them boldly. "Hello, City Lord. Hello, Mistress Feng Ling." Yi Bin also responded with a smile and greeted the soldiers enthusiastically. Yi Bin is still very happy. If no one greets a leader, then this leader must be a failure, right? The City Lord's room at night. "Brother Yi Bin, what are you going to do?" "You're crushing me." The Water City was very quiet at night, and some strange noises were heard from the City Lord's room. No words all night. Early the next morning, Yi Bin woke up normally. The moment he opened his eyes, he found a woman lying on his chest. Smelling the fragrance of the woman, Yi Bin decided to wake her up. "Feng Ling, wake up. Wind spirit? What's wrong?" Feng Ling woke up slowly, but still looked sleepy. Maybe she was too tired from Yi Bin's efforts last night. "Hurry up and get up, brush your teeth, and eat." We're going to travel far along the river today, Yi Bin said and kissed Feng Ling again. Feng Ling looked at Yi Bin with resentment. He wouldn't come again, would he? Yi Bin didn't give Feng Ling a chance to react. He quickly got out of bed, wearing the animal skin. He didn't know what was going on in the Firebird tribe. Yi Bin thought about it again and decided to quickly familiarize himself with the surrounding rivers. Otherwise, the power of this navy cannot be exerted. Many people will ask, if the navy is so powerful, why can't it exert its power? Because Yi Bin didn't have a waterway map. And where was the enemy's tribe? How big is the enemy tribe? How many people are still in the enemy tribe? Yi Bin and his navy know nothing about these things. At this time, Feng Ling also put on the animal skin, holding a simple toothbrush in her hand. She added some white salt and some fine charcoal powder. These things were the tooth cleaners that Yi Bin improved later. P.S. After reading this, please help Beicheng to urge for more updates. If you have time, please write a 5-star review for Beicheng. Beicheng would like to thank everyone here. Requests for updates and 5-star reviews are all free. Chapter 341, Qingluan's Rage. Wait until they finish breakfast. Yi Bin held Feng Ling's little hand and walked towards the riverbank, not far away. Black Panther and the others have already started gathering here. Black Panther arranged 2 reorganized groups for the number of people setting off this time. Shuiqing now has 20 wooden boats, and each of them can carry more than 150 people. Yi Bin came to the front of the crowd and looked at the 2 neatly organized Navy armies. Yi Bin was very happy in his heart. This was the first time that the Navy armies went on a long journey. Hello, City Lord. Hello, Mistress Feng Ling. Listening to the soldiers' shouts, Yi Bin Feng Ling also greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, warriors. Thank you all for your hard work. City Lord, you have worked hard too. The soldiers responded loudly. Feng Ling sighed in his heart. With an army like this, its combat effectiveness should be very strong, right? Yi Bin handed Black Panther a piece of animal skin. As for the purpose of this piece of animal skin, you will naturally know it once you get on the wooden boat. Black Panther, how many alcohol bombs did we bring this time? And how many gunpowder pot grenades? Black Panther handed Yi Bin a piece of animal skin, on which was recorded the number of these things. Yi Bin looked at the animal skin and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Feng Ling looked at the numbers on the animal skin, and it was like she was reading a heavenly book. What is this thing on top? Feng Ling asked curiously. Is this what you're talking about? Yi Bin pointed to the numbers on the animal skin and explained to Feng Ling with a smile. This thing is called a number. It can record the number of animals, allowing people to know the answer at a glance. Is it really that magical? Of course, Yi Bin answered Feng Ling very proudly. It's time for us to set off now, Yi Bin shouted to all the soldiers. Get on board and set off. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately started boarding the ship. There are more than 100 soldiers queuing in front of each wooden boat. Shuicheng is the naval base of the Huaxia tribe. Not far in front of the water city, there is a professional boat dock. Each large wooden boat can be easily fixed on the shore. Yi Bin had already designed this dock when he was planning the water city. Black Panther Li Wang and his men were all standing behind Yi Bin and the other 2. The soldiers boarded the ship one by one. Each of them wore black iron armor. When the soldiers moved, the armor made a metallic collision and friction sound. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After all the soldiers got on board, Yi Bin and his companions also quickly came onto the wooden boat, and Hainyo immediately reported to Yi Bin. City Lord, all the soldiers are on board. Shall we set off now? Yi Bin waved his hand. Set off. After receiving the order, Hainyo immediately started shouting loudly. Start raising the sail. Start raising the sail. As Black Panther shouted, people on the other wooden boats also shouted loudly. The flag bearer next to Black Panther also quickly waved the green flag. Soldiers must have dual orders when fighting on the water. Dozens of minutes later, wooden boats sailed out of the shore one after another. As the first wooden boat set out, the dozen or so wooden boats behind it all slowly followed. The fleet of wooden boats was like a straight line, with each wooden boat keeping a certain distance from each other. Black Panther took the animal skin picture, and Yi Bin took out a chicken feather pen and prepared a bottle of black ink. Although the black water does not have the effect of ink, it is very close, starting from when the wooden boat was sailing. Yi Bin started his painting. He wanted to draw a waterway map. In the future, even if he didn't go to the Navy base, Black Panther and his men would be able to find the road on the water. Feng Ling, Black Panther, and the others all looked at Yi Bin with curiosity. Why did the thing the city lord drew look a bit like the scene on both sides of the river? City lord, what is this you drew? Black Panther asked a little puzzled. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he still couldn't help but ask again. This is called a water route map. When the Navy goes on a long journey in the future, they will need to use this kind of map. With this map, your Navy will not get lost. When the time comes, when you travel by yourself, you must also learn to draw this kind of waterway map. Yibin's method is just like playing games on a computer. For those maps that he has never visited, he only needs to go there once to unlock the map. Black Panther scratched his head in confusion. City Lord, what is a waterway map? Li Wang and his friends were also confused. After all, Black Panther Li Wang and his friends had never heard of the word map. Yibin also explained with a smile. The map is the route of advance. Having this waterway map in hand is like having a sky eye. As long as you follow the route, you can quickly find the marked enemies. After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, everyone understood that this waterway map actually had such a big function. Inside the Firebird tribe, Qingwan was crying in the shack. Damn you, Commander Gu Xiong. I asked you to form an alliance with the Huaxia tribe, but you offended the Huaxia tribe instead. Qingwan was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. If it weren't for the wizards and the others who prevented Qingwan from leaving the Firebird tribe without permission, with Qingwan's personality, she would have gone to the Huaxia tribe to find Yi Bin long ago. Inside the shack of the Firebird tribe chief. Chief, the Taotai alliance and the Xuanwu tribe have already attacked our salt mines. Fortunately, we have been prepared for this. The person who spoke was the great wizard Huazhu. Huokong also said from the side, Yes, Patriarch. There were too many of them this time, and we paid a price. If we hadn't used Qingwan's method, would more of us have died this time? Huorong showed a smile on his face. My daughter is different. When she asked people to dig that mud pit, you guys objected loudly and said things like it was a futile effort. Now, if Qingwan hadn't made preparations in advance, the salt mine of our Firebird tribe would be in danger. The Patriarch is wise. Chief Huorong is still the most powerful. The people below all flattered him. Huorong also smiled. Last time Gu Xiong went to the Huaxia tribal alliance, the Huaxia tribe was so ignorant. This made Huorong very angry. In the eyes of Huorong and his people, the Huaxia tribe was just a small tribe. We in the Firebird tribe didn't mind forming an alliance with you, so why are you still being picky? This Chinese tribe really doesn't take our Firebird tribe seriously? Qingwan said angrily to Czar. What did I tell you when you set out? Czar is stuttering. Princess Qingwan, I. Qingwan was very angry at this time, and she yelled at Czar. Get out. Qingwan cursed Czar angrily while tears flowed uncontrollably. Whoa. Chapter 342 Battle for the Salt Mine. Great Wizard Jixuan, how's our plan going? Our losses in these attacks on the Firebird tribe's salt mines are truly enormous. Jixuan smiled and said, Brother Xiongwu, don't worry. As long as we hold them back here, the Firebird tribe won't survive long. Our other allies have also set out from the mountains. Those people from the Firebird tribe have already sent a lot of warriors here. Isn't this the result we want? After we take down the Firebird tribe, we will then siege the Huaxia tribe together. According to the news we have received recently, the Huaxia tribe has built 2 more cities, and one of the cities is close to the Flying Bird tribe. The evil witch said with a sneer, The Flying Bird tribe? Isn't that a subordinate tribe of the Firebird tribe? Why would the Huaxia tribe build a city there? The word city was brought back by the merchant from their tribe. There are many merchants in Shenwu City, and they are all from their big tribe. Jixuan shook his head and said another sentence casually. Maybe their relationship is not good. Bad relationship? The evil wizard pondered for a while, and as if he thought of something, he burst into laughter. Don't know why? Jixuan asked hurriedly. Why? The evil wizard sneered again and said to the people around him, The Firebird tribe is a super tribe. How could they look down on a small tribe? What's the meaning? Bloodfang asked hurriedly. They came to attack the Firebird tribe last time, and when Bloodfang returned, he found that his tribe was gone. At that time, Shuiya and the others almost fainted. They just went out to fight a battle, and when they came back, their homes had been robbed. Shuiya originally wanted to lead the warriors in attack directly to the Huaxia tribe. If it weren't for the obstruction of the wizard of the Taotai tribe, Shuiya would have taken the remaining warriors and fought desperately with the Huaxia tribe. This is a tribe, right? The Huaxia tribe wiped them out just like that. Are they all devils? All super tribes have their own pride, and even the Firebird tribe is no exception. The Huaxiao tribe was indeed very weak in the past, but the current Huaxiao tribe is difficult for even us to deal with. Several people all laughed. Now the Firebird tribe would be in danger. Our two super tribes are holding them back at their salt mine. The Firebird tribe must be very empty at this time, right? Jishuan explained to several people. We have also developed a set of methods to deal with the Huaxiao tribe. The people of the Taotai Alliance had also fought against the Huaxiao tribe, and they had suffered a lot from the weapons of the Huaxiao tribe. According to the news brought back by the merchants, that long-range weapon is called a bow and arrow. What method? Everyone was looking at Jishuan. If they also had this method, wouldn't the Huaxiao tribe be easily destroyed? If we can destroy the Huaxiao tribe, all their weapons and belongings will become ours? Several people were very happy just thinking about it, and they couldn't wait. Wizard Jishuan, can you please tell me? Yes. You better tell me quickly. Several people all started to urge him on, feeling as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat's claws. It's really uncomfortable. We used a large wooden board to block their soldiers, and our soldiers also used that kind of weapon. They all knew about that kind of weapon, and Bloodfang had demonstrated it once last time. The evil witch asked calmly, "Is this what Wizard Jishuan said?" That's right. It is the bronze ware of our ethnic group. Originally, the clan leader had ordered that bronze artifacts could not be traded. The last time bronze artifacts were traded, it was also the clan leader's order. Shui's eyes lit up. The power of that bronze ware was like a divine weapon. When they attacked the Firebird tribe that day, they almost killed the tribe leader. If the Firebird chief's daughter had not arrived, they would have killed the Firebird chief long ago. Several old men asked, "Why haven't I seen your warriors use the weapons that Wizard Jishuan mentioned?" Jishuan gave a mysterious smile. "This, you will know when the time comes. Our current mission is to delay the Firebird tribe and these warriors in the salt mine. The most ridiculous thing is, did they think they were holding us back? Ha 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 ha. How could those stupid people know that we were holding them back?" Everyone laughed again. Jishuan seemed to have thought of something again, and he said to the people in front of him, "We still have to attack the Firebird tribe's salt mine once a day. We must not let them become suspicious, okay? Brother Jishuan, don't worry. We will send people to attack every day. As long as there is no news from the Firebird tribe, we will keep attacking their salt mine until the Firebird tribe is about to perish." Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Their goal was to get rid of the Firebird tribe first. As long as the Firebird tribe was destroyed, they could join forces to attack the Huaxiao tribe. This Huaxiao tribe is too powerful. No matter whether it is the Taotai Alliance, the Xuanwu tribe, or those people in the Baiwan Mountains, they have all suffered at the hands of the Huaxiao tribe. Jishuan and the others are not stupid either. Since we can't beat you, let's destroy the Firebird tribe first. When we attacked the Taotai Alliance, the little princess of the Firebird tribe was also there. Since you were the first to take action, don't blame us for joining forces. A few days later, the salt mine of the Firebird tribe is still being attacked by the two major tribes every day. The salt-protecting river surrounding the salt mine has been filled with corpses. This wide salt-protecting river is what Qingwan learned from the Huaxiao tribe. It is precisely because of this salt-protecting river that the warriors of the Firebird tribe are able to repel the invading enemies every time. Commander Gu Xiong, are the enemies about to attack again? Gu Xiong gave the order immediately. The Firebird tribe's salt mine is located near the coast. The warriors of the Firebird tribe only need to defend 3 sides. As for the 4th side of the salt mine, it is connected to the sea. Commander Gully, you and your men will guard the front. Commander Huolong, you and your men will guard the back. The rest of you, come with me and guard the sides of the salt mine. Quick! As Gu Xiong's order was issued, the commanders immediately took action. The warriors of the Firebird tribe held long stone spears in their hands. They stood inside the salt protection river. The entire salt protection river was more than 3 meters wide. If the enemy army wanted to attack, they would have to swim across the water. Go ahead, kill them. As the enemy launched the attack, the warriors of the Firebird tribe had already reached the bank of the salt river. Looking at the enemies jumping into the salt river, the warriors of the Firebird tribe immediately waved the stone spears in their hands. Ah! Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Help, help! The warriors of the 2 tribes died, one after another. The inside of the Huyan River had already been dyed red with blood. The soldiers inside the salt river let out various screams and cries for help before they died. The soldiers did not want to attack the salt mine, but the wizards have already given the order. If you don't obey orders on the battlefield, you will be immediately hacked to death by your own people. Chapter 343 I'm Angry. Sharp stone spears kept stabbing into the Huyen River, and the warriors of the two tribes died one after another. The evil witch's mouth twitched as he watched from behind. Jishuan also frowned. This salt mine was different from other places. It was all rocky, and there wasn't even a tree to be seen. High Priest Huixin said, "The casualties among the soldiers are too great. We have to think of other solutions." At this time, a man spoke. The man was the commander-in-chief of the Taoguay tribe. He was also sent by the patriarch of the Taoguay tribe. "Do we have any other solution? This river is too wide, and our warriors have no other choice. If they want to quickly capture the salt mines of the Firebird tribe, they can only use the human wave tactic." The evil witch suddenly sneered. "Do I have a solution?" What method?" Everyone looked towards the evil witch. If the evil witch really had a way, then so many people wouldn't have died. Now, the Huyen River is almost full of corpses. Guli shouted loudly, "Hurry up and salvage the bodies from the river. The soldiers behind are attacking them with stone spears. We can't let any enemy get through." "Yes." Guli is in command. "City Lord, where are we now?" Black Panther looked at the mountains on both sides, and everyone had a sigh on their faces. Eben was also confused. It was his first time sailing on water. For example, he didn't even know where this place in front of him was. Eben stretched lazily. During the past few days of sailing far away, he taught Black Panther and the others how to draw during the day, and worked diligently in the fields at night. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a comfortable day. "I don't know where this is either. I'll explore it slowly when I have time. You must draw this waterway so that we can avoid taking detours when we sail next time." "Okay, City Lord." Several people agreed immediately. "Okay, you guys continue drawing on the boat, right?" After Yibin finished speaking, he returned to his cabin. Feng Ling was still sleeping in the cabin. They were on the wooden boat all day, and there was nothing to do. Apart from discussing life every night, Yibin didn't know what to do. Seeing Feng Ling sleeping soundly, Yibin couldn't help but kiss her. They were really tired these days, and Yibin just wanted to lie down and take a nap. There was a hurried voice coming from outside. "City Lord, something bad has happened. We see a very large tribe. A very big tribe." Yibin immediately left the cabin. Could it be the people from the Firebird tribe? The route that Yibin and his team took this time was the same route that Qingwan and her team took back home. "City Lord, should we go down and ask?" Black Panther immediately said. "The City Lord is still worried about Princess Qingwan. Otherwise, why would the City Lord come to the Firebird tribe in person?" Yibin observed with a telescope. Why was this tribe so strange? "Is that strange? What's wrong, City Lord?" Li Wang also immediately asked Yibin. "Why don't you use a telescope to see for yourself? This tribe is so strange." Several group leaders and Black Panther immediately took out their binoculars. They looked for a long time, but didn't find any problems. Feng Ling also walked out of the cabin. She took the telescope from Yi Bin's hand. After sailing on the river for some time, she also knew the use of the telescope. Feng Ling frowned and spoke to the team leaders around her. "Why is this tribe full of women? Where have all the men gone?" Black Panther and his companions finally reacted. It turned out that what the City Lord was talking about was strange because there were no men in this tribe. No wonder the City Lord kept saying it was strange. Feng Ling smiled, which stunned Yi Bin for a moment. Looking at Yi Bin's silly look, Feng Ling pinched Yi Bin in annoyance. It hurts so much." Several people all turned their heads away. In the minds of Black Panther and the others, this wind spirit lady was too thin and small. Why did the City Lord like this type? Yi Bin immediately grabbed Feng Ling's hand. Feng Ling had indeed used a lot of force just now, and his waist was even pinched red. Cough, cough, cough. "Let's analyze what the situation is with this tribe. What do you think of Black Panther?" Yi Bin could only change the subject. After all, being afraid of his wife was too embarrassing. Feng Ling looked at Yi Bin and let out a giggle. "Chuck, chuck, chuck." Black Panther thought about it for a moment, but still expressed his opinion. "City Lord, when this kind of thing happens in a tribe, it's just that they're encountering some danger, right? Is this the only explanation that can describe the situation of their tribe?" Several team leaders also nodded in agreement. Li Wang also praised Black Panther. "The Black Panther Brigade commander's analysis make a lot of sense. I think so too." Several people all nodded and said, "City Lord, we think so too." Yi Bin looked at Feng Ling with a smile. "My mistress Feng Ling, what do you think?" Feng Ling's face turned slightly red instantly. Although she was with Yibin, she couldn't control the things in a woman's genes. Feng Ling pretended not to look at Yibin. She spoke to Black Panther and the others. Black Panther Brigade Commander's analysis is good, but you still missed the point. Generally, when this kind of situation happens in a tribe, perhaps it is because the tribe has been conscripted by the superior tribe. Mistress Feng Ling means that this is just a subordinate tribe? Feng Ling responded softly, and then she spoke to Black Panther and the others. In addition, we can also analyze some situations. For example, if the super tribe wants to draw warriors from subordinate tribes, how many subordinate tribes did they draw? Several people's eyes lit up, and they all thought of a tribe. The Firebird tribe? Yibin looked at Feng Ling with a smile. This woman was indeed very smart. Fortunately, she was not left in Water City. Otherwise, if Feng Ling had other ideas, Water City would be in real danger. Feng Ling didn't know what Yibin was thinking. She just thought that Yibin only wanted to possess her, so Feng Ling didn't think too much about it. Once a woman tastes love, her IQ will become 0. Li Wang said loudly. Firebird tribe? It must be the Firebird tribe? Yibin was very satisfied with the reactions of several people. His subordinates had learned to use their brains, and of course he, as the city lord, was very happy. The moment Yibin saw this situation for the first time, he guessed what had happened. In this area, the only tribe that could mobilize warriors from a large tribe would be the Firebird tribe. Feng Ling continued to say, the Firebird tribe must have encountered some danger. The trouble they encountered this time would not be weaker than the salt mine of our Feng family, right? Yibin pinched Feng Ling unhappily, but he was thinking in his heart, you are already my Yibin's woman. Why do you keep talking about the Feng family? Feng Ling also knew what Yibin meant, and she looked at Yibin unhappily. I thought to myself, I am a member of the Feng family. Even if I am your woman, I'm still a member of the Feng family. Feng Ling curled her lips, as if saying, I don't want to talk to you. Am I angry now? Chapter 344 Qingwan is missing. Yibin couldn't help but laugh. My Feng Ling wife is angry? Who told you to talk about the Feng family every day? Yibin hated the Feng family, especially the family leader Feng Yu. If that fat woman Feng Yu had not died in the battle, he would have destroyed the Feng family with his own hands. Feng Ling, although she didn't know what wife meant, she was not a stupid woman. Wife must be what Yibin called her. Having been in the Huaxiao tribe for such a long time, Feng Ling has long been accustomed to such strange words. In Feng Ling's mind, wife probably means spouse, right? In fact, Feng Ling really guessed it right. In primitive society, the word wife means what men mean by spouse. Cough, 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 cough. Several team leaders coughed, and everyone was thinking, if you too want to show off your love, can you please stay away from us? Feng Ling said to Yibin coquettishly, it's all your fault that I said something nice just now. Yibin was so shameless that he said to Feng Ling with a smile, you are my wife, so what if I pinch you? After Yibin finished speaking, he smiled at everyone. What I mean is, I was just flirting with my wife, and I didn't even charge you for the ticket, so why are you still standing here in embarrassment? Black Panther immediately said, shamelessly, City Lord, what should we do next? Watch a show. Several people were shocked. Isn't the Firebird tribe your woman's tribe? Several people didn't dare to think about it anymore. If the City Lord wasn't in a hurry, why should they be in a hurry? Feng Ling said jealously, I heard from the Orin captain that there is a woman you like in the Firebird tribe. Is she very beautiful? Is she as pretty as me? Feng Ling looked at Yibin without blinking and thought, if you dare to say that I am not beautiful, then you can sleep outside the cabin at night. You are beautiful. You are more beautiful than her. Yibin originally wanted to say that both of you are beautiful, but when he thought of the jealousy of women, he said it against his will. Anyway, Qingwan is not here now, and he believes that Qingwan will not blame him. Yibin comforted himself in his heart. That's right, Qingwan will definitely not blame me. Inside the Firebird tribe's hut, Qingwan sneezed loudly. A female member of the tribe said, Princess Qingwan, are you feeling unwell? Qingwan's eyes were still swollen. It was obvious that she had cried before. Nothing. Shua, can you help me escape? Little Princess Qingwan, the wizard has already told the tribe that it is very dangerous outside. Especially you. Little Princess Qingwan, you must not leave the Firebird tribe. Qingwan said unhappily. Shua, just tell me. Can you help me? Shua hesitated for a long time, but she gritted her teeth and decided to help the little princess. Princess Qingwan Shua is willing to help you, but I wonder what I should do. Qingwan said with a smile. I pretended to be your maid, and you said I had something to tell you, so I asked you to go outside the tribe. Huh? Little princess. This will allow the guards to recognize you. Princess Qingwan, as soon as you go out, the guards will recognize you immediately. Should we think of another way? Shui persuaded Qingwan with a worried look on her face that her death was just a small matter. If something happened to Princess Qingwan, the Firebird tribe would be in danger. Qingwan whispered something in Shui's ear. After a few minutes, the two girls smiled and nodded. Princess Qingwan, are you going to arrange it now? Go. Snow, you must be careful, Qingwan said with concern. Shui was Qingwan's maid since she was a child, and the two had a very good relationship. Shui had been by Qingwan's side since she was a child, and Qingwan's daily life was taken care of by these maids. Shui nodded and walked out of the shack. Inside the mountains, there are several teams of tens of thousands of people. All of them are moving quickly, led by 400 or 500 warriors, each of them holding a sharp bronze weapon in his hand. There was an old man with patterns painted on his face. He was commanding more than 10,000 soldiers. Many of the soldiers were holding a shield half a person's height in their hands. These things were learned by old man Jishuan from the Huasha tribe. The last time Jinhua and his men attacked the market, Jishuan and his men suffered a great loss and were finally ambushed by Yibin. The Xuanwu tribe suffered really heavy losses that time, said the old man with patterns painted on his face. Everyone, hurry up. Anyone who delays my important task will be killed on the spot. Everyone run. When the team received the order from the psychic wizard, more than 10,000 people immediately started running. A guard came running over to report. Master Wizard, if we walk another half a sun ahead, we will reach the Firebird tribe. According to the information we have gathered, there are not many people in the Firebird tribe. This is a great opportunity, right? The psychic wizard laughed a few times and said to the guard, you must hide your bodies well and never expose yourself. If anyone destroys Wizard Jishuan's plan, even I can't save you. The guard shuddered. He also knew the importance of this sneak attack. Lord Wizard, don't worry. I will make sure they hide their bodies well. If anyone dares to expose themselves, I will kill them with my own hands. The psychic wizard nodded with satisfaction. Go. The guard immediately agreed and quickly walked to the front of the team. Quick, quick, quick. The psychic wizard shouted loudly again. The entire forest was shaking with the earthquake. After all, a team of tens of thousands of people was no joke. Especially when tens of thousands of people were running, the entire earth began to shake. Chief, what's wrong with you? Huizhu asked with concern. I don't know what's wrong, but I always feel like something big is going to happen these days. The high priest on the side said with a smile. Chief, you must be overly suspicious. According to the news sent back from the salt mine, the Taotai Alliance and the Xuanwu tribe have lost so many people in the past few days. Huakong gestured with both hands. There was laughter in the shack. This time, our Firebird tribe's salt mine was saved thanks to Qingwan's salt river protection. Otherwise, the salt mine of our Firebird tribe would have been snatched away by those two tribes long ago. Several people sitting in the shack all nodded in agreement. When Huarong heard the high priest praising his daughter, a smile appeared on his old face. Oh no, oh no. A girl shouted loudly. Qingwan. Princess Qingwan is missing? Huarong was immediately furious. How could Qingwan disappear? Huizhu also became anxious, because that was his son's future spouse. The girl said tremblingly, I don't know what happened. When I went to deliver food, Princess Qingwan. Just. Huizhu roared angrily. Say quickly. The girl was so scared that her whole body was shaking, and she immediately stammered. When I went to deliver food, Princess Qingwan disappeared. After the girl finished speaking, she immediately burst into tears. Whoa. Chapter 345. A surprise attack on the Firebird tribe. At this moment, a soldier shouted hurriedly. Chieftain. Oh no. Huarong said impatiently. What happened again? The soldier panted and said, Master, it's bad. We can't defend our salt mine anymore. What? Bastard. The people in the shack all had surprised expressions on their faces. Charles asked anxiously, Tell me quickly what is going on. Several people in other shacks also asked anxiously, What is going on? Just at this moment, another warrior walked in. Chief, something bad has happened. Princess Qingwan discovered many enemies. Enemy? Hiss. Several people in the shack all took a deep breath. They discovered a large number of enemies at this time. Weren't they coming for them? Huarong gave the order immediately. Hurry up and gather the warriors to fight the enemy. Where's Qingwan now? Father, I'm here. A girl's voice came in, and the person who came was the little princess Qingwan. Father, can I take you away? Qingwan brought 500 bamboo armored soldiers with her. These bamboo armors and bows and arrows were all given to her by Yibin. After Qingwan returned to the Firebird tribe, she immediately equipped herself with her own men. Qingyu asked, Sister, what's going on outside? Huazhu and the others also reacted and asked, Qingwan, didn't you escape? How come we encountered the enemy again? Qingwan also looked anxious and said, I don't have time to explain to you. The enemies are already here. Great Wizard Huazhu, Father, uncles, we must leave here immediately, Qingwan said to the guards again. To protect the chief wizard and others, we must leave here quickly. Yes. The guards agreed immediately. Czar immediately led 500 men to meet the enemy's attack. The soldiers were wearing bamboo armor and holding single-piece bows and arrows in their hands. At the gate of the Firebird tribe, there was the sound of warriors fighting. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! The psychic wizard shouted loudly. The soldiers of Baiwan Dashan were like those who had been injected with chicken blood, and the expressions of each of them seemed extremely excited. This is the base camp of the Firebird tribe, and inside it are important figures of the Firebird tribe. If we can capture them all, what a great achievement that would be. Kill! Kill them for me! A commander shouted loudly. He was holding a sharp weapon in his hand. If Yibin were here, he would immediately recognize that the weapon held by this big leader was the bronze weapon that Yibin had mentioned before. The bronze weapons emitted a sharp, cold light. Wherever they passed, the warriors of the Firebird tribe fell down one after another. The number of broken limbs and arms on the ground was so large that they could not be counted. Ah! Help! Where are the warriors of our Firebird tribe? Let my woman go. I'm going to fight you guys. For a moment, the entire Firebird tribe was filled with a bloody scene, and many women of the Firebird tribe were directly pinned down by the millions of mountains warriors. Ah! Let me go. Save me. Someone save me. The women cried heartbreakingly, and many Firebird tribe warriors just watched their spouses being raped by the million mountain warriors. There were also many warriors from the Firebird tribe who rushed directly towards the enemy. They held sharp stone spears in their hands, but they were no match for the enemy at all. The battlefield was littered with the internal organs of the Firebird tribe warriors. The enemy's weapons were too sharp, and the ordinary warriors of the Firebird tribe could not withstand the enemy's attacks at all. These women are all ours. A group of warriors from the Million Mountains surrounded a group of women from the Firebird tribe. Every one of them was trembling with fear from the enemy. Whoa. Many women of the Firebird tribe were stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such a scene before. The enemies before them were simply killing people without blinking an eye. At this time, Huiqian and Charles came with tens of thousands of warriors. Even if there were no more people in the Firebird tribe, it would be easy to just pull out tens of thousands of warriors, right? Isn't the saying right? Even a rotten boat has 3 pounds of nails. Even if the Firebird tribe sent out more than 40,000 or 50,000 warriors, it would still be very easy to gather another 10,000 or 20,000 warriors within the Firebird tribe. Huiqian shouted to his tribesmen, People of the Firebird tribe, pick up your weapons and follow me to kill the enemy. When the warriors saw someone taking the lead, they immediately followed with their weapons. Kill these enemies who came to attack us by surprise. Charles, holding a big stone hammer in one hand, rushed into the crowd first, and the pair of big stone hammers in his hands made a whistling sound as he danced. Bang, 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 bang. The stone hammer hit the enemy, making a violent sound of hammer after hammer. The soldiers behind Charles also rushed up with weapons in hand. When the warriors saw that the enemy was trying to steal their spouses, the anger in every one of their hearts reached its peak, and rows of sharp stone spears stabbed directly into the enemy's bodies. Soon the soldiers of both sides were all fighting together, and in just a moment of contact, thousands of people died on the battlefield. Qingwan looked at everything in the Firebird tribe and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. This was the tribe where she had lived since she was a child, and yet it was destroyed by the enemy. Huarong looked at the battlefield in the distance, and his body suddenly trembled. This scene reminded him of the last battle. These people all have the same kind of weapons in their hands. Qingwan also saw those people, and she immediately shouted to Czar, Czar, take my guard team and go to the front to resist those people. If you let one enemy go, you won't have to come back. Czar agreed immediately. Princess Qingwan, rest assured, I will kill all those people. There are 500 guards led by Qingwan, and Czar is their captain. These people are all wearing the equipment of the Huaxia tribe. They're also the most powerful guards in the Firebird tribe. The psychic wizard shouted to the commander, Commander Viper, you lead these warriors to kill them. The psychic wizard pointed at Huarong and them, and Huarong also saw the psychic wizard. The two people's eyes just stared at each other from a distance. At this time, there were only more than 1,000 guards left by Huarong's side, and the rest of the soldiers had all gone to kill the enemy. The two elite teams quickly locked onto each other's troops. Czar yelled, the guards shoot. A team of 500 guards lined up in a row and immediately shot out a round of sharp arrows, each of which was equipped with sharp stone spikes. The sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot toward the vipers. Swish, 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 swish. Sharp arrows with wings shot directly into the crowd. The viper yelled, Warriors of the Million Mountains, raise your shields. Chapter 346 Discovery of the Firebird Tribe's Salt Mine. Sharp arrows fell like raindrops, making a dense and rapid sound. Boom, 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 boom. Czar ordered again. Shoot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sharp arrows still cut through the air and shot directly towards the warriors in the Million Mountains. The warriors led by Viper raised their shields directly. The sharp arrows still shoot down towards the raindrops. Soon the shield and the sharp arrow collided with each other, making a series of dense collision sounds. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, Czar also began to get anxious. It was obvious that the enemy was well prepared. Czar also shouted to the guards, Everyone, put your bows and arrows on your shoulders, pick up your shields, and attack the enemy. Kill. Kill them. Kill, kill, kill. Many of the guards were trained in the Huaxia tribe. They charged and shouted at the same time, like a group of ferocious beasts. Qingyu, Qinghua, the two of you quickly take father away first. Sister, what will you do if we all leave? Qingwan shouted again. Go fast. Qingyu and Qinghua gritted their teeth, and they immediately pulled Huarong and started to escape. The more than 1,000 guards around them also immediately followed Huarong. In the last battle with the Firebird tribe, Huarong was seriously injured. Until now, he has not fully recovered. The Firebird tribe's treatment methods are still relatively backward. It is a blessing from God that Huarong is not dead. Huarong said as he walked, Qinghua, go and see if the Sparrow tribe and the Eagle tribe have arrived. Qinghua agreed immediately. Yes, father. He selected a dozen guards and walked straight to the front of the escort army. Qingwan sat on her mount and joined the battle. The iron-backed Earth Dragon was like a giant bulldozer. Wherever the Earth Dragon passed, the enemies fell one after another. The guard team led by Czar was fighting with the team led by Viper. Both sides attacked desperately. Since the guards led by Czar were all wearing the bamboo armor of the Huaxia tribe, the warriors on the Viper side could not break through the defense of Czar's team at all. The bronze knives hit the bamboo armor and were all bounced back, while the guards led by Czar directly pierced the enemy's bodies with bone spears and stone spears. For a moment, blood spurted everywhere, and the guards stood tightly in a row. The warriors led by Viper were directly stunned by the opposing guard team. Several soldiers from a Million Mountains said, Commander Viper, the things on the enemy are too weird. We can't kill them at all. When the psychic wizard saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched with anger. But at this moment, the psychic wizard smiled strangely again. Do you think you can defeat our Million Mountains in this way? City Lord, do you see a lot of people over there? Black Panther saw a dense crowd of people through the telescope. There, Yibin hugged Feng Ling with his right hand and asked casually. A trace of anxiety flashed across Black Panther's face. It's already this late, and the City Lord is still in the mood. Black Panther immediately pointed out a location to Yibin. At this moment, they were still more than 1,000 meters away from those people. At such a long distance, human eyes could not see at all. If Black Panther and his men did not have telescopes, they would not be able to find the enemy at all. Yibin also became serious. Since he had discovered a large number of enemies, he naturally could not take it lightly. He should first see what was going on. Feng Ling handed Yibin a telescope, and she also took out a telescope. Through the images in the telescope, Yibin saw several familiar figures. Guamli, Guamxiong. Just at this time, Feng Ling said with some surprise, Brotu Yibin, look at the river over here and the water over there in the distance. Yibin didn't know what to do when he first saw it, But when he looked again, he was really shocked. Fuck! This water. Why is the water two different colors? Is this river water and sea water? Or had the soldiers on the wooden boat ever seen such a situation? Many people began to get scared, even Feng Ling, Black Panther, and a few others. Their faces all turned pale. Feng Ling said to himself, "Is this another punishment from the gods? Why are there two different colors of river water?" Eben immediately came back to his senses. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. In his previous life, he had only seen it in videos. Now that he can see it with his own eyes, how can Eben not be excited? Look at everyone's pale faces. Eben was speechless for a while. Was this the result of being uneducated? Eben immediately said to everyone, "Let me explain it to you, shall I? This is not a punishment from God. It is just the junction of fresh water and sea water." Eben pointed in the direction of the sea water and immediately explained to everyone, "The side of my finger is the sea water you have never seen. As for the water under our wooden boat, it is the fresh water we often drink." Li Wang asked with admiration, "Chief, how do you know so much?" Black Panther and other warriors all looked at Yi Bin with admiration. There were also many people who immediately offered their flattery. "City Lord, you are so awesome." The City Lord is awesome. After the soldiers knew that there were two kinds of water, they had nothing to be afraid of. The reason why people are afraid is because you don't understand them. As long as you know the reason, you won't be so scared. Feng Ling said with an incredible look on his face. "There are such magical things in this world." Eben said with a smile, "The world is so big. Isn't there anything strange? The world is so huge that even if there are some strange things, there is nothing to be surprised about." Burotu Yibin, is your divine world like this too? Feng Ling asked curiously. Eben stroked Feng Ling's black hair with a look of enjoyment. "Our God realm is much more beautiful than here. When there is a chance, I will definitely take you to the God realm to have a look." "Uh-huh." Feng Ling nodded obediently, with little stars in her eyes. Eben then remembered the important matter and was busy bragging to everyone. Eben began to analyze. This must be the salt mine of the Firebird tribe and the people who attacked their salt mine. It is obvious that they are people from two tribes. If I'm not mistaken, these two tribes are probably the Taodai tribe and the Xuanwu tribe, right? Black Panther, Li Wang, and the others used the telescope to take another look. They recognized what these people were wearing. Black Panther said with admiration, "City Lord, you are so awesome. These people are from those two tribes. So what should we do now?" Li Wang and Taishan said, "City Lord, should we help the Firebird tribe?" Feng Ling said unhappily, "The Firebird tribe looks down on us, the Huaxia tribe. Why should we, the Huaxia tribe, help them?" Yibin ignored Feng Ling. His views were more long-term than Feng Ling's. If the Firebird tribe was really destroyed, wouldn't the tribes that the Huaxia tribe had offended rise up to attack him? Yibin only said one word: help. Chapter 347, Battle for the Firebird Tribe Salt Mine. Feng Ling stomped her feet in anger. Is that woman so important? Feng Ling was furious. She had long regarded Yi Bin as her man. Yi Bin did not spoil Feng Ling. You can't be too nice to a woman, otherwise she will easily become arrogant. If Feng Ling can't assist him, she can only be regarded as a vase at best. Snort. Yi Bin snorted coldly. When Black Panther saw Yi Bin got angry, he asked cautiously, "City Lord, how can we help them?" The other team leaders also all looked at Yi Bin. Yi Bin told his plan again. "You must help, but there are several ways to help. If the Firebird tribe is destroyed, who will be their next target?" Black Panther and several other group leaders all said in unison, "Huaxia tribe." Feng Ling then realized something. It turned out that Yi Bin not only cared about her, but he cared more about the entire Chinese tribe. If the Huaxia tribe disappeared, would Feng Ling still have a chance to survive? When she thought of this, Feng Ling's delicate body began to tremble slightly. Burotu Yibin. Yi Bin said a few words casually. All right, everything must be based on the interests of the tribe. Only when the tribe is strong can the people live a better life. Just at this moment, Yi Bin discovered a large herd of cattle and sheep. This must be the food rations for the two tribes. If they have no food, how can they continue fighting for the salt mine? Yi Bin suden disimidet. Black Panther and the others all knew that the City Lord usually had some good ideas at this time. The City Lord must have a solution, right? Black Panther, City Lord, do you have a solution? Li Wang, what are you going to do, Chief? Taishan, City Lord, please tell me quickly. Black Bear, City Lord, just tell me what to do. Feng Ling, We should wait until they suffer heavy casualties before we take action. Yibin shook his head at everyone and said, we in the Huaxia tribe will never do anything that harms our own interests. Have you seen their cattle and sheep? Yibin pointed to a location. Feng Ling's eyes lit up. Brother Yibin, are you going to rob their cattle and sheep? Yibin showed yikitsimide. Cattle and sheep are their important supplies. As long as we rob their cattle and sheep, will the Taotai tribe and the Xuanwu tribe continue to fight here? In this way, we not only get a lot of food, but also help the Firebird tribe repel the enemy. When the time comes and a suitable opportunity comes, won't those old stubborn people in the Firebird tribe be so grateful to us? Black Panther and the others laughed loudly. City Lord, you are so awesome. So are we going to rob the cattle and sheep now? Yibin looked at the direction of the salt mine again, and he felt that now was not the best time. Let the soldiers stop the wooden boat and make a decision tomorrow. Black Panther. Okay, City Lord. All the wooden boats dropped anchor, and after hearing Black Panther's order, the soldiers immediately began to pass the message loudly. Drop anchor, drop anchor, drop anchor. The sea water was crackling at night, and the wooden boat was swaying on the sea water. The soldiers just lay on the deck to rest. Some faint sound were heard from inside the cabin of the wooden boat. Brother Yibin, you still have to command the battle tomorrow. Before Feng Ling finished speaking, the cabin had already become quiet, but the waves outside were still beating one after another. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, Zhishuan gave the order to attack. The evil witch said with disdain, we must take the salt mine today. Due to the attacks in the past few days, Zhishuan came up with a new idea. Every time they attack, the soldiers will bring a large amount of stones. Since the Huyan River is quite wide, the soldiers led by Zhishuan took 2 or 3 days to fill it up. Today, they have made sufficient preparations and are only waiting for the soldiers to charge for the final time. The shouts of warriors rang out from the camps of the 2 super tribes. The great wizard has given the order. Everyone prepare to attack. The great wizard has given the order. Everyone prepare to attack. The warriors made a chaotic sound of sticks, and many warriors were hitting the stone spears, which was also a way to wake up the warriors. Da, da da, da 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 da, da, da da, da 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 da. In the salt mine of the Firebird tribe, Gu Xiong was also awakened by the enemies in the distance. Many warriors of the Firebird tribe were awakened by this sound. Several soldiers shouted, "Oh no, Commander Gu Xiong! Oh no, Commander Gu Xiong! The enemy is about to attack again," the soldier shouted as he walked towards Gu Xiong. Guli also perked up immediately. Since he returned to the tribe, Horong promoted him to leader, which was also a recognition of Guli. Several small commanders asked, "Commander Gu Xiong, why haven't the clan leaders sent anyone over yet? Our Firebird tribe's salt-protecting river is almost being filled up by them." As the commander-in-chief, Gu Xiong quickly suppressed everyone's emotions. All I saw was Gu Xiong roaring angrily. "Shut up, everyone. The enemy is about to attack. Everyone, take up your weapons and get ready for battle." Guli said to Gu Xiong, "Commander Gu Xiong, should the warriors holding shields be placed in the front, while the warriors holding stone spears should be placed behind the shields?" Gu Xiong said with some displeasure. "Guli is in charge. Don't think that just because you learned something from the Huaxia tribe, you can teach me how to fight." Guli said immediately, "Commander Gu Xiong, I just..." Before Gu Li could finish his words, Gu Xiong immediately interrupted him. "Commander Guli, the enemy has already begun to attack. Why don't you take your soldiers and return to your original position?" Guli knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Soldiers must defend our salt mine and never let any enemy get through." Gu Xiong also shouted loudly, "Warriors, we must defend the salt mine of our Firebird tribe, even if we die. Everyone, prepare for defense." The warriors of the Firebird tribe all responded loudly, "Yes." Zhishuan saw that everyone was awake, so he immediately ordered the guard around him to convey the great wizard's order and let the warriors launch a full-scale attack. "Guards, okay, great wizard Zhishuan." The guards immediately shouted to the soldiers, "The wizard has ordered that they be killed. Kill, 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 kill." The warriors picked up their weapons and rushed directly towards the salt mine of the Firebird tribe. 60 to 70,000 people began to rush forward at the same time. The warriors of the 2 tribes shook the ground beneath their feet. For a moment, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the entire battlefield was filled with the shouts of soldiers. Many soldiers were holding a large stone. When they arrived at the Huyen River, the soldiers threw all the big stones in their hands into the river. Many large rocks fell into the water, making a series of dense sounds of breaking water. Plop, plop, plop. The water of the Huyen River splashed everywhere, and the sea water was thrown everywhere. Chapter 348, Attacking the Island. City Lord, Black Panther shouted anxiously. They have already started fighting. Should we take action now? Ibn patted the beauty beside him, and the two of them put on animal skins and walked out. Look at the Black Panthers and their men standing in front of the cabin. Feng Ling's face turned slightly red. There were so many grown men standing at the door of her cabin early in the morning. Even if Feng Ling was thick-skinned, she felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Ibn didn't feel anything at all. Black Panther, Li Wang, and the others were all his old subordinates. Besides, what kind of situation had he not experienced? The fight started so early. Don't they need to eat breakfast? Ibn asked with an unhappy look on his face. Are these people in a hurry to reincarnate? Feng Ling said unhappily. Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping so late every day? Ibn scratched his nose and asked, Did I get up very late? Everyone gave Ibn a look and asked, Don't you know whether you got up late or not? Feng Ling saw Yi Bin's embarrassment, and she immediately started talking with a smile. Brotu Yi Bin, you are actually right. Do you know why they don't eat breakfast? Feng Ling learned the word breakfast from Ibn. Why? Ibn also asked curiously. Feng Ling looked like you have never seen the world. You don't even know the answer to such a simple question. There are several reasons why they don't eat breakfast. The first reason is that those who died in battle don't need to eat, so a lot of food can be saved. Food in every large tribe is very precious. Many of these people on the battlefield will not be able to come back. For those soldiers who cannot come back, it will be a waste even if they eat the food. Only the warriors who can come back alive are qualified to eat food. This is the rule of large tribes. Unlike our Chinese tribe, everyone can be fed. After listening to the words of Lady Feng Ling, the warriors on the wooden boat all felt very honored. They were honored to have met such a good tribe. Black Panther said with pride, As long as the city lord is here in the Huaxia tribe, we will have endless food. The other warriors also echoed. Commander Black Panther is right. As long as the city lord is here in the Huaxia tribe, we will have endless food. When the soldiers said this, their expressions were like Wang Yusheng in Bright Sword. Proud, and arrogant. There's almost a line of words written on the warriors' faces. Our Chinese tribe is so powerful. What? Ibn sighed. Is this world so cruel? Feng Ling, do you feel sorry for them? King Li, Chief, they all deserve it. Black Panther, that's just bad luck for them. They don't have a good tribe. Tarzan, they are all our enemies. Black Bear, then should we still rob their cattle and sheep? Soldiers, they don't have a good city lord. Ibn looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. Do you need to talk so much? Ibn did not answer them, but took another look at the location of their cattle and sheep. The cattle and sheep of the two tribes were far behind them. They were also afraid that the warriors of the Firebird tribe would charge out, and their cattle and sheep would suffer. Through observation through the telescope, Ibn discovered that there were only about 3,000 soldiers guarding the cattle and sheep, and all of them were relatively scattered. Ha 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 ha! Ibn suddenly laughed, and everyone was startled by Ibn. City Lord, what's wrong with you? Black Panther asked cautiously. Ibn patted Black Panther on the shoulder, and then he spoke to Black Panther and the others. God is really helping me. Several people were confused. Was the City Lord possessed by an evil spirit? City Lord, are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. Who said I was in trouble? It was just that they sent us so many cattle and sheep, and I was just happy for a while. It was really God who helped us. Look carefully. Are there cattle and sheep all on the same island? Several people took out their binoculars and looked again. Really, the cattle and sheep of their two tribes are all on an island, and this island has only one exit. The problem is that this exit is not very big. Black Panther, City Lord, what should we do? Ibn told everyone all his plans. Wait a minute. We will divide the wooden boats into two groups. Black Panther, you lead 10 wooden boats and go around from the left direction, and I will lead 10 wooden boats and go around from the right direction. We must quickly occupy the exit of that island and take control of all the more than 3,000 people in the flock. Then we will guard the entrance to the island. After the two tribes come to get food, we will use shield soldiers to block the entrance. When they launch a charge, we will greet them with grenades. If they can't get food replenishment, they can only rob the Firebird tribe's salt mines. At that time, the Firebird tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. If we show up at the right time, there won't be many people left in the Firebird tribe. After listening to it, everyone felt that the City Lord's method was feasible. City Lord, your plan is perfect. Yes, City Lord. When do we leave? Black Panther and the others asked immediately. City Lord, shall we set out now? Or shall we wait for them to fight for a while? Yibin said with a smile. Since they are so anxious, we naturally cannot fall behind. Black Panther. Okay, City Lord. Black Panther began to shout loudly. Fetch the anchor. Fetch the anchor. The soldiers also shouted loudly. Fetch the anchor. Fetch the anchor. Fetch the anchor. Yibin muttered to himself again, I am also doing this for the Chinese tribe. It's not Yibin's fault for being cruel. If one day in the future all the other tribes have been dealt with, what will happen to the Firebird tribe? Chu Yunfei said it very well. That is, I will not allow others to sleep soundly under my bed. Besides, the Firebird tribe is too self-righteous. If they're not allowed to experience despair, the Firebird tribe will not take the Chinese tribe seriously. Yibin waved his hand. Set off. The soldiers immediately raised the sails, and the wooden boat began to move. The wooden boats were divided into 2 formations. Each formation had 10 wooden boats. A fleet of wooden boats, led by Black Panther, sailed towards the left side of an island. The wooden boat team, led by Yi Bin himself, sailed towards the right side of the island. 2 wooden boat teams quickly surrounded the island. What is that? The thing is still moving? Do any of you know him? Are these things too weird? The warriors grazing on the island were all discussing the wooden boats on the sea. Many soldiers became more and more curious, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in their hearts. The warriors on the island said all kinds of things. Many people were staring at those wooden boats. In their eyes, the wooden boats looked like giant monsters, especially the oars on both sides of the wooden boats, which looked like giant centipedes. They seemed to be heading towards the shore. A soldier shouted loudly. The other warriors also gathered together and began to panic. They wondered if these things would eat people. Chapter 349, We Got Rich. When the wooden boat approached the entrance of the island, Yibin immediately shouted loudly. Black Panther was also shouting loudly. Everyone, get off the boats quickly. Shield soldiers, charge forward. Spear soldiers, follow up. Archers, be ready to draw your bows and shoot arrows at any time. Yibin immediately gave the order. The situation is the same on Black Panther's side. He is also giving orders to the soldiers. Everyone, get off the boats quickly. Shield soldiers, charge forward. Spear soldiers, follow up. Archers, be ready to draw your bows and shoot arrows at any time. Feng Ling stood on the wooden boat. It was the first time she saw a wooden boat being used for combat in this way. Feng Ling was simply stunned. Yibin explained on the side. This is called a landing operation, and the enemy has no time to react. You all, come and look. Why are there so many enemies? A group of grazing warriors shouted. They're the weakest group of people in the tribe. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to graze. The 2 herding captains shouted. They are, respectively, the shepherd captain of the Taotai tribe and the shepherd captain of the Xuanwu tribe. All the cattle and sheep of these 2 tribes are placed on this island. Warriors protect our flocks. Come with me and kill them. The 2 captains, with more than 3,000 soldiers behind them, quickly rushed towards Black Bear and his men. These people were all from a super tribe, and they did not take these enemies seriously at all. Kill! Kill! Soldiers, kill them for me. Kill, kill, kill. Black Panther didn't tolerate them either. He shouted to the 2 regiments beside him. Kill them for me. Yes, brigade commander. The 2 captains immediately rushed towards the enemy ahead. Black Bear led a regiment and charged directly towards the soldiers on the island. Tarzan also led a regiment and charged directly towards the enemies ahead. Kill! Kill! The soldiers began to charge and kill, shouting loudly. This scene directly scared the enemies on the island. These people had never seen such uniform shouts of killing before. The battle has already begun. There is no point for them to be afraid now. Soon, the distance between the 2 sides reached more than 100 meters. Taishan held the dragon-slaying sword and gave orders directly to the archers behind him. Shoot! Black Bear also began to give orders and shouted to the archers behind him. Shoot, shoot. After the archers of the 2 regiments received the order, they immediately drew their bows and began to shoot arrows. More than 1,000 sharp arrows cut through the air in an instant, and flew into the sky like raindrops. The more than 3,000 people on the opposite side had no idea of the power of bows and arrows. The two shepherd captains who led the charge were still waving their weapons. Kill! Kill them all for me. The two shepherd captains became more and more excited as they spoke. If they can capture these people, the wizard will definitely reward them handsomely. At this moment, a dense mass of small black dots flew in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sharp arrow fell into their crowd. The soldiers immediately fell down in large numbers. The soldiers behind them didn't know what was going on, but the soldiers in front had already fallen in a pool of blood. Ayayawa! I couldn't see and my stomach was bleeding. Someone please save me, I don't want to die. What is this? My body hurts so much. There was a burst of screams at the same time. Many people didn't know what happened and could never get up again. They didn't understand until they died why they were dead in the blink of an eye when they were fine just now. There were wailing sounds everywhere on the battlefield, and the soldiers kept shouting for help. They were unwilling to die like this. Save! A soldier was shot through the neck by an arrow before he could even finish his words. Blood kept gushing out his mouth. Many people were so scared when they saw this scene that they screamed, "Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me." Taishan and Black Bear were still giving the orders to shoot. The two shepherding team leaders all started to run away trembling. They had never seen such a scene before. The enemies before them were too powerful. They were no match for them at all. In primitive society, there was no military discipline to govern, and the soldiers won by numbers. If they could not defeat the enemy, they would immediately start to run away. Black Panther immediately gave the order. Let them all lay down their weapons. We can spare them from killing. Tarzan, roger that. Black Bear, got it. Everyone on the other side, listen to me. As long as you all lay down your weapons, we can guarantee that we will not kill anyone. If you still want to resist, we will kill all of you. Did the people on the other side hear it? As early as the two captains shouted, the archers had already stopped shooting arrows. The previous few rounds of arrows had already scared them out of their wits. Eben was standing on the wooden boat and saw everything. Eben estimated in his mind that in just those few minutes, at least 1,000 enemies had died. Feng Ling was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This landing operation was the fastest way of fighting she had ever seen. When the number of people on both sides is the same, they could defeat the opponents so quickly. I guess only the Huaxia tribe can do it, right? The warriors who were grazing from the two tribes quickly chose to lay down their weapons. They were not real warriors. They were just members of the tribe at most. Taishan gave the order immediately. Tie up all these people. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. The soldiers agreed immediately. Yes, Captain. The soldiers quickly rushed into the crowd, each of them holding a very long rope in their hands. In about half an hour, the soldiers had tied up everyone. Feng Ling opened her mouth and looked at Yi Bin with admiration. Are we ending the fight now? Yi Bin said unhappily. What do you want? Don't you see the fighting power of our soldiers? These people are too weak. They have no fighting power at all. Even if they have no fighting power, they were defeated too quickly, right? Feng Ling continued. She is also a person who has seen the world. This kind of fighting method is the first time she has seen in her life. Yi Bin held Feng Ling's little hand and said to Li Wang and the others with a smile, Let's go. Let's go down and take a walk. Li Wang. Okay, Chief. When Yi Bin and the others came down, the prisoners had already been tied up. Rows of tied-up prisoners were squatting on the ground, shivering. Black Panther came running over to report immediately. City Lord, what should we do with these captives? And how are we going to transport the cattle and sheep here back? Yi Bin took a look at the cattle and sheep on the island and was shocked. Fuck, so many cattle and sheep? These herds of cattle and sheep are more numerous than the Chinese tribes combined. After all, they're the food rations for more than 70,000 people. Even if they eat 5 kilograms of meat a day, that means they will eat 350,000 kilograms of meat in a day. Yi Bin was secretly delighted. Now our Huaxia tribe has become rich. Chapter 350. Firebird Tribe, Salt Mine in Danger. Feng Ling said with a very sad look, Buroturi Yi Bin, how can we transport all these cattle and sheep back? Li Wang, yes. Chief, Black Bear, City Lord, aren't there too many cattle and sheep? Black Panther, City Lord, can we defend this island? Taishan, City Lord, what do you say? That's what we should do. The soldiers all looked at Yi Bin. As long as the City Lord said what to do, the soldiers would immediately execute the order. Yi Bin smiled. This time when the two super tribes gathered together, He had to show off his muscles to prevent others from looking down on their Huaxia tribe. Li Wang, bring me a piece of animal skin. Black Panther, bring me my bamboo ink tube. Yibin immediately gave orders to the two of them. He's going to write a letter back to Longsheng. Luoshui and the others will definitely know him. He had taught these words to Luoshui and Yu before. City Lord, all the things have been brought. Black Panther immediately put the things on the ground. Yibin took out a pheasant feather, dipped it in a little black water, and started writing on the sheepskin. The Oiran rises. After seeing this letter, mobilized 10 regiments to the salt mine of the Firebird tribe. The Huaxia tribe has 17 regiments. Yibin brought out 2 regiments himself, and now he has transferred 10 more regiments over. In other words, only 1 regiment can be left to guard each of the 5 cities of the Huaxia tribe. Several people looked at the words on the sheepskin, but no one could recognize them all. Black Panther muttered intermittently, "What 10 regiments?" Li Wang also muttered intermittently, "Something about salt mine?" Feng Ling didn't recognize a single word. She had never learned the Chinese characters of the Huaxia tribe. In Feng Ling's eyes, these things written by Yibin are like heavenly books. Brother Yibin, is this the Chinese language of a tribe? How did you create it? For people in primitive society, writing is the beginning of a culture. Only by creating writing can the wisdom of our ancestors be passed down. Yibin smiled and nodded. This is the Chinese character of the Huaxia tribe. All the members of our Huaxia tribe are learning it in school. Feng Ling, what is a school? Yibin, school is a place to learn Chinese characters and mathematics. Feng Ling, then why don't they know each other? Black Panther, Li Wang, and a few others all looked embarrassed. They are all rough and uncouth. Usually when they're in school, they forget what they have learned as soon as they finish. Guys like Black Panther can still recognize at least a dozen words. Black Panther said, somewhat embarrassedly, "A lot of the things we learned, we have almost forgotten." Coo! The wind spirit laughed happily. She wanted to say that Li Wang and the others were too stupid, but she didn't say it. After Yibin finished writing the letter, he took out 2 or 3 pigeons from the birdcage. In order to ensure the safe delivery of the letter, Yibin directly wrote on 3 pieces of lambskin. After tying up the letter, Yibin threw the pigeon out. The pigeon was thrown into the air and immediately spread its wings and flew away. Feng Ling was dumbfounded again. What kind of magical operation was this? Brother Yibin, why did you throw it away? To Feng Ling, this flying thing is just a kind of food, right? Li Wang said quickly, Mistress of the Wind Spirit, this is called carrier pigeon messaging. The city lord writes what he wants to say on it, and the pigeon will fly towards Dragon City. By then, the Oiran captain and the others will know everything. Isn't this amazing? Feng Ling said with a look of disbelief. Is she finding it increasingly difficult to understand the things in the Huaxia tribe? After everything was done, Yibin asked Black Bear and the others to start preparing food. He also asked Taishan to lead a regiment to guard the exit of the island directly. Taishan, when all the enemies come over, just throw a few grenades at them. The exit of the island should be blocked by all shield soldiers. If there are too many enemies, you can also throw a few alcohol bombs. Yibin winked at Taishan again, meaning that you should know what to do, right? Taishan said immediately, Don't worry, City Lord. I have been wanting to light a few thunders for a long time. Yibin reminded again that it must be thrown where there are many people. Taishan, yes, City Lord. After Taishan finished speaking, he immediately took a group to guard the exit. This exit was the only one that could enter and exit the island. Black Panther, drive the wooden boat to both sides of the exit. When the enemy comes over, the soldiers can shoot from the wooden boat. After all, the exit of the island is too small. Even if all the enemies come over, only a few hundred people can enter at most. So, 1 regiment is more than enough to guard the exit of the island. Commander Gu Xiong, the Huiyin River has been filled up and the enemy is about to rush over. Gu Xiong looked at the soldiers behind him, and then he looked at the enemy not far away. The number of warriors on both sides is completely not on the same level. The number of people on the Firebird tribe side is about 40,000, while the 2 enemy tribes have at least 70,000 people. This is the result of 6 or 7 days of fighting between the 2 sides. In these 6 or 7 days, more than 10,000 people from both tribes have died. All of them died in the Huiyin River. At the beginning, the 2 tribes didn't know about the existence of the Huiyin River. Jishuan and Xiongwu led their troops to attack directly. When they got close to the Huiyin River, many soldiers fell down. The warriors of the Firebird tribe kept swinging their spears. Many warriors from the two tribes fell into the water. Since the primitive people could not swim, they could only jump around in the water. This is a good thing for the warriors of the Firebird tribe's salt mine. Every time they thrust out a spear, someone would die in the Huyen River. Soon, the Huyen River was dyed red with blood. In the end, even the water in the Huyen River was completely dyed red. The entire Huyen River was filled with a strong smell of blood. On the other hand, there was no casualties among the Firebird tribe. At the end of the first battle between the three tribes, the Firebird tribe had killed and wounded 5,000 to 6,000 enemies. Today is the most confident battle between the two super tribes. Not to mention being able to annihilate all the enemies, but they are very confident of killing half of the Firebird tribe. Ha 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 ha! Jishuan, Xiongwu, and a few others all laughed out loud. The Firebird tribe's salt mine has been surrounded by our warriors. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of soldiers fighting. Soldiers from both sides had already engaged each other, and their stone spears were making crackling sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The wooden sticks hit each other, making only the sound of the wooden sticks colliding. A fierce battle was taking place on the entire battlefield. The supervisory teams behind the Allied forces were all staring at the battlefield with menacing eyes. As long as someone is found daring to escape, the supervisory team on the battlefield will immediately attack them. Kill! Kill! Kill them all. Chapter 351 Ancient Bear Escapes from the Salt Mine. Today's mutton is so delicious. Ha 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 ha! The soldiers ate mutton while mocking the prisoners. No matter whether they are from the Taotai Alliance or the Xuanwu tribe, they are all enemies of the Huaxia tribe. It would be a great pleasure for them to rob the enemy's cattle and sheep. All they lack now is a group of women. Of course, there was a woman in the crowd, but she is the city lord's woman. How dare they have any thoughts about her? Besides, a girl as thin as Feng Ling would not be the type of girl that men in primitive society would like, right? What they like is women like the Oiran. Black Panther was eating mutton in his mouth, but he still asked anxiously, City Lord, when will the people from these two tribes come over? Yibin wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth, and then he took another big bite of the mutton. Why rush? They're working hard in the salt mine now. Let's eat our fill first. Feng Ling said with a sweet smile. Brother Yibin, you people are so evil. You robbed other people's cattle and sheep and kidnapped their people. Now we are still eating their food. Do I feel a little sorry for them? When Feng Ling said this, she was looking at Yibin with a smile on her face. Yibin kissed Feng Ling's little mouth. Then he smiled and said to Feng Ling, These people are our enemies. You must not pity them. They treat women very cruelly. And Yibin even winked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling was startled, and she immediately hid in Yibin's arms. Black Panther, Li Wang, and a few others immediately turned their heads away. They were all thinking in their hearts, the city lord is really too bad. Feng Ling hammered Yibin's chest. Her small hand hit Yibin's chest so gently and weakly that the surrounding soldiers wished they could beat them both to death. All the city lord does is show off his love all day long. Black Panther couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he took Li Wang to the exit of the island, where a reorganized regiment of Tarzan was guarding it. Yibin said, Feng Ling, do you still miss your Feng family? In no mood, Feng Ling answered straightforwardly. She had now figured it out. She was already the matriarch of the Huaxia tribe, and the Feng family no longer existed. Yibin's face is covered with sweat. He actually thought of an idea, which was to reorganize the Feng clan and then unite with the Jiang clan to attack the White Tiger clan together. After all, their salt mine originally belonged to the Feng family. It is natural and reasonable for the Feng family to take back the salt mine. During the days that Yibin was at the volcano, he saw a strange phenomenon. The warriors of the Jiang clan only mine the salt mines that have been mined by the Feng clan. This can only prove one thing. That is the Jiang clan who had a falling out with the White Tiger clan. If we form an alliance with the Jiang clan at this time, we will definitely be able to defeat the White Tiger clan. At that time, the Feng family and the Jiang family will share the salt mine. And the Feng Ling in front of him actually abandoned the Feng family. Yibin said seriously again, Feng Ling, I'm not kidding you. Do you really not want to form the Feng family anymore? Feng Ling took a bite of mutton and looked at Yibin calmly. No wonder the Feng family is already a thing of the past. Even if I set up the Feng family again, there is no one who can lead them. A smile appeared at the corner of Feng Ling's mouth. Of course, she knew what Yi Bin meant, and Feng Ling now wanted to be Yi Bin's woman. Managing a tribe was too tiring. All right, I have given you an opportunity, but you don't need it. Don't regret it in the future, okay? Yi Bin pretended to threaten. Feng Ling's expression, I've seen through you. I don't regret. Feng Ling said mischievously. She even stuck out her cute little tongue at Yi Bin. Commander Gu Xiong, there are too many enemies. Should we retreat first? A commander said loudly. In just a short battle, more than 10,000 people from the Firebird tribe were killed. After Fei Yu killed several people, he quickly came to Gu Xiong. Commander Gu Xiong, are there more and more enemies now? What should we do? Chief Fei Yu, this is the salt mine of our Firebird tribe. If we retreat like this, how can I explain to the chief when I go back? Fei Yu is the chief of the Fainio tribe. He was also transferred by Horong to guard the salt mine. Qing Yao and several other leaders, including Guli, were also coming towards Gu Xiong. Qing Yao was the chief of the Qing Yao tribe, and he was also transferred by Horong to guard the salt mine. After Gu Li killed an enemy, he immediately shouted to Gu Xiong, Commander Gu Xiong, there are not many warriors left in our Firebird tribe. If we don't retreat, we will all die here. The Bluebird clan leader also said anxiously, Commander Gu Xiong, if we don't retreat now, all our soldiers will be finished. Commander Gu Xiong, please retreat quickly. Several commanders all spoke loudly. Commander, please retreat quickly. If you don't retreat now, it will be too late. Gu Xiong gritted his teeth and looked at the entire salt mine again. Retreat, retreat. Hearing the commander-in-chief's order, the chiefs of the two subordinate tribes all shouted loudly. Everyone started to retreat. The two clan leaders retreated while shouting. Gu Xiong and several small commanders also started to retreat. Jixuan, Xiongwu, and a few others also laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. From now on, the Firebird tribe's salt mine belongs to our two tribes. Several commanders said excitedly. Great Wizard Jixuan is so powerful. If you hadn't asked the warriors to throw stones, we would still be outside the river. We were able to conquer the salt mine of the Firebird tribe, all thanks to Great Wizard Jixuan. The Evil Witch also said with a smile. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Jixuan. What should we do next? Jixuan said with a smile. Our destination is the salt mine of the Firebird tribe. Now that the destination has been achieved, the next step is for our two tribes to mine this salt mine together. The Evil Witch also said with a smile. Brother Jixuan and I have the same idea. Should we give the order now and ask the soldiers to stop the pursuit? Jixuan said, yes. They both said to the guards around them at the same time. Tell the soldiers to stop chasing and throw the enemy's bodies into the sea. Several guards immediately nodded in agreement. All right, Master Wizard. All right, Master Witch. The wizard has ordered all warriors to stop chasing. Lord Evil Wizard has ordered all warriors to stop chasing. The soldiers shouted one after another, and the sound quickly spread from the back to the front, and the pursuit on the entire battlefield immediately stopped. The warriors of the Taotai tribe and the Xuanwu tribe all roared on the spot, and many warriors were cheering and jumping. The Firebird tribe was defeated. We defeated the Firebird tribe. After a while, another guard began to convey orders. The wizard Lord Evil has ordered that all the bodies of the Firebird tribe warriors be thrown into the sea. Chapter 352, Qingwan blocks the enemy. After cleaning up the corpses, the warriors from the two tribes returned to the salt mine of the Firebird tribe. Jixuan looked at the salt mine in front of him as if he saw countless cattle and sheep. In primitive society, saltstone was a liquid trading currency. No matter which market you go to, the most scarce item is saltstone. It is even harder to find salt in small tribes, and even in large tribes. The Evil Witch said to Jixuan, Brother Jixuan, can you ask the soldiers to drive a group of cattle and sheep over here? The soldiers have just experienced a great battle, and we are in urgent need of replenishing food. Wizard Jixuan nodded and said to a guard beside him, Wu Xian, take some people with you and drive all the cattle and sheep over here. Wu Xian said, Okay, Master Wizard. The Evil Witch also said to a guard behind him, Fierce Wolf, you should also bring some people over to drive the cattle and sheep here. The Fierce Wolf said, Okay, Master Fierce Wizard. Father has more and more enemies. Should we go to the Huaxia tribe? Qingwan said anxiously. This time, there are many more enemies attacking the Firebird tribe than ever before. The Firebird tribe has been completely destroyed. Jixuan sent out 6 tribes, namely the Poisonous Snake tribe, the Green Snake tribe, the Flower Snake tribe, the blood snake tribe, the water snake tribe, and the arrow snake tribe. Each of their tribes sent out around 10,000 people. These 6 tribes together have more than 60,000 warriors. The reason they are gathering together now is to destroy the other subordinate tribes. At this time, Huarong had less than 20,000 soldiers around him, and there were still more than 20,000 to 30,000 women. Huitian, Charles, Huazhu, Huakong, Qingyu, Qinghua, they're all beside Huarong. Qingwan is riding an iron-backed earth dragon, and Zar is leading the guard team, guarding in front of Huarong and the others. Qingwan girl, do you know what you're saying? The Huaxia tribe is just a small tribe. How can they have the ability to protect us? Huizhu didn't believe in the Huaxia tribe at all, and he immediately rejected Qingwan's proposal. Several big men in the distance were laughing, each holding a few human heads in their hands. These heads were from subordinate tribes of the Firebird tribe, and the owners of the heads were the patriarchs of the 3 subordinate tribes. Chief of the Firebird tribe, can you take a look at the heads in our hands? 3 bloody heads. Their eyes were as big as copper bells. These 3 clan leaders didn't know what was going on until they died. After the big men finished speaking, they all laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Huarong looked at the 3 familiar heads and spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all his capable men, but now they were killed by the enemy. Dad, are you okay? Brother, are you okay? Chief, are you okay? A group of people immediately shouted loudly. Huarong is their backbone. If Huarong dies like this, the Firebird tribe will be completely finished. Huarong said tremblingly, "We have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking us?" Several psychic wizards came out and looked at Huarong and his friends with disdain. They said, "Only after we destroy your Firebird tribe can we besiege the Huaxia tribe." Huaxia tribe? Huarong said angrily. "You have so many people. Why do you need to surround the Chinese tribe?" Another psychic wizard said, "Even if we destroy the Huaxia tribe, we will also destroy your Firebird tribe. From now on, there will only be 3 super tribes in this area." Huizhu said coldly. "Which 3 super tribes?" said a psychic wizard with a black snake on his arm. "The millions of mountain tribes, the Xuanwu tribe, and the Taotai Alliance tribe. With the strength of these 3 tribes, any one of them can compete with the Firebird tribe. And now the other side has dispatched 3 tribes. It is obvious that their intention is to destroy the Firebird tribe." Another psychic wizard said, "Why would the poison, which waste time talking to them, chop off all their heads? Father, shall we go to the Huaxia tribe?" Looking at the enemies rushing towards her, Qingwan became more and more anxious. She said to Charles, "Uncle San, you take the women of the tribe and go first. Do you see that city in the distance? That is their newly built city. As long as we go to the Huaxia tribe, they will definitely guarantee our safety. Qingyu and Qinghua, the 2 of you should take father with you. The others are here with me to stop the enemy." At this moment, Qingwan is like a female war goddess. Every order she issues is so sonorous and powerful. "Oiran Brigadier, there are a lot of women coming towards us. They also drive large herds of cattle and sheep." Huayan told the Oiran everything he saw through the telescope. That's right. After Luoshui received the pigeon message, she immediately told the courtesan, and the courtesan sent pigeon messages to every city. After they received the letter, except for 1 regiment that stayed behind, all the other regiments came to Sun City. Originally, the courtesan wanted to set off at noon, but a large group of women arrived in front of the city. There are as many as 15 regiments in the Sun City now. Originally, the Huaxia tribe had only 17 regiments, and 5 regiments were left behind in the 5 cities. Yibin himself led 2 regiments out. No matter how you count it, there are only 10 groups in the Huaxia tribe. Among these 5 extra groups, about 1,000 people are from the Feng clan, and the rest are slaves that Zhuifeng Hainiu exchanged from the market. They have been training in Xinwu City for more than a month. From Yibin back to Longsheng and then to Shuicheng, he went to the Feng clan, mined volcanic sulfur, ore, and finally traveled on the sea. All this time added up is almost more than a month. As for these slaves in Xinwu City, the day after Yibin left, Hainiu, Zhui Feng, and others had already exchanged a large number of slaves. "Kill! Kill them all!" Several psychic wizards shouted loudly. Qingwan, in order to buy time for the women to escape, she personally led the warriors to guard here. Huizhu and Huakong both felt their legs go weak. Although the 2 old men are very tough in the tribe, they are still very afraid when facing the enemy with thousands of troops. The enemies are not their own people, and they will not listen to your command. Qingwan also shouted, "Warriors, protect the women of our Firebird tribe. We cannot let any enemy rush up." The warriors of the Firebird tribe occupy the advantageous terrain and are in a commanding position, while the warriors of the Million Mountains need to attack the enemies on the hillside. When Qingwan saw the stones on the hillside, she immediately thought of the defense of Longqing. Everyone, use stones to attack the enemies below. Don't let any enemies come up. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately picked up the stones on the ground and quickly threw them at the enemies below the hillside. The stones were big and small. After being thrown down the hillside by the soldiers, some of the bigger stones rolled quickly into the crowd. The stones rushed into the crowd, and many of the Million Mountain warriors were hit on the head and were bleeding. This scene stunned several psychic wizards. So war can be fought this way. Chapter 353, Gathering in Sun City. About half an hour later, all the stones on the ground were gone. Little Princess Qingwan is in trouble. A soldier shouted hurriedly, "Princess Qingwan, are there no more stones on the hillside? What should we do now?" Qingwan glanced at the women behind her. They were driving large numbers of cattle and sheep. These were the food for the Firebird tribe. Qingwan's teeth were chattering as she glanced at the enemy at the bottom of the hill again. In that wave of stone attack, just now about 3,000 to 4,000 enemies were killed. For the people of these 6 tribes, this is just a drop in the bucket. The psychic poison wizard laughed loudly. The Firebird tribe has no more stones, and they will all die here today. He shouted to the guards, "Let the warriors launch an all-out attack and capture that woman right away." The psychic poison wizard pointed his finger at the blue phoenix above the iron-backed earth dragon. The guards immediately nodded in response. "Yes, Lord Poison Witch." The guards shouted to the soldiers. The psychic poison wizard has ordered that except for the woman on the back of the earth dragon, all others must be killed. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly rushed up the hillside with their weapons in hand. If they could capture the woman earlier, Lord Poison, which would definitely reward them handsomely. Everyone has this idea. Who doesn't want to stand out? Who doesn't want to eat delicious food every day? How can there be wealth and glory without danger? Kill, kill, kill them all. The 6 commanders of the Million Mountains all shouted loudly. The warriors rushed forward densely. Primitive people liked to crowd together on the battlefield, just like a group fight between gangsters. Soon, the warriors from the hillside rushed up, each of them holding a stone spear or stone axe. Some of the men had patterns painted on their faces, and they made a strange sound from their mouths. Whenever this sound is heard, some poisonous snakes will bite the enemy. I was bitten by something, and why can't I move my arm? Help! Save me! Some people knew this poisonous snake, and they immediately shouted to the people around them. "This thing can bite people. You must be careful with it." Before the warrior could finish his words, his neck was pierced by a spear. The weapon that pierced the warrior's neck was a sharp bronze object. Blood was flying everywhere, and blood bubbles were coming out of the warrior's mouth. The surrounding Firebird tribe warriors were all shocked by this weapon. There are people saying all kinds of things on the battlefield. Some are afraid of death, and some are experiencing death. Soldiers from both sides fighting each other will suffer casualties every moment. The entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of sticks colliding and smashing. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Cries of grief were heard, and the whole battlefield was filled with the strong smell of blood. Qingwan controlled the iron-backed earth dragon and lashed out with its tail. Those soldiers who had just climbed up were instantly blown away by the dragon's tail. Several soldiers screamed. Their bodies were like kites with broken strings. Blood spurted out like fountains, and they flew high. On the hillside, there are sounds of fighting between soldiers from both sides. As time went by, more and more allied troops climbed up the hillside. The warriors of the Firebird tribe were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The casualties on the Firebird tribe side were also beginning to increase, and Huazhu and the others were becoming anxious. Huitian led his warriors in a desperate resistance. He was also a fierce general of the Firebird tribe. Huitian's combat power was definitely at the ceiling level. The stone axe in Huitian's hand was sometimes used for chopping and sometimes for sweeping. In his hand, the stone axe was like a toy. Any enemy hit by him was either seriously injured or died on the spot. Huitian's stone axe chopped faster and faster, and more enemies were lying on the ground. Several commanders quickly surrounded him. Huitian's fighting power was too strong. There is a commander pointing at Huitian. Go and kill him for me. All right, Commander-in-Chief. After several commanders received the order, they immediately rushed over with weapons in hand. Huitian saw several big men rushing over, and he killed an enemy with a stone axe. Qingwan also saw Huitian's situation. She immediately shouted to Czar, "Czar, quickly take people to help my second uncle." When Czar heard Qingwan's shout, he immediately killed an enemy next to him. "Okay, Princess Qingwan." Czar thought about it again, and he still spoke to Qingwan with concern. "Princess Qingwan, why don't you go to the Huaxia tribe now? Otherwise, the people of the Huaxia tribe would not open the city gates." Qingwan wanted to say one more thing. "What will you do if I leave?" Czar saw Qingwan's worry, and he immediately said to Qingwan, "Princess Qingwan, please rest assured, as long as you all enter the Huaxia tribe, we will lead the warriors and withdraw from the battlefield." Czar urged again, "Princess Qingwan, please leave quickly. Otherwise, our Firebird tribe will be completely destroyed." Huitian fought against 3 commanders, and he also shouted loudly to Qingwan, "Qingwan girl, you should leave quickly. Captain Czar is right. They only know you in the Huaxia tribe. Even if your brother and his men go there, they won't be able to enter the city." Looking at the tragic deaths of her clansmen and listening to the constant urging of her second uncle and the others, Qingwan's eyes had already become moist. Many of these clansmen who died in battle were the ones who watched her grow up. Huizhu and Huokong also advised, "Qingwan girl, shall we go to the Huaxia tribe first? The number of enemies is increasing. If we don't leave now, we will all die here." Qingwan gritted her teeth and shouted to the guards around her, "Fire Wizard and High Priest Huokong, let's go to the Huaxia tribe together first." At this time, the Sun City was already crowded with people. Charles and more than tens of thousands of women were standing under the Sun City. Charles was extremely anxious. He had never been to the Huaxia tribe, and the people of the Huaxia tribe didn't even know them. Huron was also helped to the foot of the Sun City. He looked at the Sun City in shock. Isn't this city too big? In the past, he had only listened to Qingwan, but now the city was right in front of him. Huron just looked up at the people on the city wall. Huayun said in the ear of the courtesan, "Captain Oren, are these people from the Firebird tribe?" Although the Oiran had never seen these people, she had already guessed that who else could be chased here by the enemy, if not the Firebird tribe? Yes. The courtesan just said it lightly. She was feeling very complicated right now. There are so many people, and they're all women. Should she let them into the city or not? Zhou Feng also saw the dilemma of the courtesan. He said to the Oiran, "Captain Oiran, we don't know these people. I believe the city lord won't blame us." Shui and the others also conformed to the Tao. Brigade Commander Feng Zhui is right. We don't know these people. Yes, we don't know them. Chapter 354, Hiding in Sun City. Huarong hesitated for a long time, but still shouted to the people on the city wall, "Is this the city of the Huaxia tribe? I am a chief of the Firebird tribe, and these people are all women of our tribe. May I ask the brothers and sisters of the Huaxia tribe, can you let us all in?" Only at this moment did Huarong truly realize how powerful the Huaxia tribe was. This Huaxia tribe is not the small tribe that Qingwan mentioned. The Oiran answered immediately, "We haven't seen you, so we won't open the city gate." Several group leaders also said, "You said you're the chief of the Firebird tribe, so you're the chief of the Firebird tribe?" In fact, the team leaders all knew in their hearts that this person was the chief of the Firebird tribe, but they said so on purpose. The former commander-in-chief, Gu Xiong, looked down upon their Huaxia tribe at all. Everyone in the Huaxia tribe knows about this matter. Now, they let the chief of the Firebird tribe experience it too. Charles said anxiously, "We are really from the Firebird tribe. Your city lord has even sought an alliance with us. The Firebird tribe and the Huaxia tribe are friendly allied tribes." Ugh, shameless. It's so shameless. Several female warriors couldn't help but exclaimed, "How dare you say that? Isn't your Firebird tribe very powerful? Don't you look down on our Huaxia tribe? Now, we are friendly brother tribes. Didn't you say that before?" Huarong and Charles's faces both turned red. They did look down on the Huaxia tribe before, but the Firebird tribe now no longer has the arrogance it once had. Us. Huarong didn't know what to say. Even though the Firebird tribe was in decline, as the tribe's chief, he still had his pride. Just at this moment, Qingwan came riding on an iron-backed earth dragon. She looked at the courtesan on the city wall and said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Oiran, I am Qingwan from the Firebird tribe. Is your city lord here?" Qingwan felt mixed emotions. She had previously told her father and the others that they must form an alliance with the Huasha tribe, but they were all too arrogant and looked down on the Huasha tribe. At that time, Qingwan originally wanted to come to the Huasha tribe in person, but he was still kept by Huozhu. Huorong and the others knew it, but they did not persuade Huozhu, so they sent Commander Gu Xiong over. Qingwan shouted again, "Sister Oren, I am Qingwan from the Firebird tribe." The courtesan's eyes were complicated, but Yibin did not give her an answer. After hesitating for a while, she finally smiled and said to Qingwan, "Sister Qingwan, what on earth is going on in your Firebird tribe?" When Qingwan heard the courtesan calling her sister, she immediately became happy. She said a little sadly, Our Firebird tribe was ambushed by several large tribes. Sister Oren, can you let my people in?" Qingwan said with a pleading look. More than a dozen team leaders wanted to speak, but the courtesan immediately stopped them. She smiled at Qingwan again and said, "I will open the city gate for you right now." The Oren said to Huayan, "Let the soldiers open the city gates." Huayan, "Okay, Oren Brigadier. Open the gates. Open the gates." As Huayan's voice fell, the city gates slowly rose up. Huorong, Charles, and the women of the Firebird tribe were all surprised. What kind of city is this that has an extra exit out of nowhere? For the primitive people's fire melting them, this is simply a magical skill. 2. So amazing. This is really amazing. Huorong said to himself, "I wish our Firebird tribe also had such a city. It wouldn't have ended up like this." When Qingwan saw that the city gate was open, she shouted loudly to her fellow tribesmen, "Everyone, all start to enter the city." When the warriors on the hillside saw that the women had already entered the city, they also began to retreat slowly. Huatian commanded the warriors to fight while arranging their retreat. In this battle, more than 10,000 people from the Firebird tribe died. After all, they were attacked by 60,000 people, so it was good enough that the whole army was not wiped out. The corpses on the hillside made the hill a little taller. At this time, the hillside had been dyed red with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Huitian shouted to Czar, "Captain Czar, you and your guard team must stay behind us." In the entire Firebird tribe, only the guard team led by Czar can stop the enemy's attack. Czar led his men and immediately came to the back of the team. The guard team had more than 500 people, and they had no casualties at all. This guard team was equipped with bamboo armor shields. The enemy's bronze weapons could not break their defense at all. Instead, many enemies died at the hands of the guards. The people on the city wall felt a chill as they looked at the enemies chasing after them. There were simply too many enemies outside. The Oiran immediately gave the order. When everyone was ready to start shooting arrows, Qingwan was immediately startled. She said to the courtesan anxiously, "Sister Oiran, please don't hurt the warriors of our Firebird tribe." The courtesan said with a smile, "In the tribe, due to a long period of food shortage, everyone was very thin and looked horrible at first glance. There are only bones under the skin and no extra flesh at all. He has Sister Qingwan. I will let the soldiers shoot the enemies behind. Everyone, shoot those enemies who are chasing us, and don't hurt the warriors of the Firebird tribe." The soldiers immediately responded loudly, "Don't worry, Oiran Brigadier General. We will make sure the enemy never returns." Huitian and his men were already approaching the city, and the enemies behind them were still 20 to 30 meters away. Qingwan shouted from the top of the city wall, "Second uncle, please bring the people into the city. Czar, please bring the people into the city." Hearing Qingwan shout on the city wall, Huokong, Czar, and others quickly walked towards the city gate. Looking at the endless stream of soldiers, the Oiran had a serious look on her face. She didn't know if what she was doing was right. But now that things have come to this, the Oiran has no other choice. Soon, warriors from the 6 tribes caught up and surrounded the front of the city like ants. At this moment, several psychic wizards came over. They looked at the city in front of them, and suddenly huge waves of shock rose in their hearts. What on earth is this? These millions of warriors in the mountains have never seen such a city before. The psychic poison witch said, "What is this thing? Does anyone know what it is?" Several psychic wizards shook their heads, and the surrounding commanders and warriors also all shook their heads. Primitive people had never seen a city. To them, a city was simply a giant mountain. Several commanders asked, "Master Poison Spiritual Witch, what should we do now?" Several psychics discussed it. They decided to attack the city, but the moat in front of the city was a hurdle they could not cross. Millions of soldiers from the mountains were blocked outside by the moat. There was a psychic wizard whose eyes rolled. He said to the other psychics with a smirk on his face, "Can we go cut down some big bamboos?"